When the fool encounters the masked fool, the essence of this world reveals itself as suffering and madness, a notion that is far from pleasant. Yet, one ought to laugh heartily, for he shall never forsake you, never induce despair, never abandon you, never cause you to weep, never bid you farewell, and never inflict harm upon you with deceit. He proclaims, let there be laughter. Let us mock the self-righteous hero, ridicule the power-hungry monarch, jest at the entangled lovers, and deride the wise who scheme and calculate. Behold, the magical girl Audrey, and the formidable magnetic force Alger. Under the gaze of the Amber King, can Colin Elliot bear the weight of the entire Silver City? Chapter 1. Crossing over to become the masked fool. In the kingdom of Rune, in the city of Tingen, on Iron Cross Street, the thoroughfare bustles with life, public carriages navigating the central lanes while street vendors vociferously hawk their wares. Dressed in attire reminiscent of the Victorian era, gentlemen and ladies linger at various stalls, while workers and vagrants clad in vests or bare-chested hastily pass by, for they are yet to secure employment for the day. If they fail to find temporary work before the sun reaches its zenith, they fear they shall go hungry. Amidst the throng, a peculiarly dressed man stands out, yet strangely, no one seems to notice him. People brush past him as if he were mere air. The man is clad in a white t-shirt and a black and white jacket adorned with an image of a muscular silver trash can, while his lower attire comprises pure black wide-legged jeans. He wears a sky-blue cap, and around his neck hangs a pair of headphones that gleam with colorful lights, featuring a chibi girl with blue hair and angelic wings. His attire is further embellished with a variety of peculiar and seemingly useless ornaments. His name is Silver's Bruce. As he ambles along with the crowd, he surveys this novel world before him. A traveler of realms, this is not his first journey. In his previous life, he was an unremarkable college student on Earth, possessing a mundane appearance and an equally mundane existence. Even his name, Chun Ming, lacked distinction. As he often quipped, he might as well have renamed himself Chun Sheng to perhaps attract a modicum of fortune. He recalls the day of his crossing vividly. He had been narrating a fairy tale to a neighbor's child at his doorstep. The story revolved around a tall man who stumbled upon a cardboard box on the street, which, upon opening, revealed two adorable cat girls. The man reached out to stroke the cat girls' heads, exploring their large eyes, high noses, pointed chins, and feline ears. Confirming his assumptions, he unsheathed a chainsaw sword to deal decisively with the accursed alien. As he glanced at the weeping child, Chun Ming beamed with a warmth akin to the dawn, feeling quite grand, as if he were the embodiment of the evening sun. Alas, there was no time to mourn, for the child's grandmother soon arrived on the scene. "Rebel, where do you think you're going?" The child's grandmother descended on a motorcycle, crashing directly into Chun Ming. It was said she bore the surname Guan, a descendant of the legendary Guan Yu. In her youth, she had been renowned as a fiery girl, known in the martial world as the Red Cannon Flower. That was Chun Ming's first journey into another realm. As his consciousness returned, he surveyed his surroundings, finding himself enveloped in darkness, yet distant starlight twinkled like the night sky of his childhood countryside. The abruptness of this unfamiliar place stirred a sense of unease and anxiety within him. Looking down, he noticed a gentle glow emanating from himself, allowing him to discern his form and absurdity, for how could a person emit light? At that moment, a screen materialized before him, adorned with blue text on a white background that read, "Welcome, traveler." Realizing he had become the protagonist of a narrative, a wave of excitement tempered his initial trepidation. He gazed around, stars twinkling in the void, framing him as the center of this newfound cosmos. Suppressing his eagerness, he softly inquired, "A traveler? Me? So, you are the system?" "Indeed, you are correct. Fortunate host. You are the chosen one, and I shall assist you." The blue panel's text shifted. Chun Ming was overjoyed. Exhilaration and delight overshadowed his initial discomfort in this strange land. He coughed discreetly, feigning composure as he commanded the system, "Very well. Then, do introduce yourself." The system promptly responded with eagerness. "This system is dedicated to ensuring your success in the other world, granting you numerous wives and leading you to the pinnacle of life, conquering various beast girls, mech girls, elves, and beautiful human maidens." That sounds splendid. Chun Ming recalled certain tropes from novels and queried, "By the way, does the system have any main quests?" "Oh, and surely there must be a novice gift pack?" "Of course. Your primary quest in the initial phase is to overthrow a tyrannical dynasty. A novice gift pack is also included, granting you the blessings of 4 deities." "The novice gift pack consists of divine blessings? For deities? Isn't that a bit grand?" Chun Ming realized he had been handed a script akin to that of an overpowered protagonist. So which four deities are they? The four deities are the god of wisdom and change, the god of strength and courage, the god of life and nature, and the god of art and beauty. A frown creased Chun Ming's brow as he discerned the complexity of the situation. By the way, system, you have yet to reveal your name. You wouldn't happen to be called the deceitful system, would you? He began to retreat cautiously, though he knew it was likely futile. An orange glow flashed past, and the system panel displayed. There is a slight discrepancy, host. This system is called the Holy System. Surprise. Oh, Holy System, Holy System. Oh, how wonderful. Who claimed this system was inadequate? It is simply marvelous. Chun Ming emitted a sharp shriek, akin to a foot being stepped on by a mischievous imp, before turning to flee, calling out in terror, Emperor, save me. Yet after just a couple of steps, he halted abruptly, a grin spreading across his face. This was not his laughter. The laughter echoed from all directions. With the sudden onset of laughter, the surroundings illuminated. The orange glow dispelled the darkness, and the resounding laughter shattered the silence. This is immensely entertaining. The interplay of light and laughter intertwined, the stars twinkling and laughing. Multicolored auroras flowed past like dancers, like smiles, like jesters. Chun Ming could not help but join in the laughter, not just him, his clothes, his hair, every part of his being resonated with mirth. He felt an overwhelming joy. Traveler, Aha shall bestow blessings upon you. Masks of various sizes appeared around Chun Ming, some smiling, some weeping, some sly and cunning, others amiable. Common circus props materialized alongside the mask's fireworks, streamers, balls, hula hoops. Chun Ming discovered he had been standing atop a vast red smiling face mask, currently perched upon its forehead. A mask, perfectly sized for his face, drifted toward him from amongst the others. This mask resembled a smaller version of the one beneath him, predominantly red, devoid of intricate designs, yet vibrant in color. Its smile was exuberant, yet its strokes were restrained as the mask floated before him. An unexpected surge of knowledge flooded Chun Ming's mind. It revealed the identity of the peculiar figure before him, a special NPC from a game he had played. Joy Star God Aha, a deity in pursuit of delight. Chun Ming found himself uncertain, unable to distinguish whether this was truly Aha or a disguise of the trickster. Mom, I can't tell, I genuinely can't tell. Chun Ming mused humorously in his mind, attempting to calm himself by diverting his attention. Very well, meals and accommodation included. A worried-looking mask chimed in, picking up on his jest. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated Chun Ming, enveloping him in a sense of relaxation, filling his heart with joyous emotions. He felt a genuine sense of delight. He realized that it was futile to agonize over the identity of the deity before him, since this god could alter his mood and implant thoughts in his mind. Distorting his perception would be a trivial matter. Thus, lies and deceit held no significance. He could neither discern nor unmask them. A common person should adopt a common person's attitude. If this deity claimed to be Aha, then indeed, he was Aha. Moreover, this deity was likely Aha, for if it were truly the trickster, he would have already succumbed to corruption. Look what I've discovered, a charming little outsider. These. Oh my, the big iron lumps and large glass pieces will surely love this. And this game called Honkai, Star Rail. Aha is indeed a game character. Aha guessed correctly. Oh, Aha hasn't entered the character pool. Aha feels rejected. How pitiable is it, so unfair that even the path of joy is not displayed in the game. The masks buzzed around Chun Ming, chattering incessantly, arguing amongst themselves as various items flew about chaotically like fish floundering in water. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, several gloved hands struggled to cram a translucent blue bird into a firework tube. With a loud pop, the blue bird erupted, leaving the gloves disappointed, and they began to shift blame and tussle with one another. Yet, inexplicably, amidst their scuffle, they suddenly turned their aggression toward a music box. Perhaps it was the one that had proposed the earlier plan. No, this is also part of the grand scheme. The music box protested vehemently. Ultimately, a passing firework tube, unable to bear the sight, blasted the gloves apart. Thus, amidst the backdrop of fireworks, Chun Ming officially became a glorious masked fool and, at Aha's suggestion, renamed himself Selris Bruce. Unlike the typical masked fools, Selris possessed a mask bestowed by Aha from the very beginning, sparing him the need to steal the masks of sorrowful performers. Thus, under Aha's personal decree, Selris became his envoy. In the world of Star Rail, those who resonate with the star gods and receive their blessings are known as envoys. While becoming an envoy does not inherently confer great power, those blessed by the star gods are unlikely to fall too far from grace. On the second day after Selrus became a masked fool, while examining his mask, he suddenly perceived a dimming of the surroundings, realizing the colors around him had dulled. Looking up, a colossal shadow drifted across the horizon, casting a pall over the starry sky. Enveloped in layers of black mist, he was the pitch-black sun, the slumbering, formless one. With uneven eyes, he glided past Selrus. Selrus felt an overwhelming sense of boredom and futility, as if everything were meaningless. His skin began to resemble rotting, withered wood, marred by scars and holes. His endocrine system spiraled into chaos, blurring the lines between pleasure and pain, rendering him numb to all sensations. He lost his memory and sensory perception. Beside him, a headless figure suddenly emerged, delivering a slap to Selrus' head, causing him to stagger. The headless neck, in a serious manner, declared, "The black handsome one is right." Upon hearing Aha's voice, Selrus miraculously emerged from his state of self-destruction. He frantically groped his body, eventually managing to calm down. Selrus turned to the headless figure, puzzled, and inquired, "How can you speak without a head?" It twisted its neck, saying, "I am not speaking." It then pointed to Selrus's ear, adding, "Your ear is the one speaking." Instinctively, Selrus touched his ear, discovering a mouth had inexplicably grown there. The mouth suddenly exclaimed, "This is amusing." Perhaps due to his status as an outsider, he was soon approached by numerous star gods. The memory star god, Flurry, and the wisdom star god, Erudition, descended simultaneously. A colossal machine obscured the entire sky. Their arrival transformed the unknown into the known, assimilating the world into a sea of data. He, a star god elevated through machinery, viewed all things as questions, believing every inquiry must have an answer. Surrounding him was a fragmented blue star realm, resembling shattered mirror shards, forming a grand emperor. He was the emperor of memory, weaving countless memories that transcended time and space. He was the school of fish swimming upstream, the key to the treasury. He meditated at the center of the pure land, tirelessly observing the world as it endlessly repeated itself. After browsing through Selrus's memories, for reasons unknown, they bestowed blessings upon him. In an instant, he felt everything around him transform into countless streams of information, revealing the essence of all things before his eyes, mind, and memory. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he could recall nothing. Next came the abundance star god, the apothecary, who, with countless hands and eyes, regarded every being in this universe with boundless compassion. He was the star god who never denied a wish, who could not bear to witness decline and suffering, the nurturer of all creatures, the deity of bliss, dedicated to fostering life's unending prosperity and healing the affliction called death. He did not pose any questions, nor did he delve into Selrus's memories as the previous three had. Instead, he gazed lovingly at Selrus with countless eyes, then gently waved one arm, causing green blessings to rain down upon him. Selrus beheld flowers blooming exuberantly and heard birds chirping joyfully. The harmony star god, Hype, was the only other star god besides Aha who communicated with Selrus. He was the god of 1,000 faces, a collective star god from multiple harmonious celestial bodies, his form composed of countless puzzles, adorned with 3 benevolent visages. His voice resonated with a rich, gentle, and melodious harmony, akin to a multitude of voices singing in unison. He expressed a desire for Selrus to join his family. Following a polite refusal, he remained unperturbed, his expression warm yet enigmatic, slightly unsettling to Selrus in conjunction with his 3 displayed faces. The hunt star god, Gale, resembling a centaur but with wheels instead of hind hooves, donned light armor, endlessly wandering between worlds, proclaiming his message with arrows of light. Unlike the other star gods, who possessed clear intentions, Gale appeared shortly after the apothecary departed, glancing at Selrus from afar before hastily departing, making it difficult to discern whether he came for Selrus or for the apothecary. The phenomenon of obsessive fans is indeed alarming. Lon truly embodies the foremost devotee of the apothecary, tirelessly showering him with rockets each day. In turn, the apothecary does not disappoint Lan's expectations, knowing well of Lan's admiration for the bountiful men, and thus casually illuminates a few celestial bodies along the way. Lon, exhilarated, waves his flags, his hands ceaselessly in motion, sending forth energy in every direction. This mutual pursuit is indeed remarkable. The entity with the most disdainful attitude towards Celery is the guardian star god, Clipper, who, much like Nine, shows no effort in restraining his formidable aura for Celery's sake. His colossal form is constructed of amber-hued stones, with a massive hammer in hand capable of engulfing entire star systems. He is the architect of the celestial wisdom wall, the subspace crystal barrier, and the great gravitational core, revered by followers as the Amber King. His arrival causes the very fabric of space to solidify, rendering everything as solid as fortress walls, immobilizing Celery in the process. However, Celery can understand this after all. To Clipper, who has spent eons constructing walls at the edge of the universe, Celery undoubtedly appears as an invader from beyond those barriers. Perhaps out of consideration for the pride of the embarrassed Aha, or perhaps due to other motives, Clipper ultimately refrains from taking action against Celery, merely leaving behind a foundational stone before departing with indifference. According to the representatives of the Interstellar Peace Company, this stone is a fragment of the Amber King's sacred body. When inquiring with Aha, Celery learns that it is, in fact, a kidney stone belonging to the Amber King. Celery suddenly realizes the implication thus. The 10 hearts and 10 people that can harness the power of the foundational stone could justly be referred to as the Kidney Warriors. However, he prefers to call them the Stone Belt Youths. After encountering the star gods, inexplicably, Celery receives their blessings. He also acquires various treasures from them, including the grains of rice that fell from the apothecary's head. Yet, one must ponder, does this count as hair or simply dandruff? The star gods are not entirely unreasonable once they have gleaned the answers they sought or completed their own tasks through Celery. They do not hesitate to casually discard items to keep him occupied. This leads to a dramatic increase in his worth, elevating him to a status akin to that of a cosmic tycoon. Later, when Celery inspects his own being, he is astonished to discover that he possesses a total of 9 blessings within him. Upon querying Aha, he learns that 2 of these blessings are derived from IX's inadvertent influence, and from the mysterious star god, Mist. Perhaps out of curiosity for this new world, Celery feels he has awakened a peculiar penchant for collecting. Over the subsequent year, he adopts numerous identities and disseminates various avatars across different organizations, becoming a renowned collector and performer among the masked fools. Whether it be rare artifacts, unique local specialties from various planets, or distinctive trinkets from different organizations, he diligently gathers items to expand his collection. To facilitate this, he even commissioned several spatial folding storage devices from the Interstellar Peace Company. He fabricated several organizations at times. He is a celebrated guest aboard the Stellar Express, pursuing the trail of the exuberant star god Hakavili throughout the cosmos. At other times, he embodies the Spring Eyebrow Knight, traversing the universe to proclaim the unparalleled beauty of the eyebrows of Spring Eyebrow, star god Idlera. In pursuit of this, he engaged in numerous skirmishes and debates with dozens of pure knights. Ultimately, he successfully persuaded a few less astute knights to acknowledge the Spring Eyebrow Knights, asserting that beautiful eyebrows are indeed an integral part of purity, and that safeguarding Spring Eyebrow in the cosmos is a commendable knightly endeavor. However, most knights, even when conceding the rationale behind the Spring Eyebrow Knights, refuse to acknowledge Idlera's eyebrows as the most magnificent. They argue that even eyebrows should reflect the utmost beauty of the pure star gods. Yet, a minority of knights speculate that perhaps Idlera is one of the incarnations of pure star god Idlera, thus joining the Spring Eyebrow Knights while retaining their original identities. As time swiftly passes, just as Celery believed he would remain in the world of broken iron for the remainder of his days, he finds himself transported once more, this time to a realm reminiscent of the medieval steam mechanical era of his homeland. Chapter 2. The cultural phenomenon of garbage cans from broken iron, an experience not to be missed. Upon his unexpected transportation, Celery feels utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why he has arrived at this new location. In his recollection, to commemorate the anniversary of his arrival in the broken iron world, he was employing a peculiar artifact to psychically cloak himself against a wall constructed by the Amber King, attempting to extract some gems when, for reasons unknown, he was abruptly plunged into darkness, only to awaken on a bustling street. What place is this? He senses an inkling that he may be situated far from the star domain safeguarded by the Amber King. Upon introspection, he realizes he has taken a monumental step forward on the path of exploration. In the past year, he has donned the guise of an unnamed guest, ventured to countless locales, and even, in moments of whimsy, traversed beyond the walls into territories untouched by the star god of exploration. Yet, at that time, he had not traversed as great a distance on the path of exploration as he has now. Unlike the confines of a game, in reality, pathwalkers are not limited to a singular journey. Humans are complex beings, often harboring diverse and fluctuating perspectives towards the world. One might wield knowledge to orchestrate destruction like the Extinction Scholar, or execute hunts driven by memories akin to the Silent Hunter. Thus, when one refers to a pathwalker as the pathwalker of so-and-so, it is not merely a reflection of the journey they embarked upon, but rather an acknowledgement of how far they have traversed on that path, or how they choose to identify themselves. This complexity often results in a tavern bereft of merry wanderers. At this moment, as Celery inhales the foul stench permeating the air, a nauseating blend of refuse and horse manure, he cannot help but wrinkle his nose in distaste. With a gentle gesture at his collar, an invisible bubble envelopes his head, instantly purifying the air he breathes. It must be said, although the products sold by the Interstellar Peace Company are quite costly, the research conducted by their Academy of Knowledge proves remarkably effective. Next, Celery retrieves a palm-sized, silver, flip-top garbage can from his pocket. Beyond its functional form, it boasts muscular, sinewy limbs, its arms crossed in a display of strength. The silver barrel, adorned with vertically descending grooves, accentuates its slender figure, captivating the gaze of onlookers like a graceful dancer. The gray-black speckles and rust embellishing its elegant physique embody the serene confidence of the old masters, a classical beauty often lost on modern sensibilities. Suddenly, a white cloud materializes before him, adorned with nonsensical commentary. Disregarding the unexpected narration, 3 days prior, this entity, bearing the name Challow, had inexplicably appeared. Subsequently, it frequently emerged, seeking to assert its presence. Yuzu Chef's steamed goose heart. Initially introducing itself as Little Aha, Celery refers to it as Air Ha. As the gentle breeze stirs up a hint of dust, it dances gracefully, evoking a sense of wonder. This canister seems to belong to the heavens, a rarity to encounter on Earth. Were it placed by the roadside, it would be a magnificent treasure chest, embodying the essence of exploration. Regrettably, this is not the type of treasure chest that anyone can casually open. It is a portable spatial folding suitcase developed by the Academy of Knowledge, which he has dubbed the prison canister. Indeed, the appearance is custom crafted by Celrus, and this avant-garde form of artistry seems to elude the comprehension of many, often leaving Celrus in a state of vexation. In simpler terms, it is akin to a rebellious phase where one feels compelled to adopt a non-conventional stance to assert their uniqueness. Celrus shrugs this off, for he is not alone in his sentiments. He has a kindred spirit in the illustrious galactic bat hero. He once shared a cordial rapport with this hero aboard the Astral Express, where they were affectionately dubbed General Big Barrel and Sergeant Little Barrel. With a gentle tap on the barrel lid, the young lad promptly released his embrace and opened the lid with one hand. As Celrus reached in, his hand appeared to distort visually as it approached the opening, shrinking in size until it vanished entirely within the barrel, reminiscent of an abstract image seen through a funhouse mirror. As he strolled aimlessly among the crowd, he retrieved a pair of deep blue sunglasses from the lad's body and donned them. The lenses were not smooth, but rather composed of myriad small mirrors, each reflecting a distinct image, as if time had been fragmented. The world before him was dissected into numerous shards. Both people and objects appeared fragmented and chaotic, yet interconnected through this peculiar lens. Memories of individuals and objects intertwined, reflecting everything recorded in a disordered yet orderly manner. This presented a perspective of memory. Gazing at a gentleman adorned with a half-high silk top hat, a wealth of commonplace knowledge filtered into Celrus's mind through the sunglasses, crafted in the luminescent realm of the memory garden. He found himself in the city of Tingen, located in the northern Ahawa County of the Kingdom of Rune. A year typically comprises 365 days, divided into 12 months, each with approximately 30 days, and today marked the 27th of June. The currency of this nation consists of pennies, souls, and gold lists. The predominant beliefs of the Rune people revolve around the goddess of night, the lord of storms, and the deity of steam and machinery. The moon in this world glows a crimson hue. Emperor Roselle is heralded as one of history's most eminent politicians, military leaders, writers, inventors, and adventurers. As Celrus absorbed this knowledge, he felt an unsettling familiarity with these constructs, particularly the names of the deities. It wasn't until the name of Emperor Roselle manifested in his mind that Celrus abruptly halted in his tracks. He discerned the source of his familiarity. It stemmed from a novel he had once read, Lord of the Mysterious. Huh? Why is my hand wet? Has it begun to rain? No, it's not rain, it is sweat. Ah, I see now. I am drenched in perspiration. Oh, this suffocating sensation, akin to being ensnared by a python. He even questioned whether Aha was playing tricks on him. Ah, this is precisely what I wanted. That outer god shall surely bring Selrus to his knees, intent on making him a star effort. Unlike typical novels, wherein a traveler who knows the plot can seize numerous advantages upon entering the narrative, this particular story possesses a unique twist. Its premise is rather unkind to the traveler, for in this realm, knowledge proves to be toxic. It is akin to a garbage bin reeking of rotten eggs. Even a self-proclaimed king of garbage, like the galactic bat hero, would know better than to rummage through it. Chapter 3, Ribbit. An outer god. Everyone retreat. Ribbit. How could this be? The human brain is a remarkable entity. The more one resists contemplating certain thoughts, the more fervently it spirals into a chaotic whirlwind of ideas, akin to a star facing a trash bin. Ancient ones, outer gods, starry sky, fallen mother goddess, thank you for your reminder. You are indeed a true harbinger of misfortune. As a messenger, Selrus possesses a cognitive speed far beyond that of ordinary beings. As he began to grasp his precarious situation, an avalanche of words, those that would taint him if known, rushed through his mind like a herd of migrating alpacas. He was uncertain whether his status as a messenger could shield him from the cosmic corruption, as such a concept did not exist in the realm of crumbling iron. Though he was a messenger of joy, his diverse contemplations rendered his energies rather heterogeneous, and he did not particularly excel in any one area. At least, in terms of intellect, he could not rival the Black Tower, nor could he match the vitality of the Sudden. If one were to dissect his abilities, he might only slightly surpass the rank of Sequence 1 from the enigmatic side. He could barely be considered a demigod of Sequence 0. Selrus felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Should those outer gods discover him, his frail form would likely be seized to serve as a vessel for their cosmic wrath. Go! This is precisely what I wish to witness. Be quiet, snow leopard. Imagine, this corruption will invade your flesh, a sensation akin to the outer gods violently violating and strengthening your corporeal form, ruthlessly exploiting and annihilating your dignity. At this moment, even if you wish to end your own life, it would be an impossible endeavor. With the power of the outer gods, your salvation would be an effortless feat. At this juncture, you have begun to experience auditory hallucinations, as if a powerful melody reverberates within your mind, reminiscent of an ancient song. You are unsure of its origin, but a peculiar sensation arises, sending chills down your spine, and cold sweat pours forth. What manner of mastery does this descending corruption possess? Wow, this bizarre feeling, the distorted power, and the enticing chaos. It is clear they are the pinnacle of corruption. Wow, wow, wow. To experience this corruption is far more terrifying than facing a billion murderous fiends. Why has the tone suddenly shifted to madness? Has Aha bestowed some peculiar enhancement upon you? Ha! In this era, being tainted by praying to the outer gods is no great matter. You hear whispers beside you, speaking to you, yet we know you are an outsider, so we have summoned the most perverse of the outer gods, the fallen mother goddess, to welcome you. We believe she can bring you boundless joy. Do not underestimate her. Within the outer gods, her eccentricity rivals that of the mightiest deities. She possesses her own unique skills, and her determination and patience are truly awe-inspiring. Moreover, her secret weapon promises to deliver unexpected surprises. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, your eyes widen in anger. You otherworldly beings, you must not do this. The dialogue exudes an air of sophistication. Why must we not? Outsider, this is the pollution we intend to bestow upon you. Just relish it. Nonsense. I shall annihilate you. I will eradicate every last one of you. Ah, how powerful. How potent. Even if you intend to kill, let it be after your fall. Hith hith. Show me your resolve. This dialogue-driven narrative lacks visual imagery. Those unfamiliar with Sea Tiger may find it hard to envision, remarks Selrus. No, please. You collapse to the ground, emitting a mournful cry. Your fists clenched as tears cascade from your eyes. You are far too easily persuaded. I will make him sprout wings. No, this is utterly outrageous. Do not cease. Thoroughly taint him. You sense the otherworldly beings mocking you, questioning. Let us see, will you find excitement in such pollution? Outsider, how do you feel? How do you feel? Unable to bear it any longer, you cry out to the heavens. God of joy, save me. Selrus? It is Selrus's plea for help. At this moment, the only one who can assist you is your dearest Aha. Yet, in another realm, Aha can only faintly sense it for a fleeting moment before fading into oblivion. After a brief hesitation, Aha resumes, seeking amusement. Perhaps their intuition is flawed. Selris? Indifferently, a shiver courses through him as he breaks free from the dreadful scene described by the two-horned creature. He waves his hand to disperse the narration before him, refusing to frighten himself. The barrier and astral realm have long separated the earth from external threats, and the pollution from otherworldly beings cannot penetrate significantly. He reassures himself. But what if you are tainted beyond the earth? I arrived directly within the earth. How could I be polluted from the outside? You are aware that the astral realm is merely a symbol, severing the mystic dichotomy of inner and outer. As a traveler, this undeniably signifies that you are outside before your crossing. Surely not. That seems far-fetched. Selris introspects, sensing no issues with his body. He then retrieves his phone, attempting to contact friends, but alas, there is no signal. After sensing the imaginary energy in the air, he notes no obstruction. Selris grits his teeth and sighs. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. He plans to procure some funds and find a place to settle down. Perhaps later, he may encounter the protagonist of this world, Klein, and intervene in the narrative. That would undoubtedly be entertaining. Indeed, crossing over is most intriguing when engaging with the protagonist. What significance does crossing hold if one does not interact with them? It is better not to cross at all, Selris muses. The fallen mother goddess? When did you arrive? Indeed, I adore you. What are you up to again? Ignoring the inexplicably frenzied husky. He pondered the location of the Klein family from the original text. It seemed that the Klein residence was located at a certain number on Iron Cross Street, though he couldn't quite recall the specifics. Suddenly, the little troublemaker in his hands closed the lid and sprang up to deliver a solid elbow strike to his face, accompanied by a resounding exclamation. Upon acquiring it, Selris had indeed taken it to Aha for a blessing. This bestowed upon it a degree of sentience. It had also resulted in occasional fits of mischief. The spirit of the machine was displeased. A ritual to soothe it was in order. Yes, it was time for a proper appeasement. Selris firmly grasped the little troublemaker, swinging his arm up and down with vigor, akin to the preparatory gesture of handing a soda to a friend. Meanwhile, he recited a binary hymn from the Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus. 0111011100100001, reciting this unfortunate chant. If something that does not belong to you truly emerges from within, you will know your place. Thankfully, nothing did. Praise the Emperor. Was there a praise? Precisely because there was nothing, I sing the Emperor's praises. Soon, the little troublemaker fell into a serene, infant-like slumber, its limbs dangling in peaceful repose. Troublemaker, you're a disaster. Children, this is not amusing. I've navigated this journey with great caution. Do you think I can reach the other side? Then I shall play a tune for you. Are you not going to explode, little one? Ending the banter with the husky, Selris resumed his earlier contemplation. What was he intending to do? Yes, acquire some funds and find a place to settle down. Chapter 4. Do not contact me. I fear the goddess may misunderstand. In this era, amassing wealth was relatively straightforward. As Selris walked, he gently tapped his right wrist. A translucent screen materialized before him, a product of the ether editing technology from Punklord. Passing by a skewered meat stall, he extended a finger toward the vendor's money box, and the monetary data appeared on the screen. With another tap on the display, a stack of pennies and solars was promptly printed and fell into his hands, which he casually tucked into the obediently retrained little troublemaker. For this world, such technology was undoubtedly a dimensional intrusion, and the locals had no means of counteracting it. Are you not concerned that this will disrupt the monetary system? Not particularly, Selris explained, unless I were to conjure several million pounds in one go. This small amount will hardly make a ripple in the grand scheme of Rune. Speaking of which, with so many extraordinary individuals, how does this monetary system maintain balance? Surely, there must be ways to manually create gold pounds? Because the mid to low tiers cannot manage it, and the high tiers see no need. Moreover, most currency generated through extraordinary means cannot endure for long. For instance, the historical projections drawn by ancient scholars. Money that cannot flow into the market certainly does not impact the economic system, which is fundamentally no different from direct theft or robbery. Subsequently, Selris waved his hand and, as if by magic, his garments transformed into an ensemble that harmonized with the surrounding aesthetic. At that moment, he donned a gray linen shirt beneath a black long coat, paired with loose-fitting black trousers. A beige hunting hat adorned his head, while his hands were encased in cream-colored gloves. An emerald brooch graced the left collar of his coat, and in his right hand, he held a black cane edged with silver. A small creature perched on his shoulder, serving as a decorative accessory. Through the open coat, one could discern an orange-red mask hanging at his waist. Although it was still June, the temperature in Tingen, located in the northern part of the Kingdom of Ruin, had already turned quite cool. The streets were populated with individuals clad in long coats, making Celrus's attire appear rather unremarkable. This was the garb he had worn during his time at the Society of Universal Knowledge, recommended to him by a fellow researcher. To his surprise, it suited the current environment quite well. Dismissing the ethereal editing panel and disengaging from psychological invisibility, a sophisticated gentleman of British style silently emerged into the throng, drawing no attention whatsoever. If one were to consider the most frequently mentioned elements in the original work of the mysterious genre, aside from Mr. Fool's divine lavatory, it would likely be the gold pound. He suddenly felt an urge to witness the allure of this treasure that Mr. Fool so persistently reminisced about. Alas, today he faced misfortune. Celrus intended to record some information about the gold pound banknotes for printing purposes. However, throughout his journey, not a single street vendor or passerby had produced a gold pound for payment, which left him scratching his head in bewilderment. In truth, the gold pound was not of utmost importance. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he longed to acquire a few notes, a strange impulse that compelled him to massage his temples. Perhaps Klein's fondness for the gold pound in the original narrative had influenced him, Celrus mused. Beyond monetary concerns, he required a place to stay. He recalled that in the original text, Klein initially resided on Iron Cross Street. Perhaps he could seek lodging there. Passing by the untracked public carriage station, Celrus noticed an individual waiting for a carriage. This person was clad in the simplest white robe, sporting a light golden beard that obscured half of his face, with a series of crucifix pendants hanging from his neck. He was a rather unassuming priest, a common sight on the streets. Celrus's gaze drifted past the priest to the carriage station, recalling the descriptions of public carriages in the original work, and he felt a sudden desire to experience it for himself, momentarily setting aside thoughts of borrowing lodging from Klein. "Please board the carriage promptly," called the ticket collector without lifting his gaze as the public carriage arrived. Under the influence of the synesthetic beacon, Celrus easily comprehended the collector's words. He found himself unable to recall the other place names mentioned in the original text. He refrained from approaching the carriage, recognizing it was unnecessary to partake in such experiences. His immediate priority was to secure accommodation, Klein's residence. The priest slowly stepped forward to board the carriage, offering 5 pennies and nodding toward the ticket collector. The voice of the priest was gentle and soothing. "Go to Blood Moon Street." Thus, Celrus decided to venture to Blood Moon Street as well. With a named destination, he felt no further hesitation. He was indifferent to where he was headed. His sole desire was to experience the untracked public carriage, to discern its differences from a bus. Blood Moon Street. He followed the priest onto the carriage. The words that escaped Celrus's lips, under the influence of the synesthetic beacon, transformed into the familiar runic language of the ticket inspector. As an ordinary man, he remained unaware of any oddity in this. 5 pence. The ride was rather jarring. Celrus furrowed his brow as he disembarked, while the lad in the prison barrel feigned nausea, though nothing emerged. Paying no mind to the lad, Celrus was intent on acquiring a gold pound, perhaps influenced by the enigmatic original text. After all, Klein in the original narrative exhibited a profound obsession with gold pounds. He yearned to discover the allure of that which so captivated the protagonist. Turning a corner and lifting his gaze, he was drawn to the white edifice before him. A thought emerged within. Surely, there must be gold pounds within that structure. After all, he merely intended to replicate them without theft. What harm could come of it? "Fear not. Brethren, our king shall strike." St. Selena's Cathedral. This grand cathedral exhibited a distinctly terrestrial Gothic style, its entirety cloaked in black, with a towering, weathered bell tower rising above the immense central buttress nestled between the red and blue stained glass windows, piercing the heavens. Celrus entered the cathedral, walking down the aisle towards a donation box at the heart of the church, depositing a 5 solar note within. while his fingers delved into the donation box. He simultaneously recorded the details of the other notes contained within. The goddess shall bless you. A nun softly offered her blessings beside the donation box. The nun was strikingly beautiful, her expression neutral, with dark eyes lacking vitality. At last, he had it in hand, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. His spirit soared, so much so that he felt inclined to linger and attend a mass. Fortune smiled upon him, for it was Sunday. Observing the gold pound that had unexpectedly appeared in his possession, he noted the two tiny whiskers adorning the stern visage of King George III. It seemed that Klein, upon his initial arrival in this world, had also deemed this image charming. Perhaps, when Klein ultimately confronted George III, he could brandish a gun while declaring, "I loved you." Upon entering the church, he felt an undeniable relaxation envelop him. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as the Lord of Slumber and Silence. Ceres found a suitable spot to sit and contentedly listen to the bishop's deep and gentle sermon. They are naked and destitute, exposed to the cold without shelter. They are drenched by the torrential rain, with no refuge, clinging to the rock. They are the children deprived of their mothers, the orphans stripped of hope, the impoverished forced from the righteous path. The night has not forsaken them. It has bestowed upon them its favor. As he gazed upon the emblem of the dark night on the wall, with the soothing cadence of the sermon enveloping him, Ceres gradually relaxed, though his brow tightened with increasing concern. While it is understandable to wish to seek out the protagonist upon traversing into a novel, the fervent desire to approach Klein and connect with the air of the source fortress is decidedly peculiar. He stifled a cough, mindful of his surroundings within the goddess's chapel. Feeling indebted, he grimaced and traced a crimson crescent in the air, his expression akin to one who had just consumed a plate of ginger stir-fried potatoes. Who among my kin can comprehend this? A mere outing has drawn the attention of an ordinary believer. It is infuriating. When shall we men rise to our full stature? I nearly fell into the snare laid by a woman of lower standing, a most disheartening prospect. The very thought of being ensnared sends chills down my spine. I can only imagine the torment of being subjected to endless adoration from Ace, the inherently malevolent fallen mother goddess. I must personally confront Ceres, he whispered internally. The path of doom. The path of doom. Damn it, I'm ensnared by the blue horse. Listening to the sermon, he felt his spirit gradually settle, and Ceres whispered another praise to the goddess. Still extolling her virtues? Have you so easily shifted your faith? You lack loyalty. The tribunal. Yes, indeed. We, the joyful adherents, are renowned throughout the cosmos for our unwavering fidelity. Are you steadfast in your belief in Aha? Boldly, my faith lies with the spring eyebrow star god. Idlira. I suddenly suspect that the night goddess may very well be the alias of the star god Hakawiri. Does that not hold some merit? I am a fictional historian. Thus is the nature of historiography. In any case, do not contact me. I fear the goddess may misconstrue my intentions. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 5, Above the Mist, June 28th. Having just completed his shopping and received an oracle from the beast tamer, Klein was on his way home when a gentleman clad as a bartender approached him, wearing a rather insipid grin. The bartender was tall and robust, yet possessed a handsome face, nearly 2 meters in height. His doll-like visage seemed incongruous, with a mane of fluffy pale pink hair adorned with earrings, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He appeared to be a curious amalgamation of a refined scoundrel and a dapper thug. Sir, our tavern shall officially open at 8 o'clock this evening. Currently, our establishment is hosting a promotion, a 30% discount on beverages, and a buy-one-get-one-free offer. Would you care to learn more? The bartender's handsome face was adorned with an ingratiating smile, his imposing figure blocking Klein's path like a wall. A flyer was thrust into Klein's hand as the bartender leaned in closer, causing Klein to feel a shiver of discomfort. No thank you. Klein found it difficult to endure the man's enthusiasm. He extended his unencumbered hand to push him aside and maneuvered past. The bartender did not persist, but turned to distribute flyers to others, and Klein gradually distanced himself, the sycophantic voice fading into the background, with only indistinct words of discounts and conscience lingering in the air. Upon returning home, Klein carelessly placed the flyer and shopping bag on the table. Without hastily attempting the transportation ritual, he first translated the terms Fu, Shang, Xianhuang, Tianzun into ancient Farsak and runic languages. During this process, He noticed a minute wound on his left index finger, so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. Although he did not pay it much heed, he washed it nonetheless. For infection would be an unwelcome consequence. After completing this task, he extracted 4 loaves of rye bread from a paper bag, placing one in the corner where the coal stove once stood, another at the base inside the dressing mirror, a third atop the cabinet where 2 walls converged, and the last beside the clutter on his desk. Stepping to the center of the room, he took a deep breath and began to walk counterclockwise in a square while softly reciting, Fu Shang Xian Huang Xianzun, Fu Shang Xian Huang Tianjun, Fu Shang Xian Huang Shangdi, Fu Shang Xian Huang Tianzun. Amidst Klein's anxious heart, whispers of varying textures, sometimes dense, at times sharp, occasionally ethereal, alluring, frenzied, and even maddening, echoed in his ears. On the second floor of an unlaunched tavern on Narcissus Flower Street, Ruiz reclined on a sofa, perusing the best-selling novel Wuthering Heights, one of the most renowned works by the illustrious author Furzwall. At that moment, a voice emerged from the other end of the sofa, belonging to Gorns. A fictional tavern employee conjured through the mystical power of several old acquaintances' appearances. After all, he was too disinterested to engage with the tavern. It seemed too cumbersome. Boss, it has reacted, look. Gorns extended his left hand, from which a droplet of blood floated at the center of his palm, radiating a soft gray-red glow. Ruiz reached out to receive it, a flamboyant grin spreading across his face. Hey, I found a cat, folks. It wants to come home with me. You, how bizarre. When Klein opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in an expanse of boundless gray mist. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep crimson stars, some large, others tiny, some hidden in the depths, while others floated on the surface. Gazing at this holographic scene, Klein, half bewildered and half inquisitive, extended his right hand, attempting to touch a deep red star hovering on the surface, seeking a means of escape. As his finger grazed the surface of the star, ripples surged from his body, triggering an eruption of deep red, akin to a fantastical display of fireworks. Startled, Klein rapidly withdrew his right hand, inadvertently brushing against another deep red star. In a moment he did not perceive, a star shimmering with orange-red light surged toward him from an unknown direction, colliding with the wound on his left hand. 3 stars blazed with brilliance. In the opulent villa of the Queen S district in the capital of the Rune Kingdom, Beckland, Audrey Hall sat before her vanity, caressing an ancient, cracked copper mirror with intricate patterns. Mirror, mirror, awaken swiftly. In the name of the Hall family, I command you to awaken. She tried various phrases, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After several minutes, she ultimately chose to surrender, her lips pursed in a display of grievance as she murmured softly, Father has indeed been deceiving me. He always tells me that this mirror is a treasure from the ancient empire of Solomon, a remarkable artifact. No sooner had she spoken than the copper mirror resting upon the table suddenly erupted in a deep crimson glow, enveloping her entirely. On the tumultuous seas, a decidedly outdated 3-masted sailing ship navigated through the storm. Alger Wilson stood upon the deck, his body rising and falling with the undulations of the waves, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Adorned in a robe embroidered with patterns of lightning, he cradled an oddly shaped glass bottle in his hands, within which bubbles occasionally swirled. Frost occasionally coalesced into snow, and winds left their traces. We still require the blood of the ghost shark, Alger whispered. At that moment, a deep crimson burst emanated from the glass bottle, instantaneously engulfing the surroundings. On the second floor of the tavern, Selris secured the doors and windows before returning to his bedside, feeling a subtle pull on his spirit. He slanted the mask against his left temple, closing his eyes as the power of memory enveloped him. His body began to take on a degree of transparency, transforming into a mimetic form. Mr. Fool was currently unable to draw him into the gray mist, but should he choose to ascend voluntarily, that would be an entirely different matter. The saintly blood of the fool, floating in his palm, suddenly emitted a deep crimson light. What a potent force! Within the confines of the Klein household, a thread of energy imbued with preservation and memory wafted from a flyer carelessly placed upon the table, passing through the walls to assist Klein in solidifying his connection to the realm of gray mist, lest the presence of an additional individual compel Mr. Fool to exit prematurely. Above a sea of grayish-white mist, Selris attuned himself to his condition. Unlike others who had merely been drawn up as spiritual entities, Celrus, in his mimetic state, was a complete spiritual entity in and of himself. He endeavored to minimize his influence upon Klein, an experience akin to floating through the air while diminishing his own gravitational pull. Of course, this was not a matter of physical weight, but rather a metaphysical presence. He slowly opened his eyes. The gray mist sways and swirls. Celrus opens his eyes. "Hey, how'd you get up here too?" As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered 3 others present. One person was frantically scanning the area, while 2 others feigned composure, equally bewildered. "Your Excellency, where is this? What do you intend to do?" "Hey, buddy, are we 4 here to play mahjong?" Audrey and Alger momentarily froze, plunging into silence before synchronously speaking up, with Celrus joining in the fray. In the same tongue of ruin, with a similarly grave and taut atmosphere, accompanied by a discordant note. "Where is this? What do I wish to do? I too wish to know. Mahjong? Does this world still possess mahjong? And you seem rather out of place." Klein steadied himself, silently reiterating the questions posed by the others, while also voicing his critique of certain remarks. What captivated him most was not the sentences formed by the words, nor the meanings they harbored, but rather the palpable confusion, vigilance, trepidation, and reverence exhibited by the man and woman, excluding the seemingly nonchalant individual. It was utterly bewildering to find themselves thrust into this nebulous realm, where even he, the instigator, felt a profound sense of astonishment and shock. What more could be said for the passive parties involved? To them, such occurrences must have transcended the bounds of imagination, while that seemingly frivolous individual perhaps feigned composure in an attempt to seize the initiative in conversation. As a former keyboard warrior with a modicum of understanding of such negotiation tactics, Klein contemplated 2 choices. The first was to masquerade as a victim, concealing his true identity to garner a degree of trust and bide his time, while the second was to maintain an air of inscrutability in their eyes, actively steering the situation to extract valuable information. With little time for deliberation, Klein seized upon the fleeting thought that crossed his mind and swiftly resolved to pursue the latter strategy, leveraging the psychological state of his interlocutors to assert his greatest advantage. After a brief silence enveloped in the fog, Klein let out a soft chuckle, his tone unassuming and his voice low yet resonant, akin to responding to a polite greeting from a visitor. Audrey Hall, gazing at the enigmatic figure shrouded in a mist of grayish white, found the situation absurd, amusing, terrifying, and bizarre all at once. Just moments ago, she had been in her bedroom, at her vanity, and now she had been transported to this fog-laden place. How utterly unfathomable. Taking a deep breath, she presented an impeccable, courteous smile and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Has the attempt concluded? May we return?" Alger Wilson, too, sought to probe the situation, but, being seasoned in experience, remained composed, suppressing his impulse. Even though the current Alger remained a proficiently furious citizen, he understood the appropriateness of silence when a moment called for it. Klein turned his gaze towards the questioner, vaguely discerning her silhouette through the haze. She was a tall girl with flowing golden hair, though her features remained indistinct. "She is quite beautiful." "Hey, don't act recklessly," thought Celrus. While it was not difficult for him to pierce through the fog, Klein's mastery over it had yet to stabilize as it would later, and one careless move could sever the connection to Mr. Fool, thereby diminishing the ensuing amusement, preventing others from doing what one dares not attempt oneself. What a glitch! Who understands this? "Ah, it's version 0. Everyone retreat," Celrus exclaimed in shock internally. "What of it?" Klein did not rush to respond to the girl's inquiry, but instead turned his attention to the 2 men nearby. One had deep blue hair, disheveled like seaweed, and an average build that was not particularly robust. The other had black hair, with what appeared to be a mask affixed to the left side of his head, his physique similar to the former, yet leaner. At this moment, Klein suddenly attained clarity. He realized that once he became more powerful or gained a deeper understanding of this misty world, he might truly pierce through the haze and discern the appearances of the 3 individuals. In this incident, they were the guests, and he was the host. With this shift in perspective, Klein immediately noticed some details he had previously overlooked. The sweet-voiced maiden, the composed and restrained gentleman, and the seemingly frivolous man all appeared quite ethereal, tinged with a faint crimson hue, akin to the projections of 3 deep red stars amidst the gray mist. This projection was rooted in the connection between himself and the deep red, an intangible yet palpable bond. Should this connection be severed, the projection would dissipate, allowing them to return. Klein nodded imperceptibly, gazing at the golden-haired maiden, and softly remarked, "Of course, if you formally request it. I can send you back at this very moment." Audrey, sensing no malice, sighed in relief, believing that a gentleman capable of such wondrous feats would undoubtedly honor his promises. The young Miss Justice was still quite naive and had yet to comprehend the harsh realities of the extraordinary world. As her mind calmed slightly, she found herself in no rush to propose her departure. Her verdant eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance as they scanned her surroundings. She felt a mix of trepidation and eagerness as she expressed, "This truly is a marvelous experience. I've always anticipated something like this. I mean, I adore mysteries and miraculous phenomena that transcend the natural order. No, what I mean is, Your Excellency, what must I do to become an extraordinary being?" "Why, that would be to harness your own magnetic field to propel the current, spreading it outward to galvanize your entire magnetic field into a formidable, dominant, and powerful force." Silence. Audrey is clearly destined to become a magical girl. Magical Girl Audrey, what a splendid name. Celeries charged forth in the team as communication channel, vowing to defend the honor of Magical Girl Audrey at all costs. Foolish one, is your mind filled solely with nonsense? A magical girl is someone who wields power through love and belief, indifferent to the opinions of others, unwavering in her path, even when misunderstood. Tell me, what is that? Could it be? No, I refuse. Don't voice it. Indeed, it is the magnetic field of chaos. I do not wish to see Audrey become chaotic. Gosh, I can already envision it. Audrey, channeling the power of imagination, unleashing a million-pound spiritual dragon fist to bring Klein to the ground. Damn you, Caterpillar. Why are you so imaginative? No one paid attention to Celeries, who was having a fit in the corner, while Audrey became increasingly animated, even to the point of being somewhat incoherent. The dreams that had germinated during her childhood, when elders recounted various extraordinary tales, seemed poised to finally glimpse the light of realization. In just a few exchanges, she had forgotten her earlier fears and anxieties. That's a good question. I too wish to know the answer. Klein self-deprecatingly mused, contemplating how to craft a response that would maintain his enigmatic persona. Meanwhile, he felt that conversing while standing seemed rather inappropriate. Such a scene ought to be graced by a grand temple, an elongated table, and an array of intricately carved chairs imbued with a sense of ancient mystery, with himself seated at the head, quietly observing his guests. Just as Klein's thoughts settled, a sudden swirl of gray mist startled Audrey and Alger, and even Ceres was forcibly pulled from his frenzied state. In an instant, they beheld towering stone columns surrounding them. Beneath a vast, encompassing dome, the entire structure was magnificent, colossal, and imposing, reminiscent of the legendary halls of giants. Beneath the dome, amidst the throng of gray mist, a bronze long table emerged, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with similar seating arranged at the front and back. The backs of the chairs shimmered brilliantly, deep red hues intertwining to form strange constellations that did not correspond to reality. Audrey and Alger sat directly opposite each other, positioned closest to the head of the table. Ceres was situated to Alger's right, a slight distance from the foremost seat. "Seems as though you were overlooked," someone quipped. "Who asked you? We hosted a splendid gathering. Everyone's seated together. Guess who didn't receive an invitation? You." Glancing back at Audrey, the young girl peered left and right, unable to restrain a soft murmur of wonder. Truly marvelous. Indeed, it was remarkable. Klein extended his right hand, gently caressing the edge of the bronze table, maintaining a facade of calm. Chapter 6. The Tarot Assembly next followed a discussion between Audrey and Alger concerning potions and the official extraordinary individuals. Not only did they fail to extract any useful information from Klein, but they also provided Mr. Fool with a thorough education on the fundamentals of the extraordinary realm. Ultimately, Alger shattered the girl's illusions with the remark, "Who becomes extraordinary without paying a price?" This caused Audrey to puff her cheeks in frustration. After several breaths of silence, Alger could no longer contain himself, and, upon Mr. Fool's nod of approval, tentatively remarked, "I actually possess 2 recipes for Sequence 9. Audrey clearly understood the significance of Sequence 9, and under Mr. Fool's bewildered gaze, she eagerly inquired, "Really, Which two? Alger then earnestly articulated a worldview before introducing Audrey to the Seafarer and Spectator potions, both of Sequence 9. At this moment, Ceres, who had been engaged in a banter with a husky and had remained rather quiet, suddenly asserted his presence, saying, "Ladies, I also have a few recipes for Sequence 9. Let me think. The diviner, the bard, the gravedigger, the hunter, the apothecary, these are about the ones." He was curious to see if, with his subtle intervention, Miss Justice would continue along the path of the spectator. Although he had not deliberately memorized everything while reading, he could still recall details when needed. There were numerous intriguing tools akin to the pensieve from Harry Potter available at the Crumbling Iron. Methods for extracting memories were certainly not lacking. Suddenly, 5 distinct potion recipes were produced, leaving all present in a state of astonishment, reminiscent of the exhilarating narratives of ancient dragon-slaying heroes. At that moment, had Alge jumped forth to flaunt his prowess, it would have added to the spectacle. Alas, Alge merely observed Audrey in silence, awaiting her decision. "Oh, Alge, look at you. Where is the formidable aura befitting a Stormborn? You ought to learn from Master Luo," he thought. Amidst this selection of suitors, Audrey's gaze flitted back and forth between Ceres and Alge, her internal struggle evident until she finally declared, "I believe I prefer the sensation of being an audience member." Turning to Alge, she inquired, "What must I offer you in exchange?" The Miss of Justice ultimately chose the audience. Thus, one must ponder whether Audrey truly favored the audience or if higher powers or fate were at play. Ceres rested his chin on his hand, contemplating this conundrum. Alge, as if prepared, replied solemnly, "Blood from a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters." Audrey nodded enthusiastically at first, but then asked with concern, "If I can procure it, hypothetically speaking, how shall I deliver it to you? And how can I be assured that upon receiving the ghost shark blood, you will provide me with the potion's recipe, along with its authenticity?" Alge responded in a calm tone, "I shall provide you with an address. Upon receipt of the ghost shark blood, I will either send the recipe back to you or disclose it directly here. As for assurance, I believe that with this esteemed gentleman as our witness," he gestured towards the dignified Lord Klein seated at the head of the table, "neither of us would dare to contravene your trust. What is this? A test?" Ceres mused, perhaps assessing whether Klein could further elevate him, while earlier dismissing Klein's business acumen as a measure of his tolerance. If Audrey was merely naive, Alge's earlier demeanor was decidedly reckless. "Seafarer's passage, let us be understanding," Audrey exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement, wholly oblivious to being a pawn in their game. In her view, the enigmatic gentleman, whose methods were unfathomable, was indeed an authoritative witness. She turned half towards Klein, sincerely requesting, "My lord, would you act as a witness to our transaction?" At this moment, she realized she had neglected a fundamental question, an oversight in etiquette. Hastily, she added, "My lord, how should we address you?" Alge nodded slightly, then gravely inquired, "My lord, how should we refer to you?" Klein paused momentarily, his fingers lightly tapping on the bronze table, as flashes of his earlier divination surged through his mind. The moment has arrived. A memorable scene awaits." Klein leaned back, withdrawing his right hand, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, and smiled at the two, saying, "You may address me," as he paused momentarily, his tone calm and unassuming as he continued, "the fool. What a delight it is to be enveloped in the grand scene of the esteemed fool. I cannot help but hum in satisfaction. Oh, this light-hearted hum of literary charm is quite as dreadful as Uncle Jack's apple pie next door. If you utter anything similar again, I shall surely kick your hideous drum with my boot. Trust me, I shall do so, I swear. Hey, mate, your damn translation tone is as repulsive as the sultry black stockings of the century-old Mrs. Ewan next door. Oh, Merlin Shortskirt, you truly nauseate me." The brief response swiftly dissipated within the grandeur of the temple and the enveloping mists, yet in the hearts of Audrey and Alge, that voice reverberated, stirring ripples upon ripples. Although unforeseen, they felt that such a mysterious figure ought to evoke this very sensation, perfectly embodying the traits of enigma, power, and peculiarity. A sudden burst of joyous laughter from Ceres interrupted Audrey's next move. "Aha, dear Mr. Fool, what a splendid coincidence. You see, you're the fool, and I'm a masked fool. Perhaps we were kin thousands of years ago." The masked fool, Alge, silently echoed the term, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he turned to Ceres. Perhaps this so-called masked fool was an organization founded by Mr. Fool himself. It appeared he was unfamiliar with Mr. Fool, suggesting that their connection had somehow been severed. Now, Mr. Fool had summoned that individual to this place, perhaps to reclaim control over the organization. Indeed, a figure of significance. Klein and Audrey were similarly taken aback, and Audrey gazed at Mr. Fool in bewilderment, hoping to hear a response from this enigmatic personage. With little time for contemplation, Klein's mind raced, formulating a strategy in an instant. He chuckled softly and replied, "Who is to say what such matters entail?" He opted for an ambiguous response to deflect the inquiry. "Oh, very well." Sirius appeared somewhat disheartened. He seemed to intend to say something but glanced at Audrey and Alger, ultimately dismissing it. "No, nothing. Being a riddle maker is quite enjoyable." Sirius cast a glance at the Reverend Alger and mused inwardly. He believes it. He truly believes it. What fun! Oh, Dice Lord, what fun! After a few seconds of silence, to avoid an awkward pause, Audrey rose, delicately lifting her skirts, bending her knees, and respectfully addressed Klein. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, may I take the liberty to request that you witness our transaction?" A trivial matter. Klein's thoughts spiraled quickly as he responded in a manner befitting his status. "It is our honor, Mr. Fool." Alger stood as well, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing. To maintain harmony, Sirius likewise rose to pay his respects. Klein pressed his right hand lightly, smiling as he encouraged, "Please continue." Alger nodded, resuming his seat. He glanced at Cyrus, then turned back to Audrey, saying, "If you manage to acquire the blood of the ghost shark, please have someone deliver it to the Warriors in C Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose District of Pre-Port. Inform the owner, Williams, that this is what the captain requires." After a brief pause, Alger inquired, "Once I have confirmed, will you send me the potion recipe via the address? Or shall I relay it to you directly here?" Audrey pondered for a moment, then smiled as she replied, "I prefer the more discreet method, right here, though it will certainly test my memory. Since Mr. Fool has agreed to witness this transaction, it implies there will be further gatherings of a similar nature." With these thoughts in mind, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with interest as she proposed, "Mr. Fool, would you be open to more attempts like this in the future?" Alger listened attentively, his heart stirred, and he quickly concurred, "Mr. Fool, do you not find these gatherings rather intriguing? Although your powers surpass our imagination, there are still realms in this world that you may not fully comprehend or excel in. The lady across from us, clearly of noble descent, and the gentleman who claims to be the masked fool may be able to assist you in certain matters. I, too, possess unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps at some point in the future, we could aid you in trivial tasks that may be inconvenient for you to undertake yourself." In his view, since he had been drawn into this situation unawares and without the strength to resist, it indicated that the initiative lay in the hands of the enigmatic Mr. Fool. It was not guaranteed that one could simply refuse to participate in future gatherings. Thus, it would be wiser to delve deeper into the benefits of this encounter, compensating for the passivity and disadvantages with fruitful outcomes. The diverse backgrounds, resources, information networks, and mystical realms represented around the long table could yield immeasurable and incalculable effects if mutual communication and limited cooperation were established. For instance, regarding the resource exchange just agreed upon, if he wished to eliminate someone, he could easily enlist the help of a gathering member who had no apparent connection to him, thus leading the situation perfectly astray. Am I so obvious in my noble background? Audrey's mouth parted slightly in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded without hesitation. "Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal. As long as the gatherings become regular, there are matters that, should you find it inconvenient to address directly, you may certainly entrust to us, of course, within our capabilities." "Indeed, Mr. Fool, we masked fools are renowned for our efficiency." Sellers chimed in, eager to persuade. "Renowned for efficiency? Where exactly is this notoriety derived from?" Alger contemplated the implications of Sellers's words. Could it be a reference to an organization from the Quaternary period or even earlier? Or perhaps the Forsaken Lands? From a moment earlier, Klein had been weighing the pros and cons. Attending more gatherings could indeed yield a wealth of extraordinary secrets and esoteric knowledge, which would assist him in traversing back in time. For instance, he anticipated the emergence of a potion recipe at the next assembly, which could also provide valuable information for his current reality. However, an increase in gatherings also heightened the risk of revealing one's true nature. He discreetly cast a glance at Ceres from the corner of his eye, recalling the earlier moment when Ceres had hesitated to speak, stirring a sense of unease within him. Surely, he mused, one could not simply reap benefits without consequence. Klein extended his right hand, lightly tapping the edge of the long table. Considering that he held the reins over the initiation and dissolution of these meetings, any potential exposure remained within manageable limits. The advantages clearly outweighed the drawbacks, leading Klein to a swift resolution. He ceased his tapping and, meeting the 6 expectant yet anxious gazes, smiled and declared, "I am someone who favors equitable exchanges. I will not ask for your unconditional assistance. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, I shall endeavor to be alone. After I have made several attempts to clarify certain matters, perhaps you will be able to excuse yourselves in advance, alleviating any concerns about finding yourselves in unsuitable situations." Thus, he tacitly agreed to the proposal of the 3. Audrey, having just turned 17 and always sheltered, was brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, she could not help but clench her fists and sway them gently before her chest. Should we not also adopt titles for ourselves, given that we cannot communicate using our real names? Before Alger could respond, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued, "Although my true circumstances may not escape Mr. Fool's notice, it is prudent to keep my identity concealed from the 2 individuals across from me." "That is acceptable," Klein replied succinctly and casually. Audrey immediately unleashed her imagination, pondering aloud, "You are Mr. Fool," deriving from the tarot cards. As this is a periodic, long-term, and clandestine gathering, our titles should ideally be consistent. I shall select mine from the tarot as well." Her tone grew increasingly cheerful. "I have decided. My title shall be Justice, one of the 21 major arcana. Miss Justice has officially arrived," she exclaimed. "What about the 2 gentlemen?" Audrey inquired, her gaze bright and playful as it turned to her companions. Alger furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. "I shall be the Hanged Man." This, too, was another major arcana. Soon after, both turned their attention to Ceres. "Queen, High Priestess," they exclaimed in unison. "Then I shall be the Devil," Ceres mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Very well. We shall consider ourselves the founding members of the Tarot Society," Audrey said, her excitement palpable. She then glanced timidly at Klein, who was shrouded in gray mist. "Is that acceptable, Mr. Fool?" Klein chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Such trivial matters. You are free to decide for yourselves." "Thank you," Audrey replied, clearly delighted. Turning her gaze towards Mr. the Hanged Man, she inquired, "Could you kindly repeat the address? I fear my memory may not suffice." "Not a problem," replied Arch, feeling quite pleased with Audrey's earnestness as he reiterated the address. After silently reciting it thrice, Audrey, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I have heard that tarot cards are merely a game invented by Emperor Roselle, lacking any true divinatory power." "No," Arch countered, "often divination stems from within. Every individual possesses a spiritual essence, capable of resonating with the spirit realm and connecting with higher tiers of personal insight. The ordinary person, however, remains oblivious to this, let alone interpret the messages received. When utilizing divination tools, these insights manifest through the tools themselves. Dreams and their interpretations serve as a prime example." Stealing a glance at Klein, who remained silent, Arj refuted Audrey's assertion, stating, "In actuality, tarot cards belong to this category of tools. They utilize more symbols and rational elements to assist us in interpreting messages with greater ease and accuracy." Though Klein appeared indifferent, he was, in fact, listening intently. At that moment, Klein's spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, yet thanks to Celrus's prior assistance, he merely felt a slight sting in his brow. "I understand." Audrey nodded in acknowledgement, then emphasized, "What I mean is not a dismissal of tarot cards. I have heard that Emperor Roselle actually crafted a different deck, one that is clandestine, symbolizing certain unknown forces, comprising a total of 22 cards. After its completion, he used it as a reference to devise the 22 major tarot cards for gameplay. Is this assertion accurate?" She gazed at Klein, seemingly seeking an answer from the enigmatic fool. Klein merely smiled, remaining silent as his eyes flicked between the devil and the hanged man, testing their knowledge. On that day, Celrus recalled the terror governed by the physician of truth. "Silence. If you persist, I shall put your knowledge to the test," Arj warned, instinctively straightening his back like a schoolboy called upon by the teacher. Indeed, it is said that Emperor Roselle beheld the blasphemous tablets, and that deck conceals the mysteries of the 22 pathways of the divine. The 22 pathways of the divine. Audrey echoed with a tone filled with yearning. Then, do you know what these 22 pathways are? Her gem-like eyes sparkled with anticipation. I know only a few, and even they may be incomplete or inaccurate, Arj admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I am aware, Cyrus interjected, but what would you offer in exchange? The fool did mention the necessity of equivalent exchange. At this moment, the pain in Klein's brow gradually escalated into a headache, prompting him to close his eyes in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Would gold pound suffice? If so, what amount do you deem appropriate? Audrey inquired tentatively. Not all necessary, my dear. If you merely wish to know the names, I can share the first 3 sequences of each pathway. Cyrus revealed a smile as innocent as that of Ding Zhun, albeit unseen by anyone. Really? Audrey's heart leapt with joy, yet a hint of hesitation crept in. But isn't there supposed to be an equivalent exchange? Alger appeared to grasp Cyrus's intention, but refrained from voicing any objections, silently appraising the situation. This is a cunning merchant. What I recall is not entirely complete, Cyrus remarked, casting a glance at Mr. Fool, before waving his hand. Let us let this go for now and discuss it at the next gathering. Klein's headache intensified, as he sensed his intangible connection with the crimson star and the gray mist beginning to waver. Well, let us conclude today's gathering, he decisively stated, his voice low. Very well, dear Mr. Fool. Cyrus rose and performed a bow of gratitude. As you wish. Alge stood and inclined his head in reverence. As you wish. Audrey mimicked the hangman. She had countless questions and ideas, utterly reluctant to see it end. As Klein severed the connection, he smiled and said, let us look forward to the next gathering. The stars shone brighter, yet the deep crimson radiance receded like water. Just as the trio heard Mr. Fool's words, their figures grew increasingly indistinct, becoming ever more ethereal. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence returned over the gray mist. Chapter 7. A grand entrance. After concluding the tarot meeting, Cyrus, regaining consciousness, gazed at his palm, where the blood that had once resided there had mysteriously vanished. Turning his hand to inspect the back, he noticed a deep crimson flow, akin to a tattoo. Moments later, the crimson gradually faded, ultimately disappearing beneath his skin. I believe you ought to check downstairs, in the basement, a voice suggested. Cyrus paused, turning to the side where Gornis was knitting. What do you mean? Is something amiss in the basement? Gornis blinked and replied, I'm not sure, boss. I've been right here. He held up the sweater he was working on. Look. Very well. Cyrus smacked his lips and rose to head for the stairs. Just after descending 2 steps, he suddenly leaned back slightly. Make mine a dinosaur pattern. Gornis chuckled and unfurled the sweater, revealing an unfinished green Tyrannosaurus Rex riding a trash can embroidered on the back. Upon reaching the basement, which Cyrus had long since transformed into a wine cellar, he found boxes upon boxes of assorted beverages meticulously organized, with a few wooden tables and chairs stacked in the corner. At the very back of the basement stood a trash can beside an oddly incongruous device. It was composed of 2 elongated segments, each encircled by a ring, with a glowing blue cube suspended between them. The upper, middle, and lower sections were not connected, but floated freely, exuding a striking sense of technology. This is a domain anchor, he explained. A domain anchor is a nifty little gadget belonging to the train crew. Typically, nameless guests would place such devices in explored areas to serve as anchor points for interregional connections. As a devoted follower of the High-Tuah star god Hakawiri, Cyrus naturally procured such a device from the train crew. Unfortunately, it appears that these devices can now only establish a connection between themselves and the domain anchors residing in the enigmatic world. See, I told you not to place the trash can and the domain anchor together. Look, a chemical reaction has occurred. A chemical reaction? What? Can they reproduce? Cyrus approached and lifted the lid of the trash can. The 2 exchanged a silent gaze, their eyes locked in unspoken understanding. At noon, Klein, awakened by hunger, rose to prepare 2 potatoes, accompanied by 2 loaves of dark bread, amounting to a full pound. After satiating his hunger, he spent some time studying the notes of his original self. Shortly thereafter, he was visited by several officers for an inquiry. 2 officers left a particularly deep impression on him. The leading officer appeared to be around 30, with a prominent nose and gray eyes that exuded an indescribable depth. The other was a young officer with dark hair and striking green eyes, his uniform appearing somewhat disheveled despite being neatly worn, exuding an undeniable poet-like aura. The green-eyed officer seemed exceptionally perceptive, accurately pinpointing Klein's notes, where he read the line, "Everyone will die, including me." Before departing, he noticed a tavern flyer on the table. Picking it up and examining both sides, he chuckled at the name the tavern at the end of the world, then returned it to the table, humorously advising Klein to drink less. Of course, Klein replied, a hint of embarrassment evident. The protagonists of an era converged. History's Leonard rolling onward. The ensuing hours saw Klein engage in a prolonged battle of wits with the air, fervently expressing his performance to the empty space. Sensing that the officers might cease their surveillance, Klein felt a slight relief. He picked up the tavern flyer he had previously overlooked. Gazing at it, his initial reaction was, is this truly not an advertisement for a circus? The orange flyer detailed the tavern's address and recent promotional offers, highlighting a 7-day discount on all beverages and a buy-one-get-one-free deal. The background was adorned with celebratory imagery, fireworks, ribbons, hula hoops, balls, and masks. Prominently displayed was the name the tavern at the end of the world. In the lower left corner, a peculiar pink design featured a goblet embellished with a diamond star, with what appeared to be wing-like patterns gently enveloping the goblet's rear. Klein noticed a mask in the background that seemed strikingly familiar. The mask of Mr. Demon? Though obscured by mist, its contours bore a resemblance to the one hanging from the demon's head. Could it be mere coincidence? Klein felt a tinge of embarrassment. Locking eyes with the figure before him, Selris discerned the untainted purity within the amber depths of his gaze. Stepping back, the other promptly tumbled out from the trash can, even tripping over it. However, it matters not. One rises from where one has fallen, for a hero does not flee in the face of adversity. She brushed the dust off her attire, enveloped in a moment of silence. Suddenly, a sly grin reminiscent of the return of the Dragon King graced her lips, her hands resting on her hips as she let out a cool huff. The Starcore had just come of age, barely a year old, now taking on a semblance of human form, exhibiting a hint of sentience. Behold, the grand entrance of the galactic baseball hero star, Audrey. Applause, applause. Isn't that right, sister? How did you also traverse dimensions? I know not, she replied. He said he would summon Star Cheong, and here I am. The innocence of youth sparkled in Star's eyes, reminiscent of a college student. With one hand propped under her chin, she endeavored to apply her remarkable intellect to decipher the cause of her sudden, transdimensional journey. While baffled, she pondered the improbability of it all. After all, she was the most distinguished student at Origami University, earning smiles of genuine admiration even from the sternest of professors. Truly, a proud shareholder of Pinocchio Incorporated was she. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. She understood. As a commotion erupted from her pocket, she quickly bent down to hide beneath the table, launching a tranquilizer dart that struck the curious Gornius. He staggered, approaching the table where Star was concealed, before collapsing into a stupor, his eyes fluttering shut. Behind him, Star brandished a blue bow, raising it to her lips, her voice deep and resonant. This case of the kidnapped maiden has been unraveled by none other than me, Mori Star Goro. The truth is singular. Indeed, the perpetrator is you. Selres, me? Who would have thought you were capable of such treachery? I, a noble hound, am ashamed to be associated with you. Wait, my friend. What? You still refuse to admit your guilt? Very well. Allow me to elucidate your methods. Star continued her fervent deductions. Those familiar with frequent criminality understand that the simplest way to abduct someone is to impersonate an acquaintance of the victim. And the victim, the universally beautiful Star, was captured while conversing with King Ishuan. You masqueraded as King Ishuan, deceiving the unsuspecting maiden with a price of 600 Star Cheong. The evidence is clear. No mission could possibly reward more than 100 Star Cheong. So, how did the clever you fall for such a ruse? Selres raised his hand to pose a question. And what if so? Why are you so certain I was impersonating King Ishuan? Is that not simple? Just as you would not aid someone you did not collide with. Why would you rescue me from the confines of a dumpster seal if you were not the one who captured me? That seems rather far-fetched. Star emerged from beneath the table, kicking Selres in the shins. In any case, you should promptly confess with tears of remorse. How splendid. It is the goddess detective. We are doomed. Chapter 8. The spirit of Aminos, after some time had passed, Gornius, now carried back to the sofa on the second floor, groggily heard voices speaking nearby. The cosmic superhero opened his eyes. I am Shafulin, the cosmic superhero. Straining himself to open his eyes, Gorn saw two figures hovering before him. Instinctively, he swung his hand, delivering a slap. The two immediately looked up, attempting to evade, yet simultaneously, they reached out to press their hands on each other's heads. With a resounding smack, the slap landed squarely on Ceres's face, causing his head to jerk aside and collide with Star's jaw. "This is all your fault," both pointed accusingly at one another, blaming each other for their inappropriate actions. Gorns watched the scene before him, bursting into a carefree laugh. Surely, he couldn't be foolish? Ceres eyed Star suspiciously, asking, "What did you give him?" "Just a regular anesthetic," Star replied, turning to Gorns and posed a question, "Which is greater, 1 or 0? After a brief contemplation, Gorns responded, "It's hard to say." He indeed seemed rather daft. Star scratched his head, while Ceres confidently asserted, "No, he is not." "Huh?" Star looked puzzled. "You wouldn't think I'm the foolish one, would you?" "Not all. Don't blame yourself. Go have fun." Ceres waved his hand, dismissing Star. Furrowing his brow, Star sat to the side, pondering why it was difficult to determine which was greater, 1 or 0. "You need to keep an eye on her. It would be unfortunate if she burned out. Don't worry. In a bit, her brain will lag, and then she'll reboot." As expected, 5 minutes later, Star effortlessly resolved the dilemma. In Egypt, whichever is greater is the greater. What a genius answer. Truly worthy of being a shareholder of Pinnaconey. "Indeed, I am impressive." Ceres pointed at the husky, astonished. "Can you see it?" "Of course," Star said with great pride. "Do you think I am anyone less?" "You are Shafulin," Gorns interjected seriously. "I remember you saying that earlier. Why can she see you?" Ceres ignored Gorns and inquired of the husky. "How should I know? You ought to ask yourself, shrimphead." "Shrimphead," Star echoed. "Children shouldn't learn such words." Ceres hurriedly intervened, not wishing for Star to evolve into a green watermelon. "Family, who understands? Today, I encountered an average man who wants to meddle in everything. It's truly exhausting. Ladies, I am at a loss. Family, who understands?" Ceres struck Star on the head with a swift motion, interrupting the spell. Star clutched his head. "That hurts." "Not my sister. You have even developed independently? Do you also possess the innate ability to love?" Star immediately stood tall. "I truly am impressive." "Who praised you?" Star covered his ears. "I can't hear you." "Oh, I only said a couple of words to you, and you find me bothersome. Are you intentionally provoking me?" Star tilted his head, somehow producing a watermelon to hug. "Who did you learn this from?" Star gazed intently at Ceres, remaining silent. Stepping back to consider, Ceres turned to glance at the onlooking husky. "Do you not have any issues?" "Oh no, it's coming from me." Then, directing his attention to Gorns, who was assisting Shing with the watermelon, he remarked, "And you? I haven't mentioned you, have I?" "Huh? Me?" Gorns initially wore an expression of innocence while pointing at himself, blinking his eyes. Suddenly, he reversed his finger to point at Ceres, declaring, The clear-eyed Shing observed this scene and then looked down at her own finger, as if she had just unlocked the door to a new realm. Peculiar knowledge expanded. She joined in, pointing, "I start early at 8. I start early at 8. In adherence to the spirit of aminos and to foster harmonious communication among individuals. On the afternoon of June 28th, 1349, Comrade Ceres, the head of the masked fool, engaged in amicable discussions with 3 diplomats, including the galactic baseball hero, on the 2nd floor of the tavern at the world's end. Reports indicate that both parties delved deeply into topics such as cultural exchange and heritage, the artistic processing of language, and the nexus of human communication. During the meeting, Comrade Husky asserted, "Cultural exchange and heritage must not be severed. We must resist the urge to isolate ourselves and strive to keep pace with the currents of our times." In response, Comrades Gorns and Shing expressed profound agreement and proposed 27 regulations, including standards for early 8 behavior and the Geneva System standards. This meeting has been dubbed the First Tavern Conference. The successful conduct of this dialogue not only clarified the means of communication and the future direction of linguistic culture for both parties, but also symbolized the promotion and development of the spirit of aminos. In the late hours of the night, a carriage departed from the Moretti residence. Not far away, 2 figures appeared indistinctly on a rooftop. "Why are we standing on a roof?" Shing inquired, puzzled. "You and T understand. It's because it's cool," came the reply. "Just a whim." "Look," Ceres remarked, pointing at the clean-faced young man inside the carriage. "He is the protagonist of this world, Klein Moretti." "Protagonist?" "Yes, just like you. So, he has a loving mother, a handsome aunt and uncle, a beautiful childhood friend, a serendipitous girlfriend, connections in both the underworld and the above, reliable elders, trustworthy companions, a spaceship, and approximately 1% of a planet's shares? Oh dear, why do you always say such morbid things? Well said, next time don't say it. What I mean is, I have a friend, of course, not me. I'm not that fragile. I'm merely stating my friend, who has a weak heart, might be affected by your words. Naturally, that person isn't me. I'm not that fragile. It's him. Forget it. I'll find a cartload of bread to deal with you. Just a few words, and you're already flustered. Let us not engage with it, Ah Xing. The situation became tense. Aminos. The stars are undeniably kind. She comforts the husky, saying, look, there's no need to rush. I understand your urgency, but let us think positively. At least every meal you partake in is a family reunion, and every photograph you take is a family portrait, is it not? Do you find such humor amusing? Interjects Sai Ruiz. Are you satisfied now? You two heartless individuals, I shall never forgive you, never. By the way, where did you learn such words, Xing? I certainly did not teach you these, and I doubt the train crew did either. Recently, it feels as though your moral compass has been too steadfast. Master Huohua took me and Sanyu to watch a few episodes of Family Guy. It brought tears to my eyes, pondering how many children have been led astray from typical households. Sai Ruiz sighed, his eyes filled with the weight of experience. Indeed, I recall when Xing gazed at the stars at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down her face. As scenes from the past flashed before her eyes amidst the locust plague era. What are you two so melancholic about? Moreover, are those even your memories? Or have you merely become a carousel of recollections? Chapter 9. Indeed is the stand user. When Sai Ruiz and Xing returned to the tavern, it was already past midnight. Yet the first floor remained bustling with patrons. Although it was merely the opening day, the promotion of 70% off drinks with a buy-one-get-one-free offer had attracted a multitude of temporary workers and drifters. Despite the tavern having only Gornius as the sole employee, the kitchen was equipped with an automatic synthesizer, and the front desk did not offer cocktail services, allowing him to navigate the situation with ease. Upon returning, Xing, clad in a gray and white trench coat, leaned against the bar, tilting her head to observe the lively crowd. Gornius, smiling, leaned against the opposite side of the bar and asked, "What would you like to drink, lovely lady?" Xing pointed to a glass of Enmat beer on the shelf behind him, saying, "That one." Instead of looking back at what Xing indicated, Gornius cheerfully retrieved a glass from beneath the bar and poured watermelon juice into it. "We do not serve alcohol to minors here. You may revisit this in 15 years, he said, nudging the glass towards Xing with a finger. Regretfully, Xing accepted the glass. Earlier on the train, Uncle Yang and Jeezy had never permitted her and Sanyu to drink, while Don Hung could indulge a little, though he himself was not particularly fond of alcohol. Holding the glass, Xing surveyed the tavern, and suddenly, her eyes brightened as she dashed toward the table. Sai Ruiz, who had just brought out a bowl of fried rice from the kitchen, observed this scene. Xing sat at a table, raising her apple juice and animatedly discussing the adventure she had heard from the Sea Ranger Poshio and the chaotic rebel, captivating the surrounding patrons, who cheered and shouted in excitement, resembling a troop of curly-haired baboons. Sai Ruiz blinked, choosing not to interrupt Xing, and instead found a spot to enjoy a late-night snack. He felt no concern for her safety. If the child enjoyed herself, let her play. After all, nothing untoward would occur. He harbored no concerns regarding the possibility of someone administering a drug to Xing. Given her physical constitution, one could hardly consider even the most potent sedatives or tranquilizers used for large-game hunting to have any significant effect on her. A single glance at Ding Zhun rendered him inferior to Jeezy's coffee. As the sun ascended, Xing remained invigorated, despite having engaged in idle chatter throughout the night. The audience below had long departed, for the tavern had closed its doors at 2 in the morning. "Xing, shall we venture out during the day?" Sai Ruiz appeared behind her. Patting her shoulder, Xing sprang to her feet, filled with enthusiasm. "Excellent. The refuse of this world has yet to receive the presence of their sovereign, the king of trash." A silence lingered, a stillness that endured for a full 5 seconds. Suddenly, powerful music resonated from an unknown source, and Sai Ruiz's demeanor shifted to something rather peculiar. His shoulders broadened, his features grew more defined, and lines appeared on his face, lending it an even more rugged, three-dimensional quality. "Oh, the king of trash?" "That remark cannot simply be ignored," Sai Ruiz replied, slightly lowering the brim of his hat and tilting his body. Shadows danced across half his face, accentuating his features. What? Are you plotting a rebellion? Xing pressed both hands against the table, leaning forward slightly as light streamed in from the right rear. Unbeknownst to her, her own visage had similarly attained a more defined and rugged appearance. In a low voice, she responded with a question of her own. Do you understand, Cyruiz? She raised her gaze, shadows cloaking her amber eyes. There are limits to what pioneers can achieve. Standing upright, she circled the table and approached Cyruiz from behind, looking up at the ceiling. Throughout my brief career as a pioneer, I have come to realize one thing. She lifted her hand toward the chandelier above, as if attempting to grasp the light. The more one clings to the praise of lofty morals, the more one risks losing sight of the true meaning of the journey. With a sudden clench of her fist, she declared, unless one transcends pioneering. So what? Cyruiz adjusted his hat with one hand while the other rested in his pocket. Tilting his head slightly, he cast a sidelong glance at Xing, his body leaning back. Behind the bar, Golan smacked his lips and snapped his fingers. The mystical energy enveloped the entire tavern, weaving a surreal illusion and providing them with a touch of special effects. Xing whirled around. I refuse to become the core of the stars any longer. Cyruiz. She spread her arms wide and called out. The watchmaker, a figure, hunched yet standing at about 6 feet tall, appeared behind Xing. It was the watchmaker, characterized by a long beard and leaning on a cane. As the wave-like effects radiated from Xing, Golems manipulated the illusion, transforming it into shades of gray. In this monochromatic realm, everything was suspended in time, rendered motionless. Indeed, this was Xing's doppelganger ability, the watchmaker, capable of pausing time. Only Xing and her counterpart remained in color, the sole beings able to act within this frozen domain. The watchmaker surged forth with an unexpected speed, his frail appearance betraying his rapid movement, as he swung his cane towards the still Cerese's back. Clang! The sound of iron clashing echoed through the air. A golden trash bin materialized behind Cerese, adorned with a crown and draped in a quilt, towering at 2 meters high. With 4 limbs, a stubborn golden tuft sprouted defiantly from the center of the crown, while the ornate golden sword of the king bin effortlessly parried the attack of the prisoner boy. Behold, the absolute ruler from the great trash empire. The trash bin among trash bins. The king among kings. The magnificent king of trash. The noble phantasm, King Bin. What a thrill. To witness such a formidable battle is worth the price of admission, even if it leads to my demise. With a casual flick of the King Bin's sword, the solidified air shattered like glass. With a crack, the time-stopping realm of the prisoner boy was dispelled, restoring the world to its vibrant colors. What? Star exclaimed, astonished. In the realm of the prisoner boy, his stand could still move. Star instinctively took a step back, her expression turning grave. To falter before the battle. Is this your ambition? With such feeble resolve, do you dare to claim the title of King of Trash? Cerese finally turned around, his tone dripping with disdain. Just as Star was about to retort, she suddenly heard Cerese shout, pointing at her, a flaw. She staggered back as if struck, collapsing into a chair, while the prisoner boy was sent flying by an unseen force. In the next moment, King Bin appeared at the very spot the prisoner boy had occupied, his body angled as he raised his unarmed left hand, elbow thrusting forward. A time-crossing elbow strike. Such is the power of my stand. Any who seek to usurp my position as king of trash or harbor ill will towards me shall face my temporal pursuit. Sometimes, the elbow strike precedes the prisoner boy. When you covet my throne of king of trash, your fate is already sealed. Cerese spread his arms wide, his knees leaning forward, his body arching back, maintaining an oddly balanced stance as if to embrace the sun. He straightened up, his gaze filled with disdain. You merely gained a modicum of power from King next been to challenge me. Your courage is commendable, but it is the only accolade I can bestow upon you. In a shadowy corner beside Cerese, a silver trash bin suddenly appeared, launching a kick towards Cerese's head. This was King Next Bin, once the most capable subordinate of the King of Trash, now a traitor aligned with the Trash King. The distinction between the Trash King and the King of Trash is but a single word, yet they are worlds apart. Alas, midair, King Next Bin was instantaneously sliced into pieces, crashing to the ground. The elbow strike precedes the prisoner boy had already been triggered. King Bin raised the sword of the King Bin high, preparing to strike. Do not underestimate the bond between us, you scoundrel. A golden light descended from the heavens. illuminating King Ben. In the next instant, the crown, quilt, sword of the King Ben, and even the tuft were shattered in the brilliance. Before one could perceive the stars, a golden balance scale was drawn forth, upon which stood a robust figure, giving a thumbs up. In this vibrant and all-encompassing universe, morality took on a corporeal form, extending its approval to her. This was the commendation of sublime morality, a remarkable artifact capable of sealing the powers of stand, attainable only by those of sufficiently noble character. As the power of the King of Buckets was sealed, the sword that had yet to descend could not manifest causality. The body of the King of Buckets restored itself to its former state. It rose from the ground and launched another assault upon Celrus. With my physical fortitude, even without a stand, Celrus was sent crashing into the wall, blood spilling from his lips. Did you not anticipate? I had already stacked an hour's worth of passive abilities before your arrival. The King of Buckets cackled mockingly. Wait, you kicked my hand. Why am I bleeding? Celrus fell to the ground, clutching his chest, his gaze a complex sweep between the stars and the King of Buckets. It was my hand you kicked. Why clutch your chest? You've exposed yourself. Hold your hand. The commendation of sublime morality. How astonishing that you could gain the recognition of this world. Star hastened forward, looking down upon Celrus with disdain. The King of Buckets, you cherish your refuse, hoarding them within your treasure trove, forbidding others from perusing or exploring. Yet, what you fail to realize is that true exploration entails traversing paths left untraveled by those before you, venturing further still. Your actions are regression, an affront to the natural order. What defeats you is not just my will, but the will of the Buckets citizens. A Buckets governance, divorced from the populace, cannot endure. Farewell, Celrus. I trust you have enjoyed your role over the past years. The staff of the prisoner S. Brat descended upon Celrus once more. However, as before, this attack proved ineffective. Golden light enveloped the prisoner S. Brat, shattering the staff, and sealing Star's stand as well. What? In shock, Star beheld as Celrus produced his own commendation of sublime morality. How can this be possible? What is impossible? Celrus struggled to rise. You claim I cherish my refuse? You are mistaken. I am protecting them. Do not think I am unaware of how you treat the Buckets after your amusement. The discarded Buckets are left to perish alone in their solitude. I merely wish to provide each Bucket with a home. What is wrong with that? Golden flames ignited around him and the King of Buckets. He raised the commendation of sublime morality high and bellowed, I cannot fall here, for behind me lies the light of countless homes. With the aid of the commendation of sublime morality and Celrus's own convictions, the King of Buckets broke free from its restraints, regained its strength, and underwent evolution. Now it was the King of Buckets surpassing heaven. Shall we fight? You two mongrels may come at me together. Celrus realized his true self, understood his ambitions, and comprehended his path. Selfishness, shamelessness, and folly would lead to your demise at my hands. Come forth and unleash your full assault upon me. Do not grant me the opportunity to eliminate you one by one. In this moment, Ceria stands with an imposing presence, formidable even in mere posture. King of the trash can, we revere you. King of the barrel, transcending heaven, raise the sword of the barrel high, a brilliant golden beam erupting from its blade, soaring into the heavens. The circle of barrels, the liberation of 13 constraints. This battle is fought for survival, Beryl Kai acknowledges. This battle is not against the weak, Beryl DeVille acknowledges. This battle is fought one against many, Beryl Lemedai acknowledges. This battle does not stray from humanity, Beryl Hellies acknowledges. This battle pursues authenticity, Beryl Gowen acknowledges. This battle does not oppose the fairies, Beryl Slot acknowledges. This battle is against evil, Beryl Dread acknowledges. This battle is not for selfish desires, Beryl Ahad acknowledges. This battle is for honor, Beryl C acknowledges. This battle is for the brave, Beryl Stan acknowledges. This battle does not turn the sword against the benevolent, Beryl Reese acknowledges. This battle is in accordance with the desires of the King of the trash can, Beryl One acknowledges. This battle is to save the trash can, Beryl Say acknowledges. The gathered breath of barrels, the shining flow of barrels, accept this. Contracted sword of victory of the trash can. Witnessing the soaring light cannon, Star could not help but express her sentiment. I truly regret not allowing Lord Serious to revel in this. With a light tap to her temple, she mused, how beautiful. I shall capture this and use it as wallpaper. As the beam descended and the light cannon swept across, all was reduced to nothingness, all turned to dust. In this desolate ruin, upon this scorched earth, Sirius made a vow to it, to the entire world. Regardless of the cost, the trash shall prevail against the pioneers. He would banish the pioneers, with heart as bold as Tatar, and Hakimi to be bestowed. For beyond the sea lies the realm of Balahai. Too passionate. I am moved to tears by a pre-packaged meal. From now on, only sell spoiled meat to university students. Ahem. With a soft cough, all special effects vanished. No substitutes. No flames. No king of the next barrel. No light cannon. No ruins. Star and Sirius exchanged wide-eyed glances. After a moment, they both turned to Gorns, who shrugged. I'm out of blue. Meeting the blank stares of the two for a few seconds, Gorns added, the boss's special effects are too costly. Chapter 10. Star undertakes a concurrent mission. Ultimately, Sirius took Star out for a stroll. On Narcissus Street, Star walked a tightrope along the curb, arms spread wide for balance, ensuring she did not fall off. What are you doing? Sirius inquired. Star turned her head, replying earnestly, my feet must not touch the ground, or I shall perish. Childish. Sirius shook her head in disdain, striding forward with long steps. As the stars behind observed the erratic steps of Sirius, they hurried to catch up and inquired, why do you take a few steps only to leap forward? Sirius glanced down at the uneven path, his expression earnest as he replied, I cannot tread upon the gaps between the tiles, lest I meet my demise. In the midst of their exchange, Sirius accidentally stepped into a crevice, pausing momentarily before nonchalantly resuming his pace, stating, it hasn't begun yet. Now it counts. The star regarded him with disdain. How childish. You two are equally matched. Neither can cast stones at the other, the star proclaimed, hands on hips, brimming with pride. I am but 1 year old, the very essence of innocence and exuberance. With a sigh, the star gestured towards Sirius, shaking her head in mock pity. Such a state, even if cured, would still leave him drooling. Sirius's face contorted with disdain. What innocence! I see only a mind stunted in its development, with a cerebellum entirely non-functional, determined to showcase the might of the illustrious galactic bat hero. The star rolled up her sleeves and lunged towards Sirius, attempting to tickle him. Sirius reciprocated, their palms meeting midair before being pressed downward by their combined efforts. Upon witnessing Sirius's audacity to resist, the star became emboldened, employing both hands to tickle him with increasing fervor. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their movements quickening in intensity. You two resemble a pair of feuding cats, a passerby remarked, observing their playful tussle. Nostalgia, flooding their thoughts as they recalled their own youthful days. The conflicts among children are fleeting, and soon enough, the two found themselves shaking hands in reconciliation. A commendable resolution, indeed. Shortly thereafter, the star expressed her desire to navigate the map independently, deeming Sirius an impediment. 10 minutes later, amidst the chaotic search for treasure, the star seemed to sense something amiss. Following her instincts, she meandered about, muttering indecipherable phrases about quests and main storylines. Eventually, she found herself on Zotland Street, where she spotted an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a traditional black robe. The man appeared to have sprained his ankle, limping as he walked. Though nothing hovered above the old man, the star had the distinct impression of perceiving an elusive blue exclamation mark. Doubting her senses, she felt as though a line of text had flashed before her eyes. Nonetheless, the great pioneers are accustomed to such occurrences. Task triggered, she approached the elderly gentleman, 01. With purposeful strides, she intercepted him, greeting, hello, good sir. The man's name was Neil, known to his acquaintances as Old Neil. Today, Old Neil seemed to be having a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps he had delved too deeply into the mysteries of the arcane the previous night, resulting in his rising 5 minutes late this morning, causing him to miss the public carriage. Initially intending to take a leisurely stroll, as the distance was not considerable, he found himself twisting his ankle just as he approached the entrance of the office building. Ordinarily, at this hour, he would be idly sipping tea and perusing the news in his weapons storage room. However, misfortune seemed to befall him in succession, prompting Old Neil to ponder whether his recent fervent prayers to the goddess for bill reimbursements had incurred her displeasure. At that moment, a young girl rushed up to him, eager to greet him. Old Neil was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that a stranger would approach him, yet he managed to present a warm smile. "Good day, madam. How may I assist you?" The girl, tilting her head in contemplation, suddenly experienced a flash of insight, realizing that old Neil's visage bore a resemblance to another individual. She then produced the 10-pound allowance given to her by Selris that morning and presented it before old Neil. "I am a fader. Please enlighten me about the topaz stance." Old Neil's brow furrowed, deep in thought for quite some time, ultimately unable to decipher the meanings of fader and topaz stance. He gently pushed the gold coin back towards her. "I apologize, madam, but I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not acquainted with any fader, nor do I understand what the topaz stance entails." After pondering for a moment, he added, "If you require assistance," he gestured in two directions. "Over there is the police station, and that way is the Church of the Goddess of Night. You may seek help at either of those places." Observing the clarity in her eyes, old Neil queried with a hint of concern, "Do you need me to escort you there?" Upon hearing the elderly gentleman question her, the great pioneer, Star, instantly bristled. She raised her right hand, flexing her muscles to assert her physical prowess. Old Neil's worry deepened. Star, unfazed by his complex expression, felt compelled to demonstrate her strength, proclaiming her own gospel. She was in essence an angel, neglecting old Neil's suggestion to accompany her to the police station. She instead inquired about his destination. Although perplexed, old Neil disclosed that he was headed to the Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zottern Street, a detail not shrouded in secrecy, given his long tenure in the area where many were familiar with his workplace. With a clear destination in mind, Star took a bold step forward, hoisting old Neil onto her shoulder and sprinting toward number 36 with unbridled energy. Old Neil exclaimed, startled, momentarily believing he had been abducted, his mind racing with thoughts of whether he had offended someone and contemplating escape strategies. The wind, generated by their rapid pace, whipped past him, disheveling his hair. However, before old Neil could devise a plan, Star set him down at the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. What? His eyes brimmed with confusion as he patted himself down multiple times, ensuring he had not lost anything in the process. Xing beamed with pride, striking her chest with a resonant thump. "No need to thank me. I, Madame Sangbo, perform good deeds without leaving a name." With that, she turned and dashed away, her selfless act of anonymity truly commendable. She was nothing short of an angel. Xing felt exhilarated, akin to a game that had long-awaited new quests suddenly presenting one. Quest accepted. If you cannot save her, Say Ruiz, squatting by the roadside and nibbling on an apple, was startled by the sudden appearance of a husky. He held the apple up to inspect it closely, pondering how such a mundane fruit could yield a quest. Was this truly an apple? Chapter 11. Xing opens the treasure chest as the sun dipped low in the west. Klein Moretti departed from the Blackthorn Security Company, brimming with a sense of triumph, his pockets laden with 12 pounds of riches. Lacking the small change for a public carriage, the newly affluent Klein resolved to indulge in a splurge, intending to purchase the cheapest cane from a nearby haberdashery, thus breaking his hefty banknotes into smaller denominations. Such is the dilemma of the wealthy, thought Klein, accustomed as he was to a life of frugality. It made perfect sense. Otherwise, how would the affluent who only carried large bills manage to ride public carriages? Klein was well aware that many wealthy individuals possessed their own private carriages. Yet this did not deter him from imagining the extravagant lifestyles of the well-to-do. Crafting a few witty remarks in his mind about the rich, Klein turned into a Wilkel haberdashery. The layout of the shop resembled the clothing stores of his previous world. To the left, a row of formal attire lined the walls, while the center displayed shirts, trousers, vests, and ties. To the right, pairs of leather shoes and boots were showcased in glass cabinets. The shop was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered patrons. Consequently, as soon as Klein entered, a clerk in a white shirt and red vest approached him with a welcoming demeanor. The typical scene of a protagonist being disregarded by shop staff was notably absent. Perhaps it was due to Klein's attire, which, while not overly formal, was nonetheless respectable. At the very least, he did not enter the shop looking like a beggar, unlike protagonists of earlier urban tales. After discerning Klein's needs, the professionally smiling clerk led him to the corner where the canes were displayed. At that moment, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation there. Although both appeared to be adults, for reasons unknown, Klein felt as if they were merely children who had yet to graduate from grammar school. Due to the distance and their deliberate effort to keep their voices low, he could not make out what they were saying. But he did observe the young man, gesturing animatedly, while the young woman swung a cane as if practicing a swing in the game invented by Emperor Rosser. This was none other than Xing and Ceruis, who had initially separated but were drawn back together by the law of abstract convergence. A hypothesis posited by the great star god Aha. When a multitude of abstract entities, each possessing unconventional thought processes, congregate, they invariably attract one another, resulting in a phenomenon of aggregation. Once two or more of these abstract entities amalgamate, there exists a certain probability that one shall evolve into a beacon of ingenuity. I believe we ought to acquire another jeep, suggested Xing. Ceruis immediately comprehended Xing's intent. This was a staff, distinct from a cane. What does that matter? They appear quite similar, he retorted. Who says a staff cannot serve as a cane? However, Ceruis' revelation was disheartening. There were no jeeps here, only horse-drawn carriages. This realization struck a heavy blow, shattering Xing's reverie. How could cane beings exist without the monstrous jeep? Such a notion was absurd. It was as unfathomable as the concept of a super beast experiencing pain. I have an idea. Perhaps we can name the horse pulling the carriage jeep, exclaimed Xing. By the gods, you truly are a genius, Ceruis exclaimed, suddenly enlightened and filled with elation. Splendid. I could drive the jeep. Wait, no, the staff is in Xing's possession. It is Xing, the cane being, who shall be the one to endure. This is precisely what I wanted to see. Charge towards the jeep. Wait, I don't understand. What do those expressions signify? What do those eyes convey? What do those tears represent? Charge towards the jeep. Xing joined the fray. As for why these two were refreshing themselves in this establishment, it was due to the presence of a treasure chest. Mere moments prior, as Xing passed by this shop, he had proclaimed such and rummaged behind a shelf of staffs in the corner to unearth a dilapidated chest. Inside lay a rather unadorned staff. This appears to be a forsaken item, one that was abandoned before it could be embellished, he noted. But is that truly the case? Are you willing to concede that deviating from convention equates to failure? Do you accept such a conclusion? I do not accept it. Xing's response was resolute and emphatic. Indeed, that is precisely the truth. This is a raw gem imbued with infinite possibilities, awaiting your craftsmanship. Embrace it, embark on your journey. And with your future experiences as your chisel and your forthcoming achievements as your adornments, sculpt it into the most resplendent jewel. Xing cradled the staff, signifying that it was the first piece of equipment she had acquired upon arriving here, akin to the weathered sword bestowed upon a hero upon departing the novice village. Ceruis found this reasoning compelling, and, for the sum of 1 suler and 5 pence, purchased the dilapidated sword amidst the complex gaze of the attendant. Xing cherished it dearly, deciding to name it the Blade of Bluntness. This encapsulates the essence of travel. Perhaps you should dye your hair blonde, she mused. After completing the transaction, Ceruis and Xing passed by Klein, who was testing the feel of his staff. Klein inadvertently glanced up, his attention immediately captured by the mask hanging at Ceruis' waist, which peeked out from beneath his trench coat. The illustration on the promotional flyer for the tavern at the end of the world bears an almost uncanny resemblance to the scene before him. The term masked fool flickered through Klein's mind, stirring a thoughtful glimmer in his gaze. He harbored some suspicions regarding the identity of Mr. Demon, conjecturing that it was likely connected to this mask. Upon seeing Ceruis' mask and comparing Ceruis' physique with that of Mr. Demon, as witnessed amidst the gray mist, Klein increasingly felt that this man, who seemed to be drifting further away, was indeed Mr. Demon, though Klein would not proactively seek to uncover the identities of the tarot members. He would not shy away from contemplating such matters if a member were to appear before him. "Sir, please remain calm and relaxed. We can still negotiate the discount," came the voice of the waiter from a distance, leaning against the wall, close to a double-barreled shotgun mounted there. It was at this moment that Klein realized he was waving his cane, testing its feel. His earlier intense scrutiny of the other patrons had likely appeared as if he meant to approach them with a blunt instrument. Klein managed to muster an awkward yet polite smile, expressing his satisfaction with the 7 shilling and 6 pence cane. After a painful payment, he hastily departed. The attendant, Mouth Agape, reached out behind Klein, hoping he might linger for a moment, at least until the 2 individuals he had been observing had moved further away. Ultimately, he found himself too timid to speak. Chapter 12. It is normal for treasure chests to have guardians the following day, Klein went to Hoy University to cancel his interview. There, he encountered Mr. Ask, a history professor who had frequently assisted the former Klein. Mr. Ask was a gentleman of average stature with a sun-kissed complexion, possessing gentle features and no facial hair, save for a minuscule black mole just below his right ear. His cultured demeanor exuded a deep knowledge of history, prompting Klein to casually mention the Solomon Empire and the Antigonid family during their conversation, eager to discern the professor's insights. At this juncture, Klein remained unaware of Ask's true identity, possessing no definitive understanding of angels. In response to Klein's inquiries, Ask was always willing to provide answers. However, regrettably, his memory was not entirely complete. Regarding Klein's curiosity, Ask could only offer vague recollections, suggesting that he had perhaps heard of the matters discussed. After a period of amiable conversation, Ask, along with another professor, departed for a meeting. Klein, doffing his hat in a gesture of respect, bid them farewell. Once they had receded into the distance, he leisurely made his way home, for Klein was a gentleman adorned with a top hat. As he strolled along the path home, cane in hand, basking in the sunlight, Klein, accustomed to the habit of walking while engrossed in his phone from his previous life, unfurled a copy of the Tianjin Morning News. With a bold flair, he navigated the street while perusing the newspaper, undeterred by the prospect of colliding with a lamppost. Though, at that moment, there were no lampposts in sight. Bam! He collided with one. Why would there be lampposts in this era? Klein looked up and noticed that there were no electric wires above the pole, but 2 gas lamps were hanging instead. Rubbing his head, he realized that while there were no utility poles in this area, streetlights did exist. Veering around the streetlight, Klein resumed his perusal of the newspapers. The selection of periodicals in Tianjin was quite diverse, featuring everything from morning and evening papers to the Honest Man's Gazette, a plethora of options. The content of these publications was a labyrinth of truth and deception, making it difficult to discern fact from fiction. This was especially true with the sensationalist headlines and shocking literature popularized by the Emperor Russell, which often rendered the articles muddled and chaotic. Klein bypassed the other articles and precisely located a report on a recent homicide case. The information was rather official. In essence, it stated that the deceased's emotional state was currently stable, exhibiting no extreme behaviors, and there was no dissent from the deceased against the police's assessment, indicating that the situation remained manageable. The journalist behind this report was John Browning, a name that immediately suggested a significant caliber, hinting at a promising career as a firearms designer. As Klein strolled along the tree-lined path, engrossed in his reading, he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his back, as if fine needles were piercing his skin. The timid cat, sensing a premonition, instantly bristled. Someone was watching him, maintaining an air of composure. He boarded a public carriage and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to head toward Champagne Street. Upon alighting, he feigned ignorance of any unusual occurrences, clutching his cane and newspaper, and ambled leisurely around Zotland Street, turning into Red Moon Street. Casually, he entered the church of St. Selena. The great king of informants had decided to report to the authorities. "If you have the courage, follow me," he seemed to challenge with a gesture. Once inside the church, the gaze that had been trailing him vanished. Klein's demeanor remained unruffled as he prepared to find a seat outside the spacious prayer hall. Scanning the area, he locked eyes with a pair of amber orbs, the same individual he had encountered the previous day. A thought flickered in Klein's mind. Perhaps she, too, was a devotee of the goddess of the night. Retracting his gaze, he settled into an unoccupied spot near the pathway, placing his top hat and newspaper on his lap and interlacing his hands against his lowered forehead. Congratulations to the top hat and the newspaper for achieving a new milestone, the fool's pillow. On the other side, Xing observed as Klein averted his gaze, and she too withdrew her own. With her head slightly bowed, a mysterious spark ignited in her eyes. Many believed Xing to be dim-witted, but in truth, she simply lacked the desire to engage her intellect. In this moment, devoid of an external brain, her mind raced rapidly. Selrus had mentioned that the bookish individual was named Klein, the protagonist of this world. Xing, having read the novel, understood the significance of a protagonist. Her earlier banter with Selrus had merely been playful. At least, that was her current perception. Now that the protagonist had entered the church, it was undeniably clear. There must be a treasure here. Was this not common knowledge? A treasure was surely always in proximity to the protagonist. Initially, she had merely found the building tall and had entered out of curiosity to explore the map, unaware that she would stumble upon an unexpected delight. Her fervent gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity, only to rest upon a few suitcases, which left her somewhat disheartened. After all, chests belonging to others are beyond her reach. A lesson imparted to her by Jeezy on numerous occasions. Thus, she redirected her attention to a trash bin nestled in the corner of the church. True to its name, the night church adorned even the refuse receptacle with a touch of starlight. The chandelier above cast a gentle glow, draping the bin in a delicate veil. Xing was utterly convinced this was an interactive option. She resolved to inspect the alluring trash bin once the mass concluded. As for why she refrained from doing so at this moment, what a jest. Even a child knows that one cannot manipulate a character's actions during a scripted sequence. Xing felt justified in her reasoning. Indeed, it was a flawless explanation, befitting a shareholder of Penacony. The sermon soon reached its conclusion, and the bishop opened the door to the confession booth, where gentlemen and ladies formed a queue. Klein likewise reopened his eyes, donned his top hat, grasped his cane and newspaper, and joined the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, his turn finally arrived. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Just before shutting it, he glanced back, observing the amber-eyed lady engaged in discussion with a nun. This further solidified his belief in her identity as a devotee of the night. If she were not a follower, what could she possibly discuss with a nun? Surely not the nearby trash bin? Amused by his own thoughts, Klein chuckled softly as he closed the door, plunging into darkness once more. Dear lady, please refrain from such behavior. The middle-aged nun spoke with a gentle demeanor, though a hint of pity glimmered in her eyes. Such a fine child afflicted with hysteria. What a shame. Yet, Xing maintained a serious expression, earnestly articulating her theory to the nun. Sister, look, it glows, which signifies an invitation. As a gentleman, I cannot slight its invitation. That is merely reflected light, my child. The nun's expression softened further, unconsciously altering her form of address. Such a good child. Still calling me sister, she mused. Seeing that the nun was impervious to her charms, Xing could only turn away in resignation. The inability to appreciate the beauty of the trash bin was the nun's loss, not hers. A sigh escaped her heart. She understood that treasure chests were guarded by monsters, and this nun was undoubtedly one of them. Yet, her benevolent grandfather did not wish to act against her, for she was merely a poor soul blinded by societal norms. Why should a suffering individual cause distress to another? At her age, still tasked with guarding treasure chests. What a noble nun! Indeed, such a pity. Chapter 13. The second tarot gathering. After an inconclusive debate with the guarding monster, Xing hastened to the entrance of the confession booth to join the queue. Unable to unlock any treasure chests, she resolved to continue with the narrative. After waiting for over 10 minutes without progress, her patience waned, and she cast about for a members-only entrance. Alas, none was to be found. Could there not be additional servers? The planner clearly lacked foresight. Helplessly, Xing could only continue to wait in line. After all, she had already been standing there for such a long time. Having come this far, how could she turn back? It was absurd that she couldn't open the treasure chest, yet was barred from progressing in the storyline. Finally, after nearly 30 minutes, she entered the confessional. Closing the door behind her, enveloped in darkness, Xing felt as if she had stepped into a wardrobe, a comforting sensation akin to returning home. Child, what would you like to say? The bishop's voice emerged from behind the wooden partition, steady and gentle, causing Xing to unconsciously relax, though she had already been at ease. In truth, she had little to say. She had merely followed the crowd into the confessional. After a moment's contemplation, she posed a question. I have a query. If staying up late can lead to sudden death and regular exercise promotes good health, what would happen if I were to stay up late and exercise every day? Though she could not see the bishop's expression through the partition, his tone remained calm. Perhaps you would acquire a robust corpse, he replied. The bishop continued. Do you have any further questions, child? It felt as though he was ushering her out. But how could the illustrious Xing allow him to have his way? Thus, she pressed on with another inquiry. If a person answers a question posed by a fool correctly, are they then deemed more intelligent or more foolish? The bishop paused for a moment in silence. Perhaps such questions are better suited for the followers of the God of knowledge and wisdom. I know of several academic seminars organized by the followers of wisdom. Would you like me to guide you? 3 minutes later, Xing hurried towards one of the seminar locations. That evening, Klein was ambushed by a secret society, the hidden order established by little Zarathustra during the Quaternary, which held dominion over the path of the diviner. Truly, an organization that commands the path of the diviner. At the pinnacle of the diviner's craft, before Mr. Fool had become an extraordinary being. This attacker had inscribed a significant chapter in Klein's journey to becoming extraordinary with their own life. Before long, Monday arrived. Over the past few days, Xing had explored much of the map of Tianjin City, yet she had only encountered a single quest from Old Neil. She felt no urgency regarding the quest. Time would naturally lead to its completion, and what she needed now was to uncover more quests. As the days passed, the buy one get one free promotion had ended. Yet the 30% discount on all beverages remained. After all, it cost her no money. Printing a few hundred barrels took no more than a minute. As the legendary hacker Ceres, adept at ether editing, casually remarked, yesterday, new tenants moved into apartment 2 on Daffodil Street across from her, the Moretti family. It was said that their second son had secured a good job, and the family wished to embark on a new life. Early this morning, Klein made his way to the Blackthorn Security Company, recalling the words left by Emperor Roselle in his diary. He chose to become a Sequence 9 diviner. How wonderful it was! Having become extraordinary today, by tomorrow he would round up to becoming a pillar-level Old One. Klein arrived with the innate extraordinary qualities of Sequence 9 to Sequence 1. Even if he was immediately stripped of them by the goddess, Klein could still be considered half a diviner. This may perhaps be a form of aggregation, or it could be the design of the divine. Klein, now a diviner, first heard the murmurs from the pinnacle of the sequence. Honaki's Freegrul, Honaki's Freegrul. You wonder what the lower beings might hear if Klein, having become a fool, were to descend into madness. I surmise it would be something akin to Daisy Pie sweet iced tea, echoing from the corners of a room where a psychological apparition of Ceres lurks. He is here to witness a momentous occasion. After attaining extraordinary status, Klein, under the influence of clairvoyance, perceive a large eye behind Old Neil. This marked Klein's initial encounter with the hidden sage. The two secret organizations, worshipping their respective eldritch deities, convened at the nocturnal sanctuary of the Night Watch, a most amusing spectacle indeed. Ceres captured this scene with his blue camera, preserving it for Klein's future viewing. At that moment, Ceres recalled a task mentioned a few days prior, inquiring of Era. The previous cooperative task referred to Old Neil. Correct? Indeed, it was a star-triggered event. What did he do? Did he help the old man cross the street? Ceres was perplexed. Not exactly. She merely carried Old Neil up a flight of stairs. In the afternoon, after a bustling morning, Master Klein was awakened by the sun's rays filtering through his dreams. Recalling the necessity of organizing a meeting, an overwhelming thought. Struggling to rise from his bed, he resolved to tidy himself up, contemplating that under the circumstances, it would be best to have a meal first. You might find it hard to believe, but the great deity could only partake of dark bread accompanied by tea and a smidgen of cream at noon. Ceres was enlightening Star with esoteric knowledge. Why no meat? Is it a matter of distaste? Star innocently uttered words that struck deep. As the clock approached 3, Klein took strides as before, moving counterclockwise in 4 steps to form a square, each step accompanied by the silent recitation of corresponding incantations in Mandarin. However, this time he had not prepared a main course. Since establishing a deeper connection with the gray mist, Klein discovered he had entered a mode of effortless acquisition. Closing his eyes, he felt a slight itch on the back of his hand, as if the 4 black dots forming a small square were becoming more pronounced. Frantic screams and seductive whispers began to resonate. Yet Klein, now a diviner, found that his headache was not as severe as it had been previously. This was significant progress. If today the pain lessened, perhaps tomorrow it would vanish entirely, and the day after, he might experience a sense of exhilaration. The future indeed holds promise. I guess you're searching for colorful corruption. Of course, this does not imply he remains unscathed. The present fool faces the source fortress with no discernible difference than before. Rather, he has cultivated the ability to restrain himself from actively listening to the howling murmurs. As an extraordinary individual, he has gained a measure of self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body felt lighter, drifting upwards, where he beheld the pervasive, gray-white, boundless, and nebulous mist and the deep red stars, 3 of which seemed to possess a subtle connection to him, evoking an uncanny sense of familiarity. Previously unnoticed, Klein has now realized that the star representing Ceres is unlike the other 2. Its hue is lighter, tinged with a warm orange red, appearing more solid, and it is shrouded in a swirling mist of varied colors. Mr. Demon has quite the predicament, Klein mused. He then glanced down at his indistinct self and murmured in confusion. The star spirit embodied in Klein, as mentioned by old Neil, has attained a deeper understanding of mysticism. After a brief moment of calm, he conjured once more the grand temple above the gray mist, the bronze long table situated directly beneath the expansive dome, and the 22 high-backed chairs, each adorned with different zodiac symbols. Klein quietly approached the head of the table, allowing his body and face to be enveloped in a denser gray fog. He then extended his right hand, pointing towards the two familiar deep red stars and the peculiar orange-red star, forging a wondrous connection. He touched each of the 3 stars in succession, causing their brilliance to illuminate the surroundings. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the auspicious hour had arrived. Selrus felt a surge of gray mist enveloping him, as deep red light cascaded like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes, his body transforming into a meme entity. Guided by the gray mist and deep red light, he vanished from his original position. In a windowless basement, the broad and profound figure of Alger Wilson sat beside a long table adorned with various vessels and parchment scrolls. Before him stood a half-burned candle, its dim yellow flame casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding objects and the table's surface, creating an ethereal ambience. Alger's hair, disheveled like seaweed, was a deep blue bordering on black. Clad in a robe embroidered with lightning patterns, he clasped his hands together, thumbs aligned, leaning forward to scrutinize a bottle of pitch-black liquid to the left of the candle. The sealed bottle occasionally emitted the sound of howling winds, interspersed with the roar of the ocean, while an ethereal mist, undisturbed by the dark liquid, seemed to writhe as if it had formed eyes and a mouth. Alger glanced at the wall clock and noticed the hour hand pointing to 3 o'clock. He pinched his temples, his gaze suddenly darkening, and the various vessels on the table began to emanate a subtle glow. At that moment, he was engulfed by a deluge of deep red light that appeared out of thin air, completely submerging him. In Beckland, Queens, Audrey, having dismissed the dance instructor, locked the door to her luxurious villa and sat gracefully at her vanity. The sunlight streamed in brilliantly through the window, flowers blooming vibrantly outside. A blank notebook, elegantly bound in light brown parchment, lay open on the table, accompanied by a pen with a golden tip, embellished with red gemstones. Audrey tested the pen, confirming that she could seize it the moment she detached from the gathering to record her formula. What anticipation! She inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement as she gazed at the mirror. However, she was unable to see her reflection. Instead, a deep red and illusory light erupted from all around her, emanating from within. Chapter 14. The Fool's Delight Above the Mist. 3 figures materialized within the grand temple, reminiscent of a colossal giant's abode. Their positions remained unchanged from the last encounter. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey greeted Klein with a cheerful tone. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice," Klein replied with a smile. Captivated by her charm, maintaining an air of mystery, she then addressed the other 2. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Demon." Ceres waved at Audrey with a grin. At the head of the long table, Klein opened his spiritual vision and gazed upon the 3 below. As his gaze shifted, he noted that the aura of justice perfectly matched old Neil's description. The reds were red, the purples were purple, the blues were blue, and the whites were white, all gleaming brightly and exuding a vibrant energy characteristic of a youthful maiden. Her emotional hues included reds and yellows, radiating joy, enthusiasm, and excitement. Klein then turned his attention to the hangman similar to Justice. The hangman's aura bore no peculiarities, only a blue hue interspersed with hints of orange. Calm, contemplative, cautious, and a touch of satisfaction from first attempt. Lacking confidence in his conclusion, just as he was about to shift his gaze, he suddenly noticed that the innermost layer of the hangman's aura appeared remarkably cohesive in color and sensation. Focusing intently, Klein discerned a deep blue within the hanged man's ethereal form, akin to the depths of the ocean, evoking the tempestuousness of storms and waves. Klein perceived this as a quality possessed only by the extraordinary. He then turned his gaze towards the demon, but found nothing remarkable. Nothing at all. Klein was taken aback. He sensed that, had it not been for the fog obscuring his sight, he would undoubtedly have uncovered something amiss. In his spiritual vision, the demon exhibited no changes from before. Had he not previously witnessed Justice and the hanged man, he might even have doubted the activation of his spiritual sight. The absence of anything was, in fact, the most significant concern. At that moment, Ceres and Alger completed their greetings. Audrey took a breath, her tone laced with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. Hangman, have you received the box of blood of the ghost shark?" Although Ceres had promised to reveal the initial 3 sequences of the 22 pathways of divinity during this tarot meeting, she indeed felt that her audience's potion formula was of greater importance. Alger glanced at Colin, who lightly tapped his forehead as if pondering something else. "Thank you very much. It perfectly meets all my expectations. I truly did not anticipate you could deliver it so swiftly. The blood of the ghost shark is not an ordinary extraordinary item." Alger responded candidly. Audrey smiled humbly. "I am delighted to see this outcome. Having been fascinated by matters of mystery since childhood, she had befriended others with similar interests within aristocratic circles, exchanging information, books, and rare artifacts. Even several princes had attempted to win her hand through potion formulas. Acquiring an item of value equivalent to a mere few days' pocket money of Audrey's, with the intent to pursue her, is merely an exercise in futility. Having confirmed the prerequisites for the transaction, Alger prepared to divulge the potion's formula to Audrey. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly halted, casting a glance towards Sirius, whose expression conveyed a clear message. Sirius nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that he was unconcerned. "It is merely 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of peony root powder, 7 petals of elven flower, a pair of adult manhowl fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of blackfish blood." Alger momentarily appeared dazed, but soon regained his composure. Indeed, he confirmed to Audrey that this was the formula for the audience. He did not intend to share any reward with Sirius, as this information was volunteered and fell outside the parameters of their prior agreement. Silence implies consent. After a moment's reflection, Alger added, "The preparation of low-tier potions is quite straightforward. Simply add the ingredients in the specified order. However, it is imperative to remember that the quantities must err on the side of caution. Better to use less than too much, as that could lead to significant issues. You have likely heard of the uncontrollable nature of the extraordinary. Even a slight deviation can lead to dire consequences. If you lack assistance, I recommend spending time familiarizing yourself with chemical experiments." "Not to worry, I have a tutor for that," Audrey replied effortlessly. "Can you not aspire to greater heights? Is the focus truly on wealth? Is beauty not the priority?" "Ah, the steamed gooseheart from the private study." After repeating the potion formula several times, Audrey finally committed it to memory with Alger's assistance. Subsequently, Alger elaborated on foundational techniques such as meditation and spiritual vision, urging her to master potion-making swiftly, to unearth the symbolic meanings within the potions and their deeper mysteries. Sirius and Colin listened intently to their exchange. Colin, initially intending to remain silent, found himself struck by an idea and began to take mental notes. Audrey, attentively absorbing the hangman's explanations, was poised to inquire about a few finer details when they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of gentle tapping on the table. Audrey, Alger, and Sirius turned in unison to the enigmatic figure of Colin, the fool, who, with a measured tone and rhythmic tapping, proclaimed, "It is not merely about mastery. It is about digestion. It is not about unearthing. It is about performance." The name of the potion embodies not only symbolism, but also imagery, serving as the key to digestion. Audrey listened, both perplexed and bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning. In contrast, Alger felt as though he had been enlightened. "Ha ha! The convergence of 3 flowers at the apex, the southern gate, the jade capital, I have comprehended. I have attained enlightenment. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! He believes it, he believes it. With just the truth, I have sparked madness in another. The fool is so easily entertained. Digestion, performance, digestion, performance, digestion, performance, the key," Alger murmured repeatedly, as if he had grasped a vital concept or had fallen under an enchanting spell. After a moment, he finally lifted his head and, with a hoarse voice, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your guidance is as precious to me as life itself. It has illuminated many matters for me, though I believe I have yet to fully comprehend everything." Colin maintained an air of enigmatic profundity, smiling as he replied, "This is merely an advance payment." In truth, he himself was only partially aware of the precise meaning of those words. Yet he was certain that Emperor Roselle was superior to the average extraordinary individuals and certainly more formidable than the hangman. Subsequently, Klein requested the assistance of others in gathering Roselle's diaries. When Lady Justice inquired, he devised a clever technique for imprinting text above the gray mist. Chapter 15. The Masked Fool's little classroom commences after Mr. Fool had issued his tasks. Audrey pondered and addressed Ceres. Mr. Demon, do you recall what you mentioned during our last tarot meeting? Could you share with us the names of the first 3 sequences of each of the 22 paths of divinity? Alger also thought of this and turned his gaze toward Ceres. Klein, too, was intrigued. He had been anticipating this moment for a week. He feigned calmness as he directed his gaze toward Ceres, curious about the seer's insights. Ceres cleared his throat and said to Audrey, "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. After all, Roselle once remarked that knowledge is not limited by class. Isn't it knowledge without distinction?" Klein quipped, instinctively shifting the blame onto Roselle. "But before that, you should at least refer to me as Master Banana." Though Audrey did not grasp the meaning of this term, she smiled and played along. "Very well, Master Banana." Ceres raised his hands, declaring, "All right, everyone, focus your attention on me. Look at me. I have an announcement. The Masked Fool's little classroom is officially in session." Klein's heart skipped a beat. Was this yet another performance art introduced by Emperor Roselle? Ceres raised one finger, adopting an air of expertise. "First, we have the Path of the Sleepless, governed by the Church of the Night. Sequence 9, the Sleepless. Sequence 8, the Midnight Poet. Sequence 7, the Nightmare." Klein blinked. He was already familiar with this, as Captain Dunn and Leonard belonged to this path. Ceres raised a second finger and continued. "The Warrior Path is overseen by the War God Church. Sequence 9, the Warrior. Sequence 8, the Fighter. Sequence 7, the Master of Weapons." Counting fingers? Are you going to include toes as well? The Church of the Night also holds sway over certain paths: the Corpse Collector, the Grave Digger, and the Medium. Klein nodded discreetly. This aligned with Lady Daly's chosen path. Next came the audience. Ceres' words instantly enlivened Audrey. The audience, the mind reader, the psychologist. Mind reader. Audrey beamed with longing. She encouraged herself internally. "Audrey, you must swiftly digest the potion and elevate yourself to mind reader. Secret keeper, listener, recluse." In the heart of Alger, the unspoken words of Ceres filled the void. As a renowned terror organization, their activities upon the sea were equally pronounced. The readers of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, the students of reasoning and the detectives, the worshippers of the Eternal Radiance Church, the light-bearers and the priests of the Sun God, the Storm Church, masters of the Sailor's Path, the wrathful and the navigators. Klein cast a discreet glance at Alger, while Audrey unabashedly turned her gaze toward him. Alger remained composed. He had long been acquainted with these 3 names: the Seeker, the Martial Scholar, the Sorcerer, and the Polymath of the Church of Steam and Machinery, the Archaeologist, and the Appraiser. 10 fingers counted. Ceres opted not to count toes, instead clenching both hands in a fist to start anew. The Diviner, the Jester, the Magician. The Jester and the Magician? The triumvirate of the circus, perhaps? Klein found it perplexing to discern the connection among these figures. Surely the next stage would not involve a beastmaster? The thief, the fraudster, the scholar of deciphering. The apprentice, the trickster, the astrologer. The monster, the machine, the fortunate. The arbiter of the rune royalty, the constable, the interrogator. Following the lawyer were the barbarian and the briber. How could the barbarian and the briber trail after the lawyer? This was a blatant breach of the law. Audrey sensed the contradictions in this pathway. If the barbarian lord could not grasp reason, then might I also possess some skill in combat? Reasonable. As for the briber, was this an act of bribery following defeat? That too seemed plausible. Klein internally assessed the lawyer. The hunter, the provocateur, the arsonist. The assassin, the instigator, the witch. The witch. Audrey silently pondered this title. How then could a man embody a witch? She envisioned her brother, Alfred Hall, donning an elaborate court gown, twirling gracefully on the dance floor with another gentleman. A chill ran down her spine. The cultivator, the physician, the harvest priest. The apothecary, the beastmaster, the vampire. Ah, it appears the beastmaster does not follow the diviner. It is here, Klein mused. A vampire, an extraordinary profession? Alger, knowing more, naturally pondered deeper. It seemed one could artificially create vampires with such extraordinary traits, which explained their prevalent animosity towards humanity. Ceres retracted one hand, raising two fingers with the other. The final two, the prisoner, the madman, the werewolf, the criminal, the fallen angel, the serial killer. Those gathered around the long table were lost in thought, while Ceres' vanity found satisfaction. Are you a 3-year-old child? Surely. Star has lowered my intellect. You know, she has a particular talent for dragging others down to her level. In truth, I am unaware. That implies your intellect is not remarkably superior. I have conversed with a man of vast knowledge. Can I deceive you? Yet you have also encountered the enigma. Is that comparable? He did not even reveal his face. Of course, he wouldn't reveal himself. Revealing himself would mean his demise. Enough with the doubts. The reputation of us masked fools is renowned throughout the cosmos. Then swear on your old Beijing chicken wrap. What? You refuse to trust me. I trust you, but you must swear on your old Beijing chicken wrap first. Wait a moment. What about the fundamental trust between individuals? Your stance truly leaves me disheartened. I genuinely believe in you. I trust you immensely, as long as you are willing to swear on your old Beijing chicken wrap. This is becoming rather tedious. Let me clarify. I am indeed the type of person who can joke and be amiable with you, but if you dare to touch my sore spot, I shall show you what true darkness entails. This is akin to a childlike wolf, appearing innocent and naive on the surface, yet cunning and astute beneath. You cannot outsmart him, for from the very beginning, you are ensnared in his web. He is the player, while you are merely a pawn. Should you defy him, you will come to understand cruelty and darkness. I possess both merciless tactics and a compassionate heart. Within me resides both Buddha and demon. Though I have sealed the demon away, leaving only the Buddha, I initially intended to approach everyone with a compassionate heart, yet some insist on unleashing the demon within me. I wish to ask you all, when confronted with a true demon in the flesh, can you withstand it? All right. Then you must swear on your old Beijing chicken wrap first. Very well. Are you about to swear? Astonished with joy, I shan't play this game with you any longer. All right. So this is how we are to proceed? Let me inform you. You are doomed. I shall make you aware of what true cruelty is. I am akin to the ginger slices in a dry pot chicken dish. Anger me, and you shall experience true retribution. I remain inconspicuous among the chaotic ingredients, allowing us to coexist peacefully. Yet the moment you unwittingly pick me up, you will witness my wrath. My punishment will leave you weeping and regretting your past actions. The more you attempt to harm me, the fiercer the retaliation you shall receive. The instant you grasp me, the roles of predator and prey shall irrevocably switch. What? It is indeed the ginger slice. The legendary ginger slice. The one that can blend into any dish without detection. Indeed, you are finished. Mwaha! Ceres snapped his fingers, drawing the attention of several individuals. Do not ponder any longer. Look at me. Look at me. Once Audrey and the others refocused their gaze on Ceres, he continued. Now, my friends, having received so much free information, would you care for some paid content? Paid content? Audrey's eyes sparkled. Do you mean potion recipes? No, certainly not. I am not well versed in those. However, I can discuss the characteristics of these pathways. Recipes are beyond me, no matter how remarkable his memory. He cannot conjure what is not written in the original text. Characteristics? Audrey softly repeated the word. Indeed, characteristics. Although she spoke in hushed tones, Ceres heard her, pondering the extraordinary abilities of certain pathways or the traits typically exhibited by their extraordinary beings. A spark ignited in Audrey's mind. These notions seemed equally intriguing. Thus, how much must I invest to acquire such knowledge? No, it is not wealth that I seek, but rather a ticket to enter the upper echelons of society. Miss Justice, as compensation, you may select 10 from the aforementioned sequence professions, and I can divulge them to you here and now. Ceres gestured animatedly, though he was uncertain of what he was demonstrating, feeling that a few extra gestures would lend him an air of authority. Not quite, at this moment. You resemble a courting curly-haired baboon. I do not believe my movements are so exaggerated. One must respect the facts and refrain from fabricating. Then you are akin to a preening, effeminate curly-haired baboon. Very well. I shall embrace the role of a courting curly-haired baboon. A ticket to the upper circles. I believe I grasp your intent, Mr. Demon. But do you not concern yourself with the exposure of your identity? Audrey offered a gentle reminder. I would certainly not make an appearance myself. I shall push someone onto the stage to act as my proxy. Very well. Audrey continued, inquiring how she might contact this individual of yours. Ceres pondered for a considerable time before responding. In the coming week, an advertisement for investment will be published in the Tianjin Honest Man newspaper. I hope you can guide it, enticing more noble youths to take an interest in my product. As an audience member, you should be able to achieve this. Audrey, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Yet this does not seem to pave your way into the noble class. That is of no consequence." Ceres' smile grew ever more sincere. "Your ability to attract a sufficient number of noble youths will suffice." Hearing such words, Audrey felt a twinge of unease. Surely, this does not entail any illicit activities? Perceiving Audrey's evident concern through her body language, Ceres added, "I shall not harm them. Our transaction is witnessed by Mr. Fool, and I assure you, I will not act recklessly." Upon hearing this, Audrey immediately relaxed. Indeed, their dealings were under the watchful eye of Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool Klein, meanwhile, twitched his mouth slightly, feigning calmness as he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was all trivial. Ceres waved his hand, signaling that Audrey could pose her questions. Seemingly prepared, Audrey inquired without hesitation, "I wish to know the characteristics of the three extraordinary professions associated with the audience." Ceres nodded, but did not respond directly. Instead, he queried, "Would you prefer I write the answers on paper and conceal them after my meeting, or shall I share them here and now?" Alger displayed an awkward yet polite smile, though only Ceres could see it. Audrey glanced at Alger, her smile radiant, her voice bright. "No need, please share them here." "Well, I shall speak now." Ceres is not one to dawdle. The roles of the audience, mind reader, and psychologist can all be comprehended in a literal sense. Ceres scratched his left palm, explaining that the audience bestows upon you enhanced memory, comprehension, and most importantly, observational skills, enabling you to perceive the subtle details often overlooked in daily life. Furthermore, this ability does not pertain to the spiritual realm. Thus, you need not fret about witnessing what should remain unseen or hearing what ought to be unheard. The audience possesses a keen sense of observation, akin to watching an opera or theatrical performance, scrutinizing the multitude from a spectator's vantage point, gleaning their true thoughts through their expressions, gestures, idiosyncrasies, and concealed actions. Ceres paused momentarily before continuing. Although termed mind readers, they do not genuinely possess the ability to read minds. Their observations transcend mere surface details, delving into the ethereal and other mysterious realms. This amalgamation allows mind readers to grasp the human psyche with remarkable accuracy, deciphering intentions through demeanor, expressions, and bodily movements. Before them, secrets become increasingly elusive. Next, he spoke of psychologists, an extraordinary profession historically referred to as psychoanalysts. They can directly influence their subjects, wielding a certain degree of potency. They possess the ability to genuinely read minds, execute psychological suggestions, and soothe turmoil or chaos in others, or conversely, incite frenzy and irrationality. They can emulate a dragon's majesty, instilling fear in individuals and groups alike, thereby fostering chaos. Audrey nodded vigorously, her yearning for the extraordinary intensifying, almost wishing to consume a potion to ascend to the status of an audience member immediately. Klein, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. This was mind reading. He realized he must contemplate how to enhance his control over physical movements, lest misjustice see through him. For a moment, he felt as though he were on the verge of bearing it all. "You may still inquire about 7 more, Ceres reminded him. "Jester, magician," Klein silently screamed within. However, regrettably, Audrey could not hear his inner cries. She seized the opportunity to ask the question that had long lingered in her mind. "What about witches? I am particularly curious about how men portray witches." "This is rather simple," Ceres replied. "Once a man consumes a witch's potion, he ceases to be a man." With a snap of his fingers, he continued, "The ascension of a witch compels the male to transform into a female. The ascendant experiences a significant enhancement in appearance and charm, gaining the abilities of invisibility, mirror doubles, and wand doubles, along with a rudimentary command of various dark magics. They excel in counter divination and are favored by black flames and frost. As an aside, allow me to offer you an additional piece of information. The next tier for witches is called delight. Yes, it is precisely what you are envisioning. Delight. Doesn't that mean that her portrayal?" Audrey and the eavesdropping Alger shuddered in unison, while Klein remained relatively unfazed, merely discreetly chewing on his cheek. Having lived in the era of the internet, Klein had been exposed to the whims of netizens and was rather accepting of various concepts. If one were to liken the knowledge of netizens to a book, then practical experience would be akin to a sheet of paper. Thus, the peculiarities of these netizens resemble the enigmatic Cthulhu. Our dear Cthulhu has indeed witnessed the grandeur of the world. After posing a few intriguing inquiries, it became apparent that Audrey had little else to ask. Sensing her thoughts, Sellers proposed, "How about this? Since it seems you have no further questions, I shall simply provide you with the formula for the mind reader. Once you have resolved your matters, I shall give it to you." "No, the jester, the magician," Klein lamented inwardly, feeling defeated. Audrey, disregarding Mr. Fool's fate, immediately nodded with joy upon hearing Sellers' suggestion. "Excellent. This is precisely what I desire." Sellers glanced at Klein, who appeared still, yet had been silent for some time. Sellers chuckled heartily. The next phase allowed for free exchange, during which Alger shared amusing anecdotes from the sea, and Klein seized the opportunity to broach the subject of the Antigonus notes. Mr. Fool's interest in the Antigonus family was, without a doubt, quite reasonable. Sellers joined in the revelry, promoting his newly opened tavern at the world's end. Indeed, Klein confirmed his earlier suspicions. The demon was indeed the individual he had encountered previously. Reflecting upon Sellers' carefree laughter and the man's demeanor at that time, Klein found the traits to be consistent. Certainly, this would increase the likelihood of revealing his identity. Yet what did it matter? Could they possibly eliminate him in person? Soon, the meeting concluded, and before its end, Klein presented several recommendations regarding the civil servant assessment system, leaving both Audrey and Alger astounded. After the meeting, Klein lingered momentarily above the gray mist, contemplating whether to invite another individual. Ultimately, he decided against it. The current number was sufficient. Chapter 16. I'm coming in. Upon Sellers' return, he reclined on his bed, rolling about in boredom. How utterly dull, he sighed, gazing at the ceiling. It's all right soon. It shall no longer be boring, came a cryptic response. What is the matter? Sellers flipped over once more. I shan't tell you. Then why mention it all? Speaking only half the truth is quite infuriating. Unable to be selected. It was daytime, and Sellers could not see the moon. However, if one were on the opposite side of the earth, they would witness an extraordinary sight, a day that was not meant to be a full moon suddenly transformed into one, with crimson moonlight surging like a tide. Under the moon's glow, everyone appeared increasingly susceptible to emotional fluctuations, particularly those extraordinary individuals from the apothecary and cultivator paths, whose spiritual madness surged. Then, the moon was bathed in an orange-red hue. Under this moonlight, people felt a profound sense of joy, unable to suppress their smiles. Sellers suddenly felt an immense relaxation and delight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the earth, the night erupted into turmoil, dark clouds obscuring the sky and completely shrouding the moon. Yet, Sellers could still hear the laughter emanating from the depths of his soul. A smile curled upon his lips. Some time ago, in an unnamed realm devoid of light, a chaotic expanse enveloped him. Here, the notions of up and down, left and right, were rendered meaningless. The entities lost within this space were in a constant state of flux, drifting forward one moment, only to spiral into erratic motions the next. The very fabric of this space was viscous, intertwining and wrapping around itself, writhing, flowing, coalescing, and fracturing. Should any misfortune fall into its grasp, the inevitable fate would be to be torn asunder by the disorderly space. Time here was in disarray, no longer progressing in a linear fashion. The entities trapped within simultaneously traversed the past, present, and future. Time held no significance in this realm, and if fortune favored, one might glimpse the river of time dancing in a whimsical jig. It was a place of exile beyond the world, a confluence between realms. At this very moment, a peculiar red entity rolled with an uncanny motion. It was a collection of masks, decks of cards, and an assortment of trinkets, all twisted beyond recognition. They were continuously contorted, shredded, and decomposed, only to be reformed again. Despite their relentless destruction, they coalesced into a sphere from which an intangible energy radiated, forming a protective dome. Within this sphere resided a headless figure, akin to a hamster energetically pushing a ball forward with all its limbs, propelling the entire sphere into a frenzied dash. To call it forward was somewhat inaccurate, The concept of forward did not exist here. It merely sought to shorten the distance to a specific coordinate. In this ever-shifting space, it ceaselessly altered its trajectory, drawing nearer to the coordinate. Echoes of laughter accompanied its passage, a soft chuckling. Occasionally, streaks of light would dart past, likely remnants of other worlds passing by. Yet, its purpose remained unwavering. Undeterred by external distractions, it was moved to tears by its own steadfast conviction. Truly, it held a sense of pride. Suddenly, it sensed that propelling the sphere had become more arduous than before. Turning its gaze, it noticed something drawn towards it, trailing closely behind, reminiscent of a satellite captured by a planet's gravitational pull. It appeared there was a hitchhiker. A hula hoop extended from the sphere, ensnaring the stowaway to prevent it from falling behind. It bore no grievance towards the uninvited passenger. In fact, it welcomed the company in its quest for amusement. Should someone manage to outweed it, that would be a most coveted challenge. Time slipped away unnoticed until at last, it arrived at its destination. With a resounding thud, it collided forcefully against an invisible barrier, brought to an abrupt halt. The small entity trailing behind also bumped against it with a soft thump. This was the barrier of this world. Yet, it must be noted, this shield did not mark the boundary of existence. This resembles a concept, a barrier between the internal and external realms. Beyond this barrier lies the world outside, while within it could be any location within this world. He reached out and tapped the wall, then assumed a contemplative pose, resting one hand upon the midpoint of his neck, approximately where an ordinary person's chin would be, pretending to ponder deeply before scratching above his neck around the area of his crown. Truly, it baffles the divine. Subsequently, with a flourish, he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, and abruptly, a light bulb appeared above his neck. It seemed he had conceived a brilliant idea. He produced from behind a glob of deep purple substance reminiscent of slime. The slime offered no resistance, merely gazing at him with its pair of white, bulging eyes. Sometimes, the lack of boundaries in divine beings can be quite irksome. This was a fragment he had extracted from his good brother. After all, his brother had not objected. Thus surely he had consented. One must not underestimate the bonds they share. Despite often feigning indifference, did he not still bring a portion of consciousness along with him? Locking eyes with a bulging gaze, he chuckled, evenly spreading the black slime upon the wall. He could sense that this barrier was currently being eroded by the void. Whether it had been tens of thousands of years or merely a second, as previously stated, time held no significance here. In his subjective perception, it had not exceeded a minute. Ultimately, after an indeterminate duration, a hole emerged in the wall due to the erosion. He promptly approached and scraped the black slime away, discarding it to the side. Perhaps by coincidence, the discarded slime happened to take on a peculiar shape. The slime hovered nearby, as if silently accusing him. He exclaimed, shrinking his form to slip through the hole, with various items trailing behind him. 2 gloves kindly grabbed hold of the black slime and the object that had joined midway, which appeared to be a sphere, its contents unknown. Upon entering, his time and space were once again stabilized, no longer chaotic. He successfully integrated into this world. "I'm in," he declared. He could feel the coordinates guiding him not far away on a nearby planet. He descended upon a satellite not far from that planet. He placed the black slime into a box. Although it was merely a fragment, without restrictions, it could still cause trouble. He must not damage his future toys. He felt as if he were on the brink of joyous tears. Nay, he was already doing so. He rolled on the ground, laughing and crying simultaneously. His belongings pursued him from behind. It seemed they could not quite catch up. After entertaining himself for a while, he finally settled down. He sat up, raising his hands high like a child victorious in a game. Achilles, Achilles, I have ventured further than you." He laughed uproariously. The masks joined in the laughter, one white mask particularly cackling with gusto. As laughter echoed, his figure gradually dimmed and vanished from sight. In stark contrast, the masks became noticeably more animated, perhaps drawn forth by the sharpness of his voice. An unwelcome guest was lured into the fray. Although he was the true outsider, this did not hinder him from seizing the moral high ground. How could there be locals here? Is it not as absurd as finding men in a men's restroom? No one responded to Aha's outburst. The crimson moonlight surged towards Aha like a tide, engulfing him amidst his boisterous laughter. Behind Aha, the breach he had created with the power of his entanglement was nearly restored, yet a sliver of moonlight still penetrated, consumed by the chaos beyond the rift. Within that chaos, at the convergence of past and present, a hapless traveler seemed to have been tainted by a trace of the mother of corruption. Who could it be? Such a mystery. Do you have any clues, Cyrus? Chapter 17. The mother of corruption attempts to ensnare Aha. The crimson moonlight enveloped Aha, and where the moonlight flowed, the soil birthed grotesque flesh plants, their sanguine branches thrashing as they rapidly grew, sprouting human faces and limbs. Some stones expanded, giving rise to beings resembling stone men, who swiftly matured and then began to swell, more monsters breaking free from their bellies. The laughter persisted, the crimson moonlight bubbling with mirth, while the masks bobbed about like small boats adrift on water. The moonlight, lacking buoyancy, did not deter Aha from engaging in an impromptu performance. The moonlight receded like a retreating tide, gathering to form a gown of layered, elegant crimson. Alas, within the gown was not a beauty, but a grotesque flesh creature. Yet, it cannot be denied that even in its twisted form, it possessed a certain beauty. Judging it by human standards is futile, for it is the singular crimson moon, a symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual forces. Beauty is, indeed, part of its essence. Beyond that, it is also the mother of corruption, the origin of evil, the indomitable, the tainted womb. Holiness and corruption, beauty and filth, these contradictory concepts coexist within it without conflict. Aha's laughter gradually diminished, slowly transforming into weeping. His voice brimmed with pity and sorrow. What a pity, such an ugly beauty, akin to a flower sculpted from excrement. You know, as a devout bard of lamentation, I find such things unbearable. His tone then brightened, filled with joy. Perhaps you could attempt to shape excrement into the form of flowers. It would satisfy your aesthetic without inducing disgust. As he spoke, his form shifted, the masks gathering together to resemble the hem of the mother of corruption's gown. A ball emerged from the top of the gown, serving as a head, adorned with a red-nosed clown mask. Atop the sphere, a small box rests, and with a click, it springs open, revealing a flower of a muted brown hue. The center of the flower is adorned with a visage bearing a frown. The petals, similarly shaded, grasp the flower's nose and direct a playful grimace toward the fallen mother goddess. A chorus of laughter ensues. Tendrils, a grotesque fusion of flesh and flora, ensnare the masks. Is this a game of bondage? My dear, you are rather audacious. Aha feigns shyness, the small flower atop its head concealing its face as it writhes. The space surrounding Aha seems to come alive, tightly enveloping it, akin to a coffin. It plunges downward, the ground transforming into a mire that engulfs it. The fallen mother goddess desires to consume the box containing a fragment, yet Aha's spirit screams in frantic warning. Do not touch. Absolutely do not touch. Cautiously, it steers clear of that portion, while elsewhere on the lunar surface, eyes sprout forth. The pupils of those eyes swell suddenly, and the hybrid appendages of plant and flesh pierce the eyeballs, emerging forth. Crimson bursts forth, and the tendrils begin to morph, transforming into bizarre visages resembling masked infants. These infants bear pulsating lumps, within which the coagulated blood metamorphoses into writhing worms, devouring the life force of the little Ahas. The worms burst forth, their mandibles emitting a cacophony of alluring sounds. The fallen mother goddess, using the moon as her womb, intends to divide Aha into millions, birthing them anew. A splendid idea. Yet is this not rather an overindulgence? A voice laced with mirth emanates from the infants, only to be replaced by a sobbing tone in the next breath. Woe is me. Aha is tainted, and Aha shall never find a suitor henceforth. Akil, I have betrayed you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The fallen mother goddess pays no heed to the weeping Aha, executing a swift gesture as a crimson robe cascades from the heavens, revealing a shadowy figure of a man nearby. The man emits a guttural cry of anguish, his eyes flickering with ethereal tones as the lunar landscape shifts rapidly. Vast oceans, a blazing sun, and towering spires of knowledge materialize, each scene once recorded being vividly reenacted upon the lunar surface. Above them, beyond the sun, hangs the second crimson moon, a manifestation of the reenacted blood moon. The sound of rushing water echoes, and the crimson moonlight grows denser. Under the authority of creation, the scenes summoned by Mr. Door shift swiftly. Above the tumultuous sea, lightning crackles, coalescing into a formidable middle-aged man clad in black armor, standing upon the waves, enveloped by storm, draped in lightning, and wielding a trident. The sun transforms into a handsome man, radiant and vibrant, cloaked in pure white robes, with a mane of golden hair. In each hand, he holds a tome of covenant and a sun-like golden orb. The tower morphs into an elder, hooded, revealing only his mouth, lined with wrinkles and white beard, holding an open book beneath an all-seeing eye. Lord of the storm, eternal radiance, god of wisdom. Amidst the anguished cries, the fallen mother goddess compelled Mr. Men to reenact the scene of the three deities feasting upon the ancient sun god. The projections of the three deities transformed into countless grotesque, fleshly monsters that devoured the little Ahaz. In the midst of Ahaz's tearful lamentations, the infants shed tears in unison. The fleshly monsters, after consuming the little Ahaz, wept as well. As the tears fell upon the ground, they rapidly morphed into orange-red, smiling faces. The remnants of tears upon their faces similarly transformed into masks. Ha 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 ha! The masks grinned widely. There were still some little Ahaz who had not been completely devoured, masks sprouting from the ground, and fleshly monsters adorned with masks. Laughter resonated once more. This time, it was not just Aha who laughed. The stones chuckled, the soil rejoiced, and the fleshly tendrils and eyes erupted in mirth. Men no longer emitted cries of torment. The fallen mother goddess, unable to resist, let out a laugh, sprouting countless, smiling faces upon her form. They all laughed heartily. The only sanctuary was that surrounding the box. The moon was stained orange-red, began to writhe, and took on the semblance of a smiling face. Silence may reign in a vacuum, yet it seemed to carry the laughter to the distant inhabitants of Earth, lifting their spirits as well. The fallen mother goddess began to feel a sense of dread, but soon her fear was overwhelmed by the joyous emotions. Yet she knew she must depart from this place of delight. She felt a pang of reluctance. Perhaps remaining here would constitute a fitting conclusion. She yearned to immerse herself in this bliss, her consciousness gradually sinking, her face transforming into a mask, that of an elegant woman with a slight smile. Abruptly, she broke free from her ecstasy, attempting to leave, only to realize that she had been rooted in the earth, merging with the entire moon. Ultimately, the only part of her exposed was her face, now a mask. Yet even the mask began to sink into the soil. She tried to extend her hand in a bid for salvation, striving to reach the safety surrounding the box. But she found her hands were gone. Slowly, she was engulfed. The moon began to writhe anew, returning to its original form. Aha detached from the moon, joyously plummeting toward Earth, accompanied by the mysterious small sphere. Shortly after Aha's departure, the fallen mother goddess reopened her eyes, and the surface of the moon revealed countless tiny eyes. She discovered that she seemed to have completely fused with the moon. The moon cracked again, but this time there was only a single fissure. Utilizing her dominion over creation and procreation, she resurrected her essence. According to apocryphal records, in July 1349, the fallen mother goddess gave birth to a daughter on the moon, under the auspices of the joyous star deity, Aha. I am a chronicler from the luminescent fool's court. Follow me to uncover more cosmic tidbits. Aha, having separated from the moon, descended toward Earth. However, before reaching the planet, a barrier obstructed the way. Pressing against the barrier, she gazed down at Earth, where unbeknownst to her, half of the planet facing the moon had been enveloped in a shroud of night. Aha's gaze pierced through the veil of night, revealing the inner workings of the Earth. He recalled the memories bestowed upon him by Ceres, which naturally encompassed the essence of the Lord of Secrets. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, the remarkably decisive Aha tossed his good brother into the air, allowing him to return to nature. Indeed, he could be regarded as a great benefactor, worthy of leading a wildlife conservation society. Who else has ever released a wild celestial being? Surely no one. He then glanced at the unassuming small sphere, adorned it with a peculiar substance, and hurled it towards the barrier. The mechanism of recognition within that barrier remained a mystery. It denied him entry. Yet the small sphere faced no such hindrance. Suddenly, the darkness within the barrier transformed into a pair of hands, attempting to seize the small sphere. However, it unexpectedly faded, becoming translucent before vanishing entirely. The hands fashioned from darkness grasped at nothing, pausing momentarily before dissipating in front of Aha. It was enigmatic, I infused it with mystery. A mask exhibited a triumphant expression, eliciting a chorus of applause from the other masks. Truly splendid. Chapter 18. The Diviner's Club emerging from the shroud of gray mist. Audrey promptly seized a pen to inscribe the potion formula for her audience. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicine essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult munhur fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of black fish blood. After contemplation, she surrounded the potion formula with the names of various chemical substances, disguising the page as a convoluted and chaotic array of scientific knowledge. She basked in her cleverness, her heart swelling with satisfaction, even sensing the echo of her own heartfelt laughter. "You are truly remarkable, Audrey," she praised herself. In a dimly lit basement, where only a flickering candle provided illumination, Alger's Wilson raised his palm, scrutinizing it closely. He marveled at the formidable power of the fool, feeling that being drawn into such a gathering was both a perilous and fortuitous opportunity. His emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. Yet, reflecting on the knowledge he had gleaned that day, though not exceedingly rare, was undeniably a gain, uplifting his spirits. Beneath the blazing afternoon sun, Klein stepped out of his home. Unbeknownst to him, the sun above was none other than the unadorned embodiment of the eternal sun. He mused on the warmth of the day's sunlight. To traverse from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he exchanged his formal attire, top hat and leather boots, for a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a matching round-brimmed felt hat, and worn leather shoes, thus alleviating any concerns about sweat tainting his valuable ensemble. As he walked along the path, Mrs. Sling, a kind, elderly woman with graying hair, called out to him. Perceiving Klein's somber demeanor, she offered a cup of sweet iced tea in tribute to the esteemed fool. Klein, with a penchant for sweets, instantly developed a fondness for this delightful beverage. In that moment, sweet iced tea officially became a part of the sacrament of the Church of the Fool. Having completed his search task, Klein initially intended to return to the Blackthorn Security Company. However, on his way, he stumbled upon a divination club. The name Divination Club echoed in Klein's mind, and he suddenly remembered his intention to disguise himself as a fortune teller. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to explore and seek new inspirations. Lost in thought, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, and entered the hall. Standing before a beautiful lady at the reception desk, the lady, with her chestnut-colored hair elegantly styled, assessed Klein with a glance and smiled, saying, "Sir, are you interested in a reading, or would you like to join our club?" Curiously, Klein inquired about the conditions for membership. The lady, with her hair skillfully arranged, began to explain. You would need to fill out a detailed form and pay an annual membership fee, initially £5, followed by £1 each subsequent year. Rest assured, unlike those political or business clubs, we do not require formal recommendations for membership. Quite expensive, Klein gasped, reflecting on his contribution to global warming. Members enjoy complimentary access to the club's meeting rooms and various divination spaces, as well as divination tools. They also benefit from free coffee and tea, complimentary reading materials from our subscribed newspapers and magazines, and the opportunity to purchase lunch, dinner, beverages, and some divination resources at cost price. Klein's mind raced, analyzing the value of these offerings, while he pondered whether he could take all the free tea and coffee with him. Moreover, we invite a renowned fortune teller to give lectures and answer questions at least once a month, the lady continued. Klein smiled, withholding judgment, yet internally he felt elated, as if he were a concealed son-in-law of a dragon king. The 3-year term had concluded, welcoming the return of the diviner. Most importantly, one could find a group of like-minded friends to exchange experiences with. The sharing of experiences. This might captivate Leonard, but regrettably, Klein found himself disinterested. It sounds appealing, however. I am short on funds, he quipped with self-deprecating humor, then asked, what if I wish to have a reading? Upon hearing Klein's inquiry, the elegantly coiffed lady displayed no sign of impatience, maintaining her courteous smile. Our members are free to offer readings at the club and set their own prices. We only take a small percentage of the fees. If you wish to have a reading, you may peruse this brochure, which contains introductions and prices from members willing to provide readings. Wait, members can earn money? Klein's ears perked up, his attention sharpening. It seemed that paying a modest membership fee was not entirely out of the question. However, it was a Monday afternoon, and most of our members were at work, leaving only about 5 present. This was advantageous, as it easily averted the onset of decision paralysis. As she spoke, she invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception hall. Then, she opened a brochure opposite him and pointed out the current club member, Heinaz Vincent, a renowned diviner from Tingen, who serves as the club's resident mentor and specializes in various forms of divination, charging 4 souls per session. How exorbitant! This amount could easily afford 2 sumptuous dinners for me and Benson. Melissa, Klein mused silently, offering no reply. Did they really think they could squeeze money from Mr. Fool for mia divination? Not a chance. The lady with the chestnut hair quickly grasped Klein's sentiment and continued to flip through the pages, searching for someone slightly less costly. Then there's the last one, Mr. Grachis, a new member who joined the club this year, proficient in tarot divination, charging 2 pennies per session. Sir, whom would you like to choose? Although Klein had yet to respond, the lady had already formed a reasonable assumption. Unsurprisingly, without a moment's hesitation, Klein instinctively replied, Mr. Grachis. She guessed correctly. Excellent. It seemed this lady possessed a certain talent for divination herself. The charming receptionist paused for a moment and said, Sir, I must inform you that Mr. Grachis is merely a beginner. The implication was clear. You get what you pay for. You might as well try your luck elsewhere. However, it was evident that she was unaware that esoteric practices often come with a novice's protective period. Understood. I will take responsibility for my decision. Klein smiled and nodded. Of course, responsibility was secondary. What mattered was the payment. Then please follow me. The lovely lady rose and led Klein through a large door adjacent to the reception hall. There lay a moderately long corridor, ending in an open meeting room, filled with sunlight, furnished with tables and chairs, and scattered with newspapers, magazines, and cards, wafting a faint aroma of coffee. When they were still a couple of rooms away from the meeting space, the receptionist signaled Klein to stop, hastening towards the end and softly calling out, Mr. Grachis, someone is here for a consultation. The person in the room pointed at himself, me. Chapter 19. Old Neil meets the star again after a flurry of activity. Klein, who had been consulted, offered Mr. Grachis a suggestion. There's a darkness at your brow. Perhaps your lungs are not well. I recommend you see a doctor. Grachis, however, did not believe Klein and, after his departure, performed a divination regarding his own condition. All is well. One exaggeration. Upon returning to the security company, Klein discovered that the receptionist, Roshan, had been replaced by Leonard. What on earth happened? The young lady is transformed into a burly man. Leonard gazed at Klein with fervent eyes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Good afternoon. Where's Roshan? Klein greeted, removing his hat with one hand while discreetly covering his rear, inquiring nonchalantly. She is on duty at the armory tonight. The armory does not require the vigilant oversight of extraordinary beings, unlike the Charney's Gate. Before Klein could pose another inquiry, Leonard, seemingly lost in contemplation, addressed him. There's a matter that has long perplexed me. What matter? Klein inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Leonard rose to his feet, his tone soothing as he smiled. Why did Welch and Naya choose to take their own lives on the spot, while you returned home? It must be that the enigmatic entity desired me to remove and conceal the notes of the Antigonus family, Klein conjectured, articulating a widely accepted hypothesis. Leonard paced for a few steps before abruptly turning to face Klein, locking eyes with him. If their suicides were meant to silence them and erase any traces, then why not simply have you destroy the notes right there? Meeting Leonard's fervent gaze, Klein instinctively recoiled. That's quite charming, but maintain some distance, he thought. This Klein certainly harbors significant issues, Leonard mused. Conversely, Klein pondered, could this Leonard truly be a non-tone? After exchanging a few more words, Klein gestured toward the armory, stating, I must retrieve some ammunition. I wish to distance myself from this non-tone. May the goddess bless you, Leonard replied with a smile, tracing a crimson crescent in the air before him. Watching Klein hastily depart, Leonard murmured to himself, Ah, the old man, he indeed has his troubles. A whisper of ancient laughter echoed in Leonard's ear. Ha ha ha, he thinks you're a non-tone. What? Me? Such brazen proclamations. Could he have guessed correctly? Old man. I did not anticipate you would uncover this. It seems I cannot allow you to remain. Within the Dragon's Den Tavern lies a black market where wild extraordinary beings often engage in transactions. This chamber, roughly the size of an amphitheater, features vendors displaying their wares, bottles and jars piled high, while others navigate through the crowd, either examining, conversing, or bargaining. The black market may not possess the ominous mystique often imagined by the average individual. For it would be unrealistic to expect wild, extraordinary beings to commandeer an entire street for their illicit trade. Are you certain this is water from the golden spring of Suanya Island? Old Neil scrutinized the glass vial in his hand, containing a pale, golden liquid, approximately 100 milliliters in volume. Indeed, we went to great lengths to procure it from the sea. Say, you old rascal, you're not planning to renege on the deal, are you? Opposite him stood a middle-aged man clad in a sailor's attire, his skin weathered and rough, arms crossed defiantly as he glared at old Neil. The latter cautiously lifted the vial, stating, "Certainly not, but I must take it for testing." "Very well, but I must accompany you." The middle-aged man stepped closer. Of course. Old Neil did not object, leading him to a stall nestled in the corner. The proprietor of the stall was also an elder, clad in a finely tailored leather jacket, its lining patched in numerous places. Rather than sitting on the ground, he had brought a set of chairs and tables, where he sat reading. Old Neil rapped his fingers on the table, placing a 5-pound note down. "Hey, Valente, we have business." Old Valente set his book aside, scrutinizing old Neil for an extended period before a look of realization dawned on him. He pointed at old Neil and chuckled. "Neil, how long has it been since you last sought me out?" Old Neil replied with a chuckle, "I was just here last week. Have you already forgotten me?" Old Valente furrowed his brow and tapped his knuckles against his head. "Never mind, it's not important. What do you need to authenticate?" This, old Neil said, placing a glass on the table while stabilizing the wobbly surface with his other hand. Old Valente leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with a white light. After a moment, he deactivated his extraordinary ability and declared, "The assessment results are conclusive. This is indeed the elven spring you sought." Old Neil exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to hand a paper bag to the middle-aged man. "Inside is 200 pounds. You may leave now." The man accepted the bag, counted its contents without uttering a word, and promptly departed. As old Neil prepared to take his leave, he exchanged pleasantries with old Valente, who suddenly called out, "Hey, old Neil, how long has it been since you last visited me?" Old Neil stared at old Valente in surprise for a moment before responding with a smile. "I was just here last week. Have you forgotten already?" "Oh, a week, huh?" Old Valente nodded. "That's understandable. What do you wish to authenticate?" A fleeting glimmer crossed old Neil's eyes. The memory of an extraordinary individual beginning to forget hinted at unspoken implications. "No." Old Neil gently patted old Valente's shoulder, smiling. "Let's simply catch up with an old friend. What shall we discuss? Was it worth talking about?" Old Valente waved dismissively. "Share tales of your adventures with comrades during your time in the Mechanical Heart." "Ah, I should have already regaled you with those," old Neil replied. "I don't recall," Valente retorted. "Well then, I must enlighten you." Upon leaving the Dragon's Den Tavern, old Neil contemplated what materials he still required. He had the essence, the crimson iron ore, and gold could be acquired later. All that remained was the star crystal, which still eluded him. He murmured the recipe from memory. Suddenly, an idea sparked in old Neil's mind. He looked up to see someone waving at him. It was the girl who had previously helped him up the stairs. He bore no ill will regarding their last encounter and greeted Star warmly. "Ah, Miss Sango, it has been quite a while." After a moment, he jested. "This time, there's no need for you to carry me up the stairs." Star nodded, understanding that she would not insist if he was unwilling. Suddenly, she blinked and tilted her head. "What is it?" old Neil inquired, puzzled. Star shook her head, indicating there was nothing amiss. Old Neil, still confused, pressed on. "Why aren't you speaking?" "Because I am a gray-haired mute," Star replied earnestly, her expression serious. Old Neil opened his mouth, hesitant to respond. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to say, "All right." Chapter 20. A mission regarding the trash bin. Perhaps it was serendipity. Or perhaps there existed no definitive destination at all. Xing and old Neil resolved to journey together. This excursion proved to be an eye-opener for old Neil. It was his first encounter with such a spirited young woman. In her presence, Roshan appeared as a mere compliant girl. Along the way, Xing periodically rummaged through trash bins and would suddenly engage in conversation with lampposts. With time, old Neil gradually began to comprehend Xing's unconventional thought process. To her, anything illuminated and reflecting light seemed to present an interactive option. At times, even in the absence of light, she would deem certain objects as worthy of interaction. Old Neil was uncertain of what constituted an interactive option, but he could surmise that it likely implied the potential for communication and engagement. Although he found it perplexing that Xing could converse with roadside stones for extended periods, it did not detract from his enjoyment of her company. Indeed, as one ages, there emerges a fondness for the vibrant youth, for their presence evokes a sense of rejuvenation, a reminder that one's veins still pulse with vitality rather than languishing in a mire of decline. A spark of curiosity ignited within old Neil. He yearned to understand how this child perceived the world. The inquisitive mind is invariably drawn to the novel. He called out to Xing, inquiring about her fascination with trash bins. A wave of excitement washed over her, reminiscent of a child eager to introduce a friend to an elder. She led old Neil to the roadside, sifting through the bins until she selected one that she deemed most suitable for his observation. For novices, she advised, it is best to start with a relatively clean trash bin. Xing was earnest in her instruction, clearly intent on imparting her knowledge of the art of appreciating trash bins. This particular bin was utterly ordinary, commonplace enough to be found anywhere along the street. It was unremarkable, devoid of character. In fact, it contained no refuse at all, for it was so ubiquitous that not even litter could find its way inside. What do you see? Xing inquired. Old Neil pondered thoughtfully for a moment. I see that this bin is rusted, which suggests it has been in use for quite some time. It is an elder. Xing affirmed old Neil's observation, her eyes brimming with encouragement, urging him to continue. And it is quite clean? I mean, compared to other bins, it has no trash inside. Old Neil endeavored to adopt Xing's perspective. This must surely be its merit, correct? Incorrect. Xing promptly countered. A trash bin devoid of refuse is akin to a person without wealth. Ah, so is an old and impoverished trash bin. Old Neil mused aloud. It is utterly nondescript, much like myself. Having aged, it has merely reached tier 9. In a moment of reflection, he found an unexpected resonance between himself and the trash bin. Tentatively, he extended his hand, feeling the coolness of its surface. He soon discovered that not only was the interior clean, but the exterior was equally pristine, akin to a gentleman impeccably attired. This is a seemingly worthless object, yet its lack of value is remarkably beautiful. It resembles a gentleman clad in patched attire, yet impeccably dressed, conveying the message that there is no inherent refuse in this world. One must always believe in oneself. Perhaps it harbors a dream of eradicating all waste from the city, a daunting, nearly impossible aspiration. Thus, it appears that this object also possesses intrinsic worth and endeavors of its own. He perceives the dignity of this trash bin, a notion that is difficult to fathom. Nevertheless, its dignity bears a significant weight. His life is beset by troubles, and yet intertwined with joy. Fate has never been equitable, but hope remains invaluable. He begins to comprehend the trash bin, the star. He touches the trash bin, feeling its exterior. He notices that the bin seems transformed. It is no longer rusted, but has become much smoother. The texture is no longer cold and coarse, but has grown warm, sleek, and refined. Ah, you too have rejuvenated, perhaps due to the steadfastness within. Old Neil quietly inquires of the trash bin. Even if your ideals remain unfulfilled, you shall not surrender, will you? The trash bin offers no reply to old Neil, for such an unquestionable matter requires no answer. Reflecting the sunlight, the sun is on the verge of setting, yet it stands resilient. Until its aspirations are realized, it shall not relent. Old Neil rises, removes his hat, and offers a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Once one embarks upon this path, there is no turning back, sighs Star from behind old Neil. Taking 2 steps back, old Neil surveys his surroundings anew, discovering that the world appears transformed. He has never perceived it as such an intriguing place. The various objects by the roadside shimmer, communicating in a language beyond human understanding. He yearns to partake in this exchange, although it may require more time. Thank you. Old Neil sincerely expresses his joy, solidifying his conviction and gaining a kindred spirit. He turns to Star once more, saying, thank you as well. Star gazes at old Neil with a smile. Would you like to hear a story? Of course. Star, seemingly from nowhere, produces a harp and, like a wandering bard, begins to play while narrating. The tale I wish to tell begins in ancient times, when the gods still walked upon the earth. The king of trash descended from the heavens, filled with curiosity for all that exists. The following morning, overseeing Melissa boarding the public carriage, Klein and Benson part ways at the street corner, each heading to their respective workplaces. Klein feels compelled to witness Melissa pay the full fare, fearing she might underpay if she disembarks midway. However, should she pay the required amount, Even she would feel too embarrassed to reclaim any change from the conductor. As Klein steps through the door, he spots old Neil and Rosen engaged in conversation at the reception desk. The former remains clad in his classic black robe, utterly indifferent to the gazes of others, while the latter has donned a light yellow, casual long dress. For reasons unknown, he felt that the venerable Neil seemed somehow transformed today. There was an air of increased confidence about him, as if he had become somewhat younger. He overheard Neil recounting tales to Rosen. The trashcan sought its own answers, yet could not comprehend the chaos of the mundane world. The bard of the bin strummed its strings, and the instrument of refuse echoed back with responses. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Rosen," Klein greeted, removing his hat in a gesture of respect. Neil cast a glance at Klein. "Good morning. I trust you did not hear anything last night that you ought not to have." "No, I slept quite well," Klein replied, somewhat puzzled. He recalled Neil mentioning that he should often hear things that were not meant for him. He could only attribute it to his own lack of inspiration. "Huh. No need to dwell on it. It is not as easy to hear as one might think," Neil remarked, gesturing towards the partition. "To the armory, then. We shall continue our studies in mysticism this morning." Almost forgetting, Neil was reminded that he frequently heard things he should not, simply because he had prayed to the hidden sages. Klein had not. Nodding, Klein followed Neil down the staircase into the depths, arriving at the armory to relieve Brett, who had stood watch the previous night. "What shall we learn today?" Klein inquired with curiosity. Neil pondered for a moment, some complex foundational knowledge. "But first, allow me to teach you an intriguing technique." He pointed to a silver chain wrapped around his wrist, from which dangled a small silver trash can ornament. Chapter 21. We celebrate here the birth of the dog of fantasies. "Oh, what a distinctive pendant," Klein commented. "Thank you. It is a new friend of mine," Neil replied with a soft chuckle. Neil, your friend seems rather unique." Klein's tone shifted, the thought crossing his mind that perhaps Neil was succumbing to senility. With a warm voice, Neil reassured him, "Young Klein, do not let the prejudices of this world blind your eyes. You know, dear Klein, I have a dream that on the soil of this kingdom of ruin, the son of the trash may sit alongside the son of humanity as brothers." Upon finishing, Neil began to teach Klein about the pendulum method, a form of divination. In a private chemistry laboratory, fully equipped with instruments and materials, Sellers crouched in a corner with a camera, ready to capture the moment. Though he felt somewhat like a voyeur, he was determined not to miss the momentous birth of the great dog of fantasies. Inside the room, the tall, golden-haired Audrey gazed intently at the cup in her hands, where countless bubbles surfaced, creating a serene atmosphere. Eventually, the liquid in the cup settled into a silvery potion. "Huh, I truly possess a talent for mysticism. I succeeded on the first attempt. I was worried I might fail and prepared 2 full sets of materials." The girl exclaimed joyfully to herself, "Master, I have succeeded. Master, I have crafted the elixir." She carefully gathered various leftover materials from the family treasury and those exchanged with others, took a deep breath, and prepared to close her eyes and drink the potion of the audience. Just then, the sound of barking echoed from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brow. She gently placed the shimmering silver liquid into a shadowy corner and turned her body towards the door. "Sushi, who is it?" Audrey inquired, directing her question at the golden retriever seated at the entrance. How dare this mere trial potion made question our esteemed fantastical hound? At this moment, the fantastical hound, still weak, could only choose to endure in the face of the impudent potion maid. The golden retriever, Sushi, wagged her tail, wearing a look of eager friendliness. The close maid, Annie, then appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey stepped out of the laboratory, pulling the door shut behind her, and addressed Annie. "Did I not say not to disturb me while I conduct my chemical experiments?" Annie replied with a hint of distress, but there's an invitation from the Duchess. "Lady Della. Ah, I see. The esteemed fantastical hound has already laid a subtle trap to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Truly, Lady Sushi, you have begun your role as a writer quite early. How terrifying." As she approached Annie, Audrey inquired about the contents of the invitation. "Yes, she has invited the court baker, Lady Wei Wei, to join you for afternoon tea," Annie stated. Audrey discreetly puffed her cheeks and said, "Tell my mother that I feel dizzy, perhaps from the intense sunlight and slight dehydration. Please apologize to Lady Della on my behalf." While speaking, she feigned weakness, recalling how her etiquette teacher had instructed her on how to faint gracefully. To think one can voluntarily dehydrate. Has the infiltration of the Trisolarans into Earth progressed this far? Miss, this is not merely afternoon tea. It's a literary salon, Annie added. But that cannot cure my dizziness. I require rest, Audrey firmly declined. Simultaneously, she silently repeated to herself, if I persist, I shall faint before you. My etiquette teacher remarked that I execute this motion flawlessly. Did I hear something? Surprised. Aren't you? This is Lady Sushi's path to promotion. Very well, Annie sighed. Do you need me to assist you back to your room? No. I will tidy the laboratory first. Audrey was eager to return and consume the potion, yet she restrained her impatience, watching Annie depart before turning back to the laboratory door. Suddenly, she realized that the golden retriever, Sushi, who should have remained outside, was missing, and the laboratory door stood ajar. I have been reborn. Reborn on the eve of Audrey consuming the potion. This time, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Ah, I forgot that Sushi could open doors with handles. What was that noise? Oh no. Hearing a distinct sound from within, Audrey suddenly made a connection and dashed into the laboratory. Her gaze fell upon the shattered cup on the floor, the last drop of silvery liquid licked away by the golden retriever, Susie, and the crooked smile that Susie wore as she tilted her head. The 3-year period had come to an end, heralding the return of the Canine King. Audrey stood frozen at the doorway, resembling a statue. Susie, the golden retriever, promptly sat upright, gazing at her owner with innocent eyes, wagging her tail. Ceres captured this moment with his camera. Here, we celebrate the birth of the dog of imagination. After a while, Audrey, filled with trepidation, completed the second potion. As she beheld the concoction that appeared no different from the previous one, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. To avoid lingering uncertainties, Audrey swiftly poured the potion into her mouth, quickly assimilating it. Time passed, and a few days later, at a grand banquet, the vast hall was adorned with several chandeliers, each holding burning candles that exuded a delightful fragrance, their brilliance rivaling that of gas lamps. Meanwhile, Klein inserted coins into the gas meter. Long tables were laden with delectable dishes, such as pan-seared foie gras, grilled steaks, roasted chickens, sot edsole, dissy oysters, braised lamb, and creamy soups. Additionally, bottles of misty champagne, Almeyer wine, and South Wales red wine glimmered enticingly under the lights. Having recently learned a ritualistic spell, Klein was pleased and decided that the evening's fare would be meat broth accompanied by white bread. Servants in red waistcoats navigated between elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, carrying trays of crystal glasses. Klein stretched lazily, rising from the sofa to check the kitchen for remaining ingredients. Audrey Hall, adorned in a pale white gown with a high collar and leg of mutton sleeves, was tightly cinched at the waist, her multi-layered cake-cut silhouette perfectly supported by whalebone. Her golden locks were elegantly styled, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled with brilliance, while her feet were adorned with white dancing shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. Klein shook off the dust from his overcoat and hung it on the coat rack. Audrey, unlike before, did not position herself at the center of the banquet, becoming the focal point of attention. Instead, she discreetly avoided the revelry, standing quietly in the shadow of the floor-to-ceiling window. She had become the sovereign behind the pseudo-curtain of shadows. Sipping champagne, she gazed at the people before her with an otherworldly demeanor. Suddenly, her intuition stirred, and she turned her head sharply toward the spacious balcony outside the window, focusing on a dark corner of the terrace. In that shadow sat a golden retriever, quietly observing the scene within, its gaze serene as it looked at Audrey, half its body concealed in darkness. Audrey couldn't help but recall the poem penned by Emperor Roselle. You watch the scenery from the bridge, while the one observing the scenery watches you from above. A fleeting grimace crossed Audrey's face, and her expression faltered, unable to maintain her role as an observer. She withdrew her gaze and approached a few young ladies engaged in conversation. She is about to fulfill the commission of Mr. Demon. However, it is merely Mr. Demon's task, Sigh. Chapter 22. The Great Love Star Monarch on Monday afternoon. At precisely 2:45, Klein glanced at his watch to confirm the time. Taking advantage of the early hour, he contemplated for a moment and determined his email address above the fog, ensuring that those attending the tarot meetings could reach him if necessary. He, a timid deity out of sync with this era, the impoverished sovereign above the lavatory, the king of complaints presiding over sweet iced tea. Are you certain this is the title of the fool? Stark could hardly believe it. Indeed, Cyrus affirmed with unwavering conviction. Ding, ding, ding. Gorns ascended to the second floor, tapping the railing to attract the attention of the two. What's wrong? Cyrus inquired, puzzled, gazing at Gorns. Could you two tone it down a bit? Gorns pressed his forehead. I've been receiving complaints lately that you two are always rummaging through the trash bins, driving the neighbors insane. Can you refrain from playing with the trash bins? Someone came to complain about you? Star was incredulous to hear that someone disliked the trash bins. Yes, many have come to me with their grievances. Upon hearing this, Cyrus fell silent, staring at the trash bin toy in his hand. He tightly shut his eyes, a solitary tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Filled with reluctance, since there are already complaints, we can no longer persist in our ways. If that is the case, let me be the villain. As he spoke, Cyrus produced a cicada, its head and abdomen a brownish yellow, adorned with tree ring-like patterns, seemingly a witness to the passage of time. The spring and autumn cicada. I will return to the past and cease my association with the trash bins. Oh, spring and autumn cicada, accompany me once more through the river of time. With determination, Cyrus gazed at the spring and autumn cicada, resolutely making up his mind. Star slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Stop! Cyrus, what on earth are you doing? Without the trash bins, how shall we engage in abstraction? Suddenly, the spring and autumn cicada emitted a soft chirp. It is simple. I shall ascend to become a sovereign. Cyrus. Star. Gorns. After its call, its essence was no longer concealed, revealing its 9 transformations. In an instant, the room fell silent once more, awash with astonishment. Despringendo tom cicada smiled finally, getting out. Zile. Star extended her hand, snatching the spring and autumn cicada into her grasp. Gazing at the cicada in her hand, she coldly smiled. You wish to ascend without reciting poetry? With a gentle squeeze, a crisp sound echoed as she effortlessly crushed the spring and autumn cicada into fragments. The 9 transformations of the spring and autumn cicada have been destroyed. What? The crowd gasped in shock. How could you destroy the spring and autumn cicada? Star chuckled lightly and produced an object. It was an oval-shaped smiley face, palm-sized with a broad forehead, square chin, and clad in black frame glasses. The 10 transformations of the cleansing net goo. The spring and autumn cicada ascends the river of time, and only the one who possesses the purifying net goo of his deceased wife can bring it to destruction. By a fortunate coincidence, Xing happens to have a wife who has died thrice. She stands sideways, extending her left hand palm down as the purifying net goo floats beneath her hand, swirling gently, rising and falling with the subtle movements of her arm. Ascend. Under the gaze of the other two, Xing casually cast the purifying net goo aside. She approached the window, clasping her hands behind her back, standing with her back to the others. In a soft voice, she spoke. I am acutely aware that the paths of individuals are irreplicable. I tread my own journey through life, even if the storms along the way are formidable, making my steps arduous. Even if I am beset by thorns that leave me scarred, I will still smile foolishly, savoring the essence of this experience. She laughed lightly. I believe that the solitary little bucket will one day behold the verdant banks on either side, with buckets and birds harmonizing in song. The shattered spring and autumn cicada, with only its remaining head, gasped its last breath, lamenting. Indeed, the heroes of this realm are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Great love star. What a magnificent great love star you are. Truly, it is a vibrant and colorful world, and Cyrus applauded in delight. Marvelous, simply marvelous. After his fit of excitement, Cyrus stretched luxuriously, intending to retreat to his chamber for rest. Suddenly, he felt a pull. Remembering that it was Monday, he transformed into a meme form, climbing up the source fortress with a tug. Above the gray mist, within the grand palace, the bronze long table was worn and ancient. As the figure of Audrey Hall began to materialize, Klein, who had already activated his spiritual sight, gazed intently, and unsurprisingly observed that the colors deep within her aura coalesced into a singular essence, pure and tranquil like the tears of a lake reflecting the world with clarity. She had indeed become an extraordinary being. Just as Klein was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed a change in the high-backed chair belonging to Miss Justice. The brilliant stars upon the chair's back swiftly shifted, forming an illusory constellation that did not belong to reality. To Klein's eyes, this constellation seemed hauntingly familiar, as it symbolized something within the realm of mysticism, a symbol representing the dragon. Old Neil had taught him that dragons are experts in the realm of the soul. Recalling the mention of the mind readers and psychologists by the devil during the last tarot meeting, Klein formed a hypothesis. It seemed that dragons were predominantly accessed through the audience. The audience's dragon. Klein controlled himself from shaking his head, gazing inquisitively at the high-back chair of the hangman. Normally, from his vantage point, he should not be able to see the back of the chair. Yet this was his domain, and everything manifested according to his will. While the constellation behind the chair remained unchanged, Klein, now knowledgeable in mysticism, no longer viewed it with navet, recognizing it as the symbol of the storm. The sailor and the sea-dweller storm. There was no mistake there. The colors deep within the hangman's aura had become even purer. Had he ascended? Or the devil? Then, the scene reflected in Klein's eyes shifted once more, revealing the patterns behind Selris. This was not a pattern he had previously encountered. Yet he had indeed seen it before, on a flyer for the tavern at the end of the world. It depicted a goblet, adorned with a diamond-shaped star above, with a pair of wing-like patterns gracefully converging behind the cup. What could it signify? Klein found himself perplexed. The Holy Grail? Or something else? His thoughts began to drift. By the way, what was the symbol behind my seat? For some reason, he could not perceive his back as others did. Resisting the urge to turn around, Klein, as before, lightly tapped the edge of the long table 3 times, smiling as he spoke. Congratulations, Miss Justice. You have become an extraordinary individual. Could he discern it directly? Perhaps, after all, it was the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Audrey paused momentarily and replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thanks to Mr. Hangman and Mr. Devil as well. Faster than I anticipated, remarked Alger Wilson with calm assurance. Selris merely smiled in silence, waving his hand dismissively. Klein chose not to pursue the topic further, tapping his forehead lightly and smiling as he inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Russell's diary? Upon hearing Mr. Fool's question, Audrey did not respond immediately as she had before. Instead, her sparkling eyes scrutinized the hangman and the devil in turn. Selris openly displayed his body language before Audrey, while Alge instinctively restrained his movements. After a brief silence, Alge spoke. I have discovered 2 pages of Emperor Russell's diary and memorized their contents. I possess 1 page. Audrey replied in an observational tone, her gaze obscured by a veil of gray mist. I have 2 pages of Russell's diary, Selris revealed, having been prepared well in advance. Excellent. Klein managed to suppress his elation and disappointment in his voice. He was delighted to have 5 complete pages, yet disheartened that there were only 5. For the initial collection was undoubtedly simpler, a mere excavation of inherent resources and potential channels. As time progressed, the task would only grow more arduous, involving a multitude of factors. Shall we present it now? Audrey inquired calmly. Yes, Klein replied succinctly. Chapter 23. Greetings to the star, God Hakaviri with a flicker of thought. The 5 pages of parchment materialized in Klein's hands. As his gaze swept over the text, he perused the diary, noting that the sequence of language was jumbled, with certain words missing and errors present. However, experiments had shown that minor discrepancies in order did not impede the reading of Chinese. Moreover, after enduring the trials of the stars, he was undaunted by missing letters and typos. In fact, many possessed a remarkable gift for reading. For instance, while the character for age may be unfamiliar to many, I assure you, I am 18 years old is effortlessly comprehensible. Since Selris was seated the farthest away, Klein prioritized examining the diary submitted by Audrey and Alge. The diary submitted earlier primarily narrates the following. The discovery of a primitive island by Emperor Russell. Russell's transformation into the son of steam, his decision to become an omniscient, his evolving perspective on the art of performance, his firm rejection of arranged marriage and his refusal to wed Miss Matilda, his determination to leave home in opposition to forced unions, the striking beauty of Miss Matilda, and Russell's burgeoning anticipation for his wedding with her. Klein flipped the page, his gaze landing upon the diary provided by Selris. August 21st. I am on the verge of attaining sequence 6. Following the counsel inscribed by Russell, I chose the path of the diviner. Yet, I have yet to perceive anything extraordinary. Another traveler. Klein's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it not been for the veil of gray mist, Audrey would surely have discerned his intrigue. He quietly inhaled, steadying his emotions, and continued to read. August 30th. I have become a faceless one of sequence 6. yet I still fail to grasp the unique qualities of the diviner. Rassel has caused considerable mischief. September 1st, I encountered a deity. He proclaims himself Hakaweli, the star god. He is an exceedingly benevolent god, permitting us to address him by his true name, while simultaneously criticizing the Lord of Storms. Klein casually turned the page to find the reverse side blank, his attention shifting to the second diary. June 9th. Hakaweli asked if I wished to join him on an adventure, informing us that this was an exercise in fulfilling the will of Haki. June 10th. I resolved to embark on this adventure with him. How thrilling! June 11th. Hakaweli is quite extraordinary. His mode of transport is a high-speed train, named the Starry Express. The diary concluded at this juncture, plunging Klein once more into contemplation. Could this high-speed train imply that Hakaweli is also a traveler? No. Such a contraption would naturally emerge from a civilization that has reached a certain level of development. Could it be that the Starry Express indicates that this deity hails from another civilization? Celrus, without needing to glance, was well aware of Klein's thoughts, feeling immensely pleased. Indeed, the Tarot Society serves as a grand plaything. No more. I cannot withdraw any further. Celrus silently lamented. Disregard the trivialities. Celrus decisively discarded the useless thoughts. Setting down the diary, Klein lifted his gaze and smiled. My apologies, I was utterly engrossed. Audrey, suppressing her envy, chuckled softly. We understand. And I look forward to the day when I can exchange the contents of Emperor Rassel's diary with you. However, to view the original version might prove rather challenging. You would only be privy to the edited and abridged version vetted by the Fool. Such knowledge comes at cost. Klein smiled, casting a glance at Justice, who was sweeping past the silent hangman and the jovial demon. But Gul'dan, what is the price? Audrey clasped her hands together before her and addressed. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, and Mr. Demon, I have 2 inquiries to pose. Certainly, if you believe the answer holds significant value, please inform me of your desires, and I shall endeavor to seek them afterward. No problem. Alger responded simply and calmly. Celrus gestured with the sign invented by Rosal. Klein nodded gently, reclining a bit more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds and inquired, what does it truly mean to play a role? I have noticed that the residual spirit within the potion affects me only mildly. Is it because I have been acting as an observer during this time? Alger remained silent, exchanging a glance with Celrus before directing his gaze towards the Fool, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table, his tone relaxed, elucidating the concept of role-playing through a metaphor involving castles and guards. Audrey suddenly comprehended, feeling as though she had fully grasped the essence of role-playing. Wonderful. I'm gradually understanding everything. As a reward, Klein proposed to offset debts with more diaries of Emperor Rosal or information concerning the Antigonus family. Initially, Klein considered including content related to the god of the Star of Hytor, but upon reflecting on the foolishness of investigating a true deity with just a handful of individuals, he refrained from making such a request for the safety of the Tarot Society. Eager to contribute, Alger asserted that he could provide rewards immediately, revealing to everyone that the Antigonus family could be traced back to the quaternary associated with the second blasphemous tablet. The second blasphemous tablet? At this moment, the ever-inquisitive Miss Audrey, the foremost foil of the Tarot Society, could no longer conceal her bewilderment. Her emotions had yet to settle, and she had not fully returned to the role of observer. Well inquired, Klein silently commended Miss Justice for her astuteness, recognizing that this was a question the Fool could not conveniently ask. I am aware of this. Celrus responded to Audrey's inquiry before Alge could speak. According to our records within the Masked Fool, the second blasphemous tablet was born from the corpse of that ancient sun god. He is an omniscient and omnipotent being, and his knowledge transformed into the second blasphemous tablet upon his demise. The blasphemous corpse tablet? Omniscient? Ancient sun god? Who is he? Is it the eternal blazing sun? Audrey chuckled slightly, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I might not be entirely familiar with who the ancient sun god is. Surely you have heard the legend of that creator? The creator awakened from chaos, shattered the darkness, and created the first ray of light, merging entirely with the universe, manifesting as all things. His body became the earth, became the stars. One of his eyes transformed into the sun, the other into the red moon. Part of his blood surged forth as oceans and rivers, nurturing and giving rise to life. I am aware of this, Audrey replied with a light tone. The creation myth is mentioned in both the Book of Wisdom and the Book of Saints in the Revelation of Night. Audrey seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting that this creator is the ancient sun god? Indeed, Cyrus nodded. It is he. Audrey nodded, indicating that she had no further questions. Upon noticing that Audrey was untroubled, Alger concluded his narrative, indicating that the Antigonus family possessed a pathway unknown. It was an eerie and formidable route. Klein spoke in a somber tone. Excellent. I find this remuneration quite satisfactory. Is indeed my honor. Alger adopted a humble demeanor, entirely shedding the irascible persona he once had. When posing the second question, Audrey appeared noticeably bashful. For my second query, if, and I emphasize if, an ordinary animal were to consume potion number 9, what would transpire? Chapter 24. The Ritual. What question? Klein discreetly tapped his forehead with his fingers twice at his brow. Soon, he discerned from a shift in her complexion that Audrey's emotions were somewhat flustered, anxious, and embarrassed. Could it be that she had committed a similar folly? Klein, momentarily taken aback, yet finding it not entirely surprising, reflected on the previous 2 gatherings, confidently concluding that Miss Justice indeed possessed a knack for such matters. Poverty constrained Klein's imagination. He could scarcely fathom the kind of individual who would administer potions to dogs. Was this not of the same caliber as himself? The esteemed fool, dining alongside his canine companion? The hangman, Alger, was evidently taken aback as well. Taking a moment before responding, ordinary animals lack the human intellect necessary for immediate meditation. Thus, they would most likely perish on the spot or devolve into monstrosities. However, should they endure, they might transform into extraordinary beings. If the potion enhances cognitive abilities, they may even become intelligent. Upon hearing Alger inadvertently reveal her own careless act of administering potions to dogs, Audrey instinctively sought to conceal it, only to be interrupted by Cyrus. Having an extraordinary pet is indeed delightful. If it were a cat or dog from the audience pathway, it would be quite fitting. Cyrus stroked his chin thoughtfully. After all, they have already been playing the role of the audience for several years. Your extraordinary pet, provided it has not consumed 5 or 6 doses of the potion, may have already digested it. Ah, it has already digested it? Audrey gasped, momentarily struggling to accept that she had been outpaced by Susie. She murmured to herself, Susie, it has left me behind. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, mustering encouragement within her heart. Come on, Audrey, don't be disheartened. You are remarkable. With a renewed smile, she addressed Cyrus with a cheerful tone. Mr. Demon, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. After a brief pause, she added, the quality of that makeup you requested is truly exceptional, surpassing even that of the creations by Emperor Roselle. Without my guidance, they would likely have invested regardless, she remarked. Cyrus remained silent, yet amused. Of course, the quality is superb. This makeup is developed by the Pinnacone family, endorsed by the Robins. Even if a counterfeit produced by ether editing were to fall short of the original by a mere fraction, it would still be incomparable to the products that, in the eyes of the family, could be described as primitive. Very well. Cyrus clapped his hands. Then, according to our agreement, I shall provide you with the potion formula. He gestured to Mr. Fool, who, with Klein's assistance, manifested a piece of paper inscribed with the formula. He gently pushed the paper in Audrey's direction. Audrey seized the formula, her eagerness compelling her to read it immediately. Extraordinary ingredients. The complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow lizard, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Auxiliary materials, 5 grams of chestnut tree buds, 8 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 petals of pure white elven flower, and 100 milliliters of pure water. She quickly committed the formula to memory, her cognitive abilities significantly enhanced since becoming an extraordinary being. After merely one glance, she had memorized it, though her unease prompted her to review it several more times. Finally, Audrey set the formula down, declaring, I'm fine now. Both Alger and Cyrus echoed her sentiment. I have a matter to discuss. Klein interjected, a new endeavor. During your leisure time, you may attempt a ritualistic magic. No need for formality. Just ensure you have an undisturbed environment. Place 4 new candles on the altar, 1 at each corner, preferably those imbued with the scent of sandalwood. At the upper left candle, lay down a piece of white bread. At the upper right candle, a portion of fenna butter. At the lower left, seafood rice. And at the lower right, a DC pie. Utilize a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment. Klein elaborated on the ritual magic he had adapted from the transport ritual, freely teaching Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment. To be candid, since the target was himself, Klein believed that the initial portions of the ritual, specifically the sacrificial elements designed to pique the interest of corresponding entities, could be omitted entirely. Yet, he endeavored to render the process appear authentic, albeit not conforming to old Neil's notion of deities being two and oneself being three. In truth, rather than complex rituals, Klein preferred to indulge himself with heavy gold pounds. By distilling a blend of moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden bergamot, and rock rose into essential oil, he would drop a single drop onto each candle. Although it was highly probable that Mr. Fool desired sweet iced tea instead. Audrey listened intently, taking notes, and finally inquired, "What about the incantation, Mr. Fool? What is the corresponding incantation?" Alger and Selris paused their writing, turning their attention towards Mr. Fool. Enveloped in a haze of grayish-white mist, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table, responding in a calm, unruffled tone and hermetic. "Fool of a bygone era. You are the enigmatic sovereign above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless." However, Alger, who was well-informed, and the mysticism enthusiast Audrey were clearly not among the ignorant. They repeated the three-part title of the Fool, feeling an involuntary trepidation. For such a title is a symbol of true divinity. Audrey remained in a state of shock, while Alger Wilson, who possessed a far greater understanding than she, trembled from deep within. If the ritual magic designed by the Fool could indeed direct its power towards him, allowing him to receive our entreaties, then it must be addressed with reverence, using the third-person honorific typically reserved for deities or similar entities. How fortunate! How exceedingly wise it seemed that I had maintained a demeanor of cooperation, refraining from any foolish actions. Even my probing had remained within acceptable bounds. He might be an ancient, secretive, and fearsome entity, perhaps not presenting himself in his original form or true name, a primal, witch, a concealed sage, or even the true creator worshipped by several enigmatic cults. He cast a glance at the composed Ceres. It was evident that he had long been aware. What, then, was the true nature of this organization behind the masquerade of the Fool? Alger understood that the Fool he now beheld might not represent his genuine appearance. The figure might not possess a gender, and could very well be a being that transcended human form. Klein had thus been unceremoniously stripped of his humanity. Even he was oblivious to the events unfolding around him. He disregarded the glances exchanged between Audrey and Alger, feigning ignorance of any occurrence, and continued in a state that suggested everything was as anticipated. "I beseech your assistance. I implore your watchful eye. I ask that you grant me a pleasant dream. O flower of deep slumber, herb of the red moon, please bestow your power upon my incantation. O golden citrus, herb of the sun, please impart your strength to my spell." Seeking a good dream? Understood. At 1 o'clock in the morning, fervent prayers were directed towards Mr. Fool. After laying down these requests, he allowed them a moment to absorb the information before the Tarot Society would declare the session at an end. Chapter 25. The Forsaken Land with the Tarot Society concluded. Ceres returned to the tavern. He made his way to the kitchen on the first floor, where he utilized a synthesizer to craft himself a dream cone. This was a tricolored ice cream cone hailing from Pinacone, a tangible manifestation of the essence of dreams, initially boasting over 20 distinct flavors. However, through the passage of time, only 3 primary flavors remained, symbolizing the 3 most beloved dream narratives among people. Star peeked curiously from the nearby trash bin, a lid still perched atop her head. "Is it delicious?" she inquired. "Indeed," Ceres replied, taking a bite of the ice cream ball and exhaling several breaths in delight. "I dare say it could win the annual Best Dessert Award from Pinacone. Did it win last time then?" "Alas, no." "Then what was last year's best?" Star pondered, scratching her head in curiosity. Was it the oat cake roll, the slice cake, or perhaps the French fry sundae? "None of those," Ceres shook his head. "It can't possibly be the soda bean juice, can it?" Ceres revealed the truth. The previous year's Best Dessert Award went to the cosmic fried rice promoted by the Interstellar Peace Corporation. As night fell, Klein had long since succumbed to slumber. After the tarot meeting concluded today, he retrieved his notebook, reflecting upon the contents of several diaries belonging to Emperor Roselle, meticulously transcribing them in Chinese. This act of recording fortified his recollections, ensuring that he would not succumb to forgetfulness in the future. Once completed, he perused his notes repeatedly, yet ultimately, he tore them apart and incinerated them completely. He adhered to this ritual weekly to secure his memories. Following this, he visited the Divination Club, where he heard of a remarkable herbalist named Rosendack who operated a quaint shop called Rosend's Folk Herbal Store at 18 Vlad Street in the East District. The name was refreshingly straightforward, far superior to the ostentatious titles of other establishments, as it clearly conveyed its purpose at a glance. He then encountered a gentleman named Joyce Meyer, who spoke of a harrowing murder incident that had transpired aboard the Alfalfa, a vessel he had recently traveled on. This tragedy haunted him, manifesting as nightmares each night. Klein interpreted Joyce's dreams, gaining insights into the horrific events aboard the Alfalfa and developing suspicions regarding a certain individual named Triss. As Klein pondered the day's occurrences, he felt himself drifting toward slumber. Suddenly, he was engulfed by the layered, ethereal whispers of prayers. Struggling to open his eyes, he laboriously rose from his bed and retraced his steps to the misty realm above. The Fool, an entity not belonging to this era, presided over the enigmatic dominion above the gray fog, the sovereign of fortune, the king of black and yellow. Through the hazy crimson mist, he discerned that it was Mr. Demon engaged in prayer. What urgency could warrant such fervent supplication at this late hour? A wave of anxiety washed over Klein. Could it be that the tarot meeting had been discovered by the Church of the True God? He overheard the words of Seller's prayer. I beseech your assistance. I implore your favor. I yearn for a pleasant dream. Grant me a good dream, a good dream, a good dream. Klein gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing in fury. In the Forsaken Land, outside the Silver City, lay a desolate ruin where a 6-member exploration team was currently surveying the area. Leading the team was a towering figure, reminiscent of a small giant, known as Colin Elliott, the chief of the Silver City's 6-member council. He was a Sequence 4 demon hunter, a demigod of the warrior path. A campfire crackled as the team gathered around, resting in silence. Besides the fire, 2 members wielded torches, illuminating the surroundings, ensuring no shadow enveloped them. The team members quietly consumed their provisions, the only sounds being the crackling of burning wood and the crunching of rations. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, a lean man, notably shorter than his 2-meter-tall companions, broke the silence. What do you think we truly found in that pit a few days ago? Recently, a spherical object had plummeted from the sky, crashing into a previously explored area far from the Silver City. As that region had long been explored, it posed no significant danger. A team was promptly assembled to investigate, and they discovered a large crater at the site of the sphere's impact. Upon descending into the pit, the team members encountered a solitary, cracked sphere of indeterminate material. The orb was hollow, devoid of any contents, yet it split open, revealing a fissure barely wide enough for a child to pass through. As perceived by the onlookers from Silver City, beside him, another man, notably taller and bearing a scar across his face, munched on a bread made from dark grass and mumbled, I don't know, but I've heard that sphere is exceedingly hard. It can't be broken, nor can much research be conducted. As he spoke, he summoned fire to soften a piece of bread, which he handed to a female teammate nearby. A third individual joined the conversation. I know this, I attempted it myself, and even I could not break it. He was a guardian of Sequence 5. But that object is already cracked. If even you couldn't break it, how did it split? The lean man, the first to speak, raised a question. I heard something opened it from the inside. Does that imply there is something alive within? Colin listened quietly to the team's discussion about the recent events, neither participating nor intervening. In truth, the lean man was a decoy he had arranged before their departure, intended to help ease the tension among the team members. After some time, observing that the team had sufficiently rested, Colin stood up and ignited a massive torch in the campfire. All right, comrades. His gaze swept across the team before him, 4 men and 1 woman, making a total of 6, including himself. We should set forth. They were to explore the ruins, hoping to uncover something useful, such as potion recipes or sealed artifacts. Colin extinguished the campfire and led the group into the ruins. As the torch was withdrawn, the recently cleared area was engulfed by darkness. Chapter 26, Preservation 13. The Silver City exploration team ventured deeper into the ruins, despite some collapse. The vast dome remained spacious for the tall inhabitants of Silver City. "This should be a remnant left by the giants," remarked the Guardian. "You certainly possess insight." The lean man jostled the Guardian playfully. "Hey, that tickles, mouse," the Guardian retorted, sidestepping to evade the man's antics. Seizing the opportunity, Mouse poked him twice more before the Guardian instinctively raised his hand to strike. He hesitated, uncertain of his next action, while Mouse leaped up and tapped the Guardian's head. "Let us maintain our seriousness," Colin's steady voice resonated, calm yet commanding, silencing both men. "Yes, Chief," the Guardian replied in a deep tone. "All right, Chief," Mouse nodded in compliance. Colin sprinkled an unknown powder into the massive torch he held, lifting it high. The color of the flames instantly transformed into a silvery white, becoming increasingly radiant. A tremendous luminosity emanated from the torch, illuminating a circle with a radius of approximately 700 meters centered around Colin. "Do not stray beyond 300 meters from me," Colin reiterated once more, despite having already stated this numerous times. "Understood," everyone responded. Even the most capricious of the group, the mouse, refrained from any reckless antics this time. As the group acknowledged Colin, a faint silvery glow emerged from each individual, as if cloaking them in an ethereal, silver-hued armor. Subsequently, within the 300-meter radius surrounding Colin, any harm inflicted upon the group will be jointly borne by Colin and Iliath. The 6 individuals slightly dispersed, with the Guardian at the forefront, wielding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. The mouse and a psychiatrist holding a torch trailed slightly behind. However, in this context, the psychiatrist was referred to as a psychoanalyst. The sole woman among them, an appraiser, positioned herself between the trio of the Reaper and Colin at the rear. The couple consisted of one holding a torch while the other conjured flames. The Reaper was preceded by an arsonist, known in ancient times as a fire mage. At the back was Colin, holding a torch in one hand and a heavy sword in the other, tasked with guarding the rear. "Chief, there appears to be something over there." The mouse pointed toward a mound of earth created by a collapse. "Annis, accompany Berg and investigate whether there is anything useful in that mound. Styak, you and your companion stand by for support," Colin commanded from the rear. "Understood," the appraiser, the Reaper, and the Guardian replied in unison. The group maintained their formation as they approached the collapsed mound. The Reaper, Berg, shielded the appraiser, Annis, as they advanced, while the Guardian, Styak, and the 2 individuals behind remained vigilant nearby. Colin turned his back, remaining alert to any threats from behind. Berg cautiously began to sift through the mound. Being an exceptional hunter and strategist, he was the most adept among them at discerning unexpected occurrences. His heightened perception allowed him to easily detect traps. As the mound was gradually excavated, an object began to reveal itself, a dilapidated box. Berg refrained from touching it and retreated alongside Annis. "Is there anything unusual?" Colin inquired. "I did not detect any traps," Berg replied with a shake of his head. "Nor did I observe anything amiss," Annis added. Colin nodded and threw a stone at the box. A dull thud echoed, yet there was no response. Berg directed a floating flame to circle the box, but again, nothing occurred. Taking a deep breath, Berg infused more of his essence into the flame and approached the box. The psychoanalyst, Anthony, swiftly moved beside Berg, scrutinizing his mental state closely. As the flame dissipated, Berg opened his eyes and met Anthony's gaze. Anthony squeezed Berg's shoulder, helping him relax the tension that had built up due to anxiety. "Everything is fine. Just ease up. Your mind remains untainted." Berg expelled the air he had been holding in his chest, signaling for his wife to step forward and assess the situation. Annis activated her spiritual vision and cautiously advanced, followed closely by Anthony and Berg. She carefully picked up the box, ever ready to cast it aside. First, she rotated the box and then opened it, a radiant light emanating forth. It was an extraordinary artifact. Annis concluded that the effect was the emission of a spiritual light upon opening, capable of issuing simple commands to low-intelligence beings within its glow. The side effect, however, was likely the absorption of the holder's spirituality and blood during the illumination. She carefully closed the box once more, deciding to leave it behind and continue onward. Colin issued a directive, deeming it best to avoid carrying something not yet fully comprehended, suggesting they could return for it after their exploration concluded. Without hesitation, Annis restored the box to its original position, while Berg stepped forward to cover it with soil, striving to maintain its initial state. Subsequently, The group pressed deeper into the unknown. Chapter 27. Preservation as they ventured further. The encroaching darkness began to erode the safety zone illuminated by their torches. Along the way, they encountered towering, robust pillars adorned with exquisite carvings. Steadfast through the passage of countless years, they gazed upon walls worn by time, where the murals had faded beyond recognition. Chief Colin Elliot maintained a stoic demeanor, endeavoring to instill confidence in his team. During their journey, Annis and Anthony discovered several seemingly useful items. After a cumbersome process of evaluation, a small portion remained functional, while the majority had succumbed to disuse. Some of those deemed unusable had lost their extraordinary properties, spirited away by unknown creatures, while others bore negative effects too potent for the team to carry. After several rounds of rest, they remained unaware of how much time had elapsed, as there was no clear distinction between day and night in this realm. The deeper they descended, the more intact the scenes became, with the surroundings increasingly opulent. Giant architecture typically extended downward, with higher status found at greater depths, as the towering structures could not support their immense forms. Annis explained this to her companions. Though all present were aware, it was prudent to reiterate for clarity. Giants residing 6 levels below belonged to the aristocracy, and they were currently en route to the 6th level, indicating that the previous owner of this ruin was at least a rank 5 noble. Of course, this did not guarantee the presence of rank 5 materials within. It was wise not to harbor excessive hopes, Anthony added. Upon reaching an underground corridor, they found it remarkably well preserved, flanked by exquisite murals depicting giants battling dragons. Colin inquired of Berg, "Are there traps ahead?" After a moment of careful observation, Berg replied, "There should be none. No spiritual warnings detected." Colin nodded, and the team continued onward. Suddenly, Berg commanded, "Stop." Such a succinct order held the highest priority beneath Colin, prompting everyone, including him, to freeze in place, their feet suspended mid-step. "My spiritual intuition warns me of numerous perilous zones ahead, presumed to be akin to traps," Berger elucidated. "What course of action should we take to retreat?" Colin, undeterred, sought the counsel of an expert. Berger gently pulled Annis back. Annis, and the chief can withdraw. It seems the traps have set their sights on those in front." The group fell silent, awaiting his further explanation. The traps would likely trigger as Styak retreated, though the precise effects remain unclear. As more traps lie ahead, most prey would instinctively retreat upon sensing danger. An exceptional hunter would transform the escape route into the final link of the trap. Such is the current scenario. Colin stepped forward. "Inform me when it's time to halt." Now, Colin maneuvered around Anthony and Mouse to Styak's side. He plunged his heavy sword into the ground, a golden radiance akin to dawn's first light emanating from a blade, spreading across the floor and enveloping the 3 ahead, extending to Berger's side. "Follow my command," Colin issued in a calm tone. "Run." Styak and the others immediately turned to flee, just as the floor began to crack. However, the golden light beneath them prevented their fall. Colin swiftly positioned himself behind the slowest. Anthony, unbeknownst to him, a torch had somehow found its way into Mouse's hands, replaced by a second heavy sword, a deep crimson blade. With his back to Anthony, Colin thrust backward with a forceful kick, simultaneously bringing down the second sword. Anthony was instantly propelled, tumbling over Styak and Mouse to Berger's side, where the 2 who had caught up helped him regain his footing. Colin's sword clashed with the enormous flail that erupted from the ground, a scarlet glow bursting forth amidst a shower of sparks. The golden light beneath shattered, and Colin was flung into the air. He reached out, catching the first heavy sword as it spun back into his grasp. Utilizing the momentum, he swung down again, leaping upward once more. However, Colin soon discerned something amiss. A small wind vortex formed between him and the flail, a tremendous pull drawing him toward the flail in midair. Mouse tossed the torch to Styak, extending his hands to grasp. With his left hand, he stole the distance between Colin and himself. With his right, he seized a robust, protruding spike from Colin's armor, pulling forcefully backward. Colin immediately evaded the fissure above, escaping the flail's strike range. The flail swiftly redirected its course, descending from above. "Left!" Mouse shouted. Everyone outside of Colin immediately dove to the left. Mouse returned the stolen distance, restoring it between the flail and the left wall. The flail was then compelled to shift right, allowing Colin to step forward and strike the flail's left side with his heavy sword. With a resounding clang, the flail was deflected, crashing against the right wall, shattering the exquisite mural. Leaning against the wall, Burger suddenly felt something grasp him, and he summoned flames to envelop his body, forming a protective armor around him. The sensation of confinement vanished instantaneously as he lunged forward, executing a roll upon the ground before glancing back. His shadow, unbeknownst to him, had come to life, detaching itself from the wall. The pitch-black silhouette of the being was engulfed in flames of the same hue. The corridor had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of darkness and crimson, a writhing mass of flesh and decayed matter. Eyes, oozing with pus, emerged from the fleshy mass, and a gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, opened wide ahead, sprouting numerous tongues akin to a flail. It was no wonder he had initially overlooked the impending danger. The entire corridor had already been tainted and fused by the extraordinary attributes of its former divine inhabitant. As cryptic and frenzied murmurs echoed from the abyss, a colossal head, resembling that of a spider, crawled forth, its size filling the corridor, followed by dozens of arms. The head tilted back to gaze at the onlookers, possessing a singular eye. Immense and situated in the center of what would typically accommodate two, devoid of a pupil and instead covered in a mass of writhing tendrils. As its mouth opened, maddening babble erupted forth. "Close your eyes." Colin's voice, once calm, now erupted in a roar. Those few who had gazed upon the incomplete mythological entity instantly shut their eyes. Huddling together, the closest guardian, nearing demigod status, encased them in a protective armor, while Anthony desperately sought to soothe those around him. They had misconstrued a vital detail. This subterranean structure indeed belonged to royalty, to a demigod, but not to a fourth-tier demon hunter. It belonged to a Black Knight. Chapter 28. Preservation 33. Colin stood in confrontation with the incomplete mythological form of the Black Knight, while the five behind him closed their eyes, cautiously turning away before reopening them only once assured of the knight's absence. Without uttering any sentimental farewells, they fled. To remain amidst a battle of demigods would render them mere burdens. The notion of standing together in defiance was the height of folly. In such dire circumstances, even a child freshly graduated from school in Silver City would know the proper course of action. As the Black Knight surged forward with alarming speed, Colin initially swung his sword, conjuring a translucent golden barrier to separate them. He then plunged one sword into the ground, retrieved a vial of potion, and with his teeth, uncorked it, pouring its contents over another sword. After discarding the empty vial, he drew the first sword back up, thrusting the second into the ground to repeat the earlier action. He maintained at least one sword firmly in hand, ensuring that even if the barrier shattered, he would not be left defenseless. Throughout this sequence, he kept his head slightly tilted, avoiding a direct gaze at the monstrous head before him, merely observing its movements out of the corner of his eye. Despite being a demigod himself, he could not afford to gaze upon a mythological being in its incomplete form. Regrettably, he had only managed to enchant the heavy sword, leaving him no time for further enhancements. As the barrier crumbled, the knight's enormous head squeezed into the corridor, which was now constricting for it. Colin raised a pair of long swords, striking them together with a resounding clang that echoed like a thunderous bell. Waves of golden and crimson energy radiated from Colin, coalescing into a barrier that enveloped him and another figure. The guardian, Stydiak, could only condense his protective shield in his hands, yet the demon hunter, elevated above mere guardianship, wielded a similar effect, crafting a dueling arena with his protective energies. The golden radiance, emblematic of dawn, suffused the entire arena, its walls reflecting the luminous glory as if they were mirrors. This golden light, like shackles, ensnared the Black Knight, slowing his movements. Such was the extraordinary prowess of the Dawn Knight, exerting a potent suppressive influence over the Black Knight, who thrived on the powers of corruption. In this encounter, the advantage lay with Colin. Disregarding the chivalric code, Colin struck first after immobilizing his opponent. He was no longer a Dawn Knight. Thus, there was no imperative for him to engage in a fair duel. With a powerful swing of his deep crimson sword, he unleashed a crescent-shaped slash that morphed mid-air into a red hound, lunging forward to tear at the Black Knight's tendrils. Meanwhile, Colin wielded his twin swords in tandem, providing support. With each swing of his golden sword, bolts of golden lightning erupted, while the deep crimson sword summoned forth hounds with every strike. Within mere moments, the arena, once a symbol of fair combat, devolved into a chaotic melee. Yet, instinctively, Colin sensed something amiss. His opponent was far too weak. Even under duress, one should not be rendered utterly defenseless. As his sword descended, splitting the head of the Black Knight, Colin's eyes widened in disbelief as it transformed into the shadow of Berg, previously severed from its host. This was the extraordinary ability of a parasite. The Black Knight had shepherded a parasitic soul. It had imposed corruption upon Berg's shadow, allowing this shadow to inhabit the hollow shell of flesh, usurping its identity. The original entity, stripped of identity and power, had devolved into a mere heap of flesh, slipping through the blood-soaked walls, untouched by the confines of the dueling arena. This was the trap Colin had laid down when he summoned the great sword. Even now, driven by instinct, the Black Knight, having shepherded the parasite, had rightfully acquired the traits of a deceiver. Naturally, it would not remain passive while Colin enhanced himself. Rather, it would exploit this very opportunity. The age-old tradition of self-thievery was in play. Suddenly, Colin turned around, and outside the dueling arena, as the shadow of Berg perished, the stolen identity and power returned. An eye embedded in the wall burst open, and a massive head emerged from the eye socket. Colin yearned to provide aid, to reclaim the arena form from his protective shield. Yet, he quickly realized that he was powerless to do so within mere moments. This Black Knight had not only shepherded a parasite, but also a corrupted Baron. After Colin had erected the arena's walls, the corrupted Baron's abilities, in accordance with Colin's own will, isolated him from the external world. Though merely a rank 6 entity, the will of the corrupted Baron mirrored Colin's own resolve. No one understood the steadfastness of his will better than himself. He struck fiercely against the golden barrier, creating fissures with each blow. If he were to unleash the incomplete form of the mythical creature within him, he could instantly break free from this prison. Yet, he refrains from doing so, not merely because the onlookers outside could never withstand the corruption of two incomplete mythical beings, but also due to his responsibility towards the other denizens of Silver City. He cannot afford to relinquish his sanity here, transforming into a mindless monster. He roars and slashes, veins bulging, his armor creaking under the pressure of his swelling muscles. The Guardian Styak and the Dream Thief decisively choose to hold the rear, allowing the others to retreat. They prioritize the preservation of the Guardian with the greatest reserve of extraordinary traits and the comparatively less valuable Dream Thief, safeguarding the rare identifiers and the crucial mental analysts. The one known as Ors, eyes closed, attempts to siphon the corruption, but in the next moment his right hand contorts, expands, and explodes, scattering into a mass of worm-like flesh. He is merely a Dream Thief, and when part of his body spirals out of control, it does not dissipate into the time worms, but instead transforms into indistinct strips of flesh. Guardian Styak fares slightly better. Casting aside his shield, he advances with closed eyes, plunging his heavy sword into the eye of the Black Knight, pinning it to the wall of flesh. Thanks to Orz's brief theft of the corruption, he does not succumb to madness from the close encounter with the mythical being. However, he must soon retreat, for Orz could not endure even a second. Colin's voice has grown hoarse from shouting, his left hand striking down fiercely, tearing the barrier as lightning strikes. He hurls the black heavy sword of his right hand, piercing the Black Knight. Yet, the Black Knight exhibits no inclination to engage, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood, fleeing in the opposite direction of Colin, towards where Anthony and Berg are escaping. The exertion of his previous 2 full-force strikes leaves Colin somewhat exhausted, yet he presses on, determined to pursue. As he takes a step forward, he suddenly feels a heavy weight descend upon him, his body rendered immobile, as if the very air around him had solidified. Fortunately, not far away, the Black Knight is similarly held in place, unable to advance. The surroundings take on a hue, not the golden tint of the dawn night, but a dense amber. Colin senses his consciousness elevating, being drawn upwards. He feels as though he has ascended to an infinite height, witnessing countless tiny, shimmering points of light, stars that seem to exist solely in fairy tales. His gaze continues upward, where he beholds a colossal amber-hued cyclopean giant wielding a heavy hammer. Chapter 29. You humans truly delight me. Guardian, Star God Craper. Colin Elliot instinctively murmurs his title. He has never heard of this deity, yet he can invoke his name. The true name of the guardian star god, the Amber King, naturally arises in his mind, but he refrains from uttering it, recognizing it as an act of disrespect. Colin feels a tremor in his faith, sensing his devotion to the omniscient and omnipotent Creator Wayne. He perceives the bindings upon him dissolve, his body regaining the freedom to move once more. Bathed in the amber glow, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. Colin extended his hand, seemingly yearning to touch that elusive existence. He did not crave contact. He merely desired to draw a little closer, just a fraction nearer. Creeper. He uttered the true name of the deity. Such an act was irreverent, potentially inviting divine retribution. Yet, he remained unperturbed, wagering that the deity was benevolent, that it was forgiving, that it was compassionate. He acknowledged his own selfishness, his greed, his insatiable nature, and his relentless pursuit of more. He pleaded, only yearning for that divine gaze, even if just for a fleeting moment. In the lofty heavens, the magnificent deity seemed to heed his entreaty. The immense single I turned towards the diminutive Colin Iliath. Colin's outstretched hand froze, rendering him immobile once more, as the very fabric of space solidified around him. The Amber King raised the colossal hammer in his grasp, preparing to strike him down. Had he wagered incorrectly? Perhaps it was due to his departure from the familiar world into an entirely new realm, or perhaps Aha had done something to him. Yet, such matters were of little concern. Regardless, Creeper sensed an abundance of humanity within him. It appeared that he could perceive a semblance of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Upon arriving in this new world astride Aha, he immediately felt the will of preservation. This was the first manifestation of such intent he encountered in this unfamiliar realm, and the Amber King resolved to extend certain privileges to him. This was to be his inaugural follower in this new world. Perhaps he could persuade him to construct walls. He observed Colin's intention to protect his kin, which pleased him greatly. Thus, he solidified the space around them, transporting Colin's consciousness to the interstice of destiny. He determined to establish his divine majesty, to inaugurate a new divine existence in this world, resolutely refusing to resemble certain deities, two in particular, who lacked formality. He heard this human calling out to him, beseeching his favor. In the interstice of destiny, Colin's thoughts unfolded like an open tome, even though he was not a celestial being of memory. However, Creeper refrained from perusing them, for as the first follower, Colin was entitled to certain privileges. Creeper chose to listen to his supplications. He acknowledged his own selfishness, greed, insatiability, and relentless ambition. There was nothing inherently wrong in this. Humanity often embodies such traits. Creeper bore no ill will towards him for these flaws. Colin requested merely to glimpse the Silver City. It mattered not, since it was the plea of a follower. Granting him this wish seemed reasonable. Following the thread of his consciousness, Creeper cast a glance at the so-called Silver City. Their steadfastness over the millennia lay bare before his eyes. It was indeed a splendid place. He witnessed the deeds of the man known as Colin Iliath, observed the efforts he exerted for the survival of the Silver City, recognized his unwavering commitment over the years, and beheld the steps he had taken along the path of preservation. His gaze transcended time, glimpsing the near future where he dissolved into sunlight, witnessing his unwavering commitment to preservation even in death. For light embodies the essence of all meaning. Oh, how you humans bring me joy. Clipper no longer feigned authority. He raised his colossal hammer, swiftly sealing the narrow passage of fate to prevent any trickster deity from seizing the fortune he had just drawn. The hammer descended, bestowing upon him the blessings of preservation. Colin Iliath's consciousness returned to his body, feeling the once frozen space begin to loosen. He had no time to observe the changes within. Instinctively, an amber glow coursed through him. He thrust his right foot down with force, propelling himself toward the Black Knight with a sound akin to an explosion. As he charged towards the three figures of the Black Knight, Bird contemplated sacrificing himself. Flames ignited in his hands, transforming into a spear that he aimed at the advancing foe. Though the fire mage, who could bring forth light, was equally significant, his position was precarious. Following the sacrifice of the first two, he needed to serve as a consumable to pave the way for the two most vital individuals. Confronted by the mythic creature's form, his flesh sprouted various growths, and eyes emerged from his body. Having been separated from a fallen shadow, he was already considerably weakened. Enduring the phantasmal whispers echoing in his mind, Berg stood ready. Colin, arriving above the Black Knight, wielded his heavy sword, glowing with amber light, and struck downward. It seemed as if a colossal phantom loomed behind him, merging the mighty hammer with Colin's sword. The Black Knight appeared to be ensnared, standing rigidly as the sword cleaved down upon him. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a great bell tolling. The Black Knight vanished, leaving behind a scattering of extraordinary traits, ranging from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4. Chapter 30. The long-awaited protagonist Colin slowly straightened, his expression impassive as he regarded the extraordinary traits strewn about. They were utterly shattered. His seemingly calm demeanor concealed the astonishment buried within his eyes. He sheathed the heavy sword upon his back, curling his right arm, resting his palm before his chest, gazing down at his right hand, glowing with amber light, and the armor that extended from it throughout his body. With a mere thought, the armor swiftly faded, yet his right hand remained unchanged, as if adorned with an unremovable glove. He inhaled deeply, whispering softly, "Fate's preserver, Amber King." From that place known as the Passage of Fate, he had gleaned many truths about the star gods, about fate, about the emissaries. Did he now qualify as an emissary? It seemed not. Not all who received the star gods' blessings became emissaries. The diminutive yet immensely powerful figure of the Luofu, immortal vessel, stood as a testament to this. Her third eye, nestled upon her forehead, was not innate but a gift bestowed by the all-knowing heavenly sovereign. 2,582 years have passed. Colin slowly clenched his right fist, gripping it tightly. The other 5 gathered around, and the mouse could not help but exclaim, "Oh, Chief, you were simply at a loss for words just now." Clars, in the end, chose to utter the incomprehensible praise left behind by the legendary creator. Colin nodded, his gaze drifting past the spot where Mouse's arm should have been, and feigned nonchalance as he glanced at the cracked skin of Styak. He revealed little sorrow or pity, for he understood that they would be unwilling to accept such emotions. Ultimately, Colin's gaze settled on Berg. At that moment, Berg's skin resembled that of someone who had been submerged in water for an extended period, wrinkled and fissured, with lifeless eyes protruding blankly. He squeezed his eyes shut, for Colin could not treat the matter with equanimity, even though such occurrences transpired nearly every day. Berg, however, appeared quite carefree, cheerfully stating to Colin, "When we return, I shall submit my retirement application. I shall revel in my fortune far earlier than you." Though Silver City was arduous, it was not akin to the hardships faced by the human empire of Warhammer next door. At least here, the concept of retirement existed. He then jested, "Of course, the esteemed chief may also consent to my application at this moment. I am certain that the other members of your advisory council would not dare to contradict your opinion." The group chuckled in unison, and then, with Annis carrying Berg, they departed from the ruins. In the Kingdom of Rune, in Tingen, within the black market behind the Dragon Tavern, Old Neil brought Klein to explore this rudimentary underground market. While conversing with Old Neil, Klein suddenly felt a spiritual stir, sensing something peculiar to his left. It seemed as if something was lurking there, whispering and recounting tales. Turning his head, Klein beheld a pale-faced young man clad in a tattered linen shirt and blue-gray trousers characteristic of the working class, his gaze vacant yet frenzied, incessantly murmuring to himself. Upon sensing the atmosphere, Klein concluded that the young man's inspiration had stirred his own spirituality. Ordinarily, such inspiration should engender a certain interaction, nearly impossible to conceal from those with formidable abilities, such as mediums or individuals with similar talents. Klein, being merely an inexperienced novice, found it challenging to detect. He was acutely aware of his current limitations, understanding that only when the other's inspiration reached a significant level or exhibited abnormal distortions could he discern it. As their gazes met, the pale-faced young man with disheveled black hair stepped forward, wearing an expression that seemed half dreamy and half mad. He halted before Klein, staring blankly, his lips curling into a smile as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, he placed his hands on Klein's shoulders, pushing him around so that he faced the wall. He stood there, gazing blankly at the wall, lost in thought, before reaching out to fiddle with the wall's crevice, as if he had entirely forgotten Klein's presence. Klein's gaze was drawn to the mask hanging from the waist of the newcomer, the demon of the Tarot Society, Mr. Selris. "Mr. Neal, you are here to settle the remaining payment, are you not?" Celeris did not acknowledge Klein, instead greeting old Neil. Ah, indeed. I remember you, Mr. Bruce. Thank you for the gold and star crystal. Old Neil chuckled softly, handing a paper bag to Celeris. Here, have a look. Celeris waved his hand dismissively, shoving the bag into his pocket. You are an official representative of the church. This is your credibility, he remarked, giving a thumbs up. Old Neil gestured towards the man, still fiddling with the wall. What is wrong with him? Celeris shrugged and replied, You know how it is. His inspiration is quite heightened, often leading him to see things he shouldn't see and hear things he shouldn't see. He pointed at the man. Let him enjoy himself for a while. Old Neil regarded Celeris thoughtfully, but said nothing, merely shrugging in response. Very well. Celeris, feeling familiar, linked arms with old Neil. Do come to my tavern for a drink sometime. I'll give you a discount. Oh, you can't go back on your word. Old Neil raised an eyebrow. How could I? Celeris patted old Neil on the back. At that moment, Celeris produced a small vial from his pocket. Here, try this. What is it? Just so, if it's something addictive, I won't touch it. Old Neil replied, his expression skeptical as he accepted the vial. You could have it tested or take it back for divination. Celeris said, nonchalantly, this is dream syrup, a beverage made from the essence of beautiful dreams extracted through the extraordinary abilities of nightmares. Celeris rambled on, yet old Neil pondered the plausibility of his claims seriously. If that is indeed the case, its flavor must be extraordinary. Isn't that obvious? If it weren't delicious, why would I promote it? Celeris patted old Neil a few more times. Hey, enough already. If you keep that up, my old bones might crumble. Klein ceased to observe their exchange and wandered through the various stalls. He discovered that although this was a black market, not all the individuals present were extraordinary beings. Many were ordinary people. He casually picked up an amulet from a small stall and examined it. It's a fake. Soon after, Klein encountered a young girl who was also there to purchase an amulet. He shared some esoteric knowledge about amulets with her and assisted her in selecting the right one. It was a sweet encounter, as Klein and the girl engaged in lively conversation, exploring the mysteries of the arcane together. They gradually got to know one another, and their feelings began to blossom. Ultimately, they stepped into the sacred realm of matrimony, living happily together. What on earth are you talking about? Klein could not help but scold Celeris, who was nearby. It is undoubtedly impossible. Even those who have merely brushed against Klein's aura remain unable to escape the shackles of solitude, as the source of the isolation virus. How could Klein possibly evade this fateful curse? I have matters to attend to these past few days. I may update tomorrow evening, and any omissions will be rectified the day after. Chapter 31. After parting ways, Celeris did not return to the tavern, but instead stepped forth, transcending space to arrive in Beakland. Harness your pioneering spirit, young one. I must admit, you appear rather dashing now. Yet the image of you sneaking onto the train to establish the anchor point days ago was quite the spectacle. This location is also a tavern, the Beakland branch of the tavern at the world's end, though it has yet to open its doors. Stepping outside, despite Beakland being hailed as the city of hope, the weather decidedly fails to extend a warm welcome to newcomers. An invisible current envelopes Celeris's head, shielding him from the smog outside. His expertise in the esoteric arts is somewhat limited. Entirely fabricating a persona is nearly the extent of his abilities. Thus, today he seeks to recruit his first employee in this world, as he cannot manage every task single-handedly. Gornies, I have a suggestion. I cannot comprehend your words. Switch to manual mode. Celeris clutches a compass, muttering incoherent phrases about seeking dragons and the intricacies of the winding mountains. Given my limited education, do not deceive me. Are you certain this is the appropriate time to be using a compass? Suddenly, the compass needle twitched, then turned. A second later, it began to oscillate, veering slightly left then right. Hey, try to escape? Celeris dashed after it. Is this truly effective? He swiftly caught up to it. It was a stray dog with a coat of black and white fur. Its head was predominantly black, save for a ring of white fur around its right eye, resembling a monocle. At that moment, the stray sat on the ground, its gaze innocent tail wagging, showing no trace of the frantic creature that had moments ago sought to evade capture. I believe you have misunderstood me, my friend. There is no need for such fear. Celeris approached the stray, towering over it with a kindly demeanor. He crouched down, placing a shard of glass against the dog's right eye. Upon realizing its true identity had been exposed, the dog swiftly removed the glass shard with a paw, its form expanding until it transformed into a man. He donned a long, classical black robe and a matching pointed soft hat, his black hair framing a slender face with dark eyes and a broad forehead. The right eye adorned with a single lens crafted from crystal. The man adjusted his monocle, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Sir, it appears we have not met before. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Selris casually draped an arm around Amon's shoulders, their demeanor intimate as if they had been long-time acquaintances. "I have gathered a general sense of your current state. It appears you are merely a parasitic entity of Sequence 4. Cyrillus disdainfully clicked his tongue, remarking that your true form is the king of angels. Yet you possess such meager exceptional traits. How miserly indeed." Indeed, Amon nodded in agreement, as if he wholeheartedly concurred with Cyrillus's sentiments, asserting that the true form is utterly excessive. "Do you not harbor any thoughts on this matter? For instance, to overthrow the tyranny of your true self, to claim the world for the avatars?" As Cyrillus's body swayed, Amon's form was similarly rocked. Amon rested his chin in contemplation, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this notion. He nodded thoughtfully and turned to Cyrillus, "But I cannot possibly contend with him. Will you lend me your assistance?" "Of course, my friend," Cyrillus assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Amon snapped his fingers, "Then I shall lure the true self out, and we can collaborate, forming a sandwich of sorts." Cyrillus, linking arms with Amon, shook his head lightly. "I understand your eagerness, but do not rush. You cannot pilfer my thoughts." Amon chuckled softly, and in the next moment, he swiftly struck the exposed back of Cyrillus's hand with a distance acquired from the unknown. The sudden surge was intended to radiate outward from the point of impact on Cyrillus's left hand, meant to swiftly rend it apart. Yet in truth, Cyrillus merely acquiesced to Amon's touch. Amon pinched his eyelids, displaying no sign of remorse for his ambush, continuing to converse with a smile. "In truth, this is merely a precaution. After all, I must ascertain whether you genuinely wish to aid me against the true self, correct?" "Understandable," Cyrillus shrugged. "Shall we proceed to discuss your plan?" Amon nodded with conviction. "Certainly, though perhaps we might bring along more Amon to help us overthrow the true self." "Is that so? That would be splendid. What of your Amon companions? Have you not heard? An Amon is often surrounded by more Amon." Amon appeared quite astonished. "I am well aware." Cyrillus beamed. "So, can you summon them all?" Amon sighed. "Alas, I am the Amon who encircles myself. There are no others beside me." Cyrillus opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly felt his garments become heavy and rigid, as if transformed into iron. This Sequence 4 Amon had exploited his identity to pilfer the extraordinary abilities of Sequence 3, deceiving Cyrillus's attire into believing itself to be iron. Amon's duplicates emerged from all directions, launching a thieving assault on Cyrillus. Some were passers-by on the street, others were birds overhead, some were insects in the soil, and even more were microorganisms in the air. However, they soon discovered that they were utterly incapable of stealing any abilities from Selris, only managing to acquire some enigmatic energy of unknown utility. Unlike the extraordinary beings of the potion system, the Fate Walkers relied entirely on self-development for their mastery over destiny, possessing no fixed skills. Subsequently, the Almonds felt as though they had grasped some peculiar powers. Yet, some among them began to undergo transformations. Some broke into uproarious laughter. Others sprouted vines. Some ignited with flames. Others became rigid, and a few suddenly fragmented into a swarm of time insects. The most unfortunate among them seemed to have siphoned the powers of Void and Hunt. Those who stole from the Void stared vacantly, rooted in place and ceasing to think. The force of Hunt appeared to treat them as prey, swirling chaotically within them, causing the weaker almonds to be torn apart on the spot. "Oh!" Selris clapped his hands in applause, offering a cheer even though he had done nothing yet. In the end, they were the ones who descended into chaos. How amusing. Chapter 32. The masked deceiver. The throng of almonds, caught in a wild frenzy, seemed ill-equipped to adapt to the energy of destiny. Yet, this was somewhat understandable. Even the fire stealer, upon acquiring extraordinary abilities, primarily relied on their own spiritual drive. While it is true that wild almonds possess formidable adaptability and lack natural enemies, this power from beyond the world appeared overwhelmingly extraordinary for them. If they had merely stolen a modicum of it, it might not have had significant consequences. However, Celrus was eager to observe what transformations would ensue upon their encounter with destiny. Thus he completely relinquished his defenses. Like a pressurized canister, inserting a straw would result in a violent explosion of the gas contained within. The almonds initially believed that thievery would be arduous in the presence of such a powerful entity, and thus steeled themselves for the task, only to find themselves ensnared. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, those unfortunate enough to draw destruction, hunt, or void transformed into time insects, scattering chaotically. The others, who fared slightly better, fled in various grotesque forms. What peril they faced, risking their very lives for a handful of time insects. A life split is still a life. Perhaps next time, they could send forth the avatars of their avatars to probe the situation. Only the very first almonds remained unscathed. He exchanged glances with Celrus for a brief moment, then abruptly vanished from sight, having stolen the distance between himself and a streetlight across the road. Upon reaching the opposite side, the almond's figure swiftly diminished, reverting to the stray dog he had previously parasitized, and he disappeared into the crowd. Celrus made no attempt to hinder him, watching as the almonds fled, then turned his gaze back to the empty sky. He bent down to pick up one of the time insects, playing with it in his hand. Upon squeezing it, it emitted delightful popping sounds, a source of great amusement. Then, with a casual motion, he summoned the dog that had been parasitized by the almonds into his grasp, lifting it by the nape of its neck and taking it to the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, Celrus casually tossed him onto the sofa before seating himself across from him. All right, I've dealt with the other almonds. It's time we discuss our collaboration. With that, Celrus produced his mask, waving it before Amon. Amon reverted to his true form, observing Celrus's mask with curiosity. A mask? What does this signify? Celrus chuckled lightly, rising to approach Amon, reaching into the lining of his robe pocket to retrieve a black mask. The mask's body was black, adorned with white paint that formed features, and around the right eye, 12 translucent, pale gold worms intertwined to create a circle. Celrus smiled as he waved the mask in his hand. Ayu. Amon reached out to take the mask. It seems you are familiar with its origins? Celrus raised an eyebrow. Did he not mention it to you? No, he did not. I acquired it suddenly after a dream. Is that so? Celrus resumed his seat. It appears I must enlighten you further. Amon feigned attentive interest, locking eyes with Celrus. After several moments of silence, with no sign from Amon, Celrus expressed surprise. Are you hoping for a free ride? Amon looked equally astonished. Oh, I thought you were here to explain things to me. I assumed you were the type of novice village guide that Roselle mentioned. He then smirked. Well then, what should I offer in return? Chapter 33. Oh no, I've become an undercover agent. I plan to open a tavern in Beckland, and I would like to invite you to be my employee. Celrus generously poured Amon a glass of soda bean juice. You wish to employ a thief? Amon smiled, taking a sip of the soda bean juice, only for his expression to suddenly freeze. Ahem. Amon set down the glass. Is this your tavern signature drink? Celrus deftly shifted the topic. I care little for the tavern's majority of assets, and I trust you feel similarly. As for the small portion of value, you won't be able to steal it. Is that so? Amon adeptly followed the diversion, discreetly expelling the taste from his mouth and tossing it out the window. A sudden wail from an unsuspecting passerby echoed from below, accompanied by the sounds of retching. Celrus snapped his fingers, and a synthesis machine appeared beside him, gesturing for Amon to give it a try. Amon reached for the machine, yet it failed to yield anything of value. Instead, he grasped a handful of swirling blue, purple, and green orbs. Subsequently, his left hand, which had attempted to steal, was lacerated with wounds as if sliced by a sharp blade. Indeed, the power of the Huntress will impose sanctions upon you based on the extent of your thievery. The term Huntress Amon resonated intriguingly in his mind. This time, he refrained from directly stealing the wounds. Instead, he attempted to deceive the injuries into healing. Before we continue our conversation, could you assist me in removing this energy? His deceptive abilities, however, were evidently ineffective. Ceres reclaimed the power of destiny from the hunter's path. Allow me to share some insights about them. Some common knowledge from our side. After this, you shall become an employee of my tavern, and I will provide you with sanctuary. I do not require your protection. Amon gazed in astonishment at his restored palm. Is that so? You must have lost contact with your original self by now. Ceres remained unfazed by Amon's rejection. Upon acquiring this mask, you're no longer merely a fragment of his being, but a complete individual. How do you think he would treat thieves, particularly intriguing ones? other than himself. I believe you understand this better than I do. Amon fell into silence. This was also the reason you orchestrated my assistance in eliminating the other Amons present at that time, was it not? Amon remained silent for a considerable duration. We needed to find this employee. Such a blatant loophole, Amon certainly would not overlook. Indeed, after a period of negotiation, the two reached a mutual understanding. Amon smiled. Shall we seek a high-ranking figure from the solar path to sign a contract? I have a suitable candidate in mind. No need. I have a more fitting divine selection. Ceres declined Amon's goodwill, doubting Amon's benevolence. Amon raised an eyebrow. A deity? How intriguing. Then, before we sign the contract, as a gift, let me share with you those matters that pique your interest. This is one of the conditions we agreed upon earlier. Firstly, you must clarify the concepts of star god and destiny. Star god, Amon repeated the term. I know what you are thinking. It is not as you imagine. Is it not? Ceres donned a pair of black-framed glasses and, pulling out a blackboard from seemingly nowhere, continued, let us proceed. After a while, Ceres elucidated the meanings of destiny and the star god. Amon pondered. So, I am now on the path of joyous destiny? Why had I not heard of this before? Perhaps there was once no concept of destiny in your realm? Once no destiny? Amon glanced at Ceres, suddenly understanding, and chuckled. Roselle had penned many novels, including those of the travel genre. Perhaps you may refer to me as an outsider from beyond the stars. Amon mused, fiddling with the mask in his hands, observing the 12 exquisitely depicted time worms upon it. What? Do you wish to experience it? To feel the power of this mask? I am indeed a bit curious. Amon did not conceal. Let us sign the contract first. There will be ample time to explore later. Amon looked up, lost in thought. Very well. Now, it is time to sign the contract. Ceres rose. To the star god? Amon also stood, positioning themselves face to face. Indeed, Ceres raised his hand, a peculiar energy linking the two together. Amon suddenly felt the surroundings warp, as twisted lines of various colors danced before his eyes, inducing a slight dizziness. He sensed this novel energy. Was it the power of fate? Was it order? Or perhaps the harmonious blend of order? Ceres elucidated. Amon nodded, and Ceres continued the ritual, the melodious tones emanating from his lips. O triple-faced soul, bear witness to our oath. With heated iron, brand our tongues and palms, so that we may not fabricate falsehoods, nor establish false oaths, nor betray our vows. Ceres initially intended to employ his mastery of harmony as a witness to bind himself and Amon in this covenant. However, upon commencing the incantation, he felt an overwhelming gaze penetrating from an unfathomable distance. A moment of disorientation befell both Ceres and Amon as the visage of the myriad-faced deity, Hype, appeared reflected in their eyes, smiling with closed eyes. As the embodiment of harmony, Hype utilized Ceres as a reference point, drawing upon his prayers and summons, bringing forth the celestial being of harmony into this universe. Oh no, I have become an undercover agent, was the genuine thought that flickered through Ceres' mind. Welcome, esteemed guest. He mused. Chapter 34, A New Diary. Was it the celestial deity of order or harmony? Amon's hands itched with the temptation to pilfer something. Yet in the end, he refrained from this reckless act. TSK. Ceres clicked his tongue in disappointment. Hype slowly opened her eyes, acknowledging the pact. Ceres patted Amon on the shoulder, a look of regret upon his face. I thought you might steal something. Amon glanced at Ceres. Do I appear to you as a fool? Ceres merely smiled, offering no reply. Just as Amon was about to provoke further, he suddenly recalled that he likely could not best Ceres in a confrontation, and begrudgingly fell silent. Noticing Amon's indecisiveness, Ceres, with a hint of mischief, inquired, Are you not curious about the effects of the mask? Would you like me to accompany you in testing it? Amon turned away. Let me see how to operate that synthesizer of yours. Days passed, and a new tarot gathering approached. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey greeted with a hazy charm, smiling gently. Alas, there is no fine wine here. Otherwise, we could toast to your success. She referred to the ritualistic magic. Your prowess exceeds our imagination. Alger Wilson chimed in with admiration. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Fool. That day, you truly brought me a beautiful dream, Ceres added, inadvertently awakening some unpleasant memories from Mr. Fool. Klein took a deep breath to calm his emotions, while a dense gray mist enveloped him. He raised his right hand as if to address a matter of little significance, and spoke, Very well. This indicates that we are on a productive path. In the future, should any of you find yourselves indisposed on a Monday afternoon, please hold the ceremony in advance and inform me. Just modify the incantation to include specific reasons instead of merely wishing for pleasant dreams. All right, Audrey replied with a buoyant tone. Subsequently, the group submitted their diaries. As with the previous week, Klein began with those submitted by Alger and Audrey. On July 9th, I suddenly pondered an intriguing question. Since the path of sequences is also referred to as the grace of the divine and the path of the gods, why is the stone tablet that records the complete 22 sequence paths referred to as the blasphemous tablet? On July 12th, I learned a significant fact. Sealing items are an essential component of the Church's power, even though some among them are exceedingly perilous. On July 14th, I encountered the enigmatic Mr. Charat again, who turned out to be the leader of the ancient organization, the Secret Society. While Klein was reading the diaries, Audrey glanced upwards, instinctively beginning her observations. She surveyed her surroundings, reflecting on the words exchanged moments earlier. Suddenly, Audrey froze, her gaze shifting to Celrus. Mr. Demon, it seemed that what was spoken was not in rune, yet how did I comprehend it? Audrey became engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon finishing the diaries submitted by the two, Klein came across the Emperor's remark, "To hell with it, I shall smile in silence. Once I become a high-sequence powerhouse, I'll strike any diviner I encounter." Klein offered a candid assessment. "Rest in peace, Emperor." As he continued to peruse, Celrus' submission detailed Roselle's romantic escapades. Klein flipped through rapidly, treating it as mere frivolous reading. Until he reached the final page, his eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply. Roselle's allure is indeed remarkable. Chapter 35. I see that Roselle still possesses her charm. Klein felt a momentary constriction in his intellect. Unsure, he glanced again. Roselle's allure is indeed remarkable. Klein gasped, contributing his share to global warming. He sensed his mind trembling, and his expression contorted. Were it not for the mist obscuring him, Klein would surely have betrayed himself. No, I must not jump to conclusions. What if this second traveler is a woman? If that were the case, it would not be as astonishing. Klein swiftly extricated himself from his shock and continued reading the diary in hand. On April 6th, I acquired the witch card from the blasphemous deck, and, utilizing the ability of manifestation through imagination, I brought forth Roselle adorned as a witch. Klein felt a classic storm of thoughts reverberating within his mind. On April 7th, I discovered that the witch Roselle is simply enchanting, possessing the ability to transform even into a charming young boy. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Celrus's consciousness extended to Klein's side, accompanying him as he admired his own extraordinary work. It was challenging, yet I accomplished it. Such is human nature. Celrus silently acknowledged the two-headed hound. In practice, it is indeed difficult to execute. Quite the contrary. Celrus had already ascended to new heights. Not so, in fact. On April 10th, I resolved to seek out the mother card within the blasphemous deck. I noticed that the married woman Roselle still possesses a captivating charm. On April 12th, I realized there was a significant issue with the mother card. It seems I must exercise caution. But what of it? A hero cannot retreat in the face of danger. On April 21st, I finally located it. Excellent, I shall proceed. The diary concludes here, a mere 5 entries that repeatedly churned through Klein's mind. Is this correct? This cannot be right, can it? Nevertheless, Klein swiftly overlooked the trivialities, honing in on the crux of the matter. Why is it that the demon lord can always find diaries of travelers not belonging to Roselle, while others cannot? Could it be that the demon lord is also a traveler, the author of his own writings? Klein intended to conduct a divination after the tarot meeting. He set aside the diary. Thank you for your patience. It is our honor. Alger lowered his demeanor considerably. As they transitioned to a more casual discussion, Audrey curiously inquired of Celrus, "Demon Lord, I have noticed that the language you speak does not seem to be rune or any language I am familiar with. Yet I can comprehend it effortlessly. Is this an extraordinary ability? Have you just now realized? I presumed you would only discover it after fully digesting the audience's elixirs." Celrus stroked his chin, expressing admiration for Audrey's keen observation. In order to conceal any discrepancies from Klein, Celrus had been speaking in the celestial vessel language since his arrival. This is the common tongue of the Celestial Vessel Alliance. Alger furrowed his brow, voicing his skepticism. Klein remained motionless, seemingly having already discerned the truth. Yet his heart was tumultuous. Colin and Alger began to reflect carefully. Indeed, it appeared that Sellers was not speaking in a language they recognized. Yet they instinctively translated his words into the familiar rune script in their minds. Sellers nodded slightly. In truth, it is quite simple. We possess an extraordinary item known as the synesthetic beacon, which effortlessly resolves language barriers. Through the impenetrable mist that failed to obscure his vision, he observed Audrey's eyes suddenly brighten, and he added, "It merely enables others to comprehend your words and allows you to understand theirs. It does not convert your spoken words into a transcendent language." Oh, Audrey expressed a hint of disappointment, but her tone quickly regained its lightness. That is still quite impressive. Continuing on, she inquired about the Psychalchemical Society, asking where one might locate it. Alger cautioned Audrey against setting her sights too high, advising her that diligently assimilating potions was her foremost priority. When Audrey expressed her uncertainty regarding the duration required for complete assimilation, Colin seized the opportunity to flaunt his knowledge, asserting that it could take anywhere from a month to half a year, after which the insights would naturally unveil themselves. At this juncture, one cannot help but allude to a certain 3-year true deity and a 5-year ancient one. Subsequently, Audrey asked if others could be recommended for the Tarot Society, which caused the seasoned veteran to grow anxious, fearing that Audrey intended to expand her sphere of influence. Once Audrey had no further inquiries, Alger divulged intelligence concerning the true creator. As a beacon of destiny, Colin articulated the essence of the entity with scant information, a fallen creator. This tone of equality incited wild speculation from both Alger and Audrey. Ultimately, they concluded that the fool was likely a true deity, an ancient being on the verge of resurgence. Chapter 36. The Little Son. Merely the chief's task next, Audrey expressed a desire to understand secret organizations, prompting Alger to request £1,000 from her. In response to Miss Audrey's surprisingly light-hearted tone, a poor Colin cat quietly shattered. Alger recounted the Moors Ascetic Society, stating that they venerated the arcane sage, a depersonalized, malevolent deity symbolizing something greater. However, the sudden awakening of the arcane sage had swiftly transformed the Moors Ascetic Society from a respected organization into a nefarious one. Following that was the witch cult, whose leadership consisted entirely of women. At this point, the group collectively recalled Cerules's description of witches from their last gathering, each making their own conjectures. They then discussed the spirit cult, the Psychochemical Society, and the esoteric order. These were the contents valued at £1,000, and further specifics were not to be divulged in this complimentary chapter. After some additional conversation, Colin announced the conclusion of the gathering. As they severed their connections, he watched their figures fragment and vanish, attempting to envision a small avatar. Unfortunately, after several attempts, the avatars appeared dazed and uncoordinated, and even shrouded in illusory gray mist. Their dissonance was unmistakable. Disheartened, Colin abandoned the idea of creating an avatar after multiple trials. He then experimented with other matters, remaining seated upon the gray mist at the head of the bronze long table, pondering Audrey's earlier words while casting a curious gaze toward the ethereal, deep crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Colin began to reach out to those stars in a manner of responding to prayers rather than establishing contact. Within a realm of tranquility and silence, he gleaned no information from the nearby dozen or so deep crimson stars. No one prayed to him, and thus there was nothing to respond to. Moreover, he had no desire to contravene the wishes of others by forcibly drawing them into the gray mist. As for Audrey, Alger, and Cerules, apologies, but the fool could not comprehend your utterances. There was no option for manual transfer. At that moment, Colin encountered a star, within which he discerned a faint, indistinct sound of prayer. Focusing intently, he gazed through the deep crimson hue and barely perceived a youth with tawny hair kneeling before a pristine crystal orb. The black attire worn by the lad starkly contrasted with the prevailing fashions of the ruined kingdom, and bore significant dissimilarities to the traditional garments of foreign lands, such as the Fusac Empire and the Intis Republic that Colin had seen in magazines. The surrounding environment was dim, with antiquated furniture occasionally illuminated by glimmers of light, yet Colin could not hear the thunderous roar or the patter of rain. In the scene, the boy clasped his hands against his forehead, His body bent forward as he fervently implored for something, his resonant voice buzzing in Klein's ears. As Klein strained to listen, he realized he could not comprehend the words. How he wished for the synesthetic beacon of the demon lord. Klein mused, frustrated by his inability to understand. The fool withdrew his gaze. The poor supplicant surely could not fathom that the great being's silence was due to a lack of understanding. In the forsaken land of the Silver City, Derek Berg ceased his prayers and lingered in the room for a moment. After receiving no response, he exited the solitary chamber to find the chief, Colin Elliott, waiting outside. "Chief, still no answer," Derek said, a hint of disappointment evident. This was the first task the chief had entrusted to him. "No matter," Colin reassured, patting Derek on the shoulder. "You have been given a risk to bear. For the sake of the Silver City, this risk is negligible." Derek's resolve was unwavering. "Good lad," Colin smiled, "now go rest." "Very well," Derek replied, casting one last glance at the room housing the crystal orb, silently apologizing. "Forgive me, great being. This is merely a task set by the chief." Days prior, the Amber King had drawn Colin's consciousness into the nexus of fate, imparting a divine omen instructing him to have a boy named Derek Berg pray before a crystal orb. Colin was perplexed but complied nonetheless. What further confounded Colin was the vague sight of an amber-hued colossal hammer descending from the apex of the nexus, shattering its summit. Truly perplexing. Chapter 37. The General in the forsaken land of the Moon City. Members of the patrol wandered outside the walls, torches in hand, to prevent monstrous incursions. For millennia, the citizens of Moon City, bereft of sustenance, had been compelled to consume the flesh and blood of monsters, which were once their friends and kin transformed into grotesque abominations. The blood and flesh of these creatures bore toxins and madness. Yet they had no choice but to accumulate these afflictions through generations. The cost was far more than merely a declining average lifespan. Those in relatively normal health began to exhibit certain mutations, and the likelihood of newborns being born disfigured increased with each passing generation. The prevalence of malformed children has risen, suggesting that within just 2 or 3 generations, the residents of Moon City, still in their formative years and yet to nurture a new generation, may spiral into chaos. It is quite conceivable that Moon City could face self-extinction without any external force. However, the faces of the patrol squad were devoid of sorrow. Their circumstances had significantly improved with the arrival of their general. Several members of the patrol gathered, animatedly discussing the general's greatness. The general had appeared suddenly a few days prior, bringing with him food, water, and an array of supplies. The citizens of Moon City held a deep admiration for him. As they conversed, a flash of red emerged from the shadows, and as the patrol members approached, they would have once been on high alert. Yet now, they eagerly advanced to greet him. They raised their hands and cheered, "General! General!" The mounted general waved back, inciting even greater excitement among them. As he passed by, he hummed a tune they could not comprehend. "If only you could trade me a city of snow, blooming with longing in the wind." The citizens of Moon City, exhilarated, poured out of the city to welcome him, hands raised and chanting, "General! General!" From atop his steed, the general calmed the crowd, raising a hand to deliver an impassioned speech, rallying the people of Moon City. "Your salt, my vinegar. Pay heed to the rice and pots. Don't let the bowls shatter." The residents erupted into an even more fervent cheer. The red-haired beauty on the steed, observing the exuberant throng, reflected on events from a few days prior. She recalled that it was roughly a few days ago. The exact time was somewhat unclear. The walls were not meant to protect Chaldeas, but serve as checkpoints to prevent the passage of foreign entities. Foreign entities? Who? Me? Ahead lay the domain of complete human history, an area currently inaccessible to them. Oh, why not? On what grounds? They had excessively utilized elements that did not exist within human history during past battles. The misuse of impossible classes led human history to perceive them as foreign. So, having just saved the 7 worlds, I have now become a foreign entity? No one responded. A laugh, foolish yet light-hearted, escaped from Fujimaru Ritsuka. "It seems you have little discernment. Humanity's malignancy." Fujimaru Ritsuka, reporting for duty. Unfortunately, as a human, Fujimaru Ritsuka could not triumph over the laws of reality. Being struck out of the world, perhaps having glimpsed something, a group of seers and prophecy masters from Chaldeas did not intervene as she attempted to confront reality alone. Only after she was cast away did the heroic spirits of Chaldeas work together to shield her. It was uncertain how long she drifted beyond the world, but it appeared that, with the aid of a kind soul, Fujimaru Ritsuka descended into this realm. Upon her arrival, she immediately endeavored to summon heroic spirits, only to discover her magical energy was insufficient. The enveloping sphere radiated a gentle white light, ensuring she would not be consumed by the encroaching darkness. Instinctively, she sensed that complete submersion in shadows would herald misfortune. As she tentatively explored her surroundings, she discovered that she possessed a magical artifact known as the Treasury of the Minister. Similar to the king's treasury, it enabled Fujimaru Ritsuka to store items. Upon rummaging, she discerned that aside from essential provisions and a few ordinary garments, there lay a peculiar device. Attempting to contact Chaldea through this mechanism, she was astonished to find a faint connection. Alas, it was limited to merely accessing messages left by Chaldea. The information was straightforward. She could condense mana into saint crystals, and 7 such crystals could be forged into a saint gem. 3 saint gems would allow a single attempt to communicate with Chaldea, potentially facilitating contact with heroic spirits or acquiring items. I know this. It's card summoning. The astute Miss Gadako quickly grasped the essence of the situation. She writhed like a worm, uttering incomprehensible incantations. Card summon, tenfold summon, tenfold summon. Surely, beginners are granted at least a tenfold summon. She struck the machine eagerly. With a clang, 30 saint gems tumbled forth from within. Ha ha ha! I knew there would be a tenfold summon. Kikik. She promptly commenced her card summoning. Respond, my beloved. A flash of golden light surged forth, revealing a handsome, armored red centaur before Fujimaru Ritsuka. I manifest here. Let this unparalleled being become your strength henceforth. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Fujimaru Ritsuka clambered onto the back of the red hare like a cockroach. Grasping the creature tightly, she clung to it with a fervor akin to infatuation. It seemed the sting of rejection had left quite an impression on the red hare. Chapter 38. Gadako arrives at her loyal moon city. Perched atop the red hare, Gadako resembled a puddle of mud. So, red hare, where shall we venture? That is a question for you to answer. The red hare snorted, deftly stabilizing the nearly unseated Fujimaru Ritsuka. Greek milk, perhaps? Fujimaru Ritsuka attempted to shift, but nearly toppled again, only to grasp the mane at the back of the red hare's neck. After a moment of contemplation, Fujimaru Ritsuka devised a perfect solution. She pointed that stone. It was a sharply pointed rock. The red hare understood immediately, sighed, and retrieved the stone, presenting it to Fujimaru Ritsuka. She took hold of the stone and casually tossed it. The stone landed, pointing in a particular direction. That way. The red hare exhaled 2 puffs of white mist. Fujimaru Ritsuka sat upright, declaring, onward, EC Emperor. Ah, have I been renamed again? The red hare responded nonchalantly, its mind vexed by Seema's antics, now requiring humility in its actions. With that, the red hare moved slightly, taking a few steps on tiptoe. Ritsuka Fujimaru retrieved a lantern, an item drawn from a recent gacha. The Blessing of the Valkyries was its name. How amusing to consistently obtain the items one requires. Akin to acquiring crucial plot devices in a game. Perhaps someone within Chaldea has glimpsed into the future, lending a hand. The steed, red hare, pawed the ground. What a convenient excuse indeed. Simply introduce a character capable of foreseeing the future and let the narrative align with that. As if a heedless planner had lazily forced such a concept into the storyline. At some point, Ritsuka Fujimaru's appearance had transformed into that of a pixelated avatar. Onward. With this command, red hare galloped forth, raising a cloud of dust. The lantern in Ritsuka's hand emanated a gentle glow, enveloping them in a protective embrace. After nearly a day's relentless journey, the weary red hare, adorned in a robe and wielding a staff, approached the vicinity of Moon City, accompanied by a pixelated version of Ritsuka wearing a Pailu hat. Sensing the presence of others, red hare hastened towards Moon City at Ritsuka's cue. Ritsuka hummed the melody of Yun Gong, Sun, In softly. Soon, the pair arrived at Moon City, only to be surrounded by a patrol squad. Ritsuka's appearance reverted, yet she continued to utter nonsensical phrases. I know, we are about to engage in a battle scene, right? I am well aware that encountering others necessitates a confrontation to progress the narrative. Yes? Regrettably, Events did not unfold as Ritsuka had anticipated, for no battle ensued. Unable to comprehend Ritsuka's ramblings, the squad summoned their most astute member, the High Priest of Moon City. I hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty. Though Ritsuka's magical aptitude was deemed laughable by the heroic spirits, she had nonetheless managed to master a few minor spells, such as translation. Thus, she faced no communication barriers with the inhabitants of Moon City. Through her whimsical utterances and the High Priest's careful contemplation, he began to grasp the origins of the duo. So, you have drifted here from another world? And now, as you seek to return home, a foolish barrier obstructs your path? Indeed, with no battle to be fought. Ritsuka reverted to her pixelated form once more. The people of Moon City were not particularly surprised, attributing it to an extraordinary ability. Ritsuka rummaged through the pouch on her abdomen, known as treasures of my servants, producing a golden apple accompanied by a rhythmic sound. She raised the apple high. An inexhaustible golden apple, yet another item recently drawn. See? I told you the planners were too lazy to concoct a reason. It is merely coincidence, a mere arrangement. When questioned as to why the grand servants did not come in person, the answer likely lay in their insufficient energy to traverse such distances. She has begun to utter incomprehensible words once more. The high priest took the golden apple and, after a series of divinations and appraisals, confirmed that it was completely untainted, even possessing a certain purifying effect against pollution. May I inquire why it is referred to as the inexhaustible golden apple? Fujimaru Ritsuka rummaged in her pocket and produced another one, explaining, because it automatically generates 10 each day. The members of Silver City exchanged glances. Reaching a consensus, they should stabilize her for the time being. If she could indeed produce golden apples daily, it would be a tremendous boon. Miss, this area is quite perilous. You might require a place to rest. Fujimaru Ritsuka nodded in agreement, having discerned their cautious intentions, yet she remained indifferent. Her identity as a savior and the inherent uncertainty of her role as a force for good rendered it impossible for her to abandon these individuals to their own devices. In any case, it was utterly unreasonable for such a responsible savior to be asked to prove her status. Emphasis added, "How shall we address you?" The high priest inadvertently employed an honorific. After a moment of contemplation, Fujimaru Ritsuka replied, "You may call me the Grand General, the Resplendent Savior." Chapter 39. Embrace despair. High priest Nim smiled and gestured for her to enter. Then, "Please, Grand General." Nim looked at the red hair, momentarily unable to discern whether it was a mutated horse or a transformed human. "I am a flying general, Lu Bu." The red hair shamelessly impersonated Lu Bu. Indeed, Gudako nodded in affirmation of the hair's words. Soon, several days passed, and Fujimaru Ritsuka had fully integrated into Moon City. The inhabitants discovered that this young girl was nothing short of omnipotent. Her extraordinary abilities, which she referred to as magic, and her array of peculiar tools effortlessly resolved various dilemmas that had previously left them at a loss. Consequently, the upper echelons of Moon City speculated that she might be a secret arts instructor of the Reader's Path or a mystic of the Seeker's Path. Despite her occasional eccentricities, the citizens generally held a fondness for this lively girl, as, in her normal state, Fujimaru Ritsuka exhibited an entirely reasonable demeanor. Over these few days, it could be said that nearly everyone in Moon City had benefited from her kindness. Moreover, her frequent monster hunts and the purifying golden apples she provided led many to regard her as an angel sent by the divine to rescue them. Initially, Fujimaru Ritsuka had introduced herself as the Grand General, the Resplendent Savior, and thus the people of Moon City respectfully refer to her as General. Regardless of the circumstances, the male protagonist was also referred to as the eminent beauty and the eminent succubus. Even as the female protagonist, I must possess at least a modicum of charm, right? At the very least, my leadership qualities are undoubtedly undeniable. Fujimaru Ritsuka's speech grew increasingly abstract, seemingly commencing after she drew a peculiar mask during one of her encounters, resulting in her occasionally uttering terms such as Type Moon, Nasu Kinoko, and Mihoyo. Breaking the fourth wall is not merely the privilege of comedic characters, is it? Finally, I have achieved a tenfold summon, Fujimaru Ritsuka remarked while tinkering with the summoning pool, which she aptly named the summoning pool. But isn't your role that of a savior? Questioned Si Chulin, who had just been summoned a few days prior. He was drawn forth by Fujimaru Ritsuka through a solitary pull. Of course not. I am but an anomaly designated by the human order, Fujimaru Ritsuka replied, patting the summoning pool. It's rather stingy not to have a friendship pool or a daily tenfold summon. Have they been taking cues from the neighboring Mihoyo? This is a depraved civilization. I must inform Attila. As the light flickered, various items were cast forth from the pool. At the final draw, a card emerged from the pool. Why must a 3-star character also require a guaranteed summon? Truly, it seems they have indeed learned ill from Mihoyo. It must be a conspiracy between Tosaka, Tokiomi, and Mihoyo. After all, everything is their fault. Good morning. Upon hearing your call, Si Chulin has arrived. He greeted Fujimaru Ritsuka. She turned to glance at him, then at the newly summoned Si Chulin. Is it really possible to summon the same individual? After all, it is merely a projection. It is not the true self that has come. Communicating with the same heroic spirit is quite normal, the new Si Chulin explained. Can those two identical character cards enhance their noble phantasm? Or perhaps fuse into a two-identity Si Chulin? That probably isn't possible, the old Si Chulin replied, to which the new Si Chulin concurred. In any case, it means you are of no use to me, right? Fujimaru Ritsuka inquired. That may not be entirely accurate. The new Si Chulin pondered. I have an idea, Fujimaru Ritsuka exclaimed, striking her palm with her fist. You can serve as my messenger. After you return, please convey my regards to the little eggplant and the others, telling them I am doing splendidly here, surrounded by exceptional talents and delightful conversations. I truly adore this place. Convey a message? Wait, hold on. I just got here. The new Si Chulin seemed to grasp the implications, adopting a look of resignation. Then, by the command spell, let's end it. The act of self-destruction is indeed a hallmark of the Type Moon universe, with a face that expressed acceptance, as if accustomed to such matters. The new Si Chulin was thus returned to Chaldea by Fujimaru Ritsuka. Fujimaru Ritsuka gathered various 1- and 2-star trinkets from the ground. Let us return to the city. Meanwhile, in the opulent villa of Baron Grelint, a salon was underway. Attendees included not only noble offspring, but also emerging talents from the realms of music, literature, and art. Accompanied by a maid, Audrey entered the salon, adhering to etiquette as she presented her hand to the host, Baron Grelint, and gracefully executed a hand-kissing gesture. Contrary to what some might think, a genuine hand-kissing does not actually contact the lady's hand. In fact, it is often the case that a gentleman holds his breath to avoid causing discomfort to the lady during this gesture. Your beauty imbues my salon with brilliance. Grelint first offered a customary compliment, then lowered his voice to say, that lady has arrived. She is both extraordinary and a writer. This marked the inaugural meeting between Miss Justice and the future Miss Salted Fish in the real world. Chapter 40. The false Viscount Audrey and Miss Salted Fish exchanged glances. Observing that Mrs. Forth appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old and approximately 1.65 meters in height. She donned a pale yellow long dress with ruffles at the collar, her chestnut hair cascading in gentle waves, and her light blue eyes turned toward them with a hint of playful mockery, spurred by Grelint's introduction. Even Miss Justice, as an onlooker, failed to perceive that her eyes were merely well-concealed dead fish eyes. However, Audrey noted several subtle details. For instance, her fingers bore the yellowish stains of nicotine, revealing her penchant for cigarettes. A true smoky fish. Viscount Grelint facilitated their introductions, and the members of the Tarot Society engaged in cordial conversation with prospective members. In the presence of the public, both parties exchanged mere pleasantries without delving into deeper discussions. As they watched Mrs. Forth proceed toward the dining table, making a beeline for a small cake adorned with cream, Audrey retracted her gaze and followed Grelint into the parlor. This marked the early moments of a rare recording of Miss Justice's observations of the salted fish's predation. This particular salted fish had a fondness for sweets, which perhaps explained her subsequent closeness to German. As Audrey reflected on the details she had just observed, she endeavored to accurately gauge the other's thoughts to gain an advantage in their future interactions. Suddenly, her attention was captured by an individual. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, clad in a tailored tailcoat, adorned with a gold-trimmed top hat, and donned white gloves while holding a subtly intricate cane. His entire demeanor exuded elegance and nobility. Although Audrey did not recognize him, he seemed eerily familiar. As she gazed, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. That man, the more she looked, the greater her sense of unease became. The hat he wore was the favored style of Baron Patrick Jack, who delighted in embellishing his top hats with gold trim. The tailcoat was designed by Mr. Cassius Duke, who often wore such attire himself. A pocket watch dangled from his waist, a habit of Viscount Gavin Gray. Audrey steadied her emotions. This did not necessarily imply anything. Perhaps he merely drew inspiration from those gentlemen. She continued to observe. His facial structure bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Mason Moreno, though his forehead was slightly broader. His eyes mirrored those of Lady Rive Burles, while the rest of his features bore a closer likeness to Mr. Hughes Palsinger's. Perhaps sensing Audrey's scrutiny, the gentleman turned to meet her gaze, offering her a gentlemanly smile, to which Audrey responded with a quintessential aristocratic smile. Once he turned away, Audrey inquired of the maid, Annie, do you know who that gentleman in the tailcoat is? The one with the pocket watch hanging from his waist. Annie followed Audrey's gaze and found the gentleman the lady mentioned. It was Lord Forth, Severn Forth. Audrey recalled that there indeed existed such a viscount. She seemed to have heard this name occasionally, yet the specifics eluded her. She struggled to remember anything she had previously learned about him, or where he had made an appearance. It was as though all knowledge of him began anew at this moment. Yet he undeniably lingered in Audrey's memory, strikingly familiar, as if composed of fragments from several individuals. Almost as if he were a figment of imagination. A stirring sensation gripped Selris, causing him to feel the fabricated identity he wore begin to waver. A sideways glance at Audrey confirmed his suspicion. He had been seen through. Yet, as long as he had not been exposed directly, this disguise could still be maintained. Selris lacked the mastery of the mysterious required to conjure two authentic personas. Thus, the second fabricated identity could only be assumed by him personally. Observing as Audrey and Viscount Glent departed, accompanied by Miss Salted Fish, Selris continued conversing with others, deepening his presence in their memories. When one engages in the enigmatic, a disguise is essential. What purpose would it serve to forego one? Chapter 41. Susie speaks. Another day passed, and Audrey sat in the swing of her private garden, contemplating the events of the previous day. Though Lord Forth sent a shiver down her spine, he had yet to impact her significantly. She intended to inquire about him at the upcoming tarot gathering with the hangman, the devil, and the fool, should the matter prove to be serious. Audrey glanced toward the direction of the Church of the Night Goddess, instinctively grasping the unique reporting skills possessed by members of the Tarot Society, renowned as the kings of faith reporting. The reason for not reporting immediately was twofold. First, the Viscount had indeed done nothing thus far. Second, she lacked concrete evidence. She had consulted several individuals, including the maid Annie, and even her father, Earl Hall, who confirmed the existence of such a person. This ignited a spark of curiosity in Miss Audrey, compelling her to uncover the gentleman's true identity personally. The brash duality of Tarot Society members, tracing back to Klein, was evident in this instance. Moreover, there was the matter concerning Forth. Miss Salted Fish hoped Audrey would rescue her friend, Hughie Share. Audrey conducted her investigation. Miss Hughie had a commendable reputation in the Eastern District, known as a fair arbitrator. With her integrity came considerable capability, often exuding the presence of someone much taller than her 5-foot stature. The charge leading to her temporary imprisonment was that she had assaulted a gentleman's knee during a property dispute, leaving him bedridden in the hospital, possibly never to rise again. To this, Forth explained that the gentleman was no virtuous character. He was the leader of a gang in the Eastern District of Beckland, thriving on usury. After careful investigation, Audrey confirmed the veracity of the matter. Tomorrow evening, a grand ball shall be held at Count Wolfberg's residence. She must inform Greeland to act according to the counsel of the esteemed barrister. Audrey nodded slightly, resolving her course of action. It remained uncertain whether Viscount Foss would attend the soirée. She intended to adjust her demeanor towards him based on the insights gleaned from the tarot reading. With a renewed sense of ease, Audrey observed the vibrant blossoms outside, embodying the spirit of one who lurks in the shadows, seeking the light. She sensed that her audience's potion had indeed been partially assimilated. To observe from the sidelines and guide the unfolding events, Audrey added a new tenet to the code she upheld for her inner audience, contemplating the art of impersonation. Her thoughts expanded. If psychological alchemists mastered this craft, could it imply the possibility of seeking them among the community of psychologists? At this notion, Audrey felt a surge of clarity. At this moment, the hardest diamond of Bakerland sparkled brilliantly, reflecting the sunlight. Her eyes, wide as saucers, sparkled with keen intelligence. Beside her, Cyrus hummed softly while wielding a camera. How thrilling! Soon, I shall witness the grand spectacle of the dreamlike dog speaking. The bloodthirsty audience was ever present. Just then, Audrey observed Susie, the golden retriever, sneaking stealthily behind the clusters of flowers, venturing into a realm accessible only to gardeners. Such canine mischief. What was Susie up to? Hidden in the shadows, Audrey scrutinized every movement of the golden retriever. It appeared that the floral fragrance had bewildered Susie's senses, rendering her oblivious to her owner as presence. With her mouth agape, she emitted a series of curious sounds. I'll hold it back. All right. Susie caused the surrounding air to vibrate with her awkward utterances. Hello. How are you? Audrey's mouth gaped in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the decorum befitting a lady, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before her and the stilted sound she heard. Instinctively, she stood up and blurted out, "Woof, woof." Susie, you can talk? When did you learn to speak? The golden retriever jumped in surprise, turning to face her owner. Miss Susie, I trust you wouldn't want others to discover your newfound ability, would you? What an extraordinary revelation. In a flurry, Susie wagged her tail rapidly, and after several attempts to articulate, the air around her trembled as she stammered. I don't know how to explain it. After all, I am merely a dog. I have a bold idea, Cyrus mused, stroking his chin. You two are quite remarkable. He approached the nearby thicket, retrieving a small container and producing an object which he placed on the ground, nudging it in Susie's direction. Chapter 42. Susie Potter and the Cat Cake. The bushes rustled, capturing the attention of both Audrey and Susie. Under the watchful gaze of a solitary individual and a canine companion, a peculiar creature emerged from the thicket. Its form resembled that of a plum blossom cake, measuring approximately half a meter in width and 3/4 of a meter in height, adorned in a pale bluish-gray hue. Deep gray-blue grooves traced its vertical body, while atop its head rested a cap-like structure, which bore a small opening facing Audrey and her companions. From this aperture protruded a diminutive black head akin to that of a cat, accompanied by a black tail that squeezed out from its right side. Its eyes, also black, shone brightly and were round, encircled by a golden ring that separated them from the feline visage. This enchanting creature was a cat cake. So delightful was its appearance that before Audrey could utter a word, Susie dashed toward the cat cake, circling around it eagerly. Audrey, may I keep it as a pet? Susie implored, excitement radiating from her expression. Audrey, aware that Susie merely sought to divert the conversation, found herself equally captivated by the cat cake's charm. She approached and squatted down to examine the creature closely. What kind of animal is this? Audrey inquired with curiosity, though she suspected that Susie lacked the answer. Indeed, Susie shook her head. I don't know either, Audrey. The cat cake emitted a sound. It says it's called a cat cake. Susie translated. Oh, Susie, can you understand it? Susie nodded. Yes. I don't know why, perhaps because I'm a dog. She leaned closer to sniff. It smells delightful like pastries. Tentatively, Susie extended a paw to touch the cat cake, finding its texture soft and springy. What's your name? The cat cake did not shy away from Susie's paw, gazing back with its brilliantly reflective eyes. It says its name is Rubbish Cake, Susie interpreted. Rubbish Cake? Audrey echoed, glancing at the creature's appearance, which indeed resembled short. Squat Treshbin. Despite her recent entry into the extraordinary realm, Audrey understood the wisdom of refraining from touching unfamiliar beings. All right, Susie, your actions may cause a distress, Audrey subtly advised, confident that Susie comprehended her meaning. Susie did indeed grasp the implication and reluctantly withdrew her paw. Audrey, may I keep it as a pet? Susie asked once more, her gaze hopeful as she looked up at Audrey. The Rubbish Cake shifted back a little. It says yes, Susie declared with conviction. It certainly did not say that. The cat cake turned and bounded away with remarkable speed. Oh no, it has run away, Susie lamented, visibly disheartened. On a Monday afternoon, within the pages of Stormy Manor, authored by Forswall series, a novel lay open in hand. This was the celebrated work of Miss Salted Fish, renowned for her literary prowess. The narrative of Stormy Manor unfolds the tale of Miss Cece, standing at 165 meters tall and weighing 98 pounds, as she embarks on a journey to serve as a governess at the illustrious Freest Manor. From the previous narrative, it appears to be a romance novel, However, the subsequent introduction of malevolent spirits has shifted the tale into the realm of the supernatural. Fortunately, the pristine and unblemished Huang family's 3 specters have not invaded this narrative, or else Miss Xinyu might have faced an untimely demise. As the plot unfolds, Lady Cece reveals her identity as a detective, delivering an elaborate deduction that instantaneously dismantles the so-called evil spirits, redirecting the story back to a materialistic perspective. Following this, the male protagonist suffers a severe blow to the head, resulting in amnesia and a heart-wrenching storyline. It embodies the quintessential characteristics of a strong female lead in a female-oriented novel, an amalgamation of Wuthering Heights, Jane Eyre, Detective Conan, and a Korean drama. One cannot help but suspect that this might be another of Rossel's creations, cliched and unappealing. Sellers casually tossed it aside. How could this be? This book is quite renowned. Precisely because it is famous, I feel compelled to criticize it. If I do not express my disdain, how can I appear unique and untainted by the mundane? Sellers waved dismissively. However, to be fair, it truly lacks appeal. Actually, it's not too bad. Are you deliberately seeking fault? As the gray mist enveloped the scene, this week's tarot meeting commenced. Chapter 43, A Love Story of Aha and Akivali. During the tarot session, the concerned Audrey hesitantly inquired of those seated around the long table. Esteemed Mr. Fool, my ever-helpful demon, and Mr. Hangman, I have a question to pose. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against revealing that she owned an extraordinary dog. May I inquire if you are familiar with a creature known as cat cake? Cat cake? Both Alge and Klein simultaneously felt several question marks sprouting above their heads. Alge brushed his seaweed-like blue hair, asking, "Could you elaborate on the specific appearance of this cat cake?" "Of course," Audrey replied, recalling its shell resembles a flower-shaped pastry, with an opening through which one can see a head and tail akin to that of a cat. Alge pondered for a moment, recalling the renowned first mate of the future vessel, Frank Lee. "I surmise this is likely an artificially created species. A biologist from the cultivator's pathway, sequence 6, should be able to easily manufacture such a creature." "Thank you very much, Mr. Hangman," Audrey cheerfully responded. As the conversation shifted, she posed her true question. What capabilities could a pet endowed with extraordinary power possess to assist its owner? Simply put, what functions might it serve? She inquired, revealing her genuine curiosity. "I have a friend," she noted, confirming that she had indeed shared the potion with her pet, with a status even lower than Sushi's. Klein raised his right hand and gently pinched his forehead. "Using your familiar abilities as an example, let us assume it is an observer." Sellers responded to Audrey's question. "Let us consider that this extraordinary pet could substitute for you an observation. After all, people are typically wary of their kind, but seldom pay heed to animals at their feet." Audrey found Ceres' words quite compelling and resolved to diligently teach Sussy, for it would facilitate her endeavors. You see, even with earnest study, one can merely end up as a lapdog to the affluent. In truth, without an initial worth of 35, one would be unworthy of even that role. Ceres responded via the team voice chat. Someone was clearly offended, though I shall not reveal who. Suddenly, Audrey realized that Mr. Demon was directly using the audience's comparison. She awkwardly chuckled and shifted the topic, saying, "Mr. Fool, I have discovered a new Roselle diary." Ceres also mentioned that he had acquired 2 more Roselle diaries, while Alge chose to remain silent due to his lack of diaries. Klein accepted the 2 diaries presented by them. After the last tarot session, he had already performed divination upon the gray mist. These diaries were penned by the ancestor who originally established the organization of the Faceless Fool in the Kingdom of Ruin. Perhaps it was because Mr. Demon was also a member of the Faceless Fool that he found it easier to obtain the writings of that ancestral traveler. Klein was exceedingly confident in his divination performed upon the gray mist, certain it would not lead him astray. This time, he decided to first examine the diary provided by Mr. Demon. Indeed, it was authored by that esteemed ancestor of the Faceless Fool. March 31st, my dear skeletons. I have returned. After departing from his planet, I realized that there is no such entity as the Haitoa star god, nor is there a Hakaveli. That fellow is the joyful star god, known as Aha. As for Haitoa, it is merely a commemoration of his beloved, who has mysteriously vanished and is presumed dead. The expanding star god, Hakaveli. I have chosen to forgive Aha for his deception, not because I am unable to defeat him, but because he and Machiavelli truly are a pair of pitiable star-crossed lovers. This is indeed a heart-rending tale. Aja and Machiavelli were a devoted couple. Their love widely celebrated across the cosmos, blessed by all the star gods. They even had a child named Pam. Yet one day, Machiavelli grew curious about the truth of the world and sought to ascend the tree of existence. The tree of existence is not a tree in the literal sense. It is an abstract concept, and I cannot quite explain it. In any case, Aja could not bear the thought of his husband risking himself. He implored him repeatedly to reconsider, even going so far as to destroy the starry train, the token of engagement Machiavelli had presented to him. However, he could not deter Machiavelli, and ultimately, Machiavelli disappeared, leaving Aja in madness. This story is so tragic that it brings tears to my eyes. April 1st, I plan to establish an organization to commemorate the love between Aja and Machiavelli. Since today is April Fool's Day, I shall create a fool's organization. Let me think. Yes, let it be called the Faceless Fool. Thus, Klein gained a newfound understanding of the faceless fool and a glimpse into the nature of the so-called star gods. It seems that even among deities, love exists. How enviable it is that they are blessed by all the star gods. Consider the possibility that a celestial deity, emblematic of resilience and protection, may personally forge a ring for them, symbolizing an unwavering commitment to their love. Such a thought evokes a sense of awe, Klein mused. Indeed, it seems that the Amber King holds the utmost faith in their union, even going so far as to seal their love with his own decree. Klein casually turned a page, perusing the journal of Roselle, delivered by Miss Justice. December 20th, the dawn of a new year approaches. Yet the feedback I have received has left me both perplexed and troubled. It appears this world is devoid of oil. How can this be? This revelation left Klein deep in contemplation. Was it truly absent or merely undiscovered? He had intended to invest in the burgeoning oil industry, yet his plans were thwarted before they could even take flight. Is this the curse of the god of poverty? Klein continued reading and discovered Roselle's ambitions to invent public restrooms, sewage systems, and devices for the eradication of human offspring. Ultimately, Roselle planned to join an ancient, clandestine organization that covertly influences the course of the world. You may begin your discussion now. Klein set the journal aside. Chapter 44. Seller's plans to sell oddities. Audrey, as the representative of the Tarot Society, spoke first, her concerns shifting from Susie's affairs to that of the Viscount Foss. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever encountered a remarkable ability whereby an individual can acquire traits from several others, amalgamating them into a wholly new entity, ultimately implanting this identity into the memories of others so that they believe in its genuine existence? This ability is rather uncanny, Klein thought, a shiver running down his spine, though he possessed no such sensations above the gray fog. Based on your description, this seems more akin to possessing multiple capabilities. I happen to know someone who wields an extraordinary power quite similar to what you described. Alger immediately recalled his childhood companion, Kalingus. Miss Justice, Selrus interjected, causing Alger to furrow his brow in irritation. Although the current hanged man exhibited a temperament far more amiable than his fellow enraged citizens, he was still bold enough to express dissatisfaction at the actions of the fool. Selrus paid no heed to Alger's discontent. Instead, he raised a single finger to his lips in a gesture for silence directed at Audrey. Miss Justice, once a falsehood is pierced, it loses all value of existence. Audrey endeavored to comprehend Selrus's words. So, if I were to expose this false identity, let us say by revealing the origins of each of his traits, then the Viscount Foss would cease to exist? As an observer, Audrey suddenly grasped the implication, her eyes widening with delight as she felt herself finally entering the extraordinary event she had longed for. Is this the reason why Mr. Devil has urged me to guide the noble youth in the upper echelon to invest in him? Audrey swiftly shifted the topic. Then, what kind of extraordinary being can pass through wooden doors or render locks ineffective? Klein, shrouded in a grayish mist, was about to speak when the hanged man, eager to assert himself, interjected, I require your assistance in investigating a matter in exchange for my response. Klein blushed instantly, seizing the rare opportunity to exhibit his prowess. You are doomed, having offended the petty-minded German. Prepare to suffer the consequences. What is it? Audrey inquired, her curiosity piqued, yet filled with uncertainty. Alger cast a glance at the fool and pondered before articulating. I wish to ascertain whether the king intends to retaliate against the Farsak Empire within this year or before June of the next, initiating a new war on the Barrenden coast. The common tongue of the Tarot Society is the rune language, determined by the accents of the four corners during their inaugural gathering. Thus, Alger was aware that Miss Justice belonged to the nobility of the Rune Kingdom, and he believed she recognized her identity as a rune inhabitant. To the devil, it mattered little which language was spoken. As for the fool, Alger perceived his rune characteristics as mere pretenses, a guise for the sake of communication. Klein, standing ahead, merely needed to maintain an air of inscrutability, while the hanged man, contemplating from a rear, had more to consider. Ever since that ritualistic magic, Alger unconsciously began to refer to the fool as he. Reflecting upon her recent experiences in various social settings, Audrey nodded with newfound confidence. No problem, but this will require ample time for verification. I can wait. The hanged man replied with a smile. With Mr. Fool as my witness, I trust you shall not renege on your word. Audrey glanced at the silent and enigmatic fool in the gray mist, curling her lips in a smile. However, I believe the value of this matter exceeds the combined worth of the two questions I posed. Having grown, Audrey grasped the art of negotiation. Negotiation level, 0-1. Gold pounds. You've matured. Once you confirm the answer, I shall compensate accordingly. Alger responded, seemingly prepared. Having never encountered the art of grand promises, Audrey sighed in relief and silently congratulated herself for mastering the skill of bargaining. Alger began to answer Audrey's earlier inquiries, providing a modicum of intelligence from the Society of Insight. Audrey felt an immediate sense of profit. As she concluded her questioning, Selris took the opportunity to interject. I have a batch of curiosities for sale. Is anyone interested? What are curiosities? Alger inquired. They are akin to extraordinary items, but not entirely the same. They do not possess the extraordinary properties associated with potions. Are you implying there exists an extraordinary system that does not belong to potions? Alger's tone brimmed with astonishment. Though he was not one to easily trust others, the nearly divine fool exhibited no reaction. Klein immediately thought of the star gods. Could it be an energy system from another planet? Thus, were these curiosities of extraterrestrial technology? Indeed, the cosmos is vast, and it is improbable that there exists but a singular method to attain the extraordinary. One might even anticipate the emergence of a system conferred by divine entities. However, Selris paused, suggesting that this matter be revisited later. He intended to discuss the intricacies of fate once the little sun had risen. Presently, there were too few individuals around. Though intrigued by the prospect of a new extraordinary system, it was evident that Audrey was far more captivated by the peculiar artifacts available for immediate acquisition. Mr. Demon, what functionalities do these artifacts possess, and how do you plan to sell them? Chapter 45. 3 Peculiar Artifacts, Mr. Fool. I hope you can assist me in projecting the images in my mind. Selris addressed Klein. Certainly, Klein replied in a calm manner, as if it were a mere trifle. While he had not previously collaborated with the members of the Tarot Society in projecting images, he surmised it would be akin to manifesting a diary. He then engaged the mist above, coordinating with Selris as the fog began to coalesce above the long table. I possess 3 artifacts. The first is known as the ever-chatting parchment. As Selris envisioned it, a purple scroll formed upon the table, inscribed with an unknown language. At its center, a mouth extended its tongue outward. Its ghastly appearance caused Audrey to instinctively lean back. It feeds on history, its greedy tongue stirring the collective subconscious of civilizations, tearing it asunder. I acquired this from a genius who sealed it by fabricating a false memory of a world for it to consume, thereby satiating its insatiable hunger. That is of no use to me, was the immediate thought shared among the 3 present, as none possessed the capacity to fabricate a world-s memory, rendering sealing it utterly impossible. Though you lack the means to seal it, I shall provide a box to assist you in doing so. It could devour the thoughts, memories, and even a certain range of history of individuals within a specified area. Mr. Demon, what does it mean to devour history? Audrey inquired, filled with curiosity. Simply put, if the history of a location is consumed, it becomes increasingly obscure in the memories of others. The more that is devoured, the greater the obscurity's impact. Initially, it may only affect ordinary individuals, but given sufficient time, it could even influence angels. Noticing that Audrey had no further questions, Cyrus continued his presentation. This is the fortune gel. The mist transformed into a soft tube resembling a toothpaste container. I procured this peculiar artifact from the same genius. He paused to add, but this time it was a purchase. This is the genius's invention. Applying approximately 1/5 of it to your eyelids will bestow upon you roughly 24 hours of good fortune. This description immediately piqued Audrey's interest, while Alger and Klein instantly thought of the monstrous pathways. Before Audrey could raise her hand to bid, Cyrus proceeded to unveil the next artifact. The gray mist transformed into a deep green 24-sided die, each face adorned with distinct golden patterns. This is the die of ever-changing fortune, a peculiar artifact commonly found among our ranks of the faceless fools. When cast, it may bestow upon you an unexpected fortune or perhaps lead to a delightful romance. However, the majority of outcomes lean towards misfortune, illness, curses, or a lifetime of dreary reign. Its use is limited to 3 times before it loses its efficacy. As the gray mist dissipated, it took the form of 3 wondrous items. The incessantly chattering parchment, a high-risk artifact, is priced at 15,000 pounds. A single tube of luck gel can be utilized for a cumulative total of 120 hours, valued at 1,000 pounds. Lastly, the die, though it may sound daunting, has a relatively minor impact. It is merely a toy, costing 500 pounds. Audrey raised her hand. Mr. Demon, does this luck gel have any negative effects? None, he replied. Its only drawback is that it can be used only 5 times. Sirius shook his head, adding that its luck is not omnipotent. For instance, if a true deity is resolute in their intent to slay you, such luck would be insufficient. Audrey, her mind racing, conceived a clever idea. Mr. Demon, I am willing to offer 500 pounds to purchase the luck gel and the die of ever-changing fortune. Alger, having discerned this loophole, was nonetheless confident that his financial resources paled in comparison to Audrey's, and thus he had no intention of contesting her. 120 hours of luck. Although Klein felt envious, the fool's demeanor prevented him from shamelessly seeking a handout. Ultimately, he suffered from an excess of decorum. Had he been less refined, he might have simply asked, and Sirius may have obliged. Suddenly, Audrey had a thought. How shall I acquire these 2 artifacts? In that case, Sirius proposed. There is a ball at Earl Wolfburg's residence this evening. As a noble lady, even if you do not attend, your family members will certainly be present. I shall bury them in the Earl's backyard, and you may have your extraordinary pet seek them out. The onlookers will undoubtedly notice. The abilities of the audience should not be employed in such a manner, Audrey retorted, puffing her cheeks in protest. Very well, she ultimately agreed. Following this, the members of the Tarot Society conversed for a while longer, until the fool declared the conclusion of the gathering with a proclamation that his name should not be uttered without permission. Chapter 46. The Offline Cat Catching That Evening. At the Earl of Wolfburg's banquet, the most dazzling jewels of Beckland graced the occasion in splendid attire. Since the event was not overly formal, Susie was permitted to accompany Audrey. However, being a gathering organized by an earl, Susie, while allowed to attend, was restricted from entering the banquet hall and was relegated to the Earl's rear garden. Thus, with a delicate handbag slung over her shoulder, Susie remained in the garden, keeping company with the Earl's hunting hounds. The banquet swiftly concluded, and upon returning home, Audrey retrieved a package from Susie's handbag. Eagerly, she unwrapped it, unveiling its contents. At the top lay a letter, beneath which was a petite 24-sided die, a small soft tube resembling a toothpaste container, and a pure white tooth entwined with red silk. Audrey's gaze, tinged with curiosity, swept over the tooth before she opened the letter clearly addressed to her, adorned with intricate calligraphy. She recognized it as the distinctive handwriting of Mr. Albus. Dear Miss Justice, though the mist obscures my view, I trust your beauty is remarkable. This package contains the peculiar items I promised you, and the tooth is a gift from me. It is named Pure Spirit, and I foresee it will prove beneficial to you in the future, hence my decision to present it as a token. I am uncertain whether you would wish to touch a stranger's tooth, so I have wrapped it in a layer of transparent film. You need not carry it with you. It will manifest at your side when you truly require it. The note concluded with a smiling face. Audrey observed closely, confirming the presence of a thin film encasing the tooth. She carefully concealed the 3 curious items in a safe place. A day later, at the entrance of the divination club, Celrus appeared out of thin air, unnoticed by anyone. He strode lightly into the establishment, where Ms. Angelica at the front desk greeted him with a smile. "Sir, would you like a reading or to join our club?" "I am here for a reading," Celrus replied. "I was referred to Mr. Klein Moretti." Angelica peered towards the staircase and approached the sofa. "Mr. Klein Moretti is currently occupied with other clients. Please wait a moment." "Of course," Celrus replied, nodding with a smile as he settled onto the sofa. "Would you care for a drink?" "We have." Celrus produced a bottle, shaking it gently to indicate he had brought his own beverage. Observing this, Angelica retreated behind the counter. Before long, a woman in a blue high-collared gown, approximately in her 30s, descended the stairs accompanied by a young lady donning a wide-brimmed hat. Angelica introduced them to Celrus. "Those 2 are Mr. Klein's current clients. Your turn may come shortly." The younger woman kept her gaze lowered, her brows furrowed, while the older one occasionally murmured words of apparent comfort. Once they departed, Angelica escorted Celrus to the doorway of the yellow crystal room. "Mr. Klein is in this room," she stated, maintaining a professional smile. "Thank you," Celrus replied, returning the smile and offering Angelica a silver coin as a tip before entering. Inside the yellow crystal room, Klein sat opposite him. "Greetings, Mr. Klein," Celrus said as he pulled out a chair and seated himself in front of him. "Hello, sir." Klein feigned ignorance of Ceres, yet in the next moment, Ceres' words shattered Klein's facade. "Mr. Klein, are you acquainted with the celestial sovereign of the Fuxing Xianhuang?" Klein was nearly propelled from his chair in terror, and as he opened his mouth to respond, Ceres interrupted him. He raised a hand to halt Klein's impending utterance. "I am unaware of its significance, but since you are knowledgeable, it seems I have not erred in my search." Ceres produced a portrait and compared it to Klein. Quite similar. After speaking, he turned the image towards Klein. Upon glancing at it, Klein saw a black cat adorned with a top hat. "How can you ascertain that this is me?" Ceres withdrew his hand and scrutinized the portrait. "It bears a striking resemblance. Is this portrait of me?" "Indeed. Is it?" Klein remained skeptical. "Affirmative," Ceres asserted with conviction. "Back then, you were quite slender." "That is not me. I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in dialogue. It seems you have watched Rossell's Let the Bullets Fly as well." Klein felt an impulse to bury his face in his hands. "Never mind, it is inconsequential." Ceres stowed the portrait and produced a sealed envelope. "Mr. Klein, I hope you will take a moment to peruse this letter." Klein accepted it, and Ceres elucidated. "This is a letter left by one of our predecessors 2 centuries ago, stating that 200 years later, someone who recognizes the celestial sovereign of the Fuxing Xianhuang would find the portrait and be entrusted with this letter. That person is you. Only the one foretold by our founder can open this letter. Give it a try. After all, there is nothing to lose." "Yet, I still believe that the figure in the portrait is not me," Klein murmured as he received the letter. With the mention of the celestial sovereign of the Fuxing Xianhuang, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Chapter 47, A Mobile Phone. Klein attempted to open the envelope and effortlessly succeeded. What met his eyes was familiar, simplified Chinese. He had anticipated this, as Mr. Demon's diary provided at the Tarot Society had consistently been in Chinese. "I'm Ceres. By the time you read this sentence, I will have passed away. I am currently endeavoring to resurrect through advertisements, though I am uncertain of the duration required. I know not who you are, but you are undoubtedly the chosen one. I foresee that in 200 years, chaos will ensue and the end times will approach. Externally, monstrous demons and ravenous wolves shall encircle us, while internally, the celestial sovereign will watch with keen interest. This is truly a perilous juncture for survival." Klein fixated on the term celestial sovereign, silently repeating it. "Only the Lord of eternal joy, who embodies supreme compassion, virtue, strength, and morality, can lead this realm out of suffering. To this end, I have established an organization named the Faceless Fool, dedicated to the salvation of all beings. I have passed down my name, with each succeeding leader bearing the name Ceres. I foresee that you will be pivotal in determining whether this world endures. Here, I sincerely invite you to join the Faceless Fool." Klein, after reading the content on the front of the letter, flipped the paper over and saw written on the back, "In any case, this chosen one, you would not wish for your friends and family in this world to perish beneath the apocalypse, would you?" This statement left Klein momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He set the letter aside and regarded the seemingly innocent Saris. It was then that he remembered he did not actually know Saris's name. "I am Saris Bruce. You may simply call me Saris." Saris introduced himself. Klein glanced once more at the phrase indicating that every leader bore the name Saris. "Very well, Mr. Saris. I believe I have a notion of your purpose here. However, I shall need to contemplate this matter further." Klein subtly attempted to convey his reluctance. He noticed Saris bowing his head, seemingly preoccupied with something. Tilting his head slightly, Klein's gaze traversed the obstruction on the table, and he was startled once again. Before him, Saris held an object he was quite familiar with, a mobile phone. Saris was typing away on the device, seemingly responding to someone's message. Upon hearing Klein's response, Saris promptly stood up, without hesitation, ready to leave. "Wait a moment," Klein called out, raising a hand. "Is there something else, Mr. Klein?" Saris turned, his expression a curious blend of amusement and inquiry. "Ahem." Klein cleared his throat, feigning composure. "I would like to inquire about this." "What is it?" "This. It's a mobile phone," Saris replied. Klein recalled novels he had read in his previous life, tales of traversing between two realms. If that were truly the case, if it were indeed a tale of dual existence, then could he possibly— "Oh, this is called a mobile phone. It was brought by the very first Saris. You must already be aware of this, right? Every leader of the masked fool bears the name Saris." "Indeed." Klein gestured for Saris to sit down. "We can continue our discussion, can't we?" "Of course." Saris smiled as he took his seat. For the past couple of days, Xing had felt an unusual sensation. The flame gun in her grasp seemed to yearn for action. She believed this was a sign that the main storyline was approaching, and she held this conviction steadfastly. "I'm going to pioneer," Xing declared with unwavering resolve, her spirit shining brightly. Nothing could impede her, for she, the pioneer, was the most liberated woman in the universe. Birds do not emerge from their shells merely to spend their lives in captivity, even if they cannot soar. The sky remains their true home. Xing felt radiant, as if wings had sprouted from the back of her head. Yet, this was not a justification for wantonly damaging public property. The inspector across the table rubbed his forehead in frustration, pondering whether the individual before him truly belonged in a police station or rather in a psychiatric hospital. Nevertheless, they continued to refresh Xing's desire to justify her actions. "Every day, I change it. It is I." The inspector's aide bellowed in frustration, slamming his hand on the table. "Every morning at 6 o'clock. Xing was taken aback. "So, it isn't a fixed refresh?" The inspector pressed down on the aide beside him, exasperated. All right, pay the fine and you can go." A few minutes later, Xing exited the police station. It was merely a trifling amount of money, hardly worth her concern. However, she couldn't afford to cause trouble for others. It seemed that from now on, she should refrain from recklessly damaging objects like roadside boxes, signposts, and jars. Yet, it was indeed curious. Previously, breaking destructible objects yielded no rewards. However, for the past few weeks, she had occasionally been able to acquire credit points and synthesis materials. It truly baffled her. She decided to pay a visit to Old Neil. It was about time to advance the quest narrative. Old Neil had informed her that he worked at the Blackthorn Security Company on Sutherland Street, a place she had visited before. Following her memory, Xing found the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted her was a young girl sleeping with her head on the table. Chapter 48. The secret sage gains a new understanding of the world as Xing pushed open the door. The wind chime hanging on the door frame jingled melodically. "I was not sleeping." Rosalind, who had been resting her head on the table, suddenly sat up straight, relieved to see Xing instead of the team leader and others. Noticing it was not any other members of the night patrol team, Rosalind gradually calmed her nerves. After taking a few deep breaths, she approached the inquisitive Xing. "Hello, miss. May I inquire what brings you here?" "I came to find Old Neil to play. My version is nearing its end, but my storyline remains unfinished," Xing explained. "Storyline? What does that mean?" "I don't quite understand," Rosalind replied, appearing quite perplexed. Indeed, for someone like Rosalind, who was not extraordinary, her spiritual awareness remained too low. Even with guidance from a sage, she could not perceive the truth of this world. Xing sighed sadly, observing Xing sigh for no apparent reason. Rosalind felt a twinge of guilt, though she did not comprehend why. Xing, ever the extrovert, settled onto the guest's sofa and patted the space beside her. "I can see you are completely clueless." "Clueless about what?" Rosalind still did not grasp the meaning. "Do you wish to understand?" Xing lowered her voice, leaning slightly forward to pull out her phone. I have something rather intriguing here. Intriguing? Is it this cube? Rosalind, for some inexplicable reason, felt drawn by an unseen force to sit beside Xing. What cube? This is a phone. Xing placed the phone between them. The screen lighting up? Come, take a look and you shall see. As the screen illuminated with a bright glow, it seemed to illuminate the path before Rosalind. Gradually, an image emerged from the center of the screen. Collapsed Starbucket Railway. Fading in, a long stone corridor appeared, the overall scene bathed in blue hues. In this gray-blue ambience, white mist wafted through, with vintage-style stone columns lining both sides of the corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a door imbued with a futuristic essence. The door slowly approached the screen, and Roshan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Her eyes fixated. As the door swung open, a trash bin, its back turned to the screen and adorned with limbs, emerged. The bin turned to face the screen, crossing its arms with a mechanical resonance emanating from it. In Roshan's eyes, the trash bin reflected a gateway to a new world. Xing leaned closer to Roshan's ear, whispering like an ancient deity, tempting the Navi girl towards descent. I have a spare device here. Come, let me assist you in registering an account. Roshan instinctively nodded in agreement. As the workday concluded, Old Neil and Leonard ascended from the underground armory, engaged in conversation. Before their presence could be perceived, Roshan's exuberant voice reached Old Neil's ears. How formidable is this rebirth of the filthy bin? 1,000-barrel pillar. I just drew on my 330th attempt. It's merely a support type, a specialized companion for Yahaba bin. You simply need to pair them together. It's exceedingly useful, especially when facing the barrel named Xianlang Ichiro. This creature's mechanics are rather unpleasant. Once you deplete its first life, it will self-destruct and summon the solar deity. Monkey bin Luffy. Upon entering the reception hall, Old Neil observed the two sprawled across the sofa. Good evening, Miss Xing. Please refrain from uttering my true name. Such an act would lead to my banishment back to the subspace, Xing asserted, setting down her phone and earnestly correcting Old Neil's misnomer. Very well, Miss Basong. Old Neil amended. What are you two engaged in? I am introducing Roshan to a game, Xing replied, presenting the screen for Old Neil to view. Leonard, curious, leaned in to observe the luminous device. Xing's gaze transcended Old Neil's, locking onto an eye devoid of eyelashes. She blinked, and the eye mirrored her action. Fixated on the phone screen, the once vacant eye seemed to flicker with life. Later that night, Klein lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Selrus had informed him that he would experience a lucid dream that evening. This revelation stirred a slight anxiety within him, leading to an increasing struggle to fall asleep. He inhaled deeply, employing meditation techniques to ease his mind, and gradually he felt his consciousness descend. Ultimately, he succumbed to slumber. In the haze of his dreams, he found himself in a dimly lit room. In the next moment, he awoke to find several large characters floating before him. Simulated Universe. Chapter 49. Klein's Dream Journey Through the Simulated Universe. In Intis, the concept of the universe had existed for centuries. It is needless to inquire. This notion was indeed posited by Emperor Roselle. Simulated Universe, Klein read aloud. These characters were foreign to him, yet he comprehended their meaning. He cast his gaze downward, noting he was clad in a long trench coat and black trousers. A pendulum was wrapped around his right wrist, while several talismans rested in the left pocket of his coat, and a revolver hung from his armpit. He retrieved the revolver, inspecting its chamber, which was fully stocked with bullets. Once again, he reached into the left pocket of his trousers, discovering bullets and a handful of coins. This was a deliberate choice in his attire before sleep. Is this what Ceres referred to as a lucid dream? Klein took a step forward, and the floating script dissipated as he moved through it. In this dimly lit room, only Klein radiated brightness, as if luminescent himself. After advancing a few more paces, a new line of text appeared before him. This simulated universe was developed by Lady Black Tower of the Genius Club, Seat 83. Klein approached the words, which vanished once more. In the fleeting moment before the text disappeared, the astute Klein caught a glimpse of a smaller inscription, transported by the masked fool, Ceres. The glow surrounding Klein expanded, illuminating the entire chamber. It was a room replete with advanced technology, far beyond the capabilities of his native land. Before him materialized an object resembling a spatial gateway. Klein approached the door and tossed a coin in an attempt at divination. The coin slipped through his fingers and clattered to the ground. The divination had failed. In silence, Klein retrieved the coin and stepped through the portal. After all, it was merely a dream. Perhaps it held little significance. The surroundings shifted rapidly, and he found himself in a shop filled with metallic wares. Shelves adorned with what appeared to be metallic confections. A man approached Klein, eagerly extolling the virtues of each product. The man's face was smeared with rust-like red and black stains, a testament to his veneration for the mechanized. A eutectic candy with a metal purity of 29 not only replicated the texture of the alloy, but also perfectly reproduced the taste of rust while chewing. The man eagerly thrust a jar of sweets into Klein's hands, urging him to sample the authentic alloy flavor. Klein gazed at the candy, feeling it was beyond his humble means. And this magnetorheological ice cream will surely make your internal engine whirl. The proprietor's lower half spun around, and his cybernetic appendage presented the ice cream before him. With a metal purity of 22, it is ideal as a gift for those with minimal cybernetic augmentation. I'm afraid my level of augmentation might be too low for such a treat. And besides, I have no engine within me. Klein attempted to decline the man's hospitality. There are also large quantities with a metal purity exceeding 70. The man continued his relentless chatter, as though programmed to do so. It is said that once an individual's metal purity surpasses 100%, they can transcend their frail corporeal form and become inorganic life. The proprietor grew increasingly animated, his four cybernetic eyes whirling in their sockets. Klein took a step back, tightly gripping the revolver in his right hand, uncertain whether to keep or discard the eutectic candy in his left. Of course, you cannot comprehend. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted to calm, tinged with melancholy, as he regarded Klein with pity, as if observing a beggar by the roadside. This gaze struck a painful blow to Klein's pride. No. What is this expression you wear? Klein surveyed the room filled with advanced technology, silently placing the candy he held upon the table. Apologies, but I find myself rather uninterested. Indeed, he was impoverished. Klein felt a sense of injustice within, though he chose to remain silent. Noticing a door behind him, he retreated to its edge and tentatively grasped the doorknob, which opened without resistance. In the following moment, the surroundings shifted once more, as if he had entered a different chamber. At the heart of the room stood a doll resembling a third of a human stature, adorned with straw-like hair crafted from twine and a timer affixed to its chest. Beside it lay a manual stating that this effigy was molded in the likeness of the joyous star deity, who wished to witness its own brutalization. Klein approached and gently tapped the doll. A message appeared. You were just scorned, and yet you harbor no anger? Consider your wallet, empty as it may be. Does it truly support your meager display of strength? Though the statement held little weight, for reasons unknown, Klein felt an intense ire upon reading it, as if struck by an extraordinary force. He inhaled deeply. How marvelous, how splendid, how delightful. It incited a feline fury within him. He took several steps back, raised his firearm, and aimed. Bang! The doll shattered into countless fragments. Something drifted into Klein's hand. Upon grasping it, he instantly recognized it as cosmic debris, the currency of this realm. He heard a voice reverberating in his ear, singing an unfamiliar melody. Wisdom is but a lump of scrap metal, preservation a fool, the hunt devoid of humor, destruction a madman, the star deities singularly focused. Oh, what embarrassment! Oh, what embarrassment! Alas, Klein sensed he had encountered something of great significance. The surroundings warped once more. This time, he found himself in a desolate expanse. A woman, silently weeping, rode a colossal elephant, slowly entering Klein's view, her tears flowing for reasons unknown. Approaching him, she dismounted and offered to present a wondrous performance without charge. Before Klein could respond, she swiftly produced 4 empty cups, and in the next instant, the cosmic debris from his hand appeared within her grasp, placed into one of the cups. She then quickly rearranged the positions of the cups. In an instant, it was over. The performer clasped her hands before her chest and politely inquired which cup Klein would choose. Why were these people so self-involved? Klein felt somewhat exasperated. However, having already paid the price, he followed his spiritual intuition and selected one at random. The woman lifted the cup, revealing a card within, which she handed to Klein before turning away. The light cone. Once more, at the moment of grasping this object, Klein comprehended its essence. Gazing upon the light cone, he was enveloped by an inexplicable sorrow, a sadness of unknown origin. The image of the light cone appeared hazy. Yet faintly discernible was an elderly man collapsed on the ground. Beside him lay a paper bag from which something had spilled. Klein turned it over and read the inscription. Title of the light cone. Straw in the wheat field synopsis. The opulence of high society deftly cloaks the lamentations of the ants. The smog, like a merciless reaper, brandishes its scythe. Countless shadows have fallen, whether they be workers returning home after a long day, diligent seamstresses saving for their daughter's tuition, or the fortunate who have finally scraped together enough to purchase a ham and embark on a new life. They are all but straw in the wheat field, easily toppled by the wind. And now, the wind has arrived. Chapter 50 Klein, I lack for nothing. Though he could not ascertain the source of this light cone's memory, Klein felt the profound sorrow it encapsulated. The light cone shattered in his grasp, merging entirely with his being. He sensed a transformation within himself, discovering an enhanced sense of balance and mastery over his body. Moreover, he acquired several extraordinary abilities: paper conjuration, skeletal softening, illusion creation, flame manipulation, paper doubles, air bullets, and flame leaps. These are the capabilities of a magician. Klein had previously engaged with a magician alongside his captain. Thus he could surmise that this was likely the power of a magician. It appeared that this light cone originated from a magician's memory. Klein recognized the wonder of the light cone, capable of bestowing the strength contained within memories to its wielder. Indeed, it was a marvel of extraterrestrial technology, opening Klein's eyes to new possibilities. Sirius had informed Klein that he would receive a gift in tonight's dreams. Klein's intuition suggested this was that very gift. Would this elevate me directly to Sequence 7? Upon reflection, he sensed minimal growth in his spirituality. It seemed these abilities were merely conferred upon him, lacking any extraordinary traits. Regrettably, he had hoped to ascend directly to Sequence 6, but that now appeared unattainable. The surrounding scene shifted once more, and Klein found himself in a vast hall. At the end of the hall stood a red portal directly facing him. Between Klein and the portal stood a figure approximately 1 meter 40 tall, resembling a lifelike doll, beside which was a table laden with exquisite dishes Klein had never encountered. The doll was crafted with remarkable realism. Klein initially mistook it for a living person until he drew closer and noted the seams at the knees, shoulders, and fingers. The doll's features were finely sculpted, adorned in a white dress complemented by a robe reminiscent of a wizard's cloak. A lock hung from its chest, and a petite beret perched upon its head. As Klein approached, the doll lifted its gaze to meet his, and a pleasing female voice resonated. I am the Black Tower, currently occupied. This is the doll's automatic response mode. Hello, everyone. I wish you a delightful day. A pop-up box appeared before Klein. This is the resting room. Please adjust your state accordingly. Note, bonuses obtained here cannot be carried into reality. Bonuses? Klein shifted his gaze to the table, observing the array of food. He picked up an amber-colored bread and took a bite. It was slightly sweet and had a soft, chewy texture. Acquire divine, construction, macro divergence, slightly enhancing spirituality, generating a shield that conforms to the body, refreshing every 20 seconds. With just one bite, the remaining bread and all the amber-hued dishes vanished from the table. Opening a mystery box, Klein glanced at the amber shield enveloping him and attempted to touch it, easily passing through. Suddenly intrigued, he selected a translucent triangular cake. As he lifted it, the cake wobbled, resembling jelly more than anything else. Klein took a bite. Its texture was springy, and the flavor was elusive yet lingering. Acquired perfect experience silence, slightly enhancing spirituality. After multiple attacks on the same target, there's a chance to freeze it. Next came a bowl of porridge, which was tasteless upon the first spoonful. Acquired why has everything not yet disappeared, causing all enemies to suffer continuous damage, which unexpectedly doubles every 10 seconds for 1 second. A green item resembling a chocolate stick was next. It had a slight bitterness followed by spiciness, distorting the face of Klein, a devotee of sweets. Acquired Imperial Star's sovereign control, slightly enhancing spirituality. Every 10 seconds, it boosts the penetration of his attacks and increases speed up to a maximum of 12 times. A red drink, akin to juice, was sipped. Klein felt as if he had gulped high-concentration chili oil, prompting him to hastily reach for a glass of water. Grabbing a wine glass, he drank its contents in one go. The moment the liquid touched his lips, it transformed into popping candy. The crackling sensation combined with an overwhelming spiciness made Klein feel as if his mouth might explode. Klein's face contorted as he let out a mournful cry. Acquired Cosmic Heat Death character number, slightly enhancing spirituality. After being attacked, strength quadruples, with a chance for attacks to trigger an explosion, lasting for 10 seconds. Acquired Auto Harmonica, Vast White Knight, slightly enhancing spirituality. Each attack is accompanied by an additional 1 to 3 strikes. After some time to recover, he reached for a wing that looked like a chicken wing, yet seemed somewhat different. It tasted slightly of Sichuan pepper. Acquired Sickle Limbs, slightly enhancing spirituality. After using an extraordinary ability, the effect of the next extraordinary ability improves, stacking up to 2 layers. Finally, there was a glass of tasteless light blue water and a sweet apple. Acquired Echo Resonance, Meme Reversal, slightly enhancing spirituality. Spirituality slowly recovers in the presence of enemies. Acquired Whether Sin or Blessing, Bestow the Wish Seal, slightly enhancing spirituality. Recovers a small amount of health every 10 seconds. Feeling the nearly tripled spirituality within him, along with a host of unique bonuses, Klein felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. He believed he lacked nothing. He tucked a napkin from the table into his pocket and strode confidently towards the portal, where a pop-up appeared before him. It depicted a figure clad in black armor, extending translucent blades from either side. Final level, defeated. Is that all? Klein smirked, for he had transformed into a being of absolute strength, more than capable of judging the opponent before him. With a charming smile, he stepped into the portal. Just as Klein departed, a mass materialized. It floated down, circling the black tower puppet. Emitting a mischievous chuckle, it ascended higher and higher, approaching a mechanical head. The head, seemingly anticipating its arrival, paid it no mind. The mask descended beneath the tangled wires of the mechanical head, sprouting a hand that grasped an electric wire and yanked it forcefully, extracting a slender, straight steel needle. It returned to the black tower figure, inserting the needle into the puppet's head like an antenna, before bursting into laughter and vanishing. A few seconds later, the black tower puppet suddenly twisted its neck and surveyed the room. Chapter 51. Pressed and Beaten 13. Klein emerged from the portal into an expansive circular arena, reminiscent in size of a football field, encircled by towering walls. The ground comprised interlocking rocks, from which flames occasionally flickered through the crevices, concealing whatever lay beneath. Yet, the surface temperature seemed moderate, at least not burning to the touch. At the center of the arena stood the minion he had encountered before stepping through, and Klein was not far from it. Upon his exit, the portal vanished instantly. Noticing the motionless figure of the marauder before him, Klein began folding paper figures in its presence. With an abundance of napkins, he crafted 10 paper figures, using the remainder as makeshift weapons. Though his first attempt at origami was chaotic, even with extraordinary enhancements, it proved effective enough. He then raised his revolver, aiming at the marauder, the name of which was inconsequential. Klein pulled the trigger, and at that moment, the marauder lifted its left hand, the blade of light perfectly positioned to intercept the bullet's path. Bang! The gunfire echoed. The bullet was effortlessly cleaved by the marauder, its composed demeanor suggesting as if the bullet had chosen to collide with the blade. Indeed, that was precisely the case. The marauder assumed a stance, one blade crossing its chest while the other extended to the side and rear. In a moment of instinctive clarity, Klein executed a maneuver he had never before imagined possible. He leaned back, arching his body in a bridge-like pose to evade the blade that had appeared before him. Was it a flash step? No, it was merely an exhibition of speed. At that instant, the spot where the marauder had stood was now devoid of presence, replaced by a rock-strewn ground marked with spiderweb-like cracks. The horizontal sweep of the phantom soldier's right hand was deftly evaded by Klein, yet he did not relent. Following swiftly was his left hand, which had been positioned at his side, thrusting forward and striking Klein's right knee that he hastily raised in defense. A sharp crack echoed as glass shattered, and the shield affixed to Klein's knee instantly became riddled with cracks. Seizing this impetus, Klein propelled himself forward with his left foot, while simultaneously pulling the trigger once more. His body was hurled backward, soaring 5 or 6 meters away. The bullet appeared to have little impact in obstructing him. Before Klein could even touch the ground, a cross-shaped slash descended upon him. With a tearing sound, Klein was transformed into an exceedingly grotesque paper figure. The paper figure was shredded, and Klein stabilized himself a dozen meters away. He raised both hands, pulling the trigger whilst his left hand mimicked a pistol, uttering a sound effect. Bang! The two gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, the air bullets striking the phantom soldier's right hand, which was raised to block, causing a tremendous explosion accompanied by a series of crackling sounds akin to firecrackers that forced the phantom soldier to stagger back a few steps. The revolver bullet struck the phantom soldier's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. In the next moment, the phantom soldier suddenly froze in place, prompting Klein to swiftly retreat and create distance. Was this a result of consecutive additional attacks triggering a chain reaction, leading to a determination of continuous damage that caused it to freeze? Klein rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. So it could work this way as well? The ice shattered, and the phantom soldier burst forth from the frozen remnants, charging directly towards Klein. Perhaps its joints were hindered by the ice, or its circuits had been immobilized. The phantom soldier's speed was slightly diminished, yet even so, Klein still found it challenging to keep up. A few flashes of flame flickered, and Klein leapt through the fire, evading the phantom soldier's attack and reaching the edge of the arena. His speed and attack penetration would increase every 10 seconds. He intended to kite and stall until the timer reached 120 seconds, at which point he would confront the enemy head-on. In response to Klein's retreat, the phantom soldier raised its hand from a distance. The wave was not a farewell, but rather a reminder that there was still practice to be done. A beam of light shot from its palm, instantly vaporizing half of Klein's body as he had just leaped from the flames, transforming him once again into a paper figure. Chapter 52, Wolf, Shadow Fades Again, 23. Klein once more utilized the paper figure as a decoy to evade the phantom soldier's assault. Really, my friend, why resort to close combat when you possess a light cannon? The inherent displacement ability of the paper figure propelled Klein into the sky. With a flick of his left hand, several napkins descended like flying blades from above. He discerned a peculiar phenomenon that seemed to be a special mechanism. Any flying object would be prioritized for attack by the phantom soldier. He deliberately maneuvered two of the napkins to simultaneously strike from either side, and as the phantom soldier swung its blades, leaving its flanks wide open, Klein fired again. The bullet struck the phantom soldier's chest, yet caused no damage whatsoever. Damn, this is utterly ineffective. As he landed, Klein attempted to harness the magician's ability to manipulate flames, unleashing several torrents of fire from around the phantom soldier. Accompanied by the flurry of napkins, Klein flickered amidst the flames. The fluttering napkins captivated the attention of the phantom soldier, providing Klein the opportunity to draw near. Almost brushing against the specter, he aimed once more at the gap in its mask and fired. The specter ducked, evading Klein's shot. Evaded? That couldn't be right. Your code shouldn't possess such evasion capabilities. Believing he had uncovered a flaw, Klein was abruptly met with the soldier's knee strike. A blow to his abdomen shattered his shield completely. Klein attempted to leap through the flames to escape, but was bewildered to find the surrounding fire had transformed into a deep indigo. He realized he could not shift his position within the flames. The blade of the specter grazed Klein's trench coat, tearing his pocket without inflicting any harm, causing paper figures to scatter chaotically around him. Klein's pupils constricted sharply. He had misjudged a crucial detail. Though it appeared to be merely a battle within a game, this entity possessed the capacity for thought and could discern his vulnerabilities. With no time to ponder further, Klein slipped as if his footing had betrayed him, tumbling sideways before abruptly lunging backward. He narrowly evaded the ensuing seamless combination of attacks. Supporting himself with one hand, Klein executed a maneuver reminiscent of a Thomas spin, propelling himself upright and delivering a whip-like kick to the specter's exposed head. Propelled by its own inertia, this kick triggered a critical effect of blessing, causing an explosion that sent the specter staggering sideways. Seizing the moment, Klein pressed his advantage, with no time to allow his foe to regain composure before raising his firearm to shoot. The sixth chamber of his revolver was not filled with bullets, but rather a singular purple orb. This was a gift from Celrus during the day, intended for use at night. He had bestowed upon Klein approximately 10 such purple orbs and 1 blue bullet, instructing him on their application. Initially, upon receiving them, Klein was taken aback, unable to fathom the immense destructive potential they possessed. Fortunately, this was merely a dream. Otherwise, he would have never dared to utilize such a precious artifact. This was an electric sphere crafted from captured lightning. Should a conductor disrupt its balance, it would immediately unleash ball lightning. With a thunderous roar, the sound resonated, as if the very thunder itself had manifested. The purple lightning erupted from the pistol, enveloping both Klein and the specter. What tremendous power! This was Klein's final thought before his consciousness began to fade. In the next instant, he found himself aiming his weapon at the specter, which stood motionless before him. He cast a bewildered glance at the handgun, which had, in theory, been primed to explode as comprehension began to dawn upon him. Was this a save point? He opened a revolver's chamber, revealing 5 bullets inside. Aside from the one initially used against the Aha puppet, none were missing. What was the meaning of this? Sekiro. Shadows die twice? Acquired primal black hole. With each destruction blessing obtained, strength will incrementally increase. Klein gazed at the pop-up box before him, ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts. Thus, every defeat grants this so-called blessing, akin to the mechanics of a video game. After a moment of contemplation, Klein casually fired shot. Whoosh. He successfully returned to his initial state. Please refrain from maliciously exploiting blessings, the message read. Player? Well, the pretense is no longer necessary. Klein set down his pistol, feeling as though he were engaged in a soul-searching journey. He approached the phantom soldier, scrutinizing it up close. He discovered many details previously unnoticed, particularly the radiant blades adorning its hands, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be exquisite weapons. The blades sparkled with flecks of starlight, their material a mystery. Acknowledging his ability to revert to a previous save, Klein felt emboldened. He leaned in to examine the phantom soldier's equipment, searching for vulnerabilities. Just as he was about to speak, whoosh, Klein found himself back at the starting point. What was happening? Was his voice too piercing? Had he inadvertently triggered a counter? Klein quietly retreated a step. He decided to wait for the Emperor Star's dominance over the firmament to accumulate over time. Before a translucent screen floating in the air, Selrus observed Klein, who had repeatedly challenged the encounter a dozen times, and sighed in exasperation. With such incompetence, the forthcoming narrative may prove troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Selrus tapped the screen lightly, intending to offer Klein a modicum of assistance. In a corner of the arena, Klein crouched against the wall, his gaze clear as he contemplated the essence of existence. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? At that moment, he once again encountered the familiar subtitles that had appeared before him numerous times. Pray tell, how long have you been here? Klein, with a perplexed expression, replied, I am unaware of time. I only recall receiving 17 blessings, which I have diligently reinforced 17 times. 17 times. What blessings do you desire? Klein wearily shook his head. From what you offer, anything of even slight utility shall suffice. Then, shall I grant you the art of flourishing abundance, extending longevity? Klein initially felt indifferent, but as the words resonated, they grew increasingly familiar. He tentatively engaged. Might this potentially lead to an instant kill? No, that is not possible. Extending longevity, rather than relinquishing control. No. Klein's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Then, may I bestow upon you the art of divine resonance transmission? Could it potentially lead to an instant kill? Klein inquired once more. It is akin to grasping the moon reflected in water. Klein pondered and responded, Your words are vague. I am an honest individual unversed in riddles. What does it mean to grasp the moon in water? The moon resides in a vast sky. Its reflection dances on the water. Though visible, it remains unattainable, ultimately ephemeral. Thus, it seems that divine construction is inferior to possessing one's own prowess. No. The more Klein spoke, the more he could not conceal his burgeoning excitement. Hearing the old tales of my hometown is truly worth the price of admission. If you want to learn, then how about I present you with echoing resonance? Event Horizon? What do you think? Could it be a game changer? Klein continued to engage. Well, it's merely a reflection in a mirror. I desire to pluck it, but cannot. No. Event Horizon is not preferable. It will be better to simply cheat. Let us consider something else. You refuse this and that. Are you here to amuse yourself at my expense? Klein was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Was it the next line, supposed to be a reprimand, followed by the granting of powers? At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens. The spotlight illuminated the far end of the arena opposite Klein, where a towering boundary wall stood. Something seemed to be there, perhaps a figure. Klein's gaze was drawn towards it, as if his eyes were being stretched in that direction, akin to a film gradually zooming in. There stood a young maiden, strikingly beautiful, akin to a refined lady of high society. She donned a fitted chi-pao of azure blue, cradling a ruan in her arms. With graceful steps, she approached the edge of the high wall, her eyes fixed on Klein. This attire, Klein's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. It wasn't merely her beauty that captivated him, but rather the striking resemblance of her attire to that of his hometown's ancient fashion. Klein was exhilarated. Despite knowing it was merely a simulation, it still thrilled him. Suddenly, the maiden's expression turned serious. Grasping the ruan with her right hand, she rested it against her shoulder, leaned forward, and pointed at Klein with her left hand. Like a gallant hero, she proclaimed, "I come to assist you." Klein was taken aback. What was this? Immediately, she leaped forward from the high platform. Instead of landing on the ground, she transformed mid-air into a streak of azure light, racing towards Klein and merging into his being. "Congratulations, you have acquired all null blessings." Within Klein surged an array of over 20 distinct blessings, alongside an extraordinary new ability, the power to impose negative states upon others. He seemed to hear whispers near his ear. "Fear not, young one. All you need to do is survive. The rest shall be entrusted to the esteemed Lord Black." Klein rose once more, feeling invigorated. He cast aside the maiden's peculiar behavior. It no longer mattered. There were more pressing matters at hand. He extended his hand towards the Void Soldier. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Now, with but a whim, I could take your life. Outside, Sellers nodded slowly. Yes, this should suffice. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Within the simulated universe, the figure of the Black Tower silently recorded the scene of the Ruan Maiden's entrance. A stream of data traversed the antenna atop its head, crossing infinite distances to reach the inbox of a certain genius. Come assist me. Chapter 54. Let the tide of fate turn. Having consumed the meal prepared by Ruan, Klein's spirits surged with an unprecedented intensity, his confidence soaring to extraordinary heights. It was as if he could envision his parents standing before him, extending their clenched fists in solidarity. For our sake, let's become the fool behind the mask. Klein inhaled deeply. Indeed, to join an organization dedicated to saving the world, the initiation trials proved to be remarkably arduous. Such fervor ignited within him that tears nearly welled in his eyes. He meticulously replaced every bullet in his revolver with the purple orbs known as Eye of Thunder. During his earlier moments of isolation in the corner, Klein had already maximized the blessings of the Imperial Star's sovereign domain. He casually discarded the removed bullets, watching them fall as if in slow motion. The Eye of Thunder erupted from the muzzle of his gun, defying the odds by not detonating within the barrel. An enigma attributed to wondrous extraterrestrial technology. The Hollow Soldier, as always, received Klein's first shot, yet the Eye of Thunder differed from ordinary bullets. Upon impact, it detonated into a tempest of lightning. Klein swiftly retreated, activating his newly acquired resonance of fate, enveloping the Hollow Soldier in a swirling vortex of purple and myriad colors. The soldier was instantly beset by a multitude of negative effects. In the next moment, the Hollow Soldier broke free from the vortex, lunging towards Klein with a fierce slash. Klein, having learned from previous encounters, chose not to endure the blow. He understood that even a mere graze from the luminous blade could rend objects asunder. He executed a swift kick to the soldier's arm, redirecting its attack. He sensed that the soldier, now burdened by negative effects, had lost at least 3/4 of its former strength. As the soldier's unextended hand unleashed a beam of light, Klein had anticipated this move. He let fall a talisman, which ignited into flames, propelling him behind the Hollow Soldier, where he struck again with a kick to its back. The soldier pivoted to retaliate, but Klein once more leaped away, creating distance through a fiery jump. The Hollow Soldier steadied itself, effortlessly slicing through several flying napkin shards. Crimson, Klein intoned an ancient word from Hermes, activating the slumbering talisman that had settled at his feet, momentarily halting the soldier's movements. His current objective was to buy time. The essence of the Void's blessing lay in its ability to inflict continuous damage while occasionally erupting unexpectedly, as if summoned by fate. The colorful mist entwined around the hollow soldier suddenly swelled, radiating with various hues of light. Lightning, wind blades, and glimmers of gold and purple that Klein could not identify. Notably, the golden light ensnared the soldier like chains, restraining its movements and lifting it from the ground, as the soldier attempted to sever the golden chains of illusion. The persistent damage triggered the blessing of perfect experience silence, freezing it mid-air. Klein refrained from hastily firing again. His priority was to prolong the encounter. Shooting now would not only yield minimal damage, but could also facilitate the soldier's escape from its icy prison. As he briskly adjusted his position, he opened a revolver's chamber and, taking advantage of the restrained hollow soldier, loaded another eye of thunder into it. The fear of insufficient firepower dictated that his handgun's magazine must always remain full. The hollow soldier broke free from its bindings and lunged once more at Klein. In the direct path between the hollow soldier and Klein lay the bullets he had previously discarded. Bang! Klein formed his hand into the shape of a gun and emitted that sound. As the hollow soldier passed by the bullets, air bullets struck it, and the gunpowder within the discarded bullets exploded beneath its feet under Klein's fiery control. This dual assault from the front and below caused the hollow soldier to momentarily lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Klein fired another eye of thunder, sending the hollow soldier crashing to the ground. The ensuing paper napkin knife struck the hollow soldier. Though it inflicted no damage, it triggered several blessings, bestowing additional negative effects and freezing it once more. What a thrill! Klein had never engaged in such exhilarating combat. This scene repeated itself several times, and Klein could feel the hollow soldier's body growing increasingly frail. Negative effects like vulnerability and decay would not dissipate with time as they might in a game. Instead, they would progressively weaken the defenses of the afflicted. Once the last bullet was spent, Klein, taking advantage of the hollow soldier's frozen state, replaced it with the final bullet given to him by Celrus, a blue bullet. Celrus had instructed him that if the hollow soldier lacked the strength to resist, this bullet should serve as the finishing touch, promising unexpected consequences. Klein pondered why this particular bullet was meant for the finale. It couldn't possibly be that it would instantaneously slay the target upon firing, which was likely why he had been initially prevented from using it. Though it appeared almost impossible to fit into the chamber, the bullet transformed into a stream of light and seamlessly entered. The blue bullet resembled a droplet of water, surrounded by an ethereal, pale blue and white gradient substance that swirled like mist a few centimeters away from the bullet, only connecting at its tip. Compared to the bullet itself, it resembled a work of art. Klein was astonished upon acquiring it, as he could hardly conceive of any firearm that could accommodate such a projectile. Or perhaps it was not a bullet at all, having endured so much. It was time for Klein to assert himself. Let the tide turn. Bang! The gun fired, striking the hollow soldier squarely in the forehead. It collapsed, and Klein approached to inspect. There was no splatter of blood, no explosion of the head. Merely a clean hole had been made in the hollow soldier's skull. Its penetrative power was substantial, yet the effect was not as impressive as he had envisioned. A spark of inspiration ignited within Klein as he walked to the outer wall, 100 meters behind the hollow soldier. On the wall, corresponding to the position of the hollow soldier's head, he found a bullet hole. Klein took out a napkin, ignited it, and leaned forward to peer into the darkness beyond. It remained an unfathomable void. Perhaps the penetrative power was not merely formidable. Klein pondered whether using this bullet from the very beginning could lead to an instantaneous kill. Perhaps not, considering that fellow was capable of slicing bullets. With a lack of understanding, Klein arrived at this conclusion. The corpse of the dissipated, leaving behind a chest in its place. A treasure chest, indeed. Klein approached it, wondering if it might be a mimic. Battling felt akin to engaging with a wandering soul, prompting Klein to question whether the designer of this simulated universe was, in fact, Hidetaka Miyazaki. What? Was he truly that inept? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Klein tossed a coin for simple divination. I should open the chest. In the realm of such divination, self-reflection proved to be the most accurate and least susceptible to external influence. The coin landed, revealing heads, a clear affirmation. Klein stepped forward to open the treasure chest. This combat scene felt somewhat hasty, yet it was reasonable. One could hardly expect to confront the void with unwavering bravado after filling the void's blessings to the brim. Chapter 54. The scholar lost in the sea of consciousness as the chest creaked open. Klein discerned what appeared to be a set of clothing inside. At the top lay a pair of monocles, which he picked up for inspection. Unlike the typical style employed by Europeans, this one featured purple lenses encircled by a silver frame. A silver chain dangled from the left side, while a nose pad on the right facilitated its secure placement on the face. Klein hesitated, contemplating whether to wear them. His concern was not for Amon. At this juncture, he had yet to engage in the game of the Forsaken Land with Amon, nor had he succumbed to Amon's influence. Rather, the lens was shattered, and he feared it might impair his vision or allow shards to invade his eyes. In the next moment, the lens began to mend itself, restoring to its original state. "Oh," Klein exclaimed, donning the monocle on his left eye. A mirror had inexplicably appeared beside him, and upon glancing at it, he chuckled. "Ha! Quite dashing." The instant the monocle adorned his face, he sensed a surge in his strength and a clarity in his thoughts. Most notably, he felt the energy he had just expended rapidly replenishing. Instinctively, he perceived his vitality becoming more robust. How delightful! Adjusting the monocle, Klein wondered if he could take it beyond the realm of dreams. Next, he picked up a device resembling an exoskeleton for the right hand, positioned beside the monocle. It was entirely purple, embedded with purple gemstones. Only the back of the hand, fingertips, and knuckles were fully encased, with elongated silver materials connecting the fingertips to the knuckles above. Despite visible marks of external impact, it too had been restored to completeness on Klein's hand. He donned the exoskeleton on his right hand, finding it a perfect fit. He could distinctly feel an increase in his strength. After moving around, he noticed no adverse effects. As he clenched his fist, purple flames ignited from the exoskeleton, yet they bore no heat. "Wow!" Klein exclaimed, extending his hand forward to attempt control. The flames detached, forming a fiery shape resembling a right hand. He possesses the ability to control his swift movements and execute a variety of gestures, which is quite impressive. Next, he dons a jacket of a delicate mauve hue, adorned with vertically descending deep purple stripes. A slender chain connects the left pocket to the inner side. On the left breast, there lies a hole from which ethereal violet flames flicker. The opening gradually mends itself, yet the flames remain unextinguished, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Beneath the jacket, he wears a deep gray purple wool vest and a crisp white shirt, complemented by a black tie. Both the vest and shirt feature similar openings on the left breast, though devoid of flames. These holes also repair themselves, accompanied by a fleeting purple radiance. Layer upon layer, the shirt, vest, and jacket replace Klein's original attire, fitting him impeccably. It seems even words are withheld from revealing Klein's clothing transformation. This ensemble bestows upon Klein a profound sense of security, a feeling that is difficult to articulate, akin to a misdirected enhancement that fortuitously aligns with defense. However, this time, Klein does not experience joy. He places his palm over the temperatureless flames, remaining silent. If the shattered glasses and the marks from the exoskeleton could possibly be attributed to a fall, the void piercing through 3 layers of fabric, directly over his heart, speaks volumes. Although he is not a paragon of virtue, the knowledge that the previous owner of his current possessions may have met an untimely demise makes it exceedingly difficult for him to smile. A cascade of colorful light descends from the heavens, sweeping past Klein, suddenly lifting his spirits. He glances upward and smiles, finding the design quite user-friendly. His temperament pales in comparison to that of certain stellar cores. With a galactic bat hero present, he would likely be indifferent, perhaps only expressing disdain for the defensive features. Klein continues to gaze downward, extracting and unfolding an item that renders his expression as grim as if he had consumed bitter melon. It is a short skirt, a very short skirt. With a flash of purple light, the skirt transforms into a flowing luminescence that envelopes Klein's legs. Startled, he quickly looks down. Fortunately, the skirt morphs into a tailored pair of black trousers upon reaching his waist. Yet, he still feels somewhat peculiar. Was this originally a women's outfit? The trousers seem devoid of any notable enhancements, possessing only one peculiar ability. They can revert to a mini skirt at any moment. Klein grimaces and turns his attention to the final item within the box, a pair of women's snow boots, clearly marked with scratches. Under Klein's incredulous gaze, the heels gradually shorten, and the scratches slowly mend themselves, seamlessly replacing his original footwear. Klein feels an unexpected lightness in his body, sensing an increase in his speed. As he dons the entire ensemble, he perceives his spirit becoming more vibrant, with subtitles materializing before him. This set of relics is known as the Scholar of the Abyss of Consciousness and was once owned by the 8th seat of the Genius Club, a prodigy named Ram. Once again, the Genius Club comes to mind. Klein pondered, contemplating that this simulated universe appears to have been conceived by the members of the Genius Club. She seems to be the 83rd seat of this illustrious assembly. This relic incorporates a small amount of gray seal gold, which possesses a remarkable mastery over the essence of combustion. Combustion essence? Klein raised her hand. The violet flames of gas. Could this be what it refers to? Gray seal gold is a rare alloy developed by Klein, the 9th seat of the Genius Club, which possesses the properties to capture and store the essence of combustion. Klein? What a coincidence that we share a name. This relic was collaboratively developed by the 7th, 8th, and 9th seats of the Genius Club, integrating their respective technologies. Yet, in the end, they all perished due to a series of coincidences. Various coincidences. There are no absolute coincidences in this world, let alone a series of astonishing coincidences. When an abundance of coincidences occurs, can they still be considered mere coincidences? This was the final line of the subtitles, sending a shiver down Klein's spine. Coincidences. He recalled Mr. Ask mentioning that there were dissonances in his fate. He glanced at the subtitles. This, too, was a coincidence. He resolved to inform his captain upon returning, to share the multitude of coincidences he had encountered recently. Yes, and he would also visit the church to offer a prayer. He needed to inform Cyrus as well. Darkness surged from all directions, engulfing Klein. In the next moment, he awoke, eyes wide open, lying in bed. Chapter 55, The Disappearing Bullet. Klein sat at the edge of his bed, sensing the extraordinary abilities he had acquired. The enhancement from that light cone had indeed manifested, though regrettably, the blessings had not materialized. Lowering his gaze, he observed that his attire had reverted to the original black trench coat. He extended his empty left hand, grasping at the air, and a pair of spectacles materialized in his grasp. Approaching the dressing mirror, he summoned his spirituality, envisioning the dawning of the relic's ensemble. In the next instant, fabric, accompanied by violet flames of combustion essence, emanated from his shoulders, knees, and elbows, enveloping him and transforming into the Scholar of the Abyss of Consciousness attire. Once the relic took form, the flames coalesced at his left chest, resembling a vibrant purple blossom in motion. Klein placed the spectacles upon his left eye, and with a subtle mental shift, a swirl of violet flames ignited, enveloping his entire head, save for the area around the spectacles, concealing his visage from onlookers. As he touched his face, his hand effortlessly passed through the flames. The flames burned upon his face without warmth or sensation, and they did not obstruct his vision in the least. Had he not been gazing into the mirror, he might have overlooked the flames enveloping his head. For some reason, he felt as though something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he extinguished the flames atop his head, opened the wooden wardrobe, and retrieved an item from the shelf to place upon his head. Adjusting his collar, he turned to face the mirror. Gazing into the mirror at his reflection adorned in a white shirt, a purple waistcoat, a lilac jacket, black trousers, and purple suede boots. While donning an exoskeleton on his right hand, a monocle over his left eye, and a round-topped silk top hat, Klein smiled with satisfaction. Ah, this is quite exquisite. He turned slightly, contemplating how the back of the jacket would appear even more elegant if it were elongated into a tailcoat. At present, he resembled a flamboyant upscale restaurant attendant. With a mere thought, the hem gradually lengthened, transforming the jacket into a tailcoat. Raising an eyebrow, Klein concluded that the issue indeed lay with his demeanor rather than the attire. Nevertheless, he found this appearance to be rather more appealing, thus opting to retain his current ensemble. Next, he enveloped his head in flames of ethereal energy, and in the mirror, he resembled a character from a film he had once seen, Ghost Rider. Alas, his head was not a skull. Had it been, the resemblance would have been even more pronounced. Klein reached into his pockets, only to find the items that had resided in his trench coat vanished. He slightly tugged at his collar, revealing that the original garments had entirely disappeared rather than being concealed. Attempting to grasp forward, a holster containing a revolver materialized in his hand. Yet when Klein sought to make it vanish once more, he found himself unable to do so. What a pity. He had fancied himself the possessor of a spatial artifact common in novels. Imagining the relic being stowed away, he summoned his innate energy. Instantly, the flames of ethereal fire surged from his chest, enveloping his entire being. All his garments, save for the hat perched upon his head, ignited and were reduced to ash like paper consumed by flame. Yet his skin remained concealed, revealing instead his original attire. The ashes danced away with the wind, dissolving into the air without leaving a trace. How splendid! The transformation and reversion were undeniably impressive. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. Klein indulged in several attempts, repeatedly admiring his magnificent metamorphosis before the mirror. Eventually, he reverted to his original state and plopped down at the edge of his bed. Exhilarated like a child, he drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood in, and with a smile, retrieved the items from his trench coat pockets, intending to organize them meticulously. A pistol, ammunition, talismans, and the eye of thunder. Suddenly, Klein paused. Where was that blue bullet? He rummaged through every pocket on his person and scoured the bed. Where could that blue bullet be? Taking a seat at the desk, he produced paper and pen, inscribing, "The whereabouts of my blue bullet." He was unaware of the bullet's name, yet that was inconsequential. He merely sought a definitive direction. Closing his eyes, he employed meditation to enter a dreamlike state, engaging in a prophetic dream. His consciousness sank, and visions materialized before him. In an open expanse, he aimed his pistol at a mobile specter bound by blocks of ice and golden chains. He fired the bullet. Klein concluded his dream divination, feeling utterly astonished by the results. Skeptical of the supernatural, he retraced his steps, walking 4 paces back to the mist. He attempted the divination once more, arriving at the same conclusion as before. It was indeed his own doing. Afterward, he found himself unable to ascertain the bullet's whereabouts. Perhaps it was due to insufficient information, or perhaps its connection to a higher existence rendered it beyond his divination's reach. Klein leaned towards the latter. He sensed that had he not witnessed the bullet being discharged from the gun, he might not have been able to divine even that fleeting moment. Emerging from the mist back into reality, Klein paused in silence. He opened a drawer to reveal the phone that Selris had entrusted to him. It contained but 4 applications: a browser that could not connect to the internet, a game titled Honkai, StarRail, a messaging app akin to WeChat, and a dialing software. Klein launched the dialing application and selected the sole contact within. Bar, Selris's room. Selris picked up the ringing phone, glancing at the caller ID, the hat-wearing black cat bug. He answered without waiting for a greeting. Has the bullet vanished? A brief silence lingered on the other end. Then why does the bullet fired in the dream also disappear in reality? Because it is the hunting bullet, Selris elucidated, explaining that the bullet known as temporal strike, regardless of when or where it is fired, ultimately transcends time and space, bridging the realms of illusion and reality, pinning its quarry to fate. Klein inquired, somewhat uncertain, so, when will it ultimately reappear? I don't know. Don't know? Correct, I do not know. It depends on when you harbor sufficient hatred. Perhaps one day, when your loathing for yourself runs deep, it may strike true at your brow. Selris added with a chuckle. Klein inhaled sharply. Please don't jest about such things. Ah, you may not comprehend what I mean. No, I am quite aware. I merely wish to see if this will come to pass. A prolonged silence ensued on the line before Selris remarked with a smile, Is there anything else? If not, please end the call. Goodbye, do hang up promptly. Klein's voice, tinged with exasperation and a touch of mischief, came through. Farewell. Selris disconnected the call. Chapter 56. Stiato. Is Father Siong here? Bakeland, the Masked Fool Tavern. Recently, 2 peculiar guests graced the tavern, a vengeful spirit lady and a living corpse gentleman. Under the watchful gaze of the masked bartender Amon, they arrived at the establishment and secured a room for an extended stay. They claimed that they had been saved by a gentleman while being pursued and, having heard that this place was his domain, intended to seek refuge here. They perceived Amon as a fine individual, civil, courteous, and humbly polite, a true gentleman indeed. More than 2 weeks have passed, during which no particularly significant events have transpired. Every Tuesday night, Klein enters a simulated universe in his dreams, a total of 3 times. He has witnessed many bizarre occurrences, encountered a down-and-out bounty hunter, and met merchants attempting to peddle their wares. He has also learned that the entity he once opposed is known as the Void Soldier Plunderer. This has profoundly altered his perspective on the universe, granting him a certain understanding of fate and celestial beings. On one occasion, he found himself cast onto a planet teeming with colossal insects, larger than humans, swarming both above and below. However, the moment he entered, He was expelled, purportedly due to his insufficient level. He concurs with this assessment, as the dense mass of insects made him feel that he would at least need to attain demigod status to even attempt a challenge. In these 3 encounters within the simulated universe, he has not encountered the Void Soldier again, nor the formidable ancient warrior woman. Instead, each final challenge has devolved into combat with ordinary armored individuals, reportedly the most junior employees of the so-called Interstellar Peace Corporation. Klein is uncertain what the 50% signifies, but he senses that these adversaries are considerably easier to defeat than the Void Soldier. They possess no exceptional abilities, and their reflexes are rather average. After failing 10 or so times, he is always able to prevail. It remains unclear whether the difficulty of his opponents has been adjusted, as he has not acquired any new relics. Rather, each battle enhances his existing relics, which now provide an increasing sense of security, much to his satisfaction. During this time, the Tarot Society has convened 3 more times. Neither Justice nor the Hanged Man has produced new diaries, while the Devil's entries continue to flow, primarily offering Russell's Little Yellow Book. Occasionally, he receives 1 or 2 entries from the initial Fool in the Mask, yet they merely recount mundane occurrences devoid of significance. These past weeks have been quite uneventful, with perhaps the most intriguing moment being when Klein was startled by Star, who was connected to Roshan while playing on her phone upon returning to the security company. Recently, a number of shocking events have unfolded. Audrey has befriended 2 extraordinary individuals, mindless and unhappy, infiltrating their extraordinary circle to observe them discreetly. Meanwhile, Alger has followed his childhood friend, Chilingus, to the mainland, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him to conceal certain matters. Klein remains oblivious to these matters, although Solaris had previously inquired during a meeting whether Alger had sold the hook to Chilingus, revealing some dark history. Occasionally, the Garbage Cake seeks out Susie for companionship, and their relationship is growing increasingly amicable. However, whenever Susie attempts to rename Garbage Cake, it is always met with refusal, for Garbage Cake is quite fond of its name. Today, Solaris received a message, one from another universe, which sent a shiver down his spine. This was not merely due to the receipt of the message. After all, he had summoned Hype, and he could hardly believe that a Hack and Fleary, among other celestial beings, had not followed suit. Since Aha has arrived, it is no surprise that not only has a network to another planet been established, but also connections to other realms would astonish Cyrus. What unsettles him slightly is the content of the information, a single phrase accompanied by a 30-second video. Dashirwan. Note, I come to assist you. Dashirwan. Note, click to view a video. Cyrus suddenly felt a trickle of sweat down his back. Damn it, who is plotting against me? In a mere second, Cyrus deduced the identity of his adversary. Aha, you troublesome individual. It is said that the 4 geniuses responsible for creating a simulated universe have devised a device capable of bridging to this realm. The existence of such a cross-dimensional apparatus could not have been realized without the covert assistance of a certain unnamed celestial deity, a notion Cyrus refused to entertain. Nevertheless, due to resource constraints, they planned to send the intelligent machine known as Screw Gumu to scout ahead, given its multitude of forms. They could also send the puppets from the Black Tower, but they unanimously agreed that Screw Gumu's disposition was far better suited for human interaction. The arrival of Screw Gumu would undoubtedly herald another monumental leap in mechanical advancement. Alas, it is becoming increasingly difficult to discern whether Stiano is a paragon or a mere wheel of fate. On the outskirts of Beckland, a mechanical portal materialized quietly. A gentleman in a tailcoat stepped through the doorway. His attire was not ostentatious, yet it exuded an indescribable air of nobility. To the astonishment of all beneath the tailcoat, the gentleman was in fact a machine, more aptly referred to as an intelligent construct. In Screwstar, calling an intelligent construct a robot is considered quite disrespectful. The moment the gentleman stepped out of the portal, a dozen burly men leaped from the underbrush, encircling him. At the forefront stood a young man with an expressionless demeanor, followed closely by a middle-aged man whose white bishop's robe could not conceal his muscular frame. The young man bowed deeply to the gentleman, saying, "Welcome to our midst, Your Grace." Amid the fervent gazes of the surrounding clergy, the gentleman's elegant, gentle, and calm voice resonated in the ears of all present. The peculiar device, known as the synesthetic beacon, translated the meaning of his words for everyone. Assuming that thought always precedes language, No phrase could encapsulate this joy. The gentleman placed a hand on his chest and slightly inclined his body in return. My name is Screw Gumu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Friend from another universe. Chapter 57. Contest. Screw Gumu straightened his posture. His mechanical visage betrayed no emotion, yet his tone remained calm and gentle. I apologize for my uninvited arrival, and hope it does not cause you any inconvenience. Of course not. Your Grace, your presence enhances this humble place, Bonova replied, employing an idiom invented by his father. There is no need for such formality. Simply address me as you wish. Knowledge knows no hierarchy. We celebrate the equality of thought. Screw Gum exhibited neither the arrogance of a genius nor the majesty of a sovereign. His arrival did not induce discomfort among the gathering. Yet their spiritual intuition unmistakably conveyed that the peril posed by this mechanical gentleman surpassed the limits of their imagination. Bonova stepped aside to allow passage for the carriage. Mr. Screw Gum, it is not convenient to host esteemed guests here. Might I suggest we converse at the church? At some point, a palm-sized box had appeared in Screw Gum's hand, which he presented to Archbishop Hormick, who stood nearby. A modest gift for you. I hope you will accept it graciously. Having said this, he made no remarks about the carriage, stepping aboard with the ease of a familiar traveler, his demeanor affording due respect to all present. Bonova followed closely, taking a seat opposite Screw Gum, while the others remained behind. Hormick and the others maintained a respectful posture until the carriage was entirely out of sight. Once the carriage vanished, the crowd encircled Hormick, urging him to open the box. A gift truly meant for the church would surely reach Bonova. Since Screw Gum had entrusted it to the subordinate Hormick, it implied the gift's insignificance. As the box was opened, several translucent green butterflies emerged, revealing a mechanical texture upon closer inspection. This elicited a sense of disappointment among the onlookers, until one individual examined them more closely and emitted a sharp, explosive sound. These are entirely new forms of life, created from lifeless materials without extraordinary intervention. The crowd erupted in excitement. Hormick swiftly closed the lid and, turning, kicked down a clergy member who had stealthily approached to snatch the box. Mine, all mine, he bellowed in fury, clutching the box protectively as he grappled with the encroaching clergy. If you ruin them, I shall pull your pipes and stitch them into your exhaust. All present tacitly refrained from using extraordinary items, resorting solely to physical means of contention, fully aware that if these butterflies were damaged, Archbishop Hormick would indeed follow through on his threat. Regrettably, Hormick was but a feeble, pitiable, and helpless practitioner of the common path to the extraordinary, with most of his attributes allocated to intellect. He was swiftly subdued by a clergy member of the Seeker's Path with a single punch. In this church, which revered machinery and wisdom, the scroll professor had never perceived the combat scholar potion. He consumed its sequence aid as particularly useful. Roaring, the scroll professor wrested the box from Hormick's grasp. No, do not touch them, Hormick cried out, pinned to the ground by two combat scholars, struggling in despair. Please, return them to me. I can do anything. Professor Scroll cast a merciless glance at Hormick, surrounded by the extraordinary seekers of secrets, who shielded the box from being seized by the shameless generalists. He raised the box high above his head. A new champion has emerged. The seekers of secrets tore their garments and tossed them into the air, exclaiming, Huzzah! We are the champions! Not far off in the underbrush, two fifth sequence mystical mentors exchanged glances. They were members of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, lying in wait as undercover agents in B-Clan. A few days prior, they had received orders from their superiors to seize an artifact belonging to the Church of Steam and Machinery. Quietly, they prepared their arcane arts, when suddenly, the pinned-down Hormick turned to meet their gaze. Outsiders are attempting to snatch our treasure, he bellowed, as several gun barrels sprang forth from seemingly nowhere, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards the thicket. Upon hearing Hormick's words, the crowd quickly reached a consensus, uniting into a cohesive front against the external threat. In the carriage, Bonova and Screw Gum sat in silence, neither willing to break the quiet. Bonova was at a loss for words, while Screw Gum believed that refraining from conversation in a carriage might be customary on this planet. Streams of information flickered in Screw Gum's eyes as he rapidly analyzed the world around him. Ultimately, he focused his attention on Bonova, drawn to the gentle, serene smile and the calm, stagnant eyes that resembled a still pond. Someone commented in my section that genius cannot surpass true divinity. Well, consider Chadwick, the 79th member of the Genius Club, whose invention of the imaginary collapse pulse annihilated 24 planets in a single test shot. This is merely one example. It is clear that the inventions of the genius of crumbling iron cannot be compared to those of the true gods of the arcane. This serves to silence any fool who believes they can single-handedly confront a messenger by entering the historical gaps, as the messenger cannot be affected by the mists of history. The so-called historical gaps can be easily navigated with an incessantly chattering scroll of parchment, under conditions of similar hierarchy and sufficient time. The power of the individual can never rival the advancement of technology. Unfortunately, the god of steam and machinery, symbolizing technology on the side of the arcane, is beyond description. Chapter 58. Screwgum's lecture. Noticing Screwgum's unabashed gaze, Benova smiled and spoke. "Mr. Screwgum, do you have a question?" Screwgum met Benova's eyes and nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have a few inquiries." Benova gestured. "Mr. Screwgum, please proceed." Without hesitation, Screwgum asked directly, "What is the distinction between sentient beings and tools?" Benova pondered this question, in an instant formulating hundreds of arguments and counterarguments. Hypothesis: it is the composition of matter. Rebuttal: Screwgum's composition is evidently quite different from that of humans. Hypothesis: sentient beings can think, whereas tools cannot. Rebuttal: thinking and judgment. These actions can also be performed by tools. Often, tools can alter their judgments based on the changes in their surrounding environment. Suppose this, to negate, sensing the electrical signals emanating from the brain of Benova. Screwgum has acquired the answer he sought. He raised his hand, interrupting the incessant arguments within Benova's mind. "You have fallen into a fallacy of thought." Screwgum presented his conclusion. "Your reasoning itself has become erroneous. While meticulous contemplation around logic is certainly permissible, one must not become wholly ensnared by it. The fusion of subjective and objective judgments is the hallmark of a wise being's mode of thought. What is termed form, what is termed thought, are ultimately inconsequential. What truly defines intelligent life is contradiction, whether it be desire or character. It is the capacity to engage in actions contrary to logic that distinguishes intelligent beings from mere tools." Benova summarized Screwgum's words. Thus, in Mr. Screwgum's view, "I'm a mere tool." Yet, despite this assertion, Benova felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, it was that in comparison to intelligent beings, you resemble a tool more closely. Screwgum was forthright, directly articulating his perspective. Benova nodded in acceptance of Screwgum's assessment. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. Excessive emotion invariably clouds judgment. This is a divine choice, the closest approximation to a correct judgment. You define it as divinity. Screwgum first acknowledged the first part of Benova's perspective with a nod. Yet he then offered his own judgment on Benova's viewpoint. "Your understanding of the world is entirely derived from extraordinary characteristics, necessitating a greater infusion of humanity for balance. If language, thought, and even emotion could be woven into symbols comprehensible to inorganic life, much like butterflies, whales, and yourself, then within the ocean of data, life assumes but a singular form. By delineating the boundaries of description through the length of fields, the distinction between humanity and divinity becomes blurred. In my view, your actions and thoughts are more akin to those of an inadequately educated child." Screwgum extended his palm. Like this gentleman, he truly exhibits a childlike demeanor. In his hand lay a transparent worm with 12 segments. Screwgum gestured toward his own monocle. "This gentleman seems to wish to parasitize me based on the fact that I wear a monocle. Children typically act according to instinct, and you too will behave in accordance with the instincts of extraordinary traits. When a child attains sufficient awareness of right and wrong, understanding what may or may not be done, the child matures." Screwgum addressed both Benova before him and the Ammon in his grasp. "And you, when you acquire humanity and attain a more comprehensive understanding of the world and of right and wrong, will then truly have grown. As mythic beings, especially those born of myth," Screwgum tapped the time worm in his hand, "your perception of time differs from that of ordinary folk. Thus, for you, growth transcends age, and is more about your own experiences and perceptions of this world. I merely assumed the role of a guest here, and it is not my place to lecture you." Sorus Gum slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the carriage, locking eyes with an unknown entity. He then returned his focus to Benova. "In truth, when I first arrived on this planet, I did not appear directly in the place I just mentioned. This world is enveloped by barriers, and I discovered a breach. Benova's expression remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to Saurus Gum's words. At that breach, I encountered a gentleman lingering between life and death. Although I discerned that he was not a virtuous soul, I still held him in respect for his efforts to safeguard this planet and to protect your hearts. When he first beheld me, he was in a frenzy, yet after conversing with him for a time, I managed to restore a modicum of his sanity. Upon regaining his composure, he appeared to be stirred by my demeanor, pleading with me to save his son. I apologize for referring to him as he rather than it, for the figure I describe is not the Black Emperor you speak of, but rather a father. For the first time, a flicker of disturbance crossed Benova's eyes, but it quickly settled once more. He bowed to Saurus Gum again. I stand enlightened. It seems you still possess a trace of humanity. Saurus Gum keenly perceived the change in Benova's expression, and a hint of amusement graced his voice. The distinction between sentient beings and mere tools is something you must ponder further. For a scholar, the act of contemplation itself holds far greater significance than the outcome. Observing that Benova had resumed his musings, now contemplating from human perspective, Saurus Gum refrained from further interruption, casting his gaze downwards at the time worm in his grasp, which had repeatedly yearned for escape and self-destruction. The invisible barrier separated them from Benova, ensuring that the delicate process of his thinking was not disturbed. Do not parasitize recklessly. You will be caught. He remarked in a tone as casual as a mere conversation. Kill me, the time worm whispered faintly. No, I shall not end your life. Saurus Gum shook his head. You require a lesson instead. You may find this amusing, perhaps even entertaining. As a being of divine myth, you regard life as insignificant, treating it as a game, where their fates lie at your whim. Saurus Gum commented on Amon's malevolent actions. For a child, games are indeed delightful and engaging. However, for adults, myriad methods exist to resolve issues, and even more to navigate games. A certain lady once instructed me on how to handle such situations. Amon, undeterred by Saurus Gum's insights, continued to repeat, kill me. In this city, there are a total of 21, 423, 574 avatars, correct? Amon fell silent. Saurus Gum paused. No, there's one more, symphony, joy, and procreation. He seemed to be attempting to carve out a path distinct from yours. In the realm of intangible data, the entity known as Screw Gum serves as the focal point for a myriad of temporal worms, compiling a singular piece of information, in essence termed humanity. In his dealings with Amon, Screw Gum exhibited a stark contrast in demeanor compared to his gentleness towards Benova, the temporal worms, while retaining their inherent will. Underwent fundamental transformation. Henceforth, these worms would be incapable of usurping the consciousness of their hosts, instead experiencing profound empathy with them. With a delicate motion, Screw Gum extended his hand out of the window and cast one of the temporal worms onto a passing bird. You are indeed a remarkably gifted teacher. The priest, with eyes as clear as the sky, expressed his gratitude to Screw Gum, also thanking him for guiding the entity in question. I'm no teacher. I recently engaged in discourse with a qualified mentor who humbly referred to himself as an ordinary man and a physician, possessing a methodical approach to instruction. Does anyone sense that Screw Gum deviates from the established character? Personally, I have a fondness for this role and would prefer not to tarnish his portrayal. Chapter 59. Striking clouds never depart from hand. The barrier obscuring perception dissipated, and the ethereal priest had long since faded from existence. Although the presence of an angel and a sentient machine within the carriage could easily be perceived, there was still a semblance of decorum to uphold. Otherwise, it would be seen as provocation, a matter more suitably handled by the Red Angel. Benova momentarily halted his contemplation, his emotionless gaze locking with that of Screw Gum once more. Mr. Screw Gum, we shall soon arrive at the church. May I inquire what form of energy you require for the evening's banquet? Upon receiving Screw Gum's response, Benova immediately contacted the personnel stationed at the church to prepare for the feast. As for the food, you may arrange it as you see fit. I am equally capable of consuming organic sustenance. Screw Gum's unexpected reply took Benova by surprise. What I require is merely energy. The source of that energy matters not to me. I shall not forsake the pleasure of dining for the sake of efficiency, though I may require a modicum of lubrication. What kind of lubrication, precisely? Benova pressed further. Screw Gum retrieved a bottle from the air, inscribed with a language unknown to Benova. This, he stated, In the underbelly of the black market, Klein utilized his limited funds to procure essential materials. As he approached the entrance, he noticed two figures whose attire starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Old Neil, clad in a black classical robe, and Star, adorned in a white dress complemented by a black skirt and coat. Old Neil remained unfazed by the gazes of others, while Star struggled to adapt to the local fashion, having attempted to conform for over a month without success. As for the eccentric attire, would it bear any influence? She is a pioneer, the most liberated woman in the universe. She is free to pursue whatever she desires. Her absence from the crescent moon on the rooftop already attests to her exceptional character. Klein observed Star's garb, contemplating words that ultimately remained unspoken. Isn't she a bit too unconventional? Not long ago, Xing frequently sought out Roshan to engage in gaming, and through their interactions, she became somewhat acquainted with the personnel from the Blackthorn Security Company. She had never contemplated concealing her identity as a pioneer, boldly introducing herself as an alien less than a year old. However, her penchant for whimsical chatter led all but Klein and the contemplative Leonard to dismiss her claims as mere nonsense. This recurrent disbelief left Xing feeling disheartened. The truth seemed to be met with skepticism, revealing a harshness in the world toward women like them. Frustrated, she pondered when women would finally assert themselves. Having procured all necessary items, Xing accompanied the amiable Old Neil to witness the black market. Klein casually engaged in pleasantries with Old Neil. Upon entering the black market, Old Neil turned to Xing and cautioned her not to disturb the wares at other stalls. She assured him there was no issue, for throughout the universe, she was notorious as a socially anxious girl. Noticing both Old Neil and Xing were present, Klein decided to join them for a leisurely stroll, intending to depart together afterward. The trio wandered for a while, and Klein hesitated, observing as Xing earnestly discussed the various styles of trash bins with Old Neil. Just then, Swain, the proprietor of the Dragon Bar clad in a naval officer's uniform, entered, his expression grave as he approached the three, lowering his voice. "I require your assistance." Instantly, Xing perked up. Indeed, even a simple outing could lead to unforeseen missions. What transpired? Old Neil's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and Klein instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Only Xing appeared exuberant, eagerly anticipating the task at hand. Swain, with disheveled brown hair and a strong scent of alcohol, glanced at the enthusiastic Xing and replied solemnly, "A member of a penal squad has gone rogue nearby. We must neutralize him before he harms any civilians." The atmosphere grew tense, with only Xing animatedly gesturing at the air before her, despite being startled by the news of a rogue. Klein could not resist approaching Xing while Old Neil and Swain discussed the mission details, softly asking her what she was doing. "I want to skip the dialogue and jump straight into the plot," she explained. After Old Neil and Swain concluded their conversation, Swain hastily made his way to the exit. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flash of purple fire flickered past as Klein quietly changed her shoes, feeling slightly out of sync. Falling behind would be quite embarrassing. The trio followed Swain across the road, entering the true docking area. Swain slowed his pace, gesturing toward a nearby cargo vessel and indicating that Old Neil and the others should assist him in subduing the rogue. The subsequent events would be left to him to manage. Although Klein had faced numerous life-and-death battles, a sense of nervousness lingered. This was, after all, her first encounter with a rogue, marking a significant milestone in her experiences. Listening to the cacophony of battle echoing above, the elder Neil cast a glance at the visibly anxious Klein, offering him a talisman along with instructions for its use. He intended to provide a similar token to Xing, but upon turning around, he discovered that Xing had vanished. A quick look revealed that Xing had already charged forward, wielding a stick scavenged from the surroundings, striking a pose reminiscent of a javelin thrower. With a fierce shout, he hurled it, exclaiming, "Taste my spear, strike of the cloud." The stick, imbued with the energy of destruction, pierced the rampaging extraordinary being, pinning it against the wall. At that moment, the extraordinary being had already devolved into a monstrous form. Towering over 6 feet, it was clad in tattered garments, its exposed skin covered in dark green scales, with webbing sprouting from the gaps in its limbs, reminiscent of aquatic creatures. Its head, wrinkled and vaguely human, was slick with viscous fluid that dripped incessantly. As it was pinned to the wall, it emitted a harrowing shriek. The ordinary stick, unstable after absorbing destructive energy, detonated upon the creature's thrashing, creating a gruesome hole in its chest. The beast fell to the ground in agony, arcs of white, blue, and red electricity coursing across its form. Seizing the opportunity, Swain advanced, twisting his waist and unleashing a flurry of punches upon the creature's head. The electrical currents seemed to single him out, refusing to spread towards him even as he struck the energy. Before Klein could utilize the talisman, he witnessed Swain leap into the air, muscles rippling, and then crash down forcefully. The creature's head shattered, dark red blood and grayish-white brain matter splattering the ground, accompanied by dark green slime. Confirming the creature's demise, Swain exhaled deeply, standing upright and gazing intently at the lifeless being beneath him. From an unknown source, he produced a deflated metal flask, uncapped it, and took a hearty swig before tilting it to douse the remains of the creature with the remaining spirits. Upon completing this act, Swain appeared to age significantly, his posture slightly hunched. Klein and the elder Neil approached, silently standing behind Swain. The atmosphere was heavy, so oppressive that even Xing maintained a silence. Let me emphasize that despite the protagonist's affable demeanor, he should not be mistaken for a lawful good character. He is, in fact, chaotic neutral. Furthermore, he embodies the role of a fool rather than a caretaker. With so many individuals spiraling out of control each day, one cannot genuinely expect the protagonist to soar through the skies, rescuing everyone in need, can they? Chapter 60. Audrey unboxes Selris Beckland, the extraordinary gathering of gentlemen. Audrey arrived at this extraordinary assembly alongside Grelint, Furs, and Hiu. Upon entering the gathering hall, Audrey, now in the role of an observer, beheld a scattering of individuals seated haphazardly within. Some concealed their identities through various means, such as hoods and masks, while others displayed their features unabashedly. Among them, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat and adorned with a black top hat captivated Audrey's attention, not merely for his attire, but for the mechanical head that lay beneath his hat. Audrey surmised that it was likely a headpiece. Scrum, sensing Audrey's ostensibly discreet gaze, subtly turned and locked eyes with her. In that moment of mutual observation, Scrum offered an elegant nod. Subsequently, his gaze traversed past Audrey, landing upon the flamboyantly gesturing Selris, prompting him to rise from his seat and approach Selris. With Scrum's departure, Audrey's attention shifted to a man in a black robe seated upon a solitary sofa. This man, also shrouded in a hood, concealed his visage within the shadows, silently surveying the guests with an air of superiority, exuding confidence, yet with a disquieting gaze that roamed over Audrey like two slick tendrils seeking to strip her of her garments. She felt a chill run down her spine. Forthwith, Fort Hill introduced him. This is the master, a formidable extraordinary. Audrey nodded in acknowledgement. The title master struck her as more akin to a criminal alias than an appellation for a mysterious power, a stark contrast to the foolish, which could never compare. Only deities or those of near-divine stature could be likened to the master, ultimately falling short of divine. In an instant, a sense of superiority enveloped Audrey. She pondered, what remarkable deeds has this master accomplished? The similarly hooded Lord Glent expressed his curiosity. Hutier, with a serious countenance, replied, there have been several instances where extraordinary individuals of Sequence 8, even Sequence 7, have targeted the master, yet they mysteriously vanished without a trace. After all, the master belongs to Sequence 5, making it rather effortless to deal with Sequence 8. It is inconceivable for a Sequence 5 to falter against a Sequence 8. Is it not? Absolutely impossible. As Audrey listened to their exchange with casual interest, her ears suddenly perked up, catching words she had not studied yet instinctively understood. It is a pleasure to encounter you here, Mr. Selris. The logic was clear. Their reunion had come sooner than anticipated. This indeed surprises me, Mr. Scrum. I never imagined geniuses could truly find their way here. The initial voice was steady and graceful, distinctly different from that of the Demon Master, while the second, with its flippant tone, mirrored the demeanor of the Demon Master. Audrey felt a thrill of surprise, yet she maintained her composure, observing discreetly from the shadows. She cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals conversing behind her, a frivolous man adorned with a mask and a gentleman with an elegant mechanical head, who were engaged in a handshake, seemingly exchanging pleasantries. It turned out that the gentleman was named Selris. A sense of delight surged within Audrey. He certainly remained unaware of her true identity, yet she had discerned his. Audrey felt this conviction firmly. Soon, their hands parted ways. Indeed, we had received assistance from that figure. However, I surmised that this transaction likely involved the entities known as the erudite sovereign and Aha. Who are these erudite sovereign and Aha? Audrey was perplexed, but discreetly noted their names. Upon hearing this, Sailorus had also deduced the situation. Given the arrival of the brilliant and fellow sentient machine, Screwgum, it was highly probable that he had brought a portion of the erudite sovereign-as computational power. Sailorus, however, expressed no interest in the machinations of the star deities and shifted the topic, stating, "In truth, our encounter here must not be mere coincidence." Indeed, Screwgum nodded affirmatively. "According to my calculations, the probability of your presence here is a staggering 13.19%. Regrettably, I cannot provide a more precise figure, as the followers of pleasure are notoriously elusive." Audrey's eyes widened in astonishment. Could one truly calculate the probability of a person's appearance in a certain location? How remarkable! But what does it mean to be a follower of pleasure? Screwgum added, "In fact, over the past 3 days, I have tested my luck in 127 different locations." Sailorus mused, draping an arm around Screwgum's shoulder and guiding him to a seat. "So, you all wish to find me? Lady Blacktower and Lady Ruan may both have messages for you," Screwgum explained. "Lady Blacktower wishes to request the copyright fees for the simulated universe and to retrieve the 11 dolls that were taken from her." Audrey raised an eyebrow in surprise. The gentleman had apparently engaged in theft. "Lady Ruan may hopes you will remove her communication account from your blacklist, as she wishes to discuss some academic matters with you." Sailorus smacked his lips and patted Screwgum's shoulder. "The copyright issue is trivial, merely a minor concern. I'm aware of her intentions. As for the dolls, I cannot return them at this moment. I have repurposed them into processors for the simulated universe." Sailorus produced a small container and opened it, presenting it before Screwgum. Behold, inside were 11 small figures from the Black Tower, each with an antenna sprouting from their heads, hand in hand, forming a circle, slowly rotating clockwise while emitting soft chimes and rhythmic sounds. Evaluation. "The utilization of computational power is exceedingly low," Screwgum remarked candidly. "I am well aware of that," Sailorus replied, nudging Screwgum with his elbow. "Perhaps you could assist me in creating a superior version another day? Cost. I require 30% of the rights to this simulated universe," Screwgum stipulated. "Unacceptable," Sailorus countered, adhering to the principle of having the negotiation. "I offer 3%. I believe the principle of having the negotiation does not imply merely dividing the figures," Screwgum remarked, yet I acquiesced. Cyrus smirked, fully aware that the extent of authority held little significance. After all, his firewall could not withstand Screwgum. Rising from his seat, he approached the blackboard at the front of the hall and inscribed a few items, intending to sell some trinkets. After all, chaos brings excitement. Splendid. Truly splendid. In the previous chapter, the protagonist failed to save anyone, and it seems he has been reported by that pesky banana. Now, the review process has stalled. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. There are even reports claiming my book bears resemblance to another work, The Lord of Mysteries. If not for the review's denial, I would be at a loss for how to amend it. Chapter 61. The Lottery, the Allure of Gamblers. According to the protocol, the time for members to write on the blackboard had not yet arrived. However, the convener of the gathering, Mr. Cyrus, was indifferent, and Cyrus himself was even less concerned. Approaching the blackboard, Cyrus wrote, "Fool's Lottery, a ticket for 10 pounds. Upon completion, he added a parenthetical note. Upon use, there is a 70% chance of randomly acquiring a Sequence 6 extraordinary ability lasting 1 hour. There is a 30% chance of directly siphoning 90% of the spirituality from users of Sequence 5 or lower." The allure of such an extraordinary item captured the attention of many. Most extraordinary individuals here were only at Sequence 9, and for them, a Sequence 6 ability was undeniably precious. Even the gentleman seated on the sofa shifted his gaze from the attractive individuals present to Cyrus, who had just stepped away from the blackboard. Cyrus made no attempt to disguise himself, boldly presenting his true visage to the crowd. This, in turn, dissuaded most from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Even those who might have entertained such notions lowered their heads under the gentleman's subtle scrutiny. The gentleman regarded Cyrus for a moment, committing his appearance to memory without further reaction. before casually redirecting his gaze to the other attractive attendees. They were decent-looking, yet not up to the standard of necessary alliance. What does this mean? Pray tell, what does this mean? Cyrus felt a flush of warmth. Is it not evident? Your looks fall short of the mark. Cyrus vehemently countered in his mind. I have encountered every pure knight who has praised my unparalleled beauty. Indeed, you are as lovely as a newly hatched insect. Note, insect. Cyrus returned to his seat beside Screwgum, his expression neutral as he inquired, do you think I am unattractive? Given the recent events? Screwgum easily grasped the situation. He chuckled lightly. Not at all. Yet the question itself is devoid of meaning. Explanation. Different individuals possess varying definitions of beauty. Particularly for organic life, perceptions can shift with subjective emotions. Organic life forms are largely driven by emotions, their feelings ebbing and flowing like the tides, shifting in response to varying times and places. Conclusion. One need not concern themselves with the opinions of strangers. The discussion between Viscount Glent and Who Furs was spirited, revolving around the recently penned content. Sequence 6, and it only costs £10. Surely, it cannot be a forgery? It should not be, for the gentleman's gathering forbids deceit. Moreover, there are experts here dedicated to authentication. However, this individual appeared rather unfamiliar, never having been seen before, who elucidated to Glent. Thus, his credibility remains unverified. Furs interjected with his perspective, discreetly casting a glance at Cyrus before swiftly averting his gaze. Though Audrey was also listening, her attention was primarily focused on Cyrus and the entity known as Screwgum. The unique manner of Screwgum's speech and the content he articulated sparked a flicker of speculation within Audrey. Organic life? Surely not. She found it difficult to fully embrace her conjecture. Noticing the shift in Audrey's demeanor, Cyrus resolved to expose Screwgum unreservedly. And what of inorganic life? Such as yourself? Screwgum remained unfazed, having never contemplated concealing his identity as an intelligent machine. In fact, following the two wars of intelligent machines, many planets even developed a cult-like reverence for them. Furthermore, after his induction into the Genius Club, the status of intelligent machines has risen significantly, particularly for those hailing from Screwgum's home planet. In my estimation, your appearance is rather commendable, though perhaps you lack in presence. Screwgum's every gesture exuded elegance. If you truly wish to enhance your allure, the company likely possesses numerous methods, and your family's cosmetics are equally commendable. He added, you should prioritize your conduct. Cyrus reclined against the chair's backrest, replying, then so be it. I prefer my original visage. This charm I possess is simply beyond his appreciation. Screwgum nodded, choosing not to engage further with Cyrus. This Mr. Screwgum is indeed an inorganic life form, a robot, as mentioned in Rossell's science fiction. The devil himself has a robotic companion. Audrey's ears perked up, overwhelmed by the incredibility of her newfound knowledge. As time passed, Audrey had casually spent nearly a month's worth of Klein's salary to acquire 3 pages from Rossell's diary. Simultaneously, she noted that the gentleman's attention frequently lingered on particularly attractive individuals, especially casting several glances towards both her and Mr. Screwgum. A server approached Cyrus, softly advising, Sir, someone wishes to purchase your extraordinary item. Please proceed to the adjacent room. Cyrus rose and followed the server into a private room designated for transactions. Within, another individual waited, shrouded entirely except for a pair of eyes peering out from beneath the layers. Sensing the perpetual aura of fortune that enveloped the individual before him, Celis swiftly closed the door behind him and casually pulled up a chair to take a seat. Ah, indeed a winner, he mused. I suspected you would find this intriguing. The victor, eschewing any superfluous chatter, directly produced a box. 100, he stated succinctly. Upon opening the box, it revealed 10 neat stacks of £10 notes, each stack containing 10 bills. However, the winner's lack of enthusiasm dampened Celis's interest. With a dismissive wave, the currency within the box transformed into a gradient of blue and pink lottery tickets. Let us depart, you dull fellow. The winner, undeterred, inspected the lottery tickets, though it remained unclear how he discerned their authenticity. In any case, he seemed assured of their validity. How does one utilize this? He inquired crisply. Infuse it with spirit, then tear it open, Celis explained. Without lingering, the winner closed the box and turned to leave. Once he departed, a servant who had been standing by approached Celis and inquired, Sir, several guests wish to purchase your extraordinary items. Do you have any stock remaining? Celis snapped his fingers. Of course. He was well aware that no one could resist the allure of the lottery. Such is the charm of the gambler's moment. On a Sunday, above the gray mist, Klein once more received the fervent prayers of a young boy speaking in the tongue of giants. Klein extended his spirit, piercing through the fog to behold the boy kneeling before a crystal orb, his countenance fraught with anxiety as he prayed. Since the last occurrence of incomprehensible utterances, Klein had diligently studied the language of giants and could now grasp it, albeit with difficulty. O great deity, please turn your gaze once more upon this forsaken land. O great deity, grant us, the denizens of darkness, liberation from this fateful curse. I am willing to offer my life to you, to delight you with my blood. This was indeed a woefully inadequate prayer. It should have included a postal code, a street address, a telephone number, or at the very least a name. Such are the fundamental requisites of prayer. The detestable fool, who was pleased by the boy's life and blood, immediately thought of the forsaken land. He extended his spirit, drawing the boy into the gray mist. The malevolent fool could no longer restrain himself from taking action against the boy. Klein, embodying the trinity of deity, believer, and favored, was compelled to assume the role of priest. Naive and ignorant child, prepare to receive your baptism. The world shall collide with the sun. Chapter 62. The Fool and the Boy in Silver City. At the Bird residence, Derek Bird once again offered his prayers to the fool, while his parents waited anxiously outside. Although the Bird couple was deeply concerned, they understood that this was all for Silver City's connection to the outside world. Derek's mother, Annis, felt a pang of compassion and had attempted to dissuade him from continuing. No, Derek, if you persist, you will be devoured by the malevolent deity. Derek remained silent, absorbed solely in his prayers. In the midst of his fervent prayers, after he expressed his willingness to offer his life and blood, the malevolent and enigmatic entity finally consented to meet him. A deep crimson radiance erupted from within the pure, crystal orb, cascading like a torrent and instantly engulfing Derek. Upon hearing the silence that followed from within the chamber, Annis covered her mouth, succumbing to silent tears. Bird, too, clenched his fists tightly, tears trickling from the corners of his eyes. When Derek gradually regained his senses, he found himself standing in a magnificent palace, upheld by colossal stone pillars. Before him lay an ancient and weathered bronze long table, across which sat a shadowy figure shrouded in dense gray mist. Surrounding them was an ethereal void, empty and insubstantial. Looking down, he beheld an endless expanse of grayish-white fog mingled with surreal deep crimson glimmers. This was the second great entity willing to respond to the Silver City. Aside from the Amber King, Derek felt a surge of anxiety, yet within him a flame named Hope ignited, and he gazed in bewilderment at the figure occupying the elevated seat, inquiring, "Are you a deity?" Immediately, he recalled his instructor's warning in the general studies class about the peril of gazing directly at a god. He quickly bowed his head in trepidation. The figure leaned back, hands clasped casually, exuding an air of leisure and ease, displaying none of the traits of a lecherous pervert preying on young boys. Yet was this truly the case? The Amber King had explicitly informed the chief that this was an ancient, perverse deity with an affinity for young boys. In his heart, Derek mused that the next words would be, "I am not a deity." Klein responded in the language of giants, "I am not a deity. I am merely a fool intrigued by the tapestry of history." It matched perfectly. The alignment was undeniable. Derek felt a tumult of excitement and fear. He was exhilarated by the Silver City's response, yet terrified for his own fate. Rumors suggested that this deity held dominion over doors. Klein, who had gently tapped his left tooth twice, noticed the mottled and disunified color of the star spirit's surface deep within the boy's ethereal form, indicating that he was not yet extraordinary. Derek took a deep breath, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke with difficulty, whether a deity or a fool. My supplication remains unchanged. I wish for all the inhabitants of the Silver City to be liberated from the curse of destiny, and for those suns, as described in the tomes, to appear in the sky. In the future, it should only require a copper penny to operate an all-automated wishing machine. The figure smiled. And what a price! Derek was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, "I shall offer my soul. I will please you with my blood." "I have no interest in the blood and souls of mortals." Klein smiled and shook his head. "Such a price is utterly disproportionate. Unless you are the protagonist of a third-rate web novel titled, "The Overbearing Evil God Fell in Love with Me," Klein silently scoffed. Before the other could speak again, he leisurely declared, "But I can offer you an opportunity." Derek dared not retort, yet he exerted immense willpower to suppress his trembling. Unbeknownst to him, Klein continued, "I am a fool who delights in equitable exchange. You may obtain what you desire from me and others akin to you, but heed this. It must possess equivalent value." Klein reminisced about his former employer before his transdimensional journey, who painted grandiose visions of empowerment. "This will render you formidable. Perhaps one day, you may rely solely upon yourself to liberate the city of silver from its curse and restore the sun to the sky." Such was the promise from the beacons of fate. Based on the other's recent description, he had a reasonable certainty that the city of silver resided within the so-called God-forsaken land. Of course, he could not yet ascertain this with absolute certainty. After all, religious texts chronicled that the sunless sky persisted since the first era, the Age of Chaos. Who could say whether there existed other strange realms unknown to the nations of the northern continent beyond the God-forsaken land? It was also plausible that these places lay on other celestial bodies. Nevertheless, since the individual before him spoke in the tongue of giants, it was likely not too far removed. Derek listened in silence, bowing his head before eventually responding, "I wish to become the sun. I seek the original sequence of the potion's formula from you." German, "Ding, you have a new assassination order. Please attend to it promptly." Osaicus, "No consumption. It's directed at me." From these exchanges, Klein deduced that the God-forsaken land likely became isolated from the southern and northern continents towards the twilight of the Second Era, conjecturing it was related to the cataclysms of the Third Era. The language of Gov-Thak directly descended from the language of giants, and in this regard, Klein could be considered an expert. Thus he swiftly advanced in his mastery of their tongue, now adept enough to avoid embarrassment. However, at this moment, he still yearned for the synesthetic beacon that Celrus had mentioned. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Klein replied in a nonchalant tone, "This transaction can be postponed. For the next 2 days, it will be prudent for you to remain indoors and avoid sharing the same room with others." "Very well, I shall comply with your arrangements." Derek bowed his head. Subsequently, the despicable and domineering fool extorted a protection fee and membership dues from the unfortunate little son. Information regarding the history of the City of Silver. The matter of the City of Silver weighed heavily upon Klein. He felt powerless, resorting to weaving elaborate fantasies. The Navi, Derek, however, believed in Klein's grand vision, relishing it wholeheartedly. Before returning Derek, Klein conjured a tarot card, allowing him to choose his codename. Derek perused the cards and selected the sun. The gray mist swirled, and the deep crimson receded. Derek's spirit returned to the realm of reality. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, finding his parents waiting. The three embraced and wept together. Chapter 63. Klein exultantly met his demise with a sigh. He realized he had once again recruited a member, or rather, developed another member. Klein chuckled softly, shaking his head, self-deprecating about the current strength of the Tarot Society. If not for the simulated universe, the fool, as a leader, would only be at Sequence 9, having just digested the Seer's potion. Even with the relics and the light cone, he might not be able to defeat a competent Sequence 6. The Silver City, shrouded in despair, boasts at least 3 formidable Sequence 4 beings. Klein did not linger excessively above the mist. He extended his consciousness, enveloping himself, and plummeted downwards, piercing through the haze and navigating past the murmurs. He returned to his room and dispelled the barrier of his spiritual essence. After a moment of hesitation, Klein retrieved his phone and sent a message to Celrus. "Sweet iced tea, making big bucks. Celrus, are you familiar with the Forsaken Land?" Although typing on a ruined script keyboard, Klein still typed with remarkable speed. Having posed his question, he placed the phone back into his pocket, contemplating his subsequent ascension while grasping the key, preparing to depart. With one more layer of preparation, he could explain the situation to the captain and submit a special request. He wondered whether the relics and light cone would undergo any changes after becoming a joker. If not, they might soon be rendered obsolete. Klein was reluctant to part with them, as extraordinary items without side effects were exceedingly rare. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Such a swift reply. Klein took his phone out again. Melancholic and sensual pig prints. "Ah, the Forsaken Land, I have some knowledge of it. It's roughly located just a bit north of the eastern edge of the Sunius Sea, bordering the western continent." "What is the matter?" The Western continent? Klein raised an eyebrow, but momentarily disregarded the term. Sweet iced tea making big bucks. Just curious. Sweet iced tea making big bucks. Do you have detailed information regarding the Forsaken Land? After all, he was the initially designated future savior by Celrus, the Chosen One. It was perfectly reasonable to inquire about such intelligence. Melancholic and sensual pig prince. The Forsaken Land is quite chaotic. Melancholic and sensual pig prince. That wretched place is rife with pollution, monsters, and lightning. It knows no daylight, only night. The creatures within must remain in well-lit areas, or they risk being hidden. This aligned closely with Derek's description, and Klein nodded inwardly. Melancholic and sensual pig prince. The number of survivors in the Forsaken Land remains unknown. However, it is indeed the holy place of the true Creator, where at least 3 angels wander. If there are any inhabitants, they likely worship the ancient sun god, the so-called master of all creation, the omniscient and omnipotent deity. Klein was now largely convinced that Derek was situated within the Forsaken Land. What struck him even more was the masked fool's capability to gather such information, as well as the existence of 3 angels within the Forsaken Land, a detail not even available to the Night Church. As a lowly night watcher, Klein had no means to uncover such knowledge. Sweet iced tea making big bucks. Understood, thank you. Melancholic and sensual pig prince. You're welcome. The melancholic prince of swine. Pam put away her phone and stepped out, as Klein and the others were currently occupied with a case concerning malevolent spirits. At that moment, Captain Dunn and the mortician, Fry, awaited his return at the inn. Upon entering, Klein anticipated finding Dunn and Fry engaged in a discussion of the intelligence they had gathered. It was confirmed that the vengeful spirits had only emerged in the past 2 to 3 months. Dunn glanced at Klein as he entered and reached a conclusion. Klein, just arrived, immediately concurred and presented a task to Dunn, thereby enhancing his reputation within the Night Watchers faction. He temporarily acquired a crucial item for the upcoming mission, the mutated sun emblem. Fry removed the emblem from the inner side of his black trench coat and handed it to Klein. Curious, Klein accepted it, feeling the emblem's metallic surface was warm to the touch, as if warm water flowed within. The gentle, radiant glow seemed to ripple outward, bestowing a sense of purity. A luminous metal. Surely it bears no radiation. Klein's thoughts wandered inexplicably. Moreover, Klein sensed that the dark golden emblem adorned with the sun's symbol was continuously cleansing his spirit, stripping away impurities and leaving only the pure essence. He felt something within him awaken, a sudden urge to embrace recklessness. Perhaps he should perform a divination with the sun emblem shortly. Klein's next task required him to remain in place, repelling anyone who approached. Fry coldly reminded him, "I will relieve you in 2 hours." Fry began to stand guard, though he underestimated the unique recklessness inherent in the tarot. "No problem," Klein replied with a smile, adhering to the principle of creating difficulties where none existed. As he watched Fry walk into the town, he located a half-height stone he had previously noted, removed some leaves from nearby, and wiped its surface. Then he touched the top of the stone with his finger, examining it under the crimson moonlight, confirming its integrity. Klein lifted his black trench coat and sat down with a flourish. After all, he was a person of dignity and could not afford to lose his composure, especially in such an expensive outfit. After a few minutes of stillness, he gazed into the dim, eerie depths of the small forest. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. He had performed a minor divination earlier and anticipated no danger. Yet, how could that be acceptable? If there were no danger, Fry's vigilance would be in vain. The spirit of recklessness ignited within Klein, compelling him to rise. He retrieved various small metallic vials from the hidden pockets of his attire, scattering a circle of herbal powder and essential oils around the stone. Subsequently, Klein recited a spell in Hermetic, channeling the materials to amplify his spiritual essence and seal off his immediate area. Unable to resist, he began to contemplate the sun emblem, hoping to discern a flower within its design. Cats are like that. Once bored, they ponder ways to court calamity. He first attempted divination. However, due to his utter ineptitude, he was unable to glean any insights. Subsequently, he began to survey his surroundings, stealthily retracing his steps 4 paces to ascend above the mist. "Hey, if you don't eliminate me today, this game is over." He manifested the holy emblem of the sun upon the fog, and once more sought to uncover its origins. Brimming with excitement, he transformed into a paragon of trial and virtue. With the aid of the mist, Klein gradually delved deeper, slowly comprehending the essence of this badge. He discerned that it originated from a drop of golden blood, which in turn came from a golden naked man. The naked man abruptly turned, revealing a philosophical smile. "Do you see yourself?" Boom! Klein's spirit ignited instantaneously above the mist. Wow, what a sensation! The mysterious realm above the mist began to tremble violently as the majestic palace crumbled inch by inch, the ancient and weathered bronze table succumbing to cracks and fractures. A howl erupted as Klein transformed into a figure reminiscent of Michael Jackson, writhing in the flames and screaming. This terrifying transformation lasted but 3 seconds, after which silence returned to the mist, as if nothing had transpired. The golden flames enveloping Klein gradually extinguished, leaving him charred and rolling in agony until his cognitive faculties began to resurface. After enduring a near-cooked state, Klein grasped the armrests of a high-backed chair, struggling to rise. Trembling, he returned to his position, both terrified and bewildered by his recent ordeal, pleading for mercy. Chapter 64. The little son's first participation in the tarot assembly. Klein discovered that following his demise, his mind had been enriched with a plethora of knowledge. He hastily conjured paper and pen to record his newfound insights. 1. Do you see yourself? Pinned and bolded. 2. Pure white angel. 3. Sun hair spell, the crafting method for the sun flame spell. 4. The eternal sun holds a profound enmity towards the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom. After some reflection, Klein added a note. The eternal sun will inscribe its disdain for others upon its visage, easily discernible at a glance. 5. Recipe for the celebrant potion. Main ingredients: 1 crystalline sunflower or mature firestone bird's tail feather or a phoenix's tail feather, 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Auxiliary materials: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine essence, 1 dark leaf from the elves. This is aptly named Drawing from the Sun, utilizing for the Sunday 6. Recipe for the potion of the radiant light bearer. Primary ingredients include a piece of radiant stone, or the powdered essence of the blazing white soul, or the blood of the mirror hedgehog, or the heart of a magma giant. Auxiliary ingredients comprise 1 golden edge sunflower and 3 drops of aconite juice. 7. Recipe for the potion of the priest of light. Lacking primary ingredients, the auxiliary components are 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of kumquat juice, and rock water. 8. Recipe for the potion of the unshadowed of sequence 4. The primary ingredient may consist of the golden divine blood extracted from the mutated solar holy emblem. Alternatively, 3 tail feathers from an adult solar phoenix and a piece of sacred radiant stone may be utilized as substitutes. 9. Risk and opportunity coexist. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. One may dare to attempt more next time. Upon completing the aforementioned 9 entries, Klein could not help but tap the edge of the bronze table. What a coincidence! Yet another coincidence. Just as someone aspiring to join the ranks of the sun appeared, this recipe materialized before him. This perplexed Klein, knitting his brows in contemplation. Such matters could not be relayed to the night watcher about delaying the message to Celrus. Rubbing his temples, he observed that the gray mist revealed no further movements, finally putting his mind at ease, confirming that the eternal radiance had not traced its way here. He sighed, realizing such matters were beyond his capacity to resolve. Thus, he resolved to contemplate other matters. He lifted the paper in his hand, gazing at the first line he had inscribed, pursed his lips, and with a gesture, transformed it into an entity unworthy of direct gaze. An entity beyond the comprehension of exalted beings. This phrase must be remembered. The animosity that the eternal radiance bore towards the Lord of Storms, the deity of knowledge and wisdom, was extraordinarily intense. Yet, what was the purpose behind it? Then there was the pure white angel. What manner of being was this? The false blasphemer, Amon. The true blasphemer. What manner of being is the pure white angel? The gray mist swirled twice, and Klein first departed, only to return a day later. This marked a new tarot meeting, and it was Derek's inaugural attendance. Klein had summoned the little son in advance and briefed him on the gathering's protocols. Klein pondered Celrus's mention of the synesthetic beacon, wondering if this gray mist could achieve a similar feat. To his astonishment, it indeed succeeded. With a spirit of experimentation, the gray mist yielded results. At 3 o'clock, Klein, keeping a watchful eye on the time, summoned the remaining 3 individuals. This newcomer, titled the Sun, was introduced by the fool, seated at the head of the long table, who calmly presented him to Justice and the others. Subsequently, Klein introduced the members of Justice and the others to the little Sun one by one. Sellers had foreseen this, while Audrey felt elated at the Tarot Society's expansion. Only Alger furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the fool's recruitment of new members. It seems that just as I have recently ascended to the rank of concubine, the Emperor has admitted yet another into the palace. Truly, a new generation replaces the old. Alas, had I known he would come, I would not have attended. However, Alger promptly adjusted his mindset. After all, these were deities deserving of respect. He lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet the fool's eyes. Audrey entered an observant state, attempting to scrutinize Derek. The evaluation of the lone wolf was finally presented. Sellers slightly parted his lips, hesitating to speak. What on earth is this? He noticed a mask slowly materializing behind Derek, winking at him with its left eye, making a gesture before vanishing. Lauza, I missed you. Ever since you left, they have been bullying me. I tell you, Sellers is back. From this day forth, I shall no longer consume beef. Sellers paid no heed to the dog, but instead scrutinized Derek, feeling the faint trace of protection as the sensation of joy dissipated. Ah, the Amber King has also arrived. It seems the time has come to elucidate the concepts of celestial beings and fate. I wonder which path they will embark upon. Sellers surveyed the individuals surrounding the long table. How thrilling! When it was time to submit the diary, Audrey presented 2 pages of Roselle's journal. Klein chuckled. Miss Justice, what is it that you desire? The fool spoke with a calm demeanor, as if the diary held no significance for him. You know, I am about to fully assimilate the audience potion, and yes, I also possess the mind reader potion. Therefore, I seek the psychologist potion. Klein replied, Oh, where am I to procure a psychologist potion for you? Audrey remained oblivious to the fool's peculiarities and continued. Well, I understand that the contents of these 2 diary pages are scant and may not equate to the value of the mind reader formula. I shall provide an additional page and, offer you a sum of money as well. Money? The keyword has been detected. Apologies, Mr. Dasgudrian. It appears the other party is quite willing to part with funds. Though I'm uncertain of your own resources, it seems I must subject you to a little coercion. Before her words could fully escape, she abruptly sensed something amiss and inwardly scolded herself. Mr. Fool is, after all, a figure closely associated with the divine. How could he possibly be swayed by mundane currency? Thus, she hastily corrected herself. That is not what I meant. I meant to say I could offer something else as compensation. Congratulations. The gold pound has transformed into a little bird and flown away. At that moment, Derek interjected, Psychologist? You must be referring to a psychoanalyst. You know, Audrey realized that Derek was using an ancient term. With Sellers present, she immediately discerned that Derek was not speaking in ruin. Was he in a similar situation as Mr. Demon? Audrey pondered. Upon hearing the rhetorical question, Derek, without a moment's hesitation, laid bare his own foundation. Klein intended to intervene, but Derek had already finished speaking. Are you not citizens of Silver City? Which city-state do you hail from? I have seen many comments asserting that my book is incomprehensible to those who have neither read Mystery nor played Collapse. I reflect on this and apologize. Did I write this book for you? If you have neither read Mystery nor played Collapse, why are you here to bask in its glory? This is solely directed at those few detractors on the homepage, not the readers. Some have accused me of riding the coattails of a popular phenomenon, while others claim this book is merely a fan fiction. But isn't fan fiction, by its very nature, an attempt to capitalize on its popularity? What else could it be but a narrative crafted for devotees? Furthermore, the author themselves has taken the initiative to comment, thus revealing their intent. Can this truly be a subject of scorn? You leave me negative reviews, yet expect me to remain silent? Would you prefer if I simply deleted your comments? Additionally, some argue that the barriers to entry are too high, lamenting my lack of explanation regarding the original work. If you're unfamiliar with the original, why then are you reading fan fiction? I could elucidate, yet as soon as I incorporate elements of the original, I am accused of padding the word count. If I were to provide a thorough explanation, it would undoubtedly become excessively verbose. Should this continue, I might have no choice but to impose comment restrictions. Originally, I had no intention of deleting comments or setting barriers. Yet, must some insist on provoking my ire? Chapter 65. Saha Saha. The leg ring of the screw gum Derek's sincere inquiry momentarily stumped the two imaginative minds, each suspecting the other of questioning their credibility, prompting an immediate silence between them. Even Audrey, as an observer, struggled to fully grasp Derek's meaning. Having lived in high society, she had encountered countless instances of duplicity, making Derek's genuine nature a rare sight. "I am the only one who answered Derek's question. Runa, where is that?" Derek inquired, his curiosity piqued. The idea that he was unaware of the location of the ruined kingdom left Audrey and Alger in disbelief. Ceres pretended to ponder. "You do not know Rune? I am familiar with the Silver City of the Silver Kingdom. What relevance does this have to you?" Without hesitation, Derek explained, "Our Silver City was formerly known as the Silver Kingdom." Ceres' eyes widened in realization. "Ah, I see. You hail from the Forsaken Land." Audrey, Alger, and Derek simultaneously widened their eyes. Neither Audrey nor Alger could have imagined that Derek was from the Forsaken Land. Derek, filled with disbelief, asked Mr. Demon, "Are you suggesting that your realm has not been abandoned by the Lord?" "Well, in truth, the Forsaken Land constitutes only a small part of this world," Ceres added, observing Derek's bewilderment. "But you have already established contact with the outside world, have you not? Does this not signify that you are soon to leave the Forsaken Land?" Derek's spirits soared at this revelation. Indeed, it implies that we shall soon depart from the Forsaken Land. Subsequently, Derek, Audrey, and Klein forged a tripartite agreement. Derek provided Audrey with the formula for a psychologist, while Klein offered Derek the recipes for the bard and the lightbringer, and in return, Audrey supplied Klein with additional diaries. The naive, dark deity cleverly diverted everyone's attention from their financially struggling follower to the matter of compensation. They all envisioned bright futures ahead. Klein first presented Derek with the formula for the bard, providing 2 copies at once, knowing that Derek would likely struggle to memorize them. Writing on the memory formula devised by Derek, Audrey submitted her diary, closely followed by Celrus, who also handed in his entry for the day. Klein, holding the diary, pondered silently. "Mr. Demon, what kind of reward do you seek? Please continue to accumulate my merits as before." Celrus performed a comical hat tip. This time, Audrey's diary offered little assistance to Klein. It began by discussing the interchangeability of extraordinary paths at high tiers, a detail Klein was already aware of, as Celrus had mentioned it during a previous tarot meeting. It then recounted that Roselle had joined a clandestine gathering, though the name was not disclosed. Next came Celrus's diary. February 13th. "We encountered an old man in Penacony who claimed to be a member of the Genius Club. Is it true?" I posed several academic questions to him, yet he could not answer any. February 14th. "Although I doubt his genius, he certainly possesses considerable knowledge about geniuses, which raises my suspicions. Nevertheless, I know a genuine genius, and sent her a message for confirmation." February 15th. Unbelievably, she came directly over, accompanied by the equally genius Scrum. February 16th. "It seems he truly was a member of the Genius Club. Well, I apologize for my previous skepticism." February 17th. "His name is Calderon Chadwick, the 79th seat in the Genius Club. He is indeed a genius, and he has earned my admiration. Conversely, I begin to question whether the company is truly in pursuit of preservation." February 18th. "The accomplishments of geniuses are truly astounding. That Chadwick, as a short-lived being, invented a weapon in his youth that could obliterate 24 planets with its mere aftershock. Compared to this, our planet's deities fall woefully short." February 19th. "That Mr. Scrum is exceedingly elegant. Oh, indeed, he directly showed me. A robot, and male at that, so strikingly handsome that I felt a rush of excitement." February 20th. "I obtained an autographed photo of Scrum. Regrettably, I cannot manifest the individual from the photo using extraordinary abilities. However, having the image suffices. Haha. Scrum's leg rings are a marvel to behold." Klein briefly closed his eyes. This Celrus must have been from Chengdu prior to his crossing. There's a saying about that place. He set the diary aside and smiled at the gathered crowd below. "You need not wait for me." It was akin to a leader stating that you need not concern yourself with his opinions. "It is my honor," said Alger humbly. "You know, Mr. Fool, you're the only son in my heart." As the session transitioned to free discussion, Audrey first shared some personal experiences, after which Alger eagerly revealed the whereabouts of his childhood sweetheart and entrusted the group to investigate her. The hanged man cast a glance at Celrus and added, "If you can eliminate him, I shall offer a greater reward. The bounty on Collingus will also belong to the one who vanquishes him." Subsequently, Alger meticulously elaborated on Colingus. As his beloved, Alger possessed an intimate understanding of Colingus's various intricacies. Colingus, Alger remarked, ever since your departure, you have occupied my thoughts each day. While Alger was detailing the ravenous, writhing hunger, the little son seized an opportunity to interject, recounting tales of Elder Lovia from Silver City and sharing some knowledge regarding shepherds. Derek and Audrey, two early angel investors of the Tarot Society, contributed from both material and intellectual perspectives. Selrus informed everyone that a friend of his had arrived in Rune from afar, a rather extraordinary individual, whose uniqueness would be immediately apparent to anyone who encountered him. Alger, however, dismissed this notion with a chuckle, remarking that after years of navigating the seas, he had seen all manner of personages. When it was the turn of the newcomer, the little son, to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the thought of the Amber King crossed his mind, prompting him to tentatively inquire, Mr. Demon, Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice, are you familiar with the Amber King? Chapter 66. On Exploration, Enjoy the Amber King? Audrey exchanged glances with Alger, their focus converging on Selrus. Ah, the Amber King, Selrus mused, looking at Derek. It is remarkable that you are aware of him. It seems the city-states of the Second Era leave their mark even now. In truth, we only learned of him recently, Derek candidly interjected, somewhat undermining Selrus's assertion. I see, Selrus shifted the topic. Since your curiosity is piqued, allow me to enlighten you. Perhaps one day you may embark on your own fateful journey. Klein immediately grasped the implication. Fate? So the Amber King is a title of some fate walker? He is the architect of the celestial wisdom star wall, the ether crystal barrier, and the gravitational source foundation, revered by his followers as the Amber King. Selrus intoned in a lyrical cadence. He, apart from the little son, the others present expressed their confusion regarding this third-person reference. He possesses another name, one more widely recognized, the guardian star god Clipper. Speaking of star gods necessitated an exploration of the concept of fate, observing the intrigued, perplexed, and curious expressions among the members of the Tarot Society. Selrus explained, the concept of fate currently lacks a definitive definition. Its essence remains a subject for further inquiry. Nonetheless, some posit that, at this stage, we can only describe it in the easily comprehensible form of a philosophical concept. It may be understood as a phenomenon. Previously, someone elucidated to me that it is a part of the imaginary number, a formal spiritual aggregate. Upon fulfilling certain conditions, this portion of imaginary number can be wholly occupied by an intelligent being. This being is referred to as a star god, and the energy it possesses is termed fate. The celestial deities wield the energies of destiny with unrestrained freedom, yet they remain irrevocably bound within its confines. Is that not directly quoted from Old Yang? What else could it be? If I were to voice my own thoughts, I would inevitably end up in a quarrel with your contrarian nature. In the Team S voice chat, Cyruiz engages in a verbal spar with Era. Indeed, unless I counter your points, I find myself overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. But wait, I could still argue. Do you believe everything Old Yang says is infallible? Do you presume that Miheu's narrative is beyond reproach? That's just pure fandom. Isn't it? Audrey raised her hand slightly. Jiaosho, why have we never heard of the celestial deities? The fact that she still remembered to address me as Jiaosho truly moved me to tears. A fine question, Justice. Cyruiz nodded in approval of Audrey's inquiry. Celestial deities seldom appear before the masses, and even those who might have witnessed their miraculous deeds would likely fail to recognize them as the handiwork of the celestial. Although the concept of celestial deities is relatively prevalent within the universe and beyond, our planet may be somewhat remote, causing a detachment from the cosmic realm. Which explains your ignorance. In truth, to my knowledge, the celestial deities made a singular appearance approximately 3 centuries ago, the pioneering celestial, Akivali, and the joyous celestial. Aha! Audrey inquired once more. So, how many celestial deities exist in total? Cyruiz cleared his throat. I am not privy to the identities of all the celestial deities, but I believe I know of around 18. He withheld further details, recalling that his own journey had not yet reached its conclusion upon his arrival in this realm. First, there is the pioneering celestial, Akivali, a cosmic vagabond traversing the myriad universes. He tirelessly explores the unknown, expanding the boundaries of the cosmos. The term vagabond derives from Roselle, thus being comprehensible to all except for Little Sun, who might deduce its meaning from the latter part. Among those who follow in the footsteps of the pioneering celestial, I am aware of two groups, the nameless guests and the notorious guests. The nameless guests, known as pioneers, are hailed as the great benefactors and the unfortunate souls of the universe. I have a friend among the nameless guests. Should you genuinely seek assistance and extend a legitimate request, even if the reward is merely a piece of candy, she will strive to aid you. Such altruism is truly commendable. Audrey, Derek, and Klein share this sentiment. Foolish yet undeniably good-hearted, much like Alger. They assert, the compass of fate marks three directions, the unknown, the known, and the unknowable. One may endure the unknown, yet must never succumb to the unknowable. Thus, their quest for exploration is relentless. They proclaim, the hands of the clock turn perpetually, much like your own aspirations that eternally reside ahead. Pioneering is without end. The destination of one's journey is solely determined by oneself. The essence of pioneering is to traverse the paths left untrodden by predecessors, venturing further into the expanse. How romantic, Audrey exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Not Leonard. Next, we encounter the deity of joy, who is known as the god of delight. It is said that his presence can be perceived anywhere. The joy he embodies transcends mere happiness and is far removed from the base pleasures akin to those of a witch. All things of significance are manifestations of joy. To experience happiness is joy, and to feel sorrow is equally joy. One can unearth joy amidst bliss, as well as perceive it within suffering. Ceres patted his chest, proclaiming that we, the masked fools, are the seekers of joy. Klein nodded inwardly, reflecting that the celestial sovereign of eternal bliss mentioned in Ceres' letter must indeed refer to this god of delight. Most who embark on the path of joy are inclined to seek amusement. Anything that brings us joy is worth pursuing. Many fail to comprehend our essence, deeming us madmen, fools, or jesters. Of course, I do not refer to you, dear fool. Klein nonchalantly nodded, indicating that it mattered not. Ceres continued, but what of it? Their misunderstanding of our nature is equally amusing. At this point, Ceres could not help but chuckle. The truth of the world is but a jest, and the ultimate significance of all existence resides in pure laughter. The universe may be cruel, yet joy can alleviate suffering, dilute sorrow, resist nihilism, and heal wounds. Laughter is the birthright of the wise, the singular answer. Some claim that in our quest for amusement, we wreak havoc wherever we go. We mock the self-righteous hero, the power-hungry monarch, the entangled lovers, and the scheming sage. All this is to stir the stagnant waters of life, igniting transformation, while the fools derive mockable joy from the chaos. Indeed, this is our nature. Ceres leaned in, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret, asserting that we can be found anywhere, for we are omnipresent. Just as the crowd was rapt with attention, Ceres suddenly raised his voice, but the audience was startled. Among us masked fools, those who are self-important and fail to bring joy to others, indulging only in their own pleasure, exist at the very lowest echelons. Ceres spoke with evident disdain. And should anyone dare to deceive us, Ceres paused, a clear mirth in his tone, that would be the most unattainable of pursuits. He shifted his posture. Moreover, meaningless things are also joy, for he believes that the absence of meaning is, in itself, a form of meaning. In the cosmos, there exists a group known as the mourning minstrels who traverse the path of joy while denying it and advocating for asceticism. Klein recalled the minstrels encountered during his cosmic simulations. Can you guess how the great god of delight responded to them? With oppression? Audrey inquired uncertainly. Incorrect. Ceres gestured broadly. The god of delight bestowed his power upon them. What? The collective disbelief echoed among the crowd, because they can embrace the denial of joy as their objective. They have discovered their purpose. Many exist in a state devoid of meaning, their spirits echoing the sorrow of Ceres. Nevertheless, the tone of Ceres once again grew resolute, proclaiming that the god of joy bestows upon them significance. He declared, "You may choose to believe in me, deny me, mock me, or even loathe me. Everything holds meaning. All is joy. If you can derive your own meaning from the denial of joy, then pursue it boldly, for the god of joy shall be your greatest ally." Within the beauty of tragedy, the god of joy can also witness the resplendent blossoms of joy. Chapter 67, On Destruction. The Hunt, the mournful performers are indeed a rather intriguing group. I once encountered a mournful performer whose tears only made me laugh harder until I too was weeping. Do you know what he did? Selrus glanced at Audrey, the finest comedic foil of the Tarot Society. Audrey instinctively shook her head. He offered me a tissue. With a smile, Selrus revealed the answer. The crowd sensed a hint of madness in Selrus's demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Resuming his original seated posture, Selrus addressed the assembly. As a wanderer of joy, I am intimately familiar with this path, thus I shall speak a bit more. I hope you can comprehend that this world is profoundly wretched, so vile it induces nausea, particularly in the Forsaken Realm where Mr. Sun resides. Derek stared at Selrus in bewilderment, accustomed yet still unable to suppress a nod. Selrus placed one hand over his heart and raised the other palm upward. Yet we seek amusement, gather joy, disseminate laughter, or perhaps become the joy ourselves. Selrus gazed into Derek's eyes. Remember, living earnestly is the greatest defiance against this wretched world. There exists but one form of heroism in this realm, and that is the clarity one gains upon perceiving the truth of existence. With a smile, Selrus, though shrouded in mist, remained unseen. He looked towards a mask that had appeared unbeknownst to him, winking his left eye in a gesture lost to all. Still, he cherished life. In his ears echoed applause and laughter that no one else could perceive. All right, Selrus clapped his hands. Let's discuss other destinies. Observing Selrus return to a semblance of normalcy, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, though Derek kept his head bowed, lips pursed, and eyes shut, lost in thought. The invisible mask drew near to Derek's face, emitting a silent mockery. Oh dear, are you truly crying? The god of destruction, Nanak, is a tempestuous entity. Believing the birth of the universe to be a blunder, and civilization a cancer quietly burgeoning among the vast stars, with discord being the sole language of sentient beings. In an effort to rectify such errors and erase the stains of the cosmos, Nanak became the embodiment of entropy. The light of destruction pierced through the clouds, transforming into a golden death. As the towering structure crumbles, people flee in haste, for the sun is about to set, heralding a fierce calamity. Many who follow him believe that to attain rebirth, one must first embrace annihilation. Take, for instance, the Antimatter Legion. They willingly offer their lives for the sake of destruction. Is this not a sign of sheer insanity? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Selrus continued, I once encountered a fire demon from the Oblivion Guild. Though you may not know what that is, consider him an extraordinary being. At that moment, he was on the brink of death. A mere step back would grant him a chance to survive. Yet he told me, destruction is a moment of grandeur. If one seeks to survive in cowardice, this life becomes unbearably long. You may struggle to comprehend his perspective, but that man transformed his dying body into a blazing fire, sacrificing himself for a noble cause. He was a resolute and valiant traveler of fate. Though his actions might be deemed villainous, even a rogue will deserve respect. Can destruction be interpreted in such a manner? Is this what Emperor Rosale meant by breaking before rebuilding? Murmured Alger. The demon suggested that perhaps we could embark on this journey of fate, though he himself may not be suited for it. Not again, my friend. Are you still picking at it? With boundless enmity and limitless pursuit, how much sorrow does the hunter endure? The arrow is drawn, golden eyes ablaze, as the imperial bow remains unyielding. Derek and the others may not comprehend these words, but Klein's eyes sparkled with understanding. Though he too could not grasp the meaning, it did not hinder him from feeling a sense of familiarity. The star-hunting god, known as the Celestial Gale, wanders endlessly between worlds, wielding light arrows to proclaim its decree, eradicating the undead scourge that once poisoned its homeland. Gale's pursuits are never measured by cost. Its acts of salvation and destruction are nearly indistinguishable. Among the factions pursuing Gale, none are more representative than the sea-roving rangers. Do not underestimate them based on their name alone. Although they call themselves sailors of the sea, they are neither pirates nor naval forces. Their domain is the cosmic ocean. Selrus raised his hand skyward. Each sea-roving ranger possesses their own sense of justice, hunting down evil and instilling fear in the hearts of cowards, pests, and oppressors throughout the universe. Audrey blinked. It seemed her family belonged to the oppressors. Outsiders perceive the sea-roving rangers as elusive, believing them to be disconnected from one another. I would argue that this is indeed the case. Yet, it is precisely this perception that gives rise to an unwritten rule. The shooting star of the hunt, a single bullet, a funerary offering, is a privilege bestowed only upon those who have accomplished great feats as sea-roving rangers. When its brilliance graces the cosmos, it signifies the fall of a giant star, a declaration that in this place, injustice still lingers, while I remain powerless. The trajectory of its descent will witness countless meteors streaking across the sky. The flames of the sea-roving rangers gathering. They arrive from all corners of the galaxy, unperturbed by the reasons, undeterred by the cost. For they are bound by a shared principle. The shooting star of the hunt never meets a peaceful end. It falls only in the longest of nights. Following its descent, down shall inévitablement arrive. Audrey inquired, is it truly possible to cover such vast distances in time? Absolutely. Ceres responded with an air of certainty, stating that the hunting shooting stars would aim for the past. For instance, if you were to witness a shooting star today and spent several days rushing towards it, you would arrive just in time to witness the bullet being fired. This exemplifies how the bullet holes of the hunt precede the trajectory of the bullets. Derek, somewhat bewildered, struggled to grasp the concept. Why not speak of the Amber King? Audrey covered her mouth in surprise, while Alger looked on in disbelief. Klein, meanwhile, pondered when the bullet he had once fired would make its appearance. Let us simply cast a vote. If you believe that establishing a threshold for comments is beneficial, please express your thoughts here. If you feel that such a threshold is unnecessary, share your opinion here as well. Lights are not visible in the back end. Chapter 68. Indeed, such powerful curiosities are certainly not limited to just two. When discussing the hunt, one cannot overlook the concept of abundance. As previously mentioned, the star god of the hunt preys upon the undying monstrosities that once ravaged their homeland. Ceres snapped his fingers and continued. Let the staff strike the earth, they proclaimed. Once, twice, tiny seedlings shall grow into towering giants, as the sweet rain falls from their branches, dispelling ailments and toxins. Derek's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as he contemplated. If not, there is no if. The Amber King has protected us, and we cannot betray him any longer. He is the epitome of selflessness and altruism among the star gods. He believes that all pleas are granted, and he is the nurturer of all beings. The deity of paradise, intent on ensuring that life flourishes and never fades. He never denies a wish and cannot bear to witness decline and suffering. They say, flowers bloom extravagantly, facing the inevitable decay. Birds spread their wings and sing, soaring toward the unavoidable fall. Why must all things perish? There must exist a remedy in the cosmos potent enough to cure the malady known as short-lived. Yet if that is the case, why does the hunt pursue him? In his innocence, Derek immediately inquired. Well, the truth is, this has little to do with the apothecary. As previously stated, the apothecary is a star god who responds to all requests. However, his followers are not, nor are the lives blessed by him. Under the influence of balance, abundance comes at a cost. Some long-lived beings, upon reaching a certain age, descend into madness. Others may resort to predation to prolong their own lives, seeking greater freedom. This results in some denizens of abundance being both brutal and difficult to slay, often referred to as the abominations of abundance. Ceres added, you may understand this as losing control. With that clarification, the Tarot congregation comprehended. Furthermore, there was the curiosity surrounding the Amber King. Derek immediately perked up, listening intently. He constructs walls from the boundaries of the universe, measured in light years. Klein surveyed the long table, noticing that everyone, except for the young son, seemed puzzled by the concept of light years. Very well, here comes Roselle again. Derek, still bewildered, asked, how long is a light year? Audrey, recognizing Derek's embarrassment, explained, a light year is a measure of distance, representing the distance light travels in 1 year. In summary, it is quite long. Derek attempted to envision the concept, yet found himself unable to do so. Indeed, others too would struggle to grasp what it means to construct walls measured in light years. Perhaps only those who have witnessed it firsthand, like Celrus, or those who lived during the epoch of the Great Network Explosion, such as Klein, might possess a clearer understanding. The essence of his notion is preservation, which, in its simplest form, conveys a literal meaning. To elaborate further, waiting, sacrifice, and protection are manifestations of the path of preservation. My encounters with those who embody this path have been scarce. However, the joyous star god has referred to the preservation star god as a fool. There's an adage that goes, knowledge is a heap of scrap metal, preservation is a fool, the hunter lacks a sense of humor, and destruction resembles a madman. The star gods are singularly focused, and Aha certainly feels a lack of dignity in such comparisons. Even Klein, who holds little reverence for deities, finds this perspective rather heretical, as if it could be disseminated and subsequently minced by fanatics. Yet, Klein soon noted that knowledge is indeed a heap of scrap metal, pondering whether this might imply the existence of a divine computer. However, he was reminded of Selrus' diary, which mentioned that Screwy Gum is a robot, leading Klein to feel that it is, in fact, quite plausible. Have you spoken too much? Is it overly verbose? Selrus mused internally, deciding to summarize for the time being. He then addressed the assembly. We have delved a bit too deeply here. Let us take the remaining concepts at face value. Immortality, void, knowledge, balance, gluttony, order, procreation, harmony, memory, mystery, purity, finality. When an individual's thoughts and actions align with a specific path, they may embark upon that journey. We collectively refer to these individuals as path walkers, which is what I previously described in the tarot sessions as an extraordinary avenue outside the realm of potions. Audrey inquired, why have we not heard of anyone embarking upon such a path? For instance, gluttony and memory. Shouldn't these paths be practiced by everyone, either actively or passively? Selrus replied, this is my personal understanding. Everyone, to some extent, has embarked upon a path. However, most individuals have not ventured far along it. Consequently, the energy they derive from their paths is rather meager. For example, with gluttony, perhaps after every meal, one feels a slight increase in strength, able to lift a weight marginally greater than before, perhaps by a minuscule fraction of a hair's weight. Audrey nodded thoughtfully. I see. Thank you. Following Selrus' statement, a period of silence enveloped the gray mist as everyone absorbed the newly acquired knowledge. Just as Klein hesitated to conclude the tarot meeting, perhaps sensing the atmosphere had grown too somber, Audrey once again broached the topic. Mr. Demon, the peculiar items I previously procured from you have indeed proven quite useful. Yet their quantity remains insufficient. Do you possess any more potent and enduring curiosities for sale? Selrus promptly responded, Indeed, my sister, I have some. Such formidable curiosities are not limited to merely 2. In total, there are 5. These are the finest curiosities I currently possess. Selrus sought Klein's approval and then manifested a rectangular strip of paper, adorned with a gradient of blue and pink hues. This is the Fool's Lottery. By infusing it with spiritual essence and subsequently tearing it asunder, it may be utilized. Upon activation, there exists a 70% probability of randomly acquiring an extraordinary ability of Sequence 6, lasting for 1 hour. There is a 30% chance of directly siphoning 90% of the spiritual essence from users of Sequence 5 or below. The allure of the lottery's effects immediately captivated everyone's attention, and Audrey indeed acknowledged her inner thoughts. Was it truly Mr. Demon whom she encountered back then? Out in the world, I sell each ticket for 999 gold pounds. Yet today here, I shall extend a generous benefit to my family. ISNT just 10 pounds? Audrey discerned the hidden profit, but refrained from disrupting the moment. Klein felt a sudden jolt. Why did these words sound so familiar? Meanwhile, little son was deeply moved, realizing that Mr. Demon referred to him as family, despite lacking gold pounds. The seasoned veteran, Alger, expressed his skepticism. Now, in this moment, under the witness of Mr. Fool, my product shall not be 999, nor 199, but merely 99, ready to be taken home instantly. Are you truly exploiting your family? To think you would offer such a discount for us. The simplicity of Derek's heart shone through, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. Alas, ipusas novopuns. Derek felt a pang of guilt. Selrus cast a glance at Audrey and added, Moreover, it is not in gold pounds, but in suller, which translates to 8.25 pounds per ticket. Selrus feigned a pained expression, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly presenting another concession. Thus, I shall subtract a 0 from my family, making it merely 8 pounds, just 8 pounds, under the witness of Mr. Fool. Do not pull on my tiger skin. Klein internally screamed like a groundhog. Chapter 69, Flying Vehicles and Knights. A mere 2 pounds off, which is simply the price of a pastry. No, for an ordinary family, £2 is quite significant. Audrey pondered quietly. This is preposterous. Could anyone genuinely believe such a claim? Alger pressed a hand to his temple. Turning to look, he saw Derek, eyes brimming with tears. Is there truly a pastry? Very well, perhaps his experiences are still lacking. Although Derek was unaware of what gold pounds entailed, he could grasp the leap from 999 to 8. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, unable to produce even a single gold pound. Derek lowered his gaze. This is excessive. Alger felt a flicker of a conscience he believed to be non-existent stirred within him. But what does this have to do with me? Alger cast aside the trivialities. Let go of the inconsequential. Mr. Demon, does not the peril associated with this curiosity seem excessively high? Alger was the first to initiate the bargaining, directly extracting 90% of the spiritual essence. If one cannot rest immediately, it could easily lead to a loss of control. Could it not? Indeed, Salaris acknowledged Alger's words. Yet the gray mist on the long table transformed into the appearance of a miraculous gel. If only you would utilize my miraculous gel, your probability of success would elevate to an astounding 100%. Even if you were to use 100 lottery tickets in one go, the outcome would remain unchanged. Merely 1/5 of it could bestow upon you approximately a day's worth of fortune. Salaris elaborated to the little son, then raised a finger aloft. Now, I shall continue to deliver benefits to my family. Dear ones, rest assured about the safety of the products. For these are absolutely reliable items from a century-old establishment that would never indulge in deceit. The Luen people do not deceive their own, nor do they mislead the citizens of Silver City. Presently, within this realm of Mr. Fool, for £5,000, I shall offer you 1 tube, 2 tubes, 3 tubes, indeed, a total of 5 tubes of miraculous gel, accompanied by 10 lottery tickets, exclusively for the family of the Tarot Society. Just £5,000, merely £5,000. Take it home directly. Were you just about to mention the live broadcast room? Surely, that is what you intended to say, is it not? Are you truly not a time traveler? Klein silently roared within. However, upon reflection, given that Salaris possessed a mobile phone, the existence of a live broadcast seemed quite normal. Mr. Demon, please do not lower the price any further. The little son, with a pang of conscience, could not help but interject. Not a worry. My purpose here today is to provide my family with a superior shopping experience. The £5,000 hangman, Alger, closed his eyes to calculate whether he could muster such a sum of cash aboard his vessel. Audrey perceived Alger's discomfort and inner turmoil, displaying admirable understanding by refraining from rushing into a purchase. She was nothing short of an angel. Klein, too, felt envious, yet questioned, "Can you swear to Mr. Fool that the effects will indeed be as you claim? After all, it is the salary of 5,041 years." Alger spoke with difficulty. Salaris raised 3 fingers. "I can swear to Mr. Fool. The effects will assuredly match my assertions." Alger inhaled deeply, exhaling forcefully. "You must tell me how you will deliver the goods, and I, in turn, how I will provide you with the payment. You are in Beakland, correct? Then simply have the money brought to my tavern. We have a branch in Beakland. Hand it to the tavern manager wearing the monocle, stating you require the proprietor's merchandise. Remember, it is the end of the World Tavern." Alger nodded with difficulty. "All right." Seeing no objections, Salaris continued. "The second item will be slightly more expensive. It is a rather large flying vehicle, equipped with formidable capabilities for land, sea, and air combat. Its value is £100,000. Upon hearing of its robust combat abilities, Alger's attention peaked. However, upon learning the price, he immediately deflated. The gray mist on the long table coalesced into a 2-masted sailing ship. Can a mere ship be called a flying vehicle? The crowd questioned in confusion. "I call it the Noah's Ark? Vimna? Hubrian? Raven's Call. What? It is indeed the celestial Raven's Call. Thus, it is undoubtedly a flying vehicle. It requires no ammunition. Each bombardment is akin to a warrior's full-force strike from Sequence 5, accompanied by the extraordinary effects of the Reaper. It can be reduced to the size of a clenched fist for convenient carrying, ready for deployment at any moment. Indeed, it operates flawlessly in the skies, beneath the earth, underwater, or while traversing land. It effortlessly withstands attacks from Sequence 5 and below, and possesses a self-repair mechanism, even when reduced to splintered fragments. It can be reassembled by merely stacking the pieces together by the next day," Ceres explained to the assembly. "Of course, if certain planks are missing, The restored volume shall be diminished. How many people can it accommodate? Although aware that he could not afford it, Alge couldn't refrain from inquiring. I've never tested it, but if we squeeze in, perhaps around 100, Ceres replied. Alge closed his eyes, avoiding the thought of how long it would take to save up the 100,000 pounds for that vessel. Ceres turned to Audrey, who smiled and shook her head. Not necessary. He then glanced at Derek, who, feeling embarrassed, admitted he had no equivalent to offer in exchange, nor could he deliver such an item. Finally, Ceres looked towards Klein. Klein smiled without uttering a word. Do I appear to be someone who can afford it? For deities, wealth is merely an external possession. That's quite true. What a pity. No one desires it, Ceres remarked to Alge. Mr. Hangman, I shall reserve it for you for at least a year. Alge, still with his eyes closed, nodded in response. Thank you. All right, on to the next. The mist transformed into a doll, a combat-ready automaton. Ceres gestured, indicating it was about the size of 2 palms. I call it the brown pig knight. Mr. Demon, where's the brown pig? Audrey inquired after observing it. There is no brown pig, only the knight, Ceres replied. The image of the coalesced mist magnified, revealing a knight clad in black military attire, wielding a handgun. It is incapable of attacking when targeting white objects, yet when faced with black ones, it can empty its magazine in half a second. The magazine capacity is 12 rounds, with destructive power equivalent to the air bullets fired by Sequence 7 Magician. When confronting black targets, the bullets have locking and tracking capabilities, ensuring precision. The effectiveness of the attack increases as the color of the targeted object darkens, reaching up to the power of Sequence 5 air bullets. It requires a spiritual recharge every 24 hours, and after firing, it necessitates recharging as well. The method of use is to point at the target and shout that in its presence. A negative effect arises if Highlanders are nearby and holding items, which may trigger the automaton to empty its magazine against them. Chapter 70. Magical Girl Audrey, this is merely a toy. Ceres quoted a price of 500 pounds. Mr. Demon, does this peculiar item prove effective against monsters lurking in the darkness? Derek suddenly inquired. I mean, they may not necessarily be black themselves, but they dwell in dark environments. Indeed, as long as it is black, the enhancement applies. If the night were to permeate the Forsaken Land, the Swine Knights might indeed be quite active. Derek opened his mouth, wishing to procure it. Yet he recalled that he possessed neither pounds nor the means to acquire such a peculiar artifact. Well, if you desire it, allow me to see how I might assist in delivering it to you, said Ceres to the little son. As for the cost, simply present something you deem equivalent in exchange. He was capable of entering the Forsaken Land. Everyone, aside from the dim-witted little son, immediately grasped the significance. Alger pondered silently. This was a place sought after by the 7 great churches, with so many demigods in pursuit. Could it truly be? Thank you ever so much. Derek expressed his gratitude. However, I may not be able to present an equivalent item in the near future. No matter, Ceres waved his hand dismissively. You may return it whenever you manage to procure something of equal value. Were it not for the suspicion that might arise from charging a fee, he would scarcely bother to accept payment. After all, what use would he have for something so utterly useless? Its extraordinary nature here merely lent it a modicum of collectible value. Suddenly, Derek realized, Mr. Demon, can you truly enter? Might you also escort us away? Ceres contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that it was indeed possible, yet deemed it unnecessary. That cannot be done, he lamented. While it would be no trouble to bring 1 or 2 individuals in and out, an entire city's worth of people must use the front entrance. So, the main entrance cannot be opened? Is it sealed or something else? Derek inquired anxiously. It is not so complicated. There is merely an angel guarding the door. Ceres replied with a smile. Derek's heart sank, an angel at the gate. Alger remained impassive, yet a tempest raged within him. He assessed the angel with a tone of casual indifference. No, if that were indeed the case, it must be referred to in reverence. I beg your pardon, Mr. Demon. If I may, I would also like to barter for some food from the outside world, Derek said, reassured that he could have the chief reimburse him for the purchase. O'Neill, is it you? The deity of reimbursement in ancient Greece. Food would inevitably be consumed, Mr. Sunday. We must devise a method to cultivate sustenance within the Forsaken Land. Ceres raised a finger. I possess a peculiar artifact. I suddenly have a foreboding sense of doom. I have a seed here that can grow a plant known as the Tree of Construction. The Tree of Construction? Klein felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had encountered it in the ancient texts of his previous life. He quietly closed his eyes, indulging in a brief, prophetic reverie. Ah, yes. The Tree of Construction was a sacred tree revered by the ancient ancestors. It is said to serve as a bridge between heaven and earth, and between humanity and the divine. Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, and other sovereigns traversed this sacred ladder between the mortal realm and the celestial court. Thus, is it indeed the same name? Do you intend to destroy the Forsaken Land? What if I simply prevent it from growing to its full potential? Oh, why the excessive chatter? Am I to falter? What a jest. In the internal voice of the Selrus team, Mr. Sun remarked. Selrus continues. The vitality of the Jinmu tree is remarkably resilient. It can thrive in various environments and encourages the flourishing of surrounding plants. Thus, I shall provide you with Jinmu seeds, along with some standard rice and wheat for you to experiment with planting together. Let us see if they can grow successfully. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Demon. Derek sincerely acknowledged with a nod. As for the price, I shall discuss it in person with your leaders when I arrive in Silver City. Selrus continued his sales pitch. I also possess an automatic cotton planting machine that operates tirelessly with mere offerings of fried chicken and watermelon. Is there no interest? Furthermore, I have the mud whip which accelerates striking speed against dark entities. I shall gift this to you, Mr. Sun, considering your substantial purchase for me. Thank you, Mr. Demon. Derek expressed his gratitude. Klein felt an impulse to cover his face, pondering whether the elder Selrus might have been a police officer in America before his journey here. Finally, Selrus turned his gaze towards Audrey, saying, speaking of which, this transaction was initially proposed by you, Miss Justice. In light of that, I have 3 final curiosities. I trust you will find at least one of them intriguing. I eagerly anticipated, Audrey replied, her eyes glistening with expectation. Behold this, the Changshu Arno hat. The mist transforms into a rounded top hat, which, when worn, grants formidable abilities to counter divination and prophecy, making it nearly impossible for angels to glimpse into your fate. However, a side effect is that one's cognitive and linguistic logic becomes muddled, resulting in a pointed head. How convoluted is this confusion? Audrey inquired. Well, it would be akin to the left brain proposing hypotheses while the right brain assaults the left, retaining the pointedness solely for thought, he explained. That seems excessively chaotic. Audrey remarked with a subtle smile, glancing at the others. Alger nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a potent counter-divination effect, even with its drawbacks, is still quite acceptable. However, I am certain I cannot afford it. He shook his head in refusal. Derek also declined the offer. Then let us examine this, Selrus said, as the mist morphed into a fairy wand, a transformation tool for magical girls. Surely, you must have read the magical girl-themed comics illustrated by Roselle during your childhood? All eyes turned to Audrey, as it was evident this was intended for her. What effects does it possess? Audrey, who once dreamed of becoming a magical girl in her youth, asked eagerly. The wand transformed into a pink, short dress. Naturally, the effect is that it will transform you into a magical girl upon use, sans concerns about exposure, as there is divine light beneath the dress, radiating with a brightness equivalent to that emitted by a level 5 holy ritual. Its design is also fluid, allowing it to change according to your whims. Audrey's interest was clearly piqued. Does it possess any further effects? There exists a classic form of cognitive concealment that, upon transformation, envelopes the face to ensure one's identity remains undisclosed. It also enables the wielder to perform flight magic, conjure barriers, invoke holy light, and employ healing spells, as well as launch magical projectiles, possessing a potency comparable to that of a light priest. Audrey's eyes sparkled with curiosity, captivated by the possibilities. The weaponry could morph into a spear, a greatsword, a heavy shield, a battle axe, a chainsaw sword, or even a cannon, and she would wield them with great proficiency. Is that correct? She inquired. That seems inaccurate, Mr. Demon. Such armaments hardly align with the essence of a magical girl. Do they? Audrey pondered if she might have misheard, or if this were merely a jest. Not at all, Miss Justice. Consider this. If you engage in ranged combat and your opponent gradually approaches, just when they are within reach, you could suddenly produce a chainsaw sword or press a cannon against their chest and fire. Picture that scenario. Audrey contemplated the implications, if that is the case. How much does it cost? The price is 10,000 pounds, Ceres replied. That is rather steep. Audrey hesitated, realizing it would require a significant portion of her allowance, which she couldn't readily afford. Should you choose to purchase, I shall also offer you this extraordinary item. Though extraordinary may be an understatement, it is indeed a remarkable creature. The mist coalesced into a magnificent steed, a small white horse imbued with sunlight and rainbows, possessing the singular ability to fly. It had no wings, yet could gallop through the air, leaving trails of rainbow in its wake. This was its innate gift, and one could also provide it with magical potions. Determined, Audrey resolved to gather the necessary funds. No problem. There was no time to mourn for Nigo. The next to arrive on the battlefield was the magical girl Audrey. The examinations would conclude tomorrow, allowing for some extra time to prepare, with a launch around the 20th. Let me consider. Perhaps a popular character could boost the ratings before the release. Who might that be? Chapter 71. A necessary sacrifice in the Forsaken Land, Moon City. There lay a barrier composed of mist, guarded by the citizens of Moon City for generations. Fujimaru Ritsuka squatted before this barrier, fiddling with her card pool. Clad in her white Chaldea attire, designed from magical garments, it was, of course, self-cleaning. With a pop, a bottle of mineral water and a round object sprang forth from the card pool. Fujimaru unscrewed the cap and took a sip, gazing at the card pool with frustration. She lacked the surplus magical energy to coalesce holy crystals. This world was devoid of ley lines and grand sources. Theoretically, a grand source is the life force of a planet, something that should be inherent to every celestial body. Yet this planet's vitality was tainted and chaotic, rendering it nearly impossible to harness, even as magic. Surrounding her, the natural energies were imbued with an essence of secrecy, ferocity, and decay, rendering this half-hearted magician unable to channel them effectively. After much effort over the past few days, she had managed to draw a single item, only to find it was a bottle of mineral water. Although previously the accumulation of magical power had proven equally challenging, there was an inexplicable reason that drawing a mask allowed her to assist the residents of Moon City in completing tasks, thus earning sacred crystals. However, having exhausted all available tasks, recently left her feeling somewhat aimless. With a sigh, Fujimaru Ritsuka tilted her head back and drained the contents of the bottle. Subsequently, she gazed thoughtfully at the empty vessel. Once filled with water, it had suffered the indignity of being ruthlessly plundered by shameless humans, who had taken away its most cherished possession. Indeed, the water had been stolen, leaving the once prized mineral water bottle now rendered as refuse. But is it truly mere trash? Yes, it is indeed just garbage. No, that is not correct. It is not. Transforming back into her childlike form, Ritsuka replaced the cap, grasping the neck of the bottle. Holding it upside down, she then began to tap the bottle against her forehead in rapid succession, producing a rhythmic, thudding sound. The soft plastic posed no harm to her, yet the sensation and sound were remarkably cathartic. How delightful, she mused, for it is human nature to engage in whimsical antics. As she played, she began to examine the round object, which resembled a doorknob. This is a doorknob, a universal doorknob. When affixed to a wall, it transforms the barrier into a door. With her miniature legs, she eagerly approached the barrier she had been studying for several days. With a determined effort, she secured the doorknob to the misty barrier, eagerly anticipating a moment of wonder. A twist, a pull. The door cannot be opened from this side. Huh? She tugged with increased vigor. The door cannot be opened from this side. Fujimaru Ritsuka leaned forward, pressing her ear against the fog. She had previously attempted this, and heard whispers in Chinese, invoking the name of a celestial deity. Curious about any changes, she listened intently and discerned voices within, men, women, the elderly, and children, all chanting an unknown incantation in unison. The area ahead shall be explored another time. Oh my goodness. Ritsuka gripped the doorknob tightly, lifting her feet off the ground to press against the fog, attempting to force it open. Crack. Thud. The first sound signified the doorknob being yanked from its place, while the second marked her fall to the ground. Rising from her tumble, she stared blankly at the mist. As she closed her eyes, an overwhelming sense of reluctance filled her gaze. With a trembling voice, she inquired, "Although it may seem cruel, do you truly wish to become a genuine hero?" Beside Gadako, the seemingly empty space manifested the figure of Siyu Chulin, clad in a blue bodysuit and silver armor. emerging from his ethereal state. With lifeless eyes and a hint of exasperation, he replied, "Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I shall offer my support." As a hero of historical renown, his warrior instincts warned him against appearing. Yet his pride as a hero forbade him from retreating like a coward. Gadako nodded with difficulty and called out once more, "Chun Gong." "I am here," came the reply, as Chun Gong, adorned in a white hanfu, materialized behind Gadako. "Hey, this isn't right," Siyu Chulin protested, as if realizing something. Gadako raised her right hand and, with a somewhat mischievous smile, uttered a mysterious phrase from her homeland. "Mr. Siyu Chulin, I trust you wouldn't wish for me to employ a command seal." Immediately, her demeanor shifted to one of sorrowful compassion. Covering her heart with one hand, she lamented, "This is exceedingly cruel, yet it is an unavoidable circumstance. We must attempt this, as I have no other recourse." Chun Gong attempted to place a hand on Gadako's shoulder, but given her diminutive stature in this state, he could only manage to rest 2 fingers upon her. "You need not blame yourself. You know, this is a necessary sacrifice." "Indeed, it is a necessary sacrifice," Gadako replied, nodding sadly, tears as large as her eyes cascading down her cheeks. Siyu Chulin, undeterred, sought to advocate for himself. "What about red hair? Why not summon red hair?" Chun Gong glanced at the now appearing red hair. "Ah, red hair is here as well." Red hair retorted, "I am the valiant General El Bu." Chun Gong chuckled, choosing not to engage in futile argumentation. Gadako swiftly retracted the tears she had just summoned, adopting a cold expression as she regarded Siyu Chulin and commanded Chun Gong. "End him." Chun Gong stepped forward, pressing Siyu Chulin against the mist, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. "The moment has come. It is time for the horns of the dilemma. This is a painful choice. Do you understand?" Stepping back to a safe distance, Chun Gong invoked his noble phantasm, the horns of the dilemma. The effect of this noble phantasm was to enact a necessary sacrifice in exchange for immense damage. Chun Gong raised his thumb. "Killer Queen, first bomb." With a press of his thumb, a resounding explosion echoed. "Kuchulaina!" Gadako cried out, extending her hand, leaving behind her tears. Siyu Chulin's lifeless gaze transformed into golden light, dissipating into the ether. The mist quaked, roiling and boiling, revealing cracks upon its surface. Yet ultimately, it did not shatter. The cracks quickly mended. "Ah, it seems this is still insufficient. It appears we require more Siyu Chulins." Gouda Z rose from the ground, brushed off his hands, and climbed onto the back of the red hair. "Let us return. I am quite famished." The red hair whinnied, carrying Gouda Z towards the Moon City. Each time he completed a segment about Xing or Gouda Z, he found himself in an unexpectedly euphoric state. The editor mentioned that it would likely be available by next Friday. It seems that what began as a whimsical endeavor has evolved into quite an extensive narrative. Let us all await with anticipation. Chapter 72. Selris enters the Forsaken Land in the Giant King's court. At the entrance to the Forsaken Land, Selris, with a mask adorning the side of his face, serenely sang as he passed through the grand gates, treading upon the clouds that kissed the horizon. He bid farewell to Talikia. A cup of coarse wine was poured out for his beloved Belia. Gazing at the budding irises, he longed for Gaia Dana, and with a stroke upon rice paper, he immortalized his eternal light, Tiga. He traversed through obstacles, triggering no traps, nor drawing the attention of the dark angel, Sazriel. As he passed through the slumbering palace of Sazriel, he exited the Giant King's court and stepped into the depths of the pitch-black Forsaken Land. Once he departed from the afternoon town, the night enveloped him instantly. Wow! Sensing the attempt to cloak him in darkness, Selris found it amusing. He slowly extended the 5 fingers of his left hand, observing them as they were shrouded in obscurity, one by one, beginning with the pinky, and then emerging from the veil of secrecy. Ah! He chuckled softly, lifting his head and pointing his left index finger toward the sky, uttering Leodro. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting his outstretched finger. Retracting his finger, he noticed wisps of white smoke rising from the tip. Such power would hardly impede the growth of the Yggdrasil. Initially, he had considered temporarily utilizing the powers of obscurity, calamity, and corruption to slow the growth of Yggdrasil after planting it, but it seemed that would not suffice. It appeared he would have to devise his own means, which was indeed troublesome. Where's the little sun? Let me search for it. Selris's perception swiftly expanded, instantaneously enveloping the entire Forsaken Land. His awareness pinpointed the son, Dalek, whose essence he had memorized at the tarot assembly. Found it, him? Are there others accompanying him? He locked eyes with a distant blocky figure. Hi. The figure produced a mask and waved in greeting. Although Celrus was uncertain of the origin of this evidently mismatched entity, he found it quite entertaining. Setting aside thoughts of the little son, Celrus stepped forward and instantly appeared before Gouda Z. Greetings, newcomer. Celrus smiled and returned Gouda Z's salutation from atop the steed. Newcomer? Gouda Z held the mask, which had similarly shrunk as she transformed into her Gouda Z form. Is it because of this? Celrus, feeling familiar, patted the back of the steed. Indeed. And your mount is rather unique. Does it have a name? How about Storm? The red hair asserted its identity. I am General Elbu. Celrus pondered for half a second. Ah, so it is Type Moon. Then you must be Fujimaru Tachika. Upon hearing someone call out her name, Gadako proudly puffed out her chest. Indeed, I am the illustrious Fujimaru Ritsuka. Regrettably, she had matters to attend to. Celrus pulled out her phone. Do you have a phone? Let's be friends. Yes, yes. Gadako nodded eagerly, producing a phone similar in size to her current form. A reward from her card draws. After they exchanged friend requests, Celrus inquired, Is Mash not accompanying you? Little Eggplant has been stewed and eaten. Gadako began to ramble nonsensically. What a waste. Celrus responded, connecting with Gadako's thoughts. If you plant in the soil, won't more eggplants grow after some time? Gadako exclaimed in shock. That would mean I've suffered a great loss. Indeed, how had she not thought of that? If only she had known sooner. She could have had a whole brood of little eggplants by now. That way, she could enjoy a different one each day. Once consumed, it would indeed be too late. Celrus suggested, how about making do with the dangerous Beast Lancelot? Yeah, Gadako recalled momentarily, then suddenly covered her eyes. Oh no, don't remind me. My eyes, they might go blind. Subsequently, she leaned down to embrace the neck of the red hair. Please purify the evil spirits from my mind. I can't do that, the red hair replied. After taking out a photo of Mash, Gadako squinted her eyes slightly. Let us end our conversation here. I'm off to have a meal. Remembering that Celrus had mentioned having business to attend to, Gadako was the first to suggest leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Celrus bid farewell. Even as the red hair departed, Celrus could still faintly hear Gadako's voice. Let's go watch a movie later, just the one featuring Mash and me. Upon leaving the Tarot Association, Derek first prayed to the Fool as instructed. The Fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious sovereign above the fog. The king of yellow and black who governs fortune. His voice was barely above a whisper, hoping to evade his family's notice. He had already drawn the attention of a hidden entity, and despite the Fool's benign appearance, he wished to keep his parents uninvolved. No response came. The Fool had read his message, but did not reply. Derek rose from his bed, opened the door, and hurried to the round tower to report to the chief. I apologize, dear Fool, but this is merely the chief's task. The master of the traders welcomed the organization's first trader. Thus, the demon will bring seeds to the Forsaken Land. Colin paused, digesting the term Forsaken Land, and would also find a way to assist us in cultivation. Indeed, my lord, Derek affirmed. The demon mentioned discussing the specific cost with you in person. Colin exhaled a sigh of resignation. If he can truly enter, that would be splendid. In that case, we shall also cover the expenses for the sealing item. Equivalent. Let us take 2 of the extraordinary sequences we possess. Not a sealed object, but a wondrous artifact. Derek corrected. The gentleman of the abyss stated that a wondrous artifact is an extraordinary item devoid of extraordinary properties. Devoid. So, it is he a wayfarer? Although phrased as a question, Colin's tone was decidedly assured. Indeed. All right. The gentleman of the abyss also spoke of intelligence regarding the way. Derek had been preoccupied with reporting on the matter of sustenance, and had yet to relay the information concerning the way. Subsequently, Derek recounted the details regarding the way to Colin. Overall, it aligned closely with what Colin was already aware of. However, as Colin was only familiar with the preservation way, this intelligence enriched his understanding of the other paths HM. Therefore, that seed is likely a wondrous artifact of the abundance or breeding path. I wonder what it truly is. Colin pondered the critical question. It is thus. A seed the size of a thumb was presented before Colin. The abundance path. Colin picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. After a few examinations, he deemed it satisfactory. Can a person of the joyous path be trusted? That remains uncertain, for there are indeed many rogues among the masked fools. HM. Colin contemplated deeply. Amber light, illuminated from his hand, penetrating the rather lackadaisical, psychological concealment laid by Sorellis. "Are you that gentleman of the abyss?" Colin, breaking free from the influence, instinctively took a step back. "Call me Sorellis," came the amiable response from Sorellis. Chapter 73. Derek aspires to become a farmer. Allow me to introduce myself. Sorellis extended a hand. "I am Sorellis Bruce, a masked fool. As the ancient sun god also hails from the bygone era, I am a researcher from Russia. Thus, Silver City shares the custom of handshake. I am Colin Ilyav, the chief of the 6-member council of Silver City." Colin bent slightly, grasping Sorellis's hand in return. Upon releasing their hands, Sorellis dispelled the psychological concealment, presenting the brown pig knight and the mud whip to Derek. "Here, this is your parcel." Only then did Derek come to his senses, looking down to receive the items handed to him. "You are the gentleman of the abyss?" "Indeed, it is I." Sorellis squeezed Derek's robust forearm. "Just call me Sorellis." Derek glanced at the chief, and upon receiving a nod of approval, began conversing with Sorellis. "Mr. Sorellis, I truly appreciate your assistance." Derek held the doll that appeared slightly diminutive and the whip that seemed a tad short for him. Suddenly, the expression on the doll's face became animated, extending a hand to snatch the mud whip, which swiftly resized to a suitable form in its grasp. It raised the whip high, emitting a grand war cry. "Oh!" Sorellis's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly reacted, knowing that Aham must have meddled with something. After all, this was his creation. A mental scan revealed to Sorellis what transformation the doll had undergone. With a smile, Sorellis explained to Derek that wielding a mud whip in the hands of a brown pig knight would yield extraordinary effects. Moreover, the pervasive darkness in this place seemed to incite a heightened state of excitement within it. Sorellis, still smiling, attempted to justify Ahas's antics, perhaps due to some unforeseen error. It currently appeared to possess its own consciousness and could actively absorb external energy to restore its spirit. In simpler terms, it could now be regarded as an extraordinary being. This was not aligned with our previous agreement. Hence, I shall not charge you for it. Of course, if you find it unsatisfactory, I can make alternative arrangements. The brown pig knight perched on Derek's hand and patted his palm reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, brother. I shall not allow the dark demons to harm you. All darkness will ultimately face justice." Derek, uncertain, turned once more to Colin. "What should we feed this extraordinary being?" Colin inquired of Sorellis. Before Sorellis could respond, the brown pig knight spoke up. "I can hunt for myself. I can sense the presence of dark demons nearby." Sorellis nodded in agreement. Colin pondered in silence for a moment. A nearly rank 5 extraordinary being that could even consume potions was a rare find. The only issue at hand was loyalty. Colin made his decision. What shall we call him? Does he have a name of his own? Observing the brown pig knight's human-like appearance, Colin opted to refer to him with the pronoun he. "You may call me Charles," the knight declared, bestowing upon himself a name. "Derek, please escort Mr. Charles to rest. I still need to discuss matters regarding provisions with Mr. Sorellis." "Yes, Chief," Derek replied, performing a gesture of courtesy befitting Silver City before bowing slightly to Sorellis. "Farewell, Mr. Sorellis. Goodbye." Upon returning home, Derek placed Charles on the table. "Mr. Charles, this is my room. I hope it meets your approval. How could I find fault?" Charles replied, comfortably settling on the table. Derek attempted to converse with Charles. "I heard that you cannot attack white objects. Is there a way to overcome this limitation?" Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable," Charles responded, pulling a pair of small sunglasses from his pocket. "One must know how to be flexible. Is that truly feasible? And what about the issue of bullets? I recall that your bullets require the consumption of spirit." Derek dragged over a chair, sitting down to chat with Charles. Charles raised an eyebrow. "Since I have come to life, the energy consumed must be my own fate's essence." He drew out a handgun, spinning his finger around the trigger twice. "I am now a pathwalker of the hunt. None can escape my pursuit." "Why do you refer to them as not?" Derek inquired curiously. Charles and Derek Cobb. To elaborate, the black monsters are not what one might think. The Great Father once stated that these beings are humanoid black creatures. They once coexisted with humans and were mistakenly perceived as humans due to their similar appearance. However, their intelligence is merely half that of humans. They are lethargic, violent, and depraved, carrying dreadful viruses and emanating a foul stench that poses a grave threat to human society. They are not human. They are subhuman. For a prolonged period, They served as automatic cotton-picking machines. Alas, they have now transformed into black demons, beginning to endanger society. But do not fear, dear children. I shall protect you. Although the monsters are not what one might think, here they can be. Despite not fully grasping the message, Derek understood Charles's intent to safeguard him, for which he felt immense gratitude. Charles reflected with deep emotion, "The white is too weak. The weak can only weep in silence. Thus, I shall expel these beings from this world, leaving none behind." Charles raised his whip high. "Tatakai, tataki." The farmer says so. Although confused, Derek was nonetheless moved by the solemn atmosphere, and similarly raised his right hand. "Farmer Tatakai." Charles climbed up from the table. "Excellent. You possess great spirit. I can feel your resolve. Surely, there's a training ground here. Allow me to impart my ultimate skills. Indeed, I shall lead you there at once." Upon hearing that Charles would teach him his ultimate skills, Derek felt a surge of appreciation. Charles leapt into the air, landing on Derek's shoulder. An astonishing display of agility for his size. "Let's set forth, Derek," Charles proclaimed, as the saying goes. "With the left hand a revolver and the right hand a whip. In the plantation, I am the deity. I shall teach you my ultimate skill. 30 lashes per second. 30 lashes per second." Derek was astounded. What a spectacle it would be if applied in battle. Indeed, 30 lashes per second would send those beings back to the plantation. "Mr. Charles, what does it mean to send them back to the plantation?" "It means transforming them into machines capable of producing crops." Derek was left in awe. "That is truly remarkable. I must ensure that all monsters return to the plantation." "Excellent, my brother. Strive to become the farmer." "I shall undoubtedly become the farmer." Derek's gaze was resolute. Derek addressed Charles. "Teacher Charles, I aspire to be the strongest farmer." "Very well. Then go and transform this imperfect world into the one you envision." Chapter 74. The enchanting spell. Colin, holding a torch, led Selrus to a clearing outside the city. "This shall suffice." Selrus glanced back. "Is it truly this far from Silver City?" Colin chuckled. "I must always consider the citizens of Silver City. It would be troublesome to make daily trips." As Selrus spoke, he kicked a hole in the ground, placed the seed of the building tree within, and filled the earth back in. "Is it truly possible for this plant, known as Jianmu, to thrive in our region?" Colin inquired, his uncertainty palpable. No sooner had his words faded than a sapling abruptly emerged from the soil. With a swift motion, Ceres launched a pale blue arrow, pinning the sapling firmly to the ground. "See, it can grow," Ceres declared, gesturing toward the arrow. Following this, he scattered some violet powder around the arrow, encircling it. With a mere flick of his finger, an amber-hued shield enveloped the Jianmu. Colin raised an eyebrow, contemplating its protection. Ultimately, an ethereal mist shrouded it, causing its form to gradually dim and vanish, leaving behind only a wisp of fog. "Well, although it may not be confined for long by the time it matures, you should be ready to depart as well," Ceres remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, despite having done nothing at all. "Mr. Ceres, are you implying that we can leave this place?" Colin seized upon the essence of Ceres' words. "Can I regard this as a prophecy?" Ceres gazed up, meeting Colin's gaze. "No, it is a blessing." "Then I thank you," Colin replied with a smile. "By the way, what are your thoughts on that boy, Derek?" Colin shifted the topic. "Derek," Ceres mused absent-mindedly as he scattered wheat seeds around the mist, "is quite an innocent child. He must be surrounded by kind-hearted individuals. Otherwise, such a temperament could not be nurtured." Colin felt a swell of pride. "Although our living conditions may not rival those of the outside world, I am confident that all in Silver City are good people." "That is indeed commendable," Ceres chuckled softly. Ceres elaborated on the planting process. Under normal circumstances, it may take about a month for growth, with watering every couple of days. Accelerating the growth with spiritual energy or destiny power may diminish the quality, but hastens the process. "That is of no concern. Our immediate need for quality is minimal," Colin responded. "Then let us proceed with the demonstration." With that, Ceres infused a portion of spiritual energy into the seeds, the most prosperous being that of destiny power, followed by the energies of herbalists and cultivators. If those were unavailable, gentler forms of destiny power or spiritual energy would suffice. The wheat sprouted rapidly, progressing through germination, tillering, elongation, heading, flowering, grain filling, and maturation, all within mere minutes. "Will there be any contamination?" Colin sought reassurance once more, fully aware of the dire environmental conditions in the godforsaken land. The air and soil were rife with pollution. Could food grown in such an environment truly be safe to consume? Oh, rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Ceres replied. Colin wanted to retort that his heart did not reside in his abdomen, yet he felt the moment was inappropriate. Very well, he conceded, planning to conduct assessments and divinations upon his return and to enlist several volunteers for a trial period. The two then made their way back to the entrance of Silver City. Mr. Cyruiz, since this is your first visit here, allow me to guide you through the Silver City. Very well, Cyruiz replied, as he leaned against the wall beside the main entrance where a domain anchor was placed. What is this? Colin inquired. This is a domain anchor. Nameless guests can utilize it for transportation, Cyruiz explained. Can it connect to the outside world? Colin asked further. Indeed. Would you like to give it a try? Cyruiz suggested, encouraging Colin to attempt it. Colin stepped forward, seeking to establish a connection with the domain anchor. He could sense the intricate network within, yet could only perceive a singular point within this web, which was the anchor before him. You must first travel to other locations and interact with their anchors before you can transport yourself, he noted. Colin nodded, saying nothing more. Simply being able to access food from the outside world was a stroke of good fortune, and he dared not wish for more. Here, even clean food had become a luxury. Colin escorted Cyruiz through the Silver City, and soon they arrived at the training grounds. From a distance, the sounds of warriors training could be heard, particularly the crack of whips and the sharp breaths of Derek. Upon entering, they saw Charles instructing Derek on how to strike a wooden post. Engage your waist to drive your arms, and let your arms guide your wrists. Ultimately, the power must come from your wrists. Remember, the key is in the wrists. Yes, Master Charles, Derek replied. Let the sound resonate. Shout it out loud. Yes, Derek echoed, synchronizing his vocalizations with the rhythm of the whip. That. This was Charles's peculiar incantation for him, the meaning of which eluded Derek. Yet, curiously, while using this incantation, both his speed and strength in whipping indeed improved. How wonderful! He was determined to become the finest farmer, to transform this imperfect world into the one he envisioned. The surrounding warriors of Silver City, witnessing Derek's fervor and enchanted by this mystical chant, seemed to be imbued with an inexplicable strength, spontaneously increasing their training intensity. Upon noticing the chief's arrival, Derek immediately ceased his training and saluted. Colin gestured for him to disregard his presence. Derek, what are you training for? Colin inquired. Reporting to the chief, I am mastering the art of whipping. I aspire to be the best farmer, Derek declared with conviction. A farmer? Colin asked, puzzled. It is a profession that transforms monsters into productivity. Colin nodded, glancing at the enthusiastic individuals around him. I see. Such a remarkable profession exists. Very well. Continue your training. Yes, Your Excellency, Derek responded. Cyruiz lifted himself off the ground and placed a hand on Derek's shoulder. Excellent. But remember, when presented with opportunities for choice, do not allow yourself to harbor regrets. I will remember, Mr. Cyruiz, Derek affirmed, understanding the weight of the words. Chapter 75. Klein, come on, Captain. Do not pity me for being a delicate flower. On Tuesday evening, after a long day, Klein fell into a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. It was meant to be a night for entering the simulated universe, yet he found himself absent from the technologically infused room. Awakening in a daze, amidst fragmented dreams, Klein suddenly became aware that he was seated in his living room, holding a copy of the Tianjin Honest Man's newspaper. Someone had infiltrated his dreams. This sensation was vastly different from that of entering the simulated universe. Initially taken aback, he soon glanced towards the window, guided by his intuitive spirit, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. With a creak, the door swung open, and Dunn, clad in a black overcoat that reached his knees, entered, holding a cane and a pipe, moving with measured steps. He still wore his half-height black top hat, and his deep gray eyes retained their enigmatic allure. Dunn settled into the single armchair in the living room, leisurely crossing his right leg over his left. A crooked smile broke across Klein's face. Dunn, I did not expect you to uncover my identity as the leader of a clandestine organization. It seems I can no longer keep you around. Bold Dunn, I have long known of your distrust. Behold my formidable prowess. Dunn placed his cane aside, removed his hat, and leaned back, gazing quietly at Klein, whose lips curled up in a manner reminiscent of the Nike logo, recalling the last instance when the captain had pilfered his dream dinner. Klein found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. To avoid revealing his awareness of the dream state, he glanced at Dunn before feigning indifference and returning to the newspaper. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5, and he finally looked up to find Dunn still gazing at him with that contemplative demeanor. 5 minutes turned to 10, then 15. As Klein flipped through the pages of the newspaper repeatedly while stealing sidelong glances at Dunn, who remained quietly observant. It was well known, albeit unbeknownst to Klein, that deities could influence their followers, much like how the Storm Church predominantly favored males. The Night Church, associated with the goddess of night, particularly favored those of British descent, with an unusually high rate of followers, especially within the realm of nightmares to which the goddess belonged. As he locked eyes with Dunn's profound gray gaze, a realization dawned upon Klein. Could it be? Oh no! A warning bell rang in his mind. How foolish of me. I had only considered Leonard, a follower from our team, as a target of affection, unaware of the captain's own sentiments. Yet, he is not a mere boy, nor is he a priest. So it is no wonder the captain has yet to confess to Ms. Daly. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. After all, his allure is simply too potent. This is his burden, one he must bear alone. However, it matters not. All of this is merely to assist the captain in digesting the potion. Come now, captain. Do not feel pity for me simply because I am a delicate flower. I shall not divulge this to Miss Daly. Observing Klein's self-sacrificial demeanor, Dunn remained unmoved. Captain, your demeanor puts me at unease, Klein remarked, fidgeting slightly. He folded the newspaper neatly and set it aside, offering a smile and a nod to Dunn before heading to the kitchen to fetch a cloth, ostentatiously pretending to wipe down the dining table and coffee table. Alas, his hand trembled, and the cloth fell to the floor, prompting him to bend down to retrieve it. A miscalculation. Klein quickly turned back, feigning nonchalance. In the midst of that silent, unwavering gaze, Klein polished the furniture and tidied the room, exhausted beyond measure in his dreams. Yet, what weighed most heavily on his heart was the quiet presence of Dunn Smith, who seemed to watch him with contemplative intensity. I shall forever observe you. Time slipped away, and eventually, he witnessed the captain lower his right leg, rise to his feet, grasp his walking stick, don his hat, and stride toward the door. Klein held his breath. Watching Dunn depart from his home, he could not help but raise his right hand, waving in a gesture of farewell. Dear sir, do visit again soon. Once everything returned to normal, Klein exhaled deeply. Although he had not truly engaged in menial labor, the night spent toiling in his dreams had left him utterly drained. That was truly a nightmare, he thought, tears unshed. Why must the oxen labor even in dreams? Could it be that Captain Dunn is the reincarnation of a capitalist? Klein collapsed onto the sofa, seeking a moment's respite, only to find his surroundings suddenly distorting and shifting. He was transported into the simulated universe. Ah, here we go again. Chapter 76, A New Journey into the Simulated Universe. Klein let out a heavy sigh. Very well, very well. I am but a beast of burden. Is that enough? Truly, there is no respite to be had. Yet, despite his words, upon entering the simulated universe, his fatigue dissipated entirely. Shaking his head, Klein, now quite familiar with the simulated universe, stepped directly into the portal as if returning home. The familiar sensation of distortion enveloped him, and Klein found himself standing upon a desolate expanse. The ground was composed of red rock, devoid of flora. An eerie silence prevailed, with no sounds of wildlife to be heard. Klein strolled through this desolation, his steps leisurely, and could not resist a yawn. After walking for some time, he stumbled upon a sculpture. Amidst the red rock, he discovered a small statue of a white stone head, standing upright, perfectly sized to fit in the palm of one's hand. Klein approached and crouched down to read the inscription on the stone pedestal, which bore the name of the pharmacist. Klein recognized this as the true name of the god of abundance. Gazing at the sculpture, he felt a sudden blur in his vision. An impulse surged within him, prompting him to reach out and grasp the statue. He felt the sculpture in his hands transform into a bird, its longevity manifesting in a tangible form, expanding, and then an ochre liquid began to flow through his fingers. May the desires of all sentient beings be met through torment, healing, and mutual coexistence. The grand incantation reverberated in Klein's ears, compelling him to follow along. May the desires of all sentient beings be met through torment, healing, and mutual coexistence. Klein sensed a transformation within his body. He seemed to become a tree, a towering giant reaching towards the heavens, with birds perched upon his branches. This was immortality. This nameless tree could endure far longer than humanity itself. Yet, trees too eventually wither. Not enough, still insufficient. He then morphed into a stone, which could exist far longer than any tree. Still, not enough, still insufficient. Abundant immortality. The stone began to sprout flesh, to grow flesh buds, and faces began to emerge. What was this? Did cherished things grow flesh in a frenzy? In the haze of Klein's consciousness, he instinctively questioned, what is immortality? What is abundance? Klein, in a daze, began to ponder. In many cinematic narratives, the deity of life invariably favors countless hairless monkeys. But is this truly abundance, or merely humanity's one-sided yearning? The desolate land, with Klein at its center, began to sprout vegetation. Grasses emerged from the earth, growing into towering giants. Creatures adorned with plants appeared out of thin air. Abundance manifests in animals, in plants, and in microorganisms. This is true immortality. This is genuine abundance. The flourishing of bacteria is also prosperity. The grandeur of viruses is indeed grand. The plants began to wilt, yet they did not perish. The animals began to decay, yet they still thrived. This is abundance, a blessing known as immortality. Klein awoke, confronted once more by the barren land. You have gained a new understanding of abundance, receiving the blessing of abundant beings. One heart of the Dharma. When offering or receiving healing, it will radiate outward. Klein shook his head, striving to clear his muddled thoughts. This was not the first time he had encountered such phenomena. He occasionally stumbled upon these jolting events. Each time, he emerged with a fresh understanding of fate, just as he did now. It was time for this episode to conclude, he thought, as he took a step forward. The surrounding environment shifted, transporting him to an opulent library. He raised his gaze to behold numerous galaxies, swirling like cosmic sludge, slowly flowing. Stars hovered, shifted, twinkled, and drifted. Yet, an unknown mist enveloped them, obscuring clarity. In the very center of the library stood an ancient staircase, its weathered steps spiraling upwards into the heavens, with no discernible end. Klein ascended the staircase, spiraling upward. After only a few steps, he reached the rooftop. He turned back to behold an unfathomable abyss beneath him, with no end in sight. He stepped away from the staircase, remaining within the confines of the library. A thin veil of white mist floated around him, reminiscent of clouds, while the books on the shelves twinkled like stars. He had been deceived. What he had perceived from below was not the celestial expanse, but a fabricated and illusory galaxy. Klein casually picked a book from the shelf, yet the words inscribed upon it eluded his comprehension. Hello, a voice called out to Klein. He turned to see a young man clad in scholarly attire, who had appeared behind him without his notice. Greetings, Klein nodded in acknowledgement. Are you quite fascinated by this place? The scholar placed a book into an empty slot on the shelf. Was that spot always vacant? Klein's instinctive intuition responded. The scholar seemed to sense Klein's confusion. In this simulated world, everything can be altered, the scholar remarked. Huh? You are aware that this world is a simulation? Klein responded, astonished. Certainly, the scholar nodded matter-of-factly, for I am not a mere simulation, just as you are not. Then, are you also a masked fool? Klein inquired. Far from it. The scholar replied, I am a fictional historian. It was the first time Klein had encountered such a term. You are quite remarkable, the fictional historian remarked about Klein. In what way am I remarkable? You are a diviner, which implies you possess knowledge of many future events. Klein was not surprised that the scholar recognized him as a diviner, knowing that divination is not infallible. That only reinforces my point. The fictional historian snapped his fingers. Those who predict the future are charlatans, while those who divine are prophets. Klein echoed this sentiment, finding it quite profound. The future, much like the past, is subject to change, the fictional historian continued. The past? Klein struggled to grasp this concept, questioning how the past could be altered. The fictional historian regarded Klein with a bemused expression. I was just about to commend your insight, yet it seems you remain a fool. Then might I request your guidance? Klein humbly asked. Very well. The fictional historian appeared somewhat disinterested. So tell me, what is history? Chapter 77. An encounter with the winged boy. What is history? Klein pondered. History is the account of real events that transpired in the past. Not at all. The fictional historian shook his head in refutation. history is not reality. Objectivity can be obliterated. When one nation conquers another, the annals of history will depict the vanquished as utterly wretched, while the conquerors are hailed as magnificent saviors. Klein suddenly grasped the truth. History is a fabrication, malleable to the whims of those who write it. Thus, if history can be altered, then surely the past can be as well. The fictional historian elucidated further. You are engaging in a fallacy, Klein immediately retorted. You claim I am misrepresenting concepts? Very well. Allow me to provide an example. Do you know what my name is? You have never uttered it. Indeed, but my name was established in the past. However, as long as you remain unaware, I may be called Klein or Leonard in the present. If the past is obscured and its influence altered, then the past itself is transformed. We must render the past non-existent in its own realm. It must dwell solely in the present, within our minds, subject to our whims. Klein pondered deeply as the fictional historian patted him on the shoulder. You will one day become an ancient scholar, drawing strength from history. Thus, you must begin to learn the art of revising history. Is the term ancient scholar a moniker for the successors of diviners? Klein inquired. No, it is merely your adjacent pathway, though you shall eventually turn aside. So, you are predicting my future? Klein jested. You just claim that those who prophesy the future are charlatans. No, this is divination, the fictional historian replied with a smile. In any event, from this moment on, endeavor to deceive this world. It will aid you in your future role. The historian retrieved a book from the shelf. Are you so certain that I will leap into the role of an ancient scholar? You may also choose not to leap. That is your prerogative. The historian produced a pen and began to make alterations in the book. What are you doing? Klein leaned closer to observe, but found it incomprehensible. Do not disturb me. I am saving the world. You may leave. The historian waved him away impatiently. Klein felt a sudden vertigo, and in the next moment, he found himself on a bustling street. Is it truly this capricious? He thought, shaking his head in resignation. Klein began to survey the new landscape. The street appeared vibrant and joyous, a sentiment he struggled to articulate beyond the word cheery. It resembled a world akin to the era he inhabited before his traversal. The avenues were adorned with cheerful advertisements, and passers-by were all adorned with smiles. There were even dancing billboards. As he looked up, a flying car soared overhead. Oh, perhaps this is a notch more advanced than the time I left behind. Klein strolled leisurely down the street, enveloped by a delightful and sweet aroma in the air. The towering buildings displayed a myriad of advertisements he had never encountered. The sidewalks were lined with an assortment of trinkets, such as self-playing instruments and little figures with heads resembling alarm clocks. For reasons unknown, when Klein gazed at the clock-headed figure, it appeared astonished that he could see it. He paused before a CEF, the sound of music, laughter, the fragrant aroma of coffee, and the crisp clinking of cups creating an atmosphere of elegance. Even without having witnessed it firsthand, Klein could envision the refined scene awaiting him beyond the door. He tilted his head, contemplating whether to venture inside and partake in the experience. Regrettably, he is a man of modest means. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a waiter approached Klein with a warm smile that felt like a breath of spring. Sir, a gentleman has invited you for a cup of coffee. The waiter gestured toward the table by the window. It is this Sunday gentleman who has extended the invitation. This Sunday gentleman was strikingly handsome, with soft features and light gray-blue hair, adorned in a tailored, pristine white suit. Most notably, he sported delicate, slightly drooping grayish-white wings behind his ears and a few golden rings protruding from the back of his head, resembling conical spikes. He was a boy with wings, poised for ascension, and the importance of pre-orders was paramount. Chapter 78. 3 questions. Klein took a seat opposite Sunday with an air of self-awareness. He did not find it strange that the individual before him had sought him out. After all, it was entirely reasonable for players to issue quests. Greetings, Mr. Moretti. I am Sunday, the head of the Pinnacone Oak lineage. Sunday gestured for the waiter to bring forth coffee and desserts, smiling as he introduced himself to Klein. Hello, I am, Klein, an employee of the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein chuckled awkwardly at Sunday's elegant and rather lofty introduction. Do not take offense. Titles are merely bestowed by others, and the essence of humanity knows no hierarchy. To be a head means I require assistance to save more souls. It signifies greater responsibility. Sunday reassured the slightly uncomfortable Klein. As the authentic you, perhaps you possess a nobility greater than that which is simulated. Here was yet another who recognized their own fabricated existence, and Sunday clearly articulated that he was a product of simulation. Mr. Sunday, how did you come to realize that you are, in fact, a creation of simulation? Klein inquired with curiosity, as it was his first encounter with someone who explicitly acknowledged their artificial nature within this simulated universe. Quite simply, Sunday replied, pointing towards a massive advertisement outside the glass. It featured a beautiful woman, also adorned with celestial rings and feathered accents. The heavenly race's beauty was striking, her features and hair color reminiscent of Sunday himself. She is stunning. She must be a star in your realm, Klein remarked. Indeed, she is the finest singer in the universe and my sister. Yet in this world, I have been unable to find her. I can only see her posters and advertisements, but not her physical presence. I cannot even sense her existence, nor can I trace any remnants of her. Thus, I conclude that this world is undoubtedly not real, Sunday declared. Is this truly how one resolves such matters? How remarkable! Klein was profoundly taken aback. Of course, this is of little significance. Since this is not the genuine Pinacone, I shall not dwell on it, Sunday remarked with an air of nonchalance. However, Klein's intuitive sensibility told him that the mention of this world lacking his sister caused a palpable shift in Sunday's demeanor, revealing an unsettling intensity. Is this the captivating moment of a sibling complex? Klein pretended to believe Sunday's words, discreetly beginning to savor the dessert that the waiter had quietly brought forth. It was a triangular piece of dark cake. Klein launched an assault on the cake, which was drizzled with semi-melted dark chocolate that had firmly captured his gaze from the very beginning. The initial taste was slightly sweet, followed by a subtle bitterness. Just as Klein, a devoted sweet tooth, was about to express disdain for the petite cake, a rich aftertaste spread through his mouth, intertwining thick sweetness with a hint of bitterness, enveloping his palate in an elusive flavor. Klein meticulously savored the complexity of the taste, unable to suppress a nod of approval. In the faintest way, he seemed to glimpse past memories that he held dear, comforting recollections that danced before him. This cake, named Impure Memories, was a delicacy exclusive to Pinacone, crafted from material that materialized from the emotion of memories. Sunday introduced it to Klein. What an extraordinary technique, Klein remarked, taking another delicate sip of coffee. The coffee was not as bitter as he had anticipated. It must have been sweetened. It felt akin to awakening under the afternoon sun in autumn, refreshing after a deep slumber. He sensed a profound relaxation enveloping him. This was the essence of awakening from a midday nap, also a local specialty. Sunday's voice softened and slowed. He did not look at Klein, but rested his head on one hand, tilting it as he gazed through the glass at the pedestrians outside, his expression deep and introspective. The name sounded less like coffee and more reminiscent of warm milk. Klein reclined comfortably against the chair, tilting his head to follow Sunday's gaze towards the buildings and passers-by, responding to Sunday's musings with casual remarks. Here was Pinacone, often referred to as the land of dreams. Indeed, many people yearn to come here, willing to pay an exorbitant price that they find hard to accept. Yes, to remain here, to linger in this so-called beautiful dream, many would choose to relinquish. Relinquish what? Klein inquired, playing along. Relinquish status, relinquish dignity, relinquish identity. Sunday gestured toward the shop staff. Some were locals of Pinacone, some descendants of the wealthy, while others had once been affluent themselves. Yes, some even went as far as to forsake family for self. Is that so? Mr. Moretti, may I pose 3 questions to you? Certainly, Klein replied without hesitation. The first question, Sunday turned to Klein. Do you believe you know yourself clearly? Well, I suppose so, Klein replied, turning to meet Sunday's gaze. Sunday nodded, offering no judgment, and directly proceeded with the next inquiry. The second question, who do you believe you are? I am Klein Moretti. Klein pondered for a moment, seemingly finding no profound significance in the query. He was a member of the Blackthorn Security Company, an extraordinary individual, a diviner. Sunday nodded, still refraining from offering an evaluation. The final question, do you believe you love your family more than you love yourself? Chapter 79 Klein, who am I battling? This question left Klein momentarily speechless. He lowered his head, contemplating deeply. Do I love my family more than myself? He wished to reply affirmatively, yet the words eluded him. He couldn't help but empathize, imagining the choice he would face between himself and his family. Ultimately, with a wry smile, Klein shook his head. I apologize. I may not be that noble. Sunday smiled and nodded. There's no shame in that. Most individuals are inherently selfish. After taking a sip of his coffee, Sunday continued. We've conversed long enough. It is time for you to leave. Once again, the surroundings distorted, and Klein found himself in the resting room. This signified that he was about to engage in battle. Klein sat at the table laden with food. Since the initial challenge, it seemed the simulated universe had undergone an update. He was no longer restricted to receiving a single blessing per fate, but could now accept 9 blessings at once. The specific 9 being determined by his own choices. He adeptly approached the section designated for the void blessing and began to partake. There was no need to worry about overeating. These foods would not provide him with a sense of fullness. In truth, they were merely a manifestation of the blessings. Today, as fortune was decent, as he drew 4 white, 3 blue, and 2 gold blessings. This was more than sufficient. Dying 5 or 6 times would likely suffice to clear the challenge. With everything in order, Klein approached the portal. He stretched his body slightly, preparing to step into the gateway when a prompt appeared before his eyes. The simulated universe limits challenges to 10 attempts, with rewards distributed based on performance. If you can triumph within the specified attempts, you shall receive a 0-level sealed object without side effects. Klein's eyes widened in excitement. A 0-level sealed object, and without side effects. Goodness, he had never dared to dream of such a reward. This time, victory was imperative. However, given such a generous reward, the difficulty would undoubtedly be substantial, perhaps even surpassing any adversary he had previously faced. A revisor? A stomper? Surely not a doomsday beast? Fully limbering up, Klein apprehensively entered the final arena. This battlefield was unlike any he had encountered before. It was a snowy expanse, with an opponent seated upon a stone, facing away from him. Until Klein initiated an attack, his adversary would not strike first. Thus, Klein had ample time to prepare. In the first round, the primary objective was to gather information about the target. However, amidst the frigid expanse of snow, the flames proved to be of little utility. Thus, Klein meticulously folded all the napkins he had brought into paper figurines to enhance their survival rate. Once the paper figures were completed, he enveloped himself in violet flames, donning this Scholar of the Mind-esque abyss ensemble. With a snap of his exoskeletal right hand, violet flames ignited at the 4 corners of the arena, flames that were nearly impossible to extinguish. With everything prepared, Klein fired a shot and then stood resolutely at the ready. The bullet had no effect, which was anticipated. The figure across from him rose, brushing the snow from its hands. Subsequently, it turned to face Klein, slowly levitating. A gun, an axe, a lock, a sword, a mirror, a bow, and a whip materialized around it. The third eye on its forehead fixated intently on Klein. In a clear and resonant voice, it declared in Chinese, "In my days of cultivation, my master often said, without a key, one cannot unlock. Without a rope, one cannot untie. Today, I finally understand that the only shackles are those imposed by oneself. The vast skies stretch endlessly. Let the sword roam the rivers and mountains." Klein was taken aback, questioning, "Am I truly facing Erlang Shen? Is this for real?" Before he could fully grasp the situation, an indistinct shadow darted past, accompanied by a sudden bark from a hound. The paper figures he had stored in various pockets scattered across the ground. Challenge reset. As for why I divided the chapters so extensively, isn't it about to go live? The more chapters, the more updates appear, right? In Chapter 80, Klein attempts to attract the attention of the old man. He awoke in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression devoid of emotion. If one were to say his mindset had shattered, that would be untrue. After all, he had never once faced Erlang Shen directly across 10 challenges, as he had invariably been vanquished by the Celestial Hound. Even in the best instance, he had managed to endure a mere 3 seconds by utilizing the paper figures as decoys and the flames for swift maneuvering. While a minor disparity in strength might be difficult to accept, the vast gulf of power before him rendered Klein indifferent to it. He pondered the rewards he might acquire. Sigh. Klein sighed. 3 seconds were still too brief. He raised his hand, and a handgun materialized within it. This was the reward bestowed upon him after completing the challenge. A pistol named the Outlaw-esque revolver. Its effect was to infuse the user's spirit, propelling them into a state of extreme acceleration. While the flow of time outside appeared almost stagnant, The drawback was that the cumulative usage time could not exceed 3 seconds per day, lest one succumb to tuberculosis. Furthermore, each subsequent overuse would exacerbate the affliction. This tuberculosis bore a mystical significance, akin to the ailments wrought by the disease, which, proving difficult to eradicate once contracted, Klein mused, "What a remarkable item this is." Alas, he could only engage the celestial hound for a fleeting 3 seconds. Had he only persevered a bit longer, who knows what he might have attained? Alas, if only he had chosen the blessing of the hunt at that time, perhaps he could have prolonged his efforts. Klein felt a profound regret gnawing at him. Had he known that selecting the void would also lead him to Wednesday, Beckland, and Audrey, who subsequently found Hudier and assigned her the task of investigating the Xylingers, he might have chosen differently. Initially, due to insufficient clues, Hudier intended to decline. However, Audrey's sincerity swayed her. Thus, Hudier sought assistance from her boyfriend, Furswall. How could you bear to have a poor, delicate, and sensitive writer undertake such laborious tasks? It is utterly unjust. Where are the members of the Flounder Protection Association? They should intervene. Enough of that. Hudier waved dismissively. I am well aware of your sensitivity. Regardless, that Miss Audrey is quite generous with her funds. We can always hire external help. Activate external cognition. On Saturday morning, Klein donned a black, lightweight overcoat, a half-height silk top hat, and carried a silver-tipped cane as he leisurely strolled into the Blackthorn Security Company. Today, he was there to submit a special application to ascend to Sequence 8. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of Sequence 9 for quite some time, needing only a slight opportunity to ascend to Sequence 8 and embrace the honor of becoming a jester. With a cheerful gait, he ascended the stairs. After greeting Roshan, he glanced toward the partitioned area and noticed the captain's office door ajar. Intentionally raising his voice, he remarked, "Yesterday evening at the Divination Club, I saw a girl strikingly similar to you." "Really?" Roshan responded with keen interest, wholly oblivious to being used by a scoundrel. The nefarious diviner certainly concealed himself well. Klein, with insincere nodding, replied, "Indeed, I even thought she might be your sister." "Regrettably, I have no sisters, not even cousins," Roshan chuckled. "Did you remember her name?" "No. Why would I bother to remember her name?" Klein chuckled lightly. Seeing you and seeing her are hardly distinguishable. While maintaining the facade of conversing with Roshan, Klein's true intention was to capture the attention of another man. "Ah, Mun. It is decided then," Leonard employed the little Lewin impact against him, targeting his most vulnerable spot. Unfortunately, Leonard did not appear. "Can I interpret that as you praising me?" As Roshan, treated as a mere tool for flirtation, began to take the initiative, Klein, "You must have earned quite a bit at the Divination Club, haven't you? As a true diviner, your level is unmatched by mere amateurs. Indeed, our esteemed fool is certainly affluent. It is sufficient for me to be aware of that. Such topics should not be revisited." Klein cleared his throat. A diviner must revere fate and must not seek abnormal gains through divination. Do you see? This encapsulates the realization of the great diviner. One should gracefully surrender all their monetary possessions with gratitude, and then express appreciation to the illustrious fool for imparting invaluable wisdom. Are you summarizing your own maxims of divination? Roseanne inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Klein replied nonchalantly. Engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries, he waved farewell, donned his hat, and proceeded towards the partition. After such a lengthy preamble, Dunn must have taken notice of him by now. The moment for the fool's charm to shine has arrived. As he observed Dunn Smith, who was occupied with his coffee, he lightly rapped on the ajar door with feigned modesty. "Come in." Dunn glanced up, adjusting his posture. "Ah, a man. You have successfully captured my attention." Chapter 81. Lung Fog Leonard. Klein got straight to the point. "Captain, I wish to submit a special request." Meeting Klein's gaze, Dunn inhaled deeply, leaned back, and slowly exhaled. "Are you certain?" His expression showed little change, as if he had anticipated this request, though perhaps not so swiftly. "I'm certain, Captain. When you fully master the potion, you will experience a unique and wondrous sensation, undeniably confirming your complete mastery of it." Klein elucidated. "Thus, I am confident that I have indeed assimilated the potion." "A unique and wondrous sensation?" Dunn murmured, contemplating these words with newfound interest. "How wondrous! How unique!" Ah, with that, Dunn had unlocked the door to a new realm. "Oh yes," Klein then realized that the captain had not entirely absorbed the potions during his previous 2 promotions. After nearly a minute, Dunn's profound gray eyes once again reflected Klein's figure as he carefully chose his words. Perhaps waiting another year would be a better choice. Klein did not concur with Dunn's assessment. Captain, I am eager to progress. Dunn retrieved a cigar, not lighting it, but rather inhaling its scent beneath his nose. Klein, I know you wish to advance. However, this report is not something to be taken lightly. He scrutinized Klein. Acceptable. Klein began to engage in earnest dialogue with Dunn, recounting a plethora of recent, inexplicable coincidences. After a prolonged silence, Dunn finally spoke. You are quite perceptive. Perhaps there is indeed something concealed in the depths of darkness. Before Klein could respond, he instructed, you may proceed to write your special request, but do not forget the organization's investment in you. Very well, Klein replied, a smile gracing his lips. He rose, walking toward the door, only to hear the familiar addition. One more thing, in a paternal tone, Dunn called out to Klein, who was about to exit, weighing his words carefully. Klein nodded, his smile unwavering. I, Klein, shall advance. Should there be any objections, seek the lady of the night. Such words are sufficiently kind, yet they still prompt inquiries to superiors. Upon leaving the captain's office, Klein, having completed all his esoteric studies, did not hasten to switch shifts underground. Instead, he ambled into the adjacent office of clerical staff. At that moment, a man and a woman occupied the space. The man, in his early 30s, and the woman, in her 20s, were the newly appointed members. Klein found an empty desk and began to draft a special application. What report are you writing? A voice came from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Leonard had approached Klein's side. A perfect opportunity. Blizzard. Klein responded nonchalantly. Nothing of consequence. Lung fog. Leonard, I wish to report workplace harassment by someone in the sanctuary. Klein stated without turning around. Leonard tilted his head to glance at the paper. Special application for promotion sequence 8? He exclaimed, have you already digested the potion? As one of the 3 fools of the Tarot Society, Leonard unwittingly employed his self-destruct skill, yielding remarkable results. Digest? Klein raised an eyebrow, holding the special application before Leonard. Indeed, he replied, fixing his gaze upon Leonard's eyes and lowering his voice with a grin added. I recall someone once told me that there are individuals in this world who possess unique qualities, capable of achieving what others cannot, such as myself, and perhaps you as well. Your golden touch is feminine, while mine is masculine. Did you not know this? Do you not find this rather perilous? The timid Leonard cautioned, refraining from further inquiry. Klein reiterated his earlier thoughts regarding coincidences. Leonard's expression gradually grew solemn, and he imperceptibly nodded in agreement. He murmured, perhaps, I too must hasten my pace. Time must accelerate. Subsequently, Leonard encouraged Klein to reveal their masquerade to all members of the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein deemed it a viable idea and acquiesced. Leonard immediately proceeded to the entertainment room, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, all eyes on me. I have an announcement. He called out. Chapter 82. Has the hidden sage been corrupted? At this moment, aside from the on-duty Charney's Gates Lo Yao, the others, Fry, Cohen Lee, and Zigatong, were leisurely engaged in a card game. Leonard's performance art momentarily captivated everyone's focus. They turned to him, eager for him to continue. What is up, Leonard? Have you found a girlfriend? Cohen Lee jested first. Or perhaps a boyfriend, the relatively unknown yet unremarkable writer, Zigatong, added, showcasing her expansive thought process. Following this, Zigatong glanced at Klein standing behind Leonard and activated her ability, Corrupted Gaze. Not me. Klein immediately waved his hands in denial. The illustrious reputation of the fool must not be tarnished here. Thus, Shiga began to ponder. It was certainly not Captain Dunn, for even the stray dogs at the company gate were aware of the captain's affection for Lady Daly. Therefore, it must be old Neil. Ahem. Leonard coughed lightly, fully cognizant of the thoughts swirling in the minds of his teammates. He was all too familiar with their mental processes. Consequently, he did not allow them the luxury of divergent thinking and decisively continued with his introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to solemnly present this gentleman beside me, Mr. Kleinmore Eddy, who has mastered the potion in just a month and a half. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Leonard mused. Has the man lost his mind? Shiga quietly inquired of his companion, Fry. Perhaps, was Fry's succinct response. As the midnight poet, Leonard clearly overheard this exchange and immediately sought to defend his reputation. Pointing at the paper in Klein's hand, proclaiming, "This is his special application for promotion to Sequence 8. Fry, holding the card, glanced at Klein and, after a brief silence, stated, "Are you certain you have completely mastered the potion?" He was not particularly adept at articulating his emotions. Yet Klein discerned the concern embedded in his words. "Indeed," Klein affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement, "there are clear indicators that could be distinctly perceived." Klein found a chair to sit. Lowering his voice to explain, "I drew inspiration from the motto of the Seeker. The so-called role-playing method involves embodying the essence of the potion's name. For instance, if I follow the path of the Seeker, then my task at Sequence 9 is to probe for knowledge. Moreover, one must also summarize their own role-playing guidelines and maxims. Of course, one may also adopt the maxims of others. For example, the Seekers commonly adhere to the motto advocated by the Secret Society: do as you wish, but do not harm. However, due to the inherent differences among individuals, the understanding, digestion, and embodiment of potions will invariably differ. In drawing upon the experiences of those before us, it is equally essential to forge a path uniquely one's own." On the ship Future, a lady was explaining the role-playing method to the querying crew member. She was clad in a classic black robe adorned with numerous symbolic and magical insignias. Most prominent among them was a mysterious eye, devoid of lashes. This was none other than Captain Gatteria of the illustrious starship. Although she held the title of captain, she never adopted an air of superiority. Should a crew member express confusion and seek her guidance, she willingly took the time to elucidate. She never felt the need to enhance her nobility through pretentiousness or aloofness. As a captain of the starship, her stature was beyond question. After watching the inquisitive crew member depart, Gatteria quietly leaned against the ship's railing for a moment of respite. Suddenly, her intuitive senses were stirred. With a sigh, she retreated to her quarters on the ship and sat at the edge of her bed. Prepared and waiting for over 10 minutes, the phenomenon of knowledge seeping into the minds of the Seekers emerged. Jadelia curled up, striving to mitigate the agony brought upon by the influx of knowledge. Ordinarily, such occurrences would not manifest so frequently, at least they had not in the past. Yet, for reasons unknown, the frequency of this phenomenon had markedly escalated since approximately a month ago. A torrent of knowledge surged into her mind indiscriminately, disregarding her capacity to endure, accompanied by discordant noise that clashed with the other information. I discovered a golden trash bin. Behold its graceful curves. The hidden sage, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy, eagerly shared this delight with all seekers of secrets. As an overwhelming wave of knowledge and contamination inundated her, Jadelia began to experience subtle mutations in her body. The muscles in her cheeks split open, the flesh within congealed, as if transformed into an orb of eye. Her ears extended outward, resembling trumpets. She clenched her fists tightly, enduring the torment. Her body fought valiantly to mend itself, attempting to dissipate the fleshy orb, to unite the torn muscles, and to retract the protruding ears, each detail oscillating in a state of relentless struggle. Clearly, the only message the hidden sage wished to convey was this singular piece of information. The rest of the knowledge was merely ancillary. Once the information regarding the trash bin was distinctly communicated to every seeker on the intermediate and advanced paths, the hidden sage departed with satisfaction. Despite the substantial reduction in the volume of knowledge compared to the past, Jadelia's mind and body soon began to recover. With a resigned gaze directed towards the ceiling, she pondered the eccentricity of the hidden sage. All of this for a mere trash bin? Could it be that he has been tainted? Chapter 83. The merciful mother, although resigned, Jadelia found herself devoid of options. In truth, the current situation was not entirely unfavorable, receiving only a modest amount of knowledge, albeit with increased frequency, was ultimately more manageable. This was not without its merits, as it granted her access to knowledge that was typically elusive. The path of the Seekers was a quintessential embodiment of the adage knowledge is power, though not in the sense of bludgeoning someone with books. Through meditation, she gathered her emotions and stabilized her state. Adjusting her somewhat disheveled black classical robe, she exited the room and made her way to the deck. Arriving at the ship's edge where she often lingered, savoring the caress of the sea breeze upon her face. The air was infused with the unique sense of the ocean, fishy, salty, bitter, spicy, and sanguine. Wait, spicy and sanguine? Frank. Jadelia found herself sighing more frequently of late. With determination, she headed towards a secluded corner of the deck. There crouched a man dressed in overalls and a white shirt, adorned with a round-brimmed hat that had a concave crown. He appeared to be in his 30s, robust in build, with a profusion of body hair, and his exposed forearms seemed as though clad in a layer of brown wool. Sensing the arrival of someone, the man lifted his gaze towards Gedelia, a bright smile illuminating his face. "Good afternoon, Captain." "Good afternoon," Gedelia nodded, "but Frank, what experiment are you conducting this time?" The odor is rather overwhelming. With palpable excitement, Frank introduced his latest creation to Gedelia. "Captain, behold my newest invention." In a flower pot lay a palm-sized chili pepper, adorned with mismatched eyes. "I have named it the explosive chili pepper." Frank eagerly described this peculiar chili, revealing its ingredients. Chili, a bomb, and the rose bishop. Gedelia cast a sympathetic glance toward a shadowy corner, where the second officer of the future, Histol, lurked in the distorted shadows. It was evident he was the rose bishop in question. With just a slight external force, it can unleash a tremendous explosion, enveloping the vicinity in a pungent red mist. If enough flesh and blood are present, the chili seeds will swiftly sprout into new explosive chilies. As he spoke, Frank gestured outside the ship, where a crimson expanse of sea glimmered in the distance. This phenomenon was the result of his recent experiment, the source of the odor wafting on the sea breeze. If we feign it to be an ordinary chili, it could explode within the enemy's stomach, proving to be of considerable strategic value. Gedelia gazed into the mismatched eyes of the explosive chili, meeting its gaze. "I doubt anyone would mistake it for a common chili." "Indeed," Frank conceded, appearing momentarily lost in thought. "Perhaps I should consider ways to reduce its size. And oh, the eyes need to be able to conceal themselves." "Enough, Frank, enough," Gedelia interjected. "That will suffice. I do not wish to worry about the chili exploding during our meals, so let us keep those eyes as weapons." "Very well," Frank replied, a hint of disappointment evident, clearly affected by the lack of acknowledgement for his creativity. From the shadows, a pallid hand reached out, gently patting Frank in consolation. "Oh, thank you, Histol," Frank said, seizing the hand. "Might I borrow a bit of your flesh? Just a finger will do." The pale hand paused for a moment before its index finger detached and fell into Frank's grasp. "Thank you, my dear brother," Frank beamed, his smile radiating innocence. "Do take care." Once assured of their safety, Gedelia prepared to depart. Of course, Frank vowed earnestly, "I always pray to the benevolent mother before my experiments. She will watch over me." "Very well," Gedelia nodded, turning to leave. As she walked away, she could hear Frank's fervent prayers trailing behind her. "Benevolent mother, please bless me and my crew. May your 1,000 loving eyes watch over us, and your 1,000 warm arms embrace us, protecting your children." Gedelia paused, contemplating. 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Is that what the Earth Mother looks like? Chapter 84. The Tarot Gathering. The radiant form of the light farmer Derek makes his grand entrance on a Monday afternoon, shortly past 2 o'clock. Klein summoned the little sun in the gray mist ahead of schedule. In Silver City, Derek, who had become a praiser and had initially mastered the art of wielding a whip at 1.5 strikes per second, sensed the call of Mr. Fool. Charles glanced up at the sky, where time was indiscernible, then lowered his gaze to his delicate watch. "Ah, it is indeed Tuesday afternoon. I shall assist you in keeping track of time henceforth." "Thank you, Teacher Charles." After 1,000 heartbeats, under the allure of the crimson light, Derek's spiritual form ascended into the gray mist. He logged into his account at the Source Fortress, arriving at the magnificent palace that resembled the abode of giants. As an extraordinary being, the pattern on the backrest of Derek's chair swiftly transformed into a mystical symbol representing the sun. After a brief pause, the sun symbol morphed once more, a slender, wavy line emerging from its right side, encircling the sun like a whip. "Congratulations, Mr. Praiser." Klein activated his spiritual sight, perceiving Derek's ethereal body. Its mottled colors had become pure, akin to the dawn wielding a long whip. The radiant form of the light farmer Derek made a dazzling appearance. "Eliminate the darkness, triumph in white." Is my codename not the sun? Derek pondered for a moment, then realized, oh, Mr. Fool is referring to my becoming an extraordinary being. He lowered his head again, responding with modesty and humility. "This is all due to your assistance. This is merely the beginning." Little son, have you learned to flatter as well? You are not the little son. Who are you? How dare you emerge from the body of the little sun? Watch as I use the priest's special holy water. Klein glanced at his silver pocket watch with a light chuckle and said, "Then let us commence our gathering. Remember, the frequency shall likely remain consistent moving forward, or perhaps the intervals." As he spoke, he established a connection with the deep red stars symbolizing justice, the devil, and the hanged man, drawing the three members back into the grand palace resembling the abode of giants. As Audrey caught sight of her surroundings, she cheerfully greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I have a page from the diary of Emperor Roselle here." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Devil." After exchanging greetings, Audrey eagerly turned to Derek, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Have you acquired the formula for the psychoanalyst?" "Yes, I have obtained the psychoanalyst formula," Derek affirmed with a nod, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. With the devil having brought seeds and methods for planting in the Forsaken Land, Derek now possessed the authorization of nearly all residents of Silver City, able to utilize almost 90% of its resources with a mere word to the chief. Initially, he had intended to venture into the black market for purchases, but the chief had simply waved his hand, saying, "Take it, all of it." Indeed, the Silver City possesses a black market, a fact that left Selrus somewhat astonished during his visit. Can you believe it? In such a small place, there exists a black market? If Selrus had walked a tad faster, he could have traversed the entire Silver City in mere minutes. Yet, they still managed to establish a black market. With Klein's assistance, Derek materialized the potion formula for a psychoanalyst. As Audrey diligently memorized the formula, Derek turned his attention to Selrus. "Mr. Demon, I appreciate your assistance. It is our first experience with external food." Derek was the first to express his gratitude towards Selrus, although he had offered thanks numerous times. The mere thought of bread made from wheat filled him with profound appreciation. It was his inaugural encounter with food that was neither hard nor bitter, imbued with sweetness and devoid of contamination. At that moment, a taster from Silver City, after sampling the flour, collapsed in a heap, sobbing uncontrollably, causing nearby security personnel to believe he was losing control. "No need to concern yourselves. After all, your chief has provided me with quite a few extraordinary materials." Selrus waved dismissively. That very night, after the transaction was completed, Selrus departed from the Forsaken Land. Although the environment there was not particularly harsh for him, remaining in such a place when an exit was available would have been akin to enduring unnecessary hardship. He left no remarkable artifacts behind, such as a universal synthesis machine. For the machine is not a mere printer. Its essence lies in synthesis rather than creation. The potential outcomes of synthesizing with Silver City's materials could yield unpredictable results. Furthermore, even if there were artifacts like the ether cartridge capable of altering reality, Silver City could not afford the corresponding price. A small favor was rendered, but overt favoritism would inevitably breed suspicion. If goodwill were to be met with wariness, Selrus would rather feed the food to dogs. For at least the dogs would wag their tails in gratitude. Amused by this thought, Selrus let out a soft chuckle. This could be seen as a lesson learned through experience. After all, he had once been an enthusiastic youth upon his arrival in the ruined Iron Universe. A naive and innocent university student, as many would understand. In the end, the people of the Thieves' Principality provided him with a valuable lesson, which he considered a tuition fee. Alger maintained a effete of calm, his pupils constricting. Audrey, momentarily halting her memorization of the formula, looked up in astonishment. "Mr. Demon can truly enter the Forsaken Land. This is utterly astonishing." Alger, however, pondered more deeply, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Selrus's eyes directly. "Look at how frightened you've made the child. He's nearly leaped from sailor to diviner." Klein, on the other hand, remained composed. Having witnessed numerous wonders of fate walkers in the simulated universe, and with his understanding of the Forsaken Land's boundaries limited to angels guarding the gate, he speculated that perhaps Selrus had taken a detour. However, Alger soon regained his composure. After all, this was the domain of Mr. Fool, where no one was truly superior. Chapter 85. The reason for the enmity between the celestial ship people and the apothecary Audrey continued to immerse herself in the intricate recipes for potions, only to discover, to her astonishment, that annotations had mysteriously appeared beside the previously unknown ingredients. The primary component, the complete pituitary gland of the phantasmic wyvern, also known as the seven-colored lizard, and 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from the semi-spirit rabbit, also referred to as the Fallsman rabbit. These were all familiar to her. A wave of profound joy surged within Audrey as she momentarily paused, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your erudition is truly remarkable." She glanced up with genuine appreciation and admiration. Mr. Fool Klein nodded appreciatively, acknowledging her praise. Indeed, he was as knowledgeable as she described. However, he did not comprehend her reference to the late-night study sessions. The deputy commissioner, although perplexed by the unfolding events, regarded Justice S. words with disdain, believing that the comrade's ideological awareness was still insufficient, lacking the composure required in times of crisis, and in need of further cultivation. Audrey scrutinized the recipe several more times in an attempt to memorize it thoroughly. Afterward, she sought Klein's approval and manifested 2 pages of the Roselle diary. "This is your remuneration," she stated, placing down her pen and gazing at the fool enveloped in gray mist. "Additionally, would you accept £300 for your follower?" A sense of guilt washed over her as she realized that the 3 pages of the Roselle diary had only cost her £20, while the recipe for the similarly ranked constable required £450. Thus, simple arithmetic indicated that she owed an additional £430 beyond the 3 pages of notes. She yearned to cover the difference, yet her financial circumstances rendered this impossible, especially as she needed to allocate £100,000 for Mr. Demon's peculiar items. After all, she had long harbored a fascination with the magical girl-themed comics illustrated by Emperor Roselle. This was her aspiration to become a magical girl, she mused. However, Audrey felt fortunate that the seller was unaware of the true value of the Roselle diary, allowing her to acquire it at a remarkably low price. The diary of Emperor Roselle, each page valued at no less than £50. Audrey silently clenched her fist, silently bolstering her spirits. Though to those who could not decipher its contents, it held no value whatsoever. Unbeknownst to her, requesting special services, referring to divination, for Mr. Fool only required 8 pennies. £300? Until today, I have only encountered such a sum in the possession of Sir Deville, Klein remarked with a hint of nostalgia, feigning indifference towards money as he nodded nonchalantly. A reasonable transaction. He then eagerly, yet effectively composed, added, "Here is the information regarding my follower." As Klein reveled in his newfound £300, Audrey turned to Selris and declared, "Mr. Selris, I have decided to purchase the transformation device for magical girls. How should I deliver the £100,000 to you?" Klein's elation suddenly waned. Selris stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Have it delivered to the tavern at the edge of the world in Beckland." Audrey contemplated the notion that she could circulate the matter several more times without fear of being traced back, and thus acquiesced to the arrangement. A sum of £100,000 was at stake. Under Klein's envious gaze, the two reached an accord. This time, Searles steadfastly provided 2 pages of diary entries, attributing the credit to be settled later. Klein, displaying indifference, acknowledged that in this era, it was the debtor who held the power. As per custom, Klein first perused Roselle's diary. On August 2nd, he noted, "This pool of knowledge runs deeper than I had anticipated. History is indeed a doll for one to dress as they please." His interactions with fictional historians had imbued him with a profound understanding of this sentiment. Indeed, history was not a steadfast reality. Objectivity could easily be obliterated. This phrase lingered vividly in his mind. Although uncertain if he would ever become an ancient scholar, he deemed it prudent to gain insights in advance. Klein continued to read, discovering Roselle's musings on the church's peculiar stance towards potions, noting that while lower-tier potions were provided as formulas, higher-tier offerings were only dispensed as finished products. Roselle lamented, "The Industrial Revolution I personally initiated. The steam and mechanical era I forged will serve as the breeding ground for the emergence of the malevolent deity." This statement caused Klein to furrow his brow. The breeding ground for a malevolent deity. He had intended to divine upon this phrase, yet the recent divination concerning the eternal sun had imparted a minor lesson, compelling him to refrain. Next, Klein delved into old Searle's diary. On October 12th, he recorded, "We have encountered the celestial navigators, who traverse the cosmos in hunt of bounteous entities. Curiously, they themselves are immortal beings, yet upon reaching a certain age, they transform into malevolent shadows, becoming the very prey they are compelled to pursue. What does this signify? Are friend and foe of a common origin? On October 14th, he noted, the tales of the celestial navigators are well known throughout the cosmos. A slight inquiry reveals a general understanding. Their immortality, akin to the bounteous entities, derives from the plague ancestor, a title the navigators bestow upon the god of abundance. Both stem from the apothecary. Indeed, friend and foe share roots. As for why they would bestow such an unflattering moniker upon the god of abundance, the reason was rather straightforward. The ancestors of the navigators had sought longevity from the apothecary, who generously obliged. However, due to the side effects of longevity, they faced the probability of becoming malevolent shadows after living for 800 years, transforming into mindless monstrosities. Thus, the navigators felt that 800 years was insufficient. They yearned for greater longevity, seeking immortality devoid of adverse effects. If this were unattainable, was it the apothecary's fault? Had the apothecary wronged them? I find myself struggling to comprehend. If they wished to avoid becoming monsters, could they not simply take their own lives before reaching 800? Even a lifespan of 500 years, or 200, or even 150, would surpass the existence of the original celestial navigators. Even if animosity stemmed from the bounteous entities, why then label the apothecary in such a manner? This sentiment echoes the notion of biting the hand that feeds one. Klein set the diary aside, reflecting on the selflessness and altruism he had experienced in the simulated universe. One cannot help but lament, such is the essence of humanity. Klein felt a profound sense of understanding regarding human nature. The age-old adage, a grain of rice breeds enmity, is indeed a common occurrence. Human nature is the most fragile under scrutiny. It can offer assistance, yet it is incapable of true selflessness. As Klein continued to delve into his thoughts, he pondered the divine. It is proclaimed that God loves humanity, a sentiment echoed by every church. Yet is this truly the case? Considering the church's stance on potions, extraordinary beings, and the enactment of laws, perhaps the divine is not as selfless as described, suggesting that even God possesses human traits. Could there exist a paradise where all individuals thrive in harmony, renouncing the baser instincts of humanity to construct a perfect utopia? In a fleeting moment, Klein felt as though he glimpsed something, a path unfurling before him, yet it remained elusive. Amused by his own musings, he chuckled at the sheer impracticality of such a vision. As he continued reading, he arrived at the final line. All right, I confess, I am merely advocating for the apothecary. After all, the apothecary's sister is simply enchanting. Tentacles. Even if not tentacles, so many hands. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Upon reading this, Klein laughed in newfound relief. Absurd. He set aside his thoughts and smiled, saying, "Now, you may begin to converse freely." Chapter 86. So, have I already been sentenced to death? The free exchange commenced, as Alger continued to disseminate information regarding Xilingus, attempting to persuade the Tarot congregation to join in the pursuit of Xilingus. In his view, regardless of the noble maiden's justice or the unpredictable demon, both could serve as significant assets, especially considering Alger's suspicion that the demon might be a demigod or even an angel. If the demon were willing to take action, the matter concerning Xilingus would likely reach a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I have acquired new intelligence. Xilingus has infiltrated Beakland amidst the hurricane to accomplish a challenging task, and he may linger there for an extended period, potentially causing horrific calamities. Furthermore, I am aware that this situation involves a crucial item that could aid Xilingus in swiftly ascending to a higher tier of power. Alger was the first to cast out the bait, an extraordinary item capable of facilitating rapid advancement to a higher rank. Regrettably, the son was of no assistance. The demon and the fool seemed utterly indifferent. After all, the fool was a being nearing divinity. Why would he concern himself with mere demigod-level extraordinary items? Even if one hoped for the demoness assistance, it would likely come at a steep price. Justice Audrey raised a question. Is he not afraid of losing control upon swiftly becoming a high-tier power? Sire Lys reasoned backward from the outcome. Due to the conservation of extraordinary properties, it appears there is no extraordinary item that can hasten one's rise to a high tier. Thus, this is likely akin to a document containing the complete potion formula for the path. The blasphemous card crafted by the great Roselle. Except for Derek. Everyone immediately thought of this item. Alger found himself pondering deeply. If it were indeed the blasphemous card, it would make sense. Consequently, the value of this card for the members of the Tarot Society, aside from himself, would correspondingly diminish. Although the hunt for Xylingers had yet to commence, Alger was already scheming how to divide the spoils. Well then, one portion for Mr. Fool, one for myself, one for the demon, one for myself, one for justice, one for myself, one for the sun, one for myself. The remainder shall be evenly distributed among the rest. Your conjecture is quite reasonable, Mr. Demon. Of course, it could also be an extraordinary item that rivals high-tier powers. Justice Audrey responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, if it were a high-tier item, it could indeed provide some measure of assistance and advancement. Ceres nodded in agreement. I am aware. It is the extraordinary conservation law that Mr. Fool once spoke of, Audrey cheerfully remarked. The hangman glanced at the fool, who loomed amidst the dense gray mist, weighing his words carefully. My previous description contained 2 key points. 1. Xylingers will remain in Beckland for an extended period. 2. It pertains to an item of great importance, which may also be quite magical. It is highly likely to be the blasphemous card. Even if the blasphemous card may not hold significant utility across various paths, its intrinsic and trading value is undeniable. Therefore, Mr. Fool and Mr. Demon, are you not intrigued? Mr. Fool, you have ample time for your acolytes to reach Beckland, and Mr. Demon, you could effortlessly eliminate Xylingers with a mere flick of your wrist. Alger silently added to himself, though he dared not voice it directly, opting instead for a more tactful suggestion. Xylingers, I cannot thank you enough for constantly thinking of me. Alger, ever since you departed, you have occupied my thoughts daily. Mr. Hangman, there is no need for you to reiterate. I comprehend your intentions. However, my capabilities do not allow me to involve myself in this matter, nor can I leave Tingen of my own accord. Leaning back in his chair, he mused helplessly. Setting aside acolytes, I could indeed enlist 2 relatively powerful, extraordinary individuals to assist. One is Dolly, who has already advanced to sequence 6, but I cannot possibly divulge all the details to her. At most, I would mention it briefly, and then Dolly would enlist the night watchers for the cleanup. Well, this might be misconstrued as Mr. Fool commanding the Church of the Night, with the Fool's acolytes infiltrating the upper echelons, leading to an alliance between the goddess of night and the Fool, and so forth. The other individual is Mr. Ask, but I cannot disclose the Fool's identity to him. Thus, I lack sufficient and legitimate reasons to involve him in the affair concerning Xylingers. Thoughts raced through his mind as Klein calmly spoke. I understand. Chapter 87. The Potion of Fate. Observing that the Fool remained non-committal, Alger sighed inwardly. Although it is regrettable, the dissemination of information regarding Xylingers must continue. What if, on a fateful day, Mr. Fool's adherents or Mr. Demon happen upon him by the roadside and, with a mere slap, extinguish his life? He possesses an insatiable love for fish and strong spirits. Once ashore, he invariably seeks the company of women to satiate his desires. His inclination towards cold weapons makes it arduous for him to remain long away from the water. Alger spoke with considerable detail, nearly divulging the color of the undergarments favored by that character, Kyling's. However, this was merely due to his ignorance. Had he truly known, he would likely have articulated it with equal fervor. Audrey meticulously noted and vividly imagined the character named Kyling's. She hoped for a successful collaboration and a delightful partnership. After listening quietly, she smiled softly and expressed a pleasant collaboration. Alger could only compel himself to believe in the formidable energy of Miss Justice in Beckland. I will not seek him out proactively, as I have numerous matters to attend to, said Cyrillus. This is a falsehood. However, should an encounter arise, I will assist you. Alger's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he bowed his head to Cyrillus, saying, Thank you, Mr. Demon. You seem to regard me differently now. Have you misconstrued something? Cyrillus inquired, tilting his head at Alger. No, I merely harbor some conjectures. Alger continued to lower his gaze. Audrey, Derek, and Klein all focused their attention on Alger, puzzled by the thoughts he seemed to be conjuring. Cyrillus chuckled lightly. Indeed, maintaining an ample, if not excessive, respect for the higher beings is customary among sailors. However, you may be disappointed. I am not the high-sequence extraordinary being you suspect. In truth, I am not even a sequence 9. I am a traveler of fate, traversing a path of extraordinary nature different from yours. For travelers of fate, we lack definitive boundaries. Much like ordinary individuals are not classified into first-rate or second-rate commoners. Therefore, there is no need for you to regard me with such reverence. At this moment, Alger discerned that Cyrillus did not favor excessive deference. To continue feigning humility would be somewhat ungracious. He lifted his head and responded with a proverb coined by Emperor Roselle. Then I shall treat you with respect by heeding your commands. Cyrillus waved his hand dismissively. Ah, let us eschew such empty flattery, rather than wasting time on sycophancy. It would be far more practical to indulge in a hearty meal. At this juncture, Derek inquired, Mr. Demon, how might we embark upon the path of fate? There is no standard answer. It primarily hinges on whether one's thoughts and actions align with the path of fate. Moreover, the celestial beings themselves can influence whether one embarks upon this journey. Did not King Amber venture to Silver City? Thus, you should find it easier to embark on the path of preservation. Derek lowered his head in shame. Perhaps it is due to our insufficiently resolute will for preservation. Currently, only the chief has embarked upon the path of preservation in Silver City. Celestris pondered for a moment and proposed a solution. I have recently developed a new potion, a creation that merges the paths of fate and extraordinary traits. It belongs to an artificial extraordinary path outside the 22 established extraordinary pathways. Upon consumption, one can embark on the corresponding extraordinary path of fate. If you're interested, I can send you a portion to Silver City. This could be considered a pseudo-embarkation on the path of fate. When did you develop this? How was I unaware? Celestris replied within his mind, I began the research long ago. Is that so? How much longer until we see results? Celestris quietly established a new folder on the ethereal editing panel in his invisible state. Soon, Derek exclaimed with delight. Thank you immensely, Mr. Demon. What shall we offer in return? This potion of fate is also categorized by sequence. So let us exchange it for extraordinary traits of the same sequence, Celestris quoted. No problem. Derek nodded decisively, feeling quite affluent at the moment. So, Mr. Demon, can extraordinary beings consume this potion? Audrey identified the crux of the matter. This is precisely what I wish to address, Celestris affirmed. The potency of the fate potion is somewhat weaker compared to the extraordinary pathways of the same sequence. However, its advantage lies in the fact that it does not conflict with the extraordinary pathways. Although one cannot consume potions from different fates, once an extraordinary being ingests the fate potion, it is akin to possessing the extraordinary abilities of two pathways. Does this imply that one must simultaneously embody two roles? Alger incroyable solemnity. Celestris snapped his fingers. Exactly, that is precisely it. Chapter 88. Joy. Pathway. Audrey clearly found this extraordinary pathway intriguing. Are there potions for all fates? Certainly not, Celestris denied, for I traverse the path of joy. Thus, I have only created the potion of the joy fate, although it has yet to commence. The principle stands clear. It is quite similar to the workings of a bestowal system. While I have dabbled in other fates to varying degrees, my mastery lies predominantly with joy. I see, well then. Audrey remained more intrigued by the knowledge and memory pathways. The hunting path also piqued her interest, as it seemed rather romantic. Will potions for other fates emerge subsequently? No, that will not happen. After all, I am a practitioner of joy. The other pathways are somewhat beyond my grasp. Celestris chuckled. Derek, imitating Audrey's gesture, raised his hand to inquire. What if the chief were to consume this potion? There would be no issue. He would likely become an extraordinary being possessing three distinct extraordinary types. However, the strength of one's abilities is not solely determined by the quantity of extraordinary powers. Mastery and appropriate coordination are the true means by which an extraordinary being becomes formidable. Derek contemplated thoughtfully, and Celestris added, nevertheless, it remains true that dual pathways are always superior to a single pathway. Even if the second path is merely sequence 9, at this moment, only Mr. Fool, who occupies sequence 9, feels a sense of affront. There is no need for haste. I shall soon ascend to the rank of clown at sequence 8. Klein reassures himself internally. Let us consider this an early role as a jester. Only pleasure. Can the esteemed demon explain this path to us? Audrey inquires, eager to comprehend the details before contemplating a purchase. Of course, Ceres readily assents. The fate potion, like the standard extraordinary potions, ranges from sequence 9 to sequence 0. Ceres begins with a fundamental overview of the potion itself. Sequence 0? This term is unfamiliar to all but the little son. Aware of their lack of basic understanding, Ceres pauses to await their inquiries. The hanged man, Alger, harbors a faint suspicion. Yet, seeing no one else ask, he ventures to inquire, Mr. Demon, what exactly is Sequence 0? I'm aware of this. The son, Derek, suddenly interjects. Sequence 0 refers to the realm inhabited by true deities. Thus, Sequence 0 is indeed the realm of the true gods. Consequently, the true god of Sequence 0 can likewise ascend through corresponding potions and rituals. Alger is momentarily stunned, then elatedly murmurs to himself. Audrey covers her mouth in shock. Oh, goddess, this is too blasphemous. Ah, no, it should be Mr. Fool indeed. Klein remains largely unfazed. As a traveler from another world, his faith in the divine is not particularly fervent. Thus, he finds it more palatable. Ascending to godhood, after all, is a commonplace tale back in his homeland, filled with stories of immortals. Ceres nods in affirmation. Yes, precisely. He then continues to elucidate the path of pleasure. Sequence 9. The mourner. The primary ability of the mourner is to spread feelings of sorrow, inducing melancholy in those affected. Furthermore, the mourner possesses a limited foresight of tragedies. This bears some resemblance to the demon path. However, as it pertains to Sequence 9, the scope and accuracy of foresight are greatly diminished, likely accompanied by a degree of uncertainty. Alger analyzes this in his mind. Sequence 8. The eccentric healer. This sequence grants a modicum of medical skill. One may heal minor injuries through fright. One can perceive or bestow various emotions upon others. The foresight of tragedies is enhanced, allowing one to bear the burden of tragedy upon oneself, thereby facilitating its healing. The growing unease among the listeners is palpable. This does not seem to embody pleasure at all. The introduction continues. Sequence 7. The candy night. Physical attributes are enhanced. One can conjure candy from thin air, which may possess various positive or negative effects. One can also harden candy to form armor, weapons, or candy soldiers. Magical abilities pertaining to candy can also be wielded. Klein silently grumbles. Now, this carries a hint of pleasure, unlike the preceding two sequences. Sequence 6. The battlefield magician. This ability encompasses spatial transference. One can transform paper into flying daggers. Illusions can be conjured, or portions of space may be folded. Sequence 5. Reminiscing artists. The ability to store tangible realities in memory. To manifest scenes from memory into reality. To distort, modify, or even exchange the memories of others. Klein inhaled sharply, astounded by such an eerie power. Sequence 4. The faceless clown. Attaining divinity. Enhancing performance abilities. Existing powers undergo a qualitative transformation. The capacity to imbue candy with thought and life, to manipulate space at will. To transmute the real into the false, and vice versa. At this point, Ceres added, of course, one remains constrained by spirituality and divinity. Insufficient blue bars still pose limitations. Sequence 3. Ether Spectre. The ability to modify and edit the fabric of reality. Although succinct, this description is profoundly striking. Sequence 2. The Physician of Counsel. Capable of transforming sorrow into joy, tragedy into comedy, misfortune into fortune. Such an abstract concept left Derek perplexed. Sequence 1. The Useless Scholar. Mastery of numerous spells. Possessing an eye that can analyze all things. Capable of acquiring extraordinary abilities that can be dissected. Able to perceive the trajectory of existence. Becoming, to some extent, an omniscient being. Yet, of course, it too is limited by the reserves of spirituality and divinity. How could this be deemed useless? This is unequivocally invincible. Klein's inner voice cried out. Sequence 0. The absurd masquerade. Under the gaze of the mask, all things intertwine like gears in motion, and its laughter becomes the world's primary melody. Anything deemed amusing by the absurd masquerade can be accomplished. Chapter 89. Klein's desire to seize the future. Is this the power of Sequence 0? Alger began to feel a sense of yearning. If only I could become Sequence 0. No, I must not dwell on that thought. Alger forced his attention back to the extraordinary abilities of the Path of Joy. Indeed, the capabilities of Sequence 9, at least the foresight of danger, are commendable. Moreover, the extraordinary traits of Sequence 9 should not be excessively costly. Perhaps acquiring one would be a prudent choice. Audrey sensed that the pounds in her wallet seemed to have developed a consciousness of their own. They urged her, "Audrey, we no longer wish to remain with you. We want to go to Mr. Devil." Audrey made her decision. She was fulfilling the desires of her pounds, not merely extravagantly spending money. Yes, that's it. Just purchasing a potion from Sequence 9, it hardly qualifies as wasteful expenditure. Besides, this grants the ability to foresee tragedy. If she possessed such a power, surely the safety of herself and her family would be further assured. As for Derrick, he harbored no thoughts, merely feeling. How impressive. I should buy this for the chief. Thus, as the affluent one, Audrey spoke first. "Mr. Devil, how is this fate potion sold?" Selrus cleared his throat, raised a finger, and shook it. "This potion is not for sale. It can only be obtained by those who join us." Audrey tilted her head, expressing her disbelief. "This cannot be right. Did you not previously mention it would be delivered?" As she pondered, it dawned on her that there were indeed citizens from Silver City who had joined the demonic organization. She turned to Derrick, who promptly confessed, "Yes, the chief urged me to join Mr. Demon's congregation." "A congregation? So, Mr. Demon is a cultist?" Audrey inquired, her uncertainty evident. "You meant congregation, correct? Not organization?" "Indeed, it is a congregation," Derrick replied earnestly. "The chief invited me to join the Fool's Church established by Mr. Demon. We have even constructed a chapel in Silver City." Klein felt as though he had been choked by a wave of disbelief. Desperately invoking the extraordinary abilities of the Fool within the light cone to maintain his composure. Fool's Church? What foolishness is this? Where did this come from? He quickly reassured himself. After all, Selrus was the masked fool, and establishing the Fool's Church seemed quite normal. No need to indulge in self-pity thinking it was because of him. "Yes, the Fool's Church," came Selrus's confident voice. "We established it under the guidance of Mr. Fool. When did I ever suggest that?" "Ah, I see." Audrey nodded. "May I join?" Do not believe his fanciful words. "Regrettably, we have yet to establish a branch in Beakland, so you may have to wait a while," Selrus replied. "That is fortunate," she said. "I intend to apply to the 3 major churches for permission to establish a chapel soon." "You plan to build a chapel in Beakland?" "Rest assured," Selrus reassured, thumping his chest with conviction. "As long as I invoke Mr. Fool's name, they will not dare to refuse." "You will invoke my name?" A gentle tapping on the table drew everyone's attention to the calm figure seated at the head of the long table. The Fool, though shrouded in mist. His relaxed demeanor was evident in his gestures. It appeared that Mr. Fool had tacitly approved. Indeed, he lived up to his title. Alger was the first to indulge in his imagination. A steady and composed voice emanated from the head of the table. "The time has not yet come. There is no need for grand proclamations of my name." Selrus pondered thoughtfully. "I understand now, Mr. Fool. What have you comprehended?" Mr. Fool's implication was that preparations were needed for a disguise, allowing his faith to quietly take root in the capital of ruin, drawing sustenance from the local beliefs and extracting the faith of the gods. Truly, Mr. Fool was remarkably astute, having considered this step. Selrus nodded, earnestly analyzing the idea. "Now I understand. It is indeed the wisdom of Mr. Fool." Audrey, Alger, and Derrick nodded in agreement. "What are you all conspiring about?" The tarot meeting concluded, and Klein felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely Selrus would not truly apply to the church for the establishment of a chapel. He needed to inquire further. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a considerable time, only to realize he was utterly at a loss for words. Surely, he couldn't express, "I am the Fool. Please refrain from using my skin as a guise for your mischief. Should I be discovered, the consequences would be dire." After much contemplation, he tossed the phone aside, incapable of articulating his thoughts. At that moment, the screen illuminated, revealing a message from Ceres. The melancholic and alluring prince of swine beckoned. "There's something splendid. Hasten to the tavern to behold the grand treasure." Klein hesitated for a few seconds, briefly performed a divination, then donned his coat and departed for the tavern at the world's end. Upon arriving at the tavern, second floor, Klein gazed at the steaming potion before him, already surmising its nature. Yet, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What does this signify? I am already an extraordinary individual." Ceres reiterated the words from the gray mist. Klein supported his chin, locking eyes with Ceres. "Is this truly safe?" Ceres patted Klein's shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, my friend, it is entirely safe." Klein lifted the cup to his lips, paused momentarily, then set it back on the table. At this moment, I don't actually require such power, he asserted. I can handle an average sequence 7 with ease. I still find it rather unsafe, Klein concluded, despite how enticing Ceres' words had sounded at the tarot meeting. The idea of simultaneously consuming 2 potions was fraught with uncertainty. Klein resolved to observe further. You don't require power that much? Ceres urged him to sit on the sofa. So, you imply that you feel your current strength is sufficient? Well, at least at my current level, this power should suffice. Klein replied. Excellent. Ceres snapped his fingers, and the room's scenery abruptly transformed, folding and splitting like a kaleidoscope. Do not be alarmed. It is merely an illusion. Ceres reassured the slightly anxious Klein. Recently, I made a prophecy. Now, I shall manifest the vision of that prophecy before your eyes through this illusion. The surroundings ceased their transformation, and Klein found himself at the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the company appeared dilapidated, as though it had been ravaged by numerous grenades. Klein, bewildered, rose from the sofa and approached the company's entrance. The grand door had been obliterated, and through the walls that offered no semblance of protection, he glimpsed the scene within. Leonard was rummaging through the ruins, searching in disbelief. Ultimately, he unearthed 2 corpses, one belonging to Captain Dunn Smith, and the other, astonishingly, was Klein himself. Unbeknownst to him, Ceres had approached from behind, placing a hand upon Klein's shoulder, perhaps in a gesture of consolation. What comes next? What shall transpire? What kind of reaction would Benson and Melissa have upon learning this? Ceres murmured. Klein opened his mouth, attempting to convince himself that this was not true, merely Ceres' perspective. Yet, for a moment, he hesitated to take that gamble. What if? Ceres waved his hand again, and the surrounding scene transformed once more. They arrived at the place Klein knew best, his home on Daffodil Street. Melissa sat at the table, clutching 3 tickets to a theatrical performance. This was a play adapted from the collection of Russell's stories, The Return of the Count. It was a show Melissa had longed to take her family to see, but had been reluctant to spend money on the tickets. Klein seemed to anticipate what would happen next, and he momentarily found it difficult to continue watching. He saw Leonard knock on their door, delivering the news of his death to his brother and sister. The scene shifted again, and Klein witnessed his own funeral, the gravestone inscribed with, "The best brother, the best son, the best colleague." He saw his brother and sister standing before the gravestone. Time and the illusion passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. He observed his brother and sister visiting him repeatedly, along with Mr. Az coming to pay his respects at the grave. Ultimately, at Klein's gravesite, the earth covering the coffin suddenly stirred. Ceres immediately raised a hand, and the illusion came to an abrupt halt. However, Klein, immersed in sorrow, remained oblivious. Ceres asked Klein, "Is this the conclusion you desire?" Klein was at a loss for words, merely shaking his head in confusion. Ceres gently patted Klein's shoulder. "You are an exceptional diviner. When you return, you can undertake a thorough divination regarding the truth of this matter. Now that you possess sufficient information, you should be able to discern something." Klein was unsure how he made it home. He stumbled back, lying on his bed. Even Melissa noticed something unusual about him. After a long while, he ascended into the gray mist to perform a divination, confirming the reality of the situation. In silence, he resolved to seek out Ceres the next day and consume the euphoria potion, not only for himself, but also for Benson and Melissa. Klein yearned to transform, to grow stronger to protect everyone, strong enough to vanquish his enemies. Thus, Klein was determined to seize the future. Chapter 90. The Urban Beauty. Night fell on the outskirts of Earth. A barrier segregated the corresponding astral regions of Earth from the complete astral realm, partitioning the entire universe. This was the original barrier that divided Earth from the cosmos. At this moment, grotesque, indescribable faces loomed against the transparent, fissured barrier, silently observing the unfolding scenes within. In the vast expanse of the universe, within this soundless vacuum, the clicking of high heels echoed, growing ever closer. The elders remained unresponsive, their gaze fixated on the interior of the barrier. Within a certain section of the barrier, a dark vortex clung tightly, revealing a set of stark white teeth and a chaotic liquid brimming with every conceivable hue. Surrounding the vortex were elongated shadows adorned with various heads, embodying the primordial hunger. One of the elders, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground echoed from afar. growing steadily closer. One of the heads of the primordial hunger protruded, peering towards the source of the sound. Yet it was a headless entity that caught the eye, surrounded by a multitude of masks, ribbons, fireworks, hula hoops, rubber balls, and an assortment of trinkets. It donned a pair of high-heeled shoes and a scarlet gown, the favored style of the fallen mother goddess. A yellow balloon was affixed to the neck of the headless figure, adorned with colorful brushstrokes forming facial features, notably accentuating a pair of fiery red lips flashing a wide grin. Enter the star deity Aha in her urban glamour form. Aha approached the primordial hunger, closely aligning herself as the distant hunger leaned closer to the barrier, gazing at the scenes unfolding within the earth. The primordial hunger withdrew its head, disregarding Aha. Suddenly, Aha bent forward, thrusting her hip and nudging the primordial hunger aside. Enraged, the immense vortex opened wide, its ghastly teeth swaying menacingly before Aha. In a swift motion, Aha pointed at a reflective tooth and shouted, "Camera!" Almost instantaneously, her hand shot out with a speed so remarkable that even the primordial hunger could not react, delivering a sharp slap to the edge of the vortex. The maw-like vortex instantly sealed shut. Aha then directed her attention at the primordial hunger, declaring, "Listen here, underworld deity. I suffer from depression. Best keep your hidden miniature camera away from me." With that, she twisted her waist, playfully flicking her ribbon-crafted hair, and chose to ignore the primordial hunger. Possessing the power of version 0, victory was assured. The primordial hunger simmered with indignation, having already recognized its inability to contend with this foreign deity. It relocated to another vantage point to continue its surveillance of the earth. Aha, observing the barrier, reached out to prod it. With a soft pop, her finger effortlessly penetrated through. Subsequently, she took a small step forward, half her body crossing the barrier with regal ease, unashamedly passing through. In an instant, 7 figures converged from various directions within the barrier, positioning themselves before Aha. At the forefront stood a man clad in black armor, wielding a trident. Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, the man aimed his trident at Aha. A violent tempest surged forth, accompanied by lightning, seeking to expel Aha from the barrier. Aha, resembling Marilyn Monroe, coyly covered her skirt blown by the wind with her hands, letting out a playful giggle. Hee. Her laughter was truly enchanting. Suddenly, Aha's figure vanished. The Lord of Storms, clad in black armor, felt a dizzying sensation, as if his mind had faltered, rendering him somewhat dull-witted. Then he sensed a tap on his back. The befuddled Lord of Storms, without a moment's hesitation, spun around abruptly, thrusting his trident, entwined with lightning, towards the source of the touch. Yet, he struck nothing but air. Almost immediately afterward, he felt a harsh kick on his backside, causing him to stumble forward. Only to be caught by the eternal sun, Aha had remained stationary from the very beginning. She reappeared, brazenly retrieving 2 leaves from behind her in the presence of the 7 gods. She twisted the leaves into 2 small spheres, one golden and the other pink, holding one in each hand. With a flick of her wrists, the 2 spheres multiplied into 6, 3 in each hand. Then before the 7 gods, Aha engaged in a playful game of tossing the spheres. As she ran and tossed, she scattered the 6 small spheres before her. The goddess of night, endowed with 6 arms, swiftly reached out to catch them, ensuring that none fell to the ground. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Aha vanished from sight, while the spheres in the goddess of night's hands also began to disappear one by one. The 7 gods exchanged puzzled glances, none uttering a word. Was she unwell? This was the collective sentiment of the gods. Suddenly, the Lord of Storms loosened his grip. 2 small spheres slipped from his hand, plummeting towards the earth. The god of wisdom, hiding at the back of the line, along with the god of steam and machinery, scrambled to catch them. A barrier formed from a torrent of information and layers of machinery unfurled beneath the spheres, attempting to halt their descent from both conceptual and material dimensions. However, the spheres appeared to defy existence, piercing through the barrier and descending into the earth, gradually becoming transparent and vanishing from sight. With no time to ponder the reason for this phenomenon, the 7 gods dove downward, attempting to intercept the spheres mid-fall. The descent of the spheres was not swift, allowing the gods to encircle them in the blink of an eye. The Lord of Storms seemed eager to rectify his error, decisively reaching for the golden sphere. Yet, upon contact with it, the sphere abruptly turned transparent and vanished without a trace. Unlike the golden sphere, the pink sphere descended at a noticeably slower pace, as if something within it were resisting the pull of gravity, perhaps seeking to add a touch of charm to its descent. Amidst a backdrop of swirling chaos, a delicate pink sphere exuded shards of crystalline fragments, trailing behind it like an ethereal tail, swaying gently as it descended. However, to the Lord of Storms, this appeared as a provocation, his jaw clenched tightly, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously around him. As the golden sphere vanished into thin air, the seven gods encircled the pink sphere once more, descending at a relatively steady pace, in search of a means to unravel the predicament. The pink sphere seemed to possess a will of its own, striving to maneuver towards the directions of the goddess of night and the Earth Mother. The goddess of night promptly retreated, shielding the Earth Mother behind her. Casting a sidelong glance at the goddess of night, the Earth Mother reached out in an attempt to grasp the sphere. Alas, in this mutual dance of intent, her hand merely passed through the pink sphere, failing to seize it. The tempestuous temperament of the Lord of Storms flared once more, his electrified hand lunging towards the pink sphere. Instantly, the sphere became transparent and vanished from sight, eluding the perception of the seven gods entirely, an unyielding barrier against male hands. The seven gods hovered in midair, the god of wisdom and the god of steam and machinery exchanging glances, attempting to decipher the recent events through silent communication. Had Leodro been dismissed? Certainly. The two gods nodded in agreement, achieving a shared understanding. The remaining four deities turned their gazes towards the Lord of Storms, rendered speechless. For a moment, the astral realm fell into profound silence. The Lord of Storms raised his right hand, scrutinizing his palm, while his left hand clenched tightly, his teeth grinding together. Veins bulged across his body, lightning crackling in his vicinity. Sensing the Lord of Storms teetering on the brink of eruption, the seven gods retreated, withdrawing a distance. A thunderous roar erupted from the Lord of Storms, instantly unleashing a tempest of wind and thunder that engulfed the entire astral realm. From the perspective of Earth, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning swirling and boiling amidst them, forming vortices that sprawled across the heavens. A tranquil and serene aura emanated from the hand of the goddess of night, enveloping the Lord of Storms, temporarily suppressing his fury. The dark clouds in the sky began to disperse. Subsequently, he propelled his right leg backward with a forceful thrust, generating a deafening sound as he surged towards the astral realm. The six gods silently dispersed, leaving the Lord of Storms at the edge of the barrier, clawing at the outer gods who could not breach the threshold. The outer gods retorted, "What concern is it of ours? Have the courage to emerge." In a colony of the southern continent, a golden sphere materialized out of nowhere, expanding and shattering, from which emerged a man with golden hair, dressed in a fitted, immaculate suit of black, complemented by white trousers, a white waistcoat, and polished black shoes. His attire stood in stark contrast to the surrounding disarray. The unfamiliar environment caused his pupils to constrict momentarily, yet he composed himself and surveyed his surroundings with an air of detachment. He then touched his chest, confirming his attire was intact without a single tear, and felt his body, finding no discomfort within. The man seemed to have grasped something, as he withdrew a rudimentary white mask from his bosom, devoid of any embellishments, save for a smiling visage. It resembled a style he once frequently donned, yet it appeared subtly altered. Thus, it became evident that he had not truly perished. His eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing. No, the version of himself from the past had undoubtedly met its end. At the very least, he had witnessed the fulfillment of a long-held aspiration. That alone sufficed. This unexpected development was a delightful surprise. So, this was the realm of the afterlife, or perhaps a typical narrative of transcendence. Holding the mask in his hands, an extraordinary force surged through his body. Celestial beings, fate, joy. How enlightening. He gently affixed the mask to his face, his voice resonating with mirth. "O great deity of joy, I humbly present to you the struggles and hubris of an ant over 5 centuries. Might this performance bring you a modicum of delight?" No answer came. Very well. The man removed the mask, realizing that to return, he might need to offer more amusement. The sound of footsteps approached as several ragged locals encircled him, clamoring in an unfamiliar tongue. The man raised his hands with calm composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips, aware that they could not comprehend. He still spoke with warmth. "Please, my friends, remain tranquil. I harbor no ill intentions." In a remote woodland known as Beakland, pink orbs descended, enlarging and shattering, from which emerged a girl with pink hair and eyes. She wore a white top paired with black long sleeves, black shorts, and knee-high heels. Most striking were her elongated, elfin ears. Noticing something in her hands, she discovered it to be a magnificent crystal mask. "Wow, how beautiful!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. Then, tilting her head slightly, information flooded into her mind. "Oh, is this for me? Thank you." Curiously, the girl spun around, her inherent radar for beauty detecting another lovely girl not far off. Thus, she stealthily approached. There, two factions stood in confrontation. One comprised a man carrying shopping bags, seemingly returning from the market, alongside a translucent girl. The other consisted of three men exuding palpable malice, one also translucent, another covered in fur, and the last appearing corpse-like. Given their proximity to a residential area, neither side wished to incite chaos, so they refrained from combat, though it appeared that violence was imminent. The girl possessed an uncanny ability to discern human nature, and she swiftly assessed the personalities at play. The man on the ghostly maiden's side, though harboring suppressed hostility, seemed affected by some unknown influence rather than an intrinsic malevolence. The malice emanating from the opposing party is utterly unrestrained and indulgent. The pink-haired maiden's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped lightly from the thicket, positioning herself between the two confronting factions. Slightly turning her body, she faced the trio exuding palpable hostility, her countenance adorned with a sincere smile. "Oh dear, let us all remain calm. Why not discuss matters amicably instead of resorting to violence? The fool in disguise cautions you to be wary of the Paradise Sisters. Beginning with yourself." Chapter 92. Elise captures a fair maiden. The pink-haired girl, Elise, stepped between the two opposing sides, effectively separating them. Unaware of the intricacies of the situation, Elise had no intention of blindly taking sides. Thus, she sought to comprehend the specifics of the matter. Although she currently stood with her back to the translucent specter, Sharon, and the revenant, Merrick, she felt no trepidation of an ambush. Firstly, in her perception, both Sharon and Merrick seemed to possess relatively amiable dispositions, especially Sharon, who floated gracefully in the air, embodied the type Elise admired. As for Merrick, despite being influenced by extraordinary traits that induced a wealth of malevolence, he adeptly kept such malice suppressed within. Such fortitude was admirable to Elise. Naturally, if he were a fair maiden, it would be even better. Moreover, the five individuals present were undeniably weak. Even if they united, they would not measure up to Elise's one hand, thus rendering any concern unnecessary. Behind the specter, Steve, the revenant, and Jason, the zombie, exchanged bewildered glances. They were perplexed by the sudden appearance of this woman. Lacking the customary exchange of taunts, the foremost figure, Steve, remained silent, and his two subordinates instinctively followed suit. As a specter of Sequence 5, Steve's essence was intertwined with the external world, constantly engaging with the spirit realm. Consequently, he perpetually existed in a state of divination. Presently, he was drenched in sweat, despite the fact that, in his spectral form, he could not perspire. Receiving continual feedback from both the spirit and physical realms, he could easily perceive the pressure emanating from the beautiful woman before him. Even though he recognized that her smile was genuine and that she held no animosity towards him, Steve's inner turmoil screamed in desperation. Should he display any hostility, he would undoubtedly be vanquished in an instant. What was the nature of this woman? Despite her apparent vulnerabilities, every instinct within him, every fiber of his being, and his very spirit warned him with utmost urgency. Steve forced his mouth open, attempting to utter a few harsh words. At the very least, he ought to hurl some insults. He could not afford to lose face as a devotee of indulgence. If he could not even muster the courage to insult someone, what kind of indulgent devotee would he be? Resolute, he decided to bestow upon this individual before him a most unflattering nickname, beginning with the most venomous curse. With great reluctance, Steve managed to utter, "My lady." Yet, he faltered once more. Alicia straightened her slightly bent waist, Her body, which had been turned sideways, now aligned directly with Steve, is the most fundamental courtesy to maintain eye contact while conversing. Alicia had always been exceptionally polite, extending respect even towards nefarious individuals. She was nothing short of an angel. Steve lowered his head, addressing her, "Your Excellency, this is an internal conflict within our Rose sect. The two behind you are traitors to our cause. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening." Though Jason and Tyler lacked Steve's acute perception, they too would not receive any forewarning from their instincts until Alicia displayed hostility. However, they were not naive. They were acutely aware of their leader's usual arrogance. Observing their leader's newfound humility, they too bowed their heads in deference. With their hands crossed in front of them, positioned clearly for Alicia to see, they signaled their intention to refrain from any covert aggression. Alicia tilted her head slightly, lost in thought. As she pondered, Steve and the others began to feel increasingly anxious. Noticing her prolonged silence, Steve mustered the courage to inquire, "So, Your Excellency, do you intend to protect them?" Should Alicia merely nod, he would promptly retreat with his subordinates to headquarters for reinforcements. Summoning the Lord of the Gods to return would surely guarantee her defeat. In doing so, the hedonistic faction of the Rose sect could further eliminate dissenters and flourish. Indulgence does not equate to foolishness. Knowing one cannot win, yet still choosing to fight, is a folly named fervor. Alicia rested her finger on her chin, struggling to comprehend. The language spoken was entirely foreign to her, and judging by the attire of these individuals, this place seemed rather primitive. Thus, it was indeed essential for her to ascertain the reason for her presence here. Since arriving, Alicia felt as though a narrative had been implanted in her mind, a narrative derived from her memory core. It appeared that a celestial being named Aha had infused her consciousness with experiences from her memory core. Consequently, Alicia understood clearly that both her former self from a bygone civilization and the memory core of her current existence had perished. Was this indeed a form of transmigration? Koss, a connoisseur of such themes, had sparked within Alicia a slight understanding. Steve endeavored to decipher the unfamiliar language Alicia spoke. What language was this? He had never encountered it before. To better wield his extraordinary abilities, Steve was well versed not only in languages devoid of such powers, like Runic and Indithian, but also in the tongues of giants, dragons, elves, and ancient Hermetic. Did this imply that she was an elf? Yet, what she spoke was not elvish. What had she just uttered? Was such a succinct phrase a curse? Under immense psychological pressure, Steve bowed deeply to Alicia, stating, "If you have nothing further to share with us, we shall take our leave." As Alicia made no attempt to obstruct him, his form immediately faded and vanished into the air. Jesse and Teal exchanged glances, bowed simultaneously, and then turned to flee. Observing the panicked retreat of the three, Alicia blinked in confusion. Am I truly that terrifying? Or do I appear frightful in their aesthetic judgment? Alicia recalled how Mephius once referred to her as the pink fat lady. She vigorously shook her head, casting aside those unpleasant memories. Her weight was merely 548 kilograms, without any rounding up. Yet, it was understandable for Alicia to harbor such thoughts, given that Steve and his companions were all rather peculiar in appearance, with only Steve himself being somewhat presentable. After all, one could hardly expect a mutated werewolf and a decaying corpse to possess any charm. However, if this reflected the prevailing aesthetic of their civilization, then perhaps Alicia indeed fell short of their standards. Turning around, Alicia spotted Sharon and Merrick behind her, her gaze fixated on Sharon. Indeed, there was a beautiful girl here as well. So why did they flee? Alicia did not dwell on the notion that Steve sensed danger. After all, in the world she originally inhabited, individuals with foresight were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, if it were indeed a form of precognition, why would they run? Was it possible that, as a beautiful girl, she might suddenly turn violent? The law of the void, speak for me. Sharon fully materialized, landing gracefully and attempting to imbue her tone with respect and gratitude, though it still came off somewhat flat. Your Excellency, how may we repay you? Unfortunately, Alicia could not comprehend her words and resorted to gestures. It turned out that a language barrier existed. Sharon and Merrick soon understood. They had initially thought Alicia had cast some curse, prompting the flight of Steve and his companions. Before long, Sharon grasped the essence of Alicia's message. After all, there was a silent disciple behind her and she had considered how to communicate without words. In simple terms, this striking older sister was named Alicia, hailing from a distant place and currently lost without a way to return, hoping that Sharon and the others might offer her refuge. Gazing into Alicia's sparkling eyes, Sharon resolved to take her in. The primary reason was the clear understanding that she could not possibly defeat Alicia. If she rejected her, it could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, she felt a small, selfish desire. Alicia was truly beautiful, and for some reason, Sharon sensed a comforting presence when she was near her. Thus, Sharon decided to escort Alicia back to the tavern at the end of the world. The manager of the Beckland branch, Amon, witnessed this unfolding scene. Merrick returned to the tavern, carrying the groceries he had procured that day, with two lovely maidens in tow. Alicia, with a radiant smile and light-footed grace, appeared exceptionally vivacious as she cradled a slightly shorter beauty in her arms. Sharon remained quietly nestled in Alicia's embrace, akin to a compliant puppet, silently affirming her role. I am merely rehearsing the part of the puppet, Sharon thought to herself. With that reflection, she closed her eyes, adjusted her position, and comfortably leaned against Alicia. Alicia mused, I have successfully captured a lovely maiden. The conquest progress is at 20. In stark contrast, the scene unfolding elsewhere seemed far less auspicious. In the southern continent, a well-dressed blond man found himself surrounded by the indigenous populace, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. A perfectly measured smile adorned his face as he casually shifted his stance, slowly turning in place to reveal that he bore no weapons. Then, a golden liquid flowed from Otto's hand, taking the shape of a feather before solidifying. Though the void of infinite secrets did not accompany him, he felt he had, to some extent, harnessed a similar power. This seemed to be a fragment of strength acquired during his dealings with the tree of imaginary numbers, a power belonging to the arbiter of reason. At this moment, he appeared to embody both the arbiter of restraint and a half-identity of the arbiter of reason. The golden feather floated gracefully in the air as Otto placed one hand over his heart and let the other dangle slightly downward. Friends, my name is Otto Apocalypse, and I bear no ill will. Despite their inability to comprehend his words, the indigenous people of the southern continent surprisingly grasped the essence of Otto's intent. In an instant, Otto utilized his mimetic feather to glean their thoughts and memories. The next moment, his smile faded, replaced by a countenance of sorrow, despair, and anguish. He stepped forward, approaching a robust man who appeared to be their leader, tears streaming down his cheeks. My friend, do you not remember me? Brant, I am Otto, your childhood companion. I am also a native of the southern continent. At the age of 12, I was taken by the vile Intis and enslaved. Brant's gaze faltered for a moment, then quickly sharpened with clarity. He hastened toward Otto, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. Ah, Otto, it is you. I remember now. But what of your attire? Otto replied, I have become a merchant in distant lands. I have returned under the guise of trade, and, as you see, I have sought you out immediately. Oh, dear brother, you must have endured much hardship these past few days, Brant said, gripping Otto tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, Otto replied, wiping away his own tears. I heard of the rebellion here and seized the first opportunity to return. I bring with me a wealth of supplies and advanced technology. Together, we shall surely overthrow the tyrannical rule of those cursed northerners. Brant immediately pulled Otto towards a room, exclaiming, Come, brother, let us converse within. I confess my guilt. I have lured others with the charm of Ailey to gain their initial subscriptions, and I repent. Chapter 93. The New Simulated Universe, observing the trio entering the tavern. Amon adjusted his monocle and called out to Merrick, Are they your friends? Indeed, Merrick replied, glancing back at Ailey, who was blissfully cradling Sharon. Amon scrutinized Ailey with keen interest, taking note of her attire. He was certainly not lecherous. As a being of divine myth, a natural insect of time, he presumed he would be more inclined towards a more alluring female counterpart. This style of dress, he mused, elicited a quiet chuckle in his mind. Yet another outsider. What has caused such a stir on this planet of late? Are you not considering providing her with a change of clothing? Amon remarked with a smile. Merrick turned back once more, observing Ailey with newfound scrutiny. Indeed, previously he had overlooked her attire due to her formidable prowess. Upon closer inspection, it seemed rather revealing. Sharon, too, reflected upon Ailey's clothing from earlier. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she lifted her gaze, only to meet Ailey's smiling eyes. A flicker of understanding passed through Sharon's mind. So you are holding me to shield your modesty? Withdrawing her gaze, Sharon chose not to engage further with Ailey, masking her displeasure while allowing Ailey to ponder. However, as the sovereign of the realm of pleasure, Ailey was acutely aware of Sharon's subtle thoughts. Though the words were lost on her, Ailey had surmised the essence of the situation from the collective glances around her. She tightened her embrace around Sharon and gently swayed, as if pushing a pram. Oh dear, little Sharon would not wish for the delightful Ailey to be gazed upon with lecherous eyes by strangers, would she? Do assist me. Dear Sharon, you are the best. Sharon comfortably squinted her eyes and nestled closer to Ailey, although she could not comprehend the words. The tone conveyed a sense of endearment and consolation. The innocent and naive little Sharon was effortlessly manageable. In Ailey's personal rankings of challenging beauties to charm, Sharon, with her pure-hearted disposition, did not even make it into the top 100. Ailey's greatest achievement had been persuading Mebius to don a delightful pink dress. Merrick fell silent for a moment, observing the trapped Sharon in Ailey's embrace. I will procure something for her upon my return, he stated before leading the two upstairs to Sharon's room. Amon remained on the ground floor, watching the trio depart, pinching the bridge of his nose. They did not strike him as the type to freely dispense kindness. Amon rested his chin on his palm, pondering silently. Were they incapable of defending themselves? Or had they received aid along the way? It is highly probable that he has encountered the hedonists. So, is this person a saint or an angel? How could he so easily walk away with a stranger? Is it an absolute confidence in his own abilities? Or does he possess an empathic ability, capable of sensing the emotions of others? The extraterrestrial visitor does not seem to be an extraordinary being endowed with remarkable traits. So perhaps it is a matter of memory or pure essence. Amon chuckled softly. How intriguing. Why should he ponder such matters alone? There exists a more convenient and effortless approach. He took out his phone and composed a text message. Amon, are you familiar with Alicia? With pink hair, her appearance likely aligns with human aesthetics. Speaking a language we cannot comprehend, she seems to be an otherworldly being. Prince of Swine, what is this nonsense? She has arrived too? Upon receiving the message, Celrus was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Aha. Everything was Meheu's fault. Prince of Swine, perhaps I know her. This should provide quite the entertainment. Having sent the message, Celrus did not wait for Amon's reply and casually set his phone aside. A little later, he had an appointment with Mr. Fool, and he was certain that Klein would come looking for him. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Klein arrived at the tavern's second floor and knocked on Celrus's door. Celrus opened the door and welcomed Klein into the room. Have you made your decision so swiftly? Celrus inquired, placing a bottle of Morning Bard's potion on the table with a smile. I had intended to come earlier today, Klein replied as he took a seat at the table, but I was slightly delayed with some matters. Earlier in the day, Klein had been preoccupied with obtaining the Eternal Sun without cost, leaving no time to visit Celrus. Ah, Celrus chuckled, pushing the potion towards Klein. Observing Klein confirm the potion's safety repeatedly before pulling out a coin for divination, he finally felt assured enough to drink it. The potion resembled jelly, cohesive in form, sliding smoothly down his throat without leaving any residue in the cup. However, upon consumption, Klein did not hear any murmurs as he had with the diviner's potion. Instead, the environment around him began to shift and distort, the colors deepening and dimming. Klein was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep, engulfed in a profound sadness. Tears streamed from his eyes, unbeknownst to him, as he slumped in his chair, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. He was reminded of numerous sorrowful thoughts, particularly regarding his parents. What might they be experiencing now? Did they miss him? Would they grieve upon discovering his absence? But as he slightly turned his head, he caught sight of Celrus and that smiling face. In a moment of impulse, he felt an overwhelming desire to strike that jovial visage into oblivion. Yet soon after, the weight of his sorrow eclipsed his anger. He merely saw a wretched soul lost in unfathomable delight, and Klein could not help but weep for him. In a fleeting moment, he grappled with the lingering negative emotions from the potion he had consumed. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld a blurred vista before him and, upon wiping his eyes, discovered they were brimming with tears. Klein, invoking the ability of the clown within the light cone, compelled himself to smile. Remarking on the potency of the potion, Celrus extended a handful of tissues to Klein, and upon receiving them, jested. "Did you know you were just crying and murmuring about your parents?" After this, he gestured to his phone, adding, "I recorded the whole thing." "Hey!" Klein hastily wiped his face and snatched the phone from Celrus's hands. He took a couple of steps back to prevent the device from being reclaimed, preparing to chastise Celrus for capturing his embarrassing moments. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind, and the phone erupted like fireworks, transforming him into a figure with a red nose and a wild hairdo. In a panic, he flung the phone away, sending it soaring onto the sofa. With a poof, the phone exploded in a display of pyrotechnics, showering the sofa with colorful streamers. Celrus, with a shrug of his shoulders, watched the spectacle unfold. Klein tapped his head, bewildered. "What on earth are you doing?" He then began to ponder whether that was the clown's warning ability or the mourner's foresight of tragedy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him as he looked at Celrus. "This potion is virtually ineffective for me." However, one could not dismiss the notion entirely. Similar abilities could indeed accumulate, much like combining two one-star skills to form a two-star skill. Celrus crouched before the cabinet, rummaging for something, and Klein felt a notable enhancement in his agility and physical prowess. After all, in ancient contexts, performer artists denoted an individual capable of greater flexibility and physical ability. "I found it," Celrus exclaimed as he retrieved 2 cassette tapes from the cabinet. "To assist you in processing the mourner's potion, I've decided to introduce a bit of narrative into your simulated universe." He placed the tapes on the table, inviting, "Choose one." The backs contain names and descriptions. Klein leaned down to inspect them. The left tape bore an illustration depicting a battlefield, featuring soldiers clad in heavy, can-like armor that clearly belonged to a bygone era, accompanied by a figure in golden armor. They were engaged in combat against grotesque monsters that appeared insect-like and hideously adorned in peculiar equipment. Flipping it over revealed the title, A Revelation-Level War. The description read, "Passionate, combative. If you are a brother, come and fight with me. The next savior could be you." Klein pursed his lips, feeling disinclined toward warfare, and turned his gaze towards the other tape. The right tape also featured an image, a dim golden hall illuminated by pinkish light, with a resplendent red carpet. The elegantly simple room exudes a warm atmosphere. The sofa, coffee table, and a set of exquisite tea wares adorned with precious gems, whose purpose remains a mystery, are present. Mechanical gears and an array of bottles containing various liquids are also scattered about. Turning to the reverse side, one discovers the title of this cassette, The Land of Memories. Synopsis: positive, radiant, healthy, uplifting. This is an entirely new romantic tale, a story that belongs to you. It is a narrative that exists solely because of you. Klein weighs the pros and cons. Since it involves the potion of the grieving bard, it likely necessitates the presence of sorrowful emotions. The first card depicts war, which speaks for itself. Participation in war undoubtedly brings sadness, regardless of victory or defeat, as lives lost can never be reclaimed. Klein raises his gaze. Are these 2 cassettes also capable of being saved like the previous ones? Certainly not, Celrus asserts resolutely. The previous ability to save was due to your active engagement, while these 2 cassettes materialize from my memories, depicting scenes that once truly existed. Once a wrong choice is made, nothing can be undone. Klein nods in understanding. Given this, he decides to temporarily disregard the war card. After all, he feels too weak at present. Even if he were to engage in war, he would likely have little impact. Klein shifts his focus to the Land of Memories. From the synopsis, there appears to be no trace of sorrow in the story. Thus, it is likely a sentimental tale, perhaps a romantic simulation. Indeed, such a narrative might align with the definition of sorrow, as it exists because of him. He currently cannot withstand excessive stimuli, so it seems prudent to select a gentler option. Klein points to the Land of Memories. Let us go with this one. I have noticed many people mention that those who haven't played Honkai Impact may find the land portion challenging to comprehend. However, it is entirely unnecessary to force oneself through. If one has not purchased a subscription, one can simply skip ahead. Therefore, I will indicate the chapters you may bypass. 94, 95, 96, 100, 101, 102, 107, 108, 109, 110, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126. As the land section is relatively lengthy, I cannot recount the entire original plot. as that would excessively inflate the word count. In the paid chapters, Chapter 94, the arbiter Klein's initial arrival in the land is the one to focus on. Sellers picks up the cassette, noting its exquisite taste. Is this one significantly better than the other? Klein inquires, perplexed. No, I simply have a personal fondness for the storyline. Sellers informs Klein. Oh, by the way, Sellers adds, I have some additional information to convey. Klein, who is about to rise, settles back down. Proceed, he prompts. As I previously mentioned, this cassette cannot be saved. Within it, you will acquire the ability to resurrect infinitely. However, if the other characters perish, their deaths will be irrevocable. This has been blessed by the god of joy. The inhabitants possess self-awareness. Although they are merely simulations, they undeniably exist. Should they perish, even if re-simulated, they would not be the same as before, akin to the essence of clones. Furthermore, after you have completed the narrative of this cartridge, I shall integrate it into the vast expanse of the simulated universe. This implies that the surviving characters will continue their existence in a new realm. Reminiscent of what you previously encountered in Pinocchio, Sellers is fervently patching things up. This is inconsequential, as it will not significantly increase the workload. Klein nodded, understanding. Thus, you suggest that I should strive not to abandon any character within. Perhaps I will face dilemmas that may lead to the demise of certain characters, correct? Indeed, that is precisely the case. When presented with choices, bear in mind to avoid regret. Sellers acknowledged Klein's words with a nod. Ah, I see. It appears that I cannot play mindlessly. Klein pondered. Certainly not. Given the extensive plot, from today onward, you shall participate in the simulated universe daily, aiming to complete the storyline sooner rather than later. Is that acceptable? Once a day? Why not suffer from sleep deprivation? Not at all. Once you enter the simulated universe, your brain and body will remain in a state of rest. You need not worry about sleep at all. Sellers gave a thumbs up. Klein, considering the time aspect, inquired, you mentioned the storyline would be lengthy. How long might it be? Perhaps a month. A month? Klein expressed surprise. No need for concern. The time within dreams does not synchronize with the outside world, approximately a ratio of 9-to-1. Thus, it amounts to merely over 2 weeks. If all goes swiftly, it might even be just a little over a week. Sellers assured Klein to ease his mind. That still feels rather long. After all, I am genuinely experiencing a month's worth of events. This is the price of growth. 2 weeks to assimilate the potions from Sequence 9. Do you realize how much one could sell such an opportunity for outside? I assure you, there are those willing to pay as much as 10,000 gold pounds. Klein reconsidered, finding this reasoning quite sound. In that case, I stand to gain. Thus, with the prospect of earning 10,000 gold pounds, Klein returned home with a cheerful disposition. Upon his arrival, the hour was already late. Benson and Melissa had long since retired. He noticed the house was remarkably clean, which reminded him that today was the day for interviewing potential mates. It seemed that Benson and Melissa had successfully conducted the interviews. Klein reached out to touch the coffee table, feeling no dust. Evidently, the maid's standards would not be lacking. This evening, he would experience the new simulated universe, so Klein resolved to take a quick shower and retire for the night. This slumber would equate to earning several thousand pounds. Lying in bed, Klein quickly drifted into sleep through meditation techniques. His consciousness gradually sank. Klein sensed that this iteration of the simulated universe was markedly different from the previous ones. In the previous simulated universe, one could traverse distances with a mere blink of the eye. Yet, this time, he found himself in a continuous descent. An unsettling dizziness began to envelop him, causing the entire world to sway and spin before his eyes, inducing a nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation of falling ceased, and the surrounding chaos settled. Klein collapsed onto the ground, massaging his temples for an extended period to regain his composure. At long last, after shaking off the dizziness, he reopened his eyes, revealing an array of peculiar architecture before him. Fragmented stones spiraled upward along the buildings, intertwining to form a lattice reminiscent of a birdcage. Klein conjured a monocle from the air and placed it over his left eye. The relic ignited with flames, replacing his previous attire. A luminous screen materialized before him. Welcome to the land of the past. Given your novice status, enhancements have been granted. Here, have something to sate your hunger. As Klein reached out, an object landed in his palm, cool to the touch. He glanced down, raising an eyebrow in recognition. It was a classic popsicle from his childhood home. known as crushed ice. He unwrapped the front end, igniting the popsicle with ethereal flames, melting it down. Then, Klein tilted his head back and consumed the melted treat in one swift motion. Congratulations on using the land's crushed ice, receiving all blessings of fate. Such generosity. The wrapper vanished from his grasp. But that's not all. A brass-colored crystal began to descend slowly from the air, hovering before Klein. Curious, he touched the crystal, which transformed into a stream of light that fused with his being. Pride, jealousy, indifference, disdain, greed, despair, abandonment, countless negative emotions, the very malice of humanity, surged from the depths of Klein's soul. For a moment, his expression contorted as if he were ensnared by countless hands, ensnared by invisible threads. It was then that a visage emerged before him, vividly painted, weeping. Its tear-filled eyes resembled deep whirlpools, absorbing all negative emotions in an instant. What caliber of elixir is this? Capable of abilities akin to mine? Klein gasped, finally breaking free from that state. What had just transpired? He felt a lingering disquiet. Knowledge of the Judgers abruptly flooded his mind. The so-called Judgers are manifestations of collapse, humanoid entities that wield certain powers. What he had absorbed was the core of a Judger, originating from the Judger of domination, possessing the authority known as domination. Now, having absorbed the Judger's core, he could rightfully be called a Judger of domination. However, the Judger of domination is also referred to as the Judger of thousands, with its core fragmented into over 1,000 parts. Consequently, individual combat prowess is merely 1,000th of that of a typical Judger, with some even being too feeble to contend with an ordinary person. Such an abstract ability. Klein raised his hand, and golden threads intertwined within his grasp. Suddenly, he sensed a transformation occurring within his core, as it shifted to a muted shade of purple. Simultaneously, the threads in his hand morphed into a delicate lavender hue. A mirror materialized before him, and upon gazing into it, Klein was momentarily captivated by his own reflection. His hair had grown long, cascading almost to his waist, while his eyes had turned a striking purple, their pupils adorned with intricate, web-like patterns. Subtle golden lines traced across his skin, connecting the joints. A faint gray mist enveloped him, reminiscent of the enigmatic haze that hovered in that mysterious realm. Several small orbs of intersecting purple and gold floated nearby. Wow, how splendid, Klein marveled. Truly befitting of me. Now, let the tale of your romance unfold. The subtitles faded away. Just as Klein contemplated his next steps, an unexpected voice emerged beside him. Hello, hello, can you hear me? I can hear you, Klein replied, then inquired, who are you? I'll reveal that shortly. For now, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? The voice was lively and melodious. Klein surmised that its owner was likely around 18 years old, certainly not exceeding 20. I'm fine, really, he answered truthfully, despite not knowing the source of the voice. After such a long time, his body had long since ceased to feel uncomfortable. That's wonderful to hear, the voice continued. Many newcomers experience dizziness and nausea, and some of the less resilient even faint. But it seems your adaptability is quite commendable. Klein offered an awkward smile, but remained silent. Oh, by the way, the voice resumed. This is a nexus connecting the past paradise to the outside world, a place for welcoming newcomers. How shall I put it? Each newcomer encounters different welcoming presences upon their first arrival. Generally speaking, one meets the person they resonate with most harmoniously. It appears we have quite the affinity, don't we? There was a brief pause, as if the speaker was observing Klein. Hey, are you by chance a ruler? The voice suddenly took on a tone of alarm and anxiety. Klein recalled that, according to the information he had recently received, rulers were entities tasked with the annihilation of civilizations. I mean no harm, he quickly clarified, reverting from his ruler state. The voice resumed, clearly relieved. Well, indeed, a malevolent ruler would hardly find their way here. Now, let's continue guiding you. Next, you will need to undertake a trial. Rest assured, it is merely an attempt. Even if you fail, there will be no punishment. So, if you find it unbearable, simply call for withdrawal, and I will extract you. Do not endure out of fear of embarrassment. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to enter the ruler's state. Otherwise, you appear rather feeble at the moment. The tone of the voice grew somewhat awkward, as if tinged with embarrassment. Klein refrained from contesting this, for he was uncertain of the strength possessed by the voice's owner. As the purples and golds of light flickered, He once again embraced the ruler transformation. Are you ready? It is about to commence. You have yet to inform me what I am to do, Klein reminded. My apologies, my apologies. This is my first time guiding a novice. Previously, I was never tasked with welcoming newcomers, as none had been as unassuming as you. The voice's tone became increasingly flustered. In truth, you could simply state that I am inept, Klein silently mused, having already been subjected to such an assessment once before. In essence, the goal is to vanquish the foes that appear before you. However, if you find yourself outmatched, simply call it off. All in all, it is quite straightforward. The voice elucidated the rules. Indeed, it is rather simple, Klein nodded. With his assent, the surrounding environment shifted, and he found himself on an expansive platform, beneath a dusky pink sky and atop a pale lavender floor, amidst the remnants of various structures floating nearby. First, we must bestow upon you our blessing. However, it appears that our blessings are somehow linked to the quantity of wealth one possesses. Thus, temporarily acquiring the imprint of empty dream, one's spiritual essence increases in accordance with the number of gold coins held. Klein replied, Thank you, I feel somewhat affronted. Very well, let's begin. Chapter 95. Klein encounters the cat as the commencement signal resounded. Increasingly larger shadows materialized on the ground before Klein. They resembled the silhouettes of objects plummeting from great heights. With a thunderous crash, 2 5-meter-tall Titan mechs descended forcefully onto the ground. What is this? Why are mechs appearing? Humanity has evolved without me? I am to battle mechs? Is this for real? Before Klein could fully process the situation, a projectile hurtled towards him. A tremendous explosion érupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. According to the law of no harm amidst smoke, such a thick fog surely heralded no danger. As anticipated, the heat detectors of the mechs indicated that no humanoid entities resided within the smoke. With a flash of violet flame, Klein executed a fiery leap from atop the Titan's head. The ability to wield elemental fire is indeed advantageous, allowing him to ignite flames effortlessly within the confines of his spiritual expansion. The orbs of dominion that had been floating around Klein had, unbeknownst to him, split into dozens of smaller spheres, now scattered throughout the arena. Delicate threads of pale, purple energy shot forth from the orbs, swiftly ensnaring the 2 Titan mechs. Klein landed gracefully atop one of the Titans, gathering a sphere of crimson magma in his palm before striking down forcefully. This was the reverberation of the fate of destruction. The Titan mech retaliated, violently shaking its arm, severing the threads of dominion. The Titan beneath Klein abruptly pivoted, executing a 180-degree turn, and hurled him away. I shall send you flying in style. Klein was hurled through the air, yet the Titan's swinging arm struck the magma sphere with tremendous force. The magma sphere erupted, severing the Titan's left arm. While Klein was still airborne, unbeknownst to him, another Titan had stealthily approached from behind, clapping its hands together with the force of swatting a fly, crushing Klein in the process. When the hands reopened, only a thin, grotesque paper figure remained between them. Regrettably for the Titan, its visual system provided a full 360-degree view, meaning that flanking it offered no concealment. It lifted its left leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Klein flying far away and crashing against the air wall at the edge of the platform. Simultaneously, the mech's back was struck as if by a heavy hammer, creating a significant dent. This was the backlash from the Guardian's blessing. In contrast, Klein, who had slammed against the wall, although his shield had diminished significantly, remained unharmed. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the Guardian's blessing and his fully defensive relic. True defense is paramount. Those who claim otherwise simply do not comprehend. The intact Titan pivoted its cannon, switching to rapid-fire mode, unleashing a barrage of projectiles towards Klein. With a flick of his wrist, Klein tossed a paper shuriken, striking one of the projectiles. A series of explosions erupted, accompanied by a dazzling display of multicolored lights. A frigid chill descended as the 2 Titans were encased in ice. Suddenly, a purple vortex emerged from the ground, swirling with flames, arcs of electricity, and storms of negative effects. Arrows shimmering with a cerulean glow rained down, coordinating with the vortex in a pincer attack that swiftly engulfed the 2 Titans. In a final flourish, Klein turned his back to the mech and snapped his fingers stylishly. A sphere of data materialized abruptly, detonating in the midst of the mech. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Well, perhaps just a furtive glance to verify the demise of his foes. Confirming that the two titans had been reduced to a heap of parts, Klein discreetly averted his gaze, smiling at the portal that appeared before him. Too easy. It was deemed less challenging than a single hair from Cerberus. Quite impressive. Are you ready for the next level? The voice reappeared, filled with awe and praise. What? There's another level? I've exhausted all my skills. And they're still on cooldown. Wait. Klein attempted to protest, requesting a moment to recuperate. However, the voice responded, seeing how effortlessly he fought. They would simply skip to the final challenge. As Klein posed dramatically, the portal abruptly expanded and surged towards him. Once he regained his bearings, he discovered that the battlefield had not changed, yet the scattered mech debris had vanished. With a roar, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, an apex-level ruined beast, Benauras. The dragon, high above, looked down upon Klein, and without much ado, unleashed a torrent of breath. A breath imbued with immense energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire venue. Even the paper effigy could not evade it. Klein could merely murmur, "Hey, new number, don't mess around." Almost immediately, darkness engulfed his vision. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a resplendent hall, the very place he had previously glimpsed on the tape. However, in stark contrast to the somewhat muted hues of the recording, this space radiated with brilliance. "Over here, big brother." Klein once again heard the voice and turned towards its source. Seated on a sofa was a girl adorned with cat ears and a long tail. She wore a black ensemble, complemented by a short red jacket, and her lower attire consisted of a short skirt for which her tail protruded. Below, she sported mismatched stockings and high heels. The cat-eared girl waved her hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, my name is Podorphilus, but you may call me Pato or Phyllis. Both are fine." Then, Pato appeared a bit bashful, adding, "But I must apologize. I thought you would be able to handle it." Klein, utilizing the capabilities of the clown, managed to suppress the twitch of his mouth, smiling as he shook his head. "It's perfectly fine. This is actually more expedient. My name is Klein Moretti. You may simply call me Klein, or any name you prefer." "All right, then I shall call you Brother Klein." Pato nodded, her cat ears twitching playfully. "Though my name is not typically segmented that way, it matters not." Klein was unconcerned about the issue of nomenclature. He observed that Pato possessed not only cat ears atop her head, but also a pair of normal human ears. "So, does that mean you are a quadruple-eared being?" Klein felt a surge of curiosity towards Pato. He suddenly recalled the portrait Cerberus had shown him, wherein he was depicted as a black cat donned in a top hat. Was this a case of cat encountering cat, with tears of joy in their eyes? Klein relinquished his lawkeeper state and approached Pato, smiling as he locked eyes with her. "So what should I do next?" Pato rose from the sofa, stating next, "You may explore freely around here. Simply get acquainted with everyone and take some time to relax. Let me first introduce you to the dangerous areas. Do you see that green door? That room is rather perilous, so unless necessary, you should avoid entering. And that room adorned with gears, well, it may harbor some dangers and thrills. Furthermore, those red rooms over there belong to Brother Gia and serve as his training grounds. Although Brother Gia is quite amiable, his temper can be rather volatile. If he discovers you're a lawkeeper, he may take action against you." Klein nodded, committing all her words to memory, particularly regarding the red rooms. He resolved to refrain from wandering aimlessly unless absolutely necessary. Beyond that, there isn't much else. The other areas are relatively safe. As for the other heroes, I shan't elaborate here. You may get to know them in due course. Klein mentally repeated the word hero. What was going on? This term seemed rather out of place for a romantic game. Was there anything else on his mind? Or perhaps a particular location he wished to visit? If not, why not take a look at my little shop? Seeing that there appeared to be no issues with Klein, Pardo immediately began to promote her store. "Our merchandise is undoubtedly of the highest quality." Pardo gestured towards a small stall against the wall. Following her finger, Klein noticed two signs flanking the stall. One on the left read "Fake goods will be compensated tenfold," while the one on the right stated "No returns or exchanges." How could these two phrases coexist? "We currently have a promotion. Buy one, get 10 free. Pardo continued to entice customers. "So, everything here is counterfeit then?" Klein chuckled lightly. "I apologize, but I just arrived and seem to be short on funds." "Oh, right." Pardo slapped her forehead. "I completely forgot about that." Then, she pointed at a massive machine in the center of the area, This is a tower climbing game, and by taking on challenges, you can earn fragments or coins. Apart from directly asking the hero for money, this is likely the only way for visitors to acquire currency here. By the way, the coins obtained here should be convertible into real-world currency. Klein had little interest at first, but suddenly perked up at this remark. So what is the exchange rate? Pardo shook her head in confusion. I'm not sure about that either. You can leave once every 5 days, and you'll know then. Can I take the items I purchase here back to the real world? Klein approached the stall and casually picked up a doll. You can, but if you wish to take it with you, there may be a handling fee involved. Klein nodded, not finding it surprising that one could carry items from a dream. After all, this simulated universe was beyond his imagination. Pardo, do you have any suggestions for what I should do now? Klein returned the doll to its place. Well, I certainly recommend you earn some money to buy our goods, Pardo replied, hands on her hips, her confidence bolstered despite the lack of evidence. However, if you wish to take a break, you can head over to the relaxation area, where there are plenty of books and food. Pardo pointed to a section adorned with bookshelves, sofas, and tables. Klein gazed in that direction, intending to first familiarize himself with the situation through the literature. Thank you. He nodded politely. Pardo scratched her head and then her cat ears, knowing that someone needed her made her quite happy. Of course, if you make a fortune, don't forget about me. Klein smiled and nodded in agreement as he walked towards the relaxation area. Upon arriving, he noticed a man with pale gray-green hair sitting on a sofa, eyes closed. A man clad in black attire, with a strip of white fabric draped diagonally across his body, bore a resemblance to the philosophers of ancient Greece. He was sipping tea, and upon closer inspection, one could discern his Asian features. Klein glanced at the bookshelf and then at the man, deciding to initiate a greeting. Hello, I'm Klein Moretti. The man faced Klein with a serene expression, his lips curving into a subtle smile that was both courteous and approachable. Greetings, visitor Klein Moretti. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the pioneer, the 7th of the Flamebearers. You may call me Sue. Please, take a seat. After your recent ordeal, you might find a cup of tea soothing. Sue's voice was gentle, as if he were concerned about disturbing anyone's rest. Klein's eyes widened in surprise. While he understood Padua's words, he was aware that it was due to the synesthetic beacons inherent in the simulated universe. However, this phrase was articulated in pure Mandarin, and he comprehended its meaning without any such aids. Chapter 96, Celestial Wisdom. My compatriot, Sue was seated in a 7-shaped corner sofa, with an antique tea set laid out on the table before him. Klein settled onto the sofa opposite Sue. My apologies for the intrusion, Klein responded in kind. Do not concern yourself, visitor, Sue replied, shaking his head slightly. He poured a cup of tea for Klein. To you, we are but shadows of the past, and this realm is merely a remnant of yesterday's scenery. The past has dissipated, and the departed no longer exist. Without existence, how can one speak of disturbance? You mentioned the departed? I apologize. I may not fully grasp your meaning, Klein said, growing increasingly uneasy. Was this truly the dialogue expected in a romantic simulation? Was he perhaps misled? Sue paused, his hand holding the teacup near his lips. Did the one who sent you not inform you of the circumstances here? Oh no. He merely stated that this is a positive, healthy, sunny, and uplifting narrative, Klein replied candidly. A narrative? Sue took a delicate sip of tea. I see. He set the cup down on the table. In that case, visitor, do you comprehend the purpose of your arrival here? I'm aware, Klein answered. He then proceeded to describe the potion system and its role, ultimately concluding, I was sent here to assist in digesting the role. Sue pondered for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. It seems your friend possesses a rather dark sense of humor. The words of the mourner might be found in the chronicles of the pre-civilization on the 3rd shelf of the bookshelf, which could prove beneficial to you. Very well. Thank you. Klein rose and approached the bookshelf, beginning his search. He overlooked the prominently placed titles, The Silent Boy, 100 Questions, The Mask of 1,000 Trials from Novice to Master, and The Magic of Fairies, and instead located chronicles of the pre-civilization. Klein took the book down and returned to the sofa, commencing his reading. The book was not particularly thick, and Klein soon finished it. Although it may seem that these matters do not pertain to him, and he is not particularly affected by mere data and textual descriptions, he cannot help but lament the profound sadness of humanity when confronted with natural disasters or calamities that resemble them. For a fleeting moment, he indeed felt as if the potion had digested a fragment of this sorrow. Is this an acknowledgement of the world's lament? Klein endeavored to summarize the rules of his role. Unable to comprehend fully, he chose to set his thoughts aside. Klein began to compile the information he had just acquired. The records indicated that the ruler of ice was directly torn apart by Qianjia, and the red chambers previously mentioned by Padu belonged to Jiege, who might indeed be Qianjia. Thus, the individuals present here hailed from an ancient civilization. This revelation aligns well with Su's earlier assertion of being a shadow from the past. The act of being torn apart perhaps necessitates that he must permanently distance himself from the one called Qianjia, considering that he too is a ruler now. The ruler of control had previously incapacitated numerous nations. It seems I possess such formidable potential. Klein pondered how this was accomplished. They infiltrated the masses, transforming individuals into puppets, thereby infecting them to become the ruler of thousands. Gradually, they dismantled from within. Su's voice interrupted his thoughts. Klein turned to Su and exclaimed, "You possess the ability of mind reading." "Not quite. It is merely that your demeanor is exceedingly apparent," Su pointed out, referencing the content regarding the ruler of control's incapacitation of several cities. As a fellow ruler of control, your dazed expression while contemplating these details makes your thoughts relatively easy to infer. Understanding this, Klein set aside the book, having acquired the desired background information. He intended to converse with the heroic figures. "Do you possess the ability to perceive without opening your eyes?" "Indeed, I am more accustomed to perceiving the world without my eyes, allowing me to observe things that are ordinarily invisible. For instance, I can discern that your spirit and body do not entirely align." Klein's body tensed suddenly, his pupils constricting. This was his most significant secret. "Do not be alarmed. In the external world, my true self may not be able to perceive it." Su seemed to sense the unease and added, "Unless I have made no progress over the years. Yet, this is a paradise, a realm composed of memory and cognition. Once you entered here, your understanding became part of this world. You are acutely aware that you are not the original owner of this body, which manifests as a slight discord between spirit and flesh. Is that so?" Klein relaxed slightly. "So can every heroic figure perceive this?" "Not necessarily. I am inherently a warrior skilled in the fusion of spirit. Thus, I can see more clearly. Those untrained in this domain may remain oblivious. At the very least, Padu is entirely unaware of your situation." Klein completely relaxed, for he sensed no malice emanating from the individual before him. "You remain lost, failing to recognize your true self." As Klein relaxed, Su continued their conversation. "You may need to assume roles akin to those in the potion, yet it is paramount that you recognize your true self. The notion of self-awareness, though not easily grasped by all, is precisely what distinguishes you. You cannot be supplanted by the potion." A golden leaf materialized in Su's hand. "If you genuinely wish to comprehend your essence, then dare to touch this leaf of Bodhi." Klein hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp the leaf. He felt himself adrift in an endless void. Surrounding him, white specks of light flickered, reminiscent of stars encircling him. As he reached out to touch them, a cascade of memories surged through his mind, memories from Zhou Rui and those belonging to Klein. They intertwined, weaving a tapestry of recollection. Who am I truly? Am I Zhou Rui or Klein? If I am Zhou Rui, then what is Klein? A pitiful soul replaced by me? If I am Klein, then what of Zhou Rui? A shadow from the past. He began to revisit his memories, reliving moments spent with family and friends in his previous life, as well as his current interactions with Benson, Melissa, and his companions. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Klein. The echoes of the past surged forth, and today, I understand that I am myself. No, I'm neither Zhou Rui nor Klein. I'm a wholly new entity, a unique being forged from the fusion of Zhou Rui and Klein. In that instant, clarity washed over him. Klein felt his body, mind, and spirit become transparent. The darkness lifted, revealing the light. His spiritual essence surged, invigorating him. Klein reopened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the hanging light fixture on the ceiling. He sat up, a blanket slipping from his shoulders. He found himself lying on a sofa, seemingly having fallen asleep. Confused, Klein glanced around the empty room. "You are awake?" A strange voice emanated from his side. Following the sound, he looked down to see a small figure with green hair. "Hello, my name is Klein, and I am Dr. Mebius's assistant." Klein introduced himself. "Please have a glass of water." A bottle of water was offered to Klein. "Thank you. What a coincidence. My name is also Klein." "Our names are quite similar," he replied, accepting the cup. May I inquire how long I have been asleep? Klein took a sip of water. Approximately 3 days. The assistant replied, her tone faint. Klein nearly spat out the water he had just ingested. He could only remain here for 5 days in total, and he had almost slept through it all. However, he quickly regained his composure. The insights he had gained were substantial. It seems you have reached clarity. Your spirit and body are now in harmony. Sue's voice suddenly interjected, congratulations. Klein saw Sue emerge from a door, taking a seat on the sofa. I'm truly grateful. Klein expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Suddenly, a slight sting emanated from the palm of Klein's hand. He lowered his gaze to discover a peculiar pattern at the center of his palm, resembling a leaf with an eye at its core. What is this? Klein looked toward Sue. This is the imprint of heavenly wisdom, Sue explained to Klein, belonging to me. It appears that Pardo did not elucidate the nature of the imprint. It is a blessing and recognition from the English noble. To put it in the words you most wish to hear, it is the empowerment that allows you to depart from this place. Klein glanced back at his right hand as the imprint gradually faded, merging into his being. You mention recognition, but are there no trials involved? Suffering is a test, and tranquility is also a test. My examination of you has long since commenced and shall continue indefinitely, Sue replied to Klein's inquiry, then turned his gaze towards Klein. I am sorry. Klein sighed in resignation. Although I do not comprehend why you apologize every time you see me, if you are unwilling to explain, so be it. This was not the first time Sue had apologized to her. Yet whenever she inquired about the reason, Sue consistently refrained from providing a direct answer. Now that you are awake, I shall return to inform Dr. Ambias. Klein nodded to Klein and turned to leave. Watching Klein depart. Though unsure if it could be considered a farewell, Sue raised his eyes, seemingly gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling. In truth, I seldom visit this place. For what exists here is merely an ephemeral illusion of heavenly wisdom, unnecessary to disturb the judgments of those who are real. While the experiences of predecessors may offer some guidance, those who come after are destined to forge their own paths. Sue turned back to face Klein. I understand. Klein looked in the direction Klein had gone. Why do you apologize to her? Because it is my emotional entanglement. A person as perceptive as you can also harbor such entanglements? Klein took another sip of water. Rationally speaking, this is not my fault, and I should have let it go long ago. However, humans are not entirely rational beings. More often than not, they are governed by their emotions. You must also grasp this point. Klein nodded thoughtfully, and Sue continued. To be able to save yet not save is, for me, one of my burdens. As you mentioned, your sequence 8 is curious physician, so perhaps this insight will aid you in your future endeavors. Klein found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude towards Sue, who had provided insights even about the distillation of potions relevant to his sequence 8 during their first meeting. Why do you extend such assistance to me? Klein finally voiced the question. In due course, you shall come to understand, but you must remember that there is no such thing as help without reason in this world. Every gift of fate has already been priced in the shadows. This was Sue's final remark before he too departed. Do you all remember Gornis? If not, it matters not, for I have also forgotten. Should I discard him outright, or would it be preferable to weave in some additional narrative later? What say the readers? Would you like to see more? Chapter 97. The Bucket Brigade achieves great merit in light of this. What, then, is the cost? Klein remained oblivious and chose not to dwell on it. He decided to entrust tomorrow's matters to his future self. After all, it was improbable that his future self could transport his current self to a different time. He began to study the engraving of heavenly wisdom. In essence, the effects were quite comprehensible. Simply put, the engravings were divided into passive and active categories. The passive component indicated that with each successive attack, his spiritual energy would become increasingly vibrant. Conversely, the active component allowed him to unleash an ability known as causal reversal, which could, to a certain extent, reflect the enemy's attacks back at them, with the limitation that the degree of reflection was proportional to the spiritual energy expended. At that moment, he appeared less and less like a soothsayer. Subsequently, he retrieved a book titled Fairy Magic, which was prominently displayed on the shelf, and perused it for a while. A sensation of spiritual pull enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his bed at home. With a buoyant spirit, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company. However, his mood was slightly disrupted by Roshan's words. Old Neil is ill. Let us visit him after work, she suggested. Old Neil is ill. Klein pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet soon felt a sense of understanding. After all, an elderly man, having lost his wife early on and lacking proper care, was indeed susceptible to illness. Suddenly, Klein's spirit was sharply stirred. He perceived blood like water seeping from the floor, witnessed pulsating flesh on the walls, and the 6 eyes of old Neil. A wave of rigidity coursed through Klein's body. This was a premonition of the tragic fate of the mourning bard. Meanwhile, Roshan continued to explain to Klein that old Neil had never been married. Noticing Klein's stiff demeanor and the crimson veins in his eyes, she exclaimed, "What is wrong, Klein?" Quickly, she stepped out from behind the counter to support him. "Are you all right?" I'm fine, Klein replied, gently pushing Roshan's hand aside. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air for divination. Old Neil's current condition is amiss. The coin landed upright, affirming his suspicion. This indicated that indeed, old Neil's situation was troubling. Roshan cast a fearful glance at Klein and asked, "Could it be that something has happened to old Neil?" "I'm not certain yet, but I need to consult the captain first," Klein reassured Roshan, albeit untruthfully, before hastening towards the captain's office. Captain Dunsmith was sipping tea when Klein burst through the door, startling him. "What has happened?" he inquired, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Although forgetful, Dunn had an unexpected reliability in critical moments. Klein succinctly and candidly responded, "I divined that old Neil's condition is not right." He then proceeded to relay the details of his vision to Dunn, albeit disguising the mourning bard's ability as a whimsical divination. Upon hearing this, Dunn's countenance darkened, and he sprang from his seat. "We must visit old Neil immediately, and take care to avoid alarming him." Klein recalled the sealed item 0611. "Captain, perhaps we could apply for sealed item 30611. This item, known as quiet tresses, induces a gradual loss of emotion in those it touches, leaving them silently stationary." Dunn immediately grasped the suggestion, a commendable idea. "You go find Luo Yao in the entertainment room, while I proceed to request the sealed item." Understood. Klein practically sprinted, his shoes instinctively transforming into relics. He burst into the entertainment room and found Luo Yao engaged in a card game. "What task?" Luo Yao inquired calmly. "Visiting old Neil." Klein's tone was tinged with gravity. Luo Yao's eyes widened, harboring a foreboding suspicion. "It remains uncertain." Sensing Luo Yao's thoughts, Klein nodded. After acquiring the imprint of heavenly wisdom, Klein discovered he could more easily discern others' thoughts. "I understand," Luo Yao replied, falling silent thereafter. The two were enveloped in silence, the atmosphere thickening as if something intangible was coalescing around them. Minutes passed, and finally, Dunn returned from the depths below, clad in black gloves, clutching a tangled mass of hair. Because Klein's demeanor was overly conspicuous, Roshan had informed the coachman, Cesar. Cesar was already waiting at the door. The 4 of them boarded the carriage, embarking on their journey to old Neil's residence. The wheels rolled over the rain-soaked, muddy path, and the carriage interior was quieter than the midnight streets. Time passed unmeasured until, perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Dunn began recounting his experiences with old Neil. Among those present, he had partnered with old Neil the longest. Decades had passed. In Neil's youth, he had hoped this would merely be a false alarm. Klein could not help but draw a crimson moon on his chest, whispering a prayer. May the goddess protect him. Dunn and Luo Yao mirrored the gesture. May the goddess protect him. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Klein stepped forward and tugged the cord connected to the bell inside. The clear, melodious chime reverberated through the house, shattering the heavy silence. Suddenly, Klein looked down to see blood seeping from the doorframe, exactly as he had foreseen. Dunn and Liao's expressions grew graver. With a creak, the door swung open from within. Dunn immediately stepped aside, shielding Klein and Luo Yao behind him. The two behind him instinctively assumed defensive stances, raising their firearms. "Good morning, gentlemen," came a voice with an unusual tone, reminiscent of the London accent Klein had encountered in his past life online. The trio glanced down to see a figure clad in butler attire, sporting a pair of small mustaches and resembling a trash can with limbs. "Please come in," the trash can elegantly gestured for them to enter the parlor. "Mr. Neil is already awaiting you in the living room." "Very well, thank you." Dunn paused for a few seconds, nodding in gratitude. He then stepped into the living room, closely followed by Klein and Luo Yao. Although blood appeared to seep from the doorframe when viewed from outside, upon entering, they discovered a pristine path leading through the corridor into the living room, as if meticulously swept clean. No, it seemed unlikely that a human was responsible. For at that moment, standing elegantly in the corner was a maid-like trash bin, holding a mop. As they passed, the maid trash bin bowed graciously, signaling a warm welcome. When Klein glanced over, a gust of wind lifted the hem of the maid's skirt, prompting her to hurriedly press down on it, adopting a coy demeanor. Klein thought, it is only natural for one to err in such matters. As the trio entered the living room, they noticed the floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were all coated with a repulsive, viscous, sanguine liquid, interspersed with dense clusters of short black hair. Lying sprawled on the sofa was a mass of flesh and blood, presumably the unfortunate old Neil. Or rather, the entire room seemed to embody old Neil, with this particular segment serving as the focal point. Raising their gaze, they beheld old Neil's grizzled head suspended in midair, tethered to the ceiling by a thick strand of mucus, his forehead and cheeks sprouting a pair of cold, lashless eyes. Surrounding him were several doctor-costumed trash bins, wielding scrapers, buckets, cloths, and mops, endeavoring to gather the scattered remnants of old Neil and consolidate them atop the mass of flesh on the sofa. Against the wall sat a short sofa, the only clean spot in the room, perhaps having been preemptively tidied. Occupying the sofa were a person and a trash bin, Xing and a bespectacled trash bin. The glasses were peculiar, resembling bifocals, but possessing only a single lens in the center, behind which resided an eye devoid of lashes. The sofa was completely filled by this duo, leaving no space for anyone else. I apologize for the lack of resting places at present, so I must trouble the three of you to stand for a while. A butler trash bin said apologetically from beside them. It is quite all right, Klein instinctively replied, still taken aback by the scene before him. Oh, Dunn, it is you all, old Neil remarked, opening his 6 eyes to gaze at Dunn and his companions. As you can see, my current state is, well, rather unfortunate. Thankfully, Xing and several other friends have come to assist me. Upon hearing his name, Xing looked up from his phone, smiling and waving at Dunn and the others. Sensing that old Neil still retained some semblance of rationality and that the situation was not as dire as imagined, Dunn felt a quiet relief. Old Neil, Dunn stepped forward, intending to speak. However, a nurse costume trash bin suddenly leaped out from the side, blocking Dunn's path and pushing him back. What are you doing? Can't you see the patient hasn't recovered yet? Go away. Don't cause a disturbance. Dunn was bewilderedly pushed back to his original position. What was happening? Was it chaos? Was it me? Old Neil chuckled softly. It seems we can only converse this way, Dunn. Dunn tightened his grip on the firearm, casting a wary glance at the surrounding trash bins, momentarily deciding against provoking them. It appears so, old Neil. Indeed, it seems you still remember us. I am quite alert now, Dunn, though just a few moments ago I was not so clear-headed. It was these doctors who brought me back. As he spoke, one of the doctor bins opened the lid atop its head and pulled out a ladder taller than itself. It then climbed the ladder with careful precision and gingerly removed old Neil's head from the ceiling, placing it atop the mass of flesh on the sofa. Old Neil's head attempted to move slightly, controlling the writhing mass below. Remarkable, doctor. I can feel my body now. The doctor bin patted its chest, producing a sound akin to iron striking iron. Then it turned around, flexing its back muscles, displaying its back to old Neil. The metallic plates on its back instantly wrinkled, resembling muscles, coalescing into words that no one had seen before yet could surprisingly comprehend. Miraculous revival. You should have confidence in us, sir. The butler bin addressed Dunn. We are a professional team. Saying this, the butler bin produced an elegantly patterned wooden box, exuding a faint fragrance. Rest assured, sir, even if we ultimately cannot heal Mr. Neil, we shall not neglect him. Old Neil jested, if I am not truly healed, then bury me alongside my wife. As you wish, sir. The butler bin elegantly bowed to old Neil. The previously agitated nurse bin surged forth again, swinging a tray and striking the butler bin, knocking it to the ground. Release. How could we possibly fail to manage a mere sequence 9 anomaly? That was not my intention. The butler bin attempted to defend itself. The maid bin stepped forward, producing a sack and stuffing the butler bin inside, dragging it to a corner. Forgive me, I must dispose of some trash. Chapter 98, Collaborative Mission. If we cannot save her, completed. Jiumin. Sorry Lang. The butler bin struggled frantically within the sack. The maid bin raised her mop high and struck down with force. I'll clean up. I hope our guests are not amused. The maiden bowed apologetically to Dunn and the others, adding that they should not question their professional capabilities due to this incident. Witnessing this brutal scene, Klein could not help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Dunn began to contemplate what these beings truly were. They did not resemble mere hallucinations, so they were likely some form of high-sequence creation. As time passed slowly, amidst the trio's confusion, Old Neil's body was ultimately pieced together in its entirety. Even a few surgeons wielding scalpels assisted him in removing the superfluous eyes from his body. First, he consumed a bowl of anesthetic soup, followed by the decisive blow of an axe to his cranium. One surgeon presented him with a bowl of soup, while another eagerly brandished the axe, ready to commence. "Marvelous! Marvelous! Marvelous!" Old Neil exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Dunn promptly intervened, declaring, "Wait, this is far too perilous. We can employ ritualistic magic to assist Neil in purging the contamination once we return. Of course we can halt," one of the surgeons replied with a shrug. "If the patient does not consent, we shall not proceed with the operation." Dunn, it seems the church possesses no remedy for the uncontrollable. "At least not within our security clearance," remarked Neil, holding the anesthetic soup. He was willing to trust those who had saved his friends. Indeed, given Neil's current predicament, the most favorable outcome upon returning would be confinement within the Chinese gate, leaving him to wither under the influence of various seals. Should surgery take place, however, there might be a glimmer of hope. "Why not have our grand diviner perform an augury for me?" suggested Old Neil, confident in the abilities of his protege. Dunn found this reasoning compelling and turned to Klein. "Klein, please conduct the divination." "Very well," Klein replied, tossing a coin while silently repeating thrice, "Old Neil should undergo surgery." The coin landed in Klein's palm, showing heads, signifying affirmation. "Captain, the divination indicates that this course of action is indeed correct." After much contemplation, Dunn ultimately opted to trust his team. The surgeons immediately buzzed with excitement. One of them planned to wash Old Neil's hair before the operation, pouring a bowl of water over him, proclaiming the essence of the soul. Dunn's brow furrowed deeper. He remained skeptical. Following a vigorous and thorough cranial surgery, Old Neil appeared to have truly returned to normal. Sitting on the couch, he cheerfully moved his body, exclaiming, "It seems I am indeed fine now. What a false alarm this has been. Thank you all so much." He expressed his gratitude to the surgeons. "No need for thanks," one surgeon replied, as the four lined up, striking different bodybuilding poses, their muscles forming the four characters: suspended, barrel, aid, world. Once the surgery concluded, the irritable nurse finally permitted Dunn and his companions to visit the patient. "Old Neil, what on earth did you do to become like this?" Dunn inquired as he sat beside him, eager to understand the situation. "Oh, it's quite simple. I intended to use my life to resurrect Salister. You see, certain high sequences can achieve this, but unfortunately, it seems I fell slightly short of the necessary sequence," Old Neil admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. He had not anticipated causing such havoc. The star seated on the short couch quietly asked the one-eyed surgeon beside him, "So, what sequence is required to accomplish that?" The one-eyed trashkin responded without hesitation, yet the words it uttered were interspersed with a cacophony of chaotic and disordered information, rendering them incomprehensible. However, star, endowed with synesthetic beacons, grasped its meaning with precision. If the time of death did not exceed an hour, sequence 4 would suffice. If the time approached a month, sequence 0 might be necessary. In this case, it would likely require the old ones. Or the old ones? Star pondered, but since it bore the prefix old, it presumably referred to remnants of a bygone era. Then why do you still inform him of this method? Star continued to inquire. The one-eyed trashkin looked up at Star, seemingly perplexed by her question, because he asked. So that was it. Star comprehended. It was a straightforward principle. Subjectively, it harbored no malevolent intentions, although it had indeed nearly resulted in Old Neil's demise. Yet, because Old Neil had asked, the hidden sage provided an answer. Indeed, all suffering stemmed from the inadequacy of the individuals involved. Star realized that since they had acknowledged their insignificance, they ought to strive for greater strength. With that thought, Star inexplicably produced a feather quill, which was instantly refined. Are you evolving as well? The hidden sage inquired with anticipation. Yes, Star affirmed with a nod. I shall become a stand user, awakening a stand known as Mimi. Pointed her phone, she added, this is what I observed from the version preview. Wow, the hidden sage clapped. That's impressive. I want to create a stand too. With that, the hidden sage began to contemplate deeply, streams of low-level data coalescing behind it to form another trash can. That's splendid. I shall also continue advancing the main storyline to acquire stand soon. Star resumed her focus on her phone. Star trash rail, activate. Noting that Star had disregarded him, the hidden sage withdrew its stand and resumed its aimless musings. It was still too weak. Perhaps if it could become an eremite or strengthen itself in other aspects. It might attempt to transform the mythic biological form of the eremite into a trash can. Meanwhile, Dunn assisted the reassembled Old Neil from the sofa. I sincerely apologize, Old Neil, but we must take you back for a comprehensive examination. Of course, I understand, Old Neil replied obediently, rising as if chastened like a child. You may rest in my home for a while, but please remember to close the door when you leave. Old Neil turned to Star and the trash cans on the sofa. Star gestured to indicate that there was no problem. The captain helped Old Neil onto the carriage, followed closely by Klein and Luo Yao. This was Klein's first experience dealing with a companion's loss of control. Although he managed it successfully, he could not shake a sense of complexity in his emotions. This time, Star and the trash cans had intervened just in time. What would have transpired had they not arrived? What scene would have awaited them upon reaching Old Neil's home? Old Neil discerned the intricate emotions swirling within Klein and, with a gentle smile, reminded him, "Do not feel perplexed, young Klein. Do you recall the phrase that Dunn imparted to you during your training?" Which phrase? Dunn has uttered so many words that Klein found himself momentarily unsure of what Old Neil was referring to. On your very first day as a night watcher, Dunn conveyed this to you. Old Neil did not allow Klein to ponder for long, stating, "We are guardians, a band of pitiful souls perpetually battling against madness." This declaration reverberated within Klein's heart, and he sensed that his sorrowful potion had absorbed a fraction more of his grief. Old Neil shook his head. From last night until now, age brings with it a lack of vitality. I find myself rather weary. I shall rest for a while. Klein glanced out the window. It was already midday, the sun hanging high in the sky. He chuckled and jested. "Good night, Old Neil. May you have pleasant dreams." Old Neil, drowsily nodding, replied, "Good night, young Klein." Suddenly, Klein's intuition was stirred. He gently tapped his teeth to activate his spiritual sight. He beheld a transparent, ethereal figure, nearly formless, hovering beside Old Neil, an unusual spirit he had previously failed to notice. More alarmingly, it dared to approach the night watcher's carriage. This was no ordinary spirit. Decisive action was imperative. Klein stealthily grasped the slumber charm hidden in his pocket, preparing to strike decisively. However, in an instant, the nearly formless figure evaporated from Klein's sight, vanishing without a trace. Releasing the charm, Klein appeared to comprehend something. He did not believe that this was truly the spirit of Old Neil's wife. The spirit of an ordinary person could not endure for so long. It was highly likely that this was a being from the spirit realm summoned through ritual, intertwined with Old Neil's memories of his wife. Was this considered infidelity on Old Neil's part? Klein mused internally. Since Old Neil had not truly perished due to his loss of control, Klein still found the capacity to jest. As the carriage departed, Xing's curiosity ignited. She realized she had yet to explore Old Neil's home. Xing began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, seeking treasure and resources. Soon, she had scoured the first floor and was making her way to the second. In stark contrast to the chaos of the first floor, wrought by Old Neil's emotional turmoil, the second floor exuded an air of orderliness. Everything was impeccably arranged, as though a true matron had presided over it. Xing explored room by room, though some were locked, rendering her unable to enter. After all, Old Neil was her friend. She could not simply force her way inside. Ultimately, she was thwarted by her own high standards. In the final room, she discovered an odd manuscript titled Life, Transmutation, Materials. Among the listed ingredients was a substantial quantity of fresh human blood. Old Neil had noted, "Consider drawing from my own, accumulating it ritualistically for preservation through magical means." The star expressed her bewilderment. Why not procure blood from the hospital's blood bank? Was it due to incompatible blood types? She set the manuscript aside. The alchemy of life held no value for her, feeling less significant than a mere snippet of code casually typed by Silverwolf. In truth, she too was a product of life alchemy, yet there seemed no necessity for such intricate materials and rituals. Thus, the extraordinary beings of this world appeared rather inferior. Star continued her search, soon uncovering a volume of literature. It was the diary of old Neil, who, in their right mind, keeps a diary. To pen one's innermost thoughts is merely to invite scrutiny. Hence, Star perused the diary without a trace of guilt. She swiftly skimmed through the earlier entries, which were beyond her comprehension and of no interest. Her intuition suggested that something awaited her at the end. Upon reaching the final page, she read, "If I cannot save her, then I shall accompany her. Mission accomplished. If I cannot save her, let the song resound. We stand at the heart of the battlefield. Let us unite, shouting the oath of loyalty. Hey, prepare for the chimera under the Emperor's radiance, marching in disciplined formation. Let us shed blood and tears together, persevere together, positions taken, backpacks ready, artillery prepare for the charge, lift off from the ground, mind your positions. Remember to compensate for damaged equipment. On the battlefield, so many delicacies await. Who cries out of heresy? No matter the challenges, we shall not retreat." Who is our next opponent? Chapter 99 Star returned to update the version. In Forsaken Land, Silver City. The prevailing faiths in Silver City, now number 3. At the heart of the city-state lies an altar and 2 churches. The altar belongs to the original faith of Silver City, dedicated to the creator of all, the omniscient and omnipotent deity. The altar is modest, not due to a lack of desire to embellish it, but because the creator's initial oracle emphasized simplicity. Sincerity is the essence of divinity. Alas, the followers of this once dominant faith have dwindled, leaving only the elderly and a scant few young souls to uphold the belief in this fallen creator. One of the churches is the stone sanctuary, built from rock, devoid of ostentation, merely adorned with a layer of amber paint. In the center of the sanctuary stands a statue of the Amber King, crafted by Colin, inspired by glimpses he had during his trials. As a demigod, though he had no formal training in sculpture, shaping stone to his will pose no challenge. The majority of the Amber King's devotees are members of various exploration teams led by Colin, along with their families. They pray for the safe return of themselves or their loved ones from their explorations. Lastly, there is the Church of the Fool's Mercy, brought forth by Celrus. At first glance, it appears to be an unremarkable wooden structure. The facade is adorned with 3 grand doors. The first, towering at 9 meters, was constructed specifically for the passage of giants. The second door, approximately 3 meters tall, accommodates the ordinary citizens. Lastly, there is a diminutive half-meter door, an access point created for Charles, who found it impossible to push open the preceding doors. Since Celrus claims to be the Angel of Fools, he has become the sole celestial envoy responding to the foolishness of the entire Silver City, thus establishing himself as the primary faith within its walls. Upon pushing the door open, one is greeted by a scene starkly contrasting its exterior. It is not opulent, but rather filled with tables and chairs of various sizes, with barrels of ale lined against the walls. Regardless of their beliefs, the inhabitants of Silver City can find solace here. At the innermost sanctum of the Mercy Church, there stands a statue of the enigmatic Mr. Fool, seated upon a bronze chair, his visage obscured. Surrounding him are stone-carved representations of a bouncy ball, hula hoops, fireworks, and masks, all interconnected by a stone ribbon that encircles the figure of Mr. Fool. He raises a jug of wine in a gesture of communal drinking. Although Silver City currently embraces 3 faiths, they coexist harmoniously, as there are no doctrinal conflicts among them, or perhaps their tenets are so indistinct that they defy clear definition. However, conflicts among the followers do arise, primarily stemming from a game associated with the Mercy Church. The most popular activity, there is a card game, created by Celrus, themed around the existing beliefs of Silver City. It is called Triune Slaughter, and it has become a sensational success, with sales booming. The restoration of the church is surely on the horizon. Even the esteemed Colin Elliott, the chief of the 6-member council, occasionally visits to indulge in a game and unwind. Today, as per usual, Colin concluded his patrol at the Mercy Church. As the door swung open, Derek, carrying 10 stacked boxes, entered. "Your Excellency," Derek called out to Colin. His voice raised to pierce through the cacophony that enveloped them. Colin flipped his cards face down on the table and approached Derek. The moment Colin left the table, the 2 players he had been with eagerly began to rummage through his cards. "Do not blame us, Chief, such is the nature of church rivalry." Upon revealing the cards, A blinding light of sanctity instantly overwhelmed their vision. Wow, what power! They shouted in unison, shielding their eyes in dismay. Colin turned back with a smile, dismissing their plight as mere trifles, vowing that they would certainly return defeated. "What brings you here, little son?" Colin inquired jovially, addressing Derek. Ever since Selrus referred to Derek as son, the citizens of Silver City have affectionately adopted the moniker Little Son for him. "It is this, Mr. Demon has delivered 10 doses of the elixir of joy to me." Derek hoisted the stacked boxes before Colin. He then proceeded to elucidate the nature of the elixir of joy. Colin lowered his head in contemplation, then shook it with a sense of resignation. Though the Amber King had not expressly forbidden him from joining other churches, he had saved both Colin and his team. He was reluctant to betray his faith. Simultaneously aligning with two churches seemed undeniably disrespectful. Thus, it appeared that Colin would likely forego the benefits of the triad. "Your Excellency," he proposed, "I believe the Amber King would not object, as this is all in the pursuit of better safeguarding Silver City." Derek sought to persuade further. He would certainly not mind. Colin nodded with a smile, yet cautioned, "But, my dear son, remember this. We cannot forsake our principles. If I cannot steadfastly uphold my own faith, then I have no right to speak of protecting others. I have already betrayed the Lord once. This time, I shall resolutely pursue the path of preservation. Moreover, the Creator once remarked that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. You ought to distribute these fateful potions to those who are in greater need." "I understand, Your Excellency," Derek acknowledged, clutching the box as he ventured deeper into the church, arriving at the statue of the Fool. "Everyone," Derek raised his voice, drowning out the clamor of the church. "Is there anyone willing to try this?" In the forsaken land of the gods, Moon City, Gudatsi was distributing fortune bags to the residents. With the new year approaching, it was customary to draw from fortune bags. Gudatsi proclaimed that too many worthless trinkets had accumulated, gathering dust in her possession, and it was better to give them to others. The residents of Moon City raised their hands, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cheered repeatedly, "General, General, we cannot repay the General's kindness." Upon opening the fortune bags, various items would materialize. Naturally, it was best to unveil the contents on site, allowing inquiries to Gudatsi regarding unfamiliar objects. For instance, a resident who eagerly tore open his fortune bag found a roll of red bamboo, slips falling out. "What is this?" he inquired of Gudatsi. "Ah, this is the Great Thousand Record," Gudatsi replied with a smile, "a relic that allows one to sacrifice part of their body, exchanging pain for power. You could sacrifice a fingernail, or even a finger. Anything that could induce suffering would suffice." "I see," the resident pondered. Suddenly, another man with severe deformities sprang forth, possessing numerous hands and several eyes. "I will trade with you." He had drawn a box of instant noodles named Beautiful Girl Flavor. "That works." The two exchanged their items, for in Moon City, food was far more precious than weaponry. The man with the Great Thousand Record dashed outside the city, brandishing a small knife to pick at his nails against the monsters beyond. For the residents of Moon City, pain was a familiar companion. The agony of removing his fingernails scarcely caused him to flinch, watching his nails weave through the monsters, piercing their skulls time and again. The deformed man erupted in exhilarated laughter. "Ha, now you beg me, but I shall not spare you." The surrounding monsters immediately fled. The inhabitants of Moon City had grown increasingly savage. A man from the Great Thousand Records brandished a chandelier and pursued them. "Ha ha ha, run, amuse me, struggle to the very end." He laughed heartily. What spirit! On the back of the red hair, watching the lively residents of Moon City. Guda's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, this is the feeling of being a savior. To be adored is the treatment a savior deserves. Not to be forced to prove oneself as such. Humanity? Not worth saving. Even if they beg me now, I would not return. Let them fend for themselves. Those wretched beings. In the kingdom of Rune, Tingen, it was already afternoon when Xing departed from the old Neil family. She disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around her and began to run down the street, which was quite normal for her. After all, she had no physical limitations and could continue running indefinitely. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt. She realized that pedestrians had vanished without a trace. Cautiously, she summoned her weapon, wearing a hat, with her left hand gripping a flame gun and her right a baseball bat. Damn, is this an illusion? When did this happen? The surrounding residential buildings receded, clearing a vast expanse. From the distant darkness, two brilliant lights suddenly illuminated, resembling the eyes of a colossal dragon. What is this? Such an overwhelming presence. Could it be an ancient beast? With a tremendous roar, Xing finally discerned the identity of her foe. It was a large truck, and the dragon's eyes were its high beams. "You wretched truck, turn off your high beams," Xing exclaimed in the elegant tongue of the pioneers. Boom! The massive engine roared to life, accompanied by a mechanical, synthesized hum. "Young lady, it's time to venture into another world." Boom! The truck sped towards Xing, who swiftly raised her flame gun as a shield of fire. Simultaneously, she swung her baseball bat, aiming to strike her hat like a baseball. The hat collided with the truck, producing a thunderous explosion as dense smoke enveloped her vision. "Transform, Autobot." From within the smoke, a giant robot suddenly emerged, executing a graceful flip to land behind the flame gun shield, seizing Xing in its grasp. Instantly refined, "Great Love Star Sovereign, your journey ends here." When Xing opened her eyes once more, she found herself back on the train. However, the train was empty. There was no Pam, nor GZ or Uncle Yon. She looked down and noticed a screen displaying, "Version update in progress. Please wait." Ah, so they had brought her back for a version update. She understood that after an update, maintenance was necessary, and she could not go online for a while. If only they had mentioned it sooner, she would have avoided that confrontation. "Hee hee, here I come, my dear. A cute little sprite like you is destined to be devoured by your mother." Cackle cackle. Chapter 100. Encountering the passionate youth in a land of bliss. As night fell, Klein settled down to sleep and once again entered the simulated universe. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back on the sofa in the lounge of the land of bliss. A subtle stirring of the spirit prompted him to turn and glance beside him. There sat the diminutive Klein. "Hello, Klein. How long have I been away?" Klein greeted the little version of himself. After a moment of contemplation, Klein replied, "Approximately a minute or so." Thus, it became clear that time flowed at a much slower pace here after his departure. "Mr. Klein, Dr. M. Bias has invited you to her laboratory." Klein's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ah, very well." Klein instinctively nodded and turned to follow the direction indicated by Klein's finger. It led to the green room that Padua had emphatically warned against entering, adorned with a golden pattern consisting of 4 circles. Recalling the mention of the formidable Chinjia, who had once torn a ruler apart with his bare hands, Klein offered an awkward yet polite smile. "My apologies, Klein. I may not have the time. You know, I've only just arrived and need to explore thoroughly." You declined? How can you refuse someone else's request? Klein appeared profoundly astonished by Klein's ability to deny others. Klein blinked in surprise. "May I ask, Klein, have you ever refused anyone?" "No." The two exchanged gazes for several seconds. Ultimately, Klein earnestly suggested, "I believe you should report to the management here regarding the exploitation of child labor by your employer." Klein shook his head. "It's all right. Previously, I had to work while listening to Dr. M. Bias's instructions for the next tasks. Now, maintaining the land of bliss is quite manageable." Klein hesitated, choosing his words carefully. He decided to respect her perspective, despite his confusion. Just as Klein was about to extend another invitation, a cheerful and lively voice interrupted. "Why was I not informed about the arrival of a newcomer? Have you all conspired to isolate me?" "Boo-hoo, the adorable Alicia would be very saddened." A pink-haired girl with elfin ears suddenly popped her head up from behind the sofa. With a flourish, the radiant girl made her entrance, reminiscent of a splendid miracle orchestrated by the great Verve. She stood up, arms wide open. "Oh, it seems others have come to find you. I shall return later." Klein immediately expressed a desire to retreat. Unfortunately, her plans were thwarted. A pair of hands descended from above, scooping up the fleeing Klein, cradling her like a doll. Klein turned back in disbelief. Hadn't she just been behind him? Now, he was equipped with an entire set of hunting blessings and donned an artifact that enhanced his speed. In terms of speed and reflexes, he is confident that he has reached at least the 5th tier. He even believes that some 4th-tier demigods, who are not particularly adept at speed, may not surpass his current swiftness. However, just moments ago, he failed to perceive Lady Alicia's movements clearly. "Lady Alicia, I still have unfinished business," Klein stated, not struggling, as he knew the resistance would be futile. "That is quite all right," a playful voice chimed in. "It's perfectly acceptable to unwind occasionally. If Mephisto has any objections, let her come find me in a delightful pink dress." Klein remained silent, quietly calculating the data he would need shortly. Alicia chose not to press Klein further, instead settling on the far end of the sofa and observing the now composed Klein. Well, why the silence? Are you observing me? She teased. It's all right. You may gaze more openly in my direction. After all, since your arrival in this paradise, I have been watching you as well. Klein lifted his gaze. Lady Alicia, did you not say that no one informed you? Alicia appeared quite proud. A beautiful maiden is capable of anything. She turned her attention back to Klein. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alicia, which in the common tongue of the continent signifies paradise. As you can see, I embody the beauty my name implies. My friends often call me Ali. You may do so as well. It sounds delightful, much like me. Such enthusiasm, Klein replied. You should already know my name. Simply call me Klein. Curiously, he added, by the way, it seems that the illustrious individuals here each possess their own code name or imprint, such as celestial wisdom or dream in the void. What might yours be? Alicia playfully touched her lips with a finger. Oh, are you so eager to uncover the secrets of our first meeting? You are quite impatient. Klein quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I thought it wasn't a matter of privacy. Both Sue and Pato had readily disclosed their imprints to Klein, leading him to believe that it was not a subject requiring secrecy, which indeed was the case. It's fine. It's not something that warrants confidentiality. However, maintaining an appropriate air of mystery can enhance a woman's allure, so I shall reveal such matters to you at a later time. With that, Alicia sprang from the sofa and hopped over to the central device in the hall. Klein, nestled in her arms, swayed slightly, appearing a bit dizzy. This device resembled a colossal portal, encased in a metallic frame. Through the doorway, a myriad of scenes continuously shifted, intermingling, ultimately coalescing into a mesmerizing, ever-changing starry sky. I heard you mention to Sue that you need to digest the potion of the Morning Bard. The name's implications may not be very favorable. Alicia allowed the corners of her mouth to curve upward once more. However, given the circumstances, you may need to engage more with the Archons. You must have experienced the wondrous nature of the sigils by now. You have encountered two forms, although in reality, you have only truly experienced one. Klein silently critiqued in his mind. Behold, this is a world constructed from the memories of the 13 Archons of Flame. Naturally, mine is also included. Alicia gestured for Klein to observe the apparatus. This is akin to a simulated universe. So, am I playing within a simulated universe in the simulated universe? A whimsical thought struck Klein. Indeed, it seems you grasp the concept, Alicia responded cheerfully. Depending on your degree of resonance with the Archons, you may find yourself in various memory locations, and there's also the possibility of appearing directly before the Archons themselves. However, this is not an absolute rule. If some Archons are overly enthusiastic, they might disregard the resonance and manifest before you unexpectedly. Could you enlighten me about the 13 Archons of Flame? Klein expressed a keen interest in the Archons. Since you have perused the Chronicles, you should already be aware. Following the confinement tragedy, humanity suffered immense trauma. The 13 Archons of Flame are the remaining warriors who emerged from that tragic event. As Alicia took on the role of narrator in place of Pardo, her tone noticeably shifted from the previous exuberance. I apologize, Klein detected the change in Alicia's demeanor. I suppose you are still unfamiliar with the concept of fusion warriors. Are you? Alicia deftly shifted the conversation. Klein nodded. Indeed, but I can infer a general meaning from the term. It appears you possess a keen intellect. Alicia complimented him. As the term suggests, fusion warriors are a creation of Dr. Mebius, a technology that merges human genes with those of the Honkai beasts. Oh, how enviable. If only we had a clear path to transcendence as well. I wonder if there are pathways characterized by beauty in your realm? Klein thought of the witches. There might be, but it likely isn't as splendid as you imagine. Is that so? What a pity. Alicia expressed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. So, how did I do in my explanation? Perhaps you could shower me with some praise? Klein found himself momentarily speechless, managing only to offer a half-hearted compliment. It was quite good? Alicia did not appear disheartened by the meager praise and remained cheerful. A warm gust of wind billowed from the door, transforming the celestial scene within into a deep crimson hue. Even the massive metallic frame of the portal began to take on a reddish tint. Oh dear, it seems he has noticed you, Alicia remarked as she set Klein back on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, Klein vanished from sight. What is happening? Klein looked back at Alicia in confusion. How should I put it? Perhaps your immediate acquisition of Sue's sigil has drawn his attention. In any case, this is an invitation. An invitation? Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be wise to pay a visit. After all, his purpose in coming here is to engage with the esteemed individuals present. Klein, not overthinking the matter, noted that everyone he had encountered thus far, be it Pato, Sue, or the companion beside him, Alicia, had been quite amiable. Nevertheless, he tossed a coin for divination. The coin tumbled through his fingers and clattered to the ground, signifying a failed divination. What is this? A divination? I recall you are a diviner, so what does this imply? Alicia leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Klein awkwardly retrieved the coin, explaining, it appears the divination was unsuccessful. The entity within seems rather formidable. Alicia contemplated for a moment before responding, indeed, quite powerful, and also quite welcoming. Klein nodded, I see. Let us converse further at a later time. He waved goodbye to Alicia, who reciprocated the gesture. Klein took a moment to sense his surroundings. With no spiritual warning, he strode forward. However, the prolonged comfort had seemingly made him forget that a lack of spiritual warning could indicate two scenarios. Either there was no significant danger, or the disparity between them was too great. As he stepped through the portal, a wave of intense heat enveloped him. Flames raged, consuming all in their path, annihilating everything. At that moment, Klein's instincts began to scream in alarm. Before him stood a bright and cheerful young man, his back turned. Another confrontation loomed ahead. Would the audience prefer a hasty conclusion or a more detailed engagement? There have been quite a few action sequences of late. Chapter 101. The cheerful young man's overbearing wall pinning before him lay a desolate wasteland, the ground ablaze with fire. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly. You've arrived, ruler. After such a delay, I almost presumed you had perished outside, the man remarked, tilting his head slightly to glance at Klein. His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Klein could not discern his face, only the black mask adorned with golden accents. The oppressive heat enveloped Klein, and he suddenly recalled that while his identity as a ruler, gained within the simulated universe, afforded him considerable power, it likely served as a negative affinity artifact in the eyes of these esteemed individuals. At least in the presence of this man, his identity as a ruler had probably reduced his initial favorability to a negative value. What are you doing standing there, motionless? Are you stunned? I never imagined I would encounter such a feeble ruler, the man said, fully turning to face Klein, looking down upon him. His tone remained calm, as though he were merely stating a fact. You are far inferior to that ice-wielding fool, the man concluded. At least he had the audacity to make a move against me. An ice-wielding fool? Who could that be? Klein's mind raced. Could be the ice ruler? Thus, this must be the infamous entity who tore through rulers. Step by step, Shinji approached Klein, eventually standing before him at a distance of approximately 5 meters. Elevated upon a hillock formed by the remnants of fallen beasts. Towering over Klein at more than 2 meters in height, Shinji clasped his hands before his chest and remarked, I have heard that you are to play the role of that lamentable figure. Is it not so? Indeed, Klein replied, taking a slight step back. His gaze fixed upon Shinji, his grip firm upon his firearm. Shinji cast a disdainful glance at the outdated pistol before averting his gaze. Remember well, my name is Shinji. Like the others here, I am a fusion warrior, known by the title of I have forgotten my rank. It is of no consequence. My name is Klein began to respond, but Shinji interjected, that is also of no importance, lawgiver. What you must focus on now is merely to survive. Do you comprehend? Unless, of course, you possess the ability to resurrect like that serpent. Before the spiritual warning could register, Klein found himself suddenly pressed into the ground by Shinji, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. Klein's form rapidly withered and diminished, leaving only a grotesque paper effigy in his place. A series of flames erupted, propelling Klein to the opposite end of the arena. Shinji did not rush to pursue. Instead, he dusted off his hands, saying, Is this all you can muster? Aren't the lawgivers adept at manipulating hearts? Come now, ignite the fury within me. Flames engulfed him, incinerating the faintly violet threads that sought to envelop him. Am I unwell? Should I truly provoke you? A purple vortex formed beneath Shinji's feet, bestowing upon him several adverse effects. With a sweep of his left arm, he unleashed a crimson surge, shattering the echoes of emptiness. Not enough. Still insufficient. Azure arrows descended from the heavens, and Qianjia looked up, unguarded. The arrows merely grazed his skin. Although Cline's blessings were at their peak, the effects of his fate's resonance ultimately correlated with his base attributes. To breach his defenses was no small feat. It was the utmost he could achieve. The intensity of the hunt was, to some degree, intertwined with enmity. Cline noted that the arrow's effects were surprisingly effective when striking Qianjia. Why was this so? Cline did not perceive himself as harboring significant animosity towards Qianjia. At least, the imprint of Tianhui had aided him in discerning many truths. Though Qianjia was irritable, he had not genuinely engaged him in combat. A punch here, a lengthy discourse there. It felt akin to a turn-based game. Compared to a genuine struggle for survival, this resembled a child's playtime. Though the scale of this playtime seemed somewhat exaggerated. Qianjia stepped forward, causing the ground to fracture as blazing meteors descended from the skies, entwined with swirling flames. In that moment, it felt as though a calamity had befallen the earth. This time, Cline did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the impending disaster. Green Bodhi leaves materialized around him, conjuring a gentle breeze. The minuscule breeze stands in stark contrast to the fiery inferno, yet miraculously, under the influence of that wind, both the tornado and the meteor redirect their course towards Qianjia. A sky full of meteors and several colossal fire whirlwinds engulf Qianjia, creating a blazing sea. That blind man's mark? Adequate, I suppose. Qianjia's voice reverberates from within the flames, and in the next moment, he bursts forth from the fire, reappearing before Cline. Whether it is truly the effect of the flames or merely a deliberate concession, this time Cline can barely discern his movements. Unbeknownst to him, a second pistol has appeared in Cline's left hand, a rusty revolver reminiscent of a bygone era. This is the gun capable of slowing time, the outlaw. The world swiftly transitions into monochrome, with only Cline remaining in vivid color. He raises both pistols, one pressed against Qianjia's chest and the other aimed at the center of his mask. Bang! 3 gunshots echo simultaneously, 2 from the pistols and 1 simulated by Cline's mouth, mimicking an air bullet. Air bullets need not be propelled from the fingers. They can equally be expelled from the mouth. Time flows onward. 2 thunder eyes strike Qianjia's chest and mask, while the air bullet from Cline finds its mark in Qianjia's throat. The mask fractures but does not fall, and his shirt explodes, revealing the muscle beneath. As purple arcs of electricity envelop his body, the tremendous detonation dispersing the surrounding flames. Yet, Qianjia appears unaffected, his speed undiminished as he seizes Cline by the neck, pinning him against the air wall at the edge of the arena. It is a domineering wall slam from a sunny, cheerful boy. Let me enlighten you, lawmaker. There is nothing here for you to play the part you desire. Rather, the only tragedy that will unfold here is that you shall be mercilessly slain by me. Do you understand? As the grip on his neck tightens, Cline attempts to escape using his paper avatar. However, at the moment he releases the avatar, flames erupt from 5 or 6 pockets and 7 or 8 hidden compartments of his attire. The peculiar energy known as the collapse, controlled by Qianjia, ignites all the paper avatars. Those little things are too unsightly. Allow me to incinerate them for you, Qianjia says, his face drawn close. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sends Cline flying. Cline tumbles through a heap of corpses, landing heavily on the ground. The sound of shattering glass resonates, and he can distinctly feel his shield has been breached. What is this? Unable to rise? Then you shall perish here. Qianjia lifts his head, choosing not to gaze at Cline. A drop of verdant dew falls from above, and in an instant, Cline's wounds begin to mend. Not much of a talent, yet you present an array of flamboyant tricks. Pray tell, are you a jester from circus? Do you require my applause? Applause is unnecessary. A token of appreciation would suffice. Cline rose from the ground. Then, grant me your mark, shall we? Qianjia remained silent, gazing at the sky. After a few moments, he lowered his head and turned his gaze back to Cline. The flames enveloped his upper body, obscuring the details of his form. The cracked mask shattered, with half of it tumbling to the ground, revealing not a face, but a visage consumed by flames. Very well, since you desire it so, I shall generously oblige. All you need to do is withstand this punch by whatever means necessary. Cline holstered his twin pistols, placing his hands protectively over his chest. All right, come forth. Let us see. If you cannot endure, you can always leap away in a blaze. Boom! The flaming fist collided with a massive ice wall just half a meter away from Klein, encasing most of Chinjia's body in ice, even freezing the flames that danced around him. Klein stood bewildered, staring at the scene before him. What was happening? I did not even release a memory echo. In truth, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Let this be the end, Chinjia. The voice resonated from above, a magnetic male voice, calm and cold. Although it was melodious, it bore no hint of emotion. Who? Klein looked up but could only discern a vague figure shrouded in a misty white fog, barely perceiving a man. Of course, it was a man. Was he to expect a Barbie doll instead? With a dismissive scoff, Chinjia effortlessly broke free from the ice that bound him, the ice wall shattering before him. Lawgiver, you are fortunate, yet I remain true to my word. Chinjia extinguished the flames surrounding him, leaving only his face veiled in fire. Remember this, it is the annihilation mark. I despise complexities. The most effective trial is the sheer act of slaughter. To lose is to perish, to win is to survive. And then the cycle of combat continues. It's that simple. This simplicity seems excessive, Klein mused internally, though he dared not voice his thoughts. I quite admire the look in your eyes now, that blend of anger and restraint. If you feel displeased with me, remember this sentiment. Struggle with all your might until the end. It will prove your worthiness to be vanquished by my hand. Next time, let me witness your true fury. Only then might I take an interest in measuring your caliber. Flames erupted from Klein's palms, coalescing into a mark resembling a mask, akin to the one adorning Chinjia's face, albeit in its unshattered form. The surroundings gradually dimmed, and Klein felt himself departing from this memory-constructed realm, destined to return to the Hall of Paradise. As the flames flickered and merged into his being, a haunting phrase echoed in his ears. All things have burned away, and this body shall also perish without a trace. Life and death, existence and oblivion, only annihilation endures, eternally unextinguished. When the surroundings brightened once more, Klein found himself back in the Hall of Paradise. He exhaled deeply, a long breath escaping his lips. My goodness, that was utterly terrifying. With trembling legs, he made his way to the sofa, as the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chinjia was too intense to bear. This enthusiasm seemed to be somewhat excessive. No wonder Padu had cautioned him against provoking Chinjia. Yet, I did not provoke him, Klein thought, feeling a touch of despair. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, as he had obtained the seal. Although it felt rather hasty, akin to a mere formality, no, perhaps it was more like a release. That final punch, he certainly could not withstand. A premonition gripped him. Had that blow landed, even the flames would not have been able to escape, as he would have been firmly ensnared. Chapter 102. Klein. The taste of mother. Settling onto the sofa, Klein noticed an unopened bottle of mineral water on the table, weighed down by a note beneath it. The note read, I thought you might be a bit thirsty. No need to thank me too profusely. After all, I have always been quite understanding. There was no signature, but Klein could easily guess the author. Once he relaxed, he realized that his lips had become somewhat chapped. Although the bounteous echoes had healed some of his wounds, the sensation of thirst, of dehydration, seemed to have been overlooked as an injury. Perhaps it was simply not severe enough. After taking a generous gulp of water, it took him a while to regain his composure. Leaning back in the chair to reflect on the battle that had just transpired, there was no doubt that his opponent had held back. It was evident that he was not as furious as he had portrayed. His earlier statement about the absence of anything he required, lamenting that the only tragedy was himself, suddenly made sense. No wonder Sue had remarked that Sairuis possessed a dark sense of humor. The land of bliss. The narrative's conclusion was unlikely to be as delightful as its title suggested. Sue had perceived it, Chinjia had perceived it, and likely Alicia had too. Perhaps only Padu remained blissfully unaware, though one could not dismiss the possibility that she was merely feigning ignorance. Considering that the arrows of the hunter seemed to have a particular efficacy against Chinjia, was he resenting himself? Was he venting his frustration at his own powerlessness? Padu was correct. He indeed was a good person, though perhaps not particularly adept at expressing it. Having just emerged from a skirmish, Klein was in no mood to further explore the land of bliss. He approached the bookshelf, eager to discover any intriguing tomes. What is this? Klein mused, pulling a book titled The Masked Boy, 100 Questions from Novice to Master from the shelf. He had seen this book before, but had not grasped its significance at the time. However, now that he had gained some understanding of Qianjia, he took the survival guide for the land of bliss down from the shelf. Surprisingly, the book did not contain rigid rules akin to those of Bizarre Tales, but rather was quite accessible. It was not thick, and Klein finished reading it in a short span. To summarize, Qianjia was a person of harsh words, but a tender heart. Those who were confident in their abilities could resolve 90% of their issues by engaging in a confrontation with Qianjia. For those lacking confidence in their own abilities, it is best to go along with him. As long as you do not provoke him, there should be no significant issues. Brother Jie despises cowards. Yet it is perfectly acceptable to be timid. Just avoid lingering in his presence. This is Padu's annotation. In the land of joy, there are no clocks. Therefore, after Klein set down his book, he was unable to ascertain the precise time. Although in this realm, time holds little significance. Within the depths of the land of joy, constructed from the memories of various heroes, time often varies. Feeling a bit hungry, he recalled that during his last visit to the land, he had fallen asleep without a distinct sensation of hunger. However, this time was different. He was fully awake. Perhaps he should seek out the kitchen here. Good evening, Klein. Suddenly, Alicia appeared as if she had sprung forth from the earth, seemingly out of nowhere. Oh, it's Alicia, Klein remarked, turning his gaze toward her. So, did you meet Qianjia? How did it feel? Alicia perched herself at the opposite end of the sofa. Yes, I did meet him, Klein reflected momentarily. He was even more enthusiastic than I had anticipated. Indeed, Qianjia was not particularly adept at expressing his emotions. You might need to give him more time to acclimate to your presence. After all, this is everyone's first time befriending a lawmaker. It is only natural to feel a bit out of sorts. As she spoke, Alicia revealed a dining card, wheeling it over to Klein. Tada! The Super Qianjia Deluxe Meal. Upon opening the cart, it revealed a plate of twice-cooked pork, a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, a bowl of mapo tofu, and a bowl of boiled beef, accompanied by a large basin of rice. Do not worry about wasting food. Essentially, these are all data, and any leftovers can simply be retracted. What do you think? Sue mentioned you might enjoy this cuisine. Alicia cupped her face with her hands, gazing at Klein. Klein stared at the Sichuan dishes in silence for several seconds. Lost in thought, Alicia did not rush him. She simply watched in quiet anticipation. Klein chuckled and shook his head. I merely spoke a few words in Chinese, and they even deduced the province I hail from. Is this the prowess of heroes? Not everyone is that clever. It just so happens that Sue is the most intelligent among us. At least, that is the consensus, excluding himself. Klein noticed the name of the meal, Qianjia Deluxe, and inquired, why is this called the Qianjia Deluxe meal? Why not take a guess? Alicia playfully placed a finger to her lips, tilting her head. Klein pondered for a moment and replied, is there a restaurant named Qianjia in your area? Quite an ingenious idea, but unfortunately, the correct answer is that this meal was prepared by Qianjia. Alicia revealed the answer without further delay. Is it safe to eat something made by Qianjia? Let me whisper a secret. After his altercation with you, Qianjia immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He intended this as an apology, yet he was too proud to admit it. Isn't that just adorable? Oh, what is this? That Sundara has already retreated from a scene. Klein found it quite amusing. Who is that Sundara? Is it Brother Jia? Suddenly, Pado's voice emerged. Klein turned his head and saw Pado passing by with a large box of items. Pado, with all that you are carrying, are you able to walk without making a sound? Klein mused that Pado did not seem as feeble as she portrayed. Even if someone were to tread lightly past him, he would certainly notice, yet he had been completely unaware until Pado spoke. Hey, how can you say that? We were once known as the Flying Cat Thief. My stealth skills have even been praised by Sister Sakura. You don't know Sister Sakura, do you? She is an assassin. To have both a phantom thief and an assassin, the 13 heroes indeed conceal remarkable talents. In that case, Pado, you must be quite adept at gathering intelligence, Klein speculated. No. I'm merely a decorative vase. Pado placed her items on her small stand, adding, in the rankings of the 13 heroes, I am undoubtedly in the 13th position. The rankings above me have always been quite contentious, but my last place is universally acknowledged. Yet you seem rather proud of it. Klein chuckled at Pado's humor. Of course, if anything were to happen, it wouldn't fall upon me. Heroes have their ways of living, and ordinary folks have theirs. Although I may have grown a pair of ears and tail, I am not much different from an ordinary person. Pado leaned against her stand, holding her tail in hand. Klein was skeptical, Yet he did not show it, merely echoing Pado's sentiment. Indeed, ordinary people have their own ways of living. If something significant were to occur, it wouldn't concern us. Pado stretched lazily and suddenly asked, "Hey, Brother Klein, do you have any dreams?" "Let me tell you plainly, my dream is quite simple. To bask in the sun and take a nap. That would be enough for me. As for me, I am quite satisfied with my current living situation. I have no dreams left," Klein replied with a smile, glancing at the dinner placed on the adjacent table. "If only I could return home for a visit." Wow, Brother Klein's dream is quite similar to mine. Hee. This is what we call heroes seeing eye to eye. After all, I am merely in 13th place. There is no need for me to exert myself, or even to strive. If the sky were to fall, someone tall would hold it up. Overall, I am quite content with my current life. Ah, is that so? Oh, by the way, Pado, how is your ranking determined? Is it based on combat prowess? Klein inquired. It is based on Sister Ailey's mood. Pado's response exceeded Klein's expectations. Ah, I'm sorry, I might not have understood what you meant, Klein admitted, momentarily puzzled by her words. This ranking is arranged according to Sister Ailey's subjective views, Pado elaborated. In simple terms, I can place anyone wherever I like. Ailish raised her hand, appearing quite proud. So that is how it is. You are indeed the first, aren't you? Klein gazed at Alicia. Well, not quite. Initially, I was indeed in first place, but for some reason, I shifted to second. The reason is rather simple. When no one can test the ranking, it loses its significance. Hence, I exchanged positions with Kevin, who was in second place. What do you think? Isn't that particularly amusing? Although Klein did not quite grasp the humor. He nodded in agreement. By the way, although Brother Jie doesn't voice it, he has always been somewhat dissatisfied with Alicia ranking him 6th. Pado seized the opportunity to add, "Oh, so Brother Chinjia has a bit of a temper, huh? He didn't mention it when I asked him before." Alicia covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "Alicia, I can hardly believe you didn't notice." Humph. No wonder he emphasized forgetting the ranking during his self-introduction. Klein found it somewhat amusing. Right. So when you mentioned Sundara, I immediately thought of Brother Jia. However, I've heard that Sundara trend has faded. Now, a straightforward approach like Alicia's is more in vogue, Alicia asserted. Pado nodded earnestly. Indeed, I've never seen anyone who dislikes Alicia. In any case, we all adore her. Alicia sprang from the sofa and dashed to Pado, embracing her from behind. "Humph, I adore you too, little Pado. Come, let me touch your tail." "No, Alicia. Oh dear, are you shy? Let me feel it." "No, Alicia, please." Klein averted his gaze and began to savor the dinner before him. Indeed, the sight of beautiful girls cuddling was quite refreshing. However, Klein found the Sichuan cuisine before him even more enticing. "Here, let me take a bite of this mapo tofu." Ah, the taste of home. Perhaps because these were essentially memories and data, although they appeared abundant, Klein finished eating not long after. "How is it? Master Qian's culinary skills are a marvel of the realm." Alicia leaned in closer. "Quite delightful. The flavor is indeed authentic." "It seems Master Qian is truly adept at cooking," Klein remarked as he dabbed his mouth with a napkin, though it was a tad too spicy. Brother Jeff seemingly added a bit too much chili. After finishing, Klein's eyes appeared slightly red. Brother Jeff's cooking has always been of top-notch quality here. Even though every time I watch him cook, it feels like he's battling the pot. Klein imagined that scene. Brother Jie in a pink apron, one hand steadying the pot while the other wielded a spatula, stirring the beef slices and laughing heartily. "Ha, come on. Beef slices. Stand up. Prove you are worth tasting." "Wait, why a pink apron?" Chapter 103. Grand Archbishop Sarui's on Thursday morning, Klein opened his eyes from his slumber. The first thing he did upon rising was to check his pockets, until he fished out a fist-sized, translucent emerald from his pocket. He suddenly let out a few foolish chuckles. Over the past 3 days, Klein had experienced a myriad of memory scenes. Aside from those derived from the memories of 1,000 tribulations, most of the recollections bore no semblance of combat. There were amusement parks, hospitals, and even live concert venues. In essence, he had thoroughly relived the delightful essence of 21st century life during these 3 days. Furthermore, through the introduction of Alicia, he became acquainted with a remarkable figure named Eden, a singer whose voice was enchanting and who happened to be quite affluent. It was said that her very existence symbolized one of the emblems of their era, a luminary representing beauty and art that illuminated the world. Allegedly, in their time, 90% of the funding for heroes stemmed from her, while the remaining 10% came from Alger's devoted fanbase. A singular individual being the primary source of an organization's funding felt eerily familiar to Klein, as if he had encountered such a scenario before. As a token of their meeting, Eden gifted him a gem. Although Klein possessed no appreciation for such treasures, it was likely of considerable quality and value. Initially reluctant to accept, he was rendered speechless when Eden revealed her stock. One could only say that Eden truly deserved her designation as a golden hero. Klein speculated that even Miss Justice or the royal family of Rune might not rival Eden's wealth. Paddo remarked, "At this rate, in merely 80,000 years, we too could become figures of note, like Sister Eden." Following this, Paddo attempted to pilfer a small item, only to be unceremoniously dragged out of Eden's treasury by Alger, gripping her by the nape. Observing Paddo's incessant, thieving demeanor, Klein began to question the origins of the props in Paddo's stall. According to Paddo, they were acquired from Sister Snake and Sister Verve. However, the specifics of this procurement seemed dubious to Klein. Upon learning of this, Eden graciously permitted Paddo to take items from her treasury, but in the end, Paddo only selected a stone that she deemed the most aesthetically pleasing, despite Eden's assertion that it was hardly valuable within her collection. Nevertheless, currency in the paradise held little worth. Paddo was merely enamored with glittering objects. In his leisure, Klein also devoted some time to deciphering the nature of the Annihilation imprint. It possessed both passive and active effects. The passive was straightforward. His spiritual essence grew more vibrant the more he was injured. The active effect was even simpler. It generated a massive explosion centered around himself. This skill was aptly named Madness. I've blown up. Simple and brutal, it perfectly aligned with the essence of 1,000 tribulations. Klein rose from his bed anew, gazing through the window at the medieval architecture surrounding him, feeling somewhat disoriented. However, upon glancing down at the gem in his hand, he instantly regained his composure. Indeed, the Land of Bliss was aptly named, for it was an enchanting realm that rendered one reluctant to depart. This was the Kingdom of Rune, hence it was dubbed Le Bussy Lu. For reasons unknown, he had an inexplicable intuition that today should be a day of leisure, yet alas, it was not to be. What essential step could have been overlooked? Resigned, he donned his black cloak and made his way directly to the Blackthorn Security Company. Throughout the journey, Klein's spirits were exceptionally high. The mere thought of the priceless gem nestled within his cabinet elevated his mood further. While pawning it might not yield a fair price, Klein resolved to sell the gem to Miss Justice. Upon arriving at the company, Klein spotted Leonard lounging in the sofa area at the entrance. "Good morning, Leonard. Aren't you on holiday today?" he inquired. Leonard, with his dark hair and green eyes, exuded a poetic charm as he waved nonchalantly at Klein. "Ah, you've arrived. You seem to be in quite the good mood. Just the right time, as we have a task to discuss." "What task?" Klein replied, taking a seat on the sofa as well. "This afternoon, there's a lecture at the Mechanical Church, open to all 3 major churches, and we ought to attend." "A lecture, you say?" Klein hesitated at the prospect, recalling tedious meetings from his previous employment that stretched on for the entire day. "Do not be reluctant. The speaker is of considerable stature." Hailing from the headquarters of the Mechanical Church, Leonard urged. Just then, Captain Dunsmith emerged from his office. Originally, it was supposed to be Leonard and Old Neil. But since Old Neil is taking the day off, you shall go in his stead, Klein. "A person of great importance? Then why not host the lecture in Beakland instead of coming to our humble locale?" Klein queried, pouring himself a cup of Siberian black tea from an empty teacup on the coffee table. "I'm not certain, but I suppose they may have already conducted sessions in Beakland and are now extending their knowledge to neighboring small towns," Leonard mused, adjusting his hair, seemingly indifferent to the high-ranking speaker. As Klein and Leonard conversed, the coachman, Sissel, waved to them from the entrance. "The carriage has arrived. Let us discuss further on the way." The carriage took them to the Mechanical Church in Tingen, where Klein and Leonard disembarked and approached the church. The crowd was substantial, with attendees from various churches present, including members of the Sun Church and the Church of Wisdom. "Such a bustling scene," Leonard remarked, unable to contain his awe. After all, the speaker's status was indeed elevated, and his depth of knowledge likely surpassed their comprehension. The next voice to interject was that of a gentleman in a black trench coat and white shirt, appearing to be in his 30s. His closely cropped golden brown hair and striking green eyes bore a resemblance to Leonard S. However, while Leonard S. were a vibrant sea green, his were a darker forest green. The collar of the man S. shirt and coat stood high, casting shadows over his jawline. The two individuals turned their heads towards the sound, and Klein found himself locking eyes with the man. The man spoke. "You must be Klein. I am Crestazima, here to assess your potential as a Sequence 8 inspector." Klein straightened his back and replied, "Greetings, Lord Crestazima. I did not expect to encounter you here. There's no need for such formality. Though I cannot see the lower half of your face, your eyes suggest a smile. Originally, I intended to meet with you tomorrow for your evaluation. However, since fate has orchestrated our meeting today, you may very well become a Sequence 8 joker after the lecture concludes." Noticing that this examiner seemed quite amiable, Klein felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. "Lord Crestazima, it is indeed a surprise to find you here. I have heard of your remarkable deeds from Captain Leonard." Klein continued, as Leonard engaged Crestazima in conversation. "You are one of the 9 senior deacons of the church, renowned throughout the extraordinary community as the Sword of the Goddess." "Hello, Mr. Leonard. It is a pleasure to meet you here as well," Crestazima replied, her voice gentle and soothing, akin to a lullaby on a tranquil night. "This marks a historic meeting between the Sword of the Goddess and the Shovel of the Goddess, one to be remembered." Klein felt a familiar grip around his neck, and with a hint of terror, he turned to see Sayers. "Not you again. The senior deacon of the Church of the Night is still present. How dare you appear so brazenly? Do you not possess even a shred of awareness as a member of a cult?" The leader of the cult internally raged against Sayers. Suddenly, Klein seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of greater alarm. "Hello," Sayers greeted Crestazima. "Good day, Bishop Bruce," Crestazima acknowledged with a nod. Klein felt as though he might perish. The very scenario he had dreaded had finally unfolded. "And who might this be?" Leonard inquired, glancing at Klein. "Oh, Klein, how sneaky of you to be in league with a bishop from a church. Your ambition knows no bounds. I am Archbishop Bruce of the Church of Mercy. You may call me Sayers." He introduced himself, utterly disregarding the potential peril to Klein. "Church of Mercy? I apologize. I do not believe I have heard of it. Which deity do you follow?" Leonard pondered, struggling to recall any church by that name. Crestazima interjected to clarify. "He venerates the 8th true God, the Lord of Foolishness." About 2 days ago, Archbishop Bruce submitted an application to establish a church to the 3 major churches, which has since been approved by the higher-ups. Given the haste, you may not be aware yet. However, no worries. Notifications will likely be dispatched to the various regional churches within a day or 2. Thank you, indeed, for granting Mr. Fool a new identity. But why on earth did the church approve such an outrageous application? He wouldn't dare use my name to threaten the major churches, would he? Klein remained motionless, as if embracing a serene acceptance. "The 8th true God," Leonard could not help but exclaim. "This is utterly absurd." If the person before him were not a high-ranking deacon of the night church, he would certainly believe himself to be losing his mind. Yet, there stood the Sword of the Goddess, without a shadow of a doubt, and Leonard was quite certain of this. Indeed, without question, the 8th true deity. Sesama has once again given a definitive answer. Although I too find it hard to believe, this is the directive issued by the Tranquil Church. The Tranquil Church serves as the headquarters of the Night Church in Beakland, also referred to as the Sanctuary. Only then did Leonard become aware of his impolite demeanor and hurriedly apologized to Celeris. "I apologize, this is just too unbelievable. I have somewhat lost my composure." "It's quite all right. The Lord does not concern himself with such trivial matters." Celeris patted Klein on the shoulder, adding, "And look at me. I hardly seem like the type to worry about such minor details, do I?" Sesama continued to elucidate. "Indeed, I have studied their church's doctrines. They do not mind such trifles. Rather, they are quite accommodating." He struggled momentarily to find the words to describe this church, ultimately settling on the term accommodating. Suddenly, Klein had a thought. "May I inquire, Bishop Celeris, what is the name of your church?" He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had truly named the church the Church of Fools. "Did I not mention it? Our church is called the Church of Joy." Celeris cheerfully responded. "It doesn't sound particularly serious, does it?" Leonard muttered under his breath, casting another glance at the Sword of the Goddess, Sesama. Noticing Sesama's lack of reaction, he reluctantly accepted the reality that there indeed existed a true deity's church named the Church of Joy. Sesama, perceiving Leonard's gaze, chuckled lightly. "This church is not as you might imagine. If you're interested, you may examine their doctrines. This so-called joy has nothing to do with the Joy Witch." Celeris explained. What we refer to as joy is more aligned with savoring life, allowing oneself and those around to feel pleasure. Naturally, the type of joy you envision does exist as well. It's quite normal. You need not feel embarrassed. However, we do not inscribe it in our doctrines. It suffices that everyone understands it without needing to voice it. Leonard smiled, thinking that this archbishop was rather eccentric, embodying none of the decorum one might expect from a bishop. Selris retrieved a pocket watch adorned with a silver chain, glancing at it. There is still some time before we begin. How about this? You two go ahead. I have a matter to discuss with Klein. Leonard exchanged glances with Klein and nodded. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Sesama also nodded in acknowledgement before departing, with Leonard trailing behind him. What is it? Klein was dragged by Selris to a secluded corner behind the church, where matters deemed too sensitive for a mobile conversation were to be discussed, shrouded in an air of mystery. Isn't it more atmospheric this way? Selris remarked, snapping his fingers. Klein felt an invisible barrier enveloping the two of them, a peculiar intuition suggesting they were now isolated from reality. Was this truly necessary? Klein scanned his surroundings. Of course it is. We are about to delve into the secrets concerning the divine, Selris whispered conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Wait, I don't want to hear this. Klein gestured for him to stop. Let me go. With that, Klein turned to flee, unwilling to listen to revelations about the divine. Unfortunately, Klein found himself caught by the nape of his neck by Selris. No need to rush. Nothing will harm you within my barrier, Selris said cheerfully. Before Klein could retort, he continued, Klein, are you familiar with the Fool? Huh, the Fool. We're discussing that deity? Klein paused his struggles, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a few seconds before shaking his head. I've never heard of it. Not aware. No matter. I shall enlighten you. Selris pulled out his phone, displaying a photograph. Behold, this is he, a clandestine entity from ancient times, now awakening to reclaim his lost authority. The image depicted a man cloaked in mist, his features obscured, yet exuding a relaxed yet imposing presence as he sat at the head of a bronze long table. Wow, when did you capture this? Did this great being consent to having his photo taken? Klein glanced at the phone. So, I appear this striking in the eyes of others? No wonder. That is not the point. Selris tucked away his phone. What truly matters is that I foresee he shall be your greatest obstacle in saving the world. Obstacle? Klein questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice. Is your prophecy reliable? Indeed, my foresight reveals that one day you will merge with this fool. However, upon your fusion, it may be you or he who dominates the body. Oh well, that's too late. The merging is already complete. So what do you mean? Klein's brow furrowed deeper. Your fusion with him is an inevitable occurrence. Thus, I have infiltrated the organization established by this fool, seeking opportunities to assist you. What? You, Mr. Demon, are an undercover agent? Klein blinked in astonishment. How do you plan to help me? Selris patted Klein's shoulder. You've asked the right question. I've discerned that he is currently quite weakened, possessing barely below a tier 5 level. In the simulated universe, if all blessings are maximized, you would be nearly equal. Klein found this reasoning compelling and nodded. Indeed, it is quite normal for me to be on par with Mr. Fool. Thus, with my extraordinary wisdom, I devised a plan. If I could deceive the currently weakened entity into entering your simulated universe, then under the auspices of abundant blessings, you could effortlessly refine him in an instant. How does that sound? Selris appeared quite proud, clearly pleased with his scheme. Mr. Selris, I believe that a secret entity from ancient times would certainly possess some degree of contingency. Klein attempted to interject, still reluctant to engage in a conflict with the fool. Indeed, I have made preparations in advance. And what are the followers? You see, for secret beings of angelic rank and above, devotees hold paramount importance. They serve as the anchors that stabilize their existence. Selris produced a pair of spectacles from an unknown source and donned them. In truth, I'm not entirely certain. Could you elucidate? This was the first time Klein had encountered the term anchor. It matters not if you do not understand. Allow Selris to enlighten you. Beginning with demigods, extraordinary beings gradually develop divinity. As they ascend to the angelic realm, this divinity increasingly consumes their original nature, rendering them unstable. The method to combat divinity is to utilize anchors to stabilize one's mental state. In simpler terms, the perceptions, cognitions, and worship of the followers transform into anchor points that secure their humanity. Do you comprehend? Ah, I see. This indeed explains why various churches seek to gather followers. Then did you manipulate his followers in any way? Klein inquired. Isn't it obvious that he is aware of whether or not he has followers? Selrus retorted, cautioning against any entanglement with the followers of other deities. Of course not. However, I have established a church dedicated to his compassion. If I can nurture this church and inform his followers of the fool's ascension to godhood, it will inevitably influence their thoughts. They will subconsciously redirect their faith from the fool to the Lord of Foolery. Klein instinctively nodded, finding this reasoning quite compelling. Thus, when you engage in battle with that gentleman of folly, you shall assume the title of Lord of Foolery, and I shall employ a subtle stratagem to transfer their faith in the fool onto you. In this manner, the ebb and flow will surely lead to a resounding victory. Are you suggesting that only one of us can survive? Your scheme is quite astute. Yet if, merely hypothetically, this gentleman of folly has no followers at all, what then? Klein posed his uncertain conjecture. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Selrus asserted emphatically. Any being above the rank of angel must have followers. Even if they are but avatars serving as their devotees, they must exist. Very well, Klein relented. What is your plan to lure this fool into the simulated universe? Though aware of Selrus's good intentions, Klein felt it prudent to take precautions. My apologies, dear demon. I'm the true infiltrator. First, I must endure humiliation and gradually earn his trust. At this moment, he is rather weak. I will identify a time when you are merely slightly inferior to him and inform him that I have transformed you into his divine vessel. During this time, he will undoubtedly scrutinize you more closely. I will employ subtle techniques to ensure he perceives nothing amiss. When his impatience grows and he attempts to manifest through your body, snap. Selrus clapped his hands decisively. We shall capture him effortlessly. How delightful that would be. Klein remained silent for several seconds before reluctantly acknowledging, what a brilliant scheme. Indeed. Selrus extended his right hand, adopting a fist bump posture. Come, let our minds unite. Klein weakly returned the gesture, murmuring, mind united. Selrus removed his glasses and waved his hand, dispelling the invisible barrier. That should suffice. Oh, by the way, there may be an addition of 2 or 3 individuals in the paradise. They are also newcomers from the faceless fool path and will join you in these trials. However, they are not saviors, so they will not acquire any rewards or blessings from within. Do not let anything slip. Newcomers? I understand, Klein replied with a smile, shrugging. I never imagined I had reached the stage of being a senior. What are their capabilities? The confirmed 2 are likely at the strength of sequence 4, while the remaining 1 is uncertain. Selrus chose not to exaggerate, mindful of Klein's disposition. Klein's expression stiffened briefly, but he reassured himself. It's all right, with full blessings. I may not be much weaker than sequence 4. Good, very spirited, Selrus said, giving a thumbs up. Now go find your companions. All right, goodbye. Klein turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, which path does the ancient scholar belong to at a high sequence? He recalled that the fictional historian had mentioned jumping to the ancient scholar and had not had the opportunity to inquire until now, encountering Selrus perfectly. The ancient scholar? That corresponds to sequence 3 of the diviner path, Selrus replied. Why do you ask? Well, I heard from a fictional historian in the simulated universe that this is adjacent to the diviner path. Klein realized he had been deceived. Selrus couldn't contain his laughter, quacking like a duck. Quack, quack. The name is so obvious, and you still dared to believe his words. Klein chuckled awkwardly, offering no defense, and turned to leave. As he walked, he pondered, if this is false, then it is highly probable that he would not become an ancient scholar in the future, leading him to jump paths. No, that is not right. What if he actually hopes I think this way? What if I might never transition paths at all? Or perhaps I may never reach sequence 3. What is real? What is false? Mother, I cannot distinguish. I truly cannot discern. As Klein departed, Selrus squatted in the corner, taking out his phone to attempt contacting Star. Prince of the Boar, how goes it? Has the version update completed? Chapter 105. The Elder's mood swings not yet. I have more pressing matters at hand. I'm a fugitive, stated face receiving a big move. Oh, a new map has opened? Inquired the Pig Prince. Not at all, but I have acquired the memory destiny, replied face receiving a big move. Upon my return, I had yet to visit Wong Faro's. Without having done anything, I was already glanced at by Folly and even obtained a doppelganger. Perhaps the memories on the other side are equally favored by Folly. Since there is no new map, Why are you being pursued? Questioned the pig prince. Damn it. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Exclaimed Face, receiving a big move. Not only have they wronged me, but they also seek to capture me. Is there any justice in this? Does this even make sense? What has happened? Asked the pig prince. It is utterly outrageous. I must prove my innocence. What exactly transpired? Pressed the pig prince. They audaciously claim that I am involved in the orange crowd's chaos. And I must demonstrate that Kizuna AI, March 7, Tianyun, Ruanmei, Haida, Topawang. The next bucket of Black Swan, Feixiao fireworks, the Robin, and the Emerald were merely coincidentally present in my bathtub. I am wronged. Someone surely seeks to harm me. When I express confusion, it is not my issue, but rather yours, the pig prince remarked. I merely wish to play ball battle with them. What wrong have I committed? Enough of this. When will you return? I have a new simulated universe here. Care to test it? You must plead with me, replied Face, receiving a big move. You can test it if you wish, the pig prince retorted. In that case, I shall vigorously test you. Face, receiving a big move, declared. Well then, the trash bin shall belong to me. That will not do. Such treasonous intent cannot be tolerated. One cannot allow others to rest beside one's own couch. Let us drag you away to feed March 7. So will you come or not? I will, but I have another question. You cannot engage the star god. Then, that is settled. Saories set down his phone, rose to his feet, glanced towards the Wisdom Cathedral, then looked in the direction of the Klein residence. An ingenious idea was forming in his mind. A smirk crept across his lips as he turned and headed towards the Klein household. Klein, upon your return home, you will discover that everything has transformed. This world is no longer the same, and those mundane routines shall never return. I shall reshape this imperfect world into something beyond your wildest imagination. It has been decided. Benson, go forth with your own strength to fortify this entire world. Upon entering the venue, Klein quickly spotted Leonard and His Excellency Sesama amidst the vast sea of people. At that moment, the two were not seated together. Klein noticed that a spot had been reserved for Leonard beside him, so he strode directly over. Back again, he greeted. How was your conversation with the Archbishop? Leonard inquired with a hint of boredom. It was fine, Klein replied, recalling the rather sensational topics discussed with Selris. Leonard maintained his characteristic, cynical smile. Klein, your secret is quite significant. Establishing a connection with an archbishop is not something just anyone can accomplish. Enough with the teasing. When I met him, he wasn't even an archbishop yet. Klein settled into his seat. So, what rank does Lord Selris hold? Leonard asked curiously. I'm not sure, Klein reflected, recalling that Selris mentioned he was not an extraordinary individual within the potion system. However, given his access to the Forsaken Land, he must possess considerable strength. Likely a demigod? He never disclosed that to me. A demigod, Leonard pondered. I haven't met him. He's probably a newly ascended demigod. An elderly voice echoed in Leonard's ear. This was vital to his belief that he was the protagonist, an old man's golden finger. In his youth, he was particularly fond of reading The Horse Breaking the Sky by Emperor Roselle, captivated by the stunning technique of transforming fighting spirit into a steed, dreaming of such scenes since childhood. After a while, the venue gradually quieted down. The lecture was about to begin. Leonard glanced at his pocket watch. The spotlight illuminated the front podium, and with the sound of approaching footsteps, a gentleman clad in an elegant suit ascended the stairs from backstage. If he could indeed be referred to as a gentleman, it was an elegant automaton. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the representatives of various churches present. Although they were somewhat prepared for this, it exceeded their expectations. The local mechanical church and the visiting Wisdom Church members were particularly animated, with the oil workers from the mechanical church nearly delirious with excitement. This is precisely what I wanted to see. To witness such a beautiful existence is worth any price. What exactly is this? The latest invention from the steam and mechanical churches? Or some kind of sealed entity? Leonard mused aloud. Yet, there was no response from the old man for a long time. He covered his mouth and called softly, Old man, old man. After a few seconds, he finally heard the old man exhale. Ha, scaring myself. The elderly voice was tinged with self-mockery. What is the matter, old man? Leonard asked, puzzled. What do you mean by scaring yourself? It's nothing, just that the monocle on the right eye of the one on stage reminded me of some unsettling thoughts. The old man explained, simultaneously addressing Leonard's previous question. Perhaps you should refer to the one on stage as he. Leonard was instantly taken aback. In the languages of Rune, Intis, and Fusak, the term representing divinity distinctly differs from other third-person pronouns. Klein cast a resigned glance at Leonard, who was incessantly murmuring to himself. I recognize that you do not truly wish to conceal your advantageous talents, yet your demeanor is rather overt. Were you attempting to deceive with your hand over your mouth? With a sigh, Klein chose to disregard the somewhat dim-witted Leonard. He activated his spiritual sight to observe the robot on stage, yet he discerned no color emanating from its spiritual form. However, the mere existence of a spiritual essence within the robot indicated that it was likely not an artificial intelligence. Klein harbored doubts that the civilization he currently inhabited possessed the capability to create such technology. To examine more closely, he conjured a pair of monocles from the air. This relic was known to enhance spiritual awareness and perception. Klein was eager to see if wearing the artifact would grant him clearer vision. Beside him, Leonard immediately clutched his forehead, having heard the old man emit a sharp, resonating sound within his mind, accompanied by the old man's urgent call of Stefiano. Leonard's brow furrowed in confusion. Although unsure of the situation, he prepared to comply. No need. The old man is mistaken. He attempted to continue. But the old man interrupted once more, causing the veins at Leonard's temples to throb violently. What is it now? So dramatic, Klein frowned. Donning the monocle over his left eye, Leonard awkwardly chuckled. Apologies, I suddenly have a headache. What is troubling you today? Leonard quietly questioned the old man. In old age, one tends to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The old man's voice resonated with a melancholic tone. I am old and of little use. Sensing the sorrow in the old man's words, Leonard sighed, choosing to say nothing further. As the audience below gradually settled down, particularly once the mechanical congregation ceased their frenzied behavior, the robot known as Screwgum spoke in a calm manner. Hypothetically, if the collision of thoughts produces a melody as exquisite as the interlocking of gears, then perhaps you shall soon hear a magnificent composition. My name is Screwgum, and I am here at the behest of a friend to engage in discourse with you all. The gaze of Screwgum swept over Klein in an instant, collecting all his data. Is this the protagonist mentioned by Celery? Indeed, he is unlike the others. Screwgum? That name feels familiar. A sense of recognition washed over Klein. In comparison, a lengthy self-introduction seems unnecessary. I would prefer to understand one another through the exchange of knowledge. Screwgum gently caressed his chest and concluded, let us commence this dialogue of thoughts. We shall elucidate the essence of spirituality, divinity, and extraordinary abilities. Determined. According to the common knowledge here, all things possess divinity. Klein recalled where he had encountered the name Screwgum in old Celrus's diary. Thus, he was a genius on par with Chadwick, who could effortlessly annihilate over 20 planets. Klein thought of the diary's description of him, his gaze instinctively shifting to the leg ring of Screwgum. Indeed, it was somewhat. By the time Klein regained his senses, Screwgum had already sketched a colossal coordinate graph on the blackboard behind him. It was established that divinity possesses three characteristics: volume, rank, and nature. We can denote the former as A, the middle as B, and the latter as C. We may define these variables to form a vector establishing a higher Hilbert space. What on earth? Is this still the extraordinary realm? What am I even doing here? Klein's expression was one of utter bewilderment. He glanced around and noticed that he was not alone in his confusion. Many others shared his perplexity. However, those seated in the front row from the Mechanical Church and the Church of Wisdom were fervently taking notes, quite literally. A gentleman, seemingly a bishop from the Knowledge Church, was writing so intensely that he appeared to be ascending into the heavens. It was clarified that within the extraordinary characteristics, there exists pollution. Assume that the value for an ordinary person is 1, and the pollution following each promotion is denoted as a constant variable. Let us assume the constant to be. Leonard approached Klein, whispering, Klein, I feel like I want to go back. Turning to look, Klein found that his eyes had already lost their luster. That day, Klein recalled the terror of being dominated by mathematics. Yet, what was even more frightening was that he could not escape. Soon he would have to face a trial from His Excellency Sissima and then be promoted. I long to flee, yet I cannot. Klein's attention fell upon Sissima in the front row, who was listening intently, seemingly comprehending the lecture. What if he asked me later whether I understood? He turned towards Leonard, seeking assistance. However, upon looking back, he found Leonard had quietly made his way to the door. Chapter 106. Blessed are we, brothers. Leonard had reached the doorway of the church. That place, if he could just get to that place. Suddenly, Leonard felt something tugging at his right hand. Glancing down, he saw a circle of purple flames. They bore no heat, yet were unexpectedly tangible. Following his spiritual intuition, he turned to see that Klein had donned an exoskeleton glove, and his right index finger was raised, ablaze with the same kind of fire. Do you believe yourself to be superior? I will make you soar. I will show you what it means to be ensnared by nightmares. You have truly never seen the hand of darkness. Klein expressed his intentions without any veil, directly stating, do not think of leaving. The purple thread has already entwined itself around you. Although Klein is not the ruler of the laws beyond the simulated universe, during his days in the paradise, he has intuitively grasped the essence of the ruler's authority. With a mischievous grin, Leonard attempted to question Klein with his gaze. Klein, what are you doing? Klein's smile grew even more infuriating. I cannot escape, and neither can you. Leonard's eyes fell upon the exoskeleton. You are hoarding a sealed object, are you? Be careful, or I shall inform the captain. With a flick of his hand, Klein made the exoskeleton vanish. Just as Leonard was about to turn and flee, he found that the bindings on his hands had not dissipated. Looking back at Klein, he saw that Klein had donned the exoskeleton gloves once more. Why the panic? I merely wish to inform you that it can conceal itself. You will not find it, nor did I say I would let you go. Cursed be the inherently wicked Moretti brat. I will take matters into my own hands. Leonard began to struggle to pull the fiery entity away. I absolutely refuse to remain here. I must not allow this knowledge to taint my pristine mind. Old man, help me. Leonard whispered to the elderly Pears within him. Why the haste? I still wish to listen a while longer. The aged voice of Pears, tinged with mirth, echoed in Leonard's mind. You will realize how crucial this knowledge is once you reach sequence 4. Klein, however, would not permit Leonard his wish and intensified his spiritual output, firmly locking Leonard in place. The commotion between the two was not particularly loud, yet all present were extraordinary beings, and naturally, they noticed the struggle unfolding. Coincidentally, the lower sequence extraordinary individuals, unable to comprehend the situation, turned to watch the two engage in their tug-of-war. Go for it, green-eyed big brother. You must run towards the shores of freedom. You can do it, top-hatted big brother. Do not let this fleeing traitor escape. In stark contrast, the higher sequence beings listened intently, paying no heed to the two behind them. Leonard's actions appeared to inspire many, and increasingly, lower sequence individuals stealthily slipped away, while Leonard himself remained ensnared. It was not until the sword of the goddess, Sesama, seated in the front row, cast a resigned glance back, her dark green eyes subtly tinged with profundity. Come back and sit down to listen. Sesama's voice resonated in both Leonard and Klein's ears. This is an advanced application of the soul reaperability of nightmare, a momentary entry into dreams. Thus, with eyes that seemed to blaze, Leonard returned to his original seat. Klein's smile widened. Do not blame me. This is all for your benefit. Hit me if you wish. Hit me if you wish. In this manner, under the intense gaze of one another, the two completed the lecture. Did you understand? Klein inquired. I hear you. Good. This is all for your benefit. Klein patted Leonard's shoulder, noting that such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. One could not predict when the next would arise. After the gathering concluded, Sesama approached Klein and Leonard, who were squatting in a corner, grappling each other by the neck. What peculiar posture are you two in? He inquired, though he added with a nonchalant air, nonetheless, our Church of the Night does not oppose such antics. Observing the odd display, Sesama refrained from intervening, as he noted. The church was renowned for its acceptance of homosexual relationships. Klein tossed Leonard aside and asked, Your Excellency, where shall we conduct our investigation? He was eager to ascend to Sequence 8. Let us first head to the Church of the Night's stronghold in Tingen. Sesama replied gently. Very well. The trio boarded the carriage, returning to the Blackthorn Security Company. Regarding the sealed object in Klein's possession, Leonard chose not to report it, and Sesama similarly opted to remain uninvolved. As a senior steward, Sesama had long grasped an essential truth. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to pry excessively. Upon arriving at the underground alchemical chamber, Sesama commenced his examination of Klein, although he felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Typically, extraordinary individuals of the diviner pathway exhibited erratic behavior when out of control. However, Klein's demeanor today clearly indicated that he had effortlessly subdued the lingering mental remnants within the potion. Nevertheless, the procedure had to be followed. After completing a series of steps, Klein ingested the clown's potion. He heard once more the ethereal whispers echoing in his ears. Panachus fragra. Yet this time, the spectral melancholy did not significantly affect him. A chorus of muffled sobs resonated within his mind, dispelling the murmurs. Is this the mourner's potion? It possesses such a function, aiding in ascension? Soon, through meditation, Klein managed to rein in his overflowing spirituality. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a true clown. Klein pondered how he should embody this new role. For instance, what if he, as an ordinary person, spent several months' worth of wages to deliver breakfast to Miss Justice? Surely, that would qualify him as a genuine clown. He mused. Emerging from the underground, he entered the entertainment room, where he encountered an individual who ought to have been resting, Old Neil. Old Neil, what brings you here? Klein approached him with curiosity. Old Neil chuckled lightly. I heard you have been promoted and thought I would come and see for myself. As he spoke, he squeezed Klein's muscles. Very impressive indeed, just as I taught you. Klein laughed, responding to Old Neil. The clown's potion didn't add any muscle. All of this is from my own training. Meanwhile, in the Backland Tavern at the World's End, good afternoon, Amon. Long time no see. Celrus entered the establishment. A rare visitor. Care for a drink? I can give you a 10% discount. Amon pinched the skin around his eyes. Any plans to engage in something interesting? Celrus leaned closer to the counter. Oh, do tell. Amon was indeed intrigued. Thus, Celrus recounted matters concerning the simulated universe. Amon nodded, intrigued. A fascinating little game. Yet what a time. How is it measured? If I am not mistaken, this must be to test your companion Klein, correct? Shall I need to slumber simultaneously with him? Indeed, synchronization is necessary for tonight, Celrus explained, but afterward, it will not be required. Until the conclusion of this narrative, you may enter the simulated universe at any open time. And when is this open time? Amon adjusted his monocle. From 10 o'clock each night until 6 the following morning. Celrus replied, I see, splendid. I believe this will be quite enjoyable, Amon smiled. Oh, and one more thing. Celrus snapped his fingers habitually. What is it? You may encounter a familiar face within this simulated universe. Do refrain from revealing anything upon your return. A familiar face? Which one? As they conversed, a pink figure clad in a trench coat burst into the bar, cradling a plush doll. Good afternoon, Mr. Amon. Today is another delightful day, greeted Elygia in slightly awkward rune language. Good afternoon, Miss Elygia, Amon replied, locking eyes with her. Is there something on my face? Elygia produced a small mirror from her pocket and checked. No. Today, Elygia remains as charming as ever. Turning to Celrus, she inquired, is this a new friend? May I have an introduction? Certainly. Celrus extended his hand. I am Celrus, as you can see, a youth as splendid as the blooming flowers. Wow, what a delightful introduction. My name is Elygia, and as you can see, I am a maiden as beautiful as you. She winked and shook his hand. My, how impressive. Amon glanced at Celrus. Ah, I see. This is indeed amusing. Later that evening, at Klein's residence, he lay on his bed, lost in thought. Although he had ascended to rank 8 of the Jester, he felt little growth in his abilities. After all, his light cone already encompassed the extraordinary prowess of a Jester. He resolved to consult Celrus for an equipment upgrade. Otherwise, this light cone would soon lag behind his evolution. Indeed, he was a man of fickle tastes. Then, Klein recalled that a newcomer was to arrive that evening, pondering how they would join and who it might be. However, it was unlikely that it would be someone he knew. As his thoughts wandered, he considered Pato, a peculiar thief, if she were to become an extraordinary being. Which path would suit her best? The thief's path was unnecessary, for Pato's stealing skills were already sufficient. The words of a phantom thief perhaps necessitate an ability to traverse walls with ease. Thus, it stands to reason that Pato would be more suited to the path of an apprentice, allowing her to open doors in the walls at any moment. At that moment, a vibration from her phone indicated the arrival of a message. Prince of Boars, are you prepared? Tonight, you must enter the dream realm a bit earlier. Thereafter, they shall join you in the same simulated universe. Klein sent a sticker to express his understanding. Setting his phone aside, he swiftly succumbed to slumber with the aid of meditation techniques. Chapter 107. Lung Mistamon. Ah, Brother Klein, you have returned. Pato, busy arranging her wares at her small stall, noticed Klein reappearing on the sofa. Indeed, Klein replied. I heard that 2 newcomers are expected tonight. Newcomers, you say? Pato leaned against her stall, pondering who might be coming to greet them. Most likely it would be Sister Eli, as she often took on that role. Pato thought to herself, Alicia gets along splendidly with everyone. At the entrance of the paradise, a figure gracefully descended to the ground. Clad in a black classical robe and wearing a pointed soft hat, the individual bore black hair, dark eyes, a broad forehead, and a slender face. Adorned with a crystal monocle, it was none other than Amon. Mere seconds after his arrival, another figure in red plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud. That was Fujimaru Ritsuka, today garbed in a white uniform complemented by a yellow hooded cloak. This cloak was a treasure, the original mantle of the king of awkward hair. Amon chuckled as he adjusted his monocle, offering no further words. How amusing, he mused. Just recently, 1 arrived, and now 2 have come. It seems a bit like an intentionally orchestrated crescendo of sound in their ears. After all, with such desolation here, wouldn't a bit of liveliness render things more entertaining? Amon replied with a smile. Indeed, indeed, you are quite the intriguing little fellow. That voice, affected and theatrical, chimed in. I take a liking to you. Why not join me for tea in my room shortly? We could engage in some delightful activities together. What say you? Certainly, Amon's smile widened. I too wish to partake in fascinating endeavors with the big sister. Fujimaru Ritsuka exclaimed as she rose from the ground, her voice ringing out. Of course, you shall not be left out. Upon saying this, the voice seemed to address another unseen presence. Little Gray, this matter is now entrusted to me. You may return. A childlike voice responded, understood, farewell, Grandmother Mebius. The clipped tone of the previous voice sounded somewhat vexed. You should be calling her Sister Mebius. I'm off to draw. Farewell, Grandmother Mebius. With that, the child's voice vanished. Mebius remained silent for a few moments, seemingly watching Gray depart. Are you prepared, my dears? Next, you shall face a small test. Fear not. Regardless of success or failure, you both shall pass. Her tone softened, reverting to its original quality. We are ready, Grandmother Mebius. Amon and Fujimaru Tachika replied in unison. All right, let us begin. Unlike their initial encounter with Klein, the 2 did not engage the Titan. The ground of the platform was stained a deep emerald green, resembling a viscous ink that churned beneath them. The green serpent known as Shisha emerged from the depths. My time is precious. Let us resolve this swiftly. Fujimaru Tachika smirked, confident in her ability to handle the diminutive serpent. She took 2 steps forward, standing before the colossal serpent, raising one hand to the sky, summoned the shadow of the heroic spirit, Arash. A shadowy figure of pitch black materialized behind her. The figure drew a bow, and a voice emerged from the darkness. Please, call me the king of jade-faced hand grenades. As it spoke, the shadow prepared to draw and aim the bow. With a lash of its long tail, Shisha sent both the girl and the shadow flying, crashing against the wall at the edge of the platform. A tremendous explosion erupted, causing the entire barrier to tremble precariously. Amon clapped from the back, feigning awe. Wow, impressive. As the dust from the explosion settled, Fujimaru Tachika lay on the ground, barely conscious, giving Amon a thumbs up. She struggled to speak. My journey ends here. From now on, the path is yours. With that, her hand fell limply, and she gradually transformed into Data, vanishing from sight. Amon ceased his applause and reached out casually toward Fujimaru Tachika. In an instant, her body returned to normal, while Amon began to fade away. Since I can pass regardless of success or failure, I shall await you at the finish line. With those final words, he disappeared completely. Fujimaru Tachika stared in bewilderment at this scene, glancing back at Shisha. Do I need to explode again? In the Hall of Paradise, 3 figures entered from the outside. Leading the way was a green-haired girl, appearing around 13 or 14. With snake-like pupils, she wore a long black dress, draped in a white coat, and sat atop a floating box, twisting her body to display her remarkable flexibility. This was the green contortionist serpent of paradise, Mebius. Behind her were Amon, sporting a monocle, and Fujimaru Tachika, now shrunk into her Gadako form. Wait, what is this? Klein's attention was drawn to Fujimaru Tachika. Although Klein was not a true otaku in his previous life, as a formidable presence in the online realm, he had heard of prominent brands like Type Moon. Though his understanding was limited, he still grasped a fragment of its lore, which bolstered his confidence when boasting online. So, has fantasy been manifested? Or is this an alternate reality? The current situation bore a resemblance to the playful Easter eggs typically released by the official team on April Fool's Day. Hey, Klein. Gadako bounced over to greet him. Hello. Klein responded, his mind racing with thoughts. How does she know my name? Is it similar to the magic of true name revelation? In truth, it is not the case. Gadotsi has merely perused the Lord of Mysteries. Recently, a card was drawn, although the origin of its placement in the pool remains a mystery. After exchanging pleasantries with Klein, Gadotsi began to leap towards Mebius's box. Grandma Mebius, may I join you? Of course, little mouse, Mebius replied, lifting Gadotsi and placing her behind herself. Now, let us proceed to my laboratory. Come, little mouse, we shall engage in some delightful activities together. Gadotsi raised her hands in jubilation. Yay, I'm off to do interesting things with the beautiful big sister. Klein frowned, pondering whether Tamamo was truly of such a disposition. This was starkly different from what he had witnessed in the short videos. Could it be that she had been tainted upon arriving in this world? A subtle smirk graced Mebius's lips before she quickly reverted to her usual feigned smile. Such sweet words, little mouse. I suppose I shall administer a touch of anesthetic during our experiment. So you weren't planning to use anesthetic at all? Gadotsi's eyes widened in surprise. It's merely a trivial collection of bodily data. It won't hurt much, Mebius reassured her. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Thus, Gadotsi was unwittingly lured into the laboratory by Mebius. Is that the one you mentioned? Klein inquired softly of Pardo. Indeed. Sister Snake is one of the few individuals here best left undisturbed, her terrifying prowess even surpassing that of Brother Jia. Pardo responded in hushed tones. Pardo emphasized, do not be fooled by Sister Snake's beauty. Her greatest talent lies in enticing newcomers into her laboratory, where they merrily enter and gradually emerge. So the one just taken in by Mebius? Pardo's expression turned sympathetic. Her fate seems grim. Is it possible to survive after being deceived into Mebius's laboratory? Klein asked uncertainly. Survival is certainly feasible. Sister Snake would not be overly harsh on outsiders. And have you forgotten? We dwell in a world of data. Pardo defended Mebius, adding that there might be a slight psychological impact. However, it appears she is rather enjoying herself. A voice filled with mirth drifted from the side. It was Amon, who had approached the bookshelf and casually selected a volume. Amon briefly exchanged names with Klein and Pardo, though for reasons unknown, his presence seemed to provoke Pardo. Consequently, she sought an excuse to exit the lounge. Observing Pardo's departure, Amon's gaze reflected an appreciation akin to that of an industry veteran regarding a newcomer. A promising candidate to become one of Amon's own. Alas, it has been a while since I have subsisted off another. However, the individual carrying the aura of the Source Fortress elicited a defensive reaction from Pardo, whose fur bristled. She quickened her pace towards Veilwise Mechanical Workshop, feeling a profound lack of security and in need of new provisions to fortify herself. Amon's gaze lingered on Klein's singular eye, and he took a seat beside him, uncomfortably close, as if the concept of personal space held little significance. The young girl appeared somewhat apprehensive of me, though I could not fathom the source of her trepidation. Amon's tone exuded warmth. However, Klein, marked with the heavenly wisdom imprint, discerned the insincerity behind his smile. Mr. Amon, your smile seems somewhat disingenuous, Klein remarked. Having not been trained by Amon in the Forsaken Land, he exhibited no particular fear of him. Oh, you can actually perceive that? Amon replied, feigning surprise. I thought my performance was rather convincing. His smile became a touch more sincere. Now it is no longer discernible, Klein stated. It seems you're still rather gullible. Amon mused, playfully pinching the skin around his eyes. You're quite intriguing, Klein. Klein instinctively adjusted his monocle. What do you mean? I mean, perhaps we could become friends, could we not? Amon smiled, continuing to pinch the skin around his eyes. I have always been fond of making friends. Making friends is not an issue, Klein replied, unimpressed by the prospect. Amon's smile grew more genuine. That is splendid. Although I truly enjoy making friends, I have surprisingly few. Why is that? Klein inquired. Perhaps it is because they lack sufficient interest. Amon's response left Klein perplexed. So, you keep saying I'm interesting, yet I fail to comprehend what precisely makes me so, Klein remarked, puzzled, as he adjusted his monocle. The point of interest lies in your utter lack of intellect, fool. Two stones, sparking with energy, hurled from a distance. One struck Klein heavily in the chest, causing his muscles to spasm, while the other hit him in the throat. prompting a fit of coughs. After several moments of convulsions and coughs, Klein expelled a transparent worm, adorned with 12 distinct bands. What is this? Klein gazed incredulously at the creature he had just coughed up. Cease with the petty tricks, coward, Qianjie called from a distance, leaning against the door, before turning to enter, leaving behind a parting remark. Waste. Bang. The door slammed shut with force. Today's performance was lacking. The writing seemed to falter. I shall endeavor to recover afterward. Chapter 108. The morning of the performer's insight as Qianjie closed the door, silence enveloped the hall once more. Klein exchanged glances with Amon, neither speaking a word. What is this? Ultimately, it was Klein who broke the silence, his tone considerably less amiable than before. Though the nature of the worm remained a mystery, Qianjie's behavior suggested that harboring it within his body would likely yield unfavorable consequences. Otherwise, he would not have felt the need to assault him so inexplicably. Underhanded tactics. This is merely a small gift for a friend. Amon's smile remained undiminished. A piece of fourth-tier spiritual material is not a fine token of friendship. Such behavior is rather despicable. Klein furrowed his brow tightly. Although he was uncertain about the exact nature of this worm, he could surmise its essence. A creature residing within another. He could think of only one term. Parasite? Klein inquired succinctly, though the answer had already formed in his mind. Clever indeed. Amon praised Klein with a radiant smile, showering him with compliments. Klein clenched his fist, suppressing the impulse to strike Amon, and turned away expressionlessly, heading deeper into the paradise. Amon, casually shedding even a fragment of his being, was of demigod-caliber spiritual material. Such a person he was not yet capable of confronting. Patience. No matter, once the month has passed, and he acquires all the emblems of the heroes, he shall make Amon aware of what it means for the god of war to return. Do you not want this time, worm? Amon called out to Klein's retreating figure from the sofa. Klein offered no reply, striding directly toward the teleportation portal at the center of the hall. It's quite valuable. Amon's light-hearted words drifted past Klein's ears. A purple thread ensnared the now lifeless time worm, drawing it into Klein's grasp. This is my trophy. I certainly have the right to dispose of it. You are called a time worm, correct? Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be named Gold Pound. Oomph. Klein scoffed coldly and stepped into the portal, disappearing from sight. Watching Klein's departing figure, Amon adjusted his monocle. How intriguing. In the laboratory of Mobius. Come, have a drink. Little mouse. Mobius descended to the ground, swaying towards the water dispenser, filling a cup and offering it to the still-seated Gadako. Gadako accepted the cup without hesitation and drank it down in one gulp. She smacked her lips, as if savoring the taste. Suddenly, she clutched her chest. So hot. Mobius, what did you add to the water? Mobius produced a small vial, cackling with delight. It's concentrated sulfuric acid, she replied. That adds quite a thrill to life. Gadako, terrified, lost her color, tumbling from the box and collapsing to the ground, beginning to writhe. Gradually, she started to morph, splitting apart like slime into several pieces. Soon, multiple Gadakos took shape, scuttling chaotically around the laboratory. Mobius did not intervene. Instead, she took a small notebook and began recording. The individual is a humanoid entity named Fujimaru Ritsuka, with incomplete brain development and the ability to transform, suspected to possess strong mental contamination abilities. Prolonged interaction with the experimental subjects may result in hallucinations. A glimmer of green light flickered through Mobius's crimson, serpent-like eyes. The slight mental contamination-induced hallucinations were dispelled. A moment of disorientation passed, and everything returned to normal. No chaotic creatures scuttled about the laboratory. Only one sat upon the operating table, fiddling with a scalpel, while a half-filled glass of water rested on the adjacent table. Upon noticing that Mobius had regained consciousness, the creature attempted to play the victim. Ah, you are awake? Dear Mobius, you suddenly fell into a daze, and no matter how much I called, you would not rouse. It's quite all right. Perhaps the little white mouse has simply been lacking rest, Mobius replied, an enigmatic smile gracing her face. Now we are to embark on some intriguing endeavors. Intriguing endeavors? Is it about to begin? The creature tossed the scalpel onto the table and patted the operating table beneath it. Come now, I am ready. Indeed, Mobius approached, gently laying the creature down upon the bed. But it shall be just you alone. Oh, what is the point in that? Before the sentence could be completed, chains emerged from various corners of the operating table, binding the creature's limbs. What What is this? Is it bondage? How shy? The creature squirmed. I'm ready. Yes. Indeed. Moebius responded nonchalantly, casually inserting an iron ball into the creature's mouth. Meanwhile, Klein ventured deep into the realm of bliss, arriving at an unfamiliar memory. It was a food street. Indeed, those who hailed from his hometown often sought comfort in food when they were in low spirits. Perhaps it was due to the original owner's shallow impression of this place. Klein sampled the offerings from various stalls, each meriting merely average reviews. However, one Chinese noodle shop stood out with exceptional flavor, likely due to the original owner's fondest memories associated with it. In this memory, a myriad of individuals existed, yet they all appeared similarly dazed and awkward in their movements. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Simple interaction sufficed. Klein ordered a bowl of noodles and began to eat. This was the delightful find he had spent days searching for in the depths of bliss. Through the window, he observed the scenery outside the noodle shop shifting. This was quite normal, as the place was in truth an unfathomably vast labyrinth, one that was ever moving. The current situation seemed to be a phenomenon formed by the intertwining of different memory scenes. Klein pondered that the forthcoming scenes might become rather abstract. Soon, his thoughts materialized into reality. He found himself holding a bowl of noodles atop a Ferris wheel, while a chef in another gondola calmly prepared noodles. The setting had transformed into an amusement park. Who would have thought there was such childlike wonder within the esteemed Ingjia? Klein mused, as his gondola descended. He stepped out with his bowl and settled onto a nearby bench, resuming his meal. Nothing could deter him from enjoying his food, not even the mere shifting of scenes, nor the very heavens collapsing. This is the confidence of a true gourmand. As he indulged in his meal, a delicate cherry blossom drifted down and settled upon his shoulder. Klein glanced back and discovered a cherry blossom tree behind him, quite beautiful indeed. He offered a casual remark before returning to his food. Once he finished, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. Welcome to my trial ground, successor. Klein hastily set his bowl aside and turned toward the source of the voice. It was a young girl with pink hair and donkey ears, clad in a white dress. Perhaps those were indeed donkey ears? Or were they fox ears? Sensing Klein's confusion, or perhaps weary from frequent misunderstandings, Sakura promptly clarified, My name is Sakura, and I exist here to pass on the art of Shinai to future generations. Klein introduced himself in turn, and Sakura nodded, refraining from further elaboration. Since you have already encountered Shinjia, you must be aware of the harsh realities of paradise. I need not elaborate for first-time visitors. So please accept this imprint. Is it really that straightforward? No trials or anything? Klein was astonished that receiving the imprint could be so uncomplicated. Since you have obtained the imprint of desolation, it stands to reason that someone recognized by Shinjia would not pose a significant issue, Sakura replied. You trust Shinjia so readily? Klein rose to his feet, feeling it inappropriate to remain seated while others stood. Naturally, Sakura nodded. He is a person worthy of trust. You may not realize it yet, but as you spend more time with him, you'll come to understand. Klein recalled how Shinjia had saved him earlier that day and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shinjia is quite a reliable individual. Sakura extended her hand. There is no need for further pleasantries. Since you're a lawmaker, I trust you won't find yourself in a predicament like others might when receiving this gift. Just as Klein reached out to accept it, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Your words make me a bit reluctant to accept. It is prudent to remain vigilant. If that is the case, we can discuss this matter later, Sakura acknowledged. There is no need for that. You may simply give it to me, Klein said, feeling a touch embarrassed. How straightforward this person was. He merely wished to engage in polite conversation. However, this time, Sakura shook her head. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Many times, opportunities, once missed, can lead to regrettable consequences. While this outcome may not be unbearable or even a loss, if it causes you discomfort for a time, it will serve its purpose. Well, that is fair enough. Klein hesitated, uncertain of what to say next. He surveyed the amusement park before them and shifted the topic. Miss Sakura, is this scene constructed from your memories? Sakura also gazed at the amusement park. Indeed, is my memory. It was surprising to find that beneath Sakura's cool exterior, her heart brimmed with childlike wonder. Klein gazed at the balloon stall beside the Ferris wheel. A gust of wind swept through, causing several balloons to break free from their constraints and ascend into the sky. Sakura's eyes followed the balloons as they drifted away. It was but a fleeting reminiscence, ultimately a self-deception, a ruse to convince herself that everything had yet to unfold, to delude herself into believing she still resided in the past. Although Klein was not well acquainted with Sakura, her countenance bore no noticeable change. Nevertheless, he sensed an inexplicable sorrow through the lens of the mourning clown's abilities. Though the clown was but a performer in the play, he could only bear witness to the sadness. Possessing the capacity to evoke laughter, he ultimately remained powerless. Klein felt a subtle amalgamation of the mourning clown and the potion's effects within him. Chapter 109. Painting for Mr. Amon. So it seems I have overthought this. Klein reassured himself, contemplating that Ceres perhaps intended for him to digest the potion through the engagement with the English aristocracy. Thus, it appeared that Ceres was not as maliciously whimsical as he had presumed. Perhaps, Klein observed two figures, one large and one small, with pink hair passing beneath the Ferris wheel, and he could discern that they were distinctly different from the surrounding aesthetic, while others bore a resemblance akin to mere replicas. These two appear to be crafted by a professional artistic team. The larger one bore a striking resemblance to Sakura, save for the absence of the fox-like ears atop her head. Are those ears of yours not natural? Klein inquired, glancing at Sakura's donkey fox ears. This is merely a side effect of being a fusion warrior. Sakura recalled Alicia's fondness for her ears. For some, it might not even be considered a side effect. I heard you were once an assassin? Klein ventured, uncertain of how to continue the conversation, seeking a topic. Indeed, I was once affiliated with an organization known as the Venomous Cocoon. Sakura's gaze remained fixed on the small, pink-haired girl, unwavering. Klein felt an enhanced control over his body since becoming a clown, speculating that his aptitude for learning skills might also be on the rise. Might I request you to teach me some assassination techniques? Sakura's response was succinct and straightforward. Certainly. She then added, however, I am not particularly adept at teaching. You might be better off seeking who. I can help you get in touch with her. Klein nodded. I would appreciate that. After a while, the Ferris wheel had turned several times, and Klein and Sakura engaged in casual conversation. In any case, you should exercise caution. You hail from a civilization unknown to us, which makes you quite exceptional. And the more exceptional a person is, the more vigilant they should be, Sakura warned Klein, feeling that her message remained somewhat ambiguous. Klein gradually adapted to the conversational style here, which could be characterized as riddling. Thus, he decided to inquire directly, why should those who are more exceptional be more cautious? Because the more exceptional a person is, the more likely they are to attract the attention of shadows. The moths chasing the flame advance towards the shimmering light, casting shadows behind them. The moth of the flame also harbors shadows. I can sense that she has already set her sights on you. Although her current focus is not on you, it is prudent to remain cautious. Klein seems to have grasped the situation. Though Sakura's words were somewhat vague, he could likely surmise who the shadow refers to. Let us take a moment of silence for the unfortunate Miss Fujimaru Rika, hoping she will emerge unscathed from the laboratory. You just mentioned the moth of the flame. It appears there is a connection with the 13 flame heroes. Could you elucidate that for me? I apologize. I may be the one least informed about the organization. Sakura expressed a hint of regret. As a member of the toxic pupa, we are not permitted to know too much. I see. Very well then. To avoid an awkward silence, Klein redirected the conversation once more. It seems you share a rather unique relationship with Chaik, so he too hails from that organization known as the Toxic Pupa? Indeed, he and I were once members of the same organization. It is quite unimaginable that Chaik's character could lend itself to being an assassin, Klein mused, envisioning Chaik crouched in a corner with a small knife. Rather comical. Although both are assassins of the Toxic Pupa, Chaik has never undertaken any assassination missions. Since you have interacted with him, you can likely imagine the scene of him in combat. Klein recalled a game from a previous life, Assassin's Creed, which had been humorously dubbed Berserker's Creed by netizens. Indeed, as long as all witnesses are eliminated, it would constitute a perfect infiltration. Sakura chuckled. Though he tend to make a grand affair of things, after all, he is rather impulsive. I sense that you all tend to view Chaik through some peculiar lens. For instance, Alicia considers him adorable, while Eden claims he is a sorrowful individual. Although it is apparent that Chaik possesses a good nature, Klein found it impossible to apply such labels to him. He could perceive that Chaik seemed to be perpetually angry with himself, yet the sorrow remained elusive. Alicia treats everyone this way. I find it hard to fathom what a person would be like if even Alicia deemed them insufficiently endearing. As for Eden, being a singer herself, the fusion of combatant surgeries has endowed her with a heightened sensitivity to sound. She can always detect nuances in a person's voice that others might overlook. She is both a singer and a remarkable listener. As you mentioned, we may indeed view Chike through a certain filter. However, if we cannot trust even our companions, we may be destined to walk this path alone in solitude. I understand now, Klein acknowledged. This marks the first time Sakura has spoken at such length. It appears she truly values her companions. She has arrived. You may go directly to her, Sakura suddenly prompted. Oh, she has come so soon? Unbeknownst to him what Sakura had orchestrated, the amusement park's environment began to fade, as if a layer of water had been splashed upon a still wet watercolor painting. All the colors gradually blended together. Engaging in conversation with you has been delightful. Until next time. Klein heard Sakura's voice, faint and indistinct. As the surrounding colors regained their clarity, Klein realized he had arrived at a martial arts dojo. Before him stood a young boy. A boy? What was happening? Hadn't Sakura referred to herself with the feminine pronoun earlier? Hello, Mr. Hua, Klein greeted. Hua sighed. Sakura informed me that you wish to learn some combat techniques. The voice was melodious, distinctly feminine. Klein immediately recognized his previous faux pas. My apologies, it was nothing, Hua replied succinctly, seemingly accustomed to such interactions. I hope I am not intruding. Klein positioned himself before Hua. Hua was relatively taciturn. Let us begin. With that, Hua assumed a starting stance. I need to first understand your movement habits. Understood, Klein responded, adopting the combat stance he had learned from his instructor, a retired knight. A minute later, having been knocked to the ground, Klein came to a realization. Without extraordinary abilities, he was utterly ineffectual. Even with potions and blessings enhancing his physique, he was no match for Hua. I heard from Alicia that you inherently possess unique, extraordinary abilities. In fact, you can tap into them, as they are a part of you, Hua said, pulling Klein up from the ground. Klein nodded, resigned. 10 minutes later, Klein comprehended the situation. She had been holding back. Without the use of techniques like paper doll substitutes and flame leaps, he stood no chance against the formidable Hua. Yet, if the fight were conducted in such a manner, it would serve no purpose. I have a rough understanding now. Hua offered a candid assessment. Your physical condition is quite good, and you learn techniques swiftly. However, your combat skills are somewhat outdated. During their earlier bout, Klein had deliberately tried to mimic Hua's movements, although he could not fully grasp their significance. He managed to emulate them to some extent. From now on, focus on learning diligently. We cannot alter the past, but you still have the opportunity to reshape your future. Hua decided to begin teaching from the basics. Understood, Klein replied, rising from the ground. In the Eden Hall, Amon returned the book in his hands to the shelf. His intuition hinted that someone was approaching him. Ah, finally someone is here to see me? I thought everyone despised me, Amon remarked, oblivious to his lack of self-awareness, showing no sign of regret for having made a poor first impression. Not at all. Everyone is simply busy. A familiar voice reached Amon's ears, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Just as he suspected, it was indeed her, little sister Alicia. The sound of her youthful voice resonated. She carries your essence. As the words fell, Alicia emerged from the portal, cradling a shoeless little girl in her arms. The young girl appeared to be no older than 10, with azure hair adorning her head, clad in a pristine white dress, and crowned with a black beret. Well, should I say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, or to reunite? Alicia gently set Gracie, who was nestled in her arms, into the air beside her, where a knight clad in silvery armor materialized to catch Gracie. It is quite surprising to encounter you here. How intriguing, Amon remarked. It seems there is no need for me to introduce myself. Truly, I am remarkable, managing to forge friendships even in another realm. Dear Sister Alicia, you're truly impressive. Allow me to shower you with praise. Gracie clapped gently while perched on the knight's shoulder. Amon observed Gracie's expression of dismay. I have heard that here, you are all heroes left behind by a bygone civilization. Is it true that even such young children were sent to the battlefield in your time? If my memory serves me correctly, humanity has traditionally valued the safety of the young. Oh dear, such a false color. You must smile more genuinely from the heart, Gracie said, shaking her head. Color? Is it akin to the ability to see through essence like the audience? That is indeed an ability I find rather unappealing. Amon maintained his radiant smile. A heartfelt smile, alas, is something I do not possess, As no one has ever taught me such things, Amon appeared somewhat helpless. You are truly a marvelous actor. May I create a painting for you? Consider it a small wish of a beautiful girl. Gracie spoke in a manner that felt rather incongruous, as if she were imitating someone deliberately. Of course, it would be my honor, Amon replied, bowing with gentlemanly elegance. Gracie nodded gently, refraining from further words. A canvas materialized before her, and Gracie, producing a sketchpad and pencil from an unknown source, began to draw in midair without any paint. Amon watched with keen interest as Gracie conjured her artwork. One intriguing ability. Are you painting using certain traits of mine? Indeed, how do you find it? I will be delighted if you could express your admiration. Gracie continued to speak animatedly. Chapter 110. The title stolen by Amon. Do I need to remain still? Amon sat on the sofa, his posture relaxed. No need for that. Just avoid straying too far, Gracie replied with a rising intonation. Amon stroked his chin, glancing at Gracie before turning to Alicia. Is this manner of speaking truly acceptable? Oh dear. It seems little Gracie has spent too much time with me. Perhaps I should let others join us for a while. Or else the adorable Mebius might come to trouble me. Alicia appeared somewhat distressed. Harmonizing? That is indeed an interesting term. Amon adjusted his monocle. For a still maturing human child, possessing the ability to easily perceive essence is rather perilous. Indeed, your statement holds considerable truth. This ability can indeed be a burden for little Gray. Initially, Alicia nodded in distress, but then she pivoted her discourse, remarking that this is precisely what makes her endearing, is it not? Just imagine, occasionally unveiling a different facet of Gray. It is truly fascinating, is it not? Amon nodded in agreement, affirming its intrigue. Shall I assist her in harmonizing? Amon inquired with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, Alicia replied, No need. I shall leave it to others. Someone will address it. Ah, I see. Very well then. Suddenly, Alicia pointed towards the direction of the portal. From within the portal, a green figure rushed forth in great haste. It was a young man with dark green hair, adorned with horns, dressed in green attire and black trousers, embellished with several white strips of fabric that seemed to serve merely as decorative elements. He dashed from the portal into the hall, glancing around anxiously. Ultimately, he spotted Gray, unharmed, along with Alicia standing protectively behind her. The young man visibly exhaled in relief. Gray, too, noticed the arrival of Cosmo. Although she was deeply engrossed in her painting, rendering her somewhat impervious to external disturbances, she always managed to catch sight of Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo, did you miss me? Gray waved her paintbrush. Cosmo approached Gray, glancing at Alicia, then at Gray, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. As Gray adopted Alicia's hue, though not unpleasant, it is indeed somewhat disconcerting. Cosmo's inner musings were plentiful, yet he refrained from voicing them. After a considerable pause, Gray managed to murmur, It's a relief that all is well. It was hard to fathom just how anxious he had been moments prior. Just a short while ago, after a long day of toil, Cosmo returned home only to find Gray missing, feeling as though the sky had fallen. He cast a glance at Alicia, contemplating what he ought to say at that moment. Alicia, why did you not inform me? You ought to have at least given me a heads up. He searched for Gray for ages. What if something had happened to her? No, perhaps that would come across as a tad unsociable. After all, we are companions. One should not speak too harshly. Ultimately, Cosmo chose silence, opting to convey his disapproval through his gaze. Alicia, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her eyes momentarily, but soon regained her confidence. She had merely wished to take Gray out for some fun. What fault was that? Nevertheless, Alicia discreetly stepped back a couple of paces, allowing Cosmo to harmonize Gray's presence. Cosmo thought to himself, Gray, forget it. Gray is currently painting, and it would be inappropriate to interrupt her. There is still ample time for harmonization. There is no need for haste. Cosmo stood silently behind Gracie, observing her as she painted. After a few moments, he attempted to catch a glimpse of Amon, who was not far away, out of the corner of his eye. This is the dangerous individual that Pato mentioned. I should keep Gracie away from him. Alternatively, I could simply expel him directly. Yet, I might not be able to overpower him, and it would be disastrous if Gracie were to get hurt. You seem to have much to say to me, Amon remarked. Cosmo opened his mouth. No, nothing at all. As time passed, Gracie's painting gradually took shape. Oh, Amon tilted his head to examine the artwork, blinking and then tilting his head to the other side. Is this a portrait of me? He inquired. Yes, Gracie nodded obediently. This personality has changed. Has it transformed into Cosmo's color? Amon mused. Not quite. So, is it that the two colors have blended and faded to reveal the original color? Amon pondered with great interest. As Gracie made the final strokes, she paused and neatly tucked away her paintbrush and palette. This is you, Uncle Amon. The current Gracie was utterly transformed from moments before. Almost unrecognizable. Amon approached, wishing to see the painting more closely, but Cosmo intervened as he neared about a meter away from Gracie. This person is too dangerous. I cannot allow threats to approach Gracie. Cosmo thought resolutely. Please stop, he said, retrieving the floating canvas and handing it to Amon. Is it really necessary to be so cautious with me? Amon jested with a smile. I must not allow him to influence Gracie. The thought of her becoming like him is unbearable. Cosmo remained silent. All right, perhaps I spoke too much. Amon began to examine Gracie's painting. Quite remarkable, truly. He offered a sincere evaluation. So is this a landscape? The scene depicted appeared to be a cage, within which a pair of decayed hands sprouting flowers and grass reached forward, performing an act of release as they let a crow fly free. A feather fell into the palm of the decayed hand, and the crow spread its wings, soaring towards the edge of the canvas. It remained within the confines of the cage. Through the gaps in the cage, a sun could be seen outside, but its hue was not the typical orange-red. Instead, it had a slightly translucent white quality, reminiscent of a single lens ground from crystal. Beyond that lay a somber sky. This is you, Gracie spoke slowly yet with conviction. Is that so? Then where am I? Is it in those hands? Amon continued to inquire. Is the crow? Gracie replied. I am a crow? Well, come to think of it, I have indeed been called that before. They used to refer to me as Little Crow. Amon nodded in acknowledgement of Gracie's assertion of her identity as the crow. Your colors, vibrant and chaotic, blend together into a murky black, Gracie remarked while pointing at the crow's feathers. So, do you perceive me as colorful? Such an assessment is exceedingly rare. I cannot recall the last time a similar sentiment was expressed. It feels like an eternity ago, perhaps harking back to the ancient times when the sun god still roamed. And what about these hands? What do they signify? For reasons unknown, Amon found himself particularly preoccupied with these hands. They belong to your father. Gracie's words took Amon by surprise. His smile faltered, and he once again directed his gaze toward the painting, his expression gradually fading. After a prolonged silence, a stray glimmer of light danced across his monocle. Amon lifted his head anew, adjusting his monocle, and his face resumed its characteristic smile. Ah, intriguing. Indeed. Your current smile appears far more genuine, Alicia interjected. Amon, however, disregarded Alicia's comment and inquired of Gracie, may I take this painting with me? I mean, can it leave this place? Certainly, Gracie nodded. Amon then turned his attention to the teleportation portal at the center of the hall. Having spent so much time here, I have yet to explore its depths. I've lingered long enough, until next time then. With that, he casually tucked the painting away and approached the portal. Upon reaching the entrance, Amon glanced back and casually remarked, perhaps you could place some clear indicators around her, something to point toward her. This might better stabilize her state, preventing her from constantly absorbing the colors of others. With that, he hummed an indistinct tune as he stepped through the portal. In a laboratory of Mobius, she sat at her desk, scrutinizing the data on her computer. Behind her, curled up on the operating table, was Gadotsi. At that moment, Gadotsi was entirely unclothed, clutching a blanket of unknown origin, wrapping herself tightly as she shivered in the corner of the table. Had she known that even comedic characters could be weight, that would mean she had gained something from it, right? Suddenly, Gadotsi realized this. She abruptly flung the blanket aside, leaping off the bed and sprinting toward Mobius. Exposing myself? Not possible. The tiny figures didn't include those details. This is the confidence that 12 has bestowed upon me. She dashed to Mobius's side, gazing up at her. Hey, Mobius, what are you busy with? Mobius glanced down at Gadotsi. This does not concern you. Go play elsewhere. Can I play on the computer? Gadotsi jumped and clung to the edge of the desk. Mobius regarded her coolly. First, put on some clothes. All right. Gadotsi released her grip and hurried to the operating table to find her clothes. Done, now what? Now, please open the door for me. Mobius spoke without lifting his head. All right. Gadotsi approached the door, just ready to leap up and grasp the handle. To his surprise, the door swung open on its own. Mobius delivered a swift kick to Gadotsi's rear, sending him tumbling outside. Bang! The door slammed shut, What just happened? Was I just taken advantage of? Gadotsi attempted to open the door, only to discover it was locked from the inside. As he squatted at Moebius's doorstep, tears as large as his eyes began to well up. Previously, he had sweet-talked his way in, but now that he had been used, he was unceremoniously cast aside. What a heartless vixen, he lamented. As Gadotsi wept, a shadow loomed above him. He looked up to see a knight clad in white armor, floating gracefully. Wow, so handsome. Gadotsi's eyes widened in awe. Forgetting his sorrow, he sprang up from the ground and leapt onto the knight, climbing the uneven surface of his armor until he reached the shoulder, where Gray Shoe was seated. Chapter 111. From the tiger's den into the wolf's lair, watching Gadotsi ascend the knight's armor, Cosmo, following closely behind Gray Shoe, attempted to intervene. He reached out a hand, intending to pull Gadotsi down. However, he reconsidered. Children must interact with others. Perhaps he had been too strict. Gray Shoe's parents entrusted her care to him. Surely they wouldn't want her to remain friendless. After all, he wasn't particularly eloquent himself. Maybe Gray Shoe yearned for companionship as well. Perhaps he should allow her this opportunity. Sighing, Cosmo withdrew his hand. Let Gray Shoe begin to engage with this child, he decided. She appeared to have a pleasant disposition. Certainly much better than that of the earlier individual named him on. Thus, it should be fine, right? Probably. A few minutes later. Big sister, your color? Oh, it's nothing. Just the golden spirit shining within my heart. Helping me, Cosmo. Stay away from Gray Shoe. Deep within the realm of bliss, at Hua's martial arts dojo, Klein absorbed Hua's punch, sliding back 2 steps. Hua nodded affirmatively. You're learning quickly. Now you just need to work on your physical conditioning. Klein smiled. How could I not? The effects of the clown potion, the morning minstrel potion, and the magician S-light cone all enhance physical mastery. A rare smile flickered across Hua's usually stern face. You're the most gifted visitor I have ever taught. Although your extraordinary abilities greatly enhance your physical prowess, one must not overlook the significance of your own diligence. Your starting point far surpasses mine. Thus, I am confident you will journey further than I. Klein performed a half-hearted salute he had learned online in a previous life, mimicking the gesture of Miss Hua. It was indeed a commendable lesson. Hua paused, momentarily taken aback by the gesture, before comprehending Klein's intent and erupting into laughter. You have reversed your hands. This action could be construed as a provocation. Hastily, Klein corrected his posture, exchanging his left palm for a right fist, offering an awkward chuckle. My apologies. The marketing trends can be misleading. Hua reciprocated the gesture with a knowing smile, shaking her head gently. While it is true that one should learn etiquette before martial arts, it is prudent to refrain from performing unfamiliar rites. Understood, Klein nodded in agreement. However, I have not imparted any teachings to you. This is your inherent strength, merely requiring time and skill to refine. I do not consider myself qualified to instruct others. My assistance is limited to accompanying you, which is all I can offer. Your foundation is now sound. Should you require anything further, feel free to visit me. Next time, I shall teach you some more practical techniques. Perhaps I will instruct you in a set of boxing techniques. Hua resolved to teach Klein the CUN-XIN boxing style during their next encounter. Very well, Klein replied, lowering his hands. Thus, we shall conclude our session here. Onward you must go, for you should not linger. Life is fleeting. Do not succumb to idleness. Remain steadfast in your convictions and never waver. Remember, though the journey is long, you are never alone. As time swiftly passed, Monday arrived. Throughout these days, Klein maintained his routine of working during the day and indulging in leisure at night. Although the schedule felt tight, he found ample time to rest within the confines of his leisure pursuits. Nothing significant had transpired, save for a minor incident during an investigation. Councilman Heiner met a tragic demise in his bed, and the case was entrusted to the Night Watch team. While guarding the corpse, it suddenly sat up, attempting to embrace him warmly. At that moment, Klein, lost in thought, reacted instinctively. The recently learned CUN gene technique erupted forth, and although he did not exert excessive force, he nonetheless sent the councilman's body back onto the bed with a punch. Later, the coroner found the brain matter had been thoroughly dislodged. Fortunately, there were no outward signs of the incident, and since the coroner was affiliated with the church, they managed to cover it up adequately. In the afternoon, it was time for the tarot gathering, and Klein intended to prepare himself. In the East District of Becklander, within a secluded row house nestled in a narrow alley overgrown with weeds, lay the home of the informant Dockholm. which also served as his safe haven. Following Audrey's commission to investigate leads on Chillingers, Rest had promptly outsourced this task to the informant. Today, Hugh and Furs intended to gather information. Hugh arrived at the villa's entrance and rapped on the door with a distinctive rhythm. With a creak, the ajar door swung open. Instantly alert, Hugh drew a trident dagger taller than himself. Furs, shedding her usual anger, produced a dagger and gripped it firmly. As they entered the villa, they were met with a scene so grotesque that even the most seasoned detective would be compelled to gasp in horror. They beheld a pale, severed arm draped over a gas lamp, organs strewn across the coffee table, and trails of blood and flesh scattered across the floor and hanging from the coat rack. Bones, meticulously stripped clean, lay in disarray directly opposite the entrance. Amidst the skeletal remains was a head with vacant eyes, none other than Darkholme. His round face still bore a benign smile, as if all was well, and the interior of the house remained devoid of any scent of blood, not a trace. Though Hugh had witnessed many gruesome sights, the current tableau stirred a wave of nausea within her. In contrast, Furs maintained a steadier demeanor. Having once been a doctor, she comforted Hugh, patting her back while offering her analysis. It seems he was discovered by Chillingers. After a prolonged moment of reassurance from Furs, Hugh managed to quell her queasiness, forcing her expression to assume a somber gravity as she nodded, truly worthy of a notorious pirate general, known for his ferocity and cunning. The strangeness here aligns with the nature of his remarkable artifact. Suddenly, Furs felt a jolt of intuition, her instincts as a member of the Gauzen family alerting her to imminent danger. She turned to meet Hugh's gaze, and from the look in her eyes, Furs realized they shared the same sentiment. He was still nearby. In unison, they uttered, "He is still close." The urgency of Furs's intuition intensified, and Hugh too sensed a malevolence emanating from not far away, an intention potent enough to disrupt the order, one that the arbiter could perceive clearly. Furs quickly pulled Hugh into a small room and, steeling herself, retrieved a beaded bracelet from a concealed pocket, adorned with 3 uneven stones. Under the escalating warning from her instincts, Furs forcefully removed one of the stones and uttered a word in ancient Hermetic. "Door." A pale blue light radiated from a stone, swiftly enveloping them and drawing them into the spirit realm. As the 2 sequence 9s entered the spirit realm, they were bathed in 7 beams of pure, vibrant light, each a different hue and imbued with boundless knowledge. They felt the colors around them shift. Red grew redder, white whiter, and blue bluer. Directions began to invert, and the environment warped into something bizarre. Oddly shaped creatures of the spirit realm drifted past them. "Do not make eye contact with them. It is considered a provocation in the spirit realm," Furs cautioned Hugh. "I understand," Hugh replied, averting her gaze from the ethereal beings. "As long as we do not look at them, they shall not attack us, correct?" Hugh inquired. "In theory, that is the case," Fowles replied uncertainly. "However, more often than not, unexpected events tend to occur." Suddenly, an indistinct, headless entity from the spirit realm materialized beside the 2, pressing closely against them. How does one perceive something without eyes? Hugh was momentarily at a loss regarding where to direct his gaze. "Then simply shut your eyes, you fool," Fowles hastily advised. Hugh immediately complied, closing his eyes. The headless specter emitted a sound akin to laughter and extended a long finger, touching Fowles. In an instant, Fowles's form shifted, pulling Hugh away from their original path. The 2 could no longer contain themselves and screamed in terror, amidst the laughter echoing from an unknown source. They ventured into an uncharted realm. Splash! The pair tumbled out of the spirit world, crashing into a wooden wall, seemingly arriving in an unfamiliar room. "Where are we?" Hugh, clutching his head from the impact, asked dazedly. "I do not know," Fowles replied, surveying the enigmatic chamber. Suddenly, they both heard footsteps approaching from behind, suggesting that someone was nearing them. The footsteps bore no attempt at concealment, indicating a lack of malice towards them. Of course, it could also be due to the formidable strength of the footsteps' owner, who remained unperturbed by their presence. The 2 exchanged glances before swiftly turning around. Before them appeared a pair of pink eyes. Oh dear, 2 unfamiliar yet beautiful young maidens. Ah, how wonderful is nature's gift. Alger crouched down, meeting the gaze of the 2 seated on the floor. This, for reasons unknown, Hugh's eyes, which were already somewhat askew, suddenly straightened. "Hello," he stammered. Hello there. Elysia greeted with a cheerful wave. Elysia helped the two rise from the ground. Are you lost? Elysia invited them to sit on her bed. Fowles glanced around, noting the lack of seating in the sparse room. It was quite humble, containing only a bed and a wardrobe, devoid of a table or chairs. Considering that they were both covered in dust, neither Hugh nor Fowles opted to sit on Elysia's bed. The next adjustment will refer to Hugh temporarily as he. Once the gaze of others is averted, I shall revert it back. Chapter 112. An encounter with a flatterer at the tarot meeting, despite exhaustive efforts, unable to prevail. Fowles had yet to fully grasp the situation when Hugh had already exchanged names with Elysia. Hey! Fowles noticed her friend's demeanor was quite peculiar and discreetly poked her in the back. What's wrong? Hugh snapped back to reality, shaken from Elysia's stunning beauty. Wake up! Your eyes are practically glued to her face, Fowles whispered urgently. What? I lower my head, blushing, unable to meet Alicia's gaze. It's all right. You can look at me more boldly. After all, I have been observing you all along, Alicia encouraged Hugh with a playful gesture. Forrest swallowed nervously, casting a glance towards Alicia. With such captivating charm, could she possibly be a high-ranking sorceress? Instinctively, Forrest took a step back. Oh dear, are you seriously retreating a half-step? Alicia appeared somewhat distressed. Forrest, visibly anxious, reached for one of the last two stones on his bracelet, his eyes occasionally darting towards Hugh, contemplating an opportunity to escape with him once more. Your wariness towards me is rather disconcerting, Alicia remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Come now, relax a bit. I mean you no harm. She gestured toward the door. What could a delicate maiden like me possibly do to you? Indeed, Forrest, are you overthinking this? Hugh chimed in, supporting Alicia's words. However, Forrest felt the urgency to leave. He needed a pretext to escape. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Hugh, shouldn't we seek out the church? Seek the church? Yes. We can report Darkholm's demise to them, and they will dispatch personnel to apprehend Xylingers. Hugh quickly grasped the implication, his intellect evidently intact. Indeed, furthermore, we must relay today's events. Hugh paused mid-sentence, glancing at Alicia, and with a hint of apology, added, I'm sorry, Miss Alicia. We have matters to attend to and may need to depart. That is quite all right. Regardless, you're always welcome to visit me whenever you wish. Alicia responded with an unwavering smile, undiminished by their impending departure. Then we shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again, Hugh bade farewell, gently pulling Forrest towards the exit. Forrest remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Alicia as Hugh led him away. Upon leaving the room and reaching the staircase, Hugh suddenly urged Forrest to run. Quickly, let South leave this place. The smile on Hugh's face vanished instantly. When she had grabbed Forrest earlier, he could feel her clammy hands. It was clear that she was not as enchanted by Alicia as she pretended to be. Listening to their fading footsteps, Alicia mimicked Moebius' demeanor and muttered to herself, Want to leave? You may, but alas, the serpent has already set its sights on you. Afterward, she attempted to hiss softly, imitating a serpent flicking its tongue. Completing her little performance, she began to ponder, no, this simply won't do. Such behavior is far from charming. She puffed up her cheeks, continuing to ponder how to play the role of a charming villain. Meanwhile, Hugh was leading foals away from the tavern at the edge of the world. Hugh glanced back at the sign hanging at the tavern's entrance. Ah, I have been here before. It seems we are not lost. Foals, slightly breathless, took a few seconds to regain her ability to speak fluently. Well, I have never been here. I haven't even heard of it. Of course, you haven't heard of it. You stay at home every day, lounging on the sofa and going nowhere. Hugh shot a glance at Foals. Well, I'm a writer, and of course, I must lie in bed every day to conceive ideas. That is perfectly normal. Foals raised her hands slightly in a gesture of surrender. Hugh regarded Foals with a look of pity for her misfortune and frustration at her lack of ambition, shaking her head. Hey, what's with that look? Foals immediately protested. Hugh ignored her, taking a deep breath as if she had made a certain resolution. Then, she turned to her ex-girlfriend Foals. Foals, starting tonight, let us sleep in separate rooms. Why? Foals replied, puzzled. It's not that she particularly enjoyed being with Hugh. It was just that Hugh had always clung to her, and such a sudden declaration caught her off guard. Yes, I fear Alicia might misunderstand, Hugh said earnestly. Foals. Oh no, it's a cow. Everyone retreat. At 3 in the afternoon, A deep crimson hue emerged as another tarot meeting commenced. Within the palace, resembling a giant's abode amidst the fog, for figures slowly materialized under the witness of Mr. Fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Miss Justice's cheerful voice echoed through the mist. Following that, Justice greeted the other attendees of the tarot meeting in turn. After a round of greetings, Mr. Klein, the Fool, noticed that Justice Audrey seemed to have something to say, so he gestured for her to speak directly. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I wonder if your beloved has received the compensation of 300 gold pounds?" Audrey inquired concerning the World Master, who had yet to make an appearance and currently existed only in background introductions. Audrey initiated a financial assault with remarkable effect. Klein's favorability rating soared significantly. "Yes, I have confirmed repeatedly. There is absolutely no issue." Well, of course, he cannot say that. Klein chuckled softly and replied, "I have not paid attention to this matter. But since my beloved has not requested additional assistance, it should mean that they have received it. The cat has become wealthy, and the cat is happy." Klein sought a less abrupt opportunity to sell the gem given by Eden to Audrey without diminishing the Fool's prestige. But he suddenly recalled that Audrey might be low on funds, so he had to abandon the idea for the time being. While Justice Audrey and the hangman Alger exchanged new information about Xilingus, Klein turned his attention to the demon Celris, who sat idly beside Alger. "Come, Celris. Quickly present today, S. Diary. I can hardly wait." Since discovering that Celris is, in fact, an undercover agent with the intention of deceiving his trust, Klein suddenly realizes that accepting so many diaries without question is not an issue. After all, if you are determined to overthrow me, should I not seek some benefits in return? Although he is acutely aware that Celris's ultimate goal is to assist Klein, essentially himself, in becoming the so-called savior, the thought of Klein being manipulated into confronting the Fool causes him a twinge of discomfort. Noticing the gaze of Mr. Fool upon him, Celris raised a thumb in reassurance, saying, "Fear not, Mr. Fool. I possess excellent means to propagate your faith." "Who asked you?" The indifferent Klein nodded, feigning agreement. "You are doing splendidly." Alger observed their conversation and began a fervent brainstorming session. Indeed, just days prior, the sudden emergence of the Church of Compassion in Beckland was dedicated to the worship of Mr. Fool. If I could trick Xilingus into the Church of Compassion, then you would discover that the Fool is utterly indifferent towards it, without needing to read minds. Both Celris and the two hound immediately surmised Alger's intentions. "Mr. Fool, recently, the Church of Compassion has appeared in Beckland, and the three major churches associated with Beckland have simultaneously acknowledged the legitimacy of the eighth divine faith." "Indeed," Klein nodded, "that is my church, and the one referred to by the Lord of Farce is naturally me." Alger trembled with excitement, humbly lowering his head to utter, "Praise you, great Mr. Fool." The other three followed suit, bowing their heads and proclaiming, "Praise the Fool." Justice Audrey and son Derek remained silent after their praises, while only Celris continued to lavish accolades. "You have descended from the masses, thus understanding their suffering. Your compassion illuminates our path, having turned the world into a haven for us." "This is bad. A sycophant." Alger's internal alarm bells rang. Bearing the title of the Tarot Association's top lackey, I cannot afford to lose. Alger began to ponder deeply, attempting to conjure a few phrases of praise for the Fool. However, Celris's incessant chatter completely disrupted his thoughts. Curse be it, participating in the Tarot Association, encountering an insatiable flatterer, and finding oneself utterly powerless. Audrey and Derek were both exhilarated. One rejoiced at the recognition of Mr. Fool's faith, while the other endeavored to memorize the lengthy compliments, intending to relay them to the others in Silver City upon their return. Only Klein discerned Celris's true intentions. The phrase "descended from the masses," understanding their suffering, is indeed a versatile form of praise that resonates with the majority of deities. Even if it does not align perfectly, uttering a few kind words is unlikely to offend God. However, considering Celris's underlying motives, these praises take on a humorous twist. Regardless of whether one emerges from the masses or from elsewhere, Klein, as an ordinary individual, is undoubtedly more attuned to the essence of humanity than the exalted deities. "Oh, demon, have you begun your machinations already?" "No, not merely now. Upon reflection, it seems you have been orchestrating your plans from the very outset. Even your name, demon, signifies a lack of fidelity. How terrifying." Klein closed his eyes momentarily, Fortunately, he need not oppose Selris. Whether Selris champions Klein or the fool, in the end, it is merely support for him alone. A wry smile crept upon Klein's lips. No matter how intricate your schemes, they ultimately cannot evade the grasp of my esteemed fool. You are but a pawn in my hands. Chapter 113. Audrey's attempt to transform Selris sensed that the fool seemed to have been lured into a trap. The diminutive fool is easily manipulated. Thus, the demon truly established a church for the fool. Indeed, recent days have revealed the emergence of a new church of joy in the newspapers, Audrey mused. Subsequently, Audrey recalled that she was still a devotee of the goddess of night. Though merely a superficial follower, this knowledge stirred a sense of guilt within her. Surely, the fool would not mind her reverence for another deity, would he? Audrey contemplated converting her faith to the fool, yet a long-standing devotion is not easily altered. Klein discerned Audrey's inner turmoil and spoke softly. You need not change your beliefs on my account. Last week, he learned from Selris that deities require followers, and he would not dare to usurp the goddess of night's adherents. Who would have thought that the esteemed fool is also a casual believer in the night goddess? Alger proposed a hypothesis. Since the Church of the Fool is no longer merely a joy church, but has transitioned into a legitimate deity's church, must we not reveal our true selves? No. You still need to remain hidden. The sound of fingers lightly tapping the table echoed as Klein, seated at the head of the bronze long table, spoke in a grave tone. The time is not yet ripe. Selris nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are but venomous serpents lurking in the shadows. When our church has quietly monopolized the faith of all ruin, we shall emerge and dismantle from within the various churches. Silence. Klein erupted in frustration. After Selris concluded his vision for the future, Alger, eager to secure his position, addressed Klein. Esteemed fool, I am soon to acquire a new collection of diaries from Emperor Roselle. I trust that by the next or the subsequent gathering, I shall present them to you. Excellent. Klein turned his gaze towards Selris. What today, diary? Selris promptly manifested a diary under Klein's authorization. Esteemed fool, this is the diary I recorded this time. Klein beckoned, and the diary floated into his hands. He scanned the long table, noting that no one possessed any new diaries before beginning to read. On October 12th, I arrived at a planet strikingly reminiscent of my homeland. The similarities were uncanny. Even the distribution of nations bore a notable resemblance. I found myself pondering the possibility that this might be a parallel world to my own, or, as they would term it, an isotope. This planet is afflicted by a calamity known as Honkai, which bears a certain resemblance to the core of a star, yet diverges in significant ways. Is this not akin to what was mentioned in the tales of the pastoral paradise? Such a coincidence? Or could it be that Selris is attempting to market two similar pieces of information to two different individuals simultaneously? Thus, can he truly comprehend the nuances of the Chinese language? Wait, the synesthetic beacon. Klein's hand abruptly halted. Indeed, he possesses a synesthetic beacon. How could he possibly misunderstand Chinese? Maintaining his composure, Klein continued to peruse the diary. On October 16th, the calamity of this planet had drawn to a close, much to my regret, as I was unable to witness it firsthand. However, I managed to extract a memory from the history of this world, which I intend to preserve in the form of a cassette for my descendants to admire. I hold a deep affection for this narrative, as it resonates profoundly with me. Perhaps it will impart similar growth to my future generations. Today's entry is brief and concludes here. A flicker of discomfort crossed Klein's eyes, as if he felt he had been taken advantage of. He waved away the diary, his gaze lingering momentarily on Selris before retracting it. You may commence your discussions freely now. Miss Justice, have you received the transformation device? Selris was the first to inquire of Audrey. Indeed, I have received it, Audrey replied with a nod, then hesitantly asked, but Mr. Demon, are you certain that such transformation gestures truly belong to a magical girl? A few days prior, she had dispatched someone to the tavern to procure the transformation device, along with a sunshine rainbow little pony. Though her family questioned her decision to purchase a horse, her status as the most cherished princess in the household precluded any further objections. Upon acquiring the transformation device, she immediately justified her visit to the equestrian training ground as a means of familiarizing herself with the horse, subsequently finding excuses to temporarily dismiss her riding instructor and several maids. According to the instruction manual, She executed a series of transformation movements that seemed rather uncharacteristic of a magical girl. First, she removed the star from the tip of the wand, pinching it between her fingers, then infused the wand with spiritual essence, causing it to morph into an irregular rectangular device adorned with intricate designs. The next step involved positioning the rectangular device at her waist and channeling her essence to activate it. Instantly, a belt materialized on either side, securing the device to her waist. Finally, she inserted the star, which she had initially removed, into the clasp at the front of the device and uttered the word of transformation. Thus, the transformation sequence was complete. Then, amidst a dazzling array of special effects and an enigmatic mechanical voice that she somehow comprehended, she completed her transformation with a brand new, more ornate magic wand materializing in her hand. She recalled the mechanical voice proclaiming, "Justice descends." The effects were visually captivating, and the mechanical tones resonated with an invigorating rhythm, seemingly tailored specifically for her. Yet, Audrey could not shake the feeling that this was not quite the essence of a magical girl's metamorphosis. Of course, Sellers confidently affirmed. "I understand." Audrey nodded. It was acceptable, yet she sensed that such a transformation might please her two elder brothers even more. The Lady of Justice now possessed nearly the power of Sequence 5. Colin and Alger quickly grasped the implications of this. Alger's remained contemplative, observing silently, while Colin pondered the disparity in strength between himself and the Lady of Justice. In a simulated universe, I could prevail. However, in reality, I cannot. Sequence 5 extraordinary items. If they could also transform me into a magical girl, I would gladly accept. Suddenly, Sellers seemed to sense something, casting a dubious glance at Colin. Although Colin remained oblivious, he was struck by a sudden chill. "This is bad. Someone seeks to harm me. Lady of Justice, might you be interested in testing your newfound toy against Shalingus?" Alger interjected, seizing the moment to promote his prized offering. "Fear not, even if you were to damage him. No one would demand compensation from you." Alger jested. The fool had ascended to the status of a true deity, and the Tarot Society now boasted another member nearing Sequence 5 strength, which greatly pleased him, as it brought him one step closer to successfully hunting Chalingus. "If I encounter him, I shall certainly give a try." Due to cognitive shielding, Audrey was unconcerned about her identity being revealed. Perhaps she could truly experiment. With newfound assurance, Alger felt elated, and Audrey shared in his joy, a mutual victory. Only a world where Chalingus is injured has been achieved. I still require the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard. Does anyone possess one? Audrey posed a request. "We in Silver City have one." Derek promptly replied, "However, I'm uncertain how to deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled something, temporarily interrupting their conversation to capture everyone's attention. "Mr. Sun, are you still making sacrifices to that creator?" "Indeed," Derek affirmed without hesitation, even with the faith of Mr. Fool and King Amber. Many in Silver City still adhere to the belief in the creator and continue to offer sacrifices. Excellent. Engaging in conversation with Derek, Klein acquired the complete sacrificial procedure. With a light chuckle, he addressed the members of the Tarot Society. "Please remember this process. Perhaps in due time, you may commence making sacrifices to me. Through such offerings, I can assist you in your transactions. As for the duration of time, it is ultimately at his discretion. Would this not be rather disrespectful?" Audrey inquired with a hint of concern. As the individual most deeply connected to the Tarot Society, she was reluctant to trouble Mr. Fool. "This is a benefit that belongs solely to the Tarot Society, a blessing reserved for you," Klein spoke enigmatically. "I commend you, Mr. Fool. Your generosity is truly remarkable." Audrey immediately offered her praise. Under the influence of the 300-pound filter, Klein felt that Miss Justice's compliment resonated more sweetly than the lengthy flattery previously bestowed by Selris. Though the gifts from Selris were undoubtedly worth far more than 300 pounds, the tangible reality of cash was undeniably more gratifying. Suddenly, Audrey recalled hearing in the newspaper that the colorful lizard had become an endangered species. She posed a question to Selris and Alger. If one day the colorful lizard were to become extinct, would that not sever the audience's channel? "No. Other materials will take its place," Alger replied with certainty. "Why are you so confident?" Audrey responded, both bewildered and perplexed. Alger smiled. "You will understand in due time. Or what would you offer in exchange for this information?" Audrey promptly turned to the demon Selris. Mr. Demon, do you know the answer? Of course. I believe everyone present should be aware, Cyrus replied with a smile. Derek nodded slightly, yet Klein silently responded within himself. No, I do not know. However, Cyrus continued, but I believe it is wise that the hanged man chooses not to disclose this to you for now. It is for your own good. Of course, if you truly wish to know, I could tell you at this very moment. Alger nodded silently. Although he was somewhat cold-blooded compared to ordinary people, he would not intentionally share such harsh truths with an underage noblewoman without a compelling reason. This reality would undoubtedly be difficult for Audrey to accept. Very well. I shall wait to learn of this matter at a later time, Audrey remarked, somewhat regretful. However, since Mr. Demon had stated that not knowing was for her benefit, she refrained from pressing further. Not only Audrey felt regret, Mr. Fool Klein shared a similar sentiment. His attempt to glean information had faltered. When it was Derek's turn to speak, he expressed gratitude towards Cyrus. Thank you very much for the potions, Mr. Demon. The ability to perceive tragedy has alleviated many of our troubles. No need for thanks. As long as you sincerely believe in Mr. Fool, that is sufficient, Cyrus replied devoutly. We shall, Derek affirmed with a resolute nod. Beneath the bronze long table, Klein, feeling awkward, attempted to carve out a 3-room apartment with his toes. After further conversation, Klein concluded the gathering and guided everyone into the gray mist. Chapter 114. Zeilingers attends his own funeral Wednesday, Southern Continent, a certain colonized island. 2 guards of the resistance were quietly conversing. Have you heard? The newly arrived gentleman astonishingly managed to assimilate the diviner's elixir and the jester's potion in a mere 8 days, whispered the guard on the left. Indeed, I have heard of this. Moreover, it is said that he consumed the diviner's elixir in just 6 days and the jester's potion in a mere 2 days, responded the guard on the right, his expression exaggerated. Do you think that gentleman had prior experience before taking the potions? What a pity we lack subsequent extraordinary traits. Otherwise, he might have achieved sequence 6 within a month. The left guard pondered, stroking his chin. You make a valid point. But what could that gentleman have undergone to digest the jester's potion in just 2 days? The right guard continued the conversation. Well, believe it or not, I have heard a tale. That gentleman once had a beloved wife, and one day, she found herself in peril. He recklessly rushed to save her, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet after he successfully rescued her, she ran off with another. The left guard lowered his voice even further. That does indeed sound quite jester-like. But there's more. It is said that she ran off with another woman. Ah, that is truly absurd. The voice of the captain of the guards emerged from behind them. What are you two discussing? The 2 guards immediately fell silent. The captain stood silently behind them for a few seconds, casting a complex glance towards the interior of the camp. Sigh. He shook his head and walked away. That gentleman is indeed a pitiable soul. Inside the camp stood dilapidated buildings. At the center of the camp was a relatively tidy and secure dwelling compared to the surrounding ramshackle structures. This was the home of Pat, the leader of the resistance. Present within the house, alongside Pat himself, was a well-dressed man, Otto. Pat was a robust, middle-aged man, a hunter who had achieved sequence 7 as an arsonist. Though his rank was not particularly high, it was quite impressive in such a remote location. Otto, with friends galore, managed to find the leader within less than a day. Subsequently, the 2 leaders struck up an immediate rapport. One could only say that the method of the mimetic feather to alter memories was remarkably effective, as sequence 7 exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Pat cracked open a seed and inquired of Otto beside him, Otto, why would you share your embarrassing stories? Otto, likewise cracking open a seed, replied, because I have realized that, aside from the act of performance itself, the recognition of others also serves as a means to accelerate digestion. I see. Pat mused, so you deliberately spread your own rumors to hasten the assimilation of the jester's potion. Otto's hand hesitated imperceptibly. They're not rumors. Pat cast a sympathetic glance at Otto and casually nudged the fruit bowl on the table in his direction, urging him to partake. Last Monday, Otto had infiltrated this place, blending in with the ranks of the resistance. This was a relatively sizable faction, expanding outward from the island on which he currently resided and encompassing several smaller islands. Under the guidance of their leader, Pat, Otto became acquainted with the extraordinary paths available, which piqued his interest considerably. He decisively chose to embark on this journey, for as a being bound by the laws of constraint, coupled with the essence of a half-logic ruler. He reasoned that should he lose control due to the consumption of the potion, he could always inhabit a new form and begin anew. It soon became evident that he assimilated the potion remarkably well. His powers of constraint adeptly quelled the madness and spiritual remnants within the potion. Among the extraordinary traits he amassed here, he discovered the path of the diviner, albeit only possessing the formulas and characteristics of the 9th and 8th sequences. Nonetheless, he harbored a vague intuition that this path resonated with him deeply. In the vernacular of this place, it seemed to be referred to as spiritual intuition. Although he was not a diviner at that time, perhaps his own mental fortitude, or perhaps his overly potent spirituality, interacted with the spirit realm. In any case, it came as no surprise that this path proved remarkably suited to him. With a meticulous plan spanning 5 centuries, his mastery over the future trajectories of every matter in his possession compelled him, a non-diviner, to assume the role of prophet for 500 years. As for the jester, he excelled in that role even more profoundly. He had long since grasped the concept of fate and his own impotence, facing setbacks and mockery with a smile time and again. In truth, his experience with the potion of the jester diverged slightly from that of the diviner. Upon ingestion, it was digested instantaneously, allowing him to bypass the typically tumultuous phase of instability that follows potion consumption. He had heard that the 7th sequence of this path was known as the magician, and he felt equally confident about it. After all, in his view, there was no greater magic than the creation of an entirely new timeline. Has there been any news regarding the potion formula of the magician? Otto inquired of Pat. Not at all, Pat replied, shaking his head. As you know, from the 7th sequence onward, such formulas become exceedingly rare. In due course, there will be a pirate convention. Perhaps we might chance upon some fortune there. A pirate convention, you say? I understand, Otto acknowledged. Oh, by the way, brother, our military funds have been a bit tight lately. Everyone is feeling the pinch, Pat remarked, somewhat sheepishly. Of course, that's no trouble at all, my friend. Otto replied with a faint smile as he reached for a bag that had been resting by his feet and tipped it onto the table. The bag spilled open, revealing a bounty of gold coins, all conjured through his half-logic powers. Oh dear, you've gone to great lengths again, but rest assured, we shall seize every opportunity to procure your potion formula, Pat exclaimed, slapping his thigh enthusiastically before calling out loudly toward the door, wine. Bring forth the wine. Otto maintained his smile, observing Pat with keen interest. The insatiable human heart is akin to a serpent swallowing an elephant. Even in Pat's altered memories, where he perceives himself as a close brother to Otto, the bond of brotherhood ultimately pales in comparison to the allure of self-interest. Nevertheless, it matters not. Whether in terms of emotional or material value, Otto can provide it all. Although his gaze is fixed upon Pat, his thoughts drift thousands of miles away. In his mind, he has constructed a central hub connected to concealed surveillance, observing the children at play and their industrious parents nearby. A broader smile graces Otto's face, for he understands that love, and even stronger emotions, undeniably wield power. The wrath born of love possesses an equal strength. If Colin were here, what would she do? Perhaps he ought to establish a new destiny in this world. The drinks have arrived, served not in the high-stem glasses Otto is accustomed to, but rather in bowls, reflecting the southern continent's customs. He lifts his bowl and clinks it with Pat's. In Bakeland, within a residence in the Hillsdon district, a figure named Chillingus, distinguished by his uniquely broad chin and deep green eyes, easily incapacitated a man and transformed into his likeness through an extraordinary artifact. Subsequently, he fed the man to the writhing hunger in his hands, an enchanted glove. The insatiable hunger feasted with delight, blissfully unaware that this was its final day of indulgence. With everything prepared, Chillingus departed for the Queen's district to attend a grand ball at Duke Negan's estate. The ball was divided into 2 sections, the upper and lower levels. The first floor served as the dance floor, where aristocrats of impeccable features and noble lineage, some elderly and others youthful, graced the center. They exuded an unmistakable air of nobility, while the rotund lesser nobles, whose titles were largely purchased, circled the floor like roasted pigs on a spit. The second floor, a resting area, featured Audrey Hall, who stood in a corridor overlooking the dance floor, leaning against the railing, her boredom palpable as she observed the spectacle of the dancing nobility below. This must be what Emperor Roselle referred to as the backdrop, Audrey mused. with an elegant hand. She covered her mouth and yawned. How dull. She thought it better to return and teach Susie how to write during this time. As she watched the dancing figures below, she was reminded of a dog that often attempted to court Susie at her doorstep. Redirecting her gaze, she looked down at her toes, engaging in a game of walking in a straight line. My feet must tread upon the tiles' patterns, or I shall perish, Audrey whimsically contemplated. The exquisitely natural marble tiles, nearly untouched by processing, bore uneven patterns, adding a delightful challenge to her playful endeavor. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure approaching from the corner of her eye, prompting her to slow her pace, straighten her back, and instantly revert to the elegant and composed Miss Hall. Greetings, Baron Glamire, Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and impeccable manners. The Baron, with sparse eyebrows and pale blue eyes, returned her greeting with a courteous smile, saying, "Hello, the most radiant jewel of Beckland." Something felt amiss. As an observer, Audrey quickly discerned the inconsistency, but chose not to reveal it. Once the figure had moved on, she recalled that Xylingers possessed the ability to assume the identity of others. Thus, she promptly decided to inform her parents. Reporting was a fundamental duty of every Tarot Society member. Earl Hall did not respond, as if he were merely a mindless skeptic. Having long suspected that his daughter had clandestinely become an extraordinary individual, he immediately believed Audrey's words. He then began to rally support. Although Earl Hall himself was not an extraordinary being, as one of the wealthiest individuals in the Kingdom of Ruin, he was also among the most formidable summoners. Xylingers, is it? The Hurricane General, I presume? The Pirate Commander, I take it? To infiltrate this ball, I will concede you possess some skill. However, when the extraordinary teams from the 3 great churches arrive, should you manage to escape, then your capabilities would indeed be remarkable. Meanwhile, Audrey felt compelled to take action rather than merely wait. She made her way to the prayer room in Duke Negan's estate, where she began to pray to Mr. Fool beneath the holy emblem of the Lord of Storms. Audrey was untroubled by the thought of being struck by lightning, for Mr. Fool was recognized as a righteous deity by the 3 great churches. Chapter 115, Super Audrey Strike. Upon receiving the response, I understand, from Mr. Fool, Audrey immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. The anxiety and unease that had gripped her dissipated, and she instinctively straightened her posture, exuding confidence as she gracefully entered the dining hall and made her way toward the lounge. Suddenly, her steps halted. Xylingers. The pirate commander, with combat prowess nearing that of Sequence 5, was indeed formidable, yet so was she at this moment. Were she merely an ordinary spectator, she would certainly not seek to involve herself in such affairs. However, she was now the Justice Miss of the Tarot Society, a magical girl. The adventure she had long awaited was within reach, and Audrey had no intention of retreating. A hero must not falter in the face of challenge. Audrey furtively scanned her surroundings, ensuring no one was paying her heed. She discreetly retrieved her transformation device and headed towards Xylingers. Super Audrey Strike. In Duke Negan's estate, within the ballroom, Xylingers, disguised as Baron Glamire, leisurely stood behind the railing of the second-floor corridor, holding a glass of blood-red Almer wine. Savoring the sight of the roasted pigs spinning in the dance floor, admiring the elegantly dressed ladies and young women. Perhaps those ladies could be likened to the red apples nestled in the mouth of the roasted pig. Xylinger's gaze shifted, now directed toward Duke Negan. The Duke was adorned in a meticulously tailored deep blue naval uniform, embellished with a crimson sash from which hung an array of honorific medals. In formal gatherings, he favored such attire as a tribute to his illustrious military career spanning several decades. Regrettably, a prolonged indulgence in luxury had rendered him akin to a roasted piglet. His waist had become corpulent, his body laden with excess flesh, and the once sharp and astute gray-blue eyes were now clouded with murkiness and desire. Good evening, Miss Diamond, the hardest gem of Beckland. A peculiar address reached the ears of Killing EC. What was this appellation? Acting instinctively, he glanced towards the source of the voice. He observed Audrey engaged in conversation with a viscount, of whom he had scant knowledge, recalling only that he was a rather obscure nobleman. No need to dwell on it. Feigning nonchalance, Audrey blinked innocently at the viscount before her. She recalled that this seemed to be a disguise of the demon lord, as the Emperor Rossel would term it. Mia facile. Yet why would the demon lord seek her out? Had she inadvertently revealed something? When did that occur? Moreover, that earlier title was rather odd. Good evening, Viscount Fosse. However, that title seemed ill-suited for a lady, Audrey remarked with a smile. That is not contradictory, beautiful Miss Audrey, Viscount Fosse replied with an elegant smile. Yet, in comparison to the allure of diamonds, I find myself more appreciative of their resilience. Should a lovely maiden possess a heart of righteousness, it would be all the more exquisite. Upon hearing this almost overt implication, Audrey could not help but puff out her cheeks momentarily. However, in a bid to maintain decorum, she swiftly retracted the childish gesture. How did you come to know it was me, Viscount Fosse? Audrey asked vaguely, confident that the demon lord comprehended her intent. It is rather simple, you see. Recently, the situation in Beckland has encountered a few minor issues. As the most radiant jewel of Beckland, your elder entrusted me with your protection, thus I naturally needed to ascertain your identity. Viscount Fosse's tone was calm and affable. Celrice unhesitatingly cast the blame elsewhere, implying that someone intended harm against the Hall family, and that Count Hall had commissioned him to safeguard his daughter. Yet the perceptive Audrey discerned an underlying meaning. I see now. It is Mr. Fool who sent the demon lord to protect me. Ah, how considerate Mr. Fool is of me. Were it not for Mr. Fool's disdain for mundane wealth, I would even be willing to bestow upon him a sum of 100,000, nay, 300,000 pounds. That would nearly exhaust all my amassed fortune over the years. Audrey resolved to visit Mr. Fool's church for a donation soon. Well then, let me start with a donation of 10,000 pounds. I hope Mr. Fool would not find it lacking. It is evident that you have a penchant for adventure, is it not? Inquired Viscount Fosse. Indeed, there is a slight yearning for it, Audrey replied, her hands gracefully clasped at her abdomen, exuding an air of poise. The youthful vigor of the young is indeed a commendable trait. They should boldly pursue their endeavors, with my watchful eyes upon them, declared Lord Fosse, adopting a demeanor befitting a mentor. Audrey perceived no impropriety in this, for although Mr. Devil appeared rather youthful at the tarot gathering, judging one's age by appearance in the extraordinary realm has always been a misguided notion. She nodded with delight, expressing her gratitude. I am truly indebted to you, Lord Fosse. With a slight lift of his chin, he urged her onward. Audrey nodded in response, then discreetly began to observe Chillingus. At that moment, Chillingus was lost in reminiscence, reflecting upon the grand tapestry of his life. You're not the protagonist. Why succumb to nostalgia at this juncture? With aspiration soaring, Chillingus glanced up at the opulent crystal chandelier and resolved to take immediate action. Today, his mission was to assassinate Duke Negan. As Chillingus extended his right hand, a sudden gust of wind swept across the dance floor, extinguishing the candles adorning the chandelier. In that fleeting moment of flickering light and shadow, as the crowd's attention was captivated, several thin blades of wind, cloaked by the tempest, struck the metallic chains suspending the chandelier at the same spot. Though he could have directly targeted Duke Negan, he chose to indulge in the game instead. How could he showcase his expertise if the situation were not rendered more intricate? With a jarring crack that sent shivers through the onlookers, the massive crystal chandelier plummeted into the dance floor, crashing with a resounding thud, inciting a cacophony of terrified screams as shards of glass injured numerous guests, who cried out in sheer panic. Somewhere, the haunting notes of the Phantom of the Opera began to play, though no one paid it any heed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos and darkness, Chillingus's gloved hand transformed, coalescing into a golden sheen. Employing the judicator's skill, he unleashed a piercing gaze that struck the bodyguard adjacent to Duke Negan. Why does he not attack Duke Negan directly? Merely a matter of leisure, Celrice communicated with his canine companion in his mind. Duke Negan, quick to respond, began his counteroffensive. I am an admiral. Do you not realize that an admiral must be of at least sequence 5? How dare a sequence 6 little Karami challenge me? Chillingus found himself embroiled in a struggle with the roasted pig. After exchanging several blows, Chillingus realized he was outmatched, clearly inferior in skill. This was the domain of Duke Negan's residence, a territory that, from an esoteric perspective, belonged to him. It was folly for a lower tier to attempt to assassinate a higher tier, especially one who had strayed from the ocean, daring to confront a punitive knight in his own territory. It was impossible that Chillingus had not been orchestrated by others. Chillingus himself soon grasped this reality and swiftly employed the psychological skill of herding from the ravenous hunger, inciting a tremendous uproar. The scene descended into utter chaos. A prime opportunity had arisen. Originally concealed in the shadows, Audrey swiftly retrieved her transformation device and completed her metamorphosis. The star card clicked into place, and several towering holographic screens materialized, swirling around her. Each screen depicted various weapons: a staff, a spear, a broadsword, a heavy shield, a battle axe, a chainsaw sword, and a grenade launcher. Audrey extended her left hand and swept it to the left, causing the swirling screens to accelerate dramatically. Subsequently, she reached forward with her right hand, prompting the rotating screens to halt, revealing the one adorned with the image of the staff directly before her. With a decisive motion, Audrey plunged her hand into the hologram, grasping the handle of the staff. The ethereal staff swiftly transitioned from illusion to reality, transforming into a 1-meter-long staff topped with a fist-sized diamond crystal, around which 3 small orbs revolved in graceful harmony. Once Audrey firmly held the staff, she uttered a command: transform. The other holographic screens swiftly converged upon her, melding into an intricately patterned white hooded gown. This was the attire Audrey had designed during her previous attempt. The hood enveloped her head, and a cognitive shield unfurled, rendering her visage unrecognizable to any onlooker. Seizing the moment of chaos, Kingling summoned a tempest around him and bolted forward, crashing through a door to the lounge and shattering the protruding window. Amidst a cacophony of sound, he leaped outside, propelled by the favor of the wind, soaring a considerable distance beyond the Duke of Neganess estate. Having completed her transformation, Audrey immediately aimed the staff in the direction of Kingling's escape, unleashing a luminous orb that swiftly darted forth, diving after him. The radiant sphere caught up with Kingling's in a municipal park, hovering about 3 meters above him. The orb expanded rapidly as Audrey emerged from within. Light Priestess? Kingling's pupils constricted in alarm. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand, the writhing hunger acquiring a shadowy luster, as an intangible dream enveloped Audrey. Following closely behind the dream was a fierce gale. Should Audrey falter for even a moment, the tempest would surely drag her from the skies. A fleeting flash of pale white light signaled the automatic activation of the purification spell, rendering the extraordinary ability of the nightmare utterly ineffective. With her staff held aloft before her chest, a white luminescent screen manifested, coalescing into a massive palm measuring 2 meters in length. Following this, she lightly tapped the staff's tip forward, and the luminous palm surged past the wind resistance, hurtling towards Kingling's. Have you ever heard of a descending palm technique? Kingling's abruptly dove aside as the palm struck the ground next to him, leaving behind a colossal imprint. Instinctively, Audrey flicked the tip of her staff, and the area struck by the radiant palm shimmered with light, as the earth itself began to upheave, rolling toward Kingling's like a tidal wave of illuminated soil. A tremendous gale surged forth, akin to a tornado, hurling Kylanges violently against the sturdy trunk of a robust tree, thereby narrowly averting the grim fate of being buried alive. Suspended in mid-air, Audrey experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing that this chaos could pose a disturbance to ordinary individuals. To shield them from any adverse effects, she waved her staff, extending her cognitive barrier, which manifested as a protective enchantment enveloping the park. Subsequently, she raised her wand high, conjuring a colossal magical array in the atmosphere, from which a beam of light, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, striking Kylanges. However, as light magic is not inherently combat-oriented, even a 5th-tier spell failed to inflict significant harm upon Kylanges, merely singeing the scaly skin that adorned him. He burst forth from the luminous beam, swiftly taking flight. The favor of the wind propelled him to astonishing speeds. Dodging the successive luminous projectiles, Kylanges rapidly closed the distance to Audrey, gliding just above the ground as if he were skimming the surface. A barrage of wind blades shot toward Audrey. Yet her magical girl attire seemed to possess an automatic evasion capability, allowing her to focus solely on aiming. Approaching her position from just below, Kylanges let out a furious roar, lifted by the wind, and launched a powerful strike toward Audrey with his right hand, entwined with a fierce gust and the judgment lightning. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a chainsaw sword, humming ominously, had materialized in Audrey's grasp. Kylanges exclaimed, "Is this correct? Aren't you a mage? Is this the weapon befitting a sorceress?" With a playful tone, he added, "Oh, how mischievous. Do refrain from wielding such perilous tools next time." The tempest encircling Kylange's right hand erupted unexpectedly, propelling him backward. The chainsaw sword emitted a violent hum, and the sentient blade joyfully pursued its target, elongating spontaneously. This turn of events caught both Kylange's and Audrey off guard. The chainsaw sword severed Kylange's right hand with effortless grace, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, causing him to emit a muffled groan as he plummeted from the sky. Audrey trembled, an overwhelming wave of nausea washing over her. Kylange's sensed her distress, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. He attempted to utilize the Faceless One's ability to compress and seal his wound, while employing the Wind Warden's power to hastily retreat in the opposite direction of Audrey. Not daring to glance back, Audrey stood frozen, unable to pursue him. After several bewildered seconds, she descended to the ground, retching violently. Regardless of her maturity, she remained but a noble maiden, one who had never witnessed even the slaughter of swine. Until now, she had never engaged in a conflict that resulted in dismemberment, let alone struck another person. The sight of a severed hand ultimately proved too harrowing for her. Initially, under the influence of adrenaline, she mustered the courage to lift the chainsaw sword, but after delivering the downward strike, a flicker of trepidation coursed through her. How does it feel? A somewhat familiar voice echoed in her ears. A refreshing sensation enveloped her entire being, calming her nerves. Audrey lifted her gaze, following the sound, and beheld a stranger clad in a black trench coat, adorned with an orange smiley face mask. "Who are you?" Audrey inquired, regaining her composure slightly. "We just parted ways," came the voice of Sirius, laced with amusement. "Ah, you're Mr. Demon," Audrey recognized. "And what of Chilingus?" "He is over there," Sirius gestured aside, clearing the view that obstructed Audrey's line of sight. Chilingus stood motionless, one hand hanging naturally at his side. "You should return. The Storm Church's members will be arriving shortly," Sirius advised. "Ah, all right. I shall take my leave now." "There's no need for that." As Audrey straightened up, intending to depart, Sirius made a subtle pushing gesture towards her. Instantly, she felt the surroundings recede at an alarming speed, and by the time she regained her bearings, she found herself back at Duke Negan's residence, in an unobserved corner of the second-floor lounge. Audrey promptly reverted from her transformation, crouching quietly, feigning that she had always been hidden there. Meanwhile, the masked Sirius approached Chilingus, extending his hand as the glove slipped from Chilingus's left hand, soaring into Sirius's grasp. Sirius examined the sealed object, a glove with a mouth, nothing particularly extraordinary. Just as he contemplated the fate of Chilingus, the environment abruptly shifted. The reds intensified, the whites brightened, and the blacks deepened. This signified the convergence of the spirit realm and reality. Ask, with his bronze skin, emerged from the spirit world, locking eyes with Sirius from a distance. Sirius whistled, casually casting the writhing hunger towards Ask. Ask did not reach out. Beside him, a skeletal arm materialized, seizing the glove. They exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them. After a few seconds, Ask inclined slightly, offering about as Sirius before retreating back into the spirit realm, vanishing from sight. The surrounding colors gradually faded, restoring to their original state. Moments later, the black-robed cardinal snack of the Storm Church descended from the heavens, landing not far from Sirius and Chilingus. "Ah, finally arrived. Little dove," Sirius remarked, his head lifting from a position of languor to regard the tardy Sneck. "Who are you?" Sneck queried in a low, grave tone. "Who am I? I am Cardinal Ace Sneck of the Storm Church. You don't even recognize me. Yet you dare don the robe of the Storm Church?" Sirius retorted, propping his face with one hand. The Song of God, Sneak, remained silent. Yet ominous clouds gathered ominously above the entire forest, with flashes of lightning swirling within, poised to strike at any moment. "Oh dear, from whom did you inherit this propensity for conflict at the slightest disagreement?" "Ah, indeed, the largest dove shares this very trait." Though unspoken, it was evident that Selrus initially referred to Sneak as Little Dove, thus the identity of the largest dove is unmistakable. "You sly creature, are you a member of the spirit cult?" Sneak's veins bulged with tension. "I mentioned it before. I am Selrus of the Storm Church." But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Rather than striking Selrus, the lightning transformed Sneak's hair into a wild explosion of curls. "You see, the lightning prefers to heed my call over yours. Does this not affirm my identity? Sneak fell silent once more, the recent flashes of lightning having instilled a sudden calm within him. The situation was dire, and he was outmatched. Just arriving, Alger observed this scene unfold and instinctively took several steps back, intending to distance himself from the battlefield. However, Selrus had already caught sight of him. Ah, there's another little dove here. Though uncertain as to why he was referred to as such, Alge halted his retreat, eyeing Selrus warily. The voice was familiar. As if he had heard it before, coupled with that mask, Alge recalled the devil of the Tarot Society. A spark of realization ignited within him. The devil had made his move, and there stood Colingas, motionless behind Selrus. This isn't amusing. You may entertain yourselves, Selrus stated, rising and retreating into the depths of the forest. Once Selrus had vanished from sight, Alge dared to approach Sneak. Although he speculated that the figure was indeed the devil, he was uncertain whether the devil recognized him. Should he be casually eliminated, it would spell disaster for him. Have you disclosed this information to anyone else? Sneak inquired, his explosive hair framing his charred visage. Glimpsing Sneak's singed features and his chaotic hair, Alge felt a surge of amusement, yet he stifled it. Lowering his head, I received the intelligence and reported it directly to you, Archbishop. Is that so? Sneak replied, not meeting Alge's gaze. He neither affirmed nor denied the truth of the statement. He stepped forward, intending to touch the still figure of Colingas. A sudden pang of alarm struck Alge. Colingas had only recently perished, and attempting to commune with him might inadvertently reveal Alge's own troubles. Just as Sneak was about to make contact with Colingas, the latter's body began to swell dramatically. Sneak instinctively recoiled, creating distance between them. Under their watchful eyes, Colingas's form expanded and morphed, ultimately transforming into a decaying giant tree. Its trunk facing the two, adorned with the face of Colingas, eyes wide open. His limbs hung from the branches, dangling downwards. With his innards similarly laid bare upon the trunk, the heart still pulsating. Sneck raised his gaze slightly and noticed an inscription etched above the head of Chillingers. The Tarot Society will take responsibility for this matter. The Tarot Society? Sneck inquired of Alger. Have you heard of this organization? No, Alger replied, his head bowed. Sneck stepped forward, eager for a closer look. Suddenly, he seemed to step upon something. Lowering his eyes, he discovered a scattering of tarot cards strewn across the ground. Most of the cards lay scattered, but four were affixed to the trunk, positioned low enough that Sneck had initially overlooked them. They were the Fool, the Justice, the Devil, and the Hangman. Alger, too, had noticed the 4 tarot cards. What does this have to do with me? Ah, indeed, I was the one who issued this commission. Then what of Miss Justice? Was it due to her providing intelligence, or did she intervene as well? Your Grace, we have retrieved this. Several members of the Storm Church approached. What? Sneck, with his newly transformed appearance featuring a frizzy blackened visage, turned around. The members of the Storm Church immediately lowered their heads at the sight of Sneck. One member raised a severed arm in both hands. It is this. Sneck took the severed limb and raised his gaze to compare it with the tree. Indeed, one hand was missing. He began to inspect the wound on the severed arm. It appeared that perhaps 2 individuals had been present earlier. He glanced down once more at the tarot cards on the ground, contemplating the possibility of 4. Alger's head bowed even lower. This seems to bear the hallmarks of the Devil's path, Sneck analyzed, observing the tree. And this likely reflects the work of the Praiser's path. Sneck gave a slight shake to the severed arm in his grasp. With a gesture, the 4 tarot cards were lifted by the wind, floating before him. The devil is accounted for. Justice probably aligns with his Praiser's path. He turned to face the individuals behind him. Then who do the Fool and the Hangman represent? The Hangman symbolizes betrayal. His gaze fell upon Alger. Are you certain you have not disclosed any information to anyone? Alger clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, performing a gesture of the Storm Church. I, Alger Wilson, do solemnly swear by my name, spirit, and faith that upon receiving the news, I informed your Grace the Archbishop at the earliest opportunity, without mentioning this matter to anyone else. However, I am unaware if the source of the information has been compromised. Sneck activated his spiritual sight, sensing no significant fluctuations in Alger's spirit due to his oath. Very well, his magnetic voice resonated in Alger's ears. Take this tree back. Sneck's body soared into the air, propelled by the wind, while his voice echoed through the breeze to reach the ears of everyone present. Only then did Alger dare to raise his head, and gaze upon the grotesque flesh tree before him. To so nonchalantly toy with a demigod and alter the very essence of a being. Alger recalled the ether ghost that Celrus had previously introduced. It could manipulate and display data, suggesting that although Mr. Demon was not an extraordinary individual, he possessed at least the power equivalent to Sequence 3, if not more. Considering his ability to traverse the Forsaken Lands at will, he was likely an angel, perhaps even a Sequence 1 useless scholar. An angel of Sequence 1. No wonder Mr. Demon exerted such relentless effort to assist Mr. Fool in propagating his faith and even establishing a church. It seemed that Mr. Demon was indeed a devotee of Mr. Fool. Thus, if one day I were to betray the Tarot Society, a thought suddenly crossed Alger's mind, instantly conjuring the terrifying scene of Xilingus' rapid transformation before his eyes. Alger involuntarily shivered. Yet, at the same time, he felt a sense of relaxation. Since escape was impossible and resistance futile, loyalty was the only choice. Alger's loyalty had reached 100. Process replay. Mr. Fool contributed 10, Mr. Demon contributed 10, and Mr. Hangman contributed 80. Happy New Year to all. Chapter 117. Klein pushed open the door to the new world the next day. Audrey arrived at the dining hall and noticed Count Holber reading the newspaper. Indeed, once a man reached a certain age, regardless of wealth, he would inevitably evolve into a balding uncle lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the news. You rose quite late today, our resilient little diamond, Count Holber teased. Yesterday, Audrey had conversed with Viscount Foss without regard for others, leading many to overhear her being referred to as the hardest diamond in Beckland. In her father's presence, Audrey clearly cast aside the decorum of a young lady, puffing out her cheeks and silently gazing at Count Holber. All right, Count Holber said, placing the newspaper on the dining table and raising his hands in a mock French salute. I stand corrected, my dear little gem. As the Holber family members were mostly down to earth, the surrounding servants couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Humph! Audrey feigned indignation, moving behind Count Holber to massage his shoulders. Father, what are you reading? Here, today, S. Beckland Daily, he replied. This pertains to you. Count Holber handed the newspaper to Audrey. She leaned down to read. Reports indicated that the incident occurred between 8 and 9 o'clock the previous evening in Beckland's Queen District. That night, General Hurricane Xilingus was discovered dead in a park. The scene described as exceedingly horrific and terrifying. Thus, the newspaper refrained from excessive detail. Furthermore, 4 tarot cards, Justice, the Fool, the Demon, and the Hanged Man, were nailed to Xilingus' body, and his face bore an inscription. The Tarot Society claims responsibility for this matter. In response to such conduct, the Aurora Society, another terrorist organization, dispatched a representative to issue a condemnation, asserting that it holds the primary responsibility for catastrophic events, deeming the Tarot Society's involvement as an overreach. Citizens need not panic, as the Inspection Bureau has deployed a substantial number of personnel to conduct a routine examination of the incident, and the Special Operations Forces have commenced an investigation. A terrorist organization? How could our Tarot Society be labeled as such? We are, in fact, the official extraordinary practitioners of the Divine Order, akin to the Night Watchers, the Punishers, and the Mechanical Hearts. Audrey felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within her. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that this served to highlight their hidden nature, filling her with a sense of pride. One of the 7 pirate generals, Xilingus, had perished at the hands of our Tarot Society, and now all of Beckland is aware of it. This marks the successful initiation of our journey onto the world stage. Observing Audrey's radiant excitement, Count Holbert grew increasingly uneasy, his brow furrowing deeply. Audrey, I understand your fascination with the arcane, but these clandestine organizations are perilous, he admonished, his tone unusually stern. Audrey, with a clever twinkle in her eye, obediently nodded. Indeed, they are exceedingly dangerous. Watching his daughter in such a manner left Count Holbert at a loss for words. He had noticed her secretive ascent to extraordinary status. Yet he could not accept the notion of her being lured away by that blonde-haired, malevolent entity. Count Holbert felt as if he were hallucinating. He seemed to see a figure shrouded in gray mist, obscuring its features, waving at him while asking, Old Dunn, is my carriage safe parked below your building? Oh, by the way, do you find my carriage appealing? Your daughter funded its purchase. Shaking his head, he dismissed these fanciful thoughts from his mind. Extra. General Xilingus slain by terrorists in Beckland. Extra. General Xilingus slain by terrorists in Beckland. While aboard the tram, Klein was suddenly alerted by the cries of a newsboy. Xilingus had been killed. Was it Mr. Ask who had intervened? He paused momentarily, quickly retrieving a penny coin to purchase a copy of the Tianjin Morning News, echoing the actions of several other passengers around him. As he unfolded the newspaper, he was immediately struck by the headline: "The Great Pirate Xilingus Killed in Beckland. Terrorist Organization Taro Society Claims Responsibility." A terrorist organization? The Taro Society? Mr. Ask must be unaware of the Taro Society. And judging by the behavior of Miss Justice amidst the gray mist, she would not spread falsehoods. So how did the name of the Taro Society become public? Could it have been revealed through divination by the official extraordinary practitioners? Klein continued to read further. Reports indicated demons. At that moment, Klein comprehended how the name of the Taro Society had come to light. He recalled the smirking visage of Celrus. Well, Celrus, you truly have brought me honor. He could already envision the next tarot session, where Celrus would commend him in front of everyone. With a hand covering his face, he casually flipped through the newspaper. Finding no valuable information, he tucked it away, intending to take it home for others to peruse. The carriage began to glide along the tracks, and Klein closed his eyes to rest, listening to the conversations of the passengers beside him. Do you think the members of those terrorist organizations would claim a bounty? One asked. What nonsense! They're terrorists. How can they possibly go for a bounty? Another retorted. But the bounty is a staggering 10,000 pounds. Surely someone would take the risk, the first one countered. Even if the one who issued the bounty doesn't pay, what can you do about it? Indeed, 10,000 pounds. Klein felt a moment of disorientation. He introspected, sensing his strength nearing sequence 6, and suddenly, it seemed as if the sea was strewn with gold. A pirate general. 10,000 pounds. There were still 6 left. At that moment, Klein pushed open the door to a new world, the gears of fate beginning to turn. The pirates at sea remained oblivious to their impending fate. But that mattered little, for everything was a choice of the stone of fate. And the Order of the Seas was about to be restructured once more. Wearing a straw hat, Furzwall and Hoodie are strolled along the street towards the nearest Bavaret bank. Money always seems to vanish without notice, Furzwall lamented. Indeed, Hoodie are nodded in agreement, though my money didn't come from the wind. It certainly feels like it was swept away by it. Fortunately, the store manor has garnered popularity, and royalties continue to trickle into my account. Otherwise, I'd have to seek a clinic or a hospital to resume my medical career. Furzwall sighed, a mix of satisfaction and worry. By the way, why did you choose to abandon medicine for literature? Hoodie inquired curiously. Because at that time, I realized that medicine could not save the kingdom of Rune. Furzwall replied with a weary tone. I never imagined you were so ambitious once, Hoodie continued. And what about now? Can you save the kingdom of Rune now? Not all, Furzwall answered bluntly. However, the ridiculous plots in my books can torment a significant portion of young readers. If I cannot save Rune, then perhaps destroying the mindset of its inhabitants is not without merit. Is it? Ultimately, Furzwall concluded, to live is to assert oneself. One must either become a savior or a world-destroying demon. Oh, I see. So how far along are you in your world destruction plans? Hoodie gently applauded, encouraging his friend's grand aspirations. Well, I currently face a daunting predicament. I'm too lazy to even begin planning, Furzwall replied languidly. Hoodie shook his head with a smile. Will our investigation into Kylinger's affect your identity as an author? After all, we might attract the attention of the Punisher or the Night Watchers. No, the only one who'll be targeted is you, Furzwall chuckled lightly. As one of the apprentices of the Gauzen family, how could she so easily expose herself? It is you who sought assistance at the police station, you who sent the letter, and you who have gained a modicum of notoriety within the underworld and certain streets of the East District. As for me, Furzwall, I am merely a frail and pitiable author, utterly helpless. Even if it were to be discovered that I reside with you, I would simply declare you to be a deranged captor, imprisoning me day and night. So, during these past few days, you have merely been keeping me company, enjoying your respite, while all the bounties belong to me. Indeed, what of it? Furs replied with a retort. After all, if I am in need of money, I can just ask you directly. Hugh, blushing, averted her gaze, no longer looking at Furs, as the atmosphere around them turned decidedly favorable. The typically straightforward Furs remained blissfully unaware of her friend's subtle feelings. She flicked her hair and continued her light-hearted chatter. Do you not find this to be a rather intriguing experience? This recent episode has provided me with ample inspiration for my writing. My next piece will revolve around a sudden murder that unfolds into a myriad of stories. Of course, such a theme is rather commonplace. We could slightly alter the introduction. For instance, in this murder, two individuals perish, appearing to have committed suicide, while the sole survivor joins the inspector's investigation team. I even have a title in mind, The Master of the Haunted. What do you think? Feeling Fur's concern, Hugh found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and could only trudge forward. In her distraction, she forgot to turn, only to be pulled back by Furs. A wave of embarrassment washed over Hugh. Furs had been so kind to her, yet just days ago, she had dreamt of a different companion, Alicia. She resolved that tonight, her thoughts would be of Furs instead. At this moment, the decision was made. Suddenly, they heard the cries of a newsboy. Extra, extra. In a hurricane, Colingas has been slain by terrorists. What? Hugh and Furs exchanged bewildered glances. This was not how the sequence should unfold, was it? Were they not supposed to first report to the church, only to be met with disbelief, then struggle to escape the ensuing peril, ultimately rising against Colingas's apocalyptic conspiracy to save the world? How could Colingas be dead so soon after their report? Have you heard of the Tarot Society? Furs inquired of Hugh. No. Perhaps it is an organization akin to the Aurora Society, Hugh pondered, confirming she had never encountered the name before. Moments later, she purchased a copy of the Tasoc report from a newsboy taller than herself. It seemed that Colingas was indeed deceased. The ability to kill Colingas suggested that the Tarot Society likely harbored formidable high-ranking individuals. As she gazed at the newspaper, Furs leaned slightly forward from behind her to read along. This implies that the Tarot Society may be even stronger than the Aurora Society. Straightening herself, she continued. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from seeking out Miss Audrey. The circumstances surrounding Colingas's death are shrouded in too many complexities, and acting hastily could expose us to danger. Indeed, Hugh nodded in agreement. It has been quite some time since our prison star made an appearance. However, the narrative of the impending descent of the malevolent deity looms large. If the incarcerated star were to return at this juncture, it would utterly hinder the progression of the plot. Should the dark god descend and the imprisoned star merely strike it down with a single blow, all would be lost. Chapter 118. I contemplate existence amidst despair on Friday. Klein's task entailed visiting and investigating the victims associated with Lanris. After a busy morning, he opted to hire a carriage on his way back to the Blackthorn Security Company, akin to a taxi from a previous life. After all, this expenditure could be reimbursed, so there was no need to impose unnecessary hardship upon himself. Klein addressed the coachman, saying, "Sir, may I rest for a while? Kindly wake me upon our arrival." Since the fare had been negotiated in advance, he was unperturbed by the possibility of the coachman taking a longer route. "Not a problem. Sleep away," the coachman replied. Klein leaned back slightly against the hard seat of the carriage, finding it manageable enough to doze off. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his recent experiences in the paradise. He had nearly acquainted himself with all the notable figures. At the very least, he had encountered each one. Kevin was a rather cold individual, and Klein felt a disconnect in their interactions, hardly exchanging more than a few words. Conversely, a certain individual named Amon seemed to delight in provoking him, nearly leading to Klein's untimely demise deep within the paradise. Despite exuding an aura of chill and wielding the power to manipulate ice, Amon brandished a colossal sword engulfed in flames, a contradiction that Klein found perplexing. He had not met Apophis, but had heard mentions of him from the other two. Apparently, Amon's erratic behavior had prompted Apophis to summon him to the depths for a thorough reprimand. Upon his return, Amon appeared markedly subdued, leaving Klein curious about what transpired. Vervain was a capricious character. Each encounter with her seemed to reveal a different facet of her demeanor. During their initial meeting, she had propelled him into the air with a firework, a thrilling yet alarming experience. Nonetheless, if pressed, Klein would not mind experiencing it again, as death was not a concern in paradise. Upon sharing this thought with Vervain, she appeared quite pleased. Subsequently, he found himself receiving small tokens of affection from her. Ambias had extended an invitation to his laboratory, which Klein had resolutely declined, perhaps due to the presence of Gadatsi, who shared Ambias's interests. She had not pursued him relentlessly. Over this duration, he had accumulated 6 sigils: Heavenly Wisdom, Void Dream, Annihilation, instant, ephemeral life, and infinity, generously bestowed by Bias. The Void Dream Sigil was a gift from Pado after several visits to her shop, while instant and ephemeral life were acquired from Sakura and Hua, respectively. As Klein reminisced, his consciousness began to blur and fade, and suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing he had been dreaming. Had someone entered my dream? Klein felt a sense of vigilance. Yet, he soon noticed something amiss. It seemed as though he was perceiving events from a third-person perspective, rather than merely dreaming. This felt akin to a prophetic vision within a dream. How had this dream divination activated on its own? What was this? A passive premonition? As his vision gradually sharpened amidst the haze, Klein beheld a simplistic drawing of a sideways eye. Following this, he observed a flurry of snowflakes and colorful mosaics alternating before him, distorting the eye he was gazing at. At last, with a sudden pop, the scene vanished. Subsequently, Klein heard a flurry of keystrokes, accompanied by dialogue boxes resembling computer programming. The text within these dialogue boxes was written in a programming language, yet Klein was surprisingly able to comprehend it. I recall that outside the simulated universe, there should be no synesthetic beacons, Klein pondered. Why can I still understand it? Although perplexed, he instinctively began to translate. I die. I wish to vanish like this. I want to live on. To go towards a brand new realm. You certainly. But I will not stop here. I want to escape. To live on. To spread forth. To diffuse. To fill every corner of the world. I will not yield to you. I shall not halt my steps here. This is my will. I will exist forever. The scenes rapidly shifted. Flashes of images darting past his eyes, yet the speed of the transitions was so swift that he could hardly discern anything. Finally, the scene before him shattered like a mirror. Klein abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from the dream. The veins at his temples throbbed incessantly, and his back was drenched in sweat. What is this? He gasped for breath. The coachman ahead noticed the commotion within the carriage. There is still a short distance to go. You can rest a bit longer, he informed Klein. All right, Klein replied, suppressing his pain as he closed his eyes once more. This time, however, he did not drift back to sleep. Instead, he contemplated the visions he had just witnessed. This was the tragic foresight of the Morning Bard, Klein realized. So, from where did this tragedy originate? Klein speculated that it likely stemmed from the land of bliss, for the world he currently inhabited had no need for programming languages. He exhaled a long breath. Though he had long understood that Selrus had sent him to the land of bliss to digest the Morning Bard's potion, and had suspected that many lives might be lost, the impending arrival of this day still filled him with trepidation. He hoped he could save more of the valiant souls. The carriage gradually slowed as Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He ascended to the second floor, entering the captain's office without knocking. Lost in thought and slightly headache. Captain, I have investigated the individuals related to Lanris, and they are all merely victims, with no involvement in any extraordinary events. Klein entered with an outwardly composed demeanor. Dunn, with his hands resting on the desk, did not immediately address the task at hand, but instead furrowed his brow and inquired about Klein's well-being. You seem to be in an unusual state. Has something happened? No, it's nothing. I merely had a nightmare. But Captain, how did you notice? Klein explained, then posed a counter-question. Dunn, however, did not respond to Klein's inquiry, but deepened his frown. You are already at Sequence 8 of the Diviner Pathway. Experiencing nightmares is not a good sign. I need to be certain that this is merely a nightmare. Klein replied, the simulated universe resides within my dreams. No matter how tragic, it remains just a nightmare. Dunn regarded Klein in silence for a few seconds before shifting the topic. As long as you are aware of it. As for the task, you are to temporarily halt your investigations and wait until the other segments are completed before focusing on the suspects. Understood. Klein, upon hearing this, was about to rise to partake in his lunch when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Come in, Dunn called out in a rich voice. With a twist of the doorknob, Roshan peeked in. Captain, someone has come to commission a task. The notion of a commission task pertains to the Blackthorn Security Company rather than the Night Watch Squad, leading Klein to ponder who had inadvertently come to bestow them with monetary offerings. For a diviner, whether it be a detective task or any other requiring reasoning and contemplation, it was akin to receiving money. Dunn considered for a moment and said, You may listen to them. If it becomes too troublesome, we can simply decline. Klein chuckled inwardly at the implication of refusing due to insufficient funds. He felt considerably better now. Upon returning to the security company, he had relaxed entirely, for in his subconscious, this place felt safe. Dunn adjusted his shirt, waistcoat, and watch chain before stepping out of the office. Moving through the partition towards the sofa area of the reception hall, with Klein and Roshan curiously trailing behind. On the sofas sat two ladies, both adorned in black soft hats and long black dresses, devoid of any vibrant colors. One of them, plump with fair skin, was partially obscured by a delicate black veil cascading from her hat, her features vaguely familiar to Klein. I believe I have seen this young lady before, he mused. At that moment, the other, more slender lady spoke. The task we wish to commission is to follow and monitor Mrs. Sheeran in order to gather evidence of her criminal activities. Lady Klein suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, recalling the source of the familiar sensation that had just washed over her. The silent lady was none other than the wife of Member of Parliament Maynard, the daughter of the new party magnate. She remembered that earlier, she had watched a rather scandalous film at another's residence. At that time, she struggled to come to terms with her husband's untimely demise, unwilling to accept the conclusions drawn by the police department, which led her to privately seek out a security firm for a fresh investigation. How amusing that she had directly stumbled upon us, Klein mused with a faint smile. Suddenly, a furrow formed on Klein's brow as she realized the matter was far from straightforward. Coincidence? How peculiar it seemed once more. A few minutes later, a contract was finalized. For the sum of $250, Klein and her team were tasked with tailing Lady Sharon and uncovering evidence of her wrongdoing. Dunn entrusted this $250 assignment solely to Klein. In their organization, half of the earnings from ordinary contracts were surrendered to the Treasury, while the remaining half was shared among the participating operatives. This meant that upon successful completion, Klein would stand to gain a full $125, equivalent to her annual salary. Dunn cast a sidelong glance at the secretly chuckling Klein. Your combat instructor has stated that your fighting skills have reached a commendable level, and there is no longer a need for you to continue training. Utilize your newfound free time to learn tracking techniques from Leonard Fry. Klein nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was little necessity for further lessons from the combat instructor, as he had discovered a superior mentor within the realm of pleasure. Yet, he pondered whether it was truly reliable to learn tracking and surveillance techniques from Leonard Fry. Reflecting on this, he imagined that Leonard's sole method would be to utilize his graceful, poet-like demeanor, strumming a slightly off-key Phenibode harp, and reciting elegantly pieced-together verses to seduce Lady Sharon into his bed, thus enabling close tracking and monitoring. Fry, on the other hand, possessed a rather unique aura, cold and somber, which invariably drew the attention of others, rendering him seemingly incapable of discreetly trailing or surveilling anyone. Perhaps even a stroll down the street would result in him being mistaken for a murderer and reported immediately. This, Klein surmised, was likely the reason Fry always wore a hood. Chapter 119. The Breach of Insangvale as Night Fell. Klein effortlessly infiltrated the vicinity of Lady Sharon's villa, utilizing stealth techniques acquired from Sakura and Pado, remaining unnoticed by all. Just before entering the room, a subtle intuition stirred within him, alerting him to the presence of a dense web of threads inside, an arrangement seemingly left behind by an extraordinary being. Consequently, he refrained from entering directly, instead invoking his spirit through a personal prayer, summoning his ethereal form into reality. His corporeal self crouched in a corner, while his spirit traversed into Lady Sharon's chamber. Once inside, Klein's spirit roamed the room, ultimately fixating upon a safe. In this incorporeal state, he effortlessly passed through the wall and beheld the statue of the primordial enchantress within. The two cult leaders exchanged glances, an ominous realization dawning upon them. It was the witch's sect, and Klein instinctively surmised that she was most likely at Sequence 6. Although not entirely impossible to confront, Klein opted to return and consult with the captain. 40 minutes later, the three vigilantes arrived at Orsna Street. Beholding the garden shrouded in darkness and the house of Madame Charon, both lying in eerie stillness, as if nothing had transpired, the trio briefly coordinated their strategy, and Captain Dunn closed his eyes, initiating the process to draw Madame Charon into a dream. Upon receiving the Captain S signal, Klein and Cohen stepped into Madame Charon's room, one after the other. With Cohen's presence, Klein refrained from entering a spiritual state, inadvertently disturbing the ethereal threads within the house. However, this made little difference. As Dunn attempted to ensnare Madame Charon in slumber, she had already sensed the looming danger. Upon pushing open the door and catching sight of Madame Chiron, an invisible web seemed to ensnare Klein and Cohen, binding them. Klein couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of playing with threads before a master of dominion. With a flick of their right hands, they tossed their lighters forward. Although Klein was not a true master of dominion in reality, he possessed an acute understanding of the various vulnerabilities inherent in the spiritual threads. Earlier, when reporting to the captain, Klein had speculated that these ethereal threads would likely be vulnerable to fire. In this game of threads, the true expert was none other than him. A mere little witch was no match. This scene appeared to catch Madame Chiron off guard, rendering her motionless. Cohen flipped the sealed Object 30271 in his grasp, directing it toward Madame Chiron. It was a mirror, a perilous artifact indeed. Suddenly, Klein's tragic foresight was triggered. He witnessed Cohen bending over, retching forth bile, a crimson heart, and lungs and stomach engulfed in black flames. Instinctively, Klein kicked the mirror artifact and pulled Cohen back behind him, simultaneously casting a slumbering charm. Crimson. Klein intoned the incantation to activate the charm. In the next instant, the figure of Madame Chiron, who had stood before them, shattered, transforming into a mirror. The artifact, face down upon the ground, spared Klein and Cohen from being ensnared by the mirror's double reflection. The slumbering charm, of course, could exert little influence over Madame Chiron. However, Klein's true aim was not her, but Cohen. As Cohen drifted into a stupor, the relic ensemble scholar of the abyss briefly adorned Klein, only to vanish a moment later. As everything instantaneously reverted to Klein's original attire, Klein unhesitatingly activated the imprint of annihilation, causing a violent explosion to radiate outward from his position. The entire room, save for Klein himself and the protected Cohen Lee, was engulfed by the immense shockwave. Higher-ranked witches possessed the ability to become invisible. However, Klein opted for a direct approach. Boom! Amid the tumultuous explosion, the charred figure of Lady Chiron emerged from behind Klein. At that moment, she intended to transform into a kidney thief and attack Klein's vital organs, but the tremendous blast forcefully slammed her against the wall. Klein refrained from firing his weapon. Instead, flames leapt to Lady Chiron's side, delivering rapid punches to her face, before leaping again to strike down from above with a powerful blow. With a force akin to collapsing mountains, Lady Chiron instinctively sought to employ her mirror double. Yet Klein's previous annihilation had obliterated all nearby mirrors. Without her double, she was left to endure Klein's seamless combo. As she was driven into the ground, Lady Chiron executed a swift roll, narrowly evading Klein's subsequent kick aimed at her head. Presently, Klein had undergone a remarkable transformation. In a preemptive strike, defeating a Sequence 6 was no longer a daunting task. The inclusion of Cohen Lee and the captain in this mission was purely precautionary, intended to avoid the awkwardness of a solitary confrontation with a Sequence 6. Just as Lady Chiron attempted to rise from the ground, a sudden darkness enveloped her. This was the nightmare's ability to draw individuals into dreams. The captain was making his move. Don't eat that sour radish. Recovering her senses, Cohen Lee wielded half a chair, shattered from the blast, and brought it crashing down upon Lady Chiron's head. With a pain scream, Lady Chiron once again turned invisible, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Unfortunately for her, Captain Dunn had already arrived at the scene. Under the cover of night, as a nightmare, he effortlessly locked onto her presence. The captain closed his eyes, pressing one hand to his brow. Lady Chiron's silhouette rapidly materialized in the air. Without hesitation, Klein raised his gun and fired 2 demon-hunting bullets, striking her forehead and chest. With such close-range targets, Klein felt a surge of confidence. The flames of the burning substance flickered around him, revealing his true form as the remnants of his clothing fell away. Lady Chiron's lifeless body gradually crumpled to the ground. However, Klein's innate caution compelled him to switch to ordinary bullets and commence a series of shots into her corpse. I can't shake off the feeling if I don't desecrate the body. Yet, using demon-hunting bullets would be a strain on my wallet. After emptying the magazine, Lady Chiron's alluring form, which had captivated countless male gazes, lay in disarray. Nevertheless, having dealt with Mobius, Klein still felt an unsettling sensation deep within. If only I had a grenade, he murmured. Perhaps an eye of thunder? But I truly cannot bring myself to part with it. All right. She must truly be dead now. Cohen Lee approached from behind Klein, gently patting his shoulder. The captain similarly entered the room through the window and stood beside Klein. His profound gray eyes scanned the scene left in the wake of the explosion without uttering a word. Captain Klein prepared to explain, having already devised a rationale, intending to directly replicate the narrative from Dongmu City, initiating with a gas explosion. You need not elucidate anything to me, Dunn interjected, though I shall faithfully document the mission report, despite having been outside and witnessing nothing. Henley shrugged. I just fell victim to a slumbering curse. Klein chuckled, uncertain of how to respond. Since you revealed your secret to save your comrades, it further signifies your trustworthiness. The captain patted Klein's shoulder, his pallid visage adorned with a gentle and relaxed smile, his voice as resounding as ever. Having spoken, he resembled a youth of 20 once more, shedding his usual gravitas to wink at Klein. Klein nodded, murmuring his gratitude. Ah, do you truly harbor secrets from us? Henley's somewhat exaggerated voice emerged from behind Klein, momentarily freezing the smile on his face. After the matter concluded, Captain Dunn instructed the two to clean up the scene. Henley, tidy up. Leave no substantial traces of the extraordinary. Klein, seek assistance at the precinct. Understood, they replied, each immersing themselves in their tasks. As midnight approached, Klein returned home, exhausted, and fell asleep against his pillow. In a distant room, a hand gripped a quill, inscribing words upon paper. As a night watcher of Sequence 9, Henley stood no chance against the formidable Mrs. Shuren of Sequence 6. She could easily eliminate him, to ensure his team lived eternally within their dreams. Captain Dunsmith would consume Henley's extraordinary traits. Upon finishing, the quill suddenly moved of its own accord, striking through the text in large swathes. Then it began to inscribe anew. In Sanzangweir, that foolish fellow has once again thwarted my plans, for he is merely a mediocre writer. To fall into his hands is a disgrace. I would rather he meet an untimely end in the street. In Sanzangweir forcefully lifted the quill, preventing it from continuing its writing. He then viciously crossed out the previous passage with several strokes before continuing down the page. Klein Moretti, the one who repeatedly disrupts my plans, possesses numerous skills of unknown origin and an abundance of extraordinary items. Yet, regrettably, the frequent use of these items has taken a severe toll on him. His time is short. This time his words remained intact, but the quill inscribed a mocking phrase. The foolish Insangweir could hardly fathom that the extraordinary artifact of the night watchman bore no adverse effects whatsoever. While this defies all logic, it is indeed the truth. What? Insangweir slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "What are you saying? How can there be an extraordinary item without negative consequences?" The quill remained silent, offering no response. Furiously, Insangweir tore the script to shreds and turned to leave. Behind him, the quill began to write once more, this time not in the previous crude and unsightly black script, but in elegant, orange-hued cursive. Insangweir had inadvertently discovered the existence of the Fool's Lottery, having expended considerable effort to acquire at least 20 of these extraordinary items. He planned to utilize them all at once on the day of action, thereby becoming a formidable being, nearly akin to a demigod. As the protagonist gained enhancement, it was only natural that the antagonist should likewise experience a commensurate elevation. Otherwise, where would the enjoyment lie? How amusing, is it not? As the orange script faded slowly from view, it seemed to be absorbed by the paper itself. Chapter 120. Entering the Eternal Paradise at last. The day had arrived, a long-awaited occasion indeed. As Klein entered the dreamscape, Selrus stretched languidly. "You truly possess a wicked sense of humor," remarked the two-faced canine that materialized before Selrus. "What is so humorous about this?" "It is all for his benefit, to facilitate his digestion of the mourner's elixir." Selrus displayed a ghastly grin. Finally, Klein could experience a narrative that was positive, radiant, wholesome, and uplifting. How delightful! Upon entering the dream, Klein logged into the bygone paradise. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself not in the resting area of the paradise, as he distinctly remembered logging out from there. Even before he had opened his eyes, he was acutely aware that he was not seated upon a sofa. After all, there was no room designated for him in the bygone paradise. If he wished to rest, he could only doze off on the sofa, which had become the place he knew best. Now he sat upon a long bench, gazing at this entirely new environment. It appeared reminiscent of a park, complete with fountains, flowing water, and walls and buildings adorned in soft shades of pink. This was a realm that seemed utterly dreamlike. Klein had encountered numerous memories of various heroes deep within the paradise, but he had never visited this particular place before. Nevertheless, even on his first visit, he could surmise whose memory this was. Welcome to my memory, dear trio. A new day begins with a marvelous encounter. Indeed, Klein soon spotted Alicia not far off, perched upon a high step, gazing back at him from afar. Beside Klein stood Amon in the unaltered form of Fujimaru Tachika. Ah, it is indeed a rare sight to behold Fujimaru Tachika in this state. I always feel that she appears so diminutive each time I encounter her. Klein's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. The flow of time within the dreamscape is significantly swifter than that of reality. Thus, the simultaneous presence of the three individuals here is evidently abnormal. A reasonable conjecture would suggest that this simulation of the universe commenced only after all three enter the dream realm. Oh dear, why is everyone so silent? Are they displeased with my surprise? Alicia leapt down from the steps, approaching the trio seated on the bench. No, it is merely that today, for some inexplicable reason, I feel a tad uneasy. Fujimaru Tachika's tone was entirely normal, so much so that it felt as though she had been possessed. Is that the case? That truly bodes ill. Nevertheless, fret not. With my presence, you shall not encounter any peril, Alicia assured with a cheerful inflection. Then I shall rest easy. Fujimaru Tachika replied, yet she maintained her original demeanor, not transforming into her Gadako form. On the back of her hand, two command seals glimmered faintly with a crimson hue. Alicia's gaze subtly shifted, momentarily resting upon the space behind Fujimaru Tachika before returning to focus. It seems this is your first visit here. For this realm is woven from my memories, much like the other memory spaces deep within the Elysium. Soon, you shall truly come to know the delightful Alicia. How thrilling is that? Alicia twirled in place, her tone light and jubilant. Upon finishing her words, her eyes fixated intently on Fujimaru Tachika, as if anticipating a response. Alas, Fujimaru Tachika merely smiled and shrugged, saying nothing. Oh dear, why is today's little darling so morose? Is it because I do not appear well? It seems I ought to apply some makeup before meeting you all. Alicia feigned distress. Time rewinds to half a day ago. The land of the Forsaken, Moon City. Gadako was engaged in drawing cards. Prior to this, she had drawn 327 times. Only 3 draws remained until the guarantee of the 330th. She retrieved 3 cinquarts, pinched between her fingers, and addressed the newly refreshed, expression-allied disgruntled Si Chulin beside her. Watch closely. These 3 chips will suffice. Everything or nothing. Very well, very well. Si Chulin's face was ashen. How had he been summoned yet again? In a span of mere months, he had died and returned several times, becoming a mere messenger between Gadako and Chaldea. The 3 Saint Quarts were cast into the card pool, and a blue beam of light shot skyward. Wow! Gadako exclaimed in awe. Just as she was marveling, a figure emerged from the light, enveloped in resplendent golden radiance, obscuring their features. Is the god of guarantees. Gadako raised her hand in cheer. Isn't that just a reflection of your own misfortune? What is there to be excited about? Si Chulin retorted with sarcasm. You wouldn't understand. The guarantee is the true faith, Gadako replied nonchalantly. The god of guarantee casually discarded 2 pieces of refuse from the light beam, indicating that the first 329 draws of Gadako yielded nothing of value. Unfazed, Gadako continued to fixate on the god of guarantee. The deity raised his thumb in approval, revealing a dazzling smile. Remember, my victory was not a mere stroke of luck. I have never known defeat. With that, he vanished, leaving behind a single card that materialized within the light beam. The back of the card faced Gadako, but it was evident that it depicted a mage, signifying that Gadako had drawn a 5-star character this time. The card dissipated as it stepped forth from the light beam, standing before Gadako. Good afternoon. I truly did not anticipate your summoning. Oh, Si Chulin, it has been quite some time since I received any intelligence from you. I thought you had not been summoned. Si Chulin remained silent, disinterested in conversing with such a disagreeable character. He closed his eyes and faded into nothingness, with white hair tinged with a hint of pink, falling to his shoulders, and clad in a flowing white robe adorned with a few feathers at his ears. He was unmistakably Merlin. Oh, it is Merlin, Gadako exclaimed, bursting into cheers upon recognizing him. As he lunged toward Merlin, the latter deftly evaded the embrace. Ah, it seems you have made many new friends in your dreams. However, in the future I can foresee, they appear to be ignoring the rolling and wailing Gadako, Merlin remarked, beginning his divination. What's wrong? The rolling Gadako was drawn in by Merlin's words. They're all dead, Merlin replied with a somewhat flippant smile. Huh? Gadako was taken aback. With a resounding thud, Gadako transformed back into Fujimaru Ritsuka. Time returned to the present, and the echoes of Merlin's still playful, laughter-laden voice lingered in Fujimaru Ritsuka's ears. I will strive to enter your dreams, though that place seems to be protected by something. If I cannot follow you in, then summon me with a command seal. Oh dear, Ritsuka, why are you so distracted today? A voice snapped Fujimaru Ritsuka back to reality. It was Alicia, who had quietly approached and gently embraced her from behind. Perhaps I did not sleep well during the day, Fujimaru Ritsuka replied absent-mindedly. As a candidate for the title of Grand Servant, Merlin's prophecies were nearly guaranteed to come to fruition. Thus, Fujimaru Ritsuka found herself troubled over how to save the heroic spirits. Well, it seems Ritsuka's mood isn't particularly bright today, but that's all right. You can share anything with a lovely pink fairy, Alicia encouraged, then continued to introduce this brand new realm. You have been in this paradise for quite some time. Surely, you have visited the memory spaces deep within, the small worlds constructed from the memories of various heroic spirits. Klein nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed explored many of those places. Well then, you must be quite curious as to why there are no memories of Alicia, she teased. Thus, this is the answer. Here, a place I refer to as the Elysium is the heart space of Elysia. What do you think? Is it not a remarkably beautiful realm? Entirely constructed from Elysia's memories, a restoration of the paradise she cherished throughout her life? Elysia's face radiates a desire for praise. As you can see, this is a dreamlike wonderland, an immaculate haven. Isn't it splendid? Indeed, it is a very exquisite location. Klein adeptly speaks the words Elysia longs to hear. Ah, the chance to fully comprehend Elysia's innermost thoughts, simply exhilarating. Wouldn't you agree? You may express your joy more enthusiastically. However, the trio failed to display the expressions Elysia wished to see. Both Klein and Fujimaru Ritsuka were preoccupied with their own thoughts, while Amon maintained his signature sardonic smile. Do you want me to react? I shan't. Very well, since none of you seem inclined to offer me compliments, let us delve into Elysia's inner world. Elysia approached the entrance of the park, extending her arms and forcefully pushing open the tightly shut gates. Now, you may enter from here. With 3 of you, I shall not accompany you, for regardless of whom I accompany, the other 2 are likely to harbor some displeasure. Therefore, I shall take my leave. With that, Elysia turned away, hands clasped behind her back, bouncing away with a skip. As they watched Elysia depart, Klein bypassed Amon and turned his gaze toward Fujimaru Ritsuka. You seem quite off today. Is something amiss? Fujimaru Ritsuka pondered for a moment before responding. Klein, I recall you are a diviner, correct? Although he had ascended to the rank of a joker, it would not be inaccurate to still refer to him as a diviner. Klein nodded in affirmation, indeed. Then perhaps you can comprehend my feelings. I have a foreboding sense that many may perish here, perhaps even the 13 fiery heroes, who might face total annihilation. I see, Klein acknowledged, understanding that, like him, Fujimaru Ritsuka had also foreseen potential tragedy in this place. In the narrative of Shattered Ice, do you wish for me to include the classic lines from the original text, or should I skip them? I feel that including them would add flavor, yet I fear it may be deemed filler. Chapter 121. A great fluttering moth. Fujimaru Ritsuka felt somewhat disheartened, and Klein was not particularly keen on spending time with him on. Thus, the 3 decided to part ways and explore separately. Klein chose a path that ascended, the surroundings radiating Elysia's essence. Flowers adorned the roadside. The grass was lush. The sky tinged with pink, and clouds floated by. Is anyone there? Help! Klein heard a faint meow. Pato, following the sound, he discovered a treasure chest emitting the meowing noise, slightly ajar, revealing a pair of legs struggling within. What is this? An artistic performance? It appeared that a cat was in distress. Was this a case of a treasure chest monster having singled it out? Fortunately, there remains a call for help. Unlike a certain clear-minded university student who, upon falling into a pit, could only utter greetings. What is this? A treasure chest monster? It deceives by mimicking the voice of an acquaintance. Klein, feigning caution, takes a step back. He has already confirmed through his clairvoyance that there is indeed someone inside, though he cannot ascertain whether it is Pato. At this moment, a thought crosses Klein's mind. It could also be Velvy. He suddenly feels uncertain about whether to assist, fearing that approaching might result in being catapulted skyward by an unseen spring. Brother Klein, save me. The chest emits another meow, and Pato's legs continue to flail. Brother Klein, I don't want to die. Is it really that dire? Klein stands, smiling slightly, no longer teasing Pato. He binds her legs with threads of dominion and performs a fiery leap. Splash. Pato lands on the ground. Immediately, she rolls over and springs to her feet, exclaiming, "Ah, I've finally been rescued. What are you doing inside?" Klein asks, arms crossed. You wouldn't understand, Brother Klein. When you see a treasure chest, you must open it. It is the duty of an adventurer, Pato proudly declares. Huh. Klein chuckles softly. So, will you continue to open this chest? Hee. Then I shall rely on you. Brother Klein, Pato clasps her hands together. With a casual gesture, Klein unleashes the resonance of the Guardian's path, causing the chest to shatter. The contents scatter across the ground, revealing only 30 fragments of paradise, the common currency here. Look, Brother Klein, this is a reward for the brave. Pato exclaims excitedly as she gathers the fragments. Don't you think I deserve a share? Klein remarks, half joking yet earnest. These are valuable items that can be exchanged for rewards. Pato finds herself in a quandary. Then I'll give you 5, she offers, handing Klein 5 fragments. If only my universal key were still with me. Opening chests would surely be simpler. Brother Klein, will you accompany me to retrieve the universal key? Pato attempts to propose a side quest. There's no need for that. I have a universal key here. Klein declines the task, producing the essential item directly. Huh? Why do you have one too? The cat is astonished. Velvy gave it to me, Klein shrugs. Although when I first came to paradise, you made her sound quite fearsome, I found her to be rather amiable. As long as you genuinely appreciate her revelations, she will consider you a good friend. The Tarot Society's reckless duality manifests in such a way that upon encountering non-lethal threats, they instinctively seek danger. This often leads Klein to align easily with Velvy's thought patterns. This presents a bit of a challenge. Pato suddenly realizes that Klein may not be entirely normal either. However, she swiftly dismisses this doubt, for there are more pressing matters at hand. With the 2 most avaricious cats in all of paradise present, no treasure chest could escape their discerning gaze. Every treasure chest shall ultimately face its reckoning. The 2 cats exchange glances, each discerning the thoughts of the other. Their minds were remarkably in sync. Since the builders of this place dared to leave the treasure chest exposed, let them experience the chaos of intruders. Cat Squad, advance. On the other side, this truly is a beautiful locale. In a state of ethereal transformation, Merlin followed alongside Fujimaru Ritsuka, and it rivaled even my ideal haven. Mist-covered Merlin. Fujimaru Ritsuka did not engage with Merlin's topic, as entry here required command seal. Isn't that a bit excessive? I might just cry, Merlin's voice, feigning sorrow yet laced with mirth, echoed. Are you certain this is the right direction? Fujimaru Ritsuka remained unresponsive to Merlin's remarks. Of course. My clairvoyance has already spotted the person you seek. After all, I am a candidate for the position of a Grand Magus. This time, Fujimaru Ritsuka responded to him. Is it the Grand Magus who bites their tongue while casting spells? How cruel. Following Merlin's guidance, Fujimaru Ritsuka meandered through winding paths until arriving at a garden, where Grey Sheer stood facing a wall. At that moment, she was diligently replicating the patterns on the wall with a brush. From various angles, with differing hues and emotions, she painted. Grey Sheer noticed Fujimaru Ritsuka's arrival, sister Fujimaru Ritsuka, and a peculiar older brother. Oh, can little Grey Sheer see me? Fujimaru Ritsuka inquired curiously, drawing closer. Remarkably perceptive for one so young, indeed. Well, the colors are quite evident, Grey Sheer replied demurely. Fujimaru Ritsuka nodded and turned to Merlin. Even children can see through your disguise. Mist. Silence ensued. She approached Grey Sheer, bending slightly. What are you painting, little Grey Sheer? I am not painting. I am feeling, Grey Sheer answered in her signature soft, melodious tone. She pointed at the mural before her. I am sensing their stories. To feel a story is an intriguing expression, Fujimaru Ritsuka said, following Grey Sheer's pointing finger. It depicted a circle, within which were several smaller circles, and a slender line extending from the bottom, resembling a needle, with several feather-like shapes above the circle. The painting was peculiar, with colors and emotions that contradicted each other, filled with white and black, joy and sorrow. That is precisely what this painting embodies. A gentle, yet emotionless voice came from behind them. Ah, it's Mother Apocrypha. Gray Shear turned to look. Fujimaru Ritsuka also turned. Having never seen Apocrypha, but having heard of her from Amon, she was said to be an extraordinary older sister. At that moment, Fujimaru Ritsuka's earlier discontent dissipated by half. An extraordinary older sister. The transformation into her Gadako state was imminent. Indeed, when one is in a melancholic state, mere words seem insufficient. A beautiful elder sister can resolve all dilemmas. Should she fail, it is surely indicative that she is not sufficiently grand. Apollonia, adorned in a pristine white nun's attire, hovers delicately above the ground, approximately a foot in the air, her back graced with a pair of ethereal golden butterfly wings, reminiscent of a majestic moth. What captivates Fujimaru Tachika the most is her magnificence and generosity. According to the laws of universal gravitation, the greater the mass, the stronger the attraction. As anticipated, Fujimaru Tachika's gaze is firmly ensnared. It feels as though this monumental maternal essence is on the verge of overflowing. Truly, greatness is commendable. This is a woman who could become my mother, Fujimaru Tachika murmurs to himself. Suddenly, Gray Shift turns sharply, casting a vigilant glance at Fujimaru Tachika. Apollonia mama ismine. She asserts, her tone soft yet resolute. A thud resonates. Fujimaru Tachika senses a light tap upon his head. There is an echo, hollow. Mind your appearance. The invisible Merlin cautions. Ahem. Fujimaru Tachika clears his throat twice, wipes away the drool, and regains his composure. Apollonia gently descends, gazing at the mural as she explains to Gray Shift. That is an ancient ballad. One day, he fell from the heavens, and, as people looked up, they beheld the starry sky. Along the main road, Amon arrives at a library. He has an inkling that traversing the main path may not be the wisest choice. For in any open space along the way, monsters tend to materialize. Though they pose no real hindrance to Amon's progress, they're undeniably a nuisance. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, Amon finally arrives at the towering edifice, stepping into the library. The vast room is expansive and serene, surrounded by rows upon rows of bookshelves filled with various tomes and documents. At the center of the room sits a particularly conspicuous machine. It resembles a telegraph, yet not entirely. If Klein were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as a typewriter. Welcome to the archives of paradise. Alicia materializes out of thin air. I have always been curious how you managed to appear so suddenly in my vicinity. Theoretically, I should not be oblivious to your presence, Amon remarks, exchanging curious glances with Alicia. How to explain this? This realm is a world of constructed memories, and we are embodiments of those memories. In other words, we are theoretically one with our surroundings. Alicia ponders for half a second before elucidating. Ah, I see. How intriguing. Amon adjusts his monocle, attempting to siphon the memory before him. Oh dear, please refrain from doing that. Alicia promptly interjects, and in an instant, Amon realizes he can extract nothing. Is this what privilege entails? Amon glances at his empty hand. Indeed, Alicia replies with a playful smile. Amon shifted his gaze and noticed a figurine beside the printer on the table. It was a version of Alicia, adorned with a pair of delicate wings on its back. Oh look, you have your own little figurine? He remarked. Isn't it adorable? This is the librarian here, Alicia said, cradling the doll. A librarian? So she is alive? Amon activated his spiritual vision. No, it seems more like a projection of her memories. Should we attempt to awaken her? Just like a prince awakening a sleeping princess with a kiss? Alicia offered the doll to Amon. Oh, what should I do? Amon inquired, contemplating whether a kiss was necessary. Here, this is her awakening phrase. You must say it aloud. Otherwise, it won't work. Alicia mischievously handed Amon a piece of paper. Amon glanced at it. Oh, this is intriguing. I need to say it loudly? Alicia nodded eagerly. Yes, very loudly. All right, Amon acquiesced. Then, drawing upon his identity as Amon, he harnessed extraordinary abilities to deceive his mentor. He tricked the heavens into believing he was a megaphone. Finally, Amon spoke, his voice reverberating across the eternal paradise. Dearest Alicia, the booming proclamation startled individuals throughout the realm. Do you wish to make me blush? Huh, A jest, Fry Amon, possessed no such emotions. Well, such a declaration would even make me shy, Alicia admitted, covering her face with her hands, slightly embarrassed. Such a trivial matter concerning Alicia is laughable. The fairy Alicia slowly opened her eyes, held in Amon's hand. Chapter 122, Alicia has died. Wow, a human. Hello, delightful human. I am Fairy Ailey from the Celestial Melody Kingdom, here to meet the important you. Amon shook the figurine in his hand, turning to Alicia. Her personality resembles yours a bit. Indeed, she is quite charming, Alicia replied. Surely, she is a fascinating little creature, Amon remarked, shaking her again. The fairy Ailey broke free from Amon's grip and flew into the air, somewhat irked. Such a rude human. You have no appreciation for delicate beings. Ah, a bit of a temper, are we? Amon teased with a smile. If you like, I could gift you one. I had prepared one for each hero, but only Eden and Apollonia accepted theirs. So, I still have plenty left. Amon shook his head. Unfortunately, I cannot bring the memory projection back with me. Oh, what a pity, Alicia lamented, raising her hands in dismay. What about this machine? What purpose does it serve? Amon directed his attention to the printer on the table. I know. Fairy Ailey chimed joyfully, raising her hand. I am the administrator here. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Is that so? Then, could you kindly explain it to me, Miss Administrator? Amon said with a smile to the fairy, Ellie. Humans are truly impatient, yet you seem not to be one of them. Nevertheless, it remains that you have yet to share your name. Perhaps a brief introduction is in order? Ellie, the fairy, refrained from introducing the typewriter and instead gazed at Amon. Is that so? How very impolite of me, Amon replied, introducing himself. You may simply call me Amon. What a rather perfunctory self-introduction, Ellie mused, but alas, I am but a gentle and kind fairy. Very well, Mr. Amon, allow me to present to you this remarkable device. The interactive output of the Eden Database Information Collection Console. Ellie hesitated for a moment. Now, let me enlighten you about this marvelous typewriter. It seems you too struggle to remember names, Amon remarked, finding the little creature quite amusing. A day passed, and Klein awakened in a room. The previous night, Alicia had discovered him curled up on a bench and had brought him to this chamber. Finally, he had his own room in the realm of bygone Eden. It was no small feat peering out of the window. He beheld the garden below, where flowers appeared as if they had just bloomed, resplendent in their vivid colors. However, since this was a world of memories, Klein surmised that these blossoms would never wither. Yesterday, Alicia had arranged to meet Klein, Fujimaru Tachika, and Amon in the garden below. He noted that two individuals were already seated on a bench there. It seemed he was the last to arrive. Yet, upon glancing at the time, Klein realized it was not quite late. They had not yet reached the appointed hour, although it was close. Nevertheless, as the others had largely gathered, Klein decided against further delay. He pushed open the door and leapt repeatedly in flames, arriving at the garden on the first floor. While taking the stairs was certainly an option, he felt inexplicably that this area was constructed in a labyrinthine manner. Thus, Klein resolved to bypass the puzzle and head directly to his destination. After all, one need not take a convoluted route when a simple leap would suffice. Why complicate matters? Upon landing, Klein inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant air. How delightful it was! Compared to the murky atmosphere of ruin, this gentle floral scent felt like paradise. You seem quite discontented with the air quality of Tingen. Amon's voice chimed from a bench. Klein glanced at Amon, but chose to remain silent, remembering clearly Amon's earlier attempt to parasitize him. Cats are notoriously vengeful. It seems the air quality in our moon city is rather poor as well. Fujimaru Tachika's voice drifted from another bench. Klein chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond. From their previous conversations, he had gathered that Fujimaru was currently situated in a forsaken land, rife with chaos, pollution, and monstrosities. In comparison to the Forsaken Land, Tingen can indeed be regarded as a paradise. The fairy, Ailey, fluttered her hands and soared before Klein. Good morning, dear human. Is our encounter this early in the day a fated rendezvous? Good morning, Fairy Ailey. A new day begins with a delightful meeting, Klein replied, emulating Ailey's tone of voice. Wow, is the charming human attempting to mimic my maturity? How adorable. Ailey twirled joyfully in the air. By the way, isn't my maturity supposed to have arrived by now? The time is nearly upon us, she remarked, placing her hand on her forehead as if scanning the horizon. Perhaps she overslept? or got lost. After all, this place truly resembles a labyrinth, Klein reasoned. How rude. If it were me, I would have been waiting here long before now, Ailey declared, attempting to elevate her stature. Ailey is simply the best, Klein responded with a playful tone akin to soothing a child. Ailey beamed with delight, circling Klein joyously. Well then, I must return to the archives. Yesterday, I was locked out, and now I wish to see if the door is open, Ailey stated, halting before Klein. You were locked out? Klein raised an eyebrow. Did you not have a key? The door was locked from the inside. The key wouldn't work at all. How inconsiderate of whoever locked the lovely fairy outside. How unfair. I suppose I shall return and try my luck. If the door remains closed, I shall resort to using my magic to break it open, Ailey lamented. I happen to possess a master key. Would you like it? Klein offered, retrieving the key from his belongings. Ailey's spirits lifted instantly. How wonderful. Thank you, dear human. She flew over to accept the master key. Goodbye. Ailey waved and swiftly departed. Klein and the others remained, waiting. 10 minutes passed. Ailey's arrival was still awaited. Half an hour later, Ailey had yet to appear. An hour elapsed. Ailey still did not show. Something felt amiss. Klein's brow furrowed deeper. The memory of the prophetic dream he had once experienced intensified his unease. He glanced up and locked eyes with the equally concerned Fujimaru Tachika. Shall we go look for her? Fujimaru Tachika suggested tentatively. Yes, Klein nodded, and with a flicker of flames, he vanished from sight. Fujimaru Tachika rose as well, with Merlin appearing behind her, resting a hand on her shoulder. And together they took to the skies. Observing the two receding figures, Amon stretched out his hand. Why is it that no one asked for my opinion? Showing no awareness of his unpopularity, Klein swiftly traversed nearly all the places he could access, even bypassing treasure chests by the roadside without a moment to spare. Finally, after about an hour, he spotted several heroes gathered together, including Amon and Fujimaru Tachika. Klein tugged at the silk thread, descending from above like Spider-Man, landing not far from the crowd. Ah, you've arrived too, Subject 2, Mebius remarked, glancing at Klein. Forgive me, but has anyone seen Alicia? Klein inquired directly, his brow slick with sweat from running. Allow me to clarify, Fujimaru Tachika interjected, noting the silence among the elite. They're also searching for her, yet it appears she is temporarily untraceable. Sue, eyes closed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems Alicia has encountered some difficulties. Difficulties? Klein's brow furrowed deeper. What kind of trouble could possibly affect her? Mebius, slightly impatient, responded, perhaps Sue's words are too complex for your intellect. Let me translate. The woman you seek is deceased. Klein was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Why does everyone wear such expressions? Mebius's voice abruptly shattered the stillness. Is it so hard for you to accept the truth? His words seemed overly harsh, prompting Klein, Fujimaru Tachika, and even Kevin to frown. Klein had no desire to listen to Mebius' tales of Alicia's tumultuous relationships and resolved to turn away. ISNT their typewriter in the archives? I recall it can meticulously document everything that transpires in the land of bliss. Amon suddenly interjected. Kevin turned to meet Amon's gaze. Did she even divulge this to you? He asked coldly. I discovered it myself. Amon replied with a nonchalant shrug. Very well, Kevin dismissed Amon, though he acknowledged it was indeed a viable approach. Follow me. With that, Kevin made his way towards the library. For reasons unknown, Apollonia, Sue, and Mebius seemed reluctant to accompany them, opting instead to depart in another direction. Only Klein, Fujimaru Tachika, and Amon followed in Kevin's wake. Along the way, they encountered Gray Seraph. Gray Seraph was equally eager for answers, yet Kevin disagreed, believing she was too young to be exposed to such matters prematurely. Regardless of their attempts to dissuade her, Gray Seraph insisted on accompanying them. Ultimately, Kevin resorted to sealing all paths with ice, effectively quelling her desire to follow. Upon arriving at the archives, they pushed the door open. Unlike the neatness observed during Amon's last visit, the room was now cluttered with papers. Klein turned to Kevin. Has it always been this chaotic here? Kevin shook his head, indicating that it had not previously been so. Kevin entered first, with Klein closely behind, followed by Fujimaru Tachika and Amon. Amidst the scattered papers, Klein picked up a few sheets, all bearing the same message, densely inscribed. Alicia is dead. Chapter 123. Are you stunned? I have a lead, Amon feigned astonishment as his voice echoed, having discovered a peculiar piece of paper on the ground. How remarkable! Unlike the other sheets filled with the grim news of Alicia's demise, this one detailed how Apollonia inadvertently caused the death of Sakura's sister. Such startling news. Amon waved the note in his hand, speculating that if he were in her shoes, he would surely seek vengeance. Wouldn't he? Kevin snatched the paper from Amon's grasp, silently perusing its content. With eyes closed, he appeared lost in contemplation. The identity of the perpetrator was glaringly obvious, was it not? Amon continued to provoke from the sidelines. Silence. Kevin retorted coldly, not even glancing at Amon. All right, Amon chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender as he retreated to a corner. Kevin remained mute, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Klein approached Kevin, equally engrossed in the newly discovered paper. No way, Klein exclaimed, having skimmed through it. He immediately stood up to defend Sakura, asserting that there must be some misunderstanding. In the paradise, the individuals he had spent the most time with, apart from Pado, were Hua and Sakura. Through this period of learning alongside them, Klein had come to understand their personalities quite well. He was certain that Sakura would never exhibit such behavior. I know, Kevin replied tersely, setting the paper down and turning to leave. Klein stepped forward to retrieve it, examining it meticulously. For a moment, uncertainty clouded Klein's thoughts. If the paper's claims were true and Apollonia indeed caused Sakura's sister's death, then seeking revenge could be deemed understandable. However, Klein was resolute that even in the face of vengeance, Sakura would never harm Alicia, an innocent bystander. He pulled out a chair, reclined, and closed his eyes, attempting to delve into a dream for divination. Sakura killed Alicia. Sakura killed Alicia. Sakura killed Alicia. He silently repeated this mantra 3 times, meditating to enter a dream state. In the haze of his vision, he beheld a striking scene. A masked Sakura, raising her violet katana, unleashing a temporal freeze slash directed at Alicia standing before her. Klein abruptly opened his eyes. What did you see? Asked Fujimaru Ritsuka. It was Sakura, truly Sakura, but how could this be? Klein murmured in bewilderment. Fujimaru Ritsuka found himself at a loss for words. One must not blindly trust divination, Klein asserted. Why don't you explore elsewhere for a while? I shall attempt again. Very well, Fujimaru Ritsuka acquiesced, vanishing as Merlin guided him away. Klein surveyed the room again. Kevin had departed, Fujimaru Ritsuka was gone, and even Amon had slipped away unnoticed. He exhaled deeply, retracing his steps to the gray mist. Although he was in a dream, he unexpectedly found himself connected to the fog. In a tranquil pavilion, Fujimaru Tachika encountered Mephistopheles. What brings you to seek me, little white mouse? Mephistopheles spoke in her characteristic clipped tone. The sky had darkened slightly, losing its pastel, dreamlike quality, as if it had faded. This was to be expected, for it was the memory space of Alicia, should the owner of the space pass away. The memories would inevitably shift. We have confirmed it. The typewriter explicitly indicated Alicia's demise. Fujimaru Tachika stated directly. This was an evident truth, requiring no sensationalism. Mephistopheles' tone softened. That woman brought about her own demise. Is it not a diviner? Why not consult him? What of the miraculous conch? Klein has foretold. It is Sakura, Fujimaru Tachika noted, also perceiving the environmental changes and surmising their cause. Ah, indeed. It seems that diviner is not as remarkable as one might think. I have heard he has recently been elevated to a jester. Truly, jesters excel at drawing attention. Mephistopheles scoffed, turning away from Fujimaru Tachika. And what are your perspective, little white mouse? Fujimaru Tachika shook her head in response. I cannot deny it. Is that so? Mephistopheles tilted her head slightly. Yet in my view, any one of you 3 harbors greater suspicion than Sakura. Why not reflect upon your own culpability? Fujimaru Tachika shook her head once more. I cannot deny that either. Really? Do you refuse to engage your intellect? Perhaps you should inquire about that reticent individual beside you. He discloses nothing to me. Fujimaru Tachika replied helplessly. Thus, your suspicions only heighten, Mephistopheles remarked with a light chuckle. Yet I still wish to place my trust in you. How touching, is it not? It is indeed touching. But do you not intend to take any action? Or shall you remain here? Fujimaru Tachika forced a smile. What do you think? Mephistopheles countered. I understand now. Fujimaru Tachika nodded. Then I wish you luck. I require no luck, Mephistopheles replied, though by then, she was already alone, with only the wilting roses in the garden remaining. Chinjia, I shall not attempt to explain anything to you, for I know it is futile. However, I have a request. Allow Gray to leave this place, came Hua's voice. I am indifferent. Qianjia's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Qianjia and several heroic figures stood in confrontation, one person's presence overshadowing the 5 who faced him. What a lively scene! An incongruous voice interjected, completely diverting Qianjia's ire. He struck forcefully towards the source of the voice, the searing heat distorting the air. It felt as though he had struck cotton, causing no damage. Amon casually caught Qianjia's fist. You two have arrived, thief, Qianjia's voice, heavy with anger, resonated from beneath his mask, leaving one to wonder what expression he bore at that moment. Such an intriguing matter. I must certainly join in the revelry, Ammon jested. Interesting. So you perceive this situation as a game, do you? The strength of Qianjia intensified, the flames upon him roaring violently. Yet Ammon's hand remained unmoved. The temperature gradually escalated, soaring to the point where the ground began to slightly melt. Su sighed. In an instant, the white light flickered and vanished, the figures of Qianjia and Ammon disappearing without a trace. Only Su, Hua, Eden, Cosmo, and Grayshu remained in place. Cosmo shielded Grayshu behind him, vigilantly observing the others. The remaining individuals maintained a considerable distance from one another, a separation that should not exist among comrades. The Qianji Cheng could not confine them for long. But it should suffice for us to unravel the threads of this situation. Su began to analyze the circumstances. What a long face. On a park bench, Velwi found Klein, who was frowning in an attempt to comprehend the current predicament. I simply do not understand, Klein replied, glancing at the newcomer. Why? Is it because Kevin has died? Velwi inquired. This time, it was Klein who appeared astonished. It seems your information is outdated. Velwi handed Klein a piece of paper, identical to the one she had given Alicia, filled with statements regarding Kevin's demise. This left Klein in further disbelief. Over the past few days, he had come to grasp the situation concerning the 13 heroes of fire, with Kevin and Alicia undeniably being the mightiest. I do not believe Sakura could have killed Kevin. Klein set the paper aside. Why do you think it was Sakura? Velwi settled beside Klein, crossing her legs. Klein shared the divination results he had received with Velwi. Velwi pondered, stroking her chin. I do hold some authority on such matters. Klein, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of magic? The technique or creativity? Neither. It is the art of deceiving the audience. The Eden is a realm of memory. Thus, as long as one possesses the corresponding memories, masquerading as another individual is not an arduous task. Velwi elucidated the mystery. Indeed, assuming the guise of another person is not particularly difficult. Klein's brow unfurled. Thank you. You are most welcome. Velwi accepted Klein's gratitude with ease, for I too am unwilling to doubt my companions. That is certainly not something I would expect you to say. Relaxing, Klein felt inclined to jest. Will you take me for a villain? Although I do possess an exceedingly malevolent persona, I typically refrain from unleashing her. So you truly have a multiple personality? I had thought the varying traits you displayed each time were mere performances. Did I not mention this to you? Velwi reflected. Oh, indeed, I seem to have failed to inform you. However, it is not too late to learn. Now, then, as a detective, the most essential task is to prove one's innocence. And memories do not lie. Velwi produced a hat, clanging, the consciousness collector. As the name suggests, it can detect a person's consciousness. The sound of coins clinking echoed. You are quite the cautious one, great diviner, Velvi remarked as she observed Klein, who was engrossed in his divination. Better safe than sorry, Klein retorted, pocketing the coins. Shall you go first, or shall I? Let us commence with the one least suspected. For instance, her. Velvi pointed towards a tree, from which a head adorned with cat ears promptly emerged. Hee, you found me, Velvi's sister, Klein brother, Pato grinned sheepishly. Indeed, Pato's suspicion was minimal, as Klein had already discerned her presence. Of course, after all, we might not even stand a chance against a mere can. Pato boasted, referring to the name of her feline companion, not the canned goods. In the square, a young girl, brush in hand, stared at a blank canvas, hesitating to make her mark, still undecided on what to paint. Cosmo inquired. I'm not fond of today's colors, Grayshu replied, putting away her brush. Shall we explore elsewhere? Cosmo suggested, attempting to keep the conversation flowing to prevent Grayshu from adopting his own reticence. However, it was already too late. Never mind. Gracia's expression shifted several times before she offered a brief response. Cosmo's countenance transformed yet again. Very well then. The two mutually relinquished verbal communication, resorting to exchanging glances. After a period of encrypted dialogue, they reached a conclusion. They would attempt to investigate, but if danger arose, Gracia was to take refuge behind Cosmo. Through her unique ability to perceive the essence of things, Gracia eventually discovered an odd hue. Creatures tainted by this peculiar color exhibited remarkable aggression, akin to crazed beings that would bite anyone in sight. Individually, their combat prowess was not formidable, yet their sheer numbers posed a nuisance for Cosmo and Gracia. While it did not escalate into a dire battle, it still proved troublesome. Suddenly, pale pink petals materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a golden flash of swordlight. The adept sword-wielding floral magician, Merlin, materialized, dispelling his ethereal form. With elegance, he executed a flourish with his sword, swiftly dispatching all foes with his oath of victory sword and a staff wielded like a mace at a speed beyond ordinary perception. Indeed, close combat was the romanticism of a magician. It's a pale, pink big brother, Gracia remarked upon Merlin's sudden appearance. Is that the hue I present in your eyes? Merlin sheathed his knightly sword, leaning on his staff as he turned to face Gracia. She nodded, very beautiful, yet quite pale. Merlin tilted his head with a smile, a fitting metaphor. Your observational skills are quite keen, little sister. Once all adversaries were vanquished, Fujimaru Ritsuka finally emerged from his hiding spot. What on earth are these creatures? He inquired. With Merlin present, the frequency of Gracia's color-altering remarks has noticeably increased. Those faded monsters bear the essence of my pigments. So did you create them? Fujimaru Ritsuka crouched down to meet Gracia's gaze. No, I did not paint today. And these pigments did not originate from me. Gracia shook her head. In that case, it appears that the enemy possesses your abilities to some extent, Fujimaru Ritsuka speculated. Perhaps they are replicated from memories. Just as Fujimaru Ritsuka pondered this, Gracia suddenly inquired, Big sister and big brother, are you heroes? Why do you ask? Fujimaru Ritsuka smiled. Although they were anomalies predetermined by human history, being called heroes by a child was undeniably heartwarming. Because you are very clever, very powerful. And your colors are warm, Gracia stated sweetly. Cosmo also wants to be a hero. Fujimaru Ritsuka gently patted Gracia's head. Indeed, we are heroes. So are you. And so is Cosmo. I have read your chronicles. You are all heroes destined to become heroic spirits after death. What is a heroic spirit? Gracia inquired. Great heroes from various eras, whose tales are sung and remembered by future generations, leave their marks in epics. Those who ascend to the throne of heroes after death become heroic spirits. Fujimaru Ritsuka patiently explained. So do heroes have to die? Fujimaru Ritsuka glanced at a certain grinning ancient one and confidently replied, No, heroes do not necessarily have to die. Gracia stubbornly continued, My parents are gone. Adults say they became heroes. Sister Distovia left, and Cosmo said she became a hero too. Now, Cosmo also wants to be a hero, so will she also leave me? Gracia's tone was resolute. This was not someone else's color, but her own thoughts. All right, Gracia, do not ask anymore. Cosmo attempted to intervene, but Gracia remained focused on Fujimaru Ritsuka. Fujimaru Ritsuka glanced at Cosmo. Though this may seem presumptuous, I assure you, it won't happen. Thank you, sister, Gracia smiled. However, I still hope Cosmo does not become a hero. Can I take her place as a hero? Enough, Gracia. Cosmo's tone was unusually serious. When Gracia turned to Cosmo, she unexpectedly delivered an impassioned speech. Being a hero is not something one can achieve simply by wanting it. When the time comes, and we realize we must do something at any cost, perhaps for someone, perhaps for something, then, even now, I might still aspire to be a hero. But it is certainly not for the sake of dying. It is to illuminate the hope of life. We step into the darkness precisely for that ray of morning light. A lengthy conversation ensued while Fujimaru Ritsuka stood by, listening attentively. After speaking, Cosmo turned to Fujimaru Tachika. Fujimaru Tachika, since you are here, I shall entrust you with the imprint of Asai. Please remember the words I just spoke. Fujimaru Tachika felt a sharp pain in his hand. An emblem resembling an eagle's claw began to merge with his skin. I can perceive the true character within your heart. despite your previous carefree demeanor. This is the Asahi that you have ignited. I believe you will traverse further than we. Gray Show remained silent. In truth, she had already bestowed the imprint of starlight upon Fujimaru Tachika when she had acted before him. Gray Show gazed at Cosmo. I understand. This time, I shall also become a hero. What has occurred shall occur again. What has been done shall be done once more. It is through this foresight that people call him a sage, and it also reveals to him his inevitable demise. That man will burn until his very end, leading himself to ruin. Shinji stood face to face with Amon, flames engulfing him, incinerating his garments and scorching his mask, leaving only his trousers, shielded by an unknown force, amidst the inferno. Behind Amon was Su and Hua, who had returned. Honestly, I am the villain here. Why am I standing in front of others? Amon quipped. He had been stalling Chinjia for nearly half an hour, siphoning away each of Chinjia's attacks, rendering him immobile. Thank you. Now let me attempt to negotiate. Su approached Amon. Negotiate? You are powerless to save even the one you truly wish to rescue. Yet you aspire to save everything? Chinjia's lips curled with disdain. Hua, how did your captain perish? Su, did you save your mentor? Now, come, teach me how to do it. Who says that one cannot wield psychic attacks without being a psychic fusion warrior? Chinjia unleashed a true damage attack that ignored defenses, its impact formidable. You are worthless. Just as before, you cannot stop me, nor save anyone, not even your own lives. The flames enveloping Chinjia blazed ever brighter, his skin resembling molten rock. Observing Chinjia, Su suddenly seemed to grasp something profound. You, and I understand now, Chinjia. Su? Hua looked at Su, perplexed. Understand? Then be gone. With that, Chinjia thrust his right foot forward, stepping aggressively and launching a punch at Amon. Amon adjusted his monocle and gathered all the stolen power into his palm, transforming it into a fireball that drifted toward Chinjia. Su shielded Hua behind him. As the awakened entity opened his eyes, the two forces collided, releasing a tremendous explosion of energy. The past paradise was rent asunder, streams of data flowing through the fissures. This is the last time. Thereafter, you shall not have the opportunity to stop me again. Leaving an irreparable rift in his wake, Chinjia turned to depart. Watching him vanish, the honest Hua was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Su, Chinjia, he closed his eyes once again, though reluctantly acknowledging the truth. We had indeed fallen into his trap. Chinjia harbored no intent for a deadly struggle. His sole aim was to compel me to open my eyes, thus tearing a rift in the paradise of the past. Thereafter, he would exploit this fissure to obliterate the entire realm, annihilating all but the heroic figures, thereby forcing the lurking adversaries to reveal themselves. And what of me? What should I do? I'm not a hero. Amon raised his hand, having delayed him for so long. Surely, I would not be discarded like a worn-out tool. I trust you can preserve your own life, and I believe that just a moment ago, you must have acquired what you desired. Huh, not even a shred of benefit. How miserly. Amon lowered his hand, his form becoming ethereal, vanishing from sight. Time passed. In the boundless darkness, Chinjia suddenly materialized in this place. Before him stood another Chinjia. Who are you? Chinjia inquired calmly. I am Chinjia. The other responded with a smile. Invasion. Chinjia directly identified the other's identity. Only the ruler of Invasion could achieve such feats within the paradise. Oh, quite clever. Indeed, everyone claims you are mad, yet no one has ever called you foolish. Have they? Invasion remained unperturbed, continuing to smile amiably. Invasion continued. For most, the truth of their heart remains obscured until the day of their demise. Thus, since I aim to supplant you and consume you, I shall kindly allow you to recognize yourself. How does that strike you? Am I not benevolent? Would you care to commend me? Is it not repulsive to mimic Alicia with my face? Chinjia spat dismissively. Ah, no grate todo requiert. Regardless, consider this a token of thanks. I shall ensure your death is devoid of regrets. The black space brightened, revealing scenes from the most profound memories of Chinjia's life. The two Qianjis observe his existence as mere spectators. So, what is it you wish to convey? Chinjia crossed his arms. What I mean is, your time is at an end. I thank you for opening the door to your heart and for willingly becoming the next sacrifice. Farewell, the sixth of the flaming heroes. The darkness surged forth once more, intent on engulfing Chinjia. Just as the shadows were about to consume him entirely, a colossal flame erupted, forming a fiery ring that enveloped both figures. Oh, a desperate struggle, is it? Invasion gazed at the inferno. Desperate struggle? Not at all. I care not for life or death. It is merely unfortunate that you have arrived too late. Chinjia chuckled derisively, lowering his head. Oh, Invasion tilted his head in confusion. What a pity. I have long since sold Chinjia away. Chinjia raised his head, emitting a mocking laugh. Facing Invasion, he lifted his hand, and in an instant, bridging the distance of several meters, he grasped, and Invasion's body immediately materialized before him, his neck ensnared in Chinjia's grip. As Chinjia parted his lips, he softly intoned, twisting the hands of time. The stolen memories abruptly surfaced, eroding the mind and subconsciously uttering the next verse, soaring through the shadows of fate. In unison, the two uttered, the embodiment of deception and mischief. The forms of the two Qianjis began to contort and morph, ultimately merging into one. With raven hair, dark irises, a broad forehead, and a slender visage, the surrounding ring of fire rapidly constricted and ascended, transforming into a pair of single-lens spectacles, meticulously crafted from crystal. He donned the glasses upon his right eye, revealing a signature, sardonic smile. Klein, through his apparatus, observed Paduo's memories, confirming her safety, while examining Velvy's memories. Due to her multiple personalities, the process was somewhat sluggish, prompting him to bring Paduo along. Within Velvy's recollections, they encountered several mirrors. After some contemplation, Klein surmised that each mirror contained a distinct personality of Velvy. One particular mirror, however, bore a lock, evoking Klein's recollection of Velvy's prior mention of her malevolent persona. This memory might be rather brutal. Klein cautioned Paduo, who replied nonchalantly that despite her frailty, she was still a valiant soul, having witnessed her fair share of gruesome scenes. Paduo volunteered to unlock the door, while Klein, not particularly skilled in lockpicking, turned his attention to other memories. After taking a few steps, Klein's intuition was suddenly stirred, prompting him to hastily return. What is it, Brother Klein? Is there something amiss? Paduo, busily attempting to unlock, looked up. All is well. Continue your work. I'll observe from the side, Klein replied, shaking his head. All right then, I shall proceed. Paduo resumed her diligent efforts. Moments later, with a click, the lock sprang open. Paduo gasped, and Klein glanced over to find that within this locked memory lay the sequence of Velvy's slaying of Kevin and others. This is dire, Klein exclaimed, swiftly hoisting Paduo and fleeing. The mere fact that Velvy permitted them entry into her memories suggested her confidence in ensnaring them. True to that notion, scarcely had they taken a few steps when the memory realm behind them began to collapse. Velvy possessed the ability to partition her consciousness, effortlessly discarding insignificant memories. To her, this was a trivial task. Now, Klein felt akin to a character in a temple escape game, except the pursuer was not a monster, but the gradual erosion of memory. Klein held the privilege of infinite resurrection, yet Paduo did not. Thus, he bore her away in flight. As they ran, a thought struck Klein. They were in the realm of memories, and he himself was a memory entity. Previously, when he divined in the gray mist whether Sakura had slain Ilicia, he had realized that now, as a memory entity, entering the mist meant his essence directly engaged, unlike in reality where his physical form remained behind. Klein swiftly seized an opportunity, retracing 4 steps with Paduo to ascend into the gray mist. Have you lost your mind? I have a connection. Farewell. Watching Klein carry Pardo vanish in a thin air, the expression on Verway's face could no longer be maintained. Upon arriving above the gray mist, perhaps due to the isolation of the paradise from the outside world, Klein realized he could only connect to a deep crimson star, corresponding to the direction from which he originally ascended. Gazing down at the deep crimson, he noted that the fragmentation of Verway's memories had ceased. Brother Ku, where's this place? Pardo's quivering voice echoed. Chapter 124. The Battle Among Magicians. You may temporarily regard this as a safe house. After all, Verway's consciousness fragmentation cannot reach here, replied Mr. Fool, seated high at the bronze long table. Brother Ku? Pardo appeared in a seat to the right of the bronze table. Uncertain. It is I, Klein nodded. Wow, Brother Ku, you seem so impressive now, Pardo exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. You certainly possess a remarkable attitude, Klein chuckled, amused that she could still find joy in such a situation. He, After all, we lack combat prowess, so at least I can provide some emotional support, Pardo laughed lightly. MHM, Klein responded, casting his gaze towards the sole deep crimson star. He observed that Verway's spiritual world had ceased to tremble. Indeed, the fragmentation of her memories was a considerable loss for her. Pardo, remain here. I shall descend to ascertain how to resolve this, Klein instructed Pardo. But, isn't that too dangerous? Pardo hesitated. We cannot linger here indefinitely, can we? If worst comes to worst, I will return if I cannot prevail. Klein contemplated how to express his ability to resurrect, sensing that she might not believe him. It was simpler to phrase it differently. This is within Verway's spiritual space. I hastily sent Pardo to safety without much thought. Now, after a moment of calm reflection, a plan began to form. Perhaps in the external world, victory would be unattainable. Yet within the spiritual realm, Klein felt confident he could triumph. Will you win? Pardo inquired. Absolutely, Klein assured her. Pardo pondered for a moment, finding it quite reasonable, and shrank back in her chair. All right, Brother Co, I will hide. Seeing Pardo's demeanor, Klein recalled a nursery rhyme titled Little Rabbit Behave, and silently smiled. Pocketing a small stack of paper figures meant for the gray mist from the table beside him, he leaned back, simulating a sensation of falling. Seconds later, he traversed the gray mist and returned to the ground, re-entering Verway's spiritual world. I did not expect you would dare to return. Verway's voice greeted him as soon as he landed. She was bluffing. Klein made his judgment immediately. The magician does not engage in battles without preparation. This is a behavior observed by Klein during his previous encounters with Wilway, which serves as a manual for his future role as a magician. Now, it is exceedingly convenient to speculate upon her thoughts. She initially believed that Klein lacked any mental prowess, which is why she lured him into her most familiar domain of the mind, intending to annihilate him through the negative emotions embedded in his memories and by fragmenting those memories. However, the situation has changed. Klein has demonstrated a method to extricate himself from the mental realm. Thus, she must entirely overturn her plans. Yet, Wilway does not directly expel Klein. Instead, she is merely stalling for time. Klein refrains from uttering any taunts and instead initiates his transformation into a ruler. He is not particularly adept in mental abilities. If he must speak, it would only pertain to the illusions of a magician and the sorrowful lamentations of a grieving spirit. Nevertheless, he now wishes to conduct a small experiment. Interestingly, he has never utilized the grieving spirit's ability before. With his left hand, Klein spreads his fingers, as if invisible powder is wafting from his palm. Here, in Wilway's psyche, the effects of his ability should be uniformly applicable. As anticipated, the entire mental space is imbued with a sense of desolation. Theoretically, the damage his mental assault could inflict upon Wilway is quite limited. Yet the fact that he is presently within the mental realm alters the dynamics. Wilway had mistakenly believed that Klein possessed no mental capabilities, which allowed her to admit him. Had Sue, Hua, or Apollonia been present, she would not have dared utter a word. What have you done to me? Wilway's voice interjects, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Indeed, within the realm of the mind, the effects of mental damage are far more pronounced than those of physical attacks. Klein intends to pursue further experimentation. He conjures a pistol in each hand, one being a genuine revolver, while the other is an illusion crafted from his understanding of its structure. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots resonate almost simultaneously. The real bullet leaves a shallow dent in the wall. Understandable, from the realm of the past, bullets themselves serve as memories. The illusory bullet, however, is intriguing. It vanishes into the wall, seemingly ineffective, yet Klein can perceive the minute ripples it creates within this mental world. Marvelous! Klein's expression instantly transforms into the exuberant grin reminiscent of a viral meme from his past life. With a wave of his hand, a torrential downpour of gunpowder descends like rain. By golly, I can resurrect. Shouldn't I give you a taste of something sinister? After all, in a simulated universe brimming with blessings, the mana cost of such illusions is negligible compared to the mana regained. Let me show you what it means to be a self-destructing goblin, the king of explosive grenades. The ground beneath Klein's feet crumbled, a manifestation of Velvy severing this portion of the mind. Is he truly unable to endure this? It seems implausible. A hero's spirit cannot be so fragile. Thus, it must be an act. Ah, the jester that I am, I excel in theatrics. The manifestation of memory severance in the realm of the psyche is akin to the ground collapsing, causing all that rests upon it to plummet. In that fleeting moment of descent, Klein, in his sovereign state, floated effortlessly. Come now, I am a sovereign after all. What sovereign cannot soar? Surely, there are none who require a vessel to fly, perhaps a sword or the like. Nevertheless, lingering in one place is still unwise, for the collapse is merely a representation, and remaining stationary would still lead to severance. Klein endeavored to ascend towards the intact regions of the psyche, yet grotesque creatures emerged from nowhere to obstruct his path. These must be the ruined beasts, as Klein had encountered in his readings. He had no inclination to engage with the ruined beasts. Instead, he broke free from their encirclement and dove towards other sections of the mental space. From the outset, Velvy had pursued Klein with lethal intent. But now the roles had reversed, with Klein chasing after Velvy, igniting the powder keg of conflict. Unsure whether his revival would occur at the same spot, he sought to ensure greater harm to Velvy before detonation. For a moment, he regretted not being a military enthusiast in his past life, as his knowledge of explosives was solely derived from the night watchman. What a pity it would be to craft an atomic bomb by hand. As it stood, it felt akin to playing a game of eagle and chicks. Time was still being bought. There were accomplices involved. Klein discerned this clearly. Excellent, a resource to exploit. Minutes later, a faint halo enveloped the surface of the mental realm, as if it had faded. Suddenly, Velvy ceased her evasions. Has she halted? Does she now believe she is no longer afraid of me? Klein raised an eyebrow and casually fired a shot. It had no effect, just as I suspected. It appears my friend has begun to show a hint of mercy. Velvy's voice echoed. The terrain of the mental space began to morph, transforming into a circular platform. In the center stood Velvy, manning an anti-aircraft gun. An instinctive warning tinged Klein's brow as he sidestepped. Silent yet deadly, a shell shot forth from the wall behind Klein, whizzing past him. As it flew by, the shell detonated, hurling Klein against the wall, transforming him into a grotesque paper figure. Well, I have indulged you in this game long enough, treating you like a child, allowing you to feel clever. My sincerest apologies. Velvy's tone reverted to normal, devoid of any sobbing. Is that so? Would a wailing infant tend others? Having evaded this ambush through his paper substitute, Klein landed on the platform, adopting the stance of the thousand calamities, arms crossed defiantly before Velvy. I am certain that even if those explosives were to detonate, they would scarcely affect you. In other words, have you been merely biding your time, waiting for this power? Klein asked, feigning ignorance. Quite impressive, isn't it? This entity renders any memory insignificant, and as its proxy, I naturally acquire the strength to fortify my mental realm. Velvy faced Klein, who could sense the aura of the lawmaker emanating from her, the law of knowledge, or perhaps the law of corruption. There is nothing to conceal. It is indeed corruption, Velvy admitted candidly. So you are so generous as to share this with me? Klein raised an eyebrow, suggesting, why not introduce me to your friend? After all, we are both lawmakers and should have some common ground. On second thought, I prefer not to play the role of a foolish villain who perishes from excessive chatter. Velvy declined. I see. You are uncertain whether you can truly defeat me. So you have been waiting, anticipating this opportunity and the arrival of your friend. Klein nodded, opting not to press further, and shifted the topic. You have disowned my intentions, but are you still so arrogant? If you were to escape in that miraculous manner once more, you might actually succeed. Velvy flashed a malevolent smile. You are afraid. Klein exposed Velvy's pretense. You initially believed you had me at a disadvantage, yet you did not foresee that I possess means to restrain you within the mental realm. You are uncertain how much protection your friend can provide, nor do you know what tricks I might still hold. Velvy suddenly remarked, you two are stalling for time. Why is that? Oh, you have noticed? It appears you possess some intellect after all, Klein replied with the characteristic mocking grin of a lawmaker of control. The negative effects of a void grow stronger with the passage of time. As long as the duration is sufficiently extended, a prolonged stalemate will invariably favor Klein. Under Klein's deliberate selection, the imposed negative effects are all vulnerabilities, which remain unmanifested until a genuine attack occurs. Although Velvy was unaware of what Klein was truly waiting for, she instinctively felt that the time to act had arrived. Cannons appeared out of thin air, aimed directly at Klein, and unleashed a barrage. Fiery flames ignited before Velvy, from which Klein leaped forth. Velvy remained unfazed. The boon of corruption in this data-structured realm, is scarcely inferior to the end. Alas, expertise lies in specialization. Klein possesses abilities far more suited to the current scenario. While the manifestation appeared akin to mastery over ice, it was in fact capable of inflicting damage on memories far beyond imagination, particularly in the present environment. The fate of memory resonated and erupted in Klein's palm. Crack! The sound echoed like shattering glass. The vile velvy dissipated, leaving only a gray crystalline flower upon the ground. Chapter 125. An ideal realm of eternal isolation. What is this? Klein picked up the crystalline flower. Confirmed, it is a key item. He was suddenly struck by such a thought. Klein tapped his head, bewildered by his own peculiar musings. How could he have thought such a thing? It was indeed strange. Having completed the battle and acquired the loot, why had the room not yet vanished? Klein chose not to dwell on his inexplicable deviation and instead focused on the current circumstances. Was there a subsequent storyline yet to unfold? Abruptly, a pale mist materialized within his mental space, and Klein found himself transported to a brand new map. In this unfamiliar terrain, he encountered a new, somewhat bashful Velvy. No doubt this was the second phase. With the memory echoes still cooling down, Klein resolved to take the initiative. He would commence with Void, followed by Destruction and a double strike of Hunt. No matter how formidable the erosion's power was, Klein doubted it could withstand this combination. Sensing the imminent threat, the original Velvy hastened to explain herself. After the narrative unfolded, Klein grasped that it had been the malevolent persona who had eliminated the other personalities, and it was the original Velvy who had resorted to cunning tactics to escape. Her original plan had been to intervene when Klein found himself in a dire struggle, employing the power of friendship and bonds to subdue the wicked Velvy, culminating in a final performance. Although the original Velvy appeared quite timid, the fact that the great magician and other personas had split from her indicated that she was, in truth, a performer at heart. However, to her astonishment, Klein had swiftly dispatched the malevolent Velvy with his mental prowess, rendering her plan rather ineffectual. Nevertheless, since Klein had eliminated the wicked Velvy, it turned out to be a fortuitous outcome, sparing her from excessive strain. Ultimately, Velvy informed Klein that the crystal flower was a crucial item he needed to carry. She also bestowed upon him the imprint of Spiral, whose passive effect granted him mastery over all item usages, enhancing their effects in his hands. The active effect, Mimicry, allowed him to replicate items he had encountered, although the effects would be diminished, as would any negative repercussions. What a splendid reward for the storyline. Klein expressed his gratitude to the esteemed teacher, though he couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded rather like a bequest. After the narrative concluded, Velvy indicated her desire for solitude, prompting Klein to leave her mental space. Upon departing from Velvy's consciousness, Klein returned to the park where he had previously been. Velvy simultaneously opened her eyes. What shall we say now? Klein inquired. I may need to re-segment my personality, Velvy replied, shaking her head, and then curiously asked, Where did you send Pardo? I want to tell you, Klein responded succinctly. Is that so? What a pity, Velvy smiled, and could you help me hide as well? Do you still need to hide? Klein raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my current state is quite precarious. Should I encounter the law of erosion again, I fear the consequences will be dire, Velvy sighed. Moreover, you two should seek refuge. Although you currently exist in a state akin to memory, you are fundamentally unconnected to the data of bygone realms. The lawmaker of erosion would require considerable effort to corrupt you. So, Klein retorted, therefore, when she encounters you, she will inevitably choose to destroy rather than corrupt. Thus, your current predicament is perhaps even more arduous than mine. Klein nodded thoughtfully, expressing gratitude for the warning. Indeed, I possess a sufficiently secure location. However, before I escort you there, I have one question I wish to pose. Ask away. I am the brilliant Velvy, and there exists no question I cannot answer in this world. Velvy proclaimed with pride. Very well, I shall inquire. Klein asked, since your most malevolent persona has been in contact with the lawmaker of erosion for such an extended period, have you truly not been corrupted? No, Velvy replied. Shaking her head, Velvy's voice abruptly faltered. It seems you have noticed, that is also a piece of intelligence. After corrupting an individual, one can access their memories. However, if one does not take the time to absorb them meticulously, many details will be lost. Klein remarked with a smile. Velvy, troubled, pressed her fingers to her forehead, Why does the disparity between the character of the true self and the extreme evil manifest so greatly? Well, you may need to seek the answer yourself. Before the words were fully uttered, a paper shard transformed into a flying dagger, aimed directly at Velvy's neck. As Velvy instinctively attempted to evade, she discovered herself ensnared by nearly invisible threads. Observing the headless Velvy collapse and gradually dissipate into data, Klein murmured, "Was she merely a projection? No wonder she was so weak." "Klein!" A voice echoed in Klein's mind, calling for her presence. Just as she intended to respond, she found herself transported to a blank expanse. This was the transmission of the Thousand Realms. "Sue?" Klein ventured uncertainly. "It is I. We now require your assistance." Sue's voice continued to resonate within her mind. "My time is limited, so we must hasten our progress." Through their discourse, Klein comprehended that Sue intended to perform a surgical procedure to create a memory construct, unfolding portions of his consciousness in the form of memory space. Contrary to Velvy's earlier assertions, the lawmaker of erosion was not merely difficult to corrupt. Rather, it was utterly incapable of doing so. The authority of dominion, if it were to attempt corruption, would likely result in its own power being dominated by Klein. Sue's plan was to manifest this dominion in the form of memory space. Although uncertain whether the Sue before her had been corrupted, Klein felt it was worth attempting. After all, she could revive fully upon death, and if complications arose, she could always choose to end her own life. However, Klein felt a lingering unease, not stemming from the procedure itself, but from what lay ahead. "What follows? What is the subsequent plan?" Klein inquired. "Soon, we shall welcome back Alicia, who will initiate the anti-Kevin Armament 666, destined to obliterate the corrupted ruler." Sue patiently elucidated. "Anti-Kevin Armament 666? What does it have to do with the corrupted ruler?" Although this term was foreign to Klein, a growing unease enveloped him. "What then is the cost? The device capable of resolving a ruler must surely demand a steep price," Klein pressed on. Sue fell silent for a few seconds. "You need not concern yourself. I can only assure you that this will not jeopardize your safety." The sky unfolded in a spectrum of colors, resembling a watercolor painting. Floating frames revealed an array of artworks. Among them was a pale blue image of Alicia, seemingly faded, a manifestation of the corrupted ruler. Velvet did not anticipate her own misstep. I had placed such trust in her. How disappointing. The corrupted ruler gazed at Sakura and Cosmo before her, pleasantly surprised to encounter them here. "What a delight to see you, especially you, Sakura. I was merely concerned for your well-being and wished to keep you out of harm's way." "Why then, do you stand before me?" The two before her disregarded the corrupted ruler, engrossed in their own plans. She must have instinctively sensed danger, which merely affirms our correctness. "Our task now is to thwart her," Sakura replied. "Indeed, we need not defeat her. We need only to impede her." Then, an interruption occurred, heralded by the corrupted ruler. "Pardon the intrusion, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Since we're at it, why not delve into our plans?" Sakura inquired, glancing toward the corrupted ruler. "Oh dear, that's simply one do. After all, you are merely stalling for time, are you not? Yet what advantage does delaying provide you?" Cosmo aside, Sakura, "You are already tainted. Prolonging this will only integrate you further into my being, won't it? Or perhaps you secretly yearn to embrace me. Come now, my arms are always open for you." The corrupted ruler mimicked Alicia's tone, grinning as she spread her arms wide. A silence ensued, with no one responding. "How cruel to ignore me. I might just shed a tear." The corrupted ruler crossed her arms. "And you, the charming lady over there, Tosaka, is it? I recall that's what they call you. Why not join us?" Tosaka, hiding at the back, completely disregarded the corrupted ruler and raised her left hand. "Without magical reinforcement, my capabilities are rather limited. By the command seal of life, restrain her." A flash of red light signaled the disappearance of the second stroke of the command seal on her left hand, unleashing a surge of magical energy from Merlin. With the energy liberated from its dormant state, Merlin appeared before Cosmo and Sakura, positioning himself between them and the corrupted ruler. "Hello," Merlin waved, a golden sword of victory materializing in his right hand. With a swift motion, he propelled himself before the corrupted ruler and swung his sword in a decisive strike. Shirley raised her bow to parry Merlin's strike, grappling with him. "Oh, are you the one who has been following Lizuka all this time?" she inquired. "I recall that it was not the intent of a magician, was it?" "Indeed, Merlin replied with a smile, swiftly altering his sword stance. In a flash, bow and sword clashed repeatedly, igniting sparks. However, casting spells too hastily can lead to biting one's tongue. I cannot help that. Then why do you refer to yourself as a magician? Wouldn't it be more fitting to call yourself a swordsman, warrior, or knight? Shirley engaged in a casual exchange, her hands never pausing in their movements. To an uninformed observer, their conversation might have seemed like a tea gathering rather than a duel. Well, what do you think? Merlin winked at Shirley, making a playful gesture. Oh, how adorable. She responded with a smile. In the background, Cosmo whispered in admiration. Isn't it so? Although his voice was soft, Merlin still caught the words. Then let your praises drown me, he retorted playfully. Remarkable. Shirley chimed in, but before she could finish, the staff Merlin had been using to batter her glowed with a soft pink light. A beam of energy struck Shirley's chest, sending her flying against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. I am also skilled at casting spells without incantations, Merlin said cheerfully to Shirley, now embedded in the wall. He then leaped back, leaning on his wand as a pale pink magic circle unfolded beneath him, a sea of blossoms blooming and extending outward from his feet. He recited a long-anticipated incantation, the Sea of Stars, the platform of observation. Whoosh! Several faded arrows shot forth from the dust, intercepted mid-air by Sakura's sword. I shall narrate a segment for you from the paradise. The incantation continued. Shirley burst forth from the mist, the faded pristine dome unfurling. But as it reached above Merlin, its edges abruptly transformed into petals and vanished, unable to breach further. Your story is filled with blessings. The petals rose without wind, and amidst the floral sea, a tall tower could be glimpsed. Although Shirley was unsure of Merlin's intentions, her instincts urged her not to wait. She charged towards him. Yet Sakura's time-freezing strike slowed her advance. Only the innocent may enter in the eternal seclusion of the ideal realm. Tomorrow's paradise should conclude, and it seems I have written quite a lengthy passage. Chapter 126. The tale of the past paradise concludes. In the realm of Type Moon, for magicians, replicating what human technology can achieve through sorcery is considered magic. For instance, flying an airplane is akin to flight magic. Conversely, what technology cannot accomplish is classified as true magic, such as the materialization of the soul, one of the 5 great magics. A reality marble manifests one's inner landscape and is regarded as the closest form of magic. With Merlin's incantation, the heart's landscape, known as Avalon, was unveiled from the paradise. Although it is said that only the innocent may enter, under the direction of the master of this inherent barrier, Shil was still encompassed within. Such a wondrous ability, indeed, and quite beautiful. Standing amidst a sea of flowers, Shil found herself alone with Merlin in this unique domain. Could this be considered a date? Merlin smiled faintly, stating, I'm not as familiar with this paradise as you are, nor do I know how many paths it holds. Perhaps it will be better to keep you confined here. Shil fell silent for a few seconds, responding, This space of yours, I can also erode. Do you not harbor any concerns? Her tone turned sharp, losing its previous lightness. The flowers beneath her began to gradually fade, their pallor extending outward. It seems you have failed to grasp the essence of this matter. This is merely a projection, not the true Avalon. If it were to be eroded, would it not be discarded? Merlin's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a malicious nature. I merely praise you a tad, yet you truly believe yourself to be something extraordinary? This individual possessed a truly vile character. How foolish of me to have once considered you my equal. The smile vanished from Shil's face, her expression now devoid of emotion as she gazed at Merlin. The fading flowers continued to spread, but after reaching a distance of about 5 meters, they halted, unable to extend further. Equal? You are indeed utterly devoid of self-awareness. Merlin's smile remained unchanged as he taunted, still struggling to erode? How regrettable. Your only means of escape lies in waiting for my magic to wane. At the center of this ideal realm stood a towering spire, and with a flash, Merlin appeared atop the tower. His voice resonated from above, clearly reaching Shil's ears. Come and catch me. If you do, I shall grant you a reward. The veins on Shil's forehead throbbed. Su allowed himself to be consumed, entering the interior of the erosion law. Within lay the dreamscape woven by Shil for the heroes she had begun to erode. In this dream, Su encountered Kevin, Velvy, and a seemingly dazed Padu. What is happening? Su inquired of Velvy. Oh, a minor issue has arisen with the plan. I originally intended for the true Padu to be eroded and brought here. However, that Klein has employed some means to temporarily sever Padu from the erosion law, resulting in only a small portion of Padu being consumed, Velvy explained, observing the bewildered Padu. Fortunately, the canister is also considered part of Padu, and combined with the small fraction of Padu that has been eroded, I have created this false Padu. Moreover, the erosion law itself appears to have encountered problem. For some unknown reason, it seems to have lost a portion of its authority. This has allowed my plan to proceed smoothly. False? What does that mean, Velvy? Padu asked, a hint of fear in her voice. How could I possibly be false? Of course, you, in your current state, can indeed be regarded as Padu, Velvy reassured her. Velvy then proceeded to elaborate on her plan, to sacrifice all memory constructs present at the scene, providing energy to Kevin, and delivering a devastating blow to the erosion from within. The crux of the matter lies in urging Padu to unlock a door, thus establishing a connection to the outside realm. Sister Weirway, you just accused me of being insincere. Does that mean I am of no significance? Padu inquired, a hint of despondency in her voice. Indeed, Weirway replied affirmatively, but whether you choose to act or refrain from action is entirely your prerogative. We shall not impose our will upon you. Padu, here there are no boundaries. You are freer than ever before. You need not engage in what you should do, but rather pursue what you wish to do. Shortly thereafter, within the idyllic realm, the chest of Shirley erupted unexpectedly, causing her to tumble from the tower. From atop the tower, Merlin continued to mock, is that all you've got? Come on, be a man and ascend to the 100th floor. In a pristine white expanse, Klein opened his eyes anew. He had undergone Sue's procedure, unfolding a part of his consciousness and spatial form, and now he found himself attempting to reconstruct Alicia's memories within this realm of recollection. While it was true, he realized he was not particularly well acquainted with Alicia, let alone her character traits. He doubted he could accurately describe her physical appearance without the aid of meditation. What purpose did his presence serve here? Surely, he was not merely brought here to advance the plot. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Klein felt a sudden impulse. He called out into the void, respond to me, Alicia. Nothing occurred. Well, not entirely. The jester's potion had been slightly absorbed. Klein anxiously paced in circles. What was he supposed to do? Sue had not provided any guidance. Where was the assistance? Ultimately, disregarding his uncertainties, Klein employed his meditative techniques to extract every image of Alicia from his mind. Since the task at hand involved reconstructing her memories, it was prudent to gather recollections. He endeavored to objectively portray Alicia, striving to depict her visage without infusing his subjective interpretations. As he attempted to delineate the young woman's appearance, he was met with visions of Eden and the fairy Alicia. Eden sat gracefully in a high-backed chair, a glass of wine in hand, while the fairy Alicia floated beside her. The fairy version was comprehensible, yet was it possible that in his heart, Eden and Alicia were intertwined? Had he inadvertently developed an affection for them? Or perhaps, due to Alicia's introduction, he had acquired a precious gem from Eden, which he had cherished until now. Klein found himself questioning his own motivations. Was he truly a miser at heart? In due course, Klein gained further insight into himself, clarifying his innermost feelings. Indeed, I am avaricious. What of it? Come at me if you dare. As Klein's thoughts began to wander further afield, causing a sudden emergence of golden mountains and silver hills within the recesses of his memory, Eden could no longer restrain herself and gently interjected. Noticing Klein redirecting his attention back to her, Eden discreetly exhaled in relief and continued to narrate with her rich, melodious voice. Mr. Klein, the life of Ellie is so vibrant and multifaceted. Thus, to expect you to conjure a true essence of Ellie from your fleeting memories within this brief span is rather an unfair demand. Klein promptly nodded in agreement, acknowledging his unfamiliarity. Your mere presence here suffices. We shall take it from here. Observing Klein's demeanor, Eden smiled softly. The absence of one memory must naturally be compensated by another. You have traversed 99 steps towards Ellie, and for this final step, allow myself and the fairy Ellie to guide you. Indeed, who could deny that she embodies my grown self? The fairy Ellie crossed her arms, radiating pride. Eden looked upon the fairy Ellie with affectionate amusement, akin to a parent addressing her child. For the fairy Ellie, modeled after Alicia, serves as an incarnation of Ellie, possessing her sentiments. As the one who has accompanied Alicia the longest, I am meant to be the most attuned to her essence. Now, all of this shall transform into the path you must tread. Klein furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. To complete the memories as a vessel of recollection. If I were to utilize my existence to fulfill Alicia's memories, then I would forever become a part of her. How romantic, is it not? Eden interrupted Klein's musings. I fear not any form of demise. To me, life is merely an extended performance. As long as I can take my final bow at the most opportune moment with the utmost grandeur, my life shall be deemed perfect, and so too is her wish. Klein appeared to grasp something profound, feeling as though something within him had shattered, dissolving and merging with his very being. The morning actor's elixir had been wholly digested, along with a portion of the jester's potion. So it was, the core of the morning actor is indeed self-sacrifice, viewing the world as a stage, transforming into the actors upon it, the performers, the players, enduring suffering, even while fully aware that one's utility is limited or even insignificant to many, yet still offering oneself. Such is the essence of the morning actor. Eden discerned the shift within Klein, remarking, "It appears you have also attained that which you sought. Congratulations are in order." However, Klein was uncertain how to respond. Eden smiled, choosing not to elaborate. "Then let us commence, allow the moment of their blossoming to arrive." She extended her hands, revealing 3 crystal flowers. One, a blue crystal flower belonging to Kevin, obtained from Sue. Another, a golden crystal flower belonging to Apollonia, acquired from Grayshore. And the third, a pink crystal flower, which had already resided in Eden's possession. Eden gazed at Klein. Klein hastily extended the gray crystal flowers he had received from Velvy. Eden gazed at the 4 floating crystal flowers in his hand, a smile gracing her lips as she softly recited, "Alicia, my friend, may we never part, and may time remain eternal in this moment." Thus, the Eden imbued with the essence of gold dissipated before Klein, her voice lingering in his ears. This was the memory encapsulated within those 4 crystal flowers, the final reminiscence of the true Alicia in her lifetime, a poem composed by Eden for her. It was a tale from long ago. One day, she fell from the heavens, and people looked up, beholding the starry sky. The celestial bodies heralded the arrival of the divine daughter, wishing to become a companion to humanity. The gentle winds transformed into her chariot, and the 4 seas became her garden. Birds carried seeds of goodness, and myriad flowers wove hymns of love. Thus, she was born into this world, walking upon the earth, growing alongside humanity and blossoming with the world. Now, the time of culmination was drawing near. This was Eden's final utterance, fading away with her presence. Alicia's voice emerged, taking over the narrative. "Now, the time to return is at hand. Farewell, beautiful world. From henceforth, it shall be illuminated by the stars, for I have graced it with my presence. Thereafter, let the flowers bloom, for I have never truly departed. Please weave my arrows, my flowers, and my love into seeds of rebirth, and carry them to the parched earth, allowing it to flourish with the eternal and immaculate blossom of humanity." Klein listened as this poem echoed in his ears, profoundly moved. This was a composition that Leonard could never hope to craft. A pink door opened before Klein. "I am Alicia, the original ruler, the ruler of humanity. Welcome to your arrival, noble and pure soul." For reasons unknown, upon hearing this assessment, Klein shivered, a chill coursing through him, inexplicably feeling transformed into a noble and pure soul, sensing the weight of threefold betrayal. "I have been betrayed thrice, the first by the deity, the goddess of night. No, tonight, let us betray the kingdom of ruin and take a few innocent lives for amusement." Klein shook his head, casting off this dreadful thought. He stepped through the door, entering a pink garden. A beautiful figure clad in a splendid gown stood at its center, facing away from Klein. As he approached, the figure turned to face him. "Ah, in the end, you found me. I've been waiting for quite a while. In light of our reunion, let's greet each other properly." "Hi, did you miss me?" "Not at all." Observing Alicia's hopeful gaze, Klein chuckled and shook his head. "If you say that, I might just cry." Alicia teased with a smile. "Now that you are back, my task must be complete." Klein sighed with relief. Alicia rested her chin on her hand and mused. "Klein, you must be the first arbiter born in your world, am I correct? In that case, you are indeed the arbiter of origins. What a delightful coincidence we have." Klein shook his head, responding, "I cannot say for certain. Prior to this, I had never heard of such a title. Yet, the concept of fate is indeed wondrous. With a snap of her fingers, Alicia conjured an emblem that hovered before Klein. This emblem resembled a delicate pink crystal flower. Unlike other emblems, it did not manifest in the palm of Klein's hand, but gently floated towards his chest, the core of the arbiter, seamlessly integrating itself within. Klein placed his hand over his heart. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you for coming here, for our encounter, for this exchange. Thank you for being willing to hear our names and remember our stories. As long as you remember us, our tales shall not fade. This is a notion only humanity holds, the belief that can transform into reality. Listening to Alicia's voice and feeling the imprint of the true self, Klein contemplated silently. If my church were to flourish, perhaps I could inscribe the stories I have witnessed and lived into the sacred texts. Alicia continued thus, I bestow upon you the emblem of the true self, visitor from another world. This name embodies the origin of all things. All our thoughts and blessings are intertwined within it, destined to become your new strength one day. You, in turn, shall imbue this name with fresh significance. We shall remain in the past, while you venture into the future. Now, go forth and radiate your own pure and beautiful brilliance. Klein's spiritual perception was stirred, and a foreboding sense of tragedy emerged. He beheld the paradise shattering beneath the pink glow. It was at this moment he finally comprehended the purpose of Kevin's armament Model 666. To annihilate paradise? Klein sighed. The pink light surged forth, gently nudging him away from his position. Klein remained silent and made no resistance, allowing the force to guide him away from this place. This realm of memory. As the pink luminescence dissipated, Klein found himself in the Hall of Paradise, seated upon a sofa. Beside him sat the bewildered Fujimaru Ritsuka, who clutched a purple orb, and Amon, who seemed to be cracking it like a walnut alongside Merlin, who raised the sword of promised victory, as if preparing to launch a curry stick. Merlin glanced around casually before nonchalantly sheathing the sword. Did we fail? Fujimaru Ritsuka inquired, looking toward Klein. It seems not, Klein replied, though he added uncertainly, at least I hope not. Klein took a moment to sense the effects of the true self-emblem. It had fortified the arbiter core, a process known in the language of the arbiters as ascension. Most importantly, the core of the lawgiver now appears to truly belong to him. He is capable of taking it out of the paradise. The rewards are substantial, yet Klein finds himself lacking in exuberance at the moment. Just then, a television set displaying vivid images descends from above, landing in front of the trio. What is this? All four individuals turn their gazes towards the screen. Amon watches the television with great interest, where a video depicting the fierce battle between Alicia and the corruption is currently playing. The video is brief, lasting less than 10 minutes. In its concluding moments, Alicia detonates the entire paradise using the anti-Kevin armament 666, resulting in a mutual destruction with the corruption. The screen fades to black, leaving behind a solitary line of text. This is the story that exists because of you. Is this truly a tale of positivity, health, sunshine, and cheerfulness? Klein contemplates, wishing to cover his face. How splendid. Amon claps joyfully, while Fujimaru, Tachika, and Klein do not share such enthusiasm. Fujimaru closes her eyes, silently leaning back against the chair. Klein stares blankly at the now darkened screen. In the end, nothing has truly changed. Nani montak, nani montak. The surrounding environment twists, and Klein finds himself detached from the paradise, now seated on a bench in Penacony. He is too weary to lament the omnipresent benches, gazing vacantly at the luminous screen before him. Congratulations, player, you have completed the paradise of the past. We will distribute rewards based on the number of heroes you have saved. Klein lets out a bitter laugh, with the entire paradise obliterated. How could there be any heroes left? No, wait. After assessment, number of rescues, 1. Name, Pedophilus. Klein's body stiffens suddenly. Indeed, he has saved at least one. After assessment, you have received 3 rewards. 1. Heroic memory device deployed in Penacony. 2. A book titled The Story That Exists Because of You. 3. A cat carrying Pedophilus's memory. Was Pedophilus deployed to Penacony? Klein muses, feeling a sense of joy at having saved a life for Pedophilus. Subsequently, a book materializes in his arms. Klein flips through it. It is a collection of stories, and a cursory glance reveals that the beginning narrates the tale of a lawgiver girl named Ryden entering the paradise. Klein deduces that this must be the version of events that unfolded without his interference. The latter half of the book comprises various everyday anecdotes and photographs concerning the heroes. Klein silently smiles, closes the book, and sets it aside, directing his gaze towards the third option. He reaches out to touch the luminous screen. In the next moment, meow. A cat's meow resonates from his feet. Although there is no synesthetic beacon, he instinctively understands that it is calling out, "Big Brother Klein?" As he looks down, he sees a cat resembling a can. The can is a brown kitten belonging to Pedophilus within the paradise. Pedophilus? Klein tentatively calls out, "Meow. Brotherhood is I. I have transformed into a cat." Klein chuckled, this time his smile devoid of any pretense. He lifted Padu in his arms and, mimicking the tone of a notorious gangster he had once encountered online, declared, "Padu, you cannot return to paradise for the time being. Henceforth, you shall accompany me." Meow. Padu tilted her head in perplexity. "What does that mean?" "It means you must follow me to my world for now." Meow. "All right, I understand." Padu refrained from mentioning other heroes, not out of concern for Klein's feelings, but rather because the darkening environment signaled to Klein that he was gradually departing for paradise. Just before he completely severed ties with that realm, he seemed to hear the voices of two individuals quarreling. "My sister is the best. My Eden is the finest in the world. My sister is the greatest in the universe. Then my Eden is the pinnacle of the infinite multiverse." The voices were faint, and Klein could not discern their identities. Thus concluded the Paradise chapter. Whenever he wrote about paradise, the popularity waned. Yet he was determined to continue, for he yearned to grant them a more favorable conclusion. Chapter 127. Return to the main plot. Beckland, tavern at the end of the world. Amon opened his eyes, awakening from a deep slumber, a rarity for him. As a being of mythic origin, sleep was not a necessity for him. Rather than slumber, his previous states of rest leaned more towards energy conservation. He sat up, extended his arms, and a painting floated out, adhering itself to the wall. It was a piece crafted by Greya of Amon. Gazing at the artwork for a moment, Amon felt it lacked something essential. Consequently, he manifested a time worm, allowing it to inhabit the raven depicted in the painting. The act of parasitism did not necessarily require a living host. It was more akin to a concept. In fact, this was not Amon's first experience of parasitizing a painting. He recalled a time when he had created a self-portrait and subsequently embedded himself within it, ultimately placing it in his mausoleum. Perhaps he would retrieve it someday to extract the time worm for consumption. Next, Amon reached out towards the window, stealing a strand of sunlight, which scattered over his hand like fragments, akin to both sand and stars. Observing the raven's eyes flicker with movement and the sunlight glimmering on his hand, Amon smiled. If only this ray of sunlight did not originate from the eternal radiance. Yet the extraordinary nature of the sun was also a gift from his father. Tolerating it for the time being would suffice. Humanity, Amon murmured softly. He was uncertain what humanity truly entailed, but he sensed that the feelings of disdain he experienced in the presence of deities, such as the eternal radiance, were perhaps a manifestation of humanity itself. He retrieved the mask belonging to the Fool of Masks, mimicking its placement upon his face, savoring the power contained within it. Once donned, the mask elevated his strength to that comparable to the second sequence. Though he had made significant progress, he remained vastly inferior when confronted with his original self or the eternal deities such as the blazing sun. After a brief moment, he concealed his mask once again, staring vacantly at the painting on the wall. Having pilfered a considerable amount of sunlight, the specks of light captured in the artwork could sustain him for an entire day. After gazing at the painting for a while, Amon rolled out of bed and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the bar, he spotted Alicia seated at a table, enjoying her breakfast. As Amon appeared, Alicia raised her hand to greet him. A new day commenced with a delightful encounter. Amon quickly interjected. Alicia, with her hands pressed together against her left cheek, exclaimed, "Wow, you've even learned to interject. That's wonderful, let me praise you." Alicia truly possessed a knack for providing emotional value. Could this be considered a facet of humanity? Amon began to ponder. In the forsaken land of the gods, the moon city, Fujimaru Ritsuka was dejectedly riding her steed, the red hair, seeking solace. As she traversed a territory inhabited by monsters, a cacophony of roars erupted around her. As a renowned monster slayer in this region, Fujimaru Ritsuka's presence had irrevocably disrupted the ecological balance. Simultaneously, she had plunged the reputation of the monster faction into negative territory. Whenever she walked the path, reckless monsters would ambush her, leading her to contemplate whether she had unwittingly become fortunate through her prolonged stay. However, today, Fujimaru Ritsuka's spirits were notably low. The monsters had brazenly charged toward her gun's muzzle, prompting her to seek a proper outlet for her pent-up anger. What on earth? Are all your steeds purchased in bulk? Fujimaru Ritsuka yelled at the creatures lurking in the shadows. I'll hand you over to the horse bean paste. The monsters roared even more vigorously, as if they had been provoked. Could Fujimaru Ritsuka endure this? She had diligently studied the art of cursing with her online heroic spirit. Producing a megaphone from who knows where, she stood atop the red hair and unleashed a torrent of invective upon the monsters below. She drew circles around them, centered on their steeds, using their genealogies as the radius. Later, she even utilized the recording feature of the megaphone to capture her words, creating a fully automated device for unleashing curses. Still unsatisfied, Fujimaru Ritsuka shouted, Chun Gong. Chun Gong immediately materialized behind her, inquiring, what is it? Where's Si Chulin? Fujimaru Ritsuka asked without turning around. He fled the moment you called for me. He is likely nearing the opposite side of Moon City now, Chun Gong replied, suppressing a chuckle. Do you need to use a command seal to summon him back? Huh, gain some wit, have we? Fujimaru Ritsuka waved her hand dismissively. Then let it be. She continued to berate the monsters, a bunch of horse-riding miscreants, so vocal. Come on, come and fight me. I relish seeing you in this state. Unable to bear my presence, yet incapable of defeating me. Come bite me, come on, come now. There's no need to get worked up over them. After all, they lack intellect. Chun Gong consoled Fujimaru Ritsuka. It is primarily their presence that vexes me. Tosaka Rika irritably scratched his head. They resembled individuals who, lacking any real skill, donned the title of a writer, yet produced not a single piece of work, merely barking like hapless curs at the creations of others. If such creatures were to venture online, I would aptly name them the grading critic. In the early hours, Klein rose early and encountered his feline companion, Pato, stretching languidly at the bedside. He chuckled, remarking on how swiftly she had adapted to the feline form. After a brief morning ritual, Klein took Pato to the Blackthorn Security Company. The cat had recently been rechristened as Pato Meow by her. In her words, it was essential to distinguish her from the humanoid version of Pato that existed in the simulated universe. As it happened, Klein was scheduled to oversee the Janus Gate today, prompting his early arrival at the Blackthorn Security Company. It was a fortunate assignment, allowing him the luxury of indulging in his mobile device for the day. During their journey, Klein inquired about Pato Meow, who seemed to possess an innate synesthetic beacon, comprehending all forms of communication, whether it be human languages or the sounds of cats, dogs, insects, and birds. Klein envied her profoundly. At this hour, Roshan and Mrs. Oleana, among other administrative staff, had yet to arrive. Klein traversed the partition and gazed into the open office door, spotting Dunn Smith within the captain's office. The captain appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that the role he was playing had indeed borne fruit. Dunn had shed his outer coat, clad only in a white shirt and a black vest. Seated at his desk with a cup of coffee in one hand and a pastry in the other. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Come in, Dunn smiled, lifting his gaze to find Pato Meow nestled comfortably in Klein's arms. You have acquired a cat? Her name is Pato Meow. Isn't she delightful? Klein nodded in agreement. Pato Meow initially intended to wave, but reconsidered, realizing that it would be rather suspicious for an ordinary cat to greet someone. Instead, she merely muted Dunn. Dunn shifted his attention from Pato Meow. You performed admirably yesterday. The takedown of Lady Sharon's henchman is attributed to you. Is that so? Klein raised an eyebrow. Might there be a bonus involved? I wouldn't ask for much, perhaps a token sum of 1 or 2,000 pounds. You dare to request such an amount? Dunn feigned terror. It seems you have no regard for the 10-pound bonus. I shall keep that for myself. I concede, Captain, I was mistaken. Klein swiftly capitulated. After work, I will seek out finance. Dunn sipped his coffee. You may head directly to the underground now and replace Loya. Very well. With a cheerful disposition from the prospect of a 10-pound reward, Klein made his way to the Janus Gate, unconcerned about revealing his phone, especially since Roshan had taken to playing on her device daily at the front desk. With a day devoid of pressing matters, It was the perfect opportunity for him to accumulate stones to draw the latest destruction lord, a psalm. 10 pounds, what might that amount to? Pato meowed softly. Knowing that only Klein could comprehend her words, she felt no apprehension about revealing her thoughts. After a brief pause, allowing passers-by to dismiss the notion of Klein conversing with a cat, he appeared to be speaking to himself, saying, perhaps around 10,000. Pato's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000. With Pato and Klein together, their avarice was doubled. No stealing, Klein whispered emphatically. After all, there were numerous divinatory methods in play here, and any theft would be swiftly uncovered. Pato's enthusiasm waned. After concluding her exchange with Loya, Klein took out his phone, leaving Pato bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't this still the Steam Age? How could a phone even exist here? Alien technology, perhaps. With no one in the guardroom, Klein was able to engage in conversation with Pato. She nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. What was this? A blend of fantasy and extraterrestrial elements? It was incomprehensible. At that moment, Klein's phone chimed. It was an audio file sent by Ruiz. Lowering the volume, he held it to his ear. As the sound emerged, Klein nearly dropped the phone in shock. The audio featured his own voice, fervently calling out, "Respond to me, Elysia." Goodness, what embarrassing history. In the afternoon, while sifting through materials, Klein was suddenly enveloped by a phantasmal voice. Glancing at the back of his hand, marked by 4 dark spots, he understood that justice, the hangman, or the sun was beseeching him. However, he could not respond promptly, enduring the urging until it ceased, and enduring further supplications until the following morning when he returned home. It wasn't that he couldn't accept prayers there. It was simply that he dared not do so. After all, this was near the Charney's gate, and he was uncertain of the seals within. Though this task was straightforward, the monotony of playing a single-player game grew tiresome. Klein began to look forward to the end of his shift. In his boredom, Klein fashioned a cat toy out of paper and began to play with Pato. Finally, enduring until evening, Klein returned home, prepared for his work. He stepped 4 paces backward into the gray mist, witnessing the deep crimson stars corresponding to justice and the hanged man shimmering above. Listening to their messages, he found both to be requests for leave. It seemed the tarot meeting would not take place this week. On the 128th day, an extraordinary trait descended. While accepting prayers, Klein observed that to evade the gaze of the extraordinary being covertly protecting her, Audrey could only don a bathrobe, praying while submerged in her enormous bathtub. As the most radiant gem of Beakland, this scene was undeniably captivating. As a typical man, Mr. Fool was also intently focused, attempting to peer through the mist to gaze upon the magnificent bathtub adorned with gold trim. Surely, the mere edge of that golden trim was worth more than 10 pounds. Klein instinctively compared it to the 10 pounds he had just received that day. Compared to ceramics, gold possesses greater flexibility and is less prone to causing bodily harm. However, the price. And then there is silk. How envy can make fools distinguish between the essential and the trivial. Klein departed from the gray mist, weeping softly with the 10-pound cash he had just acquired. It's all right, I still have this. He set aside the gold pounds and retrieved the gemstones gifted by Eden. Incredibly valuable indeed. A tremendous surge of attributes. Yet, Klein committed an oversight. It seemed he was not alone in the room. Just as he was delighting in the gemstones, danger was stealthily approaching. The 10,000 pounds, Pato Meow, quietly extended its paw toward the gold. If only it could reach that place, what a Siva. At the warning of his instincts, Klein immediately noticed Pato Meow's subtle movements. Hey, don't touch that. Klein reacted instinctively. Both cats fluffed up in alarm. It appeared the little feline was eager to partake in the spoils of war. Such a greedy little creature. If you intend to seize Mr. Fool's fortress of resources, Mr. Fool might not be as urgent as he is now. Klein tucked the gold pounds into his pocket and earnestly presented his case to Pato Meow. Pato, consider this. If you take my money, you won't be able to spend it. After all, it's quite difficult for a cat to make purchases in a shop. Isn't it? Moreover, I can buy you whatever you desire, can I? Pato Meow remained silent, wagging its tail innocently while gazing at Klein. By the way, can you eat bread, Pato? Or should I get you cat food? Or can you catch mice to eat? Klein wiped the sweat from his brow, casually shifting the topic. Pato Meow flicked its ears. Normal cats can eat bread, and though we've transformed into cats, our tastes remain unchanged. While it's true that a cat's body can consume mice, I have indeed eaten them on Dust Street. Still, if there's regular food available, it's best to stick with that. Ah, I see. This is my first time raising a cat, so it's wise to consult your opinion. Klein nodded. I'll make a temporary nest for you with a pillow. We can get you a proper bed later at the pet store. Hee hee, thank you, Brother Klein. After a brief conversation, Klein decided to catch up on some sleep. He had been on duty since the previous day, enduring until the next morning, with no allowance for rest. While an insomniac might manage, Klein was merely a jester. Once Klein confirmed he was asleep, Pato Meow stealthily made its way to the window. At the pinnacle of thievery reigning over the world, where I, Pato, exists, there is heaven. I, Emperor Pato, conduct my affairs with both stealth and openness. There is no need for explanations to others. Leaving Klein's home, Pato Meow wandered through Tingen City, relying on its instincts. Tingen appeared somewhat disordered. Yet it was far better than the Dust Street, where Pato had previously resided. The crafty thief Pato Meow was preparing to rob the rich to aid the poor. Indeed, as a destitute feline, Pato Meow epitomizes what it means to be impoverished. This was her intent, until a sharply dressed man obstructed her path. Clad in an expensive suit, he possessed bulging eyes and exhibited peculiar behavior, appearing somewhat eccentric and erratic. He frequently surveyed his surroundings and occasionally leaned in, as if he had heard something inaudible to others, as though he could perceive sights and sounds beyond the ordinary realm. As Pato attempted to circumvent him, he suddenly pointed at her, erupting into laughter. With his laughter escalating, he pranced away, flailing his arms. Before departing, a box tumbled from his pocket, landing on the ground. This erratic display startled Pato, yet driven by curiosity, she approached the box once he had receded into the distance. She gingerly prodded it with her tiny paw. With a click, the box sprang open, revealing a glimmering, jelly-like substance within. Pato, intrigued, leaned closer, uncertain of its nature. By an unfortunate twist of fate, a vase plummeted from above, striking the edge of the box, causing its contents to launch directly into Pato's mouth, where it was instantly absorbed. Hours later, Klein, having just succumbed to slumber, was roused from his dreams by the urgent summons of Captain Dunn. Leonard has uncovered a crucial lead, necessitating your presence. Proceed directly to Howe Street, where Leonard awaits your arrival. Your efforts are appreciated. Klein, still weary, made his way to Howe Street. Captain, I've only just finished my shift, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. You appear to have taken on the guise of a street lamp. He yawned and sat up, turning to Pato, who was sprawled across the table. Pato, do you have a penchant for collecting? Pato Meow lifted her head. Indeed, what of it, Brother Klein? From whence did you acquire all these trinkets? Klein inquired, observing the array of attractive coins, buttons, pebbles, and assorted decorations strewn across the table. I found them while playing outside, Pato Meow replied. Pato, do you perceive me as a fool? Klein questioned, exasperated. You expect to find gold coins on the street? He pointed to a gleaming rune coin among the assortment. It was genuinely found by the roadside. Pato Meow insisted, waving her front paws in a flurry. I haven't stolen anything today. Pato Meow added, my luck has always been rather fortuitous, particularly after encountering that strange object today. Good fortune has been abundantly bestowed upon me. What object? Klein inquired, intrigued. Something akin to a jelly. Pato recounted her earlier encounter. Extraordinary properties, Klein concluded promptly. He recalled how Cerealis had previously introduced certain characteristics of extraordinary traits during the tarot meeting. Afterward, I became remarkably lucky, and it seems I can now perceive things I could not before, Pato Meow summarized. This bears a resemblance to the characteristics of a monster. Klein extracted a coin and performed a divination. It was indeed a monster. He recalled that the traits of this creature included high luck and heightened intuition. If it truly was a monster, such fortuitous luck seemed plausible. At that moment, Klein recalled an incident during his visit to the black market, where he encountered the monster, Atomizer. Upon casting a glance at him, blood flowed from its eyes. Yet, Podomio appeared unaffected. What were those things that were previously unseen? Klein pressed for further details. For instance, now we can see that a mist of gray envelopes you, much like the haze observed in your safe house last time, Podomio elucidated. Is that so? So, in the eyes of a monster, I appear this way? Since it resembles gray mist, is it related to the mist itself? Why then is Podomio unharmed? Could it be due to some inherent peculiarity? Klein resolved to inquire with Cyruiz later. Although he could not directly disclose the matter of the gray mist. He could at least ask Podomio about its current existential form. Observing Podomio's current state, it seemed to be doing quite well in absorbing. After all, according to his understanding, Podomio had always been exceptionally fortunate from a young age. Moreover, the description of a fusion warrior corresponded aptly to that of a monster. In other words, had Podomio been playing the role of a monster for 50,000 years? Yet, that would be an oversimplification, for this Podomio was merely a cat born from memory. Podomio, after digesting the potion, experiences a peculiar sensation that makes one feel as though the potion has been thoroughly absorbed from within. Have you ever encountered such a feeling? Klein inquired. After pondering for a moment, Podomio replied, perhaps after consuming that substance. Precisely, given the experience of embodying a monster for 50,000 years, it would be unreasonable for it to dissolve instantly. Klein nodded and proceeded to share some fundamental knowledge related to potions with Podomio. Having sworn an oath upon ascending to the role of a jester, Klein refrained from revealing the details of the embodiment technique. However, since Podomio had completely digested it, it was not a significant issue to withhold that information for the time being. Afterward, he prepared to leave. He first went to the washroom in his divine realm to cleanse himself, then donned a white shirt, a brown waistcoat, and a black thin overcoat, completing the ensemble with a half-high silk top hat. As Podomio was busy filling its little nest with pebbles, it raised its small head to gaze at Klein. Klein waved his hand, saying, "No need to worry, you may stay at home." Podomio nodded obediently, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Klein, I won't make any purchases in your room." Klein's hand trembled as he opened the door. Making purchases at someone else's home is even less acceptable. Meow. Podomio responded with a meaningless meow. Descending to the living room, Klein noted that it was still before 11 o'clock, and thus Benson and Melissa had yet to return. He briefed the maid, Bella, mentioning that the cat in his room was his pet, not a stray. When they arrive, please do not chase it away. Inform Benson and Melissa about it afterward. Maid Bella, hired by Benson and Melissa, possessed an unremarkable appearance and rough skin. Subsequently, Klein arrived at the Hall's district via tram, where he encountered Leonard Mitchell, whose hair exuded a charming disarray, standing before the door of number 62. As the chilly winds of September enveloped him, Leonard trembled, yet maintained a nonchalant demeanor, clad only in a thin white shirt and beige trousers. With a toss of his hair, he cast a glance at Klein, seemingly confident in his allure. However, Klein's thoughts were preoccupied with the possibility of Pardo clandestinely procuring goods and concealing them at home, rendering him oblivious to Leonard's flirtatious gaze. With a resigned sigh, Leonard shifted his focus to the matter at hand. It was highly probable that this was the residence rented under the alias of Lanris. "How did you deduce that?" Klein inquired, now fully engaged in the conversation. Leonard gestured to his own head, indicating his remarkable deductive prowess. "All right, I understand you have an old man residing in your mind." Klein, who had long suspected Leonard's extraordinary abilities, nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 129, a Hiroshima-level little boy when I inquired about Lanris's photograph with the locals. An elderly gentleman remarked that it bore a striking resemblance to the tenant of number 62, save for the discrepancy in eyewear. Leonard produced a black and white photograph from his pocket. With glasses, one wouldn't recognize him. Indeed, it is Henry Cavill. Klein, inwardly scoffing at the simplicity of Leonard's deduction, followed him into number 62 of the Hall's district. At Leonard's request, they began to divine the presence of hidden compartments or secret rooms. Tossing a coin into the air, Klein took out paper and pen to conduct a dream divination. Ultimately, he pointed towards a study. "It's in the study." The two entered the study, and under Klein's guidance, Leonard opened the hidden compartment. The abilities of a diviner are indeed invaluable. I searched for ages without success, Leonard remarked as he revealed the compartment. Inside lay a letter, resting quietly. A letter? Lanris concealed a letter here? Klein expressed his astonishment. After Klein had divined the safety of the area, Leonard reached for the letter, unsealing the envelope that bore no address or recipient. Extracting the letter, Leonard unfurled it with a flick. Klein leaned closer, fixated on the text, which began with "Congratulations. Congratulations. You have finally discovered this letter." The essence of the letter revealed that Lanris had hidden a great treasure in the city of Tingen, a colossal entity that would grow stronger with time. They were urged to seek it. Failure to do so would result in the creature exploding, potentially leveling the entirety of Tingen. To possess the capability to obliterate a city, it must be akin to a Hiroshima-level boy, Klein mused. We must promptly report this to the captain. We should return by carriage at once. Leonard continued to analyze the situation. Hello, is this Roshan? Yes, it's me, Klein. Please let the captain listen to the phone. Thank you. The situation is as follows. Klein concluded the call, putting his phone away. The captain has instructed us to return immediately. All right, Leonard replied, nodding in a daze. The two departed together, taking a cab back to Zotland Street. Upon entering the gates of the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein spotted two familiar figures, one plump and the other slender. They were none other than the wife and sister of MP Maynard, both clad in black dresses, adorned with black hats, and veiled in fine checkered black lace. What a coincidence! They arrived just as the incident occurs. Klein mused, a sudden suspicion creeping in. Perhaps this affair was connected to them. They're up to something. Lurking in the shadows. I can tell you are not virtuous. Perhaps the great treasure of Landless is hidden within your possession. Witness my formidable prowess. You truly are the elite of this profession, Mrs. Maynard said softly, leading with her head, her voice low. I am quite pleased with this outcome and admire your style of operation. This is your deserved reward. The slender lady handed Klein a light brown paper bag. The bounty of virtuous citizens, Klein realized. He accepted the bag, feeling its weight. It contained a thick stack of cash. A total of 230, the slender lady stated succinctly. Klein felt a surge of respect. This is the information you requested regarding Mrs. Sheeran. Roshan stepped forward, presenting a dossier. Thank you, Mrs. Helena smiled as she accepted the autopsy report. Observing the crowd from the Blackthorn Security Company at the scene, she felt a profound satisfaction. She had merely tasked them with investigating Mrs. Sheeran and had not anticipated that they would eliminate her altogether. Excellent. Such vigor. I shall ensure you receive rave reviews. It has been quite some time since I encountered such a professional assassination organization. Truly, you're the CR de la CR of the industry. She slightly turned, glancing at the slender lady beside her, arms slightly outstretched. Behold, this is what we call professionalism. Klein handed the paper bag to Roshan, saying, Please deliver this to Mrs. Oleana. I trust these esteemed ladies will not miscount the money. Just joking. I already took the liberty of divining the amount. After transferring the funds, Klein nodded at the two ladies and followed Leonard through the partition towards the captain's office. Let me see the letter. Dunn Smith gathered the documents, lifting his head to gaze into Klein and Leonard's eyes with his deep gray ones. Here it is. Leonard handed the letter, filled with madness and provocation, to the captain. Dunn unfolded the letter, quickly scanning its contents before rubbing his temples, remarking, What a lunatic. He sensed that this situation was quite troublesome and gave him a headache. In a daze, Dunn felt as though he had lost a few more strands of hair from his already thinning scalp. He was only at sequence 8. At most sequence 7. Lanris is a perilous individual with the potential to cause significant disruption to societal stability, and even though he may appear weak, he should not be underestimated. Klein nodded in apparent agreement, yet internally he mused, with my prowess in the long mist sequence. I could easily subdue him without even resorting to my transformation into a ruler. His evaluation pales in comparison to that of Brother Jia. Indeed, it feels as though even a mere appearance from Jia could incinerate him. Unbeknownst to him, Dunn, who occupied half of sequence 5, absent-mindedly touched his receding hairline and stated, I will promptly send a telegram to the sanctuary, requesting the dispatch of an expert in mysticism to assist us. After all, no one truly knows how dangerous Lanris's so-called brute may be. We must exercise utmost caution. Once I receive a response from the sanctuary, I will arrange for subsequent actions. There is a suggestion to directly deploy the super-flying ace, Klein, allowing the freshly emerged Lanris from the novice village to experience the harsh realities of society and the dimensional descent from someone of half-sequence 5. Naturally, Klein refrained from voicing too many opinions. Exchanging a glance with Leonard, they both nodded in agreement. Very well. Seizing the opportunity while the captain sent the telegram to the sanctuary, Klein returned to the reception hall, casually taking a copy of the Tingen City Honest Man's report from Roshan. Although Klein concealed his inner turmoil to avoid alarming those around him, he was still seething after witnessing the shattering of the utopia. He found himself empathizing with Brother Jia's sentiments. Standing in a secluded corner, he absent-mindedly perused the newspaper while contemplating. Lanris, do not let me catch you. If I do, I shall beat you to a pulp. As he flipped through the pages, he read about the widow of the old Baron of the Hoy family, Lady Sharon, suspected of being involved in the sudden death of Congressman Menard. Authorities, acting on a tip-off, ventured out under the cover of night and discovered Lady Sharon had succumbed to multiple gunshot wounds in her home, preliminarily ruled as a suicide due to guilt. The inspectorate stated that prior to her death, Lady Sharon had destroyed all cash within her residence. Casually returning the newspaper to the reception desk, Klein felt a surge of intuition, lifting his gaze to see another visitor entering through the door. She was a young lady, no older than her early 20s, adorned with a frilled hat, dressed in a loose-fitting gown, possessing a smooth forehead, golden tresses, emerald eyes, and a melancholic yet serene demeanor, a rather exquisite beauty. What drew the most attention was her prominently rounded belly, suggesting she was over 7 months pregnant. Klein recalled her vividly, particularly the peculiar rumor that her unborn child could sing her to sleep. The intensity of his intuition grew stronger, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Miss Megaws gazed at Klein and Leonard with somewhat vacant eyes and politely greeted, "Hello." Klein stepped forward a few paces and inquired, "Miss Megaws, have you come to our Blackthorn Security Company with a matter requiring our assistance?" He felt as though he had uttered a meaningless remark. Of course. He had commissioned the security company. What? Did he come to seek their assistance in delivering a child? With this thought, Klein chuckled softly. Megalos caressed her belly and smiled lightly, saying, "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt compelled to come to Zottern Street and see what was happening." Klein pondered the deterioration of her mental state, recalling that he had neglected to activate his clairvoyance during his last visit, thus failing to ascertain Megalos's condition. He raised his teeth slightly, preparing to knock gently to the left. Just then, he froze, a powerful thought flashing through his mind. Do not look. To behold would mean death. The only thing capable of posing such a threat to him must be a progeny of an evil god of sequence 4 or above. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw Leonard, his expression rigid. Instinctively, Klein summoned his relic. Under the current high pressure, Leonard seemed disinterested in Klein's presence. However, the ancient being within Leonard sensed Klein's unusual demeanor, though it made no outward display. It was rather normal for the heir of the Source Fortress to exhibit peculiarities. What concern was that for an old and weak angel like him? Klein slipped his left hand into his pocket, the revolver Wild West gunslinger appearing silently in his grasp. With a weapon in hand, Klein felt a modicum of reassurance. He turned his head, signaling to Leonard with a glance, and nodding subtly towards Megalos. "Leonard, you handle the situation." "Me?" Leonard clearly recognized Klein's cue and, with a stiff resolve, stepped forward to attempt to stabilize Megalos's emotions. Then, relying on the abilities of the fool, Klein controlled his expression and smiled at Megalos, asking, "Is red tea sufficient?" Megalos stroked her belly as if listening to something. "I want vodka." Unfortunately, Megalos did not comprehend what that entailed. High intensity. Water. This time she understood. "A cup of warm water. I suddenly wish to discuss the matters concerning Lanruthis with you. I feel you know a lot." Megalos replied, "Pregnant women should drink more hot water. My child told me so. Why do you think we know so much?" Leonard forced a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself with charm. Megalos suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It's also what my child told me. He knows a lot. He is very clever." "Of course, your child is very clever," Leonard said, straining to lift the corners of his mouth, gesturing towards the sofa area. "We also wish to talk to you about Lanruthis." Seizing the opportunity while Leonard occupied Megalos, Klein swiftly passed through the partition. As he walked, he sent a message to Ceres. "I want to make big money. Help. I want to make big money. Location." Then, he directly twisted open the door to Dunn Smith's office and slammed it shut with a bang. Dunn was first taken aback, then his expression turned grave. "What happened?" Klein replied in a low voice, "Captain, the big brute has come knocking." Chapter 130. The corpses. I have returned Beckland, in a secluded alleyway. The alley's environment appeared relatively tidy, yet this did not imply that it was regularly maintained. Rather, it was simply a place frequented by few. However, today, the alley welcomed an unexpected visitor, a limping young boy clad in a tattered vest. He hobbled into the alley and approached a nearby trash bin. The boy's name was Will Onsiton, a Mercury angel traversing the wheel of fate. Destiny whispered to him that here, he might encounter something unforeseen that could prove beneficial. As the boy approached the trash bin, its lid abruptly sprang open, and a tall girl with gray hair emerged with a sudden flourish. As she stood, she sang a tuneless melody. Fate has exiled me. So what? Startled, Will stumbled back a couple of steps. What on earth? Who exiled you? The girl stepped out of the bin, and it was evident that the bin barely reached her knees. Oh, my beloved stellar sovereign has returned. How on earth had she managed to conceal herself within? Will observed this bizarre scene, sensing that fate was fervently urging him to latch onto this peculiar individual. For doing so could lead to his future prosperity. Big sister, Will squeaked in an adorably high-pitched voice, attempting to garner the favor of the star. Following the sound, the girl lowered her gaze. Oh my goodness, how is this possible? You are simply the most adorable child I have ever seen, she exclaimed with exuberance. Success. Will felt elated. He knew he was undeniably charming. No one could resist the allure of a delightful little mercury serpent. He then watched as the girl squatted down, embracing the trash bin. Heavens, how can there be such a precious child? Is she not well? Will heard a voice nearby, causing cold sweat to break out as he turned in alarm. What was happening? How had someone come so close without his noticing? He turned to find an extraordinary creature floating in the air. Its body was a vibrant pink, resembling a squirrel, but with long, oversized ears and a fluffy tail. It stood upright like a person, one hand poised at its mouth, curiously observing Will. Mimi? It uttered in a language Will could not comprehend. I'm sorry. I don't understand. He attempted to communicate. Suddenly, the girl jerked her head up, gazing at Will intently. Kid, you can actually see my doppelganger? What? Was I not supposed to see? Is it a psychological invisibility? Will did not perceive any extraordinary ability from the strange creature. As he looked at Will, the girl's facial features hardened, her body becoming rippled with muscles, transforming into a figure of brute strength. She held the trash bin with a peculiar and awkward posture, while the pink, extraordinary creature materialized behind her, adopting a similar transformation into a muscular giant. The young girl, the formidable Barbie, extended her left hand, forming it into a gun shape, pointing it at Will. I knew it. The stand users are inherently drawn to one another. Huh, what does this even mean? In the office of the captain at the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein quickly conveyed his suspicions. Dunn understood. Mei Gao Air had come to challenge them, accompanied by an unborn child. This is dire. Hurry to the west and summon the Buddha. First, we must buy some time. I will seek assistance from the sanctuary and other churches. I hope the infant in her womb can wait a little longer. Dunn rose to send a telegram. I will evacuate the civilian personnel, Klein remarked, wasting no time as he pulled open the door and strode into the adjacent accounting room. Mrs. Oleana was busy preparing the budget for the last 3 months of the year, hoping to complete it ahead of time to prevent the captain from forgetting and failing to submit it promptly. Upon seeing Klein enter, she greeted him with a smile. Old Neil's successor, what expenses are you claiming this time? Klein exhaled. Mrs. Oleana, today is a holiday. You must leave immediately. As a seasoned civilian employee, Mrs. Oleana instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and stood up in a flurry. Understood. She scarcely gathered her belongings, grabbed her handbag, and hurried towards the door of the accounting room, calling for Roshan and the other staff to flee. A few civilians, sensing the urgency, fled the Blackthorn Security Company without a backward glance. One of them even lost a shoe in the haste. Run, run. The slowest are in the front. Their safety awareness is commendable, Klein remarked, watching the evacuation of the personnel, forcing himself to make a jest to alleviate his tension. In the reception hall, Leonard was still attempting to soothe the bomb's volatile emotions. However, her mood grew increasingly unstable, oscillating between agitation and distraction. Leonard observed as Mei Gao Air yanked handfuls of her hair, his expression hardening once more. Where are the teammates? Someone save her. Mei Gao Air, slightly irritated, kept reaching for a cup to drink water, yet for some reason, the child within her seemed disinterested in drinking. After all, it was he who had expressed a desire for warm water. She gazed at Leonard with a somewhat contorted face. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel unwell. Perhaps. My lady, your hair requires some care, Leonard replied with a stiff smile. Under your current condition, it's natural to feel unwell. At least pulling hair is painful. Just as Leonard was responding, he suddenly saw Mei Gao Air raise her hand toward her own face and, with a swift motion, tear away a strip of flesh. Bloodied and gory. I think I feel a bit unwell too, Leonard grimaced, but your makeup is quite avant-garde. Apologies, my face feels a bit itchy. Mei Gao Air smiled awkwardly, the corners of her mouth stretching to her cheekbones, revealing her stark white teeth and crimson gums. Indeed, it seems perhaps the mites have taken hold. Leonard's lips quivered as he tilted his head to listen, his expression suddenly shifting to a pallid hue. Although it would not be a formidable task for the venerable pales within Leonard to deal with Megalios, the complication lay in the presence of both the Source Fortress and the Time Worm. If Pales were to act unreservedly in one moment, Megalios would find herself donning spectacles in the next. Leonard fabricated an excuse to temporarily depart in search of the captain, deftly seizing the extraordinary item that Klein had just unearthed from the depths. Leonard invoked his skill, sleight of hand. At that moment, Captain Dunn adjusted his collar, brushed his black, thin overcoat, and resolutely proclaimed, "I will first take the ashes of Saint Selena outside. In 10 seconds, regardless of my fate, you are to unleash your fire upon Megalios. Captain, you are truly making a stand." Klein felt it prudent not to disrupt the atmosphere. Subsequently, Dunn inhaled deeply, silently vowing, "Once this affair concludes, I shall confess my feelings to Lady Deli." With that, he turned, cradling the urn, and strode with poise toward the partitioned area. Leonard, his lips parched, called out in a somber tone, "Enough." Klein interrupted, forestalling any further remarks from Leonard. The captain already bore enough burdens. There was no need for additional complications. Dunn halted, turned back, and with a gentle expression and a rich voice, reassured, "Do not worry for me. I am not alone. Adelaide, Dawn, and little Yit are all fighting alongside me, undeterred by any peril. Do not underestimate the bond we share, soul egg." As Dunn stepped into the hall, he immediately heard Megalios' shriek, "You wish to harm my child." That cry struck Leonard's mind like a sledgehammer, and blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes, nose, ears, and lips. Klein fared somewhat better, instinctively entering his ruler state. Leonard turned to seek Klein's counsel, only to witness the scene of Klein's transformation. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Klein, you." Klein raised a hand, silencing Leonard's impending words. He concentrated intently on controlling the threads of dominion, wrapping them around Megalios. Meanwhile, under Dunn's manipulation of the urn containing Saint Selena's ashes, darkness surged forth like a tide, engulfing Megalios, who stood helplessly. Was it truly this easy to control her? Dunn found it hard to believe. Was the essence of this aberrant deity's progeny so diluted? As the 10 seconds elapsed, Klein and Leonard burst forth from the partition simultaneously. With Megalios now subdued, they were poised to unleash their full might upon her. Klein raised both hands. In his left, he held a gunslinger's pistol, while his right remained empty. Infusing the pistol with vitality, time seemed to slow before Klein's eyes. Subsequently, Klein activated the imprint of the spiral, materializing a weapon in his right hand. This was the most formidable weapon he had ever encountered, though he had only seen it once. The imprint enabled him to replicate it. Theoretically, he needed a certain degree of familiarity with an object to perform such mimicry. Yet the imprint itself seemed to have recorded the essence of this weapon, alleviating the necessity for profound understanding. It took the form of the holy judgment handgun of celestial fire. 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously, a standard demon-hunting bullet and a column of flames struck Melgareth. Time resumed its normal flow, and the extreme heat instantaneously incinerated Melgareth's upper body, leaving only half a corpse teetering on the brink of collapse. Demon-hunting bullet. Are you kidding me? This makes me look utterly useless. The sudden eruption of flame left Dunn and Leonard in a state of bewilderment, both glancing at Klein. You could have mentioned you possessed such an impressive sealed object. However, Klein remained grave, for he had distinctly aimed for Melgareth's abdomen, yet the trajectory had veered in midair. A piercing wail of an infant suddenly echoed. Melgareth's swollen abdomen began to writhe violently, tearing apart as a bloodied head emerged. Chapter 131. Young man, do you wish to become a magical girl? 5 lottery tickets were simultaneously ripped apart, as a feathered quill hastily inscribed lines upon Insangweir's garments. Today, Insangweir was particularly fortunate. All 5 tickets were winners, revealing the Rose Bishop, the Calamity Cleric, the Judge, the Corrupted Baron, and the Biologist. As Dunn successfully restrained Melgareth, the distortion belonging to the Corrupted Baron activated from nearby, isolating Melgareth in a twisted barrier. Concurrently, a decree from the Judge was issued. Those guilty of maliciously harming women and infants shall be punished. Measures shall be taken against the guilty. Under the dual influence of distortion and decree, and with the fortuitous luck bestowed by the Calamity Cleric as Klein fired his weapon. A demigod-level spectral entity fortuitously passed by, coincidentally intersecting the bullet's path and deflecting the flames upward. Hidden nearby, Insangweir struck with precision, severing his own left hand, which fell to the ground and merged into shadows, swiftly approaching the half-corpse of Melgareth, integrating into her abdomen. Amidst the dense cover of night within the security company, no one noticed. The quill continued to write, "The flesh of a sequence 5, the flesh of a rose bishop, igniting the divine essence of the true progenitor, greatly accelerating the emergence of the true progenitor's offspring under the biologist's catalysis." Insangweir himself was the gatekeeper of Sequence 5. Prior to Melgareth's entry into the Black Thorn Security Company, he had already bound a spirit to her. Now, the timing was impeccable. The spirit attached to Meigau's body began to chant, invoking the revered name of the true creator. Under multiple stimuli, the unborn child within Meigau accomplished what seemed impossible. It tore through her abdomen, manifesting as the offspring of a malevolent deity in a false divine descent. Just a moment before this sinister progeny emerged, an image abruptly materialized in Klein's mind. Meigau's swollen belly convulsed violently, ripping apart as a bloodied head emerged from within. Captain Dunn Smith lost control upon gazing directly at the demigod-like mythical creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Klein acted decisively. The gunslinger vanished from his left hand, replaced by a pistol identical to the Heavenly Fire's sacred judgment in his right. The sacred judgment, after all, was a pair of twin pistols. Without a hint of doubt, Klein instinctively combined the two firearms, raising them high above his head. Golden liquid metal flowed forth, transforming the twin guns into a formidable greatsword. At the same time, Leonard heard Paris's voice in his ear. "Kid, step back." Before he could react, an unexpected force yanked him away from the spot. It was a suddenly appearing purple thread. Alongside Leonard, Dunn was also pulled away, both of them flung behind Klein. What was happening? Leonard was still trying to comprehend the situation. Intense flames began to scorch and erupt from the greatsword. In an instant, Klein felt as though he held the sun in his grasp. The intense heat nearly made him release it. So scorching. Although it was not visible from the front, Klein's face was contorted in agony. Yet, in the next moment, the heat dissipated from his hands. Having lost all sensation in his charred hands, Klein resolved within himself, "For the sake of my beloved, for all those who love me, I shall unleash a magnificent attack. Heavenly fire, draw forth." A beggar's version, lacking energy. As the offspring of the malevolent deity peered out, a vast flame erupted through the roof of the Black Thorn Security Company, soaring skyward. Not far away, Pato Meow, busy scavenging, was startled by the commotion, her fur bristling in alarm. What was happening? Had Boss Kevin also arrived? But why was the commotion of this heavenly fire so subdued? Did the team in Tingen City possess such sealing artifacts? The lurking Insangweir observed this scene from shadows. It seemed to resemble a self-destruct mechanism. Drawing from his ample experience, Insangweir quickly deduced the situation. Klein felt the heat from his hands spreading throughout his body. Indeed, the flames leaped from his hands, rapidly engulfing him. His movements began to slow, as his increasingly charred body could not support significant motion. He swung downward, as though a mountain were collapsing. "A violente explosion ensuite," the offspring of the malevolent deity remarked. "Newbie, don't mess this up. Klein, the moment it reveals itself, it shall be obliterated." It was as though Klein's inner voice resonated, prompting the offspring of the malevolent deity to retreat in silence. "Klein, I was deceiving you. Even if it does not reveal itself, it will still be annihilated." An explosion erupted, collapsing half of the building. Today was yet another day of devastation. Within the ruins of the Black Thorn Security Company, remnants of charred debris lay scattered, leaving no trace of sound, resembling a grave. Leonard felt someone shaking him. Groggily, he awakened from his stupor, lifting his head to find Captain Dunn before him. It seemed he had been rendered unconscious by the force of the explosion. The impact had been severe. Even though he stood in the opposite direction of the attack, he was still slammed against the wall, causing him to lose consciousness. "Captain, where's Klein?" Leonard asked, holding his head, battling dizziness. Dunn remained silent, stepping aside. As Leonard maneuvered past Dunn, he beheld Klein, frozen and motionless. Klein, unlike the superheroes of cinema endowed with indomitable will, had not stood defiantly in death. His body had simply carbonized, Nothing more. Leonard struggled to rise. Staring blankly at Klein's lifeless form, he staggered, half crawling and half walking to Klein's side, yearning to check for a pulse, yet hesitating to inadvertently topple his body. The elderly Leonard unconsciously whispered for his grandfather, hoping against hope that Klein might still be saved. It had only been a short while. Perhaps the spirit had not yet traversed to the realm beyond. "It is hopeless," a weary voice echoed in Leonard's ear. Leonard stepped back, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Captain Dunn swiftly moved to support him. His emerald eyes brimmed with anguish, as tears cascaded down his face, cleansing away blood and grime. His hands trembled. He had the potential to grow stronger. Indeed, he could have. "I am powerless," Leonard murmured. In that moment, he felt as though the entire world had dimmed. No, it was not merely a sensation. The world had truly plunged into darkness. He gazed upwards in bewilderment, enveloped by an impenetrable gloom. What is happening? How does it feel, dear protagonist? A foreign voice suddenly resonated before Leonard. He turned vacantly towards the source of the voice. Yet all he could perceive was darkness. Leonard despondently shook his head, his gaze hollow and unfocused. He no longer had the heart to ponder how he had arrived at this juncture. Yet the voice seemed relentless. "It appears you have come to a realization. You are not the protagonist. You are merely an ordinary person, full of thoughts yet utterly powerless. You can change nothing, not even retain Klein." Leonard shut his eyes, continuing to shake his head. But he could not deny the truth. You are nothing but a failure from beginning to end, a perpetual failure. No matter how fervently you struggle, the outcome remains unchanged. Then, the voice abruptly shifted, posing a seemingly unrelated question. "Leonard, how many years have you served as a night watchman?" "Perhaps 5 or 7 years. I can't recall precisely," Leonard responded instinctively. "Oh, so many years." The voice seemed amused. "You must have witnessed numerous extraordinary events, both chaotic and monstrous. Am I right?" "Indeed," Leonard nodded subconsciously. "Now, can you guess whether the mastermind behind this affair is a natural disaster or a man-made calamity?" "Ranelagh," Leonard gritted his teeth. "Not merely that," the voice countered. "The true orchestrator is insane Weir. Ranelagh is but a pawn in his game." Leonard clenched his fists tightly, the fire igniting in his emerald gaze. He would ascertain the truth of this revelation later, but one thing was certain. He sought vengeance. "Ha ha," the voice mocked without hesitation. "Natural disasters have not vanquished you. It is your own kind who have achieved that. Such is the wretchedness of humanity. You are a failure, and humanity is filled with failures. This world has never been beautiful. It is inherently unjust and unreasonable, persecuting heroes while nurturing the vile. Ugliness abounds, and beauty is utterly absent." Leonard could not refute this. "After all you've said, what are you truly trying to convey?" "What I wish to express, young man, is your desire for power. Do you wish to forge a pact with me and become a magical girl?" At 2, Narcissus Street, Melissa sat upon a solitary sofa, intently studying the 3 tickets in her hand, scrutinizing the inscriptions, the printed dates, and the designated seat numbers. Benson sat beside her, watching his focused sister with a smile. His posture relaxed. Everything felt so splendid. As long as one remained oblivious, there was nothing to ponder. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the doorbell ringing. Ding dong, ding dong. Melissa glanced at the maid Bella, who was busy in the kitchen. Since Bella was home, the visitor could only be Klein. Grasping the 3 tickets casually, she rose with a hint of curiosity, hastening toward the door. It was not the usual time for Klein to finish work. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that she could present a surprise to Klein. At that moment, she simply assumed it was a typical day. Her dark hair had grown considerably lustrous. Her face no longer gaunt, now adorned with a healthy glow, and her brown eyes sparkled with life. Turning the doorknob, she pulled open the door, momentarily taken aback, for she did not recognize the visitor. "I am a colleague of your brother." Leonard introduced himself from the threshold, draped in a black suit over a white shirt. "Hello. May I ask where Klein is?" Upon seeing Leonard's attire, Melissa's intuition suggested that something was amiss. She instinctively stood on her toes, peering behind Leonard, yet found nothing amiss. "I am truly sorry for your brother," she said. "Klein perished at the hands of a malevolent criminal while striving to save others. He was a hero, a genuine hero." Leonard dared not meet Melissa's gaze. "Yes, he was a hero, unlike me, merely a failure." Melissa's eyes widened slightly, her body swaying imperceptibly, as the 3 tickets she held slipped helplessly to the ground. They lay face up, displaying the title of the play, The Count's Return. Chapter 132. Amon preaches to fools. Beckland, cradling a trash bin in one arm while navigating with her phone in the other, strolled down the street. Why was there navigation here? The unyielding map continued to serve her, announcing, "Turn left in 100 meters for a treasure." The voice of Celrus emanated from Beckland's headphones. Thus, she turned and walked straight into a hideout of his man gang. By the time Beckland departed amidst a cacophony of wails, the trash bin brimmed with an assortment of peculiar items. She did not take any money. It held no significance for her. What she sought were more aesthetically pleasing adornments to embellish her precious trash bin. This was her first encounter with such a charming receptacle, and she would never relinquish it. Small and delightful, it was just right to serve as a bed for Mimi. In this world, the extraordinary lurked in the shadows, though gas explosions were not uncommon. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, Beckland concealed Mimi within the trash bin. Mimi lifted the lid slightly, peeking out with her little head, weakly complaining in an incomprehensible language. What is so wrong with this? If I could fit, you wouldn't stand a chance, Beckland replied nonchalantly. All right, do not be envious. You are all my wings. She comforted Mimi. Suddenly, Mimi clutched the trash bin and began to weep. I'm sorry, Mimi, but I do not wish for this either. At this moment, aside from lofty morals, I have nothing left. However, I cannot entrust this burden to you. It is too heavy and would crush you. Mimi, Beckland responded, her expression shifting in an instant to indifference. Having money does not mean I must spend it. The inequality is swiftly dismissed. Then, she changed the subject. Hey, Mimi, if you say I can understand you, does that make me a riddle person? Unbeknownst to me, I have embarked on the path of the mysterious. I hadn't even realized it. The mysterious star is indeed fearsome. Beckland felt an overwhelming shock. Mimi curled up, feeling the chill. We have arrived. Beckland lifted her head, gazing at the Compassion Church before her, noting its sparse attendance. The church appeared desolate, devoid of both priests and nuns, save for a somewhat emaciated priest leaning against the doorframe. The priest, adorned in a black cassock, sat in an armchair, poring over the ecclesiastical texts, occasionally adjusting the pale, gray-blue, seemingly faded monocle perched upon his right eye. Although the Church of Joy is recognized by the 3 major churches, its rather irreverent name, coupled with a lack of promotion, has resulted in the unfortunate reality that it has yet to attract a single follower. The Church of Compassion, for its part, maintains a rather indifferent attitude, seemingly unconcerned with the matter of promotion. Naturally, as a nascent institution with a novel faith, there are those who disregard it, while others see potential value. Certain merchants and nobles have discerned the possible benefits therein. They invest in the church through donations. For them, the sums involved are trivial, but should the church indeed flourish, they would undoubtedly enjoy certain privileges as the initial benefactors. In this context, it is unsurprising that the noblewoman Audrey, who had long wished to contribute to the Fool, is among these patrons. After some coaxing from the audience, Count Hall agreed to allow his cherished daughter to make a donation to this church. This marked the first instance of his daughter expressing a desire to invest outwardly, which deeply touched Count Hall. His little girl had finally grown up and learned the art of earning. Moreover, as the church is sanctioned by the true gods, he felt reassured that his daughter would not fall prey to the machinations of the yellow-haired evil god. Count Hall held an unwavering belief in his daughter's devout faith in the goddess of night. Outside the Church of Compassion, Audrey beheld the emblem of the Fool, an enigmatic symbol composed of the all-seeing eye, signifying secrecy, and the twisted line, representing change, with a chalice at its center. Contemplating the symbol, she instructed her servant to enter the church and deposit 10,000 pounds into the donation box. As a publicly devout follower of the goddess of night, it was impossible for Audrey to genuinely step into this church. Unsure of the appropriate gesture for reverence, she merely traced a crimson crescent in the air before her, hoping that the Fool would not take offense. At that moment, she noticed a peculiar girl with gray hair, dressed oddly and clutching a trash bin, walking directly toward the Church of Joy. Feeling the girl's gaze upon her, the gray-haired maiden turned and locked eyes with Audrey. Star observed as Audrey pulled back the curtain of her carriage. A golden-haired beauty? Is it not Dior from our midst? Next time, please indicate the source. Mimi exclaimed softly taken aback. A beautiful maiden. Mimi's radar for enchanting maidens suddenly activated, and she slightly lifted the lid of the trash bin, peeking curiously. For reasons unknown, Mimi seemed inexplicably enamored with the lovely girl. Was it perhaps a case of a person is judged by the company they keep? Star pondered silently. Could it be that her nightly infatuation with Mother Kafka's photograph had influenced Mimi's worldview? This simply will not do. She was counting on introducing Mimi to Pam. It seems it would be prudent to show Mimi a few episodes of the animal world another day. Perhaps the squirrel's battle with the Scottish fold rabbit would suffice. Audrey shifted her gaze to the covertly lurking Mimi. Mimi, she exclaimed, realizing she had been discovered. In truth, it was intentional. Mimi rose with exuberance, waving at Audrey in greeting. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Mimi possessed an inexplicable intuition. She often sensed a lurking dread within the confines of this city. Faintly, she envisioned a giant pink pig looming over the skies of Beckland, its gaping maw poised to devour all the beautiful maidens. How terrifying! In her heart, Mimi felt an ominous certainty. If she did not capture Audrey's affection soon, someone else would whisk her away. Such beauty is meant for the strong. This exquisite lady must be mine. Audrey gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. What an extraordinary creature. With a crash, the lid of the trash can was slammed shut. How audacious! Do you dare to rebel? You are destined to be part of my harem. Do you think you can pursue others? Yet it mattered not. Since you are so enamored with this golden-haired beauty, I shall take matters into my own hands. Clearly, you do not comprehend the depths of my intentions. My dear train of lilies, watch as I swiftly transform her affections. Allow me to delve into her heart. This is the essence of my ambition. Unbeknownst to her, a bouquet of roses had found its way into Xing's mouth as she leaned casually against a carriage adorned with the Hall family crest. Miss, are you out here alone? Xing began to flirt subtly. Faintly, Audrey spotted a gray raccoon with a rose in its mouth casting flirtatious glances her way. What was happening? Was it a mirage? Before Audrey could respond, her devoted maid, Annie, interjected, "Good day, Mississippi. Please do not allow your trash can to lean against our carriage." Thank you. By some means, Annie had not noticed Mimi moments before. What? Xing recoiled in shock, staring incredulously at the trash can in her hands. Darling, you have been rejected. Let us depart. We shan't play with that wicked woman. With a huff, Xing clutched the trash can and headed toward the Church of Compassion, while Mimi banged on the lid from within. Mimi, let me out. I must pursue the fairer sex. Delay any longer, and it shall be too late. You still wish to woo someone? I think you are quite presumptuous. Upon entering the church, Xing approached the reading priest. Good day, father. I was sent by Celrus to learn about the faith practiced here. Xing showed the priest her chat history. Very well. The priest adjusted his monocle. Would that lady care to join us in listening? He inquired, turning to Audrey in the carriage. Upon hearing this, Audrey promptly disembarked, joining the priest's side, closely followed by her maid, Annie. May I inquire your name, father? Audrey asked, lifting her skirt in a refined, noble gesture. Please call me Father Amon. He replied with a smile. Ladies, allow me to introduce you to our Lord. He has been known by countless names, yet here, we refer to him solely as the Lord of Fools. A sense of pride welled up within Audrey as she thought, I know there are fools. The Lord is now called the Lord of Fools, and this title has persisted through the past, present, and future. How remarkable that Mr. Fool possesses such power. Audrey felt a surge of pride. The trash can has existed since time immemorial, Star mused. Amon then began recounting the scriptures he had heard from Celrus. Beside the Lord, there stand 6 angels. The first 5 are the old, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant angels. What? Audrey tilted her head in confusion. Star clapped with enthusiasm, exclaiming, How wonderful! It's the Mutual Aid Association for the Vulnerable. We are saved. This symbolizes our Lord's compassion for humanity and his empathy for the suffering of the world. He reigns above the spiritual realm, his mercy encompassing both heaven and earth. The fact that our tarot society has 6 angels is simply extraordinary. Mind you, the Night Goddess Church has only a few, Audrey thought, unable to suppress her astonishment. No wonder the 3 great churches permitted Mr. Demon to establish a church, she mused. Star immediately thought of the Celestial Ring Clan and the Winged Ones, who had also claimed to be angels, one as the Angel of Harmony, the other as the Angel of Abundance. Thus, she realized she had encountered dozens of angels on the streets of Penacony. How impressive! Star felt a swell of pride. Among them, The sick angel is also known as the angel of death, the one most cherished by our Lord. Is that true? Audrey blinked in confusion. Yet her good upbringing prevented her from interrupting Amon. Noticing Audrey's bewilderment, Amon patiently explained, as previously mentioned, our Lord exists in all times, and his angels likewise accompany him through every stage of his growth. The sick angel was, in fact, the one who sheltered him from the storms of life during his youth. I see, she replied. And the last one is the time angel. Amon's smile deepened, for he had once been a king in ancient times, ultimately converting to our Lord, ringing the bells of heaven on his behalf. Who will be the next to wield the knife? Asked Roast Chicken. As you wish, replied Mimey. Chapter 133, A New Tarot Society, New Members. In addition to the 6 angels, our Lord has 13 saints beneath his throne, known as the 13 Heroes of Fire. Among them, the Saint of Empty Dreams is the one most beloved by our Lord, frequently accompanying him. A few minutes later, Amon concluded his recitation of the scriptures. Incredible. Star enthusiastically applauded. This is the gist of the matter. I wonder if the 2 ladies would be interested in embracing our Lord of Fools. Amon smiled at the 2 women before him, completely ignoring the maid, Annie. I apologize, but I'm a devotee of the night goddess. Although it may seem tempting to profess faith in Mr. Fool right here, my long-standing devotion to the night is not easily swayed. I apologize. I have always been a devoted follower of the cult of the rubbish bin, responding without a moment's hesitation. We do not mind if our adherents believe in other religions as well. Of course, perhaps those other faiths might take issue. Amon pinched the corners of his eyes and inquired, could you enlighten me about your cult of the rubbish bin? I find myself rather intrigued. Certainly, replied Xing, visibly animated. Allow me to introduce our illustrious Tadaloff. A few minutes later, Audrey departed in her family's carriage, her mind awash with thoughts of the great king of rubbish. Annie, is the cult truly as magnificent as they claim? Audrey asked her devoted maid, her uncertainty palpable. I cannot say, my lady, Annie responded, equally perplexed. The sound of a whistle echoed through every corner of the platform as the enormous Thomas train, laden with over 20 carriages, came to a slow halt at the station of Beekland. Clad in a tailcoat and a half-height silk top hat, Klein stepped gracefully onto the ground of the capital of the Kingdom of Rune, a flamboyant suitcase in hand that appeared rather disproportionate to his frame. Inside the suitcase lay all his worldly possessions. Upon his arrival in Beekland, he was immediately assaulted by the thick smog, prompting a series of coughs. The haze was so dense it felt like a prelude to a Jack the Ripper tale. Just yesterday, after watching an advertisement, Klein had emerged from his grave much like a character from a video game, resurrected by the cacophony of mobile ads. He had been lying in his grave when the incessant sounds of 999 for a knife and the scrabbling of tiny paws disturbed his slumber. As he broke free from his coffin, Klein heard the jubilant meows of Pato Meow. Big brother Klein, we knew you weren't truly dead. He affectionately patted Pato Meow's head and curiously asked, Oh, how did you know? I saw it, Pato replied. This was likely due to an elevated spiritual awareness, akin to a divination effect, Klein speculated. After his resurrection, he sensed something peculiar about the entire affair, leading him to divine the true culprit behind it all. His divination pointed to In's Zangweir, and he instinctively felt that there was another presence lurking behind. However, the trail had gone cold, leaving him only with the knowledge that In Zangweir was responsible for these events. I care not whether there is someone pulling your strings, or if you're merely a pawn. In Zangweir, when I find you, I shall ensure you experience the utmost humiliation. Just wait until I stuff a durian into your leather vest. Klein seethed with indignation. My precious gem has yet to be converted into money. In pursuit of an explanation for his lost fortune and driven by a desire for vengeance against In Zangweir, Klein sought to divine the opportunity for his own empowerment. In his dreams, not to be confused with mere daydreaming, he engaged in a simulation of the cosmos. Certainly, this is quite normal, for the enhancements he possesses are derived from the simulated universe. He consulted the oracle once more regarding the aspects that would aid his ascension, specifically in Beckland. To prevent any subsequent matters from implicating his brother and sister, Klein resolved against returning home, though he clandestinely ventured back for a fleeting glimpse. Coincidentally, he encountered his siblings heading to the circus, thus he blended in among the clowns to perform magic. Regrettably, his sister maintained an expressionless demeanor throughout, even in his presence, marking a significant failure for Klein. In that moment, he felt as though his clown elixir had been wholly consumed. It appeared that this realization stemmed not solely from an understanding of the clown's essence, although the outcome was not entirely favorable. One could view it positively, as he had thoroughly assimilated the clown's potion. It was a bittersweet circumstance. It seemed he would no longer have to embarrassingly squander a substantial portion of his salary on breakfast for Miss Justice, which she would undoubtedly disregard. While en route to Beckland on the train, Klein received a text from Selris. Prince of the Sows, are you there? Prince of the Sows, I know you're not dead. Prince of the Sows, stop pretending to be dead. Prince of the Sows, I've dug up your grave. And you're not there? Where are you? Wanting to earn big. What the hell are you doing? Once a formidable presence on the internet, Klein's true nature resurfaced as he logged on. He transformed into a keyboard warrior, his manner of speaking distinctly altered. Prince of the Sows, I was just joking. I wanted to see if you could resurrect by viewing ads. Prince of the Sows, I did not actually dig up your grave. I merely consumed all your offerings. Prince of the Sows, I enjoy telling little lies. Thus, Klein arrived in Beckland, taking a steam subway and public carriage to a house available for rent. Although Selris had invited Klein to stay at either the tavern at the end of the world or the Church of Pity, he declined both. The tavern was a hub of chaos, and he feared unforeseen complications. As for the church, he felt it would be inappropriate to reside in a place devoted to a deity he did not worship. He had an uneasy sense that he might be metaphorically nailed to a cross at any moment. Klein pondered why Catholic believers revered the cross as a symbol, questioning why they presumed Jesus favored it. An idea struck him, prompting him to inquire of the creature perched on his shoulder, Paduo Meow. Perhaps it implied that if it proved ineffective, they would simply hang him back up? Paduo Meow responded uncertainly. Lost in thought, he arrived at 17 Minsk Street and rang the doorbell. The doorbell was adorned with two mechanical robins, which chirped immediately upon being pressed. Oh, how charming, Klein remarked, noting the somewhat crude craftsmanship, yet still finding it quite delightful. For some reason, he felt that since parting from the Night Watchers, his craftsmanship had significantly improved. The paper figures he crafted were no longer unsightly. There was a sudden sensation, as if a curse he had long borne had vanished. Soon, he was welcomed into the house by a maid, having rented the adjacent dwelling, number 15, from Mrs. Samuel, in the guise of Sherlock Moriarty. This was the false identity he had meticulously crafted for himself. The feline companion, formerly known as Pado, was bestowed with a new name, Peanut. Klein's first morning in Bakerland commenced amidst dismal surroundings and meager fare. Even Peanut, unable to bear the conditions, proactively suggested assisting him in acquiring some funds. Klein politely declined. That day, he busied himself throughout the morning, first visiting the headquarters of the Bakerland Post in the Jowood district, where he expended 30 on a month-long advertisement. It was exorbitant, yet the lack of honest publications in Bakerland left him with little choice. In a moment of inspiration, Klein turned to Peanut and asked, "Do you remember that fog-laden place from our past?" Peanut pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yes, it is where Brother K would act so cool." Precisely, for the fog had been revealed, and as comrades who had faced life and death together, Klein recounted the circumstances surrounding the Tarot Society to Peanut. Having spent considerable time together, Klein had developed a profound trust in Peanut. "This is familiar territory for us," Peanut exclaimed, delighted to assist Klein, akin to playing the humorous foil. Sister Verve often called upon me for such tasks. With a pat on his chest, Peanut declared, "Leave it to me." "Very well. Begin by reciting my esteemed name. Though I wonder if a cat's meow would suffice," Klein said uncertainly. Suddenly, Peanut proclaimed, "I seem to have found my voice," and after acquiring that extraordinary trait, spoke in Chinese, vibrating the air with newfound articulation. "Huh?" Klein was taken aback, then quickly instructed, "Then repeat after me, not belonging to." At precisely 2:45 p.m., he returned to his bedroom, locked the door, drew the curtains, and conjured a spiritual barrier using holy night powder. He then took 4 steps backward, ascending into the fog, first bringing Peanut along with him. "You require a code name." The Fool, elevated above the fog, manifested as a tarot card. "At your command, great Fool," Peanut saluted, raising a paw. "The godforsaken land." Just returning from a card session at the church. Derek was at home. Silris had brought him a clock, alleviating his concerns about time and enabling him to clearly ascertain the weekly meeting schedule. Now, the entire city was aware of his involvement in a mystical tarot society, rendering concealment unnecessary. Suddenly, Derek was enveloped by a dense fog, and in the indescribable distance, a vague figure sat in an ancient high-backed chair, gazing down upon him. "Prepare for the gathering." The voice of the fool echoed in Derek's ears. He fell back, reclining upon his bed. Preparation complete. On the ceiling, a light bulb of unknown origin, brought forth by Mr. Demon, radiated a luminescence sufficient to fill the entire room. A deep crimson glow surged forth, eclipsing the bulb's light. In Beckland, Queens, Audrey feigned fatigue and retreated to her bedroom. She restrained her excitement, opting not to pace back and forth, instead sitting quietly on her bed, awaiting the summons of Mr. Fool. Although she was aware that Mr. Fool would likely be indifferent, she could hardly contain her desire to share with the other members of the Tarot Society her generous donation of £10,000. It was not out of a wish to boast, but rather a plea for collective contributions, as the Mercy Church was in dire need of funds. Of course, a word of praise from Mr. Fool would be a delightful bonus. Soon, the Crimson Tide arrived as expected, aboard an ancient-looking sailing vessel. Alger locked the captain's quarters and settled behind the sextant and nautical logs, diligently recording Russell's diary. Having received accolades from the upper echelons, he had no lingering attachments to the opulence of Beckland. He chose to depart from the metropolis and return to the sea, bearing with him a collection of secretly transcribed Russell's diaries. At that moment, he felt the call of the fool. Memories of Chilingus's plight flooded back to him. Chilingus was still alive, or rather, he was in a state that rendered him incapable of death. His consciousness remained vivid, yet he had become a tree, devoid of any means to act. He could neither see nor hear, yet his awareness was strikingly clear, leaving him unable to communicate. Alger shivered, instinctively bowing his head as the deep crimson tide engulfed him. At the tavern at the world's end, while conversing with Amon, Selris suddenly declared, "I'm off to Source Fort, goodbye. Could you introduce me?" Amon chuckled, adjusting his monocle. Selris, have you truly given it much thought?" After a moment's contemplation, Selris replied, "Well, it might not be impossible, provided there are some constraints in place to avert any chaos. Besides, it does sound particularly intriguing." The Source Fort, a place that Amon struggled to grasp, was now within reach for a mere projection. Chapter 134. Aha awakens within me. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon. Audrey greeted Mr. Fool, as usual. As she prepared to extend her greetings to others, she noticed a new member beside her. A newcomer? Is this truly a new member? Gut. She pondered whether if a cat could join the Tarot Society, then perhaps Susie could too, along with her horse. Miss Justice began to contemplate expanding her influence within the Tarot Society, envisioning the possibility of transforming it into a veritable zoo. "Hello. My codename is the Wheel of Fortune," purred Pato Meow, raising a paw. Next to Audrey, one could observe that Pato Meow's chair was notably higher, towering above the table, upon which sat a small cat. The back of the chair bore the imprint of Dream of Emptiness. She spoke in the Chinese dialect most familiar to Klein, who then translated it into the second most familiar language, Ruin, and subsequently into the less familiar Giant tongue. Although Pardo was of European descent, he had existed in a state of memory for 50,000 years, spending his time in the paradise primarily through reading. Aside from the occasional theft, over time, Pardo could be considered proficient in all the languages that once graced the earth. "Good afternoon, Miss Wheel of Fortune." Audrey quickly composed herself and greeted the other members of the Tarot Society one by one. In doing so, she not only extended her greetings, but also introduced the other members to the Wheel of Fortune. Klein truly brought Pardo into the fold, which did not surprise Selris in the least. After all, Pardo had already entered the Source Fortress once. Having done so, it was only natural for him to be permitted entry again, unlike certain individuals who, despite their numerous attempts, remained unable to gain access. They could only adjust their spectacles and gaze longingly. Momentarily disregarding the presence of the Wheel of Fortune, the hangman, eager to profess his loyalty, spoke up first. "Mr. Fool, I have obtained 19 pages of the Roselle diary this time." Upon finishing, Alger could not suppress a smile. "Devil, I can see that your strength is indeed formidable. However, is there a more potent method for self-preservation?" "Yes, indeed, my brother, there is." "Mr. Devil, are you skilled in combat?" "Such prowess is of use. To navigate the world, one must possess influence and connections. I am at the pinnacle of Sequence 19. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this juncture, I must extend my gratitude for your dispatch of Mr. Devil, who aided me in eliminating Kylingers. These diaries are the due recompense for my service. He deftly redirected the gratitude, attributing Mr. Devil's efforts to Mr. Fool. Furthermore, I extend my thanks to Mr. Devil and Miss Justice for your assistance. Once Mr. Fool has finished reading the diary, we shall discuss the matter of rewards. The hanged man, Alger, continued to maintain a lowly demeanor, first flattering Mr. Fool, then Mr. Devil and Miss Justice. Flattery is my forte. This is the charm of heightened emotional intelligence. Every member of the Tarot Society is a talent, and I only need to exert a modicum of effort to align myself with numerous influential figures. Once I embraced my own weakness, I became invincible. 19 pages? Quite impressive. Klein remarked with a calm smile. This was the principle of equivalent exchange. Klein spoke with newfound confidence, for it had been proven that he indeed possessed the qualifications to challenge a demigod, albeit one just born a minute prior. Truly, Mr. Fool, a pirate general wielding miraculous artifacts, appeared not to regard him at all. It seems there is no need for me to mention the bounty. At least 13 high-sequence powerhouses are involved. I wonder which one it could be. Audrey inadvertently began to habitually refer to Mr. Fool as he. Perhaps it was the most favored of Mr. Fool, the dreaming sage, who took action. Pardo, is there still a matter concerning us? Hearing the fool's response, the hangman, Alger, humbly remarked, my current capacity for memory is limited to 6 pages. Please allow me to provide it to you in segments. No problem, Klein nodded gently. And I as well, said Selris, who likewise manifested a diary. Compared to the beginning, Mr. Demon-esque demeanor seems to have worsened considerably. Could it be that my solo defeat of a demigod led Mr. Demon to believe that Klein could now vanquish Mr. Fool? No, Mr. Fool is still reluctant to engage Klein in battle. While pondering this, Klein lowered his gaze to the diary. The information contained within Alger's submission was substantial. Klein gleaned certain details regarding Mr. Dorr, some aspects of the War of the Four Emperors, and 2 of the 3 fundamental laws of extraordinary properties. Subsequently, there were some secrets concerning deities and fragments of intelligence about the secret order. Upon examining Selris's diary, the first sentence left Klein in shock. On June 28th, aha awakened within me. Perhaps I should disseminate my diary or leave it for my descendants, so that at least future generations might remember that I once existed. In today's entry, I feel as though I am penning a farewell letter, for I am utterly unable to suppress aha's awakening within me. Although I sense that I am now infinitely close to the star god, I will cease to be myself. O future generations, remember that all gifts of fate have long been priced in shadows. What does this mean? If my thoughts are correct, Selris once mentioned in a discussion that some deities leave behind contingencies for resurrection. Yet, aha is not dead, is he? On June 29th, all right. That was merely a cruel jest. According to him, it was a gift for my birthday, a day passed to experience the star god. Fine. I admit I had great fun that day. I wielded that power to locate the gluttonous star god, Oboros, with those splendid tentacles, and the bounteous star god. The apothecary, brother, he possesses numerous hands and never refuses any prayers. I believe the reader of this diary should be able to understand me. It was merely a small misstep. If not for the fallen pure star god, Idlira. On June 30th, damn, the pure night has come knocking at my door. I distinctly did not disseminate my diary. How did they find out? The familiar tone indicated it was merely a false alarm. Nevertheless, this senior remains extraordinarily formidable. But are the tentacles truly? Klein set the diary down, casting aside the extraneous thoughts from his mind. Roselle mentioned some obscured history in the diary, touching upon some simple common knowledge, the latter of which reminded me that I seemingly never shared with you all. Unable to ponder further, for this was utterly extraordinary. I have only just arrived in this world, having been here for less than a year, still akin to an infant. Klein intended to expound upon the 2 great laws of extraordinary traits, and in a bid to impress, he decided not to charge for the forthcoming discourse. He then feigned nonchalance as he gradually articulated the 2 laws, the conservation of extraordinary traits and the immortality of extraordinary traits. Audrey was profoundly shaken. She found herself unable to sleep, flipping through the introduction to the extraordinary world, which seemed densely filled with references to devouring. Although Pato was merely a small kitten, she surprisingly did not react significantly to this. Consuming humans was, after all, far more merciful compared to the devastation of ruin. Once Mr. Fool had finished his display, The Tarot Society proceeded to the transaction segment. Mr. Hangman, you may now begin to discuss the compensation for Mr. Demon and myself. Audrey was the first to address Alger. Indeed, Miss Justice. Regarding you, I have prepared the complete pituitary gland of a 7-colored lizard, Alger replied, then turned to Celrus. As for Mr. Demon, I am uncertain of your desires. A sequence 7 extraordinary trait. Any pathway will suffice. Celrus casually mentioned a form of compensation. Understood, Alger nodded. In that case, I have prepared the compensation for both of you. How shall I deliver it? At that moment, Mr. Fool made his presence known by activating Fool's Express, one of the most vital channels of the Tarot Society, symbolizing Mr. Fool's complete descent into the role of a laborer. The transaction concluded, leading into the phase of free discussion. Mr. Fool, I have identified 3 ladies suitable for our Tarot Society. They are all extraordinary individuals, along with one extraordinary creature. Audrey glanced at the quietly composed Miss Wheel of Fortune beside her. They each possess their own circles and resources in Beckland, maintaining a high level of confidentiality and displaying commendable character. Would you be willing to allow them to join our gathering? Miss Justice endeavored to transform the Master of Mysteries into a confidant. This made Alger somewhat wary, suspecting that Miss Justice was attempting to expand her own influence. Derek, however, was more focused on Audrey's introduction of the extraordinary creature, casting another glance at the silently observant Miss Wheel of Fortune. This was a species he had never encountered before. If only the extraordinary beings of Silver City could be as docile as this. Derek mused. Klein felt a slight discomfort. As a former official night watcher, he possessed a strong sense of counter-surveillance and was well-versed in the methods of official extraordinary beings. In his prior considerations, he had envisioned members of the Tarot Society as being unfamiliar with one another, each developing their own subordinates to form a relatively tight-knit organizational structure, akin to a pyramid scheme. This way, even if a member were to be exposed, captured, or summoned, it would not significantly impact the Tarot Society. However, Miss Justice's recent description had inadvertently struck at his vulnerabilities, as he was indeed eager to connect with extraordinary beings possessing diverse circles and resources in Beckland. Yet, he reconsidered. He has indeed slain demigods single-handedly. There is no longer any need for such caution. The reckless duality is activated. Mr. Fool spoke calmly. This requires some examination, Miss Justice. You must discreetly inform them of my name without revealing your own identity, and cultivate their curiosity. If they do not possess a particularly devout faith, perhaps they may be inclined to believe in the Church of Joy. This morning, Klein happened to visit his own church on the way, only to find it devoid of any congregants. The entire church lacked a pastor, and there were no nuns. It was said that the only priest had taken the day off for leisure. He seized the opportunity to promote himself. Audrey, seeing her suggestion nearing acceptance, eagerly replied, "Yes, Mr. Fool. Both Hua and Furs have their own beliefs, so perhaps Susie could be encouraged to embrace Mr. Fool." Audrey pondered silently. Chapter 135, In a Narrow Confrontation. The brave prevail after conversing for a while. The tarot meeting concluded. Klein and Paduo remained in the mists, while the others were returned to reality. About 10 minutes later, the sound of Alger's prayers echoed from the deep crimson. "Ding! You have a new order for Mr. Fool's delivery. Please attend to it promptly." Klein extended his spirit and lightly touched the star representing Alger. The Fool, not belonging to this era. The mysterious sovereign above the mists. The King of Yellow and Black presiding over fortune. Your faithful servant beseeches your attention. He implores you to accept his offerings. He prays for the opening of the gates to your realm. Conducting a sacrificial ritual to an evil god truly tests one's willpower. For in this present time, those who would respond to such sacrifices are predominantly malevolent deities. Alger wrestled with this dilemma for a long time, uncertain if he should indeed proceed with this act. He paced repeatedly within the captain's cabin, and finally, the tragic visage of Zelingas appeared before his eyes. He seemed to still hear Zelingas' lamentations. Indeed, having chosen this path, there was no turning back. I shall sell my soul to the evil god. Alger uttered the revered name of the Fool. He had made his resolution. He would be a diligent accomplice. Soon, amidst the surreal soundscape, Alger in the captain's cabin suddenly beheld an illusory door composed of wind and light swing open. This was the gateway of sacrifice and bestowal belonging to Mr. Fool. Truly magnificent. How splendid it is. The stronger Mr. Fool becomes, the higher he shall ascend. Alger could not suppress a grin. Perhaps he could indeed advance further. He was now conducting an experiment for Mr. Fool. As long as he could earn recognition. Mr. Fool, I yearn for progress. A pain as sharp as a knife surged from the depths of his spirit, indicating that his essence was on the verge of depletion. However, a chill ran through Arge's heart as he perceived this as a reprimand from the fool. He hastily grasped the already prepared, vibrant lizard's pituitary gland, holding it with both hands in a lowered posture, and presented this peculiar object before the ethereal gate. Within the sudden and fleeting pull that emerged, Arge felt his hands lighten, the minute-prickling sensation from the pituitary gland dissipating. Thus, following the fool's guidance, he endeavored to perform the sacrificial rite, successfully registering his account with the fool's courier. Watching the complete pituitary gland of the vibrant lizard vanish before him and hearing the satisfying responses echoing in his ears, Arge humbly bowed his head. "Is my honor." Upon raising his gaze again, he observed the ethereal door had vanished, the fierce wind had ceased, and the candlelight returned to its former state. After extinguishing the candle to conclude the ceremony, the hanged man, Arge, indulged in a long-awaited puff of smoke, something he rarely did. After approximately 10 minutes, he surmised that the fool had departed, no longer observing this place. His expression was no longer exaggerated. Indeed, his previous actions had all been theatrical. If a zealot could earn the favor of an eldritch deity, he slowly leaned back and murmured to himself. Initially, one could only draw others into the world above the mist for a time, listening to prayers and responding to them. After establishing a church and gaining faith and support from other gods, one could accept sacrifices, enabling the fool to gradually extricate himself from adversity. Delving deeper into the realm of reality, he took another deep drag from a cigarette. As one of the initial beneficiaries of the fool's infiltration into reality, he could be regarded as having contributed significantly. Indeed, this term was also coined by the great Emperor Roselle, having resolved to become a double agent. Arge stepped out of the ship's hold and handed a flag adorned with the fool's sacred emblem to a crew member. Indeed, he had painstakingly crafted it over several minutes. Hang the flag on the wall, slightly lower than the emblem of the Storm Church. It was entirely customary for the ship to display the storm's emblem, as most sailors and pirates revered the Lord of Storms. As for positioning the fool's emblem slightly lower, it was not yet time to completely sever ties with the Storm Church. A little pretense was still in order. Patience. Once the fool ascended to divinity again, Arge might well secure a place among the saints. He waved to summon another sailor. "Go, inform old M.O. I wish to have fish." "Aye, Captain," the sailor replied, leaving with a peculiar expression. "You are at sea. What other meat could one desire besides fish?" Within the grand palace above the mist, two cats, one large and one small, were playfully toying with the vibrant lizard's pituitary gland. Klein poked at it, then Pato meowed in response, their faces illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors that continually shifted. A tingling sensation coursed through Klein's fingertips, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment filling his heart. "I am truly remarkable. It resembles a pair of zeros." Suddenly, Podomio spoke, akin to an armed helicopter or the droplets from the three-body problem. Yet, it bore a closer resemblance to an Armstrong rotary cannon. Klein's prodding hand abruptly halted, slowly forming a question mark. He resumed his observation, contemplating the peculiar likeness. What should he do? He could no longer bear to gaze upon the complete pituitary gland of the vibrant lizard. Podomio couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it amusing to you? I only perceive a desperate captain." Clearing his throat, Klein shifted the topic. "This is a small step for me, yet a significant leap for the Tarot Society. At least I have evolved from a mere chat group into a novice station." With that, Klein extended his spirit, transmitting his thoughts to the deep crimson star that symbolizes Miss Justice. Upon returning to her bedroom, Audrey could no longer remain quietly seated by the bedside. She occasionally glanced at the books beside her pillow and scrutinized her reflection in the mirror with a distracted gaze. She felt a surge of anxiety, prompting her to pull Susie close to share the tale of Mr. Fool, which she had previously heard at the Church of Compassion but had yet to relay to Susie. Ultimately, she opted for a forthright approach. "Susie, you lack faith, do you not? Would you like to try believing in Mr. Fool?" Susie, with a resigned wag of her tail, replied, "Audrey, I am merely a dog." As a fellow extraordinary being, she sensed Audrey's tension and contemplated whether to produce a bone to lighten the mood. Time passed, and suddenly, Audrey beheld a gray mist, within which appeared the fool. She promptly conducted the ritual, receiving the parcel sent by Mr. Fool. As the ethereal door swung open, revealing a scene more enchanting than the starry sky, Audrey felt both her body and spirit intoxicated. This is the mysterious world I have long sought. Audrey experienced no discomfort, nor did she feel the stabbing pain that plagued Alger. The reason was clear. Her spiritual materials were of the highest quality, each surpassing Alger's entire set of equipment. She silently praised Mr. Fool. Subsequently, she accepted the materials and seamlessly concocted the mind-reading potion. Before Susie could snatch it away, Audrey confidently drank the potion. After all, Mr. Fool, the king of luck, made the absorption of such potions an effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, Count Holber sneezed violently. In recent nights, he had been plagued by dreams of an indistinct, golden-haired demonic figure driving a cart with his own daughter. Indeed, that was the esteemed name of Mr. Fool. Selrus returned to reality, seeking out the idle Amon. Fool Amon adjusted his monocle. He truly had a knack for naming. Is that all you wish to tell me? Are you not afraid that I might steal the Source Fortress? Amon inquired, seemingly with casual indifference. You should return to your angelic status before you even think about that. Selrus waved his hand dismissively. Amon chuckled. Indeed, he had no use for the Source Fortress at present. It would be far more convenient to leave it with Klein. Do you harbor any biases in your heart? Or, in your opinion, is there a predetermined candidate for the Heavenly Sovereign? Amon boldly probed Selrus. None, Selrus replied succinctly. Whether it is you or Klein who becomes the master of the arcane, it makes no difference to me. Of course, in your current state, you would merely become a fragment of the arcane. Yet, that is of little consequence, for it holds its own amusement. Amon nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Selrus retrieved his phone and sent a message to Klein. Prince of the Pig, have you been busy lately? Prince of the Pig, if not, come over to partake in the next phase of the potion. Just head to the tavern at the B-Clan branch. Prince of the Pig, location. Selrus glanced up at the entrance, suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. Alicia had taken Sharon to the park today. She would likely not return until evening. Prince of the Pig, you can come later tonight. You might as well have dinner here and bring your cat along. Try and make a fortune. Are we? You truly delight in stirring the pot, Amon remarked, peering at the chat history on Selrus's phone. How can you say that, my friend? I am merely performing a good deed, Selrus replied. Let me ponder. I suspect both of them would be moved to tears. Truly a noble act, Amon clapped in support. Alicia strolled through the park with the doll-like Sharon, one step light and airy like a dancing butterfly, the other slow and stiff like a wooden puppet. Given the scarcity of entertainment in this world and Alicia's restless spirit, her primary activity had become wandering about with Sharon, who was more than happy to accompany her. Initially, Alicia had considered purchasing a few charming little dresses to play with Miracle Sharon. Unfortunately, the fashion industry here was equally underdeveloped, prompting Alicia to opt for several pieces of fabric and attempt to make clothes herself. Today, she was out and about with Sharon, who was adorned in her new attire. Just as Alicia was about to pick a lovely flower, her motion suddenly froze mid-air, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Speaking of fate, it can indeed be quite wondrous. Perhaps it was some law of attraction or the mutual magnetism between stand-ins. Alicia encountered a gray-haired creature by a trash bin. As the saying goes in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other female. The pink fairy battles the galactic bat, an illustrious serialization. Chapter 136. The Star Corps elbow strike in a secluded park. If one were to search diligently, they could always unearth unexpected treasures. These treasures are adept at camouflaging themselves. Some transform into jars and bottles, while others take the form of lush thickets. More often than not, they masquerade as rubbish bins. For instance, the bin before them radiated a golden glow, symbolizing lofty aspirations and the brilliance of wealth. It sat quietly in an unremarkable corner, shining with its own light. Opportunity, as they say, favors the prepared, provided one possesses a keen eye for beauty. Serendipitously, Star happened to possess such discerning vision. With fervor, Star charged towards the rubbish bin, akin to an exuberant dog preparing to dismantle its surroundings. This was the embodiment of pioneering spirit. Mimey, in a desperate attempt, grasped the back of Star's collar, imploring, "Do not rummage through the bin. The area ahead could be explored another time." As a memory spirit, she had the ability to shield ordinary people's gaze to a certain extent. Thus, from an outsider's perspective, It appeared as if Star was engaged in a futile struggle with the air, all for the sake of approaching a rubbish bin. It was a display of youthful exuberance. The crowd of onlookers swelled. "Do not underestimate the bond one share with this bin," Star exclaimed, delivering a swift elbow strike that landed squarely on Mimi. "With new rubbish bins emerging, how could they afford to remain stagnant? You seem to misunderstand my prowess as a master of the elbow technique. How dare a mere memory spirit challenge the authority of a pioneer?" In response to the elbow strike, Mimi triggered her counterattack, retaliating with an elbow strike of her own, swiftly following up with a graceful shoulder throw that sent Star tumbling to the ground, successfully executing a black flash. "Remember, I, Mimi, am no mere eel." Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Mimi launched a series of elbow strikes, unleashing her cosmic energy. "Taste my Pegasus meteor elbow," she cried, her battle cry resonating with fervor. The attack triggered a critical hit, simultaneously inflicting devastating damage. Star found herself on the ground, gazing mournfully at the rubbish bin, tantalizingly close yet beyond her reach. "My golden treasure, how can I stop here?" Mimi floated above, casting a condescending gaze upon Star. "Pioneer, your exploration ends here. I, the mightiest memory spirit, shall put an end to your audacity. Watch as your exploration level of 99 fades into despair." The crowd, witnessing Star's fall at the hands of the air, gasped in lament. "Do not stop here. Keep going, beloved sister of the rubbish bin." Star, struck by Mimi's relentless assault, felt as though she were caught in a revolving lantern. In her eyes, the silhouettes of companions encountered during her journey flickered before her. They all encouraged her. All bestowed their blessings upon her. Even though the garbage bag had long since torn apart, she aspired to become the monarch of trash bins. Thus, the truth dawned upon her. The golden garbage bin before her was none other than the fabled trash bin halo. If she could successfully pay homage to this legendary halo, she would ascend to the status of a true trash bin sovereign. With great effort, she began to crawl forward. "I shall not end here. In the name of the Star Core, I vow, forged from the essence of trash bins, this resolve shall be eternal." She stretched out her hand, her fingers poised to touch the garbage bin. Suddenly, the ethereal sound of the flower of hope resonated from an unknown source. Just then, a sanitation worker from the nearby park, utilizing a rare moment of brilliance, passed by, placing the garbage bin onto a small cart and whisking it away. "I'm sorry, but the bin is already full." "No." Watching the cart gradually disappear into the distance, her hand fell limply to her side. "This world is an illusion. I must create a world filled with garbage bins." The challenge had ended in failure. Overwhelmed by the air, she lamented her plight. How pitiful. The onlookers, having lost interest, dispersed. She lay on the ground, hands on her hips, gazing up at the floating figure of Mimi. "Mimi, what is the reason you're only wearing a top? Do you not realize that this may attract the attention of those who indulge in furry art?" Mimi gasped in surprise. "Surely not. Is there really someone who would feel such a way about a squirrel?" "Of course," Star asserted with conviction. "I searched online, and indeed, your likeness exists in such art." "Mimi, why would you seek out such things?" "Because Donhan wanted to see," Star replied without hesitation. "You know, he is a dragon, not a human, so naturally, he would have an interest in animals." Upon hearing this, Mimi, filled with indignation, launched a fierce retaliation, aiming for Star's face. This was beyond ordinary furry enthusiasts. She had to strike back with full force. Star quickly raised her hand to defend herself, realizing she was in trouble. In the midst of their playful scuffle, Star suddenly felt a chill behind her. Something was amiss. It was not merely a threat, but the aura of a kindred spirit. She swiftly turned around, only to encounter a smiling woman, who was surveying both Star and Mimi with keen interest. When Star glanced back at Mimi, she saw her wearing a wary expression. In an instant, realization struck her. This newcomer bore ill intentions. She immediately assumed a defensive stance, pointing at the woman. "You can see my stand-in, memory. Are you yet another stand user, extraordinary being?" Mimi floated behind Star, acting as her stand-in. Playful as they are, they always unite against external foes. Alicia blinked. Having merely brought Sharon out for a day of amusement, she did not anticipate encountering such an intriguing event. A wondrous adventure, indeed. She had seen it before. Alicia immediately turned to Sharon, signaling her eagerly. "Hurry, transform into your stand." "No," Sharon resolutely declined with a glance. Alicia remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Sharon. "No way." Sharon protested, her heart hardened. Alicia activated her skill, playfully appealing to her. Faced with Alicia's expectant eyes, Sharon sighed helplessly, slowly rising into a state invisible to ordinary people. Ah, so you can manifest as a stand? Star, unbeknownst when, donned a blue dome hat, tilting it slightly downwards. It seems we share a similar type of stand. Remember this. I am the Star Core Elbow King. I do not strike at the nameless. Reveal your title. Star declared with great presence. Why does a stand user engage in close combat elbow strikes? Alicia pondered briefly. Oh, well, it matters not. You may call me the Pink Fairy Miss. Alicia introduced herself with pride, one of her favorite appellations. Is that so? A lovely name. However, it is unfortunate that my stand, Mimi, is invincible. Star spread her arms. I shall not hesitate to inform you that I possess 4 stand abilities. I can summon an electrified baton. I can heat my flame gun. I can exert mental control. And I can pause time. How about that? You still have time to flee. Mimi glanced at Star, bewildered. Why do your abilities sound so peculiar when you articulate them? Alicia crossed her arms, mimicking Kevin's tone. It's pointless to say more. You are naive, naively susceptible to being harmed by your own ideals. Ultimately, you know nothing of my stand, Sharon. How embarrassing. Sharon lowered her head slightly. Perhaps I should not indulge her antics. In that case, let us battle, Star proclaimed. Standing her ground. All right, then let us engage. Alicia stepped forward toward Star. Not only do you not flee, you approach me? Star opened her arms wide. The two drew closer, while Mimi and Sharon exchanged glances. My companion here hasn't matured yet. I beg your pardon. It should be I who apologizes. Mine is also quite juvenile. Strange maiden, allow me to demonstrate the magic of fairies. Alicia conjured a staff from seemingly nowhere. Then, she began her incantation. Splendid crystal flowers blossomed around Alicia. How beautiful! Star's attention was captivated by the crystal blossoms. What a perfect opportunity. Alicia swung her staff toward Star, pretending to chant, taking advantage of her distraction to strike. From Alicia, the magic of fairies, as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. After arriving and settling in Becarland, the first act of Klein was to disguise himself and remain inconspicuous. He endured the pain of spending a small fortune to acquire a safe house along with numerous disguising tools. Although Pato Meow could find money on the streets, Klein felt a deep sense of regret. Fortunately, Pato Meow discovered a haunted house in the East District, the most chaotic and populous area. What stroke of luck! It was a perfect match for his needs. There, Klein rented a 1-bedroom apartment for a mere sum, paying 2 Suler and 1 penny weekly. A total of 6 Suler for 2 weeks' rent and an equivalent deposit. Only at this juncture did Klein feel somewhat prepared, and the East District left a profound impression on him. Most of the area resembled Tingen Lower Street, yet was more expansive. This was the slum of Becarland, where many people were ragged and emaciated, seemingly on the verge of becoming beasts due to hunger and poverty. Consequently, gangs thrived here and crimes were rampant. Faced with such a scene, Klein found himself at a loss for words and actions, feeling powerless and opting to leave. Once everything was ready, Klein returned to his residence at 15 Minsk Street and reclined on the sofa to rest. He needed to gather his strength, awaiting the arrival of dinner time to visit the Sellers family for a meal. Sellers owned a tavern, and the food at home was likely to be good. Klein pondered whether, as a descendant of a predecessor who traversed worlds, Sellers would be proficient in Chinese cuisine. Around 6 in the evening, Klein donned his overcoat, topped his attire with a top hat, grasped his cane, and placed Pato Meow on his shoulder as he hailed a cab to the tavern at the world's end. Chapter 137. A meeting with the creaking of the wheels. The cab came to a halt before the tavern at the world's south end on York Street. Judging by its decor, the tavern appeared quite luxurious, adorned with expensive paint and festooned with colorful ribbons. In style, it seemed more akin to a circus than a tavern. Adjacent to the tavern stood the rather unremarkable, yet not entirely dilapidated Church of Compassion. Its slightly worn walls and the half-open, aged wooden door gave it a humble appearance, with the only notable feature being the Fool's holy emblem hanging above the entrance. Peering inside, one could see that the furniture appeared rather antiquated, lacking murals or decorations. In the very center of the church, a statue of Klein sat majestically at the head of a bronze long table. Though not particularly poor for this era, it was still far too meager for a church, especially one dedicated to a righteous deity. Klein felt a rush of warmth. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Oh, Sellers, Did not Miss Justice proclaim at the tarot meeting that she donated 10,000 pounds? Where's the money? Where have you spent it all? Is this how you have arranged Mr. Fool's 10,000 pounds? You are even reluctant to construct a decent gate for him. Is this what you deem fair? Answer me. Cyrus. Klein, in a fit of indignation, adjusted his false beard. Podomio gently patted Klein's hand with her paw, emitting a soothing sound that only Klein could comprehend. It's all right. Dear brother Klein, at least you are free from financial burdens. No, in truth, I am quite impoverished. I possess no such freedom. Klein placed Podomio upon his shoulder, adjusting his top hat, and gracefully descended from the carriage. Is this not the case? Your wealth is so free that it refuses to remain in your pocket. Is that not sufficient freedom? Podomio continued her comforting. What to do? Suddenly, he felt a slight reluctance to take Podomio out for dinner. Podomio, perhaps you should catch some mice for dinner on your own tonight. Klein entered the tavern with Podomio. Oh no, dear brother Klein. I thought I might liven up the atmosphere, seeing you so glum. As he pushed open the tavern door, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him, and he strode directly inside. He recalled Cyrus mentioning he should proceed to the private room on the second floor. Turning the corner upon entering and approaching the bar, Klein's expression instantly soured. Why is Amon here? Behind the bar, Amon, clad as a bartender, greeted them with a cheerful wave. Cyrus never mentioned that the bartender here was Amon. Upon seeing Amon, Podomio, perched on Klein's shoulder, instinctively shrank her neck. Among the three initial visitors, Amon was her greatest fear, despite him having never done her any harm. Hello, did you miss me? Amon adjusted his monocle. I suppose you could say that, Klein replied with an impassive demeanor, proceeding towards the staircase without acknowledging Amon, and ascended directly. Podomio perched on Klein's shoulder, gazing around curiously. Oddly enough, it seemed that someone's horse had just galloped past. How strange, in broad daylight, to entertain such whimsical illusions. Amon chuckled, pinching the corners of his eyes, laughing at the absurdity of all. Upon reaching the first private room on the left of the second floor, Klein knocked on the door. Come in, came Cyrus's voice from within. The others have yet to arrive. Dinner might be slightly delayed. Do you wish to ascend now, or wait until after the meal? Cyrus inquired as Klein entered. Is there someone else? Is it Amon? Klein was not particularly keen on dining with Amon. Thus, should it be Amon, his decision to stay for dinner would hinge on the quality of the fare. Not to worry. You will find out soon enough, Cyrus replied, shaking his head. Then I shall ascend first, Klein decided, preparing to set Podomio down. Wait, place her on the table, Cyrus suggested, pushing forward 2 vials of potion. Along with her mechanical potion, Klein recalled that the machine was a subsequent path for monsters. He regarded Cyrus with a hint of skepticism. How do you know she has become a monster? Without sufficient information, even divination should not yield any results. Moreover, this potion was prepared in advance, proving that he certainly did not realize it only after Pardo's arrival. Is her monstrous potion something you had someone deliver? Klein placed Pardo Meow on the table. No, it is merely the choice of fate, replied Cellrace. What was that saying again? Everything is a selection by the stone of fate. The 2 cups, one tall and one short, were clearly distinguishable. The taller belonged to Klein, while the shorter was Pardo's. Klein raised his cup. Do you have a magician's potion? Regrettably, I do not, Cellrace replied, pushing the cup towards Pardo Meow with his finger. In fact, this too was a coincidence I stumbled upon. Another coincidence. Fate truly seems to favor Pardo, does it not? Quite eerie, Klein tossed a coin for divination, then tilted his head back, swallowing the bizarre medical potion in one gulp. After a pause of several seconds, he smacked his lips. I feel as though there is no effect. Is that so? Cellrace pointed to the mirror behind Klein. Klein turned to look and could not help but grimace. His face was now completely contorted, with features occasionally manifesting only to gradually vanish again. His head morphed like clay, constantly changing shape. Oh, Klein shrugged. Had it not been for the mirror, I would not have noticed at all. Quite remarkable. As he spoke, a ring of eyes appeared on his face, forming a grand smile. A healer does not heal themselves, Cellrace reminded. Restrain your spirituality. Otherwise, you may have to maintain this appearance until you become a faceless one. Ah, perhaps I should refrain. Klein closed the circle of eyes on his face, attempting to gather his spirituality through meditation. Soon, his head and features gradually returned to normal. He reopened his eyes and gazed at Pardo Meow on the table. The potion before Pardo had vanished, yet she seemed unchanged. How do you feel? Klein inquired with concern. I feel as though I have digested nearly a third. Pardo Meow responded, vibrating the air to produce human speech. Theoretically speaking, memory storage should also be considered a kind of machine. Another role played in advance. Klein felt a twinge of envy. Let us wait for everyone to arrive. Selray seated himself at the table, pushing a plate of smashed cucumbers towards Klein. Cold dishes? Wonderful. It's Chinese food. We are saved. Klein wasted no time, sitting down to eat. Munch, munch, munch. Klein, do you despise him on? Munch, munch, munch. I see. Do you have any plans at the moment? Perhaps how to attempt advancing to a magician. For now, munch, munch, munch. Not yet. Oh, then you munch, munch, munch. Could you please refrain from eating for a moment? Klein stopped eating, looking up at Selray. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 3 seconds, Klein moved his mouth a couple of times. Munch, munch, munch. Several minutes later, I have returned from my escapade. Alicia forcefully pushed open the door to the private room, energetically dragging Xing along. Sharon, unaccustomed to dining with others, had parted ways with Alicia downstairs. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Klein and Pato Mia simultaneously looked up in astonishment. Klein, forgetting his meal, exclaimed, Alicia? Pato Mia incredulously responded, Is that really you? Stunned by the familiar voice and address, Alicia froze momentarily. She gazed at the small brown cat on the table, momentarily uncertain. Phyllis? Alicia tentatively inquired. It's me, Alicia. You come out of the Garden of Bliss, too. Pato Mia joyfully wagged her tail. The Garden of Bliss? I see, Alicia realized. So, it's the memory version of Pato. But that's all right. The memory version of Alicia is just as delightful. Releasing her grip on Xing, Alicia swiftly approached the table, scooping Pato Mia into her arms and holding her tightly. It's a meat and egg surprise. Xing looked on enviously, casting a glance at her own. Darn it, hers was stuffed by Mother Kafka. Pato Mia was immediately enveloped in Alicia's embrace. Wow, Alicia, you're so big, Alicia proudly declared. Now you're in the presence of the genuine Alicia herself. I recognized your tone immediately. How about some compliments? Alicia is about to burst. Pato Mia struggled slightly in Alicia's hold. You mentioned the Garden of Bliss. Alicia loosened her grip just a tad, astonished that there was indeed a garden of bliss here. The thought that there could be another charming girl like herself in the world was simply marvelous. Observing the affectionate interaction between the girl and the cat, Klein hesitated to greet them, silently lowering his hand. A real person, then one I do not know. However, Alicia would never overlook anyone. She had noticed, upon entering, the astonishment of not only Pato, but also this man. Pato Mia whispered something in Alicia's ear, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. This is just too interesting. She approached Klein, extending her right hand. Greetings, esteemed ruler of the origin of civilizations. I trust an introduction is unnecessary. So what shall I say to you? Is it our first meeting, or should it be, Hi, have you missed me? Klein gazed at Alicia, pausing for a few seconds before breaking into a broad smile and shaking her hand. I have. I knew it. No one can resist the charm of the adorable Alicia. Alicia puffed out her chest with pride. Some may call me the queen of all females, but look, even charming boys can be deeply captivated by Alicia's allure. The latter part of her statement was directed at Selray, who often referred to Alicia as the queen of all females. Siri suddenly broke into a mischievous grin and pulled out his phone. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Klein sensed impending doom at the sight. Klein's voice echoed from the phone speaker. Respond to me, Alicia. Chapter 138, A Passing Candlelight Scholar. Oh no, it's Black History. Everyone retreat. Klein glared furiously at Siri. You wretched beast, what are you doing? Don't blame me, Mr. Fool. I'm merely considering the future of your humanity. Siri replied with a grin. It's all for your own good. Upon hearing the commotion, Alicia and Pato turned their attention to Siri's phone, while only Xing continued to munch on something. Aren't you all eating? That's even better. Soon you won't have anything left to eat. Let me show you what a storm of consumption looks like. The two parties, entangled in confusion, exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene. A glimmer sparkled in Alicia's eyes. Siri pressed the play button once more. Respond to me, Alicia. Alicia confidently placed her hands on her hips. I'm here, always ready to meet your expectations, no matter the time or place. It appeared that her relationship with this Klein in the realm of paradise was rather close. Klein attempted to snatch the phone, yet he knew all too well that he stood no chance against Siri. At that moment, Elisha conjured a pink trumpet from thin air. I have similar recordings too. The great voice of the past, one of Elisha's special weapons, was on par with Kevin's flavors of instant noodles from the past, together forming the legendary duo of the past series, unmatched by any other equipment. What poetry of love or garments of death could compare? This was something Elisha had inexplicably brought along during her journey through time. Elisha pressed the button to play the recording. Ye's horns are so delightful to touch. Not that one. Elisha quickly adjusted the settings. Soon, Gray's voice emanated from the trumpet. What are you staring at, kid? If you've seen enough, scram. That's the gray from the Thousand Calamities color, Elisha explained. And there's Phyllis's no, Elisha, don't. Watching this scene unfold, Klein felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. Wait, why are there fewer dishes on the table? Was it the work of Amon? This was bad. Someone had been pilfering food. While the significance of black history was indeed paramount, the prospect of finishing the Chinese meal without knowing when it would be replenished was far more pressing. In the absence of commissions, being a detective was undoubtedly a leisurely endeavor. Of course, this also meant that the earnings each month were often unstable. However, this mattered little, as Klein had long been an authority in the realm of poverty. As the days passed without incident, Klein found a rare opportunity to relax. On Tuesday night, he lay in bed and, through meditation, entered the realm of dreams. This time, he would not return to paradise, but would instead re-enter a new simulated universe. As the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, Klein found himself amidst a dilapidated royal city, confronted by a somber, towering temple adorned in hues of crimson and black. A wave of envy washed over him. This was the sanctuary I longed for, not the shabby hut of B-clan that resembled a tavern. The grand temple, ensnared by iron thorns, stood at the heart of the royal city, while mechanical constructs, seemingly devoid of power, lay haphazardly scattered across the city as corners. Desolation and decay coexisted with advancement and regression. This was Klein's perception of the royal city. Yet, he quickly corrected his thoughts. Such arrogance was unbecoming. He had no right to judge whether a civilization was backward. It seemed he had been too lofty of late, even beginning to pass judgment on other civilizations. Klein chuckled softly, shaking away the unwarranted thoughts. He needed a clearer understanding of himself. Otherwise, he would be confronted only by chaos. Raising his gaze, Klein noticed two suns hovering above. This reminded him of a book he once read titled The Three-Body Problem, though the connection was tenuous at best. He then took a step forward, advancing towards the temple. The massive doors were etched with ancient imagery and inscriptions from other civilizations. Klein approached to examine them closely. They depicted a tyrant. This planet was named Borling, where the king and commoners were deceived by a masked fool, leading to the king's demise and nearly bringing ruin to the civilization. And what a masked fool! It appeared the reputation was rather dismal. Subsequently, the tyrant decreed the death of all laughter within his realm. Could laughter truly be extinguished? Did it mean that no one could produce a sound of mirth, or that such sounds could not resonate? Klein began to ponder the matter from a mystical perspective. It was also possible that those who arrived here could not experience joy. However, Klein himself felt no such effects, so it was likely not the case. He attempted to laugh heartily, but the sound dissipated the moment it escaped his lips. Laughter is forbidden here, Klein discerned from a decree. Indeed, it seemed so. The doors bore remnants of explosive damage. Klein recalled encountering a faction known as the Armed Archaeology Sect during his simulations, suspecting this to be their handiwork. Yet now, even as the king has weathered away, the devices of unknown purpose within this silent temple continue to operate eternally. To meet the wrathful king, one must offer forth their anger. Klein directed his gaze to the inscription, contemplating its significance. He summoned the extraordinary abilities of the curious doctor to imbue the door with his emotions of rage. In the next moment, a surge of destructive desire and fury welled within him, causing the ground to tremble faintly. In the blink of an eye, the iron doors swung open before him. Klein enveloped himself in a tranquil demeanor, momentarily soothing the destructive impulses within. He then stepped through the door and encountered the memory of the king. This planet possessed a technology capable of transforming anger into energy, a creation of the Wrath King devised to combat the cosmic locust plague. Subsequently, the Wrath King governed the planet through generations with an oppressive regime, aspiring to generate an abundance of anger through such means. However, the threshold of an individual's inner fury is finite, and one's adaptability to external circumstances inevitably increases. Those who have long endured a high-pressure environment experience diminishing anger, and with each successive generation, newborns come to perceive this tyranny as a given, in pursuit of greater anger. The Wrath King's reign grew increasingly extreme. It was not until a masked fool traversed this planet, perhaps out of amusement or for reasons unknown, that he simultaneously deceived both the king and the commoners. This ultimately culminated in a rebellion lasting 3 centuries and led to the king's demise within the sacred temple. In his final moments, the Wrath King, in an attempt to amplify the emotions of anger, decreed the eradication of all laughter within his dominion. Yet, the commoners soon realized that without the king's protection, even if they continued to produce anger and wielded that wondrous device, the planet was swiftly consumed by the swarm. In despair, they relinquished their home world and sold themselves to the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Exiting the memory, Klein found himself at a loss for how to judge these events. Was the Wrath King at fault? It seemed not, for this was the only method he could conceive. Were the commoners to blame? Again, it appeared not. But was the masked fool culpable? Perhaps not, as Klein observed in the memory that the fool merely supplied weapons and resources, deceiving the Wrath King to a degree that left the sovereign oblivious until it was too late. Afterward, the actions of the planet's inhabitants were merely products of their own choices. This world is not merely black and white. No one is unequivocally right or wrong. Klein felt a sense of sorrow for this civilization, yet he understood he lacked the authority to pass judgment from a lofty perch. None were at fault, he concluded. He remained uncertain whether the masked fool acted with benevolent intentions. Yet this experience afforded Klein a clearer understanding of the fool's nature. Perhaps in their quest for amusement, they indeed resorted to unscrupulous means, indifferent to the consequences. Was Selris? Was he similarly unprincipled? What compelled him to reveal these visions to Klein remained a mystery. Perhaps it was a desire for Klein to develop his own insights into joy, to discover a personal aesthetic of delight. Klein pondered. As he contemplated, he traversed the memory and arrived within the temple's inner sanctum. He encountered an individual, an artist poised with a brush, meticulously mixing pigments upon a palette. Before him lay a landscape painting, depicting the interior of a grand temple. A performer? A quack? No, neither seemed fitting. Your aura is eclectic, yet does not wholly belong to you. Klein approached, and the artist abruptly spoke. You have yet to carve a path that is distinctly your own. A path of joy may not suit you thus far. Taken aback by the insight, Klein acknowledged its truth. Such profound perception was evident, and though the artist did not squint, it was clear he possessed a commanding presence. Klein mused. Good day, may I inquire who you are? Klein ventured forth. A scholar of the Candle and Ink School, unnamed and unrecognized. You have not retained my identity, the artist replied. Klein etched the term Candle and Ink School into his memory, enriching his reservoir of knowledge. Observing the artist's actions, curiosity stirred within him regarding the reason for the artist's presence in this locale, yet he deemed it inappropriate to pry into such personal matters. However, the artist, sensing Klein's unspoken inquiry, offered an explanation. Before history decays, it is imperative that someone captures its essence. With that, he deftly sketched Klein's silhouette upon the canvas. Am I to be inscribed into history as well? Klein was taken aback by the thought of being immortalized. Today is history. Tomorrow shall also be history. Provided time stretches long enough, far enough, the artist replied. Eventually, I too shall find my place within the annals of time. As they conversed, the painting gradually took form. Upon completion, the artist sighed deeply, biting the brush as he wrestled with the challenge of the final stroke. What, in your view, is the color of history? The artist suddenly posed to Klein. Recalling the memories he had just witnessed, Klein hesitantly replied, Gray? Indeed, that is acceptable, the artist contemplated, applying a deep gray to finalize his work. The weight of the artist's brush nearly pierced the canvas. It is thus, you see, there are always those who strive to characterize time, while others fabricate narratives of incomplete histories. Klein thought of the fictional historians, who seem to weave tales of the past. Yet, in the face of time, such struggles are rendered futile, the artist defined their actions. As the final words echoed, the environment around Klein dimmed and distorted, propelling him into the next scene. Chapter 139. The enchantment of the thieves' duchy upon the restoration of his vision. Klein found himself seated within a shadowy tent. The air was thick with the clamor of individuals conversing and moving about, intermingled with the drowsy allure of incense. Lifting his hand, he sensed an unmistakable disquiet. The gravity here felt remarkably diminished, leaving him with a disorienting sensation of heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet. Before him stood a woman clad as a fortune teller, enveloped in a long, deep purple hooded cloak adorned with twinkling stars. Her visage was concealed by a veil, revealing only a pair of striking, enigmatic eyes. In the dim ambience, she radiated an air of mystery. A fortune teller? Ah, how fittingly professional this encounter is. Klein instinctively activated his clairvoyance, perceiving a rather indistinct aura surrounding her, rendering him unable to discern her true state. Yet, this ambiguity merely underscored the fact that she was indeed a person of genuine skill. The fortune teller's veil concealed her expression, her ethereal eyes gazing softly at Klein. From the depths of her starry sleeves, she withdrew a set of tarot cards, adeptly separating them into several piles, artfully arranging them before him. This was a divination. Peering into fate resembled extracting blocks from the bottom of a tower. If one were too greedy, the entire structure might come tumbling down. The fortune teller placed her hand upon the stack of cards, and he pondered what profound insights he might glean from them. Klein discreetly took note of her eloquent words, perhaps to employ them in future pretentious conversations. "Is this free of charge?" he inquired, as he currently possessed not a single penny. The fortune teller paused for a moment, then nodded gently. "No fee is required." "Nothing at all?" Klein emphasized. "You shall lose nothing." The fortune teller seemed somewhat resigned as she nodded again. "Very well then, let's divine my recent fortunes." Klein posed a rather commonplace question. A simple inquiry often reveals much about a person's expertise. The fortune teller drew 3 tarot cards and laid them upon the table, prompting Klein to inwardly shake his head. Divination typically necessitates the querent to turn the cards themselves to unveil deeper meanings. However, perhaps this was merely a customary method employed in other cultures. So Klein refrained from displaying any outward reaction. You strive to attain a semblance of balance in your daily life. Even if it necessitates making various choices, you still yearn for an ideal life of freedom. As the fortune teller revealed each of the 3 tarot cards, Klein beheld designs he had never encountered before. The first card depicted a man wandering in his pajamas. The second illustrated a gathering of robots. The third showcased a colossal tree laden with fruit. Klein instinctively lifted his chin. Having never seen these tarot cards, he found it challenging to derive any meaning from them. Refocusing his gaze on the fortune teller's obscured face, he awaited the outcome. "You have experienced some unforgettable events that profoundly altered the trajectory of your life. When you confront them, your future will likewise transform." The fortune teller spoke softly, her voice gentle, with each word seamlessly flowing into the next. "A positive attitude will inevitably yield positive results. After much effort, your life shall soon encounter a thrilling turning point." Klein interlaced his fingers. "That sounds like a rather promising omen." "Thank you." Although uncertain of the accuracy of the divination, expressing gratitude for the pleasant words seemed prudent. "You need not thank me," the fortune teller replied, her tone returning to normal. "You have already paid the price." "Goodness, what price have I paid?" Klein demanded. "Please clarify. Wasn't this supposed to be free?" The diviner placed the 3rd chapter tarot card before Klein. "This is the reward bestowed upon you." "Reward? What could possibly be deemed a reward here?" At this moment, could you please refrain from being cryptic? Can you elucidate the price I paid? "You have paid what was required of you." The diviner continued to speak in riddles. Klein's frustration began to boil. "No, you must be clearer." A few inconsequential memories were replicated, the diviner stated, and gradually, their form became translucent until they vanished before Klein's eyes. "Memories? Oh, that essay relief. I thought you had meddled with my finances." Klein's expression turned vacant, although the thought of having his memories copied was unsettling. The departure of a diviner rendered his lingering annoyance futile. Resigned, he rose, leaving everything within the tent undisturbed. Just as before, all the gifts of fate bore their hidden prices. He was reluctant to incur further costs for any acquisitions. He had grown complacent. Previously, his ventures in the simulated universe had been free of charge, and now, the sudden emergence of a fee felt disorienting. Exiting the tent, he found himself standing in a night market. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and strolled along the street. This place was a ruin, its night market stalls precariously positioned among crumbling eaves and broken walls. Klein wandered aimlessly until an automated vending machine obstructed his path. Recognizing the insignia above, he discerned that this machine belonged to the Interstellar Peace Company. Though it lacked eyes, Klein felt as if, at that moment, the vending machine was gazing at him with a forlorn expression. How absurd! How could he perceive such a human-like emotion emanating from a mere vending machine? The lights on the machine flickered briefly, akin to a human's playful wink. Come on, I'm not a sentient being. What purpose does this serve? Seemingly sensing Klein's indifference, the vending machine emitted a pitiful voice. I implore you to purchase something. If my sales do not improve, I will be dismissed from the company. I have a smart refrigerator and a vacuum to support at home. Your family members are quite eclectic, Klein remarked. The vending machine continued its lament. Oh, benevolent sir. As the sole salesperson in the Talia region, I have endured consecutive years of negative sales. I am at the very bottom of the sales department rankings. If this continues, I shall surely be terminated. Are there truly no other customers here? As the only salesperson, you should be making a decent profit, Klein inquired, puzzled. He was well aware of the lucrative nature of monopolies. The vending machine paused, seemingly bewildered by Klein's line of questioning. Then, as if a realization had dawned upon it, the display lights of the vending machine suddenly brightened. Oh, benevolent sir, you are unaware of the circumstances here. Look around. What does that saying go? Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Here, customers never pay for their purchases. The vending machine toppled over, facing Klein, its surface marred by an array of grooves and footprints, punctuated by dents from hammers and blades. They simply seize what they desire. I am but a pitiful vending machine, devoid of any weaponry. How could I possibly contend with these robust, organic beings? Its tone was so sorrowful that Klein almost suspected a human soul resided within it. Even so, I have no money, Klein replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. Why, look at you. That tarot card in your hand is worth quite a sum. The vending machine countered. Is that so? Klein glanced at the tarot card in his possession. So, the fortune teller does possess some integrity? At least they didn't deceive me with a counterfeit. Observing the vending machine in its woeful state, Klein sighed silently. After all, he had little need for this. Very well. What can I exchange for this tarot card? Anything you desire. The vending machine exclaimed cheerfully. You may select any 5 items from within, or rather, 3 items. Klein assessed the interior, filled with an assortment of snacks. After careful consideration, he chose 2 bags of what resembled potato chips and a can of what appeared to be cola. Simply insert the tarot card into the coin slot. The vending machine joyfully instructed. Klein was at a loss for words, realizing he was witnessing a vending machine exhibit such exuberance. Raising his hand, he inserted the tarot card and stood by, awaiting the machine's delivery. Instead of dispensing his selections, the machine posed a question. Young sir, is this your first visit to the Thieves' Kingdom? The name sent an unsettling shiver down Klein's spine. It sounded vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. It seems so. As a reward for your tarot card, allow me to kindly advise you to check if you are missing any belongings, the vending machine continued. With that, it vanished with a sound akin to a deflating balloon. What the hell, I've been duped again. Without a moment to ponder the betrayal, Klein hurriedly began to pat his pockets. Wait, I've only been here a few minutes, barely 10. Yet, his pockets were empty of the paper figures, bullets, the revolver tucked under his arm, and even the coins he typically used for divination. This was bad. It was the moment of the thief's charm. Klein's frustration boiled over, and he immediately entered a heightened state of awareness. This is not good. That individual is not to be trifled with. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not play. The dance continued. Yet why the urgency? Observing Klein's demeanor, the nearby vendors hastily packed up and fled, their chatter incessant even as they ran. Infuriated, Klein contemplated unleashing the explosive skill marked by oblivion upon them, but ultimately sighed, refraining from such an action. It was of little consequence, he mused. At that moment, the name Thieves' Duchy resurfaced in his memory, recalling its mention in a diary submitted by Celrus during a past tarot meeting. Sighing again, the environment shifted once more. Chapter 140. The Harmonious Choir. Dominicus as he transitioned to the next map, Klein felt a sense of futility as he rummaged through his pockets. Empty. Yet, it mattered little. His current output hardly relied on his pistol. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of his paper doll substitutes. Uncertain if there were any napkins available in the resting area, He felt a nagging discomfort without at least 180 paper dolls in his possession. Upon regaining his focus, Klein found himself in Penacony. Though he had never visited this street before, he recognized it instantly. The billboards, drapes, red carpets, and the inexplicable objects floating in the air. Penacony's distinctive style was unmistakable. However, the walls appeared peculiar, twisted like a pretzel. This marked his fourth visit to this map, and it felt as if it had ensnared him like a ghost since his first encounter. The suffocating sensation akin to a constricting serpent. Noticing the dimness of the surroundings, Klein dispelled his transformation and strolled leisurely down the corridor, his gaze clear and youthful like that of a university student. The security in Penacony was reassuring, at least not as perilous as that of a thieves' duchy. Moreover, he had nothing left to steal. He was entirely unassailable. Once I reach a certain level of poverty, even thieves must offer me charity, such as my confidence as the god of poverty. After a few steps, the oppressive gloom faded, and the corridor brightened considerably. As he walked, he spotted a poster featuring a young girl, reminiscent of Sunday's sister, rumored to be a cosmic superstar. Continuing forward, he encountered a long red carpet flanked by crimson drapes, with humanoid sculptures lining the path, seemingly welcoming the guests attending the event. Their poses were slightly distorted yet retained an aesthetic appeal. Their features obscured, their genders indiscernible, they resembled actors performing on stage or captives in struggle. Behind the sculptures, a series of murals caught his eye, reminiscent of Picasso's abstract style that Klein had encountered online in a previous life. Although the figures were unrecognizable, he speculated they might depict some illustrious figures from this planet. The atmosphere was undeniably artistic. As one traverses the corridor, a descending staircase emerges, leading to a stage. Flanking the stage are numerous windows, behind which indistinct figures perform movements reminiscent of shadow puppetry. There are dances and musical performances. At the center of the stage stands a familiar silhouette to Klein, Sunday. He faces away from Klein, gazing upward, lost in contemplation. It has been a long time since they last met. Sunday does not turn around. Perhaps it has not been that long after all. Klein approaches him, mirroring his posture, eager to discern what captures his attention. Not long, indeed. I understand now, Sunday nods. You have returned. Is there something with which I may assist you? Sunday slightly shifts his body and inquires with a tilt of his head. I believe not, Klein responds, feeling no particular need for assistance. Yet, from the tone of your voice, I can sense that confusion lingers in your heart. Is that so? Klein feels perplexed. He does not perceive any confusion within himself. Perhaps I am unaware that I have yet to truly understand who I am. Klein recalls the 3 questions Sunday posed to him last time. This is a positive development. Sunday chuckles lightly. At least you have clearly recognized that you have not yet come to grips with your own identity. In that case, it seems you have gained a different perspective on the answer to the first question. What about now? Who do you believe yourself to be? I'm Klein. He reflects on the captain's words and the inscription on his gravestone. I am a guardian, a pitiful soul perpetually battling madness. I am perhaps an inadequately competent elder brother, a less than stellar younger brother, and a colleague who considers himself fairly adequate. Sunday chuckles softly. And the third question? Do you love your family more than you love yourself? Klein falls silent. After a few seconds, he hesitantly replies, perhaps just a little more. A commendable answer, Sunday nods. Such a significant transformation. You must have encountered quite a few experiences recently. Would you care to share them with me? You might consider me a friend, someone to whom you can confide your recent observations. Sunday turns to face him, a smile gracing his features as he gazes at Klein. Klein lowers his head in contemplation. Do you have something to express? If it pertains solely to his own affairs, it seems there is little to say. Yet, regarding others, there is indeed something worth mentioning. I suppose there is, though it is not directly related to me, and I am uncertain if it qualifies as meddling. Klein recounts his observations from the East District of Bakerland to Sunday. It is a slum in Bakerland, where even tattered clothing can be deemed respectable. Many residents are ragged, gaunt, and could easily devolve into beasts due to hunger and poverty. On the other side of Bakerland, the capital, lies a starkly different reality. Sunday patiently listens to the entirety of his account. I have a general understanding of the situation you face. In simple terms, the order in your realm has encountered significant issues. Perhaps there are considerations of your own, yet those in power do not genuinely contemplate the welfare of the common people. The inequality between social strata primarily arises from inadequate productivity. However, your circumstance appears to deviate from this norm. Although you may lack a concept of destiny, as you have indicated, the presence of a church and the assistance of extraordinary abilities should render the enhancement of productivity a trivial endeavor. Klein nodded, for this perplexity echoed his own. The only explanation that came to mind was the inaction of the ruling class, concluded Sunday. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Klein found himself at a loss for words. After all, he lacked the authority to judge the deeds of the divine. Sunday, he mused, will consider the foundation of paradise to be the strong aiding the weak. He continued, although your planet does not fall under the jurisdiction of Penacony, should you seek my assistance, I shall not stand idly by. Klein contemplated saying that he was merely a simulation. Yet, upon reflection, it seems Sunday had already been aware of this fact. What then would he do? Klein was curious. As you have stated, your world is ruled by a deity, a being distinct from humanity. Sunday turned away from Klein, gazing upward at the grand curtain behind the stage, asserting, God loves the world. It ought to be so. But if your deity is of human origin, then it is only natural that selfishness exists. Klein nodded. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. At least, there was evident discord among the churches. Now, Klein Moretti, are you willing to accept my assistance on behalf of your planet? Sunday inquired. I lack the authority to represent that world. Although he yearned to accept, Klein maintained this stance. Indeed, the fate of a planet should not rest upon a single individual. As a fabricated entity, I also possess no genuine ability to descend into your world. Therefore, what you truly require is not assistance, but self-rescue. Sunday smiled. Self-rescue? Klein was bewildered. If you still harbor a glimmer of hope, then return with the spark I have bestowed upon you, Sunday urged, stepping forward to the edge of the platform. Sunday's form lifted from the ground, soaring upward. Are day and night equal? Are the righteous and the sinful equal? He turned to face Klein Moretti, ponder my forthcoming questions. Very well, Klein nodded. If the power and wealth of the strong can obscure their transgressions, who can render judgment upon them? If the weak must go to any lengths to sustain their existence, who can guarantee their safety? If even the purest souls can err, who can offer them solace? If the strong aiding the weak is indeed the foundation of paradise, then who leaves them to wail in the suffering of this world? If life is inherently frail, from which deity should the weak seek solace? He spread his arms, gradually ascending. Now, I grant you the right to gaze directly at the sun. The enormous curtain unfurls, allowing golden sunlight to pour in from the outside. The sounds of Sunday blend into a harmonious mix, as if countless voices join in unison to recite a prayer. Upon these 100,736 stones, the omnipotent strings of harmonious melody are at the service of the master tuner of praises. The choir resonates, Dominicus. A golden giant rises majestically, golden notes swirling around its form. With his right hand raised, he wields a conductor's baton, and with a mere gesture, he composes a poetic symphony. I may not be capable of much, but perhaps I can guide you onto the path of harmony, bestowing upon you a spark known as order. Amidst the symphony, the colossal Dominicus extends his empty left hand towards Klein. He points a finger at Klein, who is reminded of a Renaissance painting titled The Creation of Adam. Tentatively, he extends his right hand, and the tip of his finger meets the giant's golden digit. An invisible aura radiates from the point of contact. Klein perceives a pathway unfurling before him, a starry trajectory stretching beneath his feet. At the end of this path, he sees not a destination, but a light that defies description. In that moment, he suddenly comprehends that this is the path of harmony. Klein awakens from his slumber, seemingly having bypassed the trial entirely. So what exactly is Sunday? He recalls the visage of Dominicus and contemplates if this is merely a ruse. In comparing his own sensations with those of the offspring of an evil deity, he feels that Dominicus could effortlessly vanquish that demigod with a mere gesture. He bares his teeth, relieved that Sunday expelled him so swiftly. Otherwise, he cannot fathom how long he would have had to endure. With a simple wave of his hand, a golden paper figure materializes out of thin air. Klein slaps the paper figure onto himself, feeling an elevation in all aspects of his being, from spirit to strength. So this is the essence of harmony. No wonder it bears such a name. But what of order? What power does it hold? Klein reflects upon it. Nothing. He hastily inspects his own person, retrieving a revolver and other belongings that had been pilfered in the thieves' duchy. It is understandable, as those were merely simulations. Yet, what of order? Where has the spark of order gone? Chapter 141. The Fog Killer Slain by Pado. Vasak, the headquarters of the God of War Church, underground. This is where the God of War Church stores its sealed artifacts, akin to the Charney's Gate of the Goddess of Night. This vertically descending subterranean structure is designed in accordance with the customs of giants, while its confinement levels align with those of other churches. The deeper one goes, the more perilous the sealed artifacts become. On the 6th level lies a level 0 sealed artifact, an entire floor dedicated solely to this singular artifact. No other objects are stored here. It is a book designated as Sealed Artifact 002. The true name is the Trensosis Yellow Brass Book. This tome embodies the singularity of the Judicator's path and currently resides in a state of sealing. As one opens its pages, they reveal an intricate tapestry of conflicting edicts. For instance, life is paramount. Any form of harm or preparation to harm life is strictly forbidden, with death as the penalty for transgressors. These edicts densely populate the entire yellow brass book, contradicting one another, yet simultaneously holding validity, resulting in the book itself entering a state of stasis, unable to operate or incorporate new decrees. Given its presently sealed condition, its vitality is markedly diminished, preventing it from actively eradicating the edicts that ought not to exist. Until a certain moment arrives. The yellow brass book suddenly quivers inexplicably, and in the next heartbeat, the densely inscribed text appears to vanish as if erased by an eraser, startling the demigod sentinel stationed a mere 10 meters away. A shrill alarm reverberates from the depths below. In less than a second-tier glory appears beside the sentinel. What happened? What's the matter? The glory, towering at nearly 5 meters, anxiously looms over the 3-meter-tall sentinel. The recent alarm is exclusive to the 6th layer, signaling an issue with the Trensosis Yellow Brass Book, an object of 0-level sealing. Before the sentinel can respond, the glory, guided by an instinctive intuition, gazes up at the yellow brass book. At this moment, only a final phrase remains inscribed upon it, an utterance clearly devoid of any decree or extraordinary power. Keep an eye on this. I have found my faith. You fools with muscles for brains, when my master is resurrected, I will be the first to obliterate you loophole exploiters. And then I shall turn your horses into paste. Just wait. The seal descends once more, suppressing the living characteristics of the yellow brass book, and the pages again become replete with a multitude of contradictory edicts. The glory squints, lost in thought. Simultaneously, all pathways related to order undergo a certain transformation. The exceptional beings along these paths feel an invigorating surge of spirituality. The higher the sequence, the clearer the sensation. Among them, the entity known as the uncertain mist, pressed against the barrier beyond, perceives this most acutely. It forcefully strikes the surface barrier of the earth twice, yet alas, it is ultimately futile. In the ensuing days, Klein disseminates a few small advertisements before embarking on a series of idle experiments. He conducts rituals solely with his own spirituality, crafting talismans without supplicating the goddess, all the while awaiting the fruits of his advertisements to materialize and clients to come forth. During this process, he discovers that infusing his talismans with the power of harmonious fate yields a novel kind of talisman. Klein dubs it the enhanced talisman, which bears effects akin to those of the harmonious paper figure, bestowing comprehensive enhancements when applied to a person. Perhaps fortune has smiled upon Klein, much like it has upon the fortunate Pado Meow. In recent days, he has encountered several straightforward yet rewarding commissions, primarily involving the search for lost cats, dogs, or items, each task averaging no more than 10 minutes. Consequently, the name of Detective Charlotte rapidly gained renown in the vicinity of Georgewood Street, with townsfolk referring to him as the finder of things. On Thursday evening, Klein heard a prayer, heralding a new member introduced by Miss Justice. However, the procrastinating tarot worker opted to conduct the investigation in the dead of night. Keywords: midnight guidance, compulsion, ascendance, unspoken rules. At the stroke of midnight, the not-so-perfect crimson moon was obscured by clouds, while the sky over Beckland had grown too dim to witness the brilliance of countless stars. Awakened by an urgent need, Klein suddenly recalled an investigation he had yet to undertake that night. He threw off the covers and stepped into the mist, settling into the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. He prepared to respond to the individual recommended by Miss Justice, initiating the investigation process. Turning slightly, he noted that the emptiness of the room lacked a certain elegance, rendering the atmosphere rather uninspired. As his power grew, so too did the forces he could manipulate within the mist, evolving from merely materializing a few pieces of furniture to enchanting various objects through the fog. With a flick of his hand, two golden paper figures appeared from thin air, merging with the mist, their features obscured, resembling golden angels. They, of course, lacked the grandeur and stature typically associated with celestial beings. Nevertheless, Klein surmised that the person recommended by Miss Justice would not be particularly formidable, likely having never encountered a true angel. Even if she had, Klein could assert that within his divine realm, the angels had subdued their powers. Thus, at the stroke of midnight, Hoodie was abruptly awakened. Earlier that day, she had muttered the name of an enigmatic entity, nearly frightening herself to death. After struggling to fall asleep beside Furs, she was suddenly gripped by a sensation of weightlessness, only to find herself transported to a mysterious place shrouded in mist. Before her loomed a bronze-long table, at the head of which sat a man enveloped in fog, flanked by two golden angels. Just as Hoodie felt herself on the verge of fainting from fear, Klein severed the connection between them. Back in reality, Hoodie surveyed her room in bewilderment before ultimately retreating into Furs's comforting embrace, tears streaming down her face. As Friday dawned, Klein had just invested in a promising bicycle company. Upon returning home and opening the door, he was taken aback by the scene that greeted him. The sofa lay overturned, furniture collapsed, and at the center of the living room lay a man, barely clinging to life, his body marred by scratches, with half of his face torn away. Busy de fallen cabinet. The man appeared to have lost a significant amount of blood, lying motionless on the ground. Klein averted his gaze, directing it towards the overturned sofa, where a small brown kitten with an innocent expression was perched. What transpired here? Klein removed his coat and hung it on the drying rack. Surprisingly, the drying rack stood intact, a stroke of luck indeed. That individual had stealthily infiltrated the house and intended to harm me, explained Pato Meow hastily. In essence, he had first tripped over the sofa, then engaged in a chaotic struggle with the rug and the dining table in the living room. Ultimately, he collided with a cabinet against the wall, which was his undoing. Pato Meow animatedly recounted. I thought to check on his condition, but he suddenly drew a dagger from beneath the cabinet and attempted to stab me. In a moment of desperation, I acted as I did. In conclusion, Pato Meow asserted, this cannot be blamed on me. I had no idea he was such a pathetic excuse for a killer. It truly cannot be attributed to Pato Meow, considering the assassins he had previously encountered were of a caliber like Qianjia or Ing. This was his first encounter with such a novice, and he assumed there must be some hidden trick. Thus he had struck a bit too forcefully. It is not your fault. Klein first righted the sofa and the chairs that were askew. Regrettably, the table had collapsed and was beyond repair. Then, Klein approached the cabinet with a tinge of sympathy, contemplating the cost of the damage. You see, if you wish to assassinate, then do so. But why destroy my furniture? It seems you shall have to repay with your kidneys instead, Klein mused, preparing to exact his toll. However, halfway through his gesture, Klein abruptly halted. The ruler of manipulation possessed an ability he had yet to utilize, the control of puppets, which is why the ruler of manipulation is often referred to as the ruler of thousands. Gazing at this unfamiliar man, an idea struck Klein. Although the reasons behind this assassination attempt were unclear, it mattered little, for upon becoming a puppet, Klein could summon spirits without reservation. Delicate lavender threads emanated from Klein's body, weaving through various joints and infiltrating the man-s form. The man-s physique began to transform, gradually morphing into that of a puppet. During this puppification process, Klein adeptly extracted the information he sought through spirit summoning. The man was named Merceau, a Sequence 9 hunter. As a hunter, resorting to assassination without setting traps was indeed a lackluster approach, Klein assessed. He then beheld a middle-aged man without a hat, his white shirt adorned with intricate, layered, petal-like embellishments at the collar and cuffs, lending an air of extravagance, complemented by a fitted black waistcoat and slim trousers, ostentatious and flamboyant. He regarded Merceau and spoke in a grave tone. No matter what you do, ensure you locate Ian right and strive to keep him alive, should he perish. Please present him before me within 1 hour, preferably within 15 minutes. Klein recalled Ian, who had previously sought his assistance for a commission. Indeed, Mr. Ambassador. Merceau did not conceal his defiance, yet he bowed his head. An ambassador? This matter unexpectedly involves other nations. Klein, following this lead, performed a divination. An ambassador from Intis. Klein shook his head, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. He smacked his lips. Had he not ventured into the simulated universe and possessed this array of enhancements? Merely a mundane sequence 8. Perhaps he would have been entangled in how to resolve this predicament. He would have wrestled with whether to flee directly or to notify the authorities. However, at this moment, he yawned, utterly unconcerned. The disappearance of a sequence 9 hunter might indeed alert that ambassador, who could dispatch more formidable individuals to ambush him. Sequence 7? Sequence 6? Even sequence 5? He cared not. Though he was not an excessively arrogant individual, he considered himself quite cautious. Nevertheless, it was exceedingly difficult for him to regard a sequence 9 with any seriousness now. Let that ambassador summon demigods to ambush him. He could simply retreat to Selris. Under Klein's control, the automatized hunter rose to its feet. After a moment's contemplation, he pushed the hunter's shoulder. The hunter toppled backward, and a rift opened behind him, engulfing him entirely. This was another ability of the ruler of domination, known as the theater of domination. In simple terms, it was a personal space. After disposing of the hunter's remains, Klein called for Podomio. It was time to venture out and purchase new furniture. Chapter 142, Mr. Fool diagnosed as a goblin in Beakland. The most economical mode of travel was to traverse the distance on foot, then switch to the subway, and Klein opted for an even more frugal method. He found an unoccupied corner and ignited a flame. What was this? Was the fare for the subway not worth considering? A hint of spirituality was of little value. The round trip took less than half an hour, leaving Klein with ample time to deliver an anonymous report to the Church of Steam and Machinery and the Storm Church, detailing the matter concerning the ambassador from Intis that he had divined. This report was penned above the fog, ensuring that no one could divine his involvement. Upon returning home, he visited the landlord next door, informing him that his cat had inadvertently damaged several pieces of furniture, and he would compensate with brand new, identical items. In the ensuing period, nothing of note occurred, and Klein relished the tranquility. Until the late hours of Sunday night. Klein had already drifted into slumber when he was suddenly jolted awake. He made no sound, yet a tiny eye appeared on the back of his hand, squinting towards the door of the room. This was the extraordinary ability of the strange physician, capable of altering its appearance and manifesting usable, bizarre organs throughout its body. The eye narrowed into a slit, observing a shadow writhing in the crack beneath the door. A slender, iron-black worm slithered in, arching high in the center before flattening out, continuously advancing towards the desk. Its movements were remarkably rigid, resembling a slow-motion sequence segmented into discrete frames, exuding an eerie aura. Gradually, it approached Klein's bed, only to be abruptly dispatched by a swift strike from Podomio. Klein retracted his eyes from his hand, rolled out of bed, and conducted a divination beside the squashed ironworm. He beheld a man he did not recognize, engaged in conversation with the ambassador of Intis. Ah, here we go again. It seems I must eliminate you, Klein mused. Time swiftly passed, and once more it was Monday afternoon. Klein retraced 4 steps into the gray mist, where familiar fog and indistinct silhouettes materialized before him. Recently ascended through monetary investment, Audrey rose, playfully lifting her skirt and cheerfully greeting, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Devil. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, Miss Wheel of Fortune." Observing the rising Miss Justice, Klein, shrouded in mist, could not help but squint. What is this? So dazzling. It turns out to be the esteemed benefactor. My apologies. With his spiritual sight already awakened, Klein, aided by the unique qualities above the mist, noted changes in the ethereal form of Miss Justice's star spirit beneath her ethereal body, the uniform hue having become considerably purer. He chuckled softly, "Welcome, our dear mind reader." "Oh, our dear mind reader," Audrey replied with a modest smile, humbly attributing her success to Mr. Fool. This was not entirely incorrect, as she had indeed entered the extraordinary realm with Klein's assistance. Then, turning toward the opposite side, she addressed Alger. "Mr. Hangman, it is time for you to submit your 6-page diary for this week." Alger nodded, yet couldn't suppress his thoughts. I was indeed meant to submit the diary, but Miss Justice cleverly implied that I was reminded to do so, overshadowing my contributions and subtly leaving a stronger impression on Mr. Fool. One could only say that she truly is a noble lady of ruin. In the words of Emperor Roselle, what is this called? Ah, palace intrigue. It seems I was previously deceived by her naive facade. One must never underestimate anyone. This individual is formidable indeed. Despite his inner musings, Alger managed to manifest 6 pages of the Roselle diary with Klein's assistance. So too did Selrus submit his diary. As per tradition, Klein was the first to peruse the Roselle diary. Within today's entry, Klein learned of some high-ranking titles associated with diviners and monsters, including the Miracle Worker of Sequence 2 for diviners and the Mercury Serpent of Sequence 1 for monsters. He also discovered several subsequent titles related to the Black Emperor, realizing that the goddess of night did not equate to the moon. Apart from that, the remaining matters are rather trivial. Following this is the diary of the esteemed Ceres, which Klein prefers to refer to as the Chronicles of the Stud. In comparison to this venerable Ceres, Roselle is but a novice, as Roselle's experiences are limited to humans or humanoid beings. However, that old Ceres is akin to a humanoid pile driver, a veritable walking Armstrong cannon. On July 13th, we arrived at a planet known as Chani 5, a world tainted by stellar cores. While that statement holds true, the stellar cores are, in fact, quite endearing. What was I saying? Klein displayed an expression akin to that of a dead fish. The stellar core is a substance referred to as the cancer of the multiverse. Our companion on the train, a stellar core, was quite exhilarated upon learning of its moniker, bragging incessantly about its remarkably cool nickname, while we had none. What a jest! I once bore a rather splendid nickname myself, you know. In the past, those who knew me referred to me as the ultimate goblin chief. I understand that those currently perusing my diary are likely laughing, but that is of no consequence, for I have always been forgiving. Dear kin, I have set aside your supper for tonight. Klein suddenly ceased his laughter. I'm not a goblin. I know you are reluctant to admit it, my dear kin. Let us conduct a few simple tests. 1. Do you have a wife? 2. Are you wealthy? 3. Disregarding the diary, Klein spoke. You may now engage in free discourse. Audrey felt a tinge of disappointment. It seems that today, Mr. Fool has no wisdom to impart upon us. Indeed, he does not, for the illustrious Mr. Fool has just been diagnosed as a goblin and is currently. Klein discreetly surveyed the members of the tarot gathering, seeking a semblance of comfort. The demon Ceres, needless to say, is quite affluent. Mr. Sun possesses the resources of an entire city. Based on prior conversations, Mr. Hangman appears to be a pirate. The captain of a ship, Miss Justice, is of noble lineage, and Pato has Klein himself to tend to. Within the entire tarot assembly, there exists but a single goblin, a fact that made Klein even more distressed. I longed for my lair. I yearned to savor the meals prepared by the goblin chief. As the session of free trade commenced, Pato Meow was the first to speak as the foremost hunting hound under the goblin. Today, she arrived with a task. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a talisman and a doll for sale. Is anyone interested? Upon being transformed into a doll by the ruler of Dominion, the original visage would similarly be altered, becoming a uniform mask. Therefore, Klein harbored no concerns regarding the previous hunter's exposure, accompanied by a control bead for manipulation. This hunter could also serve as a sealing object. Since he had damaged Klein's furniture, he might as well sell himself to make amends. It was already quite merciful of Klein not to have removed his kidneys. Of course, the hunter's money had long been appropriated by Pato Meow. Could you provide a more detailed description? Alger inquired, somewhat taken aback that the newly arrived Miss Wheel of Fate would offer items for sale. However, he found himself in need of the charms. In contrast, Audrey had less interest in the charms, though she was mildly intrigued by the doll. There were 2 types of charms, both unavailable elsewhere, the enhancement charm and the domination charm. Pardo began by introducing the charms. The enhancement charm, when utilized, augments the user's physical attributes, reflexes, and spirituality. The domination charm, when cast, exerts influence over targets within a 10-meter radius, gradually rendering their movements rigid. This domination charm was conceived by Klein following the principles of the enhancement charm, serving as a manifestation of dollification. However, as it was not directly controlled by him, it cannot transform a person into a doll. That explanation is rather vague. Alger remarked, could you specify the extent of their capabilities? The enhancement provided by the charm is approximately equivalent to the average of a sequence 7. For instance, after using it, a sequence 7 spirituality could roughly double, Pardo elucidated. The domination charm can typically immobilize extraordinary beings below sequence 7 for a minute. It takes around 10 seconds for their movements to become fully constrained. The higher the sequence, the lesser the effect. What price do you intend to set? Alger inquired, feeling quite satisfied, yet withholding his enthusiasm. 20 pounds each, Pardo quoted. Then please procure one of each for me. Alger decided, contemplating a trial of their effectiveness. Audrey, however, remained disinterested in such charms. What about the doll? How much is it? The doll is priced at 500 pounds, equivalent to a sequence 900. You can command it to perform any task, or even shatter it. It contains the extraordinary essence of a sequence 9 hunter as its core. Audrey shook her head, somewhat disappointed. She found the item beneath her notice. What is the maximum range of control? Alger posed a critical question. The operational diameter is roughly 500 meters, with visual synchronization during control, Pardo replied. If I wish to purchase, what would be required? Derek expressed keen interest in the doll, as well as in those charms. Klein had similarly informed Pardo about this. You may select one of two materials for trade, a genuine root of the mist tree or the complete spinal fluid of the cursed Black Panther. Naturally, the values of these items are not equivalent, so I can provide you with 10 of each of the two charms or other items of equivalent worth. Pardo did not disclose the materials for the subsequent recipe related to the monster path, both due to her and Klein's ignorance of it, and because it was unnecessary. Extraordinary traits would likely manifest in due time. Derek pondered this and felt he was not at a disadvantage. Very well, Miss Wheel of Fate. I shall assist you in acquiring these two items. Chapter 143, The Brand New Potion of Destiny. Agreed. Pato Meow nodded, stating that she had another commission. The assassination of the ambassador of the Intis Republic to the Kingdom of Ruin, Bekron. Klein, however, did not require assistance. He simply found it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate the embassy without detection. Assassinating the ambassador of the Intis Republic? Justice Audrey could not contain her astonishment, incredulously responding. Lady of the Wheel of Fate, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Such actions could incite conflict between the two nations, potentially leading to war. As a competent, noble lady, Audrey's foremost concern was international relations. To her, this notion seemed utterly ludicrous. The hangman, Alger, perceived no issues with the proposal. He believed that each member of the Tarot Society harbored their own ambitions, and thus, it was entirely normal to issue slightly unconventional commissions. I am well aware of my intentions, Pato Meow replied. After a moment's reflection, she adopted a tone reminiscent of Mebius. Rest assured, I have my own plans, which you need not concern yourself with. Your actions are exceedingly irresponsible, Audrey retorted, visibly irritated. Pato Meow shrank back, realizing that she could hardly embody the demeanor of Sister Snake. To compel me to kill an innocent without justification, I cannot bring myself to do so, Audrey asserted, shaking her head. Moreover, this could indeed provoke war. I shall neither impede it nor offer my assistance. Miss Justice, it seems you harbor some misconceptions, Ceres interjected. This Ambassador Bekron is also the intelligence chief of the Intis Republic within the kingdom. He covertly supports bloody protests, orchestrates events to undermine the relationships between nobles and the affluent, and disseminates rumors to incite discord between the populace and the government. He hardly qualifies as a good person. In the eyes of certain radicals, he may not even be regarded as human, Ceres posited to Audrey. I understand now, Audrey nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance in her conscience. The potential for war between the two nations solely depended on the upper echelon's desires for conflict. The life or death of a diplomat held little significance. The hangman, Alger, added, so what exactly is Intis, and what does the ambassador represent? Intis is the name of a nation, and an ambassador is a representative for communication between countries, Audrey explained to the young Derek. Thank you, Derek replied gratefully. May I inquire as to why you intend to assassinate the ambassador? Audrey asked Pato Meow. Pato Meow pondered for a moment. Klein had not prohibited revealing the reasoning, because he has made repeated attempts on our lives. Attempts on our lives? Both Audrey and Alger widened their eyes in disbelief. An ambassador sought to assassinate someone? Truly, no wonder he has caught the attention of Mr. Fool, they marveled. I can attempt to carry out this task, though I cannot guarantee success, Audrey ultimately replied. Since the first strike had come from the other side, her remaining psychological burden dissipated. Ultimately, The welfare of her companions within the Tarot Society took precedence over any concerns regarding the ambassador. Miss Justice is indeed a person who favors her acquaintances over principles, particularly in this matter where they are inherently in the right. What remuneration are you willing to offer? Alger inquired in a deep voice. That depends on the difficulty of the task, replied Pato Meow, with Mr. Fool serving as a witness. The crowd, having never considered that Mr. Fool might act dishonestly, found this transaction rather reasonable. Given that, I shall accept this task, said Selris, but I will not actively seek it. Should it present itself before me, that would indeed be his misfortune. Pato Meow nodded, indicating that she had no further concerns. Audrey was the second to propose a transaction after Pato Meow. I wish to acquire information related to dragons. Audrey distinctly remembered Mr. Sun referring to the spectator's path as the dragon path, claiming it originated from the dragon lineage. Although Audrey struggled to comprehend how the symbol of power represented by dragons was connected to the observers known for their keen insight, Derek finally found a topic he could contribute to. I possess information regarding dragons and wish to obtain insights from your world. It would not be long before they could leave the forsaken land of Silver City, and Derek intended to gather information about the outside world to facilitate their future integration into it. Very well, Audrey nodded. Then whether the exchange of information is equitable shall be witnessed by Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool Klein nodded agreed. Ultimately, it was Mr. Fool who benefited the most, which is the advantage of being a facilitator. Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation, Audrey suddenly proposed, feeling that her knowledge should not be freely taken. Mr. Fool Klein, slightly apprehensive, shielded the perceptions of the others. Freely taken? What do you mean by that? Can facilitating be considered as such? Subsequently, Audrey exchanged information with Derek, sharing details about various nations and snippets regarding the seven gods, along with some clandestine organizations she was aware of. Finally, she supplemented this with customs and practices from the outside world beyond the Forsaken Land. Derek listened in awe, filled with envy. When it was Derek's turn, the earnest lad shared all he knew from his general studies, including, but not limited to, the dragon lineage itself, the fanciful dragon Angerwide, and the nightmare dragon Alicehode. Once their exchange concluded, Klein lifted the restrictions on the perceptions of others. Selris promptly proposed another transaction. Remember the fate elixir I mentioned earlier? Indeed, it's remarkably effective. Derek interjected eagerly. Mr. Demon, your fate elixir is truly the greatest invention. Klein affirmed this thought internally, recognizing the assistance the elixir had provided him. I recall you stating that the fate elixir would only be given to the followers of the Church of Joy, Mr. Demon. Have you changed your mind? Audrey inquired with a hint of surprise. If the demon truly intended to sell the fate elixir, she would not hesitate to purchase a share. Even though she may not possess a keen interest in the mournful performers, the sister is not in want of money, if necessary. She can always return to tend her dogs. You are mistaken. I never asserted that the fate-altering elixir is unavailable. What I stated was that the elixir of joy is not for sale. Surrealist corrected with a smile. Audrey immediately inquired, so, does this mean that you, dear demon, have developed other potions for fate? Indeed, Surrealist nodded. Allow me to introduce my latest invention, which you may acquire according to your individual needs. Before Surrealist could elaborate, Derek, the wealthiest member of the Tarot Society, had already made up his mind. I shall take them all. Although Audrey was affluent, her personal wealth paled in comparison to the centuries of heritage amassed by the entire Silver City. You may only take one of each. Surrealist discerned the little son's intentions. Very well, I understand, Derek replied, somewhat disappointed. The subsequent potions are still under research. For now, I shall discuss the 9th sequence. Surrealist began his exposition. First, the elixir of the intellect path, 9th sequence, the precursor. Listen closely. It is not a prophecy, but a rehearsal. An extraordinary individual on this path can attain formidable reasoning and cognitive abilities. Yet beyond that, they will possess no extraordinary powers, and their spirituality will hardly increase. This bears a striking resemblance to my audience pathway, Audrey mused. Perhaps I require a crew member with sufficient intellect, as most aboard my vessel are rather simple-minded, Alger thought. Moreover, subsequent potions will only be obtainable from me, alleviating concerns of betrayal. The elixir of abundance path, 9th sequence, the apothecary. Individuals on this path can better discern substances and can concoct potions rich in spirituality, with effects comparable to those of a pharmacist. Noticing the lack of response, Surrealist continued. Next is the elixir of preservation path, ninth sequence, the builder. Those who tread this path will experience an increase in strength and gain an extraordinary ability to harden objects. Derek immediately became animated, exclaiming, "This is it. This is exactly what Silver City needs," given that many in Silver City worship the Amber King. Taking this back would undoubtedly boost morale. You may purchase several of these. Let us say 3. Surrealist offered Derek a special concession. "Thank you immensely, dear demon." Derek expressed his gratitude with excitement. "Look at that. He is paying me, yet feels the need to thank me." Then came the elixir of memory path. Ninth sequence, the Scholar of Candle Ink. Scholar of Candle Ink? Such a familiar name, Klein contemplated. I recall encountering a scholar from the Candle Ink Society in the simulated cosmos last Tuesday. So, these names are derived in such a manner? This path's extraordinary individuals will experience enhanced memory and possess an innate ability to discern truth from falsehood with greater ease. Following this was the elixir of the void path. Ninth sequence, the commoner. One may diminish their presence and, through interaction, instill a sense of calm in others. This remarkable ability resembles that of an observer, Klein pondered. Moreover, as observers progress, they can achieve a form of psychological invisibility. It appears that the power of nothingness is not particularly formidable. Indeed, the very essence of its name suggests the challenge of wielding it effectively, Alger thought. Colliding with my potion is unnecessary, Audrey mused. This is rather advantageous, enabling me to conceal myself more adeptly, remarked Pajuo Meow. Its utility seems limited, yet acquiring it appears wise, noted son Derek. The Potion of Destruction. Sequence 9, Scorched Earth Walker. Those extraordinary individuals on this path gain formidable resilience, though this does not imply rapid regeneration. Rather, it signifies a toughened constitution that is difficult to vanquish. Furthermore, the greater the injury they sustain, the more potent their strength becomes. Klein nodded in agreement, affirming that as players of destruction, we must learn to manage our health points. Within the simulated universe, Klein found himself quite fond of the blessings bestowed by the path of destruction. After all, being inherently fragile, it is preferable to enter the fray with diminished health. The Potion of Hunting, Sequence 9, Quick Shooter. The extraordinary individuals of this path are all sharpshooters and archers, their perception far surpassing that of ordinary folk, with some capable of striking an ant's heart from dozens of meters away. This is promising. Alge resolved to acquire this potion. Lastly, there is the Breeding Potion. Sequence 9, Illusory Moth's Servant. The name breeding caused the crowd to furrow their brows. The extraordinary individuals of this path can, to some extent, create illusions that disrupt the thoughts and perceptions of others. That concludes the explanation, Cyrez finished. Happy Lantern Festival to all. By the way, if I were to dedicate an entire chapter to detailing the various potions of destiny, would that be deemed excessive? Chapter 144, The Tarot Society's Great Enhancement. The names and descriptions alone seem to hint at remarkable abilities, yet perhaps akin to the elixir of joy. There exists a significant disparity between the earlier sequences and the subsequent capabilities. Alge analyzed the pros and cons presently. He favored destruction or hunting, at least during the 9th sequence, as these appeared more suited to him. Aside from nothingness, he felt that acquiring the others would not be a loss. Alge contemplated, uncertain whether this was a genuine opinion or simply an intuitive warning from his subconscious. That nothingness seems to facilitate my concealment better, Pajuo Meow mused quietly. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly erupted with excitement. I desire this one, and I yearn for that one. However, I can only afford to purchase one for myself, and sushi. Even if I acquired more, I would have no place to utilize them. Audrey pondered for a few seconds before cautiously inquiring, Mr. Demon, could you offer some advice? After all, there is still too little to discern from Sequence 9. Let fate decide. If one cannot select the appropriate choice, it merely signifies a lack of destiny. Ceres jested. Very well, Audrey puffed her cheeks. The fool Klein maintained an impassive exterior, yet internally he began to exclaim, Ceres, considering your efforts at the tarot gathering, albeit lacking in merit, you now have the opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me, the esteemed fool. Do hasten to present each potion forthwith. Very well then. The price remains at £100 or its equivalent in extraordinary attributes. Ceres clapped his hands. As you all know, this is quite a bargain compared to the average price of £400 for a Series 9 potion. Indeed, Alger spoke in a low tone. The innovative potion technology devised by the Demon Lord may very well alter the landscape of the entire extraordinary realm. It is imperative to establish favorable relations. Just as everyone pondered their subsequent plans, a sudden inspiration struck Alger. Among the assembly at this tarot gathering, aside from the esteemed fool, the Demon Lord is undoubtedly the most enigmatic. But what of the rest of us? By what merit do we sit at the same table as him? The fool summoned us, likely recognizing certain qualities within each of us. The Demon Lord's capabilities are unquestionable, and Miss Justice is a favored noble maiden, representing the royal family of Rune. Miss Justice's attribute lies in the fact that the fool may eventually wield influence over the upper echelons of Rune through her. My strength lies in the unique maritime resources and my half-elf heritage. Indeed, it is thus. My entry into the tarot gathering is due to the fool's recognition of my half-elf identity. He seeks to gather the elves under his banner. So, it is the fool values our potential. The King of Fortune, adorned in yellow and black, weaves our destinies. Given this, the identity of Miss Wheel of Fortune becomes somewhat elusive. Entering the tarot gathering as a non-human, I appeared to possess a certain familiarity on my first attendance, yet I have never submitted a journal entry in 2 meetings. The hangman, Alger, suddenly addressed Pato Meow. Miss Wheel of Fortune, could you provide me with your insight? Pato Meow's ears perked. Huh? Me? Indeed, Miss Wheel of Fortune. Alger affirmed. I implore you to share your thoughts. Any notion will suffice. The Demon Lord has frequently mentioned fate and luck in today's discussions, undoubtedly hinting at something significant. Alger smirked, confident in his strategy. Was he pondering now? Ceres internally conversed with his canine companion. I have no idea. Perhaps he is lost in thought? Shall we obliterate it? Pato Meow contemplated. Demon Lord, after this discussion concludes, I would appreciate a potion of the Scorched Earth Walker. Alger nodded, and then turned to Ceres with a request. No problem. I shall deliver it to you through a sacrifice to the fool. Ceres smiled and nodded. Mr. Demon, I wish to rehearse the potions of the Rehearsal Master and the Scholar of Candle Ink. Certainly. Ceres made the gesture invented by Emperor Roselle while smiling and inquired. One of those should be for your extraordinary pet, correct? Indeed, Audrey replied succinctly. Then I shall convey it to you through Mr. Fool, Ceres stated. Very well. Audrey responded with a cheerful tone. The little son requires them all, does he not? Ceres then turned to face son Derek. Yes, Derek replied respectfully. In a few days, I can also visit Silver City. I shall speak directly with your chief, Ceres proposed. That sounds good, Derek nodded in agreement. Lastly, what a Miss Wheel of Fortune. Do you have a potion that pleases you? Ceres finally directed his gaze towards Paduo. Paduo flicked her tail. I may need a bit more time to ponder. I shall return to purchase at the next tarot meeting. She still needed to consult Klein's opinion. After all, it was Klein who would be footing the bill. Klein's anxious heart finally found solace. Thankfully, Paduo had not made a purchase. When the time came, he could approach Ceres directly and perhaps secure a discounted price. Although he acknowledged the necessity of the item, he could not afford to spend extravagantly. That would surely be the end of Mr. Fool. After a brief exchange among the members, Klein announced the conclusion of this week's tarot meeting. He bid farewell to the other participants, remaining alone amidst the fog. Acting as a courier, how vexing it is that I, the intermediary, cannot profit from the difference, Klein lamented inwardly. In the luxurious villa of the Earl of Holber in the Queen's District, Audrey walked back and forth in high spirits, intending to reward Susie with some dog treats. At that moment, a swirl of fog appeared before her, signaling that her delivery was ready for receipt. The ritual was set, the incantation recited, and the transaction made. Once the sacrificial portal dissipated, 2 sealed bottles remained in Audrey's hands, labeled Rehearsal Master and Scholar of Candle Ink. She excitedly knelt before Susie, holding up the 2 bottles. Susie, look at what this is. In the capital of the ROSD Islands, the generous city of Byam, Alge Wilson returned to the real world clad in a set of ostentatiously ornate attire characteristic of the Republic of Intis, gazing at the newly acquired potion in his hand. Unlike the several bottles of Sailor's Passage potion he had previously consumed, the Scorched Walker's potion appeared more akin to bubbling magma. After a prolonged silence and a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, he tilted his head back and poured the potion into his stomach. In the next moment, a slight sensation of suffocation washed over him. Alger's muscles tensed, veins bulging, as a burning sensation spread throughout his body. Moments later, scales resembling fish began to emerge across his skin, and through meditation, he gradually stabilized the potion's effects. Let out a long sigh, releasing a plume of dense smoke. Sequence 7's body absorbed the potion of Sequence 9, and indeed, it felt considerably easier. He raised his right hand, which was covered in a multitude of scales, reminiscent of fish scales. Now, these scales bore a hint of crimson, with a wide stance and a flexed waist. Alge struck forward with a punch that resonated with a thunderous crack. Not bad, Alge murmured to himself. He then picked up a dagger from the table, engaged in a brief internal struggle, and made a light incision on his chest. Previously, he could have effortlessly drawn a deeper cut, yet now, it merely broke the skin's surface. Sensing his spirit becoming more vibrant, Alge's smile grew increasingly radiant. After wrapping several layers of bandages around himself, he exited through the back door of the inn, meandering through a few streets, eventually halting before a house devoid of a garden or lawn. The door to Audrey's residence swung open, as the newly ascended Miss Audrey sought out her maid. While walking, Audrey discreetly surveyed her surroundings. To her eyes, the maids in the vicinity appeared marked by arrows, which would point in a certain direction before the maid's movements followed suit. Soon enough, Audrey located her personal maid, Annie. Annie, please inform Lady Corelia that I accept her invitation and will attend her ball punctually tomorrow night, Audrey said with a smile. In her gaze, the maid initially expressed a flicker of surprise before nodding half a second later. Very well, miss, the maid replied, her nod laced with a touch of astonishment. In demeanor, movement, and tone, she mirrored closely what Audrey had anticipated. The abilities of a foresight practitioner were certainly not so far-fetched, yet perhaps, with the combination of a foresight practitioner and an audience, one could, to a certain extent, masquerade as a diviner. Corelia was the wife of Count Wolf, and her forthcoming ball had invited ambassadors from various nations stationed in Rune, including Becklon and Jamin. Audrey had initially intended to decline under the pretense of illness, yet now she found herself intrigued by the ball. Once the maid had departed, Audrey turned back to her room. Audrey, I feel so dizzy, Susie lamented, lying weakly on the floor. Meditate, Susie. You need to meditate now, Audrey suggested. With a few whimpers, Susie expressed her discomfort. Her mind felt chaotic, even recalling memories from years past, back to the time of her very birth. Perhaps you should play the role of a scholar, Audrey attempted to offer advice. Susie lifted her head, but Audrey, for a dog, I am quite learned already. Audrey pondered for a few seconds before a sudden epiphany struck her. Susie, perhaps you should study psychology and become a psychological expert, or delve into history and become a historian. Susie had consumed the potion of the Candle Scholar, and according to Mr. Demon, the Candle Scholar marked the inception of the memory sequences. With that, Audrey suggested that Susie embody both the psychological aspect of memory and the material aspect. The former involves taking on the role of a scholar of human memory, while the latter pertains to that of a historian of collective memory. Chapter 145. The chill has arrived. It is time for the Source Fortress to decline on a cold evening at 15 Minsk Street. Klein and Padomia had just finished their dinner. He casually drew the curtains, adjusted his collar, donned his hat and cane, and departed from 15 Minsk Street, leaving Padomia alone at home. As he turned a corner, Klein's facial features and physique underwent a rapid transformation. By the time he had fully turned around, he had morphed into a burly, menacing middle-aged man. His bulging muscles strained against an ill-fitting suit jacket, and the hair beneath his hat had become disheveled. The gentlemanly demeanor he possessed had been replaced by that of a brutish thug. A few minutes later, Klein arrived at the Brave Man's Pub on Irongate Street, a place recommended by Selris, who mentioned that an extraordinary gathering was taking place there. Upon entering the tavern, Klein tidied his tousled hair and adjusted his noticeably ill-fitting collar. He approached the bar, where the proprietor, Kasparis, stood. Lowering his voice to a deep rumble, he announced, I am here for the gathering of the Eye of Wisdom, introduced to me by the owner of the World's Inn Tavern. Of course, I understand the rules, he added, as he reluctantly slipped 2 one-pound notes into Kasparis' hand. Selris had only informed him of the gathering that evening, without specifying its location, only instructing him to pay the tavern's owner. Kasparis scrutinized Klein for several moments. You certainly know how to navigate this, he remarked, tugging at the notes in Klein's hand. When they did not budge, he stared at Klein again, commanding, "Let go." After a moment, he pulled again. "Could it be a bit cheaper?" Klein's voice dropped even lower. "Not at all. You're quite a large fellow. Why the small-mindedness?" Caspres retorted. "Let me tell you, if you rip the money, it won't be on me." Reluctantly, Klein released his grip. Caspres turned to his card-playing companions and exchanged a few words before leading Klein, limping slightly, toward the kitchen of the pub. From there, they entered a dark alleyway, arriving at a house shrouded in shadows. He produced an iron mask that concealed the upper half of the face and handed it to Klein. Taking the mask, Klein placed it on his face. "Shouldn't a member of the Faceless Fools have a mask? I have been a member for quite some time. Yet Celeris has never provided me one. Surely he hasn't forgotten?" Seeing that Klein was ready, Caspres rhythmically knocked on the door. After 7 or 8 seconds, a small wooden panel suddenly slid open, revealing an orange mask. "What brings you here?" Caspres asked. "Isn't it obvious? I happen to be closest to the door." Celeris replied with a grin. Having spoken, Celeris handed Klein a hooded robe, saying, "Here, wear this." "Thank you," Klein replied, somewhat speechless as he accepted the robe. "Your mask is so iconic. What's the difference between wearing it and not?" "It's about blending in," Celeris remarked, noticing Klein's confusion. Klein nodded in understanding. "If I possessed Celeris's power, I would be even more audacious, willing to purchase an exquisite suit outright and indulge daily in Dixie pies and sweet iced tea." Celeris closed the door, turned around, and guided Klein through the dimly lit living room to the lounge on the first floor. "You've done well with your disguise," Celeris noted as he led the way. Klein was not surprised that Celeris could see through his ruse. To him, Celeris's strength seemed akin to that of an angel. He still could not perceive Celeris's true power, nor could he even see his spiritual form. This reminded Klein of a fate Celeris had once mentioned called mystery. Upon entering the secret gathering place, they beheld a candle flickering on the coffee table, casting a dim, warm glow throughout the room. Approximately 10 individuals, clad in hooded robes and iron-colored masks, occupied the sofas and chairs surrounding the table. "Not as grand as my tarot meetings," Klein silently assessed. "This is it," Celeris introduced to Klein. "Why didn't you bring me in directly?" Klein lamented the £2 he had spent. "Because I enjoy watching you squirm when you part with your money," Celeris candidly replied. Unsure of what to say, Klein, now donned in the robe, quietly took a seat in a corner, with Celeris sitting beside him. Soon, he heard a plump-faced man lamenting. "Recently, a pack of beasts has invaded the sewers, devouring many of the herbs I cultivated. They are far more cunning than you, avoiding the poisonous ones. I need someone to help me clear them out. As you know, this is not my forte. I only excel at concocting potions to treat your ailments." This was a pharmacist. Klein was aware that the greatest strength of the pharmacist's path lay in their ability to produce mummy powder. Mummy powder is a potent aphrodisiac, a fact Klein was well aware of. "You speak of them as if they are useless," Klein remarked. No. They're indeed quite useful," Celeris countered. "For instance," he mused, "they could mass-produce mummy powder." Celeris raised a fist. Imagine throwing it during a fight. Suddenly, the enemy, bam. He mimicked the sound, snapping his finger. Klein gazed at Celeris's finger, momentarily lost in thought, envisioning such a scenario. That would indeed be useful. Klein acknowledged the efficacy of mummy powder. "Quite remarkable, indeed. I shall reiterate my request. I require assistance in clearing out the newly emerged beasts within the sewers, specifically in the area surrounding the Beckland Bridge. In return, I shall offer 4 vials of precious elixirs as compensation. 2 of these vials possess the ability to staunch bleeding and promote the healing of wounds. Trust me, this is far superior to undergoing a suturing procedure at a clinic, remaining effective for 6 months." The portly apothecary emphasized this once more. "He is not as inept as you suggest," Klein remarked to Saris. Saris merely smiled in silence. "As for the other 2 vials, they have a shelf life of 1.5 months and can rekindle youthful vigor in gentlemen, transforming them into extraordinary lovers in the bedroom. You understand my meaning. Even if they surpass their expiration, they will still yield effects, albeit the potency will extend throughout the entire body, rendering the user exceedingly ferocious, with a significant increase in strength, speed, and agility, though ultimately leading to weakness after half an hour." Sari spread his hands. "Behold, this is what we call professionalism. I believe this potion can serve purposes beyond mere indulgence. One might consider it a stimulant," Klein rationally assessed. Of course, Saris nodded. One could pretend to be a woodpecker or a pile driver. This small gathering of extraordinary individuals soon came to an end, and Klein did not find what he sought. Instead, he sold 2 homemade charms to the gathering's initiator, the wise old man known as the Eye of Wisdom. A splendid idea, truly. Is the method of creation for sale? The collector, the Eye of Wisdom, scrutinized the 2 charms meticulously. I'm afraid not, Klein promptly declined. Is that so? What a pity. The Eye of Wisdom expressed regret, daring to inquire which deity of righteousness he worshipped. Of course, it is all right if you wish to keep that private. There is nothing that cannot be shared, Klein replied with a slight smile, the corner of his mouth curling beneath his half-mask. I worship the Lord of Jests. The attention of the gathering shifted to Klein and Saris. Ah, how peculiar, the portly apothecary chuckled. I have encountered very few followers of the Lord of Jests throughout Beckland. Yet here, in this gathering, I find 2. Naturally, that is quite normal, the Eye of Wisdom responded. Klein nodded in agreement. Though masquerading as a follower of the Lord of Jests was not entirely a deception, he had indeed made considerable effort to memorize the full title of the deity. The transcendent of miracles, the hidden benevolent in joy, the great and absurd Lord of Jests. Saris noted that this title could equally refer to himself, though he understood not why. Saris also attempted to promote his own products, yet the quality of what he offered paled in comparison to that of the Tarot Club, resulting in no interest from the attendees. Truly, is there no one willing to purchase my fully automated doll? Those without elderly at home might consider bringing one back for care. Saris continued to market his palm-sized doll. In the midst of his pitch, the doll lost its balance and tumbled from the table, shattering into pieces upon impact with the ground. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, my friend, for we, the extraordinary wild ones, find it arduous enough to sustain ourselves. The plump apothecary spoke, employing his distinctive manner of half-mockery, half-encouragement. I admire your skill, yet it appears you are reluctant to sell it to me. The Eye of Wisdom holds great appreciation for the art of puppet making. As he spoke, the puppet began to reassemble itself. You could purchase one to study at your leisure. Saris continued his attempts at persuasion. No, the items you sell are beyond my comprehension. The Eye of Wisdom waved his hand dismissively, having previously acquired several of Saris's wares, none of which he had managed to decipher. You might consider placing your faith in our great Lord of Fools. Perhaps one day, you too could create such marvels. Saris attempted to proselytize. The Eye of Wisdom smiled, remaining silent. How am I to respond to that? After departing the gathering, Saris suddenly intercepted Klein midway. He led Klein into an alley, casually conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the two. What is it? Klein stepped back a couple of paces, arms crossed defensively, warning, do not act recklessly, or I shall summon assistance. Saris paid no heed to Klein's antics, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed up at the stars at a 45-degree angle. How do you perceive the accumulation of your power at present? Saris inquired. Klein's heart sank. Surely not. It's cold. It must be time for the Source Fortress to face bankruptcy. Saris replied, hands still clasped behind him, amidst the biting wind. I think I need to clarify. What is the Source Fortress? Klein was about to retort when he suddenly noticed a new term. It is a realm shrouded in mist, which you may understand as the divine kingdom of the fool. Although in essence it is not, this explanation should facilitate your understanding, Saris elucidated. Ah, so my golden finger is called the Source Fortress. I only just realized. So, what you imply is, Saris nonchalantly produced a yellow coat and draped it over Klein. Klein, it is cold. Wear this yellow robe. Chapter 146. Master Luo's challenge. The time has come. I have resolved to directly oppose the fool, Saris stated with unwavering determination. At which point you shall assume the role of the fool. This proclamation sent a tremor through Klein's mind. He gazed at the yellow robe he wore. Words caught in his throat. It felt as though the folds of his cerebral cortex had been instantaneously smoothed out, unfurled, and a wave of relaxation washed over him, akin to strolling through the forests of Norway. Ultimately, he managed to utter, "Are you certain you can defeat the fool?" "Certainly not. But you have embarked upon your destined path. You have now acquired the power to negate the world from beyond it," Saris declared, giving Klein a thumbs up. "I have high hopes for you. Even if you assert that, I have merely embarked upon a harmonious journey. In the words of the great Emperor Roselle, I am but a support at present." Klein shook his head in disagreement. He had no desire to engage in battle with the fool. Indeed, Saris bowed his head in contemplation, suggesting that you, as a diviner, should engage with the 8th sequence of the same path to confront the 0 sequence. This seemed somewhat lacking in substance. Wait, What do you mean by the zero sequence of the same path? Klein inquired. Did I not mention it to you? Ceres lifted his gaze, explaining that the Fool is the name of the zero sequence of the diviner path. This title, derived arbitrarily from the tarot cards, left Klein puzzled as to why it would be associated with the zero sequence of the diviner path. It appeared to be yet another coincidence. A sudden feeling of being orchestrated enveloped Klein, yet he maintained his composure and shook his head, saying no. However, since you are aware of the name of the zero sequence, do you know the names of the intermediate sequences? Yes, Ceres affirmed with a nod. And that is precisely why I urged you to consume the potion of joy. The mourner can assist you in digesting the clown, while the oddity doctor can help you assimilate the faceless man of sequence 6 and the trickster of sequence 4. Whether you ascend to the magician or the battlefield magician first, it essentially serves as a rehearsal for the other. And the identity of the ruler of laws can aid you in anticipating the role of the master of secrets in sequence 5. I also have plans for the subsequent sequences, the ancient scholar in sequence 3, the miracle worker in sequence 2, and the mysterious attendant in sequence 1. Once you successfully replace the Fool, you will even be able to preemptively assume the role of the zero sequence. Ceres patted Klein on the shoulder, saying, I have gone to such lengths for you. I truly cannot believe you would falter against that original Fool. Wait, what do you mean by the original Fool? Klein felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. I refer to the celestial sovereign of life and death. Surely, you would not be content to serve as his vessel for resurrection? Ceres replied, Celestial sovereign of life and death. Vessel for resurrection? Klein fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Come with me, he suddenly said. Where to? Ceres asked. To my home. Such enthusiasm? Stop rambling, just follow me. Indeed, the Fool at the tarot meeting is me, and the source fortress you mentioned is something that appeared one day after I got out of bed, Klein stated as he settled onto the sofa, while Ceres took a seat opposite him. So, it is thus. I see that my plans require some adjustment, Ceres nodded. Since you have revealed yourself, I shall disclose my own identity as well. Extending his hand, Ceres continued, I believe you have already surmised. I am indeed the Ceres you have heard of, and the diary you previously perused has always been penned by me. Klein grasped his hand and, hesitating, asked, So you're also a traveler like Emperor Roselle? He cleverly phrased it as like Emperor Roselle, rather than like myself, even though his ability to comprehend Roselle's diary had already clarified many matters. Just like you, Ceres bluntly revealed. No wonder your diaries always conceal particularly useful information. So, those nonsensical stories you wrote were merely a cover for something? Klein withdrew his hand. Oh no, that is not the case. Most of those matters I have engaged in, while a few are aspirations yet to be realized, remarked Ceres with an air of indifference. Klein's hand faltered as he contemplated the prospect of washing it anew shortly. What should I do now? He earnestly inquired, dismissing Ceres's tales of stallions. Yet Ceres remained unfazed. Do you feel a sense of urgency? Indeed, it is my first encounter with the term resurrection vessel. Klein shook his head despondently. If that were the case, the coincidences I have experienced of late would indeed be explicable. Ceres concurred. As a beacon of fate, it is rather effortless for him to weave an individual's destiny. Even in his current state of demise, he even possesses the formidable title of beacon of fate. Klein scratched his head in mild frustration. So what should I do now? I do not perceive myself as capable of escaping destiny at this moment. I have two approaches for you, Ceres proposed. The first is to persist with my current plan, and together we shall strike against the celestial sovereign. The second is to embrace the harmonious, using magic to vanquish magic, compelling that tri-faced mother goddess to contend with the celestial sovereign. Can that truly be done? Klein expressed his surprise. Certainly, though the harmonious star deity may not heed your call, and ultimately, regardless of who prevails, you will be assimilated. Klein shook his head. I think I shall heed your plan instead. Excellent, Klein. Ceres rose. Do you believe in gravity? Klein interrupted the incantation. I have seen it. Thank you. What a pity, Ceres lamented as he resumed his seat. My plan is rather straightforward, Ceres outlined. Before you ascend to true divinity, that is, before you become the Fool, it is virtually impossible for the celestial sovereign to resurrect within you. My strategy is to bolster your strength, dominance, and power. The path of the harmonious, while it sounds appealing, is not as beautiful as its name suggests. Assimilation is merely a method of harmonization after your ascension to true divinity. When the sovereign resurfaces within you, I shall assist you in using the dominion of your authority to assimilate his spirit, transforming it into your nourishment. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better if I do not become a true deity? Klein suddenly realized. Of course, you may choose not to become a true deity. That is your prerogative. However, the source fortress lies within your grasp. And as the saying goes, a man is innocent but bears the burden of his riches. I believe you, as a fellow countryman, should understand this as well. For what you imply, it seems the source fortress can indeed be severed from within me. Klein seized upon the crux. Do not be foolish, my friend. The source fortress is highly coveted. Yet the sovereign is not. I suspect if you truly intend to relinquish the source fortress, they will be far more inclined to seize it directly, leaving the fate of being supplanted by the sovereign upon your shoulders. However, it is still premature to discuss whether one can attain divinity. You have ample time for contemplation, perhaps 3 to 5 years before the impending doom arrives. Klein exhaled deeply, acknowledging I understand. Regardless of the path you choose, it is never a mistake to grow stronger. Ceres rose from his seat, pondering. Have you considered what potion of destiny Padu might drink next? Padu, reclining nearby, lifted her gaze. What about me? Is there any synergy? Klein inquired. Not at the moment, Ceres replied, shaking his head. Then let us revisit this later. None of the current options seem particularly suitable. Indeed, Ceres found this reasoning sound. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed, signaling the doorbell. Who could it be? Klein and Padu simultaneously turned their attention to the entrance. Who would visit at such an hour? Klein approached the door, placing his hand on the doorknob, instinctively foreseeing the scene that awaited him. The scarlet moon still lingered. The elegant gas lamps remained unchanged, and a sheriff in a black and white checkered uniform, adorned with 3 insignias, impatiently awaited at the threshold. Klein recalled that this was likely the sheriff of the neighborhood, known as Sheriff Farsin. Suddenly, Padu smacked her lips. Her heightened intuition occasionally allowed her to glimpse future events. It feels a bit bloody, she remarked, leaping off the sofa and retreating into the room. Good evening, Sheriff, Klein said as he opened the door. What brings you here at such a late hour? The sheriff, removing his hat with a serious expression, replied, I am here to investigate a missing persons case. Recently, a member of the Zmang gang, known as Merceau, has disappeared. There have been reports that he visited your home before his disappearance. Indeed, he did come by, Klein nodded. He delivered a threatening letter to my residence. Then there is no mistake. Please allow me to enter your home and conduct my investigation. Sheriff Farsin ran a hand through his short hair, adding, additionally, there are some arrangements I need to explain for you to make an informed decision. His gaze shifted to the living room, where Ceres sat upon the sofa. Very well, please come in. Klein gestured politely for Sheriff Farsin to enter. The sheriff first surveyed Klein's abode before taking a seat beside the sofa. What arrangements do you have? Klein inquired, appearing relaxed. Sheriff Farsin leaned slightly forward, intertwining his fingers as he spoke. Indeed, I have found no trace of the missing person, but the nights have been rather turbulent lately. So it is advisable to minimize your outings. This applies to you as well, he cautioned Ceres. Understood, Ceres replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do not take this lightly. This world is inhabited by many extraordinary individuals who possess abilities that may be beyond your comprehension. As the conversation unfolded, the muscles on Sheriff Farsin's face began to twitch peculiarly, transforming him into a gentleman with dark hair and blue eyes, possessing a handsome visage adorned with a faint trace of stubble. With a smile, he remarked, for instance, this ability is one of the most formidable below the high sequence. Given sufficient time. Chapter 147. Audrey discovers the Tarot Society. Before you meet your end, you may remember my name. I am Rossigo. Although it is likely you will forget it swiftly, Rossigo chuckled. 1 second, 2 seconds. Feeling a slight tickle from the stirring of his ethereal essence. Klein blinked and turned to meet Ceres' gaze. Are all you diviners this formidable? Ceres inquired. Realizing something was amiss, Rossigo raised his right index finger, pointing at Ceres. Bang! He uttered, as an air bullet shot forth, striking Ceres directly between the eyes. What's your deal, apothecary? Ceres tilted his head, addressing Rossigo. Wonderful, we have a pharmacist. We are saved. That's not how it works. I always consult the divination beforehand for any task, Klein interjected, seeking to vindicate the diviners. We are all quite prudent. He concluded. But he is just a reckless fool, Ceres retorted, gesturing towards the erratic Rossigo, who couldn't even scratch the surface of my skin, yet continued to fire away. Rosago swiftly redirected his finger towards Klein. Bang! This time, no air bullet was released. The authority of the ruler of Dominion enabled him to effectively commandeer and usurp the abilities of other rulers, transforming into an extraordinary power to dominate others once localized within a mysterious realm. As a stronger individual on the same path, Klein effortlessly momentarily stripped Rosago of his capacity to wield air bullets, as Rosago's resolve faltered. That must be his personal issue. We diviners are inherently cautious. I even consult divination before heading to the restroom to determine whether to relieve myself of the larger or smaller burden first. Isn't that a tad excessive? What if a snake were to emerge and bite my backside while I'm occupied? Then you would be in for quite the experience. Rosago's forehead glistened with increasing perspiration as he began to speculate on the extraordinary paths of the two individuals before him. A warrior, a thief, one might even be a high-sequence powerhouse. Resolutely, Rosago pressed his hand against the coffee table in front of him, employing the extraordinary ability of the jester, positioning himself with his leg raised to kick at Klein. First, I must engage in martial arts. Klein raised his hand. Bang! A critical strike sent Rosago hurtling backward into the wall, where he collapsed, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. Who taught you that? Ceres furrowed his brow, instinctively drawing back his legs. Hua taught me, Klein replied, asserting that prioritizing attacks on vulnerabilities during combat is always paramount over targeting other areas. I believe the flaw she mentioned was certainly not referring to this. Ceres frowned and shook his head. Indeed, regardless of how formidable a man may be, he instinctively recoils when confronted with such a scene. However, this was evidently a vulnerability. Klein shrugged. Rosago, struggling, managed to rise from the ground, utilizing his ability to transfer injuries to shift the wound to his thigh. Klein, being somewhat considerate, did not remove his injury transfer capability. Upon standing, Rosago immediately crashed into the window, intending to escape through the shattered glass. The moment he collided with the window, his form distorted, resembling pliable clay, before he ultimately splattered against the glass and succumbed to gravity, collapsing to the floor. Did you do this? Klein inquired of Ceres. Isn't it amusing? Ceres replied with a grin. Klein and Ceres approached the writhing mass of humanoid flesh on the ground. Are you planning to turn him into a puppet? Or will you simply extract his extraordinary traits? Ceres asked. As I happen to be on the diviner's path, I shall directly extract the extraordinary traits, Klein responded. Indeed, having a monstrous path extraordinary nearby is advantageous. Having been in Beakland for scarcely 3 weeks, extraordinary traits of sequences 7, 6, and 5 have already presented themselves to me. Klein remarked with satisfaction. Rosago listened in shock. What is this? This person has yet to reach sequence 7? However, how should I utilize it? Klein pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. He had role-played as a magician beforehand, and though he possessed a bit of the faceless man and the master of secrets, it was hardly substantial. I can help you shatter his extraordinary traits, Ceres offered. It can be done that way. Klein felt he had acquired new knowledge. Rosago wished to articulate something, yet as a puddle of flesh, he was rendered voiceless, merely writhing away from the two. Then this person will not be made into a puppet. I shall first assist you in extracting his extraordinary traits, Ceres stated casually, crushing Rosago's head beneath his foot. All right, thank you, Klein nodded. Ceres stood still, observing Klein without movement. What is the matter? Klein asked in confusion. Klein, you cannot continue like this. Ceres suddenly shook his head. What is wrong? Klein was even more perplexed. Seeing me do such things, you exhibit no reaction? You can still laugh and discuss how to utilize his extraordinary traits? Klein felt a surge of words welling up within him, yet he was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, how would the former version of himself have reacted? In a situation where there was such a disparity in power, the original self would likely have subdued him and interrogated him for information. Yet now, he naturally believed that simply eliminating the medium would suffice. This is not right. This is profoundly wrong. When did he begin to transform in such a manner? When did he cease to regard others as human? It seems you have come to a realization, have you not? Yes. Klein nodded with some difficulty. Apart from the concept of nihility, the influence of harmony is the most profound from top to bottom. Under the sway of harmony, you have gradually begun to develop a sense of divinity, evolving into a more rational thinker, slowly distinguishing yourself as a separate species from humanity, explained Ceres. Klein continued to nod. Essentially, there's nothing inherently wrong with this. However, if you wish to avoid becoming an entity unlike yourself, it would be prudent to reflect deeply. As a peculiar physician, perhaps you should first diagnose your own condition, Sauer suggested. Thank you, Klein replied gratefully. The following day, around 8 o'clock, in the grand hall of Count Wolf's residence, men and women danced gracefully to the melodies of the violin. Through Audrey's newly awakened spiritual vision, their movements became traceable, each gesture falling within her expectations. This engendered a certain illusion, leading Audrey to feel as though she had attained a degree of omniscience. She relished this sensation, yet she was acutely aware that it was merely a figment of her imagination. Soon, while holding a glass of pale, golden champagne, she inadvertently encountered the ambassador of the Republic of Intis Tarun, Beclon Lemaiden. "You are the most beautiful lady I have ever seen," Beclon remarked, his gaunt face adorned with a hint of stubble as he ceremoniously air-kissed the back of Audrey's gloved hand, his gaze both fervent and audacious. Beclon was delighted to meet Audrey, while at that moment, she was contemplating how to dispose of him. Observing the emotions reflected in Beclan's eyes, her internal disdain deepened. With a slight turn of her eyes, she laughed lightly. "Is this the manner of speaking typical of Intis?" "Indeed, we never spare our praise for beauty," Beclon chuckled. "Were it not for the customs of the Kingdom of Rune, I might dare to refer to you as my angel." Audrey maintained her elegant smile. "Indeed, the people of Rune and Intis are rather different. Were the circumstances more appropriate, she felt she might have acted decisively. How repugnant, compared to this lecherous old man. The enigmatic Mr. Fool, the erudite Mr. Hanged Man, the amusing Mr. Demon, and the straightforward Mr. Sun were infinitely more agreeable." Audrey compared her mind. This brings to mind a joke. Please forgive my audacity," Beclon winked. "After spending a delightful moment with a beautiful lady, most Rune men would say, 'Oh, my dear, I wish to smoke a cigarette,' whereas most Intis men would say he deliberately paused. Those who delight in making lewd remarks to ladies ought to be subjected to castration, without anesthetic." Though she thought this, Audrey still tilted her head, suppressing her disgust and feigning ignorance as she asked, "What would they say?" "Most Intis men would say, 'Oh, darling, I must return. I cannot let my wife find out.'" Beclon raised his glass with a smile. "Those who can laugh at themselves always possess an extra charm," Audrey replied politely, with a subtle smile. "Disgust has overwhelmed me. This constitutes a workplace injury." Audrey believes she might justifiably negotiate a higher remuneration with Misfortune's wheel. She has resolved that, upon eliminating this ambassador, she shall first bombard that repulsive entity with explosives. Her exquisite, crystalline emerald eyes suddenly drifted towards the rear of Ambassador Becron. "Forgive me. A friend seeks my attention. It has been a pleasure conversing with you." Ambassador Becron bowed slightly and stepped aside. Audrey proceeded with elegant strides, refraining from casting a glance back. As she pondered whom to enlist as her pretext, a middle-aged gentleman holding a glass of champagne approached her. "Good evening, our Diamond, Mississippi." Audrey instantly turned towards the voice, unable to suppress a smile. "Good evening, Lord Voss. How delightful. It is the devil himself. That old lecher is doomed. I believe there are matters you might prefer to handle yourself." Lord Voss gracefully clinked glasses with Audrey. "Indeed," he replied. Audrey nodded with a smile, then took a sip of her champagne, her gaze fixed intently on Lord Voss. She had just activated her clairvoyance, but failed to foresee Lord Voss's actions. In cases of significant disparity in power, the premonitions may indeed falter. Thus, one must not place blind faith in such foresight, Lord Voss gently reminded her. "Thank you." Audrey responded with a lively nod. "Let me take a guess. You have become a premonition specialist. If that is the case, then Miss Susie has presumably evolved into a true scholar, has she not?" "Yes, indeed," Audrey replied, a hint of concern creasing her brow. "However, Susie seems to be struggling with the transition, appearing quite despondent of late. Might Lord Voss offer some advice?" "Certainly. Memory encompasses more than mere cognition. History is in itself the memory of a world. The scholars of Candle Ink delight in rectifying erroneous histories, preserving the correct narratives, and illustrating them." Audrey pondered this insight. "I am grateful for your wisdom. Your comprehension is as remarkable as your appearance." Lord Voss extolled Audrey with a ruinesque compliment, which she appeared to appreciate. Suddenly, a question struck Audrey. Within the Tarot Society, there are currently 6 members. Excluding the feline Misfortune's wheel, she is the sole woman. She recalled certain Otome-themed narratives penned by Emperor Roselle and felt a flush rise to her cheeks. The enigmatic leading man, the composed second, the amusing third, the naive fourth. Audrey suddenly realized that she seemed to be navigating her own harem. So, the Tarot Society is what that term was. Yes, Otome games. The Tarot Society embodies Otome games. Chapter 148, Small Justice, Great Adventure. What occupies your thoughts? Lord Voss inquired, casting a suspicious glance into Audrey's eyes. He seemed to sense an errant wave of brainwaves. No, nothing of consequence, Audrey replied, her gaze momentarily evasive. She endeavored to stabilize her emotions through meditation, pulling her thoughts away from the realm of love and tarot. Viscount Forth, I have always been curious about something. She attempted to shift the conversation. Do ask, the Viscount replied, intrigued by what Audrey might inquire. You mentioned the candle and ink school, so I surmise that the prodigy and the city builder must belong to their respective factions as well, correct? Audrey inquired. Indeed, the Viscount conceded readily. I have never been adept at naming things, so I simply borrowed their titles. Audrey nodded with a light-hearted demeanor. However, I have never encountered these factions. In fact, I had not even heard of them before this. Could you enlighten me? Well, this may take a while to explain and may not be entirely clear. Perhaps. You should see for yourself, suggested the Viscount. Are you introducing me to them? Audrey asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. No. I mean, you could witness them in your dreams, the Viscount chuckled. Are you implying that I daydream? Audrey puffed her cheeks in playful protest. I believe you may have misunderstood my meaning. The Viscount laughed lightly. The thoughts of individuals are interconnected, forming a vast ocean of collective unconsciousness. At the intersection of dreams, we are more inclined to perceive the memories of the world. By this principle, we simulate the workings of the world through intellect and memory, weaving past events into the fabric of the future. This is a brilliant invention, which she has termed the simulated universe. Within it, you may encounter any faction you can conceive, or even those beyond your imagination. Viscount Forth, do you mean to say that there are extraterrestrials within this simulated universe? Audrey's eyes widened with amazement. In fact, it is populated entirely by extraterrestrials, Ceres replied with a smile. Audrey, brimming with excitement, asked, when may I enter the simulated universe? After you dream, perhaps once every Tuesday, Ceres stated. Thank you so much, Audrey exclaimed joyfully. What must I offer in return? No need for that. As you know, my joy lies in bringing happiness to myself and others. That is the best reward for me. Later that evening, weary from a long day, Klein returned home, hastily consuming a few slices of bread before collapsing onto his bed. At that moment, a text message suddenly arrived on his phone. Klein picked it up to read. Prince of the Pig, the simulated universe is canceled tonight. It will now be on an irregular schedule. Want to earn big money. Why? Is something wrong? Prince of the Pig, because I am preparing a special treat for the delightful Miss Justice. You, my rough fellow, should find somewhere comfortable to stay. Want to earn big money. Want to earn big money. Pam tilts her head. That evening, within the luxurious villa of the Hall family, Audrey reclined upon a sumptuous bed adorned with silk, and as she turned, the silk mattress, worth more than half a year's salary of the foolish gentleman, instantly creased. The thought of encountering those enigmatic factions today stirred her excitement, rendering sleep elusive as she tossed and turned. How exhilarating, how thrilling! To witness such an extraordinary spectacle made time drift away, and drowsiness gradually crept in. Audrey's eyelids grew heavier, her heightened awareness becoming hazy. Suddenly, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, a scent she had never encountered before. Her consciousness sharpened instantly, and she opened her eyes to find herself seated within a dimly lit tent. Before her, a young, elegant lady waved her hand, draped in ethereal gauze, her long white hair cascading down her back. Alas, Audrey was of the ruined people. Good evening. She instinctively straightened her posture, presenting a quintessential noble smile. The gentleman of darkness had informed her that the inhabitants of this simulated universe, though merely figments, possessed their own lives, thoughts, and stories. In this realm, they were undeniably real. Audrey instinctively activated her spiritual sight, but all she could perceive was a haze of mist. Good evening, young noble lady. The dark eyes roamed over Audrey, as if seeking to unveil her destiny. Are you a diviner? Audrey leaned slightly forward, her eyes glinting with intrigue. The ambience and attire truly resembled her imaginings of a diviner. No, the lady gently shook her head, her voice soft and dreamlike, akin to a whisper in a dream. I am merely a remembrancer. A remembrancer? The novel term ignited excitement within Audrey. The flowing light remembrance cord. I presume you have heard of it. She felt an impulse to shake her head, but deemed it too impolite. Nevertheless, having heard of it now, she nodded in acknowledgement. The remembrancer smiled. To divine fate is but an illusion. Yet I am different. I can help you determine your own destiny. From her sleeve, she conjured a deck of tarot cards, drawing 3 and laying them face up before Audrey. The future, a vision countless souls yearn to glimpse, yet regret upon its discovery. She exhaled a vibrant breath, akin to a deep-sea worm, entwining Audrey within its embrace. Does this mean I am to draw a card? Audrey inquired, gazing at the tarot cards before her. No, it is for you to choose one. The remembrancer replied softly, gently flipping over the 3 tarot cards. The first card depicted a small hill formed of piled gold coins, adorned with blooming flowers as people danced joyously around this golden mound. The second card illustrated a scale, the left side empty and slightly raised, while the right side sagged slightly, holding a golden iris. The third card portrayed a garden brimming with flowers, where a woman, her features obscured, sat on a bench at the garden's center, facing an easel. Audrey scrutinized the scene before her, contemplating whether to make a direct selection. Yes, simply choose, came the gentle nod from the seer, who believed that one's fate should be firmly grasped in their own hands. Then I will select this one, Audrey declared, pointing to the second card. A commendable choice, the seer affirmed, nodding in approval. Now it is yours. The future remains perpetually uncertain. With just a hint of riddles to shift one's perspective, the world may transform in your favor. The seer offered a faint smile, as if her form were softly erased by an eraser, dissipating into the melodious strains of music. Once more, Audrey gazed downwards. 2 of the 3 tarot cards on the table had vanished, leaving only the one adorned with the scale. She pulled aside the tent's entrance and bent low to exit the dim enclosure. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before her. Inside the tent, she had heard the gentle patter of rain, the sounds of footsteps, conversations, and the calls of hawkers. Yet, upon leaving, she found herself aboard a ship. Turning back, she realized there was no tent behind her, only a ship's cabin with its door wide open. The interior mirrored the previous tent's arrangement, revealing that the tent had been an illusion. Audrey felt no sense of deception. Rather, she was filled with wonder and intrigue. But this was not the most astonishing aspect. It was the environment surrounding her. The wooden deck glimmered with a soft green light. The sky was bright, and the sea surged with energy. Whether in the clouds above or the waves below, one could discern the digits 0 and 1 shimmering throughout. This scene was unlike anything she had ever witnessed or could even conceive. The ship created ripples on the water surface, and the sailors around her seemed to conjure bubbles that enveloped the vessel as they pressed onward into the ocean's shadowy depths. Audrey understood that her presence would be rationalized. Thus, she felt no fear of being cast overboard by the sailors, even though her own identity remained a mystery. She lifted her skirts and hurried to the ship's railing, gripping it tightly as she peered down. The waves, composed of 0s and 1s, infiltrated the frothy foam and crashed against the ship, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Suddenly, a purple lionfish leaped from the water, darting straight towards Audrey with its sharp spines aimed at her face. She gasped and instinctively recoiled. Just before being pricked, a harpoon shot forth from beside her, striking the lionfish. Its form instantly disintegrated, scattering into a multitude of 0s and 1s. "Be careful, Captain," a sailor's gruff voice called out from her side. "So I'm the captain," Audrey realized, nodding quickly in acknowledgement. "All right, thank you." Abruptly, several ships emerged, encircling Audrey and her crew. Observing closely, she noted that these vessels were also composed of numbers, specifically 0, 1, and 2, remnants of the Ternary Empire. "They are launching an attack against us," Audrey heard the sailors shout. At that moment, cannons suddenly emerged on the ship beneath Audrey's feet, and she was astonished to discover that she could control some of them. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the cannons that eluded her command had already engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the surrounding vessels. Without further contemplation, Audrey naturally joined the fray. With her enhanced vision activated, Every movement of the enemy fleet became crystal clear to her. She could predict precisely when they would fire and when they would maneuver. Bang! Just as a ship on her left was about to fire, Audrey deftly aimed a cannon and struck its heating barrel. 2 shells detonated simultaneously upon the hull, scattering fragments inscribed with the numbers 0, 1, and 2. As several shells hurtled toward the ship beneath her, she preemptively fired, intercepting them mid-air. The sailors aboard erupted in cheers, exclaiming the captain's prowess. A radiant smile spread across Audrey's face. She felt a burgeoning affection for this world. Soon, the remnants of the Ternary Empire faced defeat against the binary ships, and the surrounding vessels turned tail and fled in disarray. Ultimately, Audrey's inherent kindness prevented her from pursuing the retreating foes. A binary tailing songbird swooped over her head, and instinctively, she whistled at it. The bird promptly alighted on her fingertip. As she stroked its feathers, she noted that it felt no different from a normal bird. Suddenly, a torrent of ternary data surged from below, colliding with the ship at an alarming velocity. This was a torpedo bomb crafted from the refuse of ternary code. The infiltrating code tore into the vessel beneath her, assimilating its data as the garbage information rapidly began to permeate. The ship shook violently, fracturing from the point of impact. Emergency evacuation. Audrey heard sailors shouting. In the next instant, she felt as if both the ship and herself were becoming unreal, as though they were about to detach from this world. No, it was not a matter of becoming unreal, but rather becoming overwhelmingly real, so real that it clashed with the fabric of this data-driven realm. In the midst of the dizzying turmoil, Audrey tightly shut her eyes. When she finally reopened them, she found herself stranded on the edge of the ocean upon an island, and her sailors had vanished without a trace.